Have you ever seen someone level up by sleeping? While others desperately cultivate in seclusion, I'm fast asleep. While others rely on pills to practice, my every breath is a complete cycle of cultivation. System: cultivation has been simplified to a bodily instinct. Understood, just being alive is enough. So, when they call me a useless fake, I wonder, should I start a live stream and show them what breathing to godhood looks like? My name is Lin Chen. I was a business streamer. After a live stream mishap, I awakened the simplification system. Ding! Martial arts simplification system successfully loaded. You have memorized the Great Sun Gene method. Commencing simplification. 30 times simplification. You have memorized the monument-shattering cannon fist. Commencing simplification. 30 times simplification. A series of prompts left me stunned. I subconsciously recalled those abstruse martial arts, and suddenly, everything became crystal clear, as if a top high school student was looking at a simple chicken and rabbit cage problem. Then, a new prompt completely ignited my hope. Newbie gift pack distributed. 1x instinct level simplification. My heart pounded. To simplify a martial art into an instinct? I hardly hesitated. Select the Great Sun Gene method. This was my cultivation method, the foundation of everything. Back in my one-room apartment, I immediately gave the command. Use instinct level simplification on the Great Sun Gene method. Simplification successful. The cultivation of the Great Sun Gene method has been transformed into an instinct. Blood flow. Your blood is flowing. Your comprehension of the Great Sun Gene method is deepening. Your Great Sun Gene method evolution chapter has advanced to the minor accomplishment realm. I was dumbfounded. All sorts of insights about the Great Sun Gene method continuously poured into my mind, even without me actively thinking about it. My blood was flowing, and my cultivation was growing. Being alive meant getting stronger. I immediately took out my phone and used all the 90,000 plus yuan in my account to buy nutritional supplements, leaving only 1,000 for living expenses. I knew I was about to enter a period of explosive growth. Your Great Sun Gene method evolution chapter has advanced to the major accomplishment realm. Your Great Sun Gene method evolution chapter has reached the ultimate realm. Commencing cultivation of the martial artist chapter. I swallowed a few nutritional supplements and sat cross-legged. A scorching heat swept through my body, and my body was evolving at a terrifying rate. 5 hours later, I advanced to the 6th stage of evolution. Half an hour later, I broke through to the 7th stage of evolution. Dawn broke. At 9 in the morning, my cultivation stabilized at the mid-7th stage of evolution. All the nutritional supplements were gone. I stood up and easily lifted a 100-kilogram dumbbell, feeling my body filled with power. My fist now had a force of over 2 tons. Just then, Zhou Yangyang called, his voice panicked. Brother Lin, it's bad. All the merchants we worked with before sent emails demanding compensation. Don't panic. Use the same excuse I used with Instructor Yi to stall them, I said calmly. The root of all the problems was that live stream accident. As long as I could prove myself, everything would be resolved. To improve my combat abilities as quickly as possible, I went to the public training area downstairs and began practicing the monument-shattering cannon fist. Bang! A punch was thrown, already carrying a hint of a cannon's roar, attracting the attention of many morning exercisers. With the 30 times simplification, my progress was rapid. After a day, the monument-shattering cannon fist was not far from the major accomplishment realm. The next day was Monday. I went to the combat class at school as usual. As soon as I arrived at the training ground, I became the focus of the entire class. Sympathetic and curious gazes were constantly directed at me. I ignored them and walked straight to Zhou Yangyang. We need to find a way to get money for nutritional supplements, I said in a low voice. The 300,000 from the live streaming platform can only be withdrawn next month. We can't wait. Just then, a boy with a crew cut walked over, holding his phone, and shouted, "Where's Lin Chen? Come out." He pointed the camera at me, his face full of provocation. "Today, I'm going to expose you, you fraud, in person. Fight me. As long as you can show the power from the live stream, you win." Zhou Yangyang whispered urgently in my ear, "He's Zhengyu from Class 9, 7th stage of evolution. His family owns a martial arts gym. Don't agree. 100,000. Zhengyu directly made an offer. Win or lose, I'll give you 100,000. I'll transfer it now." My eyes lit up. This was like getting a pillow when you're sleepy. Deal, I agreed readily. Zhengyu didn't expect me to be so straightforward and immediately transferred 100,000 to my account. He threw his phone to his companion to live stream and took a stance. "Don't blame me for being heavy-handed. Consider this 100,000 your medical expenses." I didn't waste my breath. I took a step forward, a strong wind hit my face, and I instantly rushed in front of him. Bang! I threw a monument-shattering cannon fist, like a cannonball roaring. Zheng Yu hastily raised his hand to block. With a dull thud, he was sent staggering back by my punch, while I only took 3 steps back before stabilizing myself. You fought with the monument-shattering cannon fist and gained deep insights. The simplification has deepened again. 99 times simplification. The prompt in my mind lifted my spirits. I pressed forward again, my fists getting heavier with each punch. Zheng Yu couldn't block even with his full power and was forced back step by step. Your monument-shattering cannon fist has advanced to the major accomplishment realm. With the breakthrough in my realm, my combat power rose to another level. Boom! I threw a punch, and a real cannon's roar exploded. Zheng Yu crossed his arms to protect his chest and was sent flying by my punch, crashing hard against a tree on the side of the field. I didn't stop, chasing after him and throwing another punch. I surrender. Zheng Yu's hair stood on end as he watched my fist rapidly magnify in his vision. The fist grazed his scalp and slammed heavily into the tree trunk behind him. The tree trunk, thicker than a person's head, broke on the spot, sending wood chips flying. I retracted my fist, patted his pale face, and smiled. Kid, was this in-person exposure real enough for you? The live stream comments were still flooding with great acting and nice script. Obviously, one victory wasn't enough to clear my name. Just then, a stern voice came, Instructor Yi. The students all greeted him. Yi Tingyun walked over, his gaze falling on me. He asked directly, monument-shattering cannon fist, major accomplishment? Yeah, I just broke through while fighting, I answered calmly. Yi Tingyun gave me a deep look, didn't ask any further, and said, with this strength, why did you still fake it? For a better live stream effect, and also to promote the fist technique, I expressed my thoughts. High popularity isn't necessarily a bad thing. As long as I can clear the name of the monument-shattering cannon fist, it will be remembered by more people. I'll give you a week off, Yi Tingyun nodded. Go to the Blood Beast martial arts gym for a few days of special training. This weekend, there's a martial arts gym exchange competition in Shanghai City. You'll represent them. An arranged opponent? I asked. Something like that. With your major accomplishment monument-shattering cannon fist, winning a few matches shouldn't be difficult. First, alleviate the negative public opinion. This was exactly what I wanted. I immediately set off for the Blood Beast martial arts gym. On the subway, I looked up information. The foundation of the Blood Beast martial arts gym was an independent secret realm with blood beasts inside. Killing them allowed one to absorb energy to assist in cultivation, which was especially effective for those in the evolution realm. At the martial arts gym, the person who received me was the young master, Shin Honglian, an energetic girl in her early 20s with short hair. Uncle Yi told me about your situation. I'll be in charge of your training for the next few days. She led me to the training room. This exchange competition is divided into 5 groups, from the 7th stage of evolution to beginner martial artist. You're currently at the mid-7th stage, so you'll be at a disadvantage. On Thursday, the martial arts gym will open the Blood Beast secret realm. We'll see if it can help you reach the late 7th stage. I can enter the secret realm? I was a little surprised. It's a benefit for the contestants, Shin Honglian smiled. But don't get your hopes up. The energy extracted from the blood beasts isn't much better than nutritional supplements. It's mainly for those who have encountered a bottleneck. I nodded, but my heart was racing. It might be of average effect to others, but for me, as long as there was energy, 12 hours in the secret realm was enough for a world-shaking change. In the training room, Shin Honglian told me to go all out. She was a beginner martial artist and could handle me with ease. In our sparring session, the simplification of my monument-shattering cannon fist increased to 99 times again. My progress shocked her. After more than half an hour, she noticed that my fists were getting heavier and the sound of the cannon was getting louder. After a day of high-intensity sparring, I broke through again near dusk. Your monument-shattering cannon fist has advanced to the pinnacle realm. Boom! I threw a punch, the wind from my fist whistling like a cannon firing, pressing down on Shin Honglian so hard her hair flew wildly. She easily blocked it, but the look in her eyes had completely changed. To advance a major realm in one day was completely beyond her comprehension. That night, I used the 100,000 from Zheng Yu to buy nutritional supplements and began another round of frantic cultivation. A night passed, and my cultivation soared from the mid-7th stage of evolution to the late 8th stage. When I arrived at the martial arts gym the next day, I ran into a student named Zhang Tao arguing with Shin Honglian. He was dissatisfied that I had taken his spot in the competition. It seems this is because of me. I walked into the crowd. What right do you have to take my spot? Zhang Tao saw me and angrily chopped at me with his hand. I moved faster, reaching out like lightning and grabbing his wrist, making him unable to move. Then, I released the aura of a late 8th stage evolutionist and said calmly, I'm at the 8th stage of evolution. We're not in the same group. How can I take your spot? Jiang Tao froze instantly, his face turning the color of a pig's liver. The onlookers burst into laughter. Only Shin Honglian stared at me in disbelief, her worldview shattered once again. Could one's cultivation also advance a major realm in one night? How did you advance so quickly? As soon as we entered the training room, Shin Honglian couldn't help but ask. Cultivating with pills, I answered half-truthfully. Of course, she didn't believe me, only thinking I had used some incredible secret medicine. The next day, although my monument-shattering cannon fist didn't break through, its progress had increased significantly, not far from the true transformation realm. On Wednesday afternoon, during another sparring session, the prompt arrived as expected. Your monument-shattering cannon fist has advanced to the true transformation realm. I threw a punch, its power soaring. Although Shin Honglian still blocked it easily, the expression on her face was already numb. She told me that the Blood Beast secret realm would open at 9 tomorrow morning. Are you confident in breaking through to the 9th stage of evolution? She asked. I grinned. I'm more worried about accidentally becoming a quasi-martial artist. In your dreams, she pouted. But I knew that for me, it was not impossible. On Thursday, I arrived at the martial arts gym on time and entered the secret realm entrance on the basement level with several other contestants. The secret realm was filled with a faint red mist, with very low visibility. Soon, a wild boar-like blood beast charged out. A quasi-martial artist's senior brother took action, kicking its head and shattering it. He gave the extracted energy orb to Jiang Tao, who had the lowest cultivation. You can go deeper with us. We'll help you kill the blood beasts, the senior brother said to the group, then turned to me. Lin Chen, your situation is special, so you can only be at the back. I hope you can understand. I'll be fine on my own, I answered calmly. After they left, another pig-shaped blood beast charged out. Jiang Tao, who was cultivating, his face changed, and he prepared to get up and dodge. I took a step forward and hit the blood beast's head with a monument-shattering cannon fist. Thud! With a loud bang, the blood beast, along with its body, was blown apart by my punch. Jiang Tao's eyes widened, his jaw almost dropping to the floor. He knew very well that even a powerful 9th stage evolutionist couldn't kill this type of blood beast, which had extremely strong defense, in one blow. He was extremely glad that when he had attacked me in the training hall, the laws of Xingxia had protected him. I ignored his shock, swallowed the energy orb, and absorbed it in less than 15 minutes. The energy here was indeed purer than nutritional supplements, but the amount was small. However, for me, this was not a problem. The true transformation realm monument-shattering cannon fist made my combat power comparable to a quasi-martial artist, and I was extremely efficient at killing blood beasts. And the ultimate realm Great Sun Gene method made my energy absorption speed ridiculously fast. An hour later, I advanced to the perfect 8th stage of evolution. Another hour, the early 9th stage of evolution. Mid-stage, late stage. My strength was rapidly increasing, and I was also going deeper into the secret realm. Stronger blood beasts extracted more energy. Boom! I broke the neck of a quasi-martial artist level blood beast with one punch. After absorbing its energy, I felt the bottleneck loosening. Buzz! My body trembled, and a scorching warm current swept through me. My strength, speed, and endurance all soared. I had officially become a quasi-martial artist. At this time, there were still more than 6 hours before the secret realm closed. A bolder idea formed in my mind, to aim for the true martial artist realm. I began to specifically hunt the strongest blood beasts in the depths of the secret realm. Their combat power was strong, but after becoming a quasi-martial artist, my efficiency in killing one had also increased to a few minutes. Time passed, and my foundation was deepening at a terrifying rate. At 8 in the evening, 3 quasi-martial artist senior brothers were being chased by a ferocious tiger blood beast. Just as they thought they were trapped and doomed, I appeared from the mist in front of them. I charged towards the ferocious tiger blood beast and threw a full-powered punch. Boom! A huge cannon's roar exploded, and the mist within 10 meters of me was cleared by the wind from my fist. The ferocious tiger blood beast was sent flying by my punch, a clear fist mark left on its forehead. The 3 quasi-martial artists were dumbfounded. I didn't stop. The sound of cannons was endless, and my fierce and domineering fists continuously landed on the blood beast. After dozens of moves, I finished it off with one punch. Your strength. One of the quasi-martial artists stammered. It's all right. I've advanced by more than a realm. I'm already a quasi-martial artist. I picked up the energy orb, swallowed it in front of the 3 of them, and began to cultivate. They were completely silent. At 9 in the evening, the secret realm closed. When I walked out of the alloy gate, everyone was stunned by the pressure of a true martial artist emanating from my body. I just advanced, so I'm still a little clumsy with controlling my pressure. Forgive me, I coughed lightly. Shen Honglian was already speechless. She just immediately called Instructor Yi. Uncle Yi, I was wrong. Lin Chen, he is not a quasi-martial artist. Her voice trembled on the phone. He has advanced to a true martial artist. The moment I advanced to a martial artist, the system's reward came again. You have advanced to a martial artist. The initial simplification speed of martial arts has increased. It is now 300 times. Reward, 1x instinct level simplification. While waiting for Instructor Yi, prompts kept sounding in my mind. The other martial arts I had mastered were rapidly advancing in realm under the 300 times simplification, and soon all of them had reached the ultimate realm. Half an hour later, Instructor Yi jumped in through the window in a hurry. He looked me up and down, confirming that my aura was stable and my foundation was solid, not forcibly raised. What gene method do you cultivate? He asked. The Great Sun Gene Method. The evolution chapter is already at the ultimate realm, I answered truthfully. Ultimate? This time, even Instructor Yi was moved. He told me that those who could cultivate the 9 publicly available gene methods to the ultimate realm and the evolution realm were extremely rare, and this represented an incomparably solid foundation. The next day, I asked Shin Honglian for leave and returned to school to receive the reward for advancing to a martial artist, a spirit martial art. In the office, an old teacher recommended the strongest spirit martial art in the school, a thunder spirit martial art called Heaven's Wrath. It was said that no one had been able to master it for many years. I went directly to Instructor Yi. Report, Instructor Yi, I want to learn Heaven's Wrath. Although Instructor Yi thought this spirit martial art was extremely difficult and not suitable for me at my current stage, he still signed off on it. I got the martial art slip for Heaven's Wrath. My mind connected with it, and information instantly flooded into my brain. You have memorized Heaven's Wrath. Commencing simplification. 300 times simplification. Even with 300 times simplification, I still felt a little strained. The profundity of this spirit martial art far surpassed that of superior martial arts. I no longer hesitated. Use instinct level simplification on Heaven's Wrath. Simplification successful. The cultivation of Heaven's Wrath has been transformed into an instinct. The brain produces electrical signals. It worked. Another ability that made me stronger just by being alive. When I returned to the Blood Beast martial arts gym, I happened to be in time for the competition committee to test my cultivation. My information was registered. Lin Chen, 17 years and 1 month old, beginner martial artist, has not yet completed the tempering of a single bone. This result was not surprising. A newly advanced martial artist wouldn't have much accumulation. That night, I cultivated while reading. In less than 12 hours, Heaven's Wrath had advanced to the minor accomplishment realm. The next day, the Shanghai First Arena was bustling with people. The martial arts gym exchange competition officially began. I asked Zhou Yangyang to hold my phone and started my first livestream since the merchandise accident. Hello everyone, I'm streamer Lin Chen, I said calmly to the camera. To prove some things, I have registered for the beginner martial artist group of this exchange competition. A large number of viewers instantly flooded the live stream room. Taunts and doubts filled the screen. Is Director Lin starting another show? Last time it was the 7th stage of evolution, this time it's a beginner martial artist. Next time, will you become a king? Of course, there were also some rational voices. Damn, it's real. He's on the official list, in the beginner martial artist group. If he can register for an official competition, his strength can't be fake. I ignored the arguments and waited quietly for the competition to begin. Soon, my electronic number plate vibrated. Number 69, Lin Chen, please proceed to Ring 9 in the East District. I walked towards the ring. The large screen above displayed my and my opponent's information. Blood Beast Martial Arts Gym, Lin Chen, number 69, 17 years and 1 month old, beginner martial artist, 0 tempered bones. Zheng Family Martial Arts Gym, Zheng Zhong, number 80, 20 years and 3 months old, beginner martial artist, both arm bones have been tempered, a total of 60. The huge disparity caused the live stream room to explode. I wore a clean white martial arts uniform and, under countless questioning or curious gazes, walked up to the ring step by step. My opponent had already tempered 60 bones, while I had none. The whole world was watching. Very good. What a streamer plays is authenticity. Really good, such luck, encountering a newly promoted rookie warrior. Zheng Zhong touched his buzz cut and couldn't help but smile. Next to him stood a boy with the same hairstyle, also staring at the large screen on the arena, who was so startled that he let out a burp. What's wrong with you? Zheng Zhong noticed his brother's odd behavior. The buzzcut boy swallowed hard and said, Big brother, your opponent in this match is the live streaming host I told you about. Zheng Zhong was taken aback. Isn't he at the 7th stage of evolution? With a puzzling feeling, Zheng Zhong stepped onto the arena, looking at the handsome young man across from him, unable to help but scrutinize him from head to toe. Could it be that this Was a case of a pig pretending to be a tiger? Lin Chen noticed something, glanced around, confirmed that he didn't recognize anyone, and then paid no more attention, waiting for the referee to announce the start of the battle. Uncle Yi, Lin Chen's match is going to be tough. Shen Honglian, who hadn't been called yet, came to the side of the arena to watch and analyzed. If he has about 10 more refined bones, there would be a significant gap. Lin Chen has just been promoted to warrior, facing a warrior with 60 refined bones, especially with double arm bones, it's too disadvantageous. Yi Tingyun stood by, watching the two on stage, and said calmly, showing strength doesn't necessarily mean winning. Given the difference in their cultivation levels, as long as they can exchange 100 moves, it would be enough to prove Lin Chen's excellence. Didn't you say his Kai-Bei Cannon Fist has already reached the true transformation realm and has advanced significantly? Yi Tingyun stood with his hands behind his back, his tone steady. I have confidence in the martial arts I've created. The offensive power of the Kai-Bei Cannon Fist definitely belongs to the top tier of martial arts. As long as this Zheng Zhong isn't too strong, Lin Chen should be able to withstand 100 moves without much problem. It does seem that way. Shen Honglian pondered, stroking her chin. At that moment, a loud voice rang out from the arena, sweeping through the surroundings. The match begins, the referee announced loudly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures shot out simultaneously, incredibly swift, like arrows released from a bow, charging towards each other. However, to the astonishment of the audience watching the match, Lin Chen's speed was even faster, like a gust of wind sweeping across the field. As the distance between the two closed, the pressure created a shockwave that made Zheng Zhong's buzzcut tremble like steel needles. Armor-piercing blade. Zheng Zhong's heart tightened. Having always doubted Lin Chen's strength, he had no intention of holding back and directly unleashed his strongest move. Whoosh! The air exploded with a sharp, piercing sound as 5 outstretched fingers shot out like lightning, heading straight for Lin Chen's throat. If this strike landed, it would pierce through a metal plate thicker than a palm. Lin Chen's gaze was cold and sharp, radiating a sense of edge as he threw a punch, choosing to meet it head-on. Boom! In an instant, a cannon-like sound erupted in the air, like a thunderclap, causing the nearby audience to wince in pain, drawing the attention of most of the arena. Yi Tingyun's pupils suddenly constricted, particularly shocked. The ultimate realm's Kai-Bei Cannon Fist? The next moment, with a thud, Lin Chen's fist struck Zheng Zhong's palm, and a powerful force surged forth like a tsunami crashing down, instantly tearing apart the entire sleeve of Zheng Zhong's arm, splattering everywhere. The exposed skin showed crack after crack, dark red blood gushing out immediately, terrifying and gruesome. Zheng Zhong staggered back, blood spilling everywhere, looking at Lin Chen with a mix of shock, doubt, and fear. That punch fell to him like a heavy tank firing a shell at him. Whoosh! Lin Chen's figure flickered, employing the spirit wind maneuver, quickly closing in again, and swung his fist once more. With another boom, the cannon sound echoed, forcefully pouring into Zheng Zhong's ears. This time, Zheng Zhong dared not meet it head-on again. He raised his intact left arm and struck out with a palm, lightly breaking through the air, almost like a falling leaf. Falling leaf palm. This was a secret martial art passed down in the Zheng family, known for its ability to dissipate force. Lin Chen saw through the trick and had no intention of changing his move, continuing to swing his fist, like a cannon roaring, hitting Zheng Zhong's blocking palm with the way of softness and hardness. The weak are overcome. Bang! A powerful force erupted, and Zheng Zhong's expression changed completely, unable to withstand it at all. His entire left arm was raised high, and his body was lifted off the ground, falling towards the outside of the ring. According to the rules of the match, anyone who steps out loses. Whoosh! As Zheng Zhong flew out of the ring, the referee acted promptly, pulling him back to prevent secondary injuries from the fall. Then, the referee directly announced, the winner is Lin Chen from the Blood Beast Martial Arts School. Countless gazes turned towards him, and upon seeing the gap in strength between the two on the big screen, the atmosphere in the venue became somewhat restless. A difference of 60 refined bones is quite significant. The referee also looked at Lin Chen and praised, the Blood Beast Martial Arts School has indeed cultivated a genius this year. Lin Chen smiled slightly. You flatter me, senior. To prevent serious injuries or even deaths among the competitors, the referees for the exchange match are mostly high-ranking officials from various martial arts schools, as well as some renowned martial artists from the city. As Lin Chen stepped down from the ring, he noticed that Shen Honglian and Yi Tingyun had been watching him, yet they both remained silent. Is it really that surprising that my Kai-Bei Cannon Fist has reached the ultimate realm? Lin Chen shrugged and smiled. Shen Honglian grimaced. Do you know what the success rate is for reaching the ultimate realm of high-level martial arts? It's 3 out of 100,000. Uncle Yi, as the creator of the Kai-Bei Cannon Fist, has only reached that realm. Yi Tingyun coughed lightly and corrected, even at the ultimate realm, the creator's insights are much deeper. Before he could finish, Yi Tingyun closed his mouth. Comparing the realm of a profound martial arts creator with that of a student like Lin Chen, winning would feel like losing. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and asked Zhou Yangyang for a spare phone to check the situation in the live broadcast room. Script. Iron script. If it's not a script, I'm live streaming while enduring a fan. The kind that runs on 5 gears. I have no grievances with the streamer. Why am I being treated like a fool? A difference of 60 refined bones, 2 punches to defeat, Lin Chen. Can you at least make some logical sense? Do you think that fighting beyond levels doesn't exist? I'm putting it out there, the specifications of this exchange match are very high. There's no way it could be staged for a mere live streaming host like Lin Chen. I'm dying of laughter. Lin Chen, speak on your main account. If there's no evidence, don't make wild claims. That's clearly the streamer's hired water army, Doghead. In the face of Lin Chen's overwhelming victory in his first ring battle, the live broadcast room erupted in chaos. One side firmly believed this was a script, yet another fake livestream, just on a relatively large scale. The other side felt that, according to normal logic, a citywide martial arts exchange match could not possibly be faked for one person. In fact, many began to question the official account of the event committee, perhaps due to the high heat. Lin Chen noticed that the official account of the event committee had released a statement just a minute ago. Our Shanghai City Martial Arts Exchange Match Committee would like to clarify the allegations of match fixing raised by some netizens. The selection process is open and fair, all under the supervision of the Shanghai City Martial Arts Association, with no insider dealings. All contestants' cultivation levels were tested according to procedure, with video records as proof. Additionally, regarding reports of some contestants engaging in match fixing, we will conduct further self-examinations, and once confirmed, we will impose severe penalties. At the same time, we reserve the right to take further legal action against malicious rumors from some netizens. This was a very official statement. It clearly stated their position, proposed measures, while not closing off the conversation. Lin Chen, Yi Tingyun's voice rang out. The 5 renowned martial artists on site have been locking their gazes on you. Lin Chen's heart stirred. The people from the event committee? Yi Tingyun nodded. Indeed, they are strong individuals they invited. They must suspect that I'm involved in match fixing and have come to investigate. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and smiled slightly. This is a good thing for me. As long as they confirm I haven't cheated, the officials should stand by me and dispel the rumors of fraud. Yi Tingyun glanced at him and said, then you need to win a few more matches to create a greater impact. Lin Chen stroked his chin and said, if I have some luck, I might make it to the top 16 and participate in tomorrow's championship match. As he spoke, a steward from the Blood Beast Martial Arts Hall approached and handed Shen Honglian a square box. After receiving it, Shen Honglian directly extended her hand to pass it to Lin Chen. What is this? Lin Chen was taken aback. Shen Honglian smiled and said, strong bone pill. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen lifted the lid to find 2 black pills inside, the size of longan, exuding a rich medicinal fragrance. Why did you suddenly give me 2 strong bone pills? Lin Chen felt curious. It's not me, but the event committee. Shen Honglian didn't keep him guessing and directly explained, this is a reward for the exchange competition, a privilege only for martial artists. After all, it's the highest level. In today's preliminary round, winning a match rewards 2 strong bone pills. So generous? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, unable to hide his surprise, and said, I remember the market price for a strong bone pill is around 50,000 each. Yi Tingyun shook his head and said, that's not much. The attention on this exchange competition is quite high. Just the offline ticket sales alone are profitable, not to mention the broadcasting rights fees from TV stations and online platforms. If you add in the implicit promotion costs for various martial arts halls, it would be an astronomical figure. So the investment is still worthwhile. Shen Honglian agreed, adding, you get what you pay for. The efficacy of the strong bone pill is extremely suitable for the cultivation of beginner martial artists. On average, 1 strong bone pill can support the refining of 3 bones, and while the cost effectiveness is not low, the key point is that it can save a lot of time. Relying solely on regular nutritional supplements is too slow. Lin Chen thought for a moment, looking around, and said, the rewards aren't given out immediately, right? I had the martial arts hall advance the payment. Shen Honglian smiled and admitted, I figured you would comprehend the great Sun Jin method for martial artists in advance, and your cultivation speed would definitely not be slow. If you can get the strong bone pills early, it might help boost your strength. Lin Chen nodded seriously and said, thank you. It's a small matter. The martial arts hall doesn't lose anything. Besides, if you can achieve good results, it will also help the Blood Beast Martial Arts Hall gain fame. I'll go try the effect of the strong bone pill. Lin Chen said no more, took the square box, and left to find a relatively quiet place to sit cross-legged and consume 1 strong bone pill. He knew that the few martial arts masters from the event committee were definitely still monitoring him in secret. But the competition didn't specify that taking medicine for cultivation was prohibited. What is he taking? Strong bone pill purchased from the pharmacy in the arena by a steward from the Blood Beast Martial Arts Hall. Practicing right before the match? Are young people really this competitive now? Don't mind him. Our task is to investigate whether he has any suspicion of match fixing. A few martial arts masters exchanged glances in secret, but just A few minutes later, the earpiece fell silent, and no one spoke. They saw Lin Chen consume another strong bone pill. The potency of the medicine is so pure, it lives up to the 50,000 price tag. Lin Chen felt immensely satisfied. Such strong energy can fully reveal the potential of the Great Sun Gene method for the true transformation realm. In less than 15 minutes, the effects of the 2 strong bone pills were completely exhausted. Lin Chen completed the refining of the humerus, ulna, and radius in his right arm. These 3 bones, being relatively large, required more time and energy. The wrist and finger bones will be much smaller in size. 1 strong bone pill should be able to refine more than 5. Lin Chen thought to himself, however, with a total of 206 bones in the body, on average, 1 strong bone pill can only refine about 3 bones. After calculating, Lin Chen's heart suddenly raced. If he had around 70 strong bone pills, he could complete the refining of all his bones in just half a day. But the cost wouldn't be cheap, requiring 3 to 4 million. One step at a time. Lin Chen took a deep breath, suppressing his restless emotions. If I win a match now, I can get 2 strong bone pills, which translates to 6 bones. The total number of bones in both arms is 60. I need to achieve 10 victories to fully refine my skills, but today in the round-robin tournament, winning around 7 matches should be enough to advance to the top 16. First, I'll focus on refining my right arm. Lin Chen made up his mind. Soon after, the badge he received vibrated, again displaying the information for the second arena battle. This opponent, on the surface, was not as strong as the previous one, Zhang Zhong, with only 35 bones refined, primarily in the legs. However, the specifics would only be known after the fight. The match begins. As the referee's voice fell, a deafening boom erupted, like a cannon firing. In the next moment, a bloodied figure was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the arena. Unable to continue fighting, Lin Chen lowered his raised right arm and won with a single punch. He had somewhat overestimated this opponent. Not everyone possesses the strength to fight above their level. For the vast majority of martial artists, appearing stronger on the surface equates to being more formidable. The opponent had merely been lucky to win the first match, matching up against Lin Chen. But today's preliminary selection randomly assigned opponents based on win rates. Without sufficient strength, no amount of luck would suffice. After stepping down from the arena, Lin Chen received 2 strong bone pills that the Blood Beast Martial Arts Hall had advanced for him. After taking them, he completed the refinement of 8 wrist bones and 2 palm bones in his right arm. These 10 bones were relatively smaller. Lin Chen grew increasingly eager for the upcoming exchange matches. In the third arena battle, with 10 cannon blasts, Lin Chen decisively secured victory. In the fourth match, Lin Chen achieved a great victory. In the fifth match, he also won impressively. This opponent had 4 wins and 1 loss, with formidable strength, having refined over 100 bones, yet after more than 100 cannon blasts, he still couldn't withstand it and was caught off guard by Lin Chen, who knocked him off the arena with a single punch. Lin Chen was not just offensively powerful. With several martial arts reaching the ultimate realm, he had almost no weaknesses. And combined with the formidable power of the opening stone cannon fist, he displayed an astonishing presence that was hard to resist. The scene erupted in excitement. Online, the discussions exploded. The 2 opposing sides of netizens were no longer limited to Lin Chen's livestream, engaging in fierce debates across multiple platforms. More and more people believed Lin Chen was not involved in match fixing. However, many still doubted, thinking everything was part of a pre-arranged script. What power does Lin Chen, a streamer who just became popular a few days ago, have to make a city's martial arts hall play along with him? It's just a small place, what does it matter? Shut your mouth about the map cannon. With over 90 million people in Shanghai City, it's among the top tier of second-tier cities. Then tell me, how can a newly emerged martial artist defeat someone with over 100 refined bones? Both sides had their points, and with some people deliberately fanning the flames, the debate became incredibly heated. If any netizen's typing speed slowed down even a little, their whole family would be in jeopardy. However, when the official account of the Shanghai City Public Security Bureau released several videos in quick succession, the tide of the argument quickly turned. While several local netizens from Shanghai City were fiercely debating, their doors were knocked on, and before they could react, they were taken directly to the repentance chair of the Public Security Bureau. Stop crying, tell me, why did you say there was a dark side to this martial arts exchange competition? Where's the evidence? I have no evidence, I just feel. You feel? Uncle Security Officer, I was wrong, I really regret it. I shouldn't have believed the rumors, and I definitely shouldn't have spread them. I promise to be a law-abiding citizen from now on. The Shanghai City Martial Arts Association, behind the event committee, stepped in directly to halt the related public opinion. It wasn't that they wanted to support Lin Chen. The uproar over this matter had become quite significant. If left unchecked, the reputation of the entire martial arts scene in Shanghai City could be harmed. They had to take strong measures to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Meanwhile, the event committee coordinated actions and released another statement through the official account. This time, the content was quite pragmatic, directly pointing out Lin Chen's existence. After repeated checks by 5 renowned masters from the city, including Huang Yuanfeng, Fan Ji, and Zhang Shangming, it was confirmed that contestant Lin Chen had no possibility of match fixing. His opponents in the arena were all randomly selected by artificial intelligence based on win rates. The reason he could win was due to his mastery of multiple martial arts, such as the Kaibei Paoquan, Lingfeng Jidangshu, and Miatan Shirsan Shou, all of which are at the ultimate level and possess extremely strong cross-tire combat power. The several martial arts masters mentioned all liked and shared the post using verified accounts. With multiple parties stepping in to support, the effect was immediate. Many onlookers changed their minds, no longer doubting and believing in Lin Chen's strength and achievements. A few skeptical netizens, faced with the intimidation of the silver bracelet, dared not leave reckless comments anymore. Where are those who barked before? Come out and face me. I've won back my whole family that I bet on. Where's your mom? Blown up. Lin Chen, you can say I'm bad, but you can't say I'm weak. A 10-year-old fan returns, always believed in brother Lin from the start, never had a shred of doubt. I really count as an old fan of Lin Chen. I started following him just a month ago when he was live streaming, but what I can't understand is, with his strength, why would he cheat? The last time he shattered the mountain stone, there's really no way to wash that away. Do you think it's possible that Lin Chen did it on purpose, to fake it first and then clear his name, thus gaining more popularity? Just look at the number of fans he lost last week. In just this short time, it's all back up, and the few martial arts he's selling, especially the Kaibei Paoquan, have already sold over 1,000. Lin Chen put down his phone, having to admire the creativity of this generation of netizens. However, thinking of some of the flashy tactics used in the live streaming industry, in his past life, such methods might not even rank. No matter what, the negative impact from the last live streaming incident has basically disappeared. Sure, some will always remember, but it won't greatly interfere with my martial arts sales. Lin Chen exhaled lightly, feeling somewhat relieved. Moreover, I have to admit, relying on this wave of popularity, my future martial arts sales will definitely be much higher. But no matter how much money there is, I can only withdraw it next month. The focus now is the exchange competition. Lin Chen reined in his soaring thoughts. The current matches were even more profitable than the previous martial arts sales. Winning one could earn 2 strong bone pills, worth 100,000 on the market. The key was that with the Blood Beast Martial Arts Hall providing the funds, he would receive the rewards immediately upon winning. He could grow stronger with each fight. Previously, after 5 consecutive wins, he had obtained 10 strong bone pills, and now, after using them, all 30 bones in his right arm were refined except for the last phalanx. Lin Chen activated the Kaibei Paoquan, clearly feeling that the power of his right arm was significantly greater than that of his left. If I can refine that last phalanx, there should be another substantial improvement. Lin Chen looked forward to it. Previously, if he wanted to break into the top 16 of the junior martial artist group, he would have to be quite lucky. But now, as long as his luck wasn't too bad and he didn't keep facing opponents like Shin Honglian with complete bone refinement, his chances of advancing were very high. The rewards for tomorrow's championship match would definitely be even more generous. Brother Lin. Zhou Yangyang hurriedly closed the live stream and ran over, his face full of excitement, saying, the businesses that wanted us to compensate before hope to continue cooperating with you. They want you to showcase more of their martial arts in the upcoming matches, and they are willing to pay a promotion fee based on the search volume of the martial arts. Lin Chen's heart stirred, saying, we can cooperate, but they need to transfer a certain amount of funds in advance. The sooner the better. No problem, I'll negotiate. Zhou Yangyang readily agreed, full of confidence. The payment price was fixed by the platform, so he didn't have to worry about that. The main thing was to get the businesses to agree to pay in advance. Given the current popularity of Lin Chen's livestream, it shouldn't be too difficult. Promotion fee. Lin Chen murmured, his gaze sweeping over to Yi Tingyun not far away. The latter stood at the edge of the arena, holding a phone, browsing the news, and it was easy to tell from his relaxed brows that he was in a good mood. Lin Chen defeated the strong with the weak, winning 5 consecutive matches. Not only did he clear his name, but he also caused a dramatic increase in the attention surrounding the Kaibei Cannon Fist, with discussions and praises popping up everywhere. Instructor Yi. Lin Chen approached with a bright smile. Yi Tingyun put away his phone. Do you need something? The road to fame for the Kaibei Cannon Fist is currently facing some resistance. What do you mean? Yi Tingyun asked, puzzled. After the Martial Arts Association in the city came forward to support you, the negative impact from your last live stream incident has basically been wiped clean. It's a new resistance. The merchants who previously approached me to promote martial arts want me to mainly showcase their styles in the upcoming battles. Lin Chen pointed out the existence of promotional fees, intentionally or not. Yi Tingyun twitched his lips, vaguely understanding, and said, looks like I need to get a performance fee too? Not at all. Instructor Yi, even if you don't give me one, I still have to promote the Kaibei Cannon Fist. After all, you've helped me several times. Lin Chen said with righteous fervor. he still felt grateful towards Yi Tingyun, whether it was for the special training at the Blood Beast Martial Arts School or learning the spirit martial arts of Heavenly Fury. It was all thanks to Yi Tingyun's efforts. However, Instructor Yi, the opponents I will face next will only get stronger. Lin Chen cleared his throat and expressed his intent. Could you lend me some funds to buy strong bone pills? The commission for promoting martial arts will come in next month, and I'll pay you back immediately. Yi Tingyun glanced at Lin Chen and said irritably, no need for you to pay me back. I'll give you 10 strong bone pills, and in the upcoming arena matches, your offensive martial arts should primarily focus on the Kaibei Cannon Fist. Thank you, Instructor Yi. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. 10 strong bone pills, plus the rewards from today's arena battle, would be enough to refine all 60 bones in his arms. When can I collect them? Go find Hong Lian later and have her buy them for you. Just put it on my tab. Before Lin Chen could go look for her, Shen Honglian had already returned from the competition, but her face was pale, revealing a hint of lethargy. Injured? Lin Chen noticed. I lost a match. Shen Honglian sighed and said, my defense was forcibly broken by my opponent in the 6th match, and I took a solid kick. Which competitor? Lin Chen knew Shen Honglian's strength. All her bones had been refined, and her martial arts realm was quite profound. In the junior martial artist category, she had a considerable chance of advancing to the top 16. Su Wanyue. Shen Honglian mentioned a name that Lin Chen found familiar. After thinking for a moment, he said, there's a girl in our school who likes to show off her wealth and also does live streaming. I think her name is the same. It's the same person, but rather than showing off, you could say, she's sharing her life. Shen Honglian revealed a more important identity of Su Wanyue. Her father is the richest mine owner in our Shanghai city, nicknamed Su Bai. Known for being wealthy, her father must have bought a lot of precious medicines for her to take. Some of Su Wanyue's bones have probably undergone secondary refinement. I can clearly feel that her foundational strength and speed exceed mine by quite a bit. Shen Honglian shook her head as she analyzed. Lin Chen was taken aback and asked, secondary refinement? It's a deeper level of refinement for the bones, very difficult and extremely slow progress. Usually, some precious medicines are needed to complete it faster, but the benefits are numerous: stronger physical qualities and a more powerful vitality when advancing to higher martial artists in the future. Shen Honglian briefly explained. Lin Chen felt a bit tempted, but time was tight, so he didn't ask further and mentioned the 10 strong bone pills that Yi Tingyun had promised him. I'll have someone buy them right now. Shen Honglian readily agreed, patting Lin Chen's shoulder encouragingly. Keep it up. Right now. You're probably the only one in the martial arts school with a chance to advance to the top 16. She had only lost one match and theoretically still had a chance, but her injuries were severe, making her hopes of advancing slim. I'll try to go as far as I can. Lin Chen's gaze flickered. Before long, a student returned running. After purchasing the 10 strong bone pills, Lin Chen took them and immediately consumed them to practice. The last remaining finger bone in his right arm was quickly refined. Next, Lin Chen began to refine the bones in his left arm. Just after completing the refinement of 3 larger bones, the badge in his pocket vibrated, notifying him to participate in the 6th arena battle. With 5 consecutive victories, his opponent in this match was even stronger. The refinement of bones had reached 180 pieces. The bones of his limbs, along with the vertebrae, were all completely refined. However, when the match began, facing Lin Chen's right arm delivering the stone-breaking fist, it was still difficult to confront him head-on. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Chen launched his main attack with his right arm, combining his footwork and other martial arts, successfully suppressing his opponent. After half an hour of fierce battle, he knocked his opponent out with a single punch, securing the victory. His record had reached 6 consecutive wins. At the same time, Lin Chen received 2 more strong bone pills, and with the ones previously given by Yi Tingyun, he had enough to support the complete refinement of the bones in his entire left arm. Let's get started. Lin Chen thought eagerly, opening his mouth to swallow a strong bone pill. Once both arms had completed the bone refinement, his attacks would become more agile, and combined with several ultimate-level martial arts, it would be enough to elevate his combat power to a new level. Lin Chen devoted himself to training, rapidly refining the medicinal power of the strong bone pills. The bones in his left arm were refined one after another. On average, he could refine a bone in less than a minute. If this speed were to spread, it would be enough to astonish many martial artists and make them question their lives. Ultimately, before the start of the 7th arena battle, all 60 bones in Lin Chen's arms were completely refined. Advancing to the top 16 is basically secured. Lin Chen exhaled deeply, his eyes bright with a strong sense of confidence. With both arms, the most suitable for martial arts, fully refined, and combined with several ultimate-level martial arts, in terms of offense alone, he would be able to rival the likes of Shen Honglian, or even surpass them. Buzz. The badge vibrated again, and Lin Chen took it out to glance at it before stepping out towards the arena for the 7th match. The large screen hanging above had already displayed the information about him and his opponent. Blood Beast Martial Arts School, Lin Chen, number 69, 6 wins 0 losses. 17 years and 1 month old, 0 bones refined. Siyue Martial Arts School, Suwanyue, number 36, 6 wins 0 losses, 18 years and 1 month old, all bones refined. Staring at the information on the screen, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. He unexpectedly encountered the opponent who had defeated Shin Honglian in the last match. To some extent, this was not a good thing. After all, with Shin Honglian's strength, she also had a chance to advance to the top 16, and Suwanyue, who could defeat Shin Honglian, would definitely be even stronger. Lin Chen maintained a calm mindset as he stepped onto the arena. Soon after, Suwanyue also arrived, lightly tapping her toes to leap onto the 1-meter-high arena. As she landed, the martial arts uniform that protruded from her chest swayed, causing many male spectators to feel a sense of admiration. No wonder she came from a wealthy family, her nutrition was truly ample. It's you? Catching sight of Lin Chen's information, Suwanyue's eyes flickered, and some memories surged to her mind as she said, "You're the one who was accused of fixing matches, the influencer." There is no evidence of match fixing for this contestant. Before Lin Chen could speak, the referee's stern voice rang out. The event committee has already confirmed that all of this is a rumor. Due to some of this contestant's previous actions, a portion of the public maliciously spread rumors. As a contestant in an exchange match, we must not encourage the spread of rumors. Lin Chen glanced at Suwanyue, unsure if she was being careless or intentionally trying to provoke him. If it was the former, it truly fit the stereotype of being big-chested and brainless. Pointing out the existence of match fixing in front of the referee was a blow to the face of the event committee. Suwanyue frowned, clearly displeased, and retorted to the referee, "I never said Lin Chen really fixed matches, I just saw related news online. I haven't seen the follow-up reports, and now seeing him as a newly emerged martial artist with 6 consecutive wins, isn't it natural to be curious? Combat power and cultivation have never had an absolute relationship." The referee directly interrupted Suwanyue's words, coldly stating, "For martial artists of a certain level, the realm of martial arts is far more important. Strength and weakness must be demonstrated in battle, otherwise, what is the point of a competition? It would be simpler to just declare the one with higher cultivation the winner." Suwanyue clenched her fists, her pretty face flushing from the reprimand. In comparison, the realm of martial arts was indeed her weak point. Several martial arts had stalled at the peak realm, and no matter how her family or school teachers taught her, it was futile. She just couldn't find the opportunity to break through. Of course, this level was not low. However, most other junior martial artists who had a chance at the top 16 had mastered one or even several martial arts at the transformation realm. Suwanyue angrily turned her face away and muttered, "Don't talk to me, or I'll report you for interfering with the competitors." Lin Chen secretly shook his head, confirming that he had simply overthought things. The ingrained impression was not without reason. Below the stage, Zhou Yangyang had already negotiated the promotion fee and was holding his phone to restart the live stream, pointing the camera at the two on the stage. "Oh, isn't that Sister Wanyue? They actually matched up. If the streamer can win again, I won't believe anyone would dare say he fakes it. Suwanyue's family really has resources. Last time they spent 3 million on a meal, it truly shocked me. With 0 bone refinement against full refinement, and still winning? You understand the power of surpassing levels. Losing doesn't matter, as long as the streamer can make Wanyue shake. I'll send 2 fireworks and a rocket." Lin Chan's live stream room was exceptionally lively. The topic of whether it was a fixed match was already very hot, and when many viewers recognized Suwanyue, their interest only grew. The situation on site was similar, with most eyes focused on the stage where the two were. The match begins. As the referee's voice rang out, the already impatient Wanyue stepped forward and moved at high speed. She was dissatisfied and wanted to vent her feelings in this battle. Seeing this, Lin Chen anticipated her move, standing firm like a mountain, ready to gauge her combat power. Whoosh! The fierce wind whipped Lin Chen's black hair as he watched Suwanyue throw a punch. Lin Chen raised his right arm and threw a punch in response, meeting her attack head-on. Boom! The sound was like thunder, shaking the surroundings. The two fists collided violently, producing a heavy sound that made both of them stagger. The powerful force struck Suwanyue, causing her expression to change slightly, and she lost her anger. Whoosh! Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he began to attack, raising his left arm and suddenly thrusting it out, his 5 fingers together like a launched sword, tearing through the air. The 13 hands of Mia Tan. This was a medium-level martial art known for its comprehensiveness, involving finger techniques, palm techniques, and fist techniques. With Lin Chen's current strength and realm, it was still somewhat difficult to destroy the armor of a heavy tank, but against a normal car, it would shatter upon contact. Suwanyue sensed the power of this strike and dared not take it head-on with her neck. She also used her left hand to slap out, stopping it with a bang. Failing to land a hit, Lin Chen launched another attack, employing the spirit wind maneuver to change his footwork. In a flash, he moved like a swift wind through the forest, circling behind Suwanyue. Boom! The sound of cannon fire was deafening as Lin Chen threw a punch, enveloped in formidable power, aimed at Suwanyue's back. Su Wanyua's heart tightened, and she reacted quickly, twisting her waist and turning to the side, raising her arms to block the incoming punch. Thud! Lin Chen's punch landed, its power extraordinary, causing Su Wanyue to slide sideways, but throughout the process, her steps were strong, clearly showing that she did not lose her balance. No wonder Shen Honglian lost. Lin Chen's eyes flickered. Su Wanyue's physical qualities are indeed exceptional. No previous opponent had been able to withstand his stone cannon fist. On the opposite side, Su Wanyue frowned slightly, also observing Lin Chen. Although she was displeased with the referee's remarks, she had to admit that the young man before her had an extremely high realm in martial arts. In their exchanges, she was not gaining the upper hand and even felt a vague trend of being suppressed. However, thinking of the referee's attitude, Su Wanyue snorted coldly and stepped forward again. She had to win this match. Bang bang, bang. The two were locked in a fierce battle, moving around and striking continuously, the tension palpable. Su Wanyue had the advantage of higher cultivation. Some of her bones had undergone a second tempering, giving her exceptional resilience against Lin Chen's powerful punches. However, she too could not suppress Lin Chen. He mastered many martial arts, both in direct confrontation and agile maneuvers, allowing him to match Su Wanyue blow for blow. If this stalemate continues, you will still lose. Su Wanyue's eyes flashed as she chose to pressure Lin Chen psychologically. You might as well admit defeat early, save some energy, and have a better chance of winning the next arena battle. Lin Chen's fist shot out like a cannon, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth as he replied, "That's a good suggestion, but I only act for money. Your dad's funds haven't arrived yet, so I can't let you win." If this exchange match was about insults, Lin Chen felt he could claim victory ahead of time. In another 15 minutes, let's see if your mouth is still so tough. Su Wanyue snorted coldly, most annoyed when others linked her strength to her family's wealth. All my bones are tempered, while you just became a martial artist. In terms of stamina, I'm ahead of you. The burden of your martial arts will weigh more heavily on you. The longer we fight, the weaker you become. Su Wanyue kept attacking, trying to accelerate Lin Chen's stamina depletion. Lin Chen remained calm, responding steadily. Suddenly, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, and with precision and speed, he extended his right hand, making a crisp sound as his 5 fingers tightly grasped Su Wanyue's wrist. Want to wrestle with me? Su Wanyue countered by gripping Lin Chen's wrist tightly, a triumphant smile blooming on her pretty face. You're just too impatient. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Wanyue's heart jolted as she clearly saw a flash of silver light in Lin Chen's dark pupils, cold and sharp, like a lightning bolt piercing through leaden clouds. The wrath of heaven, the strongest spirit martial in the mountain and sea realm. Many joked that it was silent as a touch. In an instant, a powerful current surged into Su Wanyue's body, sweeping through her wrist and wreaking havoc throughout her. Su Wanyue's mind went blank from the shock, freezing in place. Fortunately, her body, fully tempered, had great resilience, and in less than a second, she regained her senses. Boom! A massive sound like cannon fire flooded Su Wanyue's ears. A violent gust of wind rushed towards her, lifting her waist-length black hair. Her gaze caught a glimpse of a pale fist cutting through the air, about to strike her waist. Su Wanyue instinctively tried to raise her arms, but the raging current within her made her arms almost uncontrollable. Bang! Lin Chen's punch landed, fierce and domineering, causing Su Wanyue to bend over in pain and kneel on the ground. The outcome is clear. The referee timely called off the match, announcing, the winner, Blood Beast Martial Arts Hall, Lin Chen. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Chen with some curiosity. To many spectators, it seemed Lin Chen had out-wrestled Su Wanyue and won with a single punch, but he noticed that Su Wanyue's body had gone rigid for a brief moment, allowing Lin Chen's fist to hit her. Only Yitingyun, watching from below, had his pupils suddenly constrict, as if realizing something. Haizi, come out and speak. How does the host say he won? With no women in his heart, his punches are naturally fierce. My feelings are so complicated right now. I thought Lin Chen was just an ordinary boy like me, but now he seems to have the grace of an unparalleled genius. Regarding Lin Chen's victory, both the live audience and the online stream were in an uproar. Only Lin Chen had reached this level as a newly promoted martial artist. Buzz. Just as he stepped down from the arena, Lin Chen noticed the badge in his pocket vibrating continuously. Taking it out, he saw a notification indicating he had advanced to the top 16 in the junior martial artist category. Congratulations! Shen Honglian walked over with a smile to congratulate him. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. What about you? Shen Honglian sighed. Don't mention it. I've already been eliminated after facing that freakly Shanha, losing another match. It's okay, there will be more opportunities in the future. Lin Chen offered a simple consolation. At this moment, Zhou Yangyang bounced over and said, Brother Lin, those merchants are willing to advance the funds. How much? Lin Chen became interested. This amount. Zhou Yangyang raised her right hand and held up 3 fingers. 300,000? Lin Chen calculated in his mind, his eyes lighting up. The strong bone pill costs 50,000 each. He could buy 6 plus 2 more from winning the 7th arena battle, totaling 8, which would allow him to refine about 24 bones. The human spine consists of 26 bones. These bones are not very large, and with the potency of 8 strong bone pills, it would be enough to refine them all. The spine, known in ancient times as the great dragon of the human body, once refined, would significantly enhance his strength. Brother Lin, you guessed wrong. Zhou Yangyan's laughter interrupted Lin Chen's thoughts. 3 fingers mean 1.11 million. Nighttime. The silver glow of a full moon streamed into the living room. Lin Chen sat cross-legged with 24 strong bone pills neatly arranged on the shelf in front of him. 22 of them were purchased for 1.1 million. The money from several collaborating merchants had just come in, and he had almost spent it all without even taking a look. Before buying, Lin Chen had a moment of hesitation. After all, it was a huge sum. However, in the end, he decisively made the payment. Investing in himself would only yield greater returns in the future. With 24 strong bone pills, refining 3 bones per pill, that's about 72 bones, Lin Chen analyzed in his mind. The human spine has 26 bones, and the bones in both legs total 62. I can complete the refinement of the spine plus most of the bones in my legs. The former would give him stronger explosive power. The latter would significantly enhance the strength of his legs, elevating both his leg techniques and body movements to a new level. As his thoughts soared, Lin Chen grew increasingly excited about tomorrow's championship match. He reached out, picked up a strong bone pill, and swallowed it whole. Sunday, the 1st. Arena of Shanghai City. Today, the number of competitors present had decreased significantly. The top 16 from 5 groups added up to less than 100 people. However, the level of excitement was even higher than yesterday. The stands were packed with people, and the noisy discussion seemed to form tangible sound waves, crashing in waves that could be heard from a distance. She wasn't eliminated? Lin Chen glanced around in surprise and spotted Su Wanyue among the top 16 competitors. In the junior martial artist group, the injuries he inflicted on her yesterday were not light. At this moment, Su Wanyue also noticed Lin Chen and secretly gritted her teeth. The arena battles were fair, but the medical teams afterward depended on the level of each martial arts school. Her father, a mine owner, had directly invited a top medical team from the Holy City, so Lin Chen's injuries had hardly affected her next match. I hope to meet again, Su Wanyue thought to herself. Meeting again is fine. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze and no longer paid attention. He had won yesterday, and today would be even easier. Refining over 70 bones in one night was not just a transformation, it was at least a significant enhancement. And I can be even stronger. Today's championship match offered even richer rewards. The 16 advancing to the top 8 would each receive 8 strong bone pills. Lin Chen's leg bones had only a few left unrefined, and with the potency of 8 strong bone pills, it would be enough to complete the process. By then, with the spine and limb bones, in terms of strength, speed, and explosiveness, he would be nearly on par with martial artists who had refined all their bones. Coupled with several ultimate martial arts techniques, the quarterfinals require 12 strong bone pills, the semifinals require 20, and if I can reach the final match for first and second place, I'm sure I can refine all my bones. Lin Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the faintly restless emotions. He looked forward to going further. At 10 in the morning, the draw for each group began. Except for the final championship match, the competitions for the 5 groups were held simultaneously. The large screens hanging above each arena displayed the battle information. Arriving at the arena indicated by the badge, Lin Chen looked up and couldn't help but purse his lips. What a coincidence! A somewhat familiar girl stood on the stage, her features charming, her skin fair, but her body seemed overly mature for her 18 years. It was Su Wanyue. Her gaze was fixed tightly on Lin Chen as she said directly, I'm very happy to face you again. After her defeat yesterday, she had consulted a senior advisor at the martial arts school for analysis, and the current that had coursed through her body was likely a type of spiritual martial art. However, its level was relatively average. Otherwise, Lin Chen wouldn't have needed to specifically restrain her wrist. As long as she was cautious about this point, there was still hope for victory. In this battle, I won't give you the chance to fix me again. Su Wanyue's heartbeat quickened slightly. One of the greatest charms of martial arts competition is the chance to make a comeback. In this battle, I don't need to do that again. Lin Chen calmly stepped onto the stage. Su Wanyue pouted, clearly unconvinced, and said, We've already fought once, we know each other's strengths and characteristics, no need for grandstanding, let's see the real deal in actual combat. Lin Chen said no more and quietly waited. The match begins. The match begins. The match begins. At 10:10, the voices of all the judges rang out together, opening the curtain for the championship matches across 5 categories. Boom! In the next moment, a loud bang swept through the area, deafening. On one of the arenas for the junior martial artists, a contestant was sent flying, bloodied, and fell to the ground, motionless, unconscious on the spot. This scene immediately drew the attention of many gazes. Among the 16 strong in the junior martial artist category, aside from the controversial Lin Chen, the other 15 had all completed the tempering of all their bones. Logically, there shouldn't have been a crushing situation. However, the fact had already occurred. On that arena, a young man slowly lowered his fist, possessing an ordinary face and average build, blending into the crowd, yet the pressure emanating from him was like a tiger roaring in the mountains, causing some spectators nearby to break into a cold sweat, feeling immense pressure. TSK TSK TSK. A powerful first strike that's rare for Lee Shanha. After all, in the championship match, with so many people watching, every young person is eager to make a name for themselves. Now that Lee Shanha has set the tone, I doubt anyone will hold back. I wonder who the second contestant to advance to the top 8 will be. Several high-ranking members of the event committee discussed among themselves, focusing mainly on the 7 arenas of junior martial artists. After all, this was the strongest category of the exchange competition. Whoosh! Su Wanyue launched the first attack, her figure like the wind, shooting out rapidly. Lin Chen did not dodge or evade, allowing Su Wanyue to come at him. Yesterday, he had done this to gauge Su Wanyue's level. Now, it was simply unnecessary. Boom! Facing Su Wanyue's fist, Lin Chen struck out with a punch, like a cannon firing, the momentum immense. Bang! As their fists collided, a heavy sound erupted, and Su Wanyue's expression changed dramatically. She felt a sharp pain in her fist as a force far stronger than their previous encounter swept over her, causing her body to stagger backward. Lin Chen stepped forward to pursue, his entire spine snapping like a dragon, channeling power throughout his body, the explosive force terrifying. In one step, he crossed 20 meters, lifting Su Wanyue's long black hair. Boom! Lin Chen swung his fist again, not giving Su Wanyue time to adjust, landing a hit on her crossed arms, nearly sending her flying. What's going on? Su Wanyue's face was filled with astonishment. The feeling Lin Chen gave her now was far beyond what he had been yesterday. If it weren't for the fact that the martial arts he was using were still the same few, she would suspect it was someone else in disguise. Bang bang, bang. Lin Chen's relentless attacks, a barrage of various martial arts, were wild and powerful, overwhelming Su Wanyue, giving the audience the impression of a massive wave crashing against a small boat. In less than 100 moves, Lin Chen threw a punch, and with a loud bang, he struck Su Wanyue in the waist. A tremendous power erupted, causing Su Wanyue unbearable pain, and like yesterday, she bent over and knelt on the ground. The winner, Blood Beast Martial Arts Hall, Lin Chen. As the referee announced, Su Wanyue struggled to rise, her gaze lifting to see a tall figure, walking steadily. Lin Chen's words before the match suddenly echoed in her mind. In this battle, I won't need to do this anymore. The clamor resonated throughout the arena as the second contestant to advance to the top 8, Lin Chen, garnered immense attention. Coupled with his status as a newly emerged martial artist and the significant controversy surrounding him, he sparked heated discussions among the audience, rivaling the preemptive Lee Shanha. Shen Honglian had come specifically to watch, and as she looked at Lin Chen approaching with a faint smile, her expression was somewhat complex. Confusion, doubt, shock. She had witnessed how Lin Chen grew stronger. The improvement he achieved in one day surpassed what many accomplished in a year. Just last Monday, when he came to the Blood Beast Martial Arts Hall for special training, he was only at the mid-stage of evolution level 7 and couldn't even match one of her hands. In less than a week, he could easily suppress Su Wanyue, who was stronger than her. At this moment, Shen Honglian no longer felt the impact of being overshadowed. The gap between them was too vast, there was no point in comparison. A mayfly would not feel inferior because of the vastness of the world. What are you thinking? Lin Chen approached, raising an eyebrow, and said, I need you to cover the reward for advancing from 16 to 8 again. Okay. Shen Honglian nodded instinctively, but when she realized, she couldn't help but raise her voice. Have you used up all those strong bone pills from yesterday? Lin Chen shrugged and smiled. I'm progressing quite fast. This isn't just fast, it's absurdly fast. Shen Honglian's heart raced, and as if realizing something, she immediately asked, what level is your Great Sun Jin Martial Artist chapter? Don't tell me it's another ultimate realm. The martial artist chapter of the Jin method is qualitatively different from the evolution chapter, with an exponential increase in difficulty. Lin Chen shook his head, no. Seeing this, Shen Honglian secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled. However, it's not far off. I'm almost at the true transformation realm. Shen Honglian's mouth twitched, unsure of what to say. She considered herself a genius. The Jin method she practiced was one of the 9 Jin methods publicly released for free by the government, and her current martial artist chapter was barely at the minor success stage. It wasn't that her comprehension was lacking. As far as she knew, the formidable Yi Tingyun was only at the peak realm of the Jin method's martial artist chapter. The top 8 of the junior martial artist category were gradually determined. After a round of rest, the quarterfinals began. Lin Chen was fortunate, his opponent in this match was roughly on the same level as Su Wanyue. Faced with Lin Chen, whose limbs and spine were fully tempered, there was no hope of victory. After struggling through dozens of exchanges, he was sent flying by a punch from Lin Chen, tumbling out of the ring. After the match, Lin Chen received 12 strong bone pills as a reward. After using these, the Strong bone pills I've consumed will reach 66. I estimate only a few untempered bones will remain. Lin Chen felt a surge of anticipation as he found a corner to take the pills and train. His strength climbed once more. On the other side, aside from the ring where Lin Chen and Li Shanhe were, the other two groups of contestants quickly determined their winners. Then, the draw for the semifinals began. When the results came out, one person was worried while another was overjoyed. The one worried was Li Shanhe's opponent. The one rejoicing was Lin Chen's opponent. The difference was that the former, facing Li Shanhe, remained unchanged in mood, being beaten back step by step, unable to withstand even 10 rounds. However, the latter, facing Lin Chen, a boy with rebellious red, green, and yellow hair, felt all joy evaporate, his brows furrowing tightly with the same 3 colors. Lin Chen's performance did not align with his pre-match expectations. He had watched Lin Chen's ring battles, and his strength primarily lay in his martial arts realm, but he was one of the lucky 3 out of 100,000, also mastering a supreme level of high-level boxing technique, plus some of his metacarpal and phalange bones had undergone secondary tempering, which should make him stronger than Lin Chen. Bang! The 2 fists pierced through the air and collided violently, producing a tremendous sound, as if the air was about to explode. In the clash, the rebellious boy's body shook slightly, leaning back a bit but less than Lin Chen. Whoosh! Seizing the moment to stabilize his stance faster, he lifted his leg to strike, wanting to launch a counterattack, but just as the power erupted within him, a shadow loomed over him. It was Lin Chen's high kick coming down, pressuring with a fierce wind, like an axe ready to chop. Lin Chen indeed kicked later, but relying on his stronger realm, he struck first. Bang! The rebellious boy could only change his move midway, opting to block with his arms, and with a powerful collision sound he was sent staggering backward. Whoosh! Lin Chen stepped forward, harnessing the power of the spirit wind movement technique. Like a javelin shot out, in the blink of an eye he caught up to the rebellious boy, further intensifying the pressure. Bang bang bang! Lin Chen unleashed various martial arts in succession, his attacks dense and violent, sweeping out like a storm. The rebellious boy had a slight edge in single attack power, but it was far from enough to offset Lin Chen's significant advantage in multiple martial arts. In less than a quarter of an hour, with a loud bang, Lin Chen's fist struck the rebellious boy's chest, sending him flying, rolling multiple times on the stage, unable to get up again. The winner, Blood Beast Martial Arts School. Lin Chen. The referee's loud declaration echoed, and Lin Chen advanced to the finals, where he would face the earlier qualifier, Li Shanhe, for the ultimate championship. The scene erupted in excitement, like cold water splashed into boiling hot oil, with discussions almost threatening to blow the ceiling off. Get someone who understands martial arts to come over and explain what a newly promoted martial artist means. Striking the strong with the weak, it's really thrilling. You call Lin Chen weak? Each of his martial arts is at the supreme level. That's terrifyingly high, okay? Many spectators were unsettled, surprised and shocked by Lin Chen's promotion. In fact, including Lin Chen himself, no one had expected he would make it to the final before the exchange competition began. Lin Chen remained relatively calm, exhaling lightly, suppressing the rising emotions, and walked down the stage step by step, arriving in front of Shin Honglian. I've already sent someone to buy the strong bone pills, a total of 20, they will arrive soon. Shin Honglian's tone was filled with excitement. Lin Chen smiled and said, there's still time, no need to rush. The finals for the 5 groups were of utmost importance and would be held in order from the lowest to the highest level. The finals for the beginner martial artist group were scheduled last, expected to start between 4 to 6 p.m. That was enough time for him to complete all the bone tempering. Shin Honglian was also aware of this but did not dare to be careless. As soon as the 20 strong bone pills arrived, they would be handed over to Lin Chen for cultivation. Competition area. In a relatively less crowded corner, Lin Chen sat cross-legged, hands forming seals, practicing. Buzz. When the last bone tempering was completed, Lin Chen's body shook violently, a sense of sublimation sweeping over him. Lin Chen quietly comprehended, feeling intrigued. In this practice, he had only a few bones left untempered, and the improvements in strength and speed were relatively average. But after all the bones were tempered, his entire skeletal structure became perfect and unified, allowing for more fluid movement. This subtle enhancement also contributed to his combat power. Many victories and defeats hinge on the slightest difference. Lin Chen glanced at the time. There was still plenty of time before the match. After a moment of contemplation, he took another strong bone pill. Let's try the secondary bone tempering. Shin Honglian had specifically emphasized to him before that secondary bone tempering required special precious medicine, and under normal cultivation, the progress was extremely slow. However, Lin Chen felt that his normal cultivation speed was unusually fast. The results might be different. As soon as he attempted the tempering, Lin Chen's heart suddenly raced, a surge of astonishment mixed with joy flooding out. It was not just different. It was almost identical to the first bone tempering. There was not a hint of difficulty or obscure resistance. Lin Chen continuously consumed the strong bone pills one after another, finishing all the remaining pills within an hour. The secondary bone tempering of his entire right arm was more than halfway completed. The progress is rapid, but the consumption of medicinal power is significantly higher, probably 3 times that of the first bone tempering. On average, 1 strong bone pill can complete the secondary tempering of a single bone. Lin Chen analyzed to himself, his heartbeat subtly quickening. If he were to let go of his cultivation and stay up late tonight, he could complete the secondary bone tempering. But the problem lies in letting go of cultivation. Calculating the cost of the secondary bone tempering made the veins on Lin Chen's forehead throb. Each strong bone pill costs 50,000, and he would need to consume nearly 200 more, almost totaling 10 million. This expense. Lin Chen genuinely felt it was expensive, but he also understood that, compared to the secondary bone tempering, it was actually super cheap. The cost effectiveness was off the charts. If he were to use specialized precious medicines, it would easily be 3 to 5 times more. Moreover, the medicinal power is not wasted. The enhancement effect of the secondary bone tempering is significantly higher compared to the first. Lin Chen gently raised his right arm, feeling a strong sense of power. Compared to before the secondary bone tempering, the increase was more than 30%. The secondary bone tempering of his right arm was only halfway done. If completed, along with the spine's secondary bone tempering, the explosive power could potentially double. In actual combat, a 1-fold difference in strength is enough to overpower 10 opponents. I must try to complete all the secondary bone tempering, Lin Chen silently resolved. The enhancement from the secondary bone tempering excited him. Moreover, he spent 3 to 4 million to complete the first bone tempering, which is not a huge difference compared to 10 million. I even feel it's a bit low. Lin Chen comforted himself. He then got up and left, scanning the area until he found Shin Honglian again. All the bones tempered? Shin Honglian calculated Lin Chen's consumption of strong bone pills. Yes, Lin Chen replied and directly asked, you mentioned yesterday that the champion reward for the junior martial artist group is a piece of armored dragon blood crystal, right? Shin Honglian nodded and said, it's quite precious. A large amount of black prison armored dragon blood is needed to purify it into a blood crystal, which can be directly used for secondary bone tempering. After a moment's thought, she added, it can probably allow all the bones in one hand to complete secondary tempering. What's the market price? Lin Chen continued to inquire, how much can it be worth? Shin Honglian was taken aback and said, you don't plan to sell the armored dragon blood crystal if you win the finals, do you? Lin Chen honestly replied, I have that thought. Shin Honglian looked Lin Chen up and down, her expression surprised, and reminded him, you're not yet 17, still very young. You can aim for secondary bone tempering. Even if you only complete one hand, it would still be a significant enhancement. However, she had only known Lin Chen for less than a week and felt it inappropriate to intervene too much. Shin Honglian then mentioned the price, saying, armored dragon blood crystals have no stable supply source, and their shelf life is short. They are either traded internally or auctioned. They can be obtained for 3 to 5 million at a lower price, but if buyers start competing, it could easily exceed several million. Lin Chen stroked his chin, his eyes subtly shining, and said, I must fight hard to win this championship. Finding a suitable buyer would almost cover the cost of the secondary bone tempering. That would be perfect. Shen Honglian was delighted. The Blood Beast Martial Arts Halls best previous ranking was the top 16 in the junior martial artist group. Lin Chen reaching the finals had already exceeded her and Yi Tingyun's expectations. However, thinking of the opponent Lin Chen would face, the smile on Shen Honglian's face faded, and she said seriously, be very careful, Li Shanhe was promoted to martial artist at 15, a year earlier than you. Now, 5 years later, he is still a junior martial artist, definitely aiming for secondary bone tempering. Based on his performance in today's arena battle, he could potentially complete all secondary bone tempering. Understood. Lin Chen was naturally aware of the power of secondary bone tempering. Moreover, he had caught a few glimpses of Li Shanhe's arena battle. His fist techniques, body techniques, and leg techniques were all quite profound. However, Lin Chen remained calm. On that Friday, in less than 12 hours, I had advanced to the minor success realm. Calculating the time, it had been nearly 2 days now, and I should be ready to advance to another realm. As my thoughts soared, Lin Chen was calculating, his brain's electrical signals unusually active. Approaching noon, a dense crowd of spectators poured out of the first arena in Shanghai City. With all 5 group semifinals completed, the finals would commence sequentially at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Naturally, the most anticipated was the junior martial artist group. Whether it was the audience, the other eliminated contestants, or the high-ranking members of the event committee, everyone was discussing the potential champion. To be honest, although Li Shanhe is very strong, I actually have more faith in Lin Chen. A high-ranking official stroked his chin, his hair graying, and said, this kid shows a different level of strength in every match. I've never seen anything like it in my life. Someone beside him echoed, this kid consumes the strong bone pill like it's candy, over 80 pills in just 2 days. If he hasn't wasted any energy, I estimate he's already fully refined his bones. That's speed. Has he awakened a devouring type ability? Who knows, but I think even if he fully refines his bones, he still can't defeat Li Shanha. Another high-ranking official spoke up, the head of a large martial arts school, saying, I have reliable information that Li Shanha has fully refined his bones twice. The Li family consortium is letting him participate in this exchange competition to make a stunning debut. TSK. Fully refined twice, the Li family's foundation is indeed deep. Once Li Shanha advances to the intermediate martial artist level, with bones refined twice nourishing his blood, how strong will his physical attributes be? In a word, a meat suit mech. Faced with Li Shanha's double bone refinement, even these experienced high-ranking officials felt unsettled. It was an extraordinary achievement. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the venue was packed, and the finals for the 7th evolution segment began on time. Next, the 8th evolution, the 9th evolution, the quasi-martial artists. Lin Chen remained calm, feeling little tension for the upcoming finals, standing beneath a ring, watching the finals between two quasi-martial artists. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. He heard a system prompt echoing in his mind. Your heavenly fury has advanced to the great success realm. The minor success realm allows one to initially showcase the power of a martial art. The great success realm is enough to make this martial art renowned. Heavenly fury is even a spiritual martial art, extremely powerful. Lin Chen pulled out his right hand from his pocket, fingers slightly spread, and with a twist in the air, a dazzling arc of electricity burst forth. In an instant, a terrifying aura flashed by, startling many nearby spectators, who tensed up uncontrollably, turning their heads to look around, confused about what had happened. Lin Chen smiled faintly, dissipating the power of heavenly fury. Very good. Not long after, the finals on the ring determined a winner, with an older quasi-martial artist winning the match. Immediately, the finals for the junior martial artist group began. This was also the final match. Everyone's gaze was focused on a ring in the center of the arena. At 4:15, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Chen and Li Shanha stepped onto the ring together, sizing each other up, their eyes sharp, silent, creating a sense of tension before a storm. Regarding Lin Chen's information about zero bone refinement, Li Shanha surely felt a bit curious, but he held no contempt in his heart. Anyone who made it to the finals could not be weak. Opposite him, Lin Chen remained silent, quietly waiting. The match begins. The moment the referee's voice fell, the two figures on the ring moved simultaneously. Li Shanha took large strides, like a fierce tiger pouncing down the mountain, his momentum intimidating. Lin Chen was even more agile, empowered by the spirit wind maneuver, like a gust of wind sweeping through the air. Neither of them had any intention of dodging, charging straight at each other, both opting for an intense approach right from the start. Go! Li Shanha shouted coldly, unleashing all his strength, throwing a punch forward that created a tangible wave of pressure. Lin Chen's black hair danced wildly, his gaze fearless and sharp. He raised his arm to meet the attack directly, and with a loud bang, he unleashed a powerful cannon punch. Boom! Amidst the deafening sound, their fists collided like two cannonballs piercing through the air, crashing into each other with great force. Li Shanha's body shook, leaning back with considerable force. Lin Chen, on the other hand, staggered back, his legs pounding heavily against the ground, making a loud noise, clearly exerting himself. After retreating 7 or 8 steps, he finally steadied himself. Huff! Lin Chen exhaled lightly. After several rounds of competition on the arena, this was the first time he found himself at such a severe disadvantage in a direct confrontation. The strongest opponent he had faced before was the rebellious youth in the semifinals, whom he had barely managed to outmatch. Whoosh! Li Shanha's steps were powerful, accompanied by a whirlwind quickly closing in. Lin Chen remained calm, forcefully stepping down to propel his body sideways, evading Li Shanha's pursuit, while also circling to his side. Boom! Seizing the opportunity of his swift movement, Lin Chen launched an attack first, his fist swinging out like a cannon firing, striking directly at Li Shanha's temple. His ability to reach the finals was largely due to the Lingfeng maneuvering technique, which was as effective as the cannon punch. In the past, opponents faced with his maneuvering would generally find themselves at a loss. Li Shanha caught sight of Lin Chen's movement, his expression unchanged, simply raising his left arm to guard his side, and with a thud, he blocked the incoming punch. Taking a solid hit from Lin Chen's full-force cannon punch, Li Shanha inevitably swayed, especially his left forearm, which nearly pressed against his cheek. However, his center of gravity remained steady, and with a twist of his waist, he countered with a kick. Whoosh! Li Shanha's toes shot out straight, like a spear piercing through the air, accompanied by a sharp sound, aimed at Lin Chen's chest. Lin Chen was well aware of the power gap between them. Defending would only allow Li Shanha to press the attack, so he swung his fist out, like a bullet leaving the chamber, choosing to attack as a form of defense. Boom! Lin Chen quickly retreated, dissipating the force while creating distance. Li Shanha charged forward, just like before, pursuing with intense pressure. Thud thud thud. The two figures swiftly darted across the arena, continuously clashing, unleashing the might of various martial arts in fierce collisions. Many spectators widened their eyes, holding their breath. This was the first time such an intense situation had arisen among the opponents Li Shanha faced. However, they could also see that Lin Chen was at a disadvantage. Being suppressed by Li Shanha, whose various attacks, fist techniques, finger techniques, and leg techniques were all struggling to pose an effective threat. There's no way around it. The difference between once and twice refining the bones is evident. The martial arts Li Shanha has mastered are equally formidable, leaving no room for Lin Chen to fight beyond his level. Lin Chen has performed surprisingly well to get this far. The margin for error is different. If Lin Chen takes a hit, it basically signals his defeat, while Li Shanha can withstand 3 to 5 strikes without much issue. In light of the situation on the arena, the crowd felt it was normal. Even without knowing that Li Shanha had completed the second bone refinement, it was clear from the previous rounds that Li Shanha's overwhelming dominance was unmatched. Lin Chen was indeed at a disadvantage. Boom! Another heavy clash occurred as Li Shanha drove his knee forward, like a train barreling out, sending Lin Chen soaring into the air, flipping backward to dissipate the force. However, as Lin Chen landed, his waist and abdomen sank slightly, immediately stabilizing his center of gravity. Quite agile. Li Shanha exhaled deeply, having to admit that he did not hold the advantage in terms of agility. His speed was faster, but in terms of nimbleness, direction changes, and control, he was slightly inferior to Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised his arm, shaking his sore palm, and commented, "A body that has undergone the second bone refinement is indeed somewhat monstrous." Li Shanha smirked slightly, saying, "You can choose to admit defeat. It's far from the right time." Lin Chen's tone carried a hint of meaning. "As long as I hit the vital points, you won't be able to withstand it. But I don't think you can hit me." Li Shanha was very strong, with his own pride and confidence, and he launched another attack. But just as he lifted his foot, he suddenly froze in mid-air. Crackle! The sound of lightning striking filled the arena. At that moment, a brilliant light suddenly ignited in Lin Chen's dark eyes, like silver lightning illuminating the night sky. His black hair danced wildly without wind, and arcs of electricity burst forth from his body, swirling around him like silver snakes, exuding a terrifying pressure that made even Li Shanha's heart race, leaving him hesitant to move. The strongest spirit martial artist of Shanghai No. 1 High School. The Wrath of Heaven. Wow! When the audience saw the figure surrounded by lightning on the stage, the previously quiet atmosphere erupted into chaos, like a giant stone thrown into water, stirring up waves. He transformed? This is the advancement to an intermediate martial artist. No, intermediate martial artists can't release substantial energy. Only advanced martial artists who master their vital energy can do this. It's not a supernatural ability, it's the high realm of spirit martial arts that allows for this level. So cool. Why does this scene feel so familiar? It seems like there was a lightning cleansing at the citywide high school league decades ago. The audience was anything but calm, including the high-ranking members of the event committee and the heads of various martial arts schools, all of whom changed their expressions. Especially those who vaguely recognized the wrath of heaven felt a chill in their hearts. The strongest spirit martial artist of Shanghai No. 1 High School, who had been silent for many years, had once again emerged. Crackle! With flashes of lightning, Lin Chen stepped forward, charging at the wary Li Shanha, his hair flying and lightning crackling around him, sweeping through the air with a terrifying momentum. Whoosh! Li Shanha did not dare to be careless, his feet moving quickly as he chose to dodge at the first moment. But the space on the stage was limited, and his movement skills were not superior to Lin Chen's. Before long, he was forced close. Hiding won't work. If I want to win the match, I have to take it head-on. Li Shanha took a deep breath, very decisive, and swung a powerful punch. My punch strength is greater than Lin Chen's. I can push him back. The contact time is very short, so perhaps not much lightning will hurt me. Even with my body refined twice, it won't work. Facing Li Shanha's punch, Lin Chen's lips curled into a cold arc as he raised his right arm and struck out. Crack! In an instant, the arcs of electricity swirling around Lin Chen's body surged toward his outstretched right arm as if commanded, forming a dazzling torrent that penetrated Li Shanha's fist at the moment of impact. Bang! The clash of fists and palms produced no sense of the previous overwhelming power, only a low thud. Li Shanha's body stiffened, his hair standing on end, arcs of electricity flickering all over him, occasionally leaping out. A strong sensation of electric shock engulfed him, rampaging wildly. He could barely maintain the power of his punch, let alone push Lin Chen back. In this exchange, he was nearly knocked to the ground by Lin Chen's palm. Boom! Without waiting to retract his right hand, Lin Chen directly swung his left arm, like a cannon firing, delivering a strike with explosive force that compressed the air into a booming sound. Not good. Li Shanha's pupils suddenly constricted. He wanted to intercept, but the raging current within him slowed his movements, leaving him no time. He was very decisive, immediately tensing his whole body, allowing Lin Chen's punch to hit his chest. Thud! Li Shanha flew backward, and before he hit the ground, he spat out a mist of blood. Just as Lin Chen had predicted, relying solely on his physical strength, even with his body refined twice, Li Shanha could not withstand Lin Chen's attack. The next moment, with a bang, Li Shanha crashed heavily to the ground, rolling several times. Fortunately, the rampant lightning in his body, lacking external reinforcement, was gradually weakening. His body, refined twice, was still extremely strong. Li Shanha's waist and abdomen tensed, and with a sudden burst of strength he stood up, like a leaping carp. But as he raised his head, what met his gaze was a pair of eyes shining with electric brilliance, captivating and terrifying. Lin Chen charged forward, and as the power of heavenly fury surged, new bolts of lightning spiraled around him, illuminating the surroundings. He raised one hand, fingers slightly spread, pressing against Li Shanha's chest. Crack! A torrent of lightning burst forth, penetrating through the martial arts uniform and skin, invading Li Shanha's body. The previous strike's lightning had not yet fully dissipated when new lightning began to wreak havoc again, causing Li Shanha's features to contort in pain. Ugh! Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen launched an attack, executing a high kick that struck like a swinging metal rod, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, directly targeting Li Shanha's head. Seeing this, Li Shanha gritted, his teeth desperately resisting the lightning coursing through his body, raising his arms to protect his head. This area was different from the chest. If Lin Chen landed a solid kick, he would surely be knocked out. There was no doubt he would lose. Suddenly, Lin Chen's raised right leg trembled, pivoting at the knee, altering the trajectory of his lower leg, and with a thud, he struck Li Shanha's unprotected right side with tremendous force. The overwhelming power penetrated through muscle and fascia, crashing into the densely packed nerves surrounding the liver. A devastating blow to the liver. The intense pain surged like a floodgate bursting open, and Li Shanha couldn't help but let out a pained groan, uncontrollably collapsing to the ground. This strike, a sudden change in Lin Chen's tactics, was merely a common change of direction kick and leg techniques. Yet Li Shanha, whose body was completely numb, had no time to defend against it. Lin Chen did not stop, channeling the might of heavenly fury, and another torrent of lightning coalesced and struck Li Shanha once more. Then, with a loud boom, Lin Chen followed up with a powerful stone-splitting punch. The situation in the arena changed dramatically in an instant, presenting a one-sided affair. In less than a minute, Li Shanha was severely injured, blood filling his mouth, his martial arts uniform nearly shattered, and his exposed skin either bruised and swollen or cracked and bleeding. Under the suppression of heavenly fury, Li Shanha moved sluggishly, completely unable to withstand Lin Chen's relentless attacks, akin to a human-shaped punching bag. Thud! Lin Chen delivered a punch with immense power, sending Li Shanha flying, crashing heavily to the ground over 10 meters away, nearly falling off the stage. Ugh! Li Shanha struggled desperately, his eyes filled with unwillingness, wanting to fight again, but his arms trembled violently, making it difficult for him to stand. At that moment, a pair of feet entered his line of sight. Lin Chen stepped forward, his eyes radiating blinding electric light, cold and sharp, arcs of electricity bursting forth, swirling around him, brewing terrifying power. The match is over. The referee, fearing for safety, promptly called off the competition. A few more exchanges, and it might have cost a life. The referee's voice seemed to drain the last bit of strength from Li Shanha. He closed his eyes, allowing his body to fall to the ground. As a scion of a wealthy family, having fought with a second bone tempering, he never expected to lose. Huff! Lin Chen dissipated the lightning surrounding him, breathing heavily, yet his eyes shone brightly. There was excitement from the victory and surprise at heavenly fury. This spiritual martial art placed a considerable burden on the body, but its power was indeed formidable. Only with Li Shanha's second bone tempering, which made his body resilient, could he endure several strikes. If it had been Su Wanyue from before, just a touch would leave her numb for half a day, unable to call out. The atmosphere in the entire arena grew increasingly restless. At this moment, the referee's voice, amplified by the resonance of his blood and energy, announced the winner, echoing through the sky, clearly reaching every audience member's ears. Champion, Blood Beast Martial Arts School, Lin Chen. Amidst thunderous applause, Lin Chen stepped down from the final stage, and a staff member immediately approached him with a smile, leading him to a VIP lounge. The exchange competition had not yet concluded, and the champions of the 5 categories would be awarded in succession. On the other hand, it was also to calm the atmosphere on site, to prevent any unexpected incidents. This final match had already garnered the most attention, and during the process, Lin Chen had suddenly turned the tide, showcasing a thunderous power that exceeded everyone's expectations, securing victory in one fell swoop. Dominant and overwhelming. Truly astonishing. Looking back at past exchange competitions, whether Lin Chen was the strongest champion, no one dared to guarantee. If we talk about leaving a deep impression, it is undoubtedly unparalleled. Lin Chen, congratulations. Shen Honglian walked into the lounge with a smile, unable to hide her joy. Lin Chen represented the Blood Beast Martial Arts School. Although it was just a nominal title, it would greatly benefit the school's recruitment in recent years. It is indeed a happy event. Lin Chen nodded with a smile, thought for a moment, and said, I can get the reward of the armored dragon blood crystal soon. Do you want to buy it? He had won the championship, and Shen Honglian had contributed significantly. If the price was right, it would be a perfect transaction. Shen Honglian pondered for a moment and shook her head, saying, if it were the past 2 years, I would definitely buy it, but I've spent enough time honing my skills at the junior martial artist stage. I can't delay any longer. If you don't become a senior martial artist before the age of 25, you won't be able to join the night patrol. Shin Honglian's tone carried a hint of longing as she said, I need to seize the time to break through and leave room for future advancement to high-level martial artists. Lin Chen nodded in agreement, saying, the night patrol is a good place. Since there is hope, it's worth a shot. I hope it will be successful. Shin Honglian smiled, not saying more, and then mentioned the armored dragon blood crystal, saying, the demand for this precious medicine far exceeds the supply, so it won't be hard to sell. Just among the participants and junior martial artists in this competition, there are likely many who want it. I can help you contact a few buyers to ask about the price. That would be great. Lin Chen agreed immediately. Face-to-face transactions could save a lot of trouble. Before long, the previous staff came to take him back to the competition area to receive his award. The champions of the 5 categories took the stage in order. The atmosphere on site grew increasingly lively. When Lin Chen took the stage, the restless emotions reached their peak. A newly promoted martial artist winning the championship, unprecedented and unlikely to be repeated. The champion martial artist at 17 is truly enviable. Indeed, a 17-year-old martial artist is not particularly rare, but to win the championship in the city is a 1 in a million feat. If I could have done this back in my day, I wouldn't be filled with sighs today, with the phrase famous in youth burying so much youth and regret. From my perspective, having lived more than half my life, this young man is extraordinary, destined for great achievements in the future. The noisy discussions mixed with applause surged from all directions. Lin Chen looked around, his vision filled with the surging crowd and the flashing lights. A sense of unfamiliarity suddenly welled up in his heart. Lin Chen looked up, gazing at the dazzling lights on the ceiling, slightly lost in thought. More than a month ago, since the day he arrived in the summer, he had been yearning for the extraordinary power of mastery. However, with average talent, moderate strength, and the identity of an orphan, one harsh limitation after another made the path to rising seem unattainable. Lin Chen understood that through the experience of 2 lifetimes, he might become wealthy and no longer worry about food and shelter. But, rising in youth, the path of invincibility, sealing kings, and dominating the world, too many things he hoped to achieve were destined to become unrealistic fantasies having nothing to do with him. Yet at this moment, Lin Chen suddenly realized that a completely different new path had already appeared beneath his feet. I want to walk down this path. Lin Chen came back to his senses, took a deep breath. I will walk down this path. The awards ceremony was quite solemn, attended not only by various martial arts masters but also by several high-ranking officials from the city government and the president of the Shanghai City Martial Arts Association. However, martial artists were mostly efficient, and the process was not complicated. Awarding, congratulating, giving speeches, one link followed another, quickly completed. See you next year. With the host's passionate shout, this year's Shanghai City Martial Arts Exchange competition officially came to a close. Lin Chen received 3 rewards, a medal, a certificate, and the most valuable armored dragon blood crystal. I found a buyer who was likely to offer the highest price. You can discuss the price first. If you can't reach an agreement or can receiving the message from Shin Honglian, Lin Chen followed the location prompt and arrived at the VIP area of the venue, stepping into a luxurious viewing box. Shin Honglian approached to greet him, and behind her sat a man and a woman on a large sofa. The girl looked quite familiar. It was Su Wanyue, whom he had faced twice before. Next to her was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, smiling gently, with a resemblance to Su Wanyue. Su Bai. Lin Chen's heart stirred as he guessed the identity of the middle-aged man. He was Su Wanyue's father. However, according to Lin Chen's initial impression, this so-called Su Bai, the richest mine owner in Shanghai City, should have a rugged appearance, at least a bit wild, but instead, he looked like a professor teaching cultural studies at a university. Please, have a seat. Su Wanyue invited the two to sit down, her gaze assessing Lin Chen as she asked, are you sure you want to sell the armored dragon blood crystal? This precious medicine could help martial artists refine their bones a second time. And given Lin Chen's young age, he should normally be eager to establish a more solid foundation. Yes. Lin Chen nodded in affirmation, his gaze drifting past Su Wanyue to Su Bai beside her. Don't mind me, you young people can discuss it. I won't interfere, Su Bai said, relaxing on the sofa, spreading his hands with a smile. After all, I am the honorary vice principal of Shanghai No. 1 High School. When I heard that a genius suddenly emerged from the school, I had to come and see for myself, so don't worry about me. I can make my own decisions. Su Wanyue emphasized, looking directly at Lin Chen. How much do you want to sell it for? Lin Chen pondered for a moment, extending one hand to gesture. Su Wanyue frowned slightly, asking, 8 million? Not that. Lin Chen, using what he learned yesterday, shook his finger and said, 8 figures. Su Wanyue counted in her mind, her red lips twitching as she raised her voice, 10 million? Lin Chen grinned, revealing his white teeth, and reminded her, 10 million is indeed 8 figures, but 8 figures includes more than just 10 million. Upon hearing this, Su Bai raised his eyebrows slightly, seemingly amused. Su Wanyue, on the other hand, was almost laughing in frustration, saying, this is just an armored dragon blood crystal, not a black prison armored dragon. Its demand is high, but it's not priceless. Historically, there have been very few armored dragon blood crystals that sold for 10 million. Isn't that precisely the point? For the wealthy, the price of the armored dragon blood crystal is worth 10 million. Shen Honglian timely provided support. Su Wanyue paused, her chest almost swelling with waves, but she still shook her head, saying, "That's too high." She felt that agreeing would make her a fool. Lin Shen tapped the table and said, "How about this? I'll take a step back and offer a different price." After saying that, Lin Shen held up 2 fingers. 2 million, definitely not just that. Su Wanyue reacted, annoyed, "Just tell me how much it is." Lin Shen smiled slightly and revealed his true offer, 200 strong bone pills. Su Wanyue calculated for a moment. Speechless, strong bone pills are 50,000 each, 200 would be 10 million. You call this a concession? Don't rush, Lin Shen pressed his hand down calmly. I've checked the gross profit margin of strong bone pills, which is roughly between 15% and 25%. 200 is not a small quantity, and with your family's network, you can definitely find a first-level distributor to source them, probably only needing to spend 8 million. I know this price isn't the cheapest, but there are also quite a few armored dragon blood crystals that sell for around 8 million, Lin Shen analyzed step by step, speaking neither too fast nor too slow. If you agree, I can make the deal right now, and I won't meet any other buyers afterward, which is part of my sincerity. Upon hearing this, Su Wanyue thought seriously, glancing instinctively at her father. Su Bai shrugged and said, "Asking your dad is no better than drawing lots. You know he never asks about prices when buying things." Su Wanyue. It would have been better not to say that. Not wanting to think any further, Su Wanyue took a deep breath and said, "Alright, I agree. 200 is just 200. Su Bai smiled, took out a mobile phone, and said, "I'll contact Uncle Tang to have someone deliver the strong bone pills." In less than half an hour, a butler in formal attire rang the doorbell. After entering, he opened the password-protected case he was carrying, revealing 200 strong bone pills neatly arranged inside. Pleasant transaction. Lin Shen checked them over, confirmed there were no issues, and took his leave. Once everyone had left, Su Wanyue looked at her father, exhaled softly, and asked, half excited and half nervous, "Dad, did I succeed in bargaining?" Su Bai raised an eyebrow and smiled, "It's half and half." "What do you mean?" Su Wanyue was taken aback. "Uncle Tang didn't give you the wholesale price?" "He did, still his wholesale price. Less than 8 million. Isn't that a lot cheaper? But I think what Lin Shen really wants is those 200 strong bone pills." Su Bai's tone carried a hint of certainty. If you offered Lin Shen 10 million, he might not even agree. Why? A 10 million transaction would definitely incur a tax, and he has no wholesale channels. After tax, he wouldn't be able to buy 200 strong bone pills. But if it's a barter, not only would there be no tax, but it would also be easier for you to agree to his offer, Su Bai analyzed. What does he need so many strong bone pills for? Just the reward for making it to the finals is enough for him to refine his bones once. Su Wanyue was puzzled. Su Bai adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, a glint flashing in his eyes. "That's also what I'm curious about." Late at night, the bright moon hung high, illuminating the young man. Lin Shen sat cross-legged by the window in the living room, deeply focused on his training, consuming one strong bone pill after another. When he swallowed the 188th pill, his body trembled violently, completing the second bone refinement. A surge of overwhelming power swept through him, fierce and strong. Lin Shen extended his hand, picked up a thick weight plate, and with a forceful squeeze, it easily sank in. When he removed his fingers, a clear fingerprint was left behind, every detail visible. Without the heavenly fury of a great achievement, I can't truly defeat Li Shanhe. Lin Shen was very satisfied with the effects of the second bone refinement. He thought for a moment, closed his eyes, and tried to mobilize some residual medicinal power to attempt another refinement. Previously, when he browsed some information about the second bone refinement online, someone mentioned that a third refinement was theoretically possible. No way. Lin Shen shook his head, stopping his training. The current bone refinement was completely different from before, incredibly difficult. A surge of medicinal power flowed in, yet he couldn't perceive any change. Simply using strong bone pills, it might take 10 years to complete the third bone refinement unless there is a large supply of precious medicines like dragon blood crystals. Perhaps then it could be achieved, but that kind of expense is far beyond what I can afford. Even Su Wanyue's dad would feel the pinch. Lin Shen analyzed silently, having no grand thoughts about the third bone refinement. But there might still be a chance. Lin Shen's great son Jin method for martial artists had been accumulating insights, and after a week, he was only a hair's breadth away from the ultimate realm. I should be able to reach it by morning. The next day, Monday, a hint of dawn appeared on the distant horizon, and as spring gradually came to a close, the time for daybreak was getting earlier. Your great son Jin method has reached the ultimate realm. Lin Shen woke up, his eyes bright and his spirit high. He had been busy with the second bone refinement last night, going to bed at 4 in the morning, and had only slept for about 2 hours, but it was enough to adjust. The improvement in his cultivation manifested in multiple aspects, not just limited to strength and speed. Boom! Lin Shen slightly activated the Great Sun Gene method, and a brand new sense of control surged in his heart as if a fish had entered the water or a bird had taken to the sky, his entire body clearly appearing in his perception. Inner vision. Lin Chen's breath caught. This ability could only be initially mastered by advanced martial artists. Yet now he could do it. His bones were as white as jade, covered with muscles and fascia, with blood vessels spreading throughout. Lin Chen's heart couldn't help but race, pounding loudly. He had a vague premonition that the impossible triple bone tempering might see a breakthrough at this moment. There were still 12 strong bone pills left from last night. Lin Chen picked one up, swallowed it, and began to cultivate. In less than 2 minutes, he opened his eyes and swallowed all the strong bone pills. The surging medicinal power burst forth, only to be quickly drained. The 2 finger bones of Lin Chen's right index finger underwent astonishing changes, becoming not only whiter but also emanating a faint glow. For a newly advanced martial artist, a single bone tempering was a qualitative transformation. The second bone tempering was similarly significant compared to the first. But the third bone tempering. Lin Chen gazed at the 2 glowing finger bones, feeling a thrum in his heart. It was a leap in the level of life. The enhancement from this tempering exceeded Lin Chen's imagination. Even though there were only 2 bones currently, it was enough to envision the terrifying nature of an entire triple bone tempering. With a thought, Lin Chen activated the power of heavenly fury, and a bolt of lightning shot out from his right middle finger, crackling with electric light, about 30 centimeters long. Then, he retracted the lightning, using the index finger that had undergone triple tempering to unleash it. Boom! The dazzling electric light illuminated the room, releasing a brilliant bolt of lightning that resembled a sharp sword. Over a meter long. Lin Chen pursed his lips, feeling a new wave of emotions rise within him. On one hand, it was certainly the effect of the triple bone tempering. On the other hand, it was also related to the costs involved in the process. 12 strong bone pills only allowed 2 finger bones to complete the tempering. This was still for relatively small bones. Divided up, each bone required about 8 to 9 pills, totaling around 400,000. There were 206 bones in total throughout the body. The total cost was approaching a small target. Don't panic. Stay calm. Keep cool. Lin Chen took a deep breath, trying not to let his face twitch. I've already paved the way for my martial arts merchandise. If I can become a top influencer in the future, the commission will probably take less than a day. Faced with the enormous expenses, Lin Chen could only paint a big picture for himself. He picked up his phone, logged into the live streaming platform, and opened the back-end account, where the accumulated amount was already close to 3 million. The weekend's exchange competition had significantly boosted the sales of the various martial arts he had promoted. Additionally, there were many gifts and tips from onlookers. However, compared to the nearly 100 million in expenses, this income was indeed a drop in the bucket. It will increase in the future. The population of Xingxia far exceeds that of my past life, and martial arts is a key area of development. As long as I am popular enough, I can definitely earn massive funds. Lin Chen remained calm and analyzed the situation. Moreover, with my overall second bone tempering, looking at primary martial artists, I may not be invincible, but I am not far off. I can earn bonuses through some martial arts competitions. If I can achieve good results, it will also enhance my reputation, which will help in promoting martial arts. Lin Chen pondered seriously, having a rough direction in mind. At 8 in the morning, the sun was high in the sky. Lin Chen tidied up, slung a black crossbody bag over his shoulder, and headed out to school. He still placed great importance on Shanghai No. 1 High School. The martial arts schools in Xingxia were the main avenues for cultivation, surpassing martial arts halls in terms of resources and teaching quality. The latter was more akin to a liberal arts tutoring institution, primarily focused on filling gaps in knowledge. Just like Heavenly Fury, Lin Chen could learn it for free at school. If he were at a martial arts hall, it would be difficult even to pay for it, as there were no top-tier spiritual martial arts available. Before long, Lin Chen walked through the school gates. On the other side, in the principal's office, Yi Tingyun spoke sternly. I'm not joking. I sincerely believe the school should allocate a special fund for Lin Chen to assist him in completing the second bone tempering. It's been years since anyone mastered Heavenly Fury, and he has reached the great achievement realm in less than a week. This is of great significance to the school. The principal sighed and said, if it were during the school's heyday, with Lin Chen's performance, I would definitely allocate funds for him. But now the school is indeed facing financial difficulties. If we support Lin Chen with tens of millions or even over 100 million, what about those talented martial artists in the school team? They also need to train, and next month is the citywide high school competition. Easy. Just give up on all of them. Yi Tingyun's expression was cold as he said, Lin Chen is only in his second year of high school, with 1 more year to go. By next year, he can regain everything he has lost. Years of service in a special forces unit had instilled in him a firm belief: a strategic victory is worth multiple defeats in battles. In his view, Lin Chen was like that strategy, capable of leading Shanghai No. 1 High School back to its peak. Instructor Yi, this is a school, not the military. The principal emphasized, knocking hard on the table. Moreover, the second bone tempering requires a significant investment of energy, and the final results might not even be as good as letting Lin Chen advance with a single bone tempering. I've emphasized to you before, Lin Chen's training speed is extraordinary. The two argued, back and forth, each holding their ground. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Chen knocked on the wooden door of an office. After a clerk opened the door for him, Lin Chen peeked in and scanned the room, asking, "Is instructor Yi not here yet?" The clerk shook his head and replied he went straight to find the principal after arriving at school. Lin Chen glanced at the time. There was still a while before class started. I'll wait a bit. He wanted to ask Yi Tingyun if there were any other avenues for martial arts competitions. As long as it was in the junior martial artist category, with his strength, the chances of winning were high. The nearly 100 million gap was simply too large. He definitely needed to put in more effort. Bang! Suddenly, the office door was pushed open forcefully, slamming against the wall. Yi Tingyun walked in, his expression as cold as ice, making it clear to anyone that he was displeased. Lin Chen stood up, surprised by the sight. Instructor Yi, what's wrong? Yi Tingyun glanced at him, thought for a moment, and said without hiding anything, I believe that with your talent, the school should support you in completing the second bone tempering, but the principal is overthinking things, hoping to cover all bases. To hesitate is to invite chaos. These bureaucrats always have issues with indecisiveness. After all, he was facing a student, so Yi Tingyun didn't say much more and instead asked, "You took the Dragon Blood Crystal reward for the championship, right? How was the effect?" Lin Chen replied honestly, "It seems Hong Lian didn't tell you. I sold the Dragon Blood Crystal yesterday." "You sold it?" Yi Tingyun's expression darkened. "Aren't you planning to attempt the second bone tempering?" "Not really." Lin Chen shook his head, a smile appearing on his face as he said directly, "I've already completed the second bone tempering." Yi Tingyun was momentarily stunned. Lin Chen didn't keep him in suspense. He focused his spirit, and a powerful pressure swept out, almost tangible, causing the nearby curtains to flutter and tremble without wind. The clerk beside him, a budding martial artist, felt all the hairs on his body stand on end and instinctively stood up, wanting to flee. Yi Tingyun came back to his senses, staring intently at Lin Chen, momentarily at a loss for words. This pressure was undoubtedly that of a complete second bone tempering. Lin Chen spread his hands, his smile growing wider, and asked, "Instructor Yi, could you elaborate on the funding you mentioned earlier? How much is it? If the principal disagrees with the second bone tempering, what about the third?" Yi Tingyun felt a chill in his heart, as if struck hard, and asked, "What is your realm in the Great Sun Jin martial artist chapter?" "Pretty lucky, I entered the ultimate realm last night." Upon hearing Lin Chen's answer, Yi Tingyun turned and pushed the door open, saying, "Come with me, we need to find the principal again." Lin Chen took a deep breath and quickly followed. Coming to find Yi Tingyun today was definitely the right choice. The high cost of the third bone tempering might not require him to worry anymore. Principal's office. Principal Li had not finished his cup of tea when he saw Yi Tingyun coming and going, and he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. However, after all, he was the martial arts chief instructor whom he had sought out through various connections, so he could only advise him kindly. "Old Ji, listen to me. It's not that the school is unwilling to support Lin Chen, it's just that we don't have the funds. Next month's Citywide High School League, Shanghai No. 1 High School, as one of the public schools, must suppress the arrogance of those elite schools. The budget for the school team cannot be cut, and we certainly can't give up on those talented students." Lin Chen, standing behind Yi Tingyun, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth upon hearing the last few words. What was Instructor Yi planning to do? Yi Tingyun, now confident, directly stated, "Lin Chen has already completed the second bone tempering, and he can still complete the third bone tempering. He doesn't need any precious medicine, just a strong bone pill that costs less than 100 million. On the way here, he had asked about many details. Principal Li looked astonished, swallowing hard the tea in his mouth. "What did you say?" Yi Tingyun said solemnly, "Lin Chen's Great Sun Jin method, whether in the evolution section or the warrior section, has reached the ultimate realm. You should know what that represents." Upon hearing this, Principal Li held his breath, his gaze fixed on Lin Chen just like Yi Tingyun's before. At this moment, Yi Tingyun delivered the final blow. With Lin Chen's cultivation speed, he may not make it to this year's Citywide High School League, but for next year's, I am confident that no one will be stronger than him. Even if those elite schools join forces, it will be useless. They will be crushed by him. The financial allocations that Shanghai No. 1 High School will receive in the next 10 years will at least triple or quintuple. Principal Li fell silent, his lips pressed tightly together, as if caught in a struggle and deep thought. After a long while, he took a deep breath and finally spoke. "Lin Chen, this is not a small amount of funding. In the future, when the school participates in some leagues or faces challenges from incoming students, you cannot refuse when we need your help." Lin Chen nodded, his expression serious. "I understand. Having received so many benefits from the school, he certainly had to help with some matters." Principal Li said no more, picked up the phone, and instructed, "Bring the vice principal, the finance director, and the resource minister over here to discuss how to cut the school's expenses." Lin Chen secretly exhaled, the heavy stone weighing on his heart dissipating completely. His third bone tempering was secured. However, the specific funding amount, timeline, and supervision processes needed to be discussed with the school leaders, and it couldn't be decided immediately. Lin Chen was not in a hurry. He left the principal's office and headed to the training ground for class. Today was Monday, and the first 2 periods in the morning were practical combat classes. The news of Lin Chen's championship had already spread throughout the school, and no blind students dared to challenge him offline anymore. Even if someone had that idea, they lacked the corresponding strength. Shanghai No. 1 High School was strong, but among the second-year students, there weren't many warriors to choose from. The strongest was a mid-level warrior who had just been promoted not long ago, still a normal second bone tempering breakthrough. Against Lin Chen, who had completed the second bone tempering and mastered the spirit martial art Heaven's Fury, he was not at an advantage. Brother Lin, there are so many businesses wanting you to promote their products. My phone has been ringing off the hook these past few days, with no less than 10 martial arts on the list. Zhou Yangyang said excitedly, full of energy. Among them, there's a type of movement technique spirit martial art that just hit the market, offering a commission rate of 10%. If the sales go up later, we can negotiate for more. Lin Chen's heart stirred. What's the selling price of the spirit martial art? 219,999. Zhou Yangyang remembered clearly. That's equivalent to 220,000. Lin Chen nodded. That price is quite good among spirit martial arts. After the new calendar of the Holy Summer, martial arts were opened up, and the prices of martial arts enjoyed corresponding financial subsidies, making them quite affordable. Basic martial arts cost around 100 yuan. Intermediate martial arts usually only cost 3 to 5 times more. Advanced martial arts often sell for over 1,000. However, spirit martial arts, due to their high entry requirements, are relatively much more expensive, mainly targeting high-level warriors. Lingu, are you taking it? Zhou Yangyang asked. The merchant behind this spirit martial art requires the streamer to at least be able to perform the Phantom 9 flashes, otherwise, they have to pay the price of a single-use martial simplification. I'll take it. Lin Chen had no reason to refuse. He currently had no extra instinct-level simplifications, but after a 300-fold simplification, it would be enough to get him started with the Phantom 9 flashes in a short time. Not only could he make money, but he could also get a spirit martial art for free. The school only provided resources for 3 bone tempering sessions. The subsequent training still depended on him. Lin Chen instructed, have the merchant send the martial simplification over as soon as possible. I'm planning to start a live stream to sell goods in a few days. His popularity had surged recently, and he definitely wanted to capitalize on this wave of traffic. No problem. Zhou Yangyang nodded and said, what about the time and place for the live stream? What format will it take? I'll arrange it in advance. Lin Chen pondered and shook his head, saying, I haven't figured out how to do it yet. How about an open challenge? With your strength, Lingu, as long as you keep your opponents within the range of beginner martial artists, it would be a guaranteed win. Zhou Yangyang suggested. I've had similar thoughts, but there are quite a few streamers using this method to sell martial arts. It's not fresh enough and doesn't have enough impact on the audience. Lin Chen analyzed clearly. I just won the championship in the beginner martial artist category last week, and battling beginner martial artists again would easily lead to audience fatigue. Let's think about it for a couple more days, Lin Chen said, stroking his chin. Creating hype is one thing, but maintaining it long-term is another. The efficiency of several school leaders was not slow. By the end of the morning, the decision to support Lin Chen's challenge for 3 bone tempering sessions was finalized. The school tentatively decided to provide 1,800 strong bone pills. Even with the internal procurement price, it was still an astronomical figure. The school leaders did not dare to be careless. In case Lin Chen sold them privately, he needed to consume them in the training room provided by the school. Lin Chen didn't mind at all and agreed directly. During the weekend's exchange competition, he would be openly training. His astonishing training speed was thanks to the profound Great Sun Gene method, which could withstand external scrutiny. Near noon, Yi Tingyun brought the first batch of strong bone pills purchased by the resource department, totaling 500. I'm starting. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement as he consumed multiple strong bone pills and began his training. When the medicinal effect wore off, he took more pills and continued training. Several school leaders watched through the surveillance cameras, their scalps tingling. If it were any other beginner martial artist, consuming strong bone pills like this would only lead to one outcome: their entire body would be destroyed by the fierce medicinal power. One by one, they had to admit that today was an eye-opener. After all, not to mention the students from previous years, even they themselves could not cultivate the gene method to its ultimate realm. Late at night, Lin Chen exhausted the last bit of medicinal power. His progress was remarkable. The bones in his arms had almost all completed the 3rd bone tempering. In the next 2 days, Lin Chen received 2 more batches of strong bone pills, totaling 1,000. Such rapid expenditure caused the school's funds to decrease quickly, and the regulations for cutting various expenses gradually came down. For the vast majority of ordinary students, it had little impact. But among the top-ranking students, especially the talented martial artists selected for the school team, it was like a storm sweeping across the ocean, stirring up huge waves. What's going on? All rewards for the top 10 in this year's monthly exam have been cancelled. My benefits have been slashed. I used to receive a blood-nourishing powder every month, but now it's changed to every 45 days. Is the principal embezzling? If it were real embezzlement, they wouldn't dare to make such a big fuss. I heard from instructor Ye's assistant that the school is going to invest heavily to cultivate a super genius. Who has that qualification? Even the strongest Qin Ming in the school isn't qualified. Turmoil erupted within the school, and the related buzz was extremely high, with students everywhere discussing it, trying to understand the reason. Lin Chen had no time to pay attention and focused entirely on his training. He consumed strong bone pills one after another, and the process posed no difficulty at all. The only small issue he encountered was the taste of the strong bone pills. Eating too many made the medicinal taste overwhelming. However, compared to the improvement in strength, it was hardly worth paying attention to. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Chen could complete 3 rounds of bone tempering on a single bone. By the time the 1500 strong bone pills were used up over 3 days, all the bones in Lin Chen's limbs and spine had undergone 3 rounds of tempering, along with quite a few bones in his torso. Once the last 300 strong bone pills arrive tomorrow, I can complete the overall 3 rounds of bone tempering. Lin Chen's heart burned with excitement as he walked out of the campus. Shrouded in night, the stars and moon shone brightly, illuminating the path ahead. April 20th, Thursday. Several school leaders from Shanghai No. 1 High School gathered in the corridor in front of a training room. As summer approached, the sunlight spilled down with a hint of heat. With their martial arts cultivation, they had long been able to ignore the changes in natural temperature, but looking at the tightly closed door of the training room, a sense of restlessness spread among the few present. How powerful must a beginner martial artist with 3 rounds of bone tempering be? Definitely as strong as one with 3 rounds of bone tempering. Stop with your cold jokes. I haven't been this nervous in decades. Whether strong or weak doesn't really matter. The key lies ahead. Intermediate martial artists nourish their entire blood with their bones, leading to a surge in all physical qualities. A vice principal took over the conversation, speaking uneasily. Intermediate martial artists with 2 rounds of bone tempering can already be called armored machines. How far can those with 3 rounds of bone tempering grow? Several people listened, their imaginations running wild. Principal Li pondered for a moment, glancing sideways, and said, Instructor Yi, can some of the super talents secretly cultivated by the military reach this level? Perhaps they can, perhaps they can't. Some of the rumors that have circulated are truths mixed with smokescreens. I'm not clear either. Yi Tingyun shook his head, his gaze fixed on the training room. However, we will know the specific results once Lin Chen comes out. Everything will be clear. Counting the time, it should be almost done, right? Really looking forward to it. At the same time, inside the training room, Lin Chen sat quietly, the box containing the strong bone pills now empty. As the medicinal power continued to be absorbed within him, the last bone completed its tempering. Boom! Lin Chen's body shook violently, a vast aura radiating outward. In his inner vision, 206 bones glimmered with bright fluorescence, illuminating his limbs and bones. The scars left from his childhood quickly vanished, and his skin became increasingly delicate, surpassing that of spirit jade. This was a leap in the level of life. Perfect and flawless. A clear thought surged in Lin Chen's mind as he gazed at the glowing bones, pondering for a moment before channeling the remaining medicinal power into one of them for another round of tempering. The bone showed no change. Even if the medicinal power were several levels purer, it would still be useless. Lin Chen clearly felt that this was the limit of a beginner martial artist's bone tempering. There was no further progress to be made. To put it in a more dramatic way, this isn't my limit, but the pinnacle of martial arts. Lin Chen grinned, feeling particularly joyful. The realization of 3 rounds of bone tempering was far smoother than he had anticipated. Lin Chen no longer lingered, stood up, pushed open the door, and walked out of the training room. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the discussions in the corridor came to a halt, and all eyes turned towards Lin Chen. Overall 3 rounds of bone tempering? Yi Tingyun was the first to speak, already sensing something unusual. Yes. With Lin Chen's confirmation, the silent corridor suddenly erupted with excitement. Let's go. Time to test all the data. Do you feel anything special? Compared to 2 rounds of bone tempering, how much stronger do you think you are? Several school leaders almost dragged Lin Chen forward to a nearby testing room. A martial artist's foundational cultivation can be reflected through various data. For example, maximum speed, average punch speed, maximum punch force, squat limit, nerve response. Among these, the data that best represents a martial artist's cultivation is called overall strength, which is an index calculated by integrating multiple body data. Overall strength 36 tons. Looking at the striking data displayed on the screen, several school leaders held their breath. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, satisfied, and said, "It's really quite high." Now, with all his strength unleashed, he could lift a fully loaded cement truck. It is indeed high. Yi Tingyun nodded in agreement, saying, "Stronger than many intermediate martial artists." Several school leaders exchanged glances, their eyes filled with unease. Shanghai No. 1 High School had been established for many years and had produced many astonishing geniuses. There were several students who had defeated intermediate martial artists, but none like Lin Shen, whose hard power surpassed that of intermediate martial artists. He was the first. Lin Shen thought for a moment and said, I saw in the data that the overall strength of an intermediate martial artist is roughly between 20 tons and 60 tons. That's the case for an intermediate martial artist who has undergone a single bone tempering, Yi Tingyun. Elaborated, with double bone tempering, the upper limit nearly doubles, allowing an intermediate martial artist to reach 100 tons of overall strength, which is about the level of an average advanced martial artist. Of course, this is assuming no use of qi and blood, purely physical quality, Yi Tingyun added. Lin Shen nodded, raised his hand to point at himself, and curiously asked, What about me? After some thought, Yi Tingyun replied, I think at least double that, and possibly even higher. It's completely not a problem for your physical body to overpower the qi and blood of newly advanced martial artists. Looks like I need to start breaking through quickly, Lin Shen said, hands in his pockets, smiling brightly. The school leaders felt satisfied and excited about Lin Shen's 3 bone temperings. There was no doubt that this was a glorious achievement. Once Lin Shen grew up, he would be able to lead Shanghai No. 1 High School back to its peak, or even higher. A bright path could be foreseen right beneath their feet. Moreover, it could also provide an explanation for the talented martial artists in the school team who were feeling disgruntled. After all, this was the unprecedented 3rd bone tempering at Shanghai No. 1 High School. A little favoritism was quite reasonable. This is the 3rd bone tempering. Lin Shen felt joyful and equally invigorated, but he didn't let it go to his head. After parting ways with the school leaders, he headed straight to his class, preparing to return to lessons. Having not entered the classroom for 10 days, he had fallen behind in several subjects. Of course, with the ability to simplify martial arts, cultivation was not difficult for him. However, the deeper his understanding of martial arts, the faster his progress. It was like solving the classic chicken and rabbit problem. An ordinary senior student and a top student could both solve it, but the latter often did it faster. Lin Shen could clearly feel that with the completion of the 3 bone temperings, practicing martial arts had become increasingly effortless. The few high-level martial arts he had taken on in the past 2 days had already reached a very profound level with just occasional practice. The spirit martial Phantom 9 flashes he had just obtained last night was already on the verge of grasping the entry opportunity just by deducing it in his mind. In the outdoor training ground, the second-year Class 18 had a practical lesson on body techniques, and when Lin Shen arrived, the instruction had already ended, and the teacher had allowed the students to train freely. Lin Shen didn't mind. For him, the important part was actually the theory. Simplifying it 300 times, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that as long as the theory was solid enough, it could definitely be transformed into reality. Lin Shen kept himself busy, finding an empty space to comprehend the Phantom 9 flashes while changing his footwork to verify and continuously modify it. The entry opportunity became increasingly clear. Compared to the Heavenly Fury, this body technique was much simpler. Moreover, compared to when he had just encountered Heavenly Fury, his understanding of martial arts had deepened significantly. Not long after, a prompt sound echoed in his mind. You have successfully grasped the Phantom 9 flashes. Lin Shen smiled with satisfaction. He could now perform this body technique. Regardless of the final sales, at least he had successfully gained it for free. It's only Wednesday today, and there are still a few days before the live broadcast for sales. If I spend more time practicing, I hope to advance to the small success realm before the sales, Lin Shen thought with anticipation. The stronger the displayed power of the martial arts for sales, the better the sales often were. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specially customized a fake large stone and buried it in the mountains overnight with Zhou Yangyang. Suddenly, a shadow was cast from the side, interrupting Lin Shen's thoughts. Lin Shen glanced at the ground and, just from the curve of the shadow's edge, directly guessed the identity of the person approaching. Such an astonishing art, not a single female teacher in the school possesses it. Su Tongxue, do you need something from me? Lin Shen raised his head, looking at Su Wanyue standing in front of him, somewhat surprised. Did you sell the armored dragon blood crystal just for 200 strong bone pills? Su Wanyue asked, voicing the doubt that had been weighing on her heart. She had wanted to verify this with Lin Shen for a long time, having visited Class 18 of the second year several times, but had never been able to find him. Lin Shen glanced at her and said, Did your dad tell you? How do you know? This has nothing to do with you. Su Wanyue reacted, grinding her teeth in anger, but still managed to suppress her temper, saying, Why do you want 200 strong bone pills? Lin Shen smiled and replied, For cultivation. There was no need to hide such matters, nor could he. Having completed the 3rd bone tempering, the school would surely promote him, gradually pushing him to the forefront. If you don't want to say, then forget it. Su Wanyue snorted coldly, completely unconvinced. Lin Shen shrugged, having no intention to argue, and directly asked, Is there anything else? Su Wanyue, feeling unwilling, fixed her gaze on Lin Shen and said, Don't think that just because of the last deal, you were the only one who profited. The armored dragon blood crystal is also a treasure I need. It's of great use to me. Su Wanyue's eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement, her tone gradually rising. I have lost to you twice, but in the path of martial arts, one never gives up. I will undergo a second bone tempering with my limbs and bones to advance to an intermediate warrior, and my overall strength limit is expected to reach 80 tons. In the future, we will definitely have another chance to fight, and I firmly believe that the outcome is still uncertain. After hearing this, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and looked Su Wanyue up and down. Setting aside everything else, her mindset was truly commendable. Since you have so much confidence in yourself, Lin Chen stroked his chin, revealing a sincere smile. How about we make a bet? Su Wanyue, unafraid, asked. What do we bet on? Simple, we bet on what you said. Who has stronger overall strength at the intermediate warrior stage? Lin Chen briefly explained. A look of suspicion appeared in Su Wanyue's eyes. After thinking for a moment, she pressed further. What's the stake? 100 million. Seeing Su Wanyue's expression change, Lin Chen cleared his throat and said, such a large amount is definitely not feasible. Let's bet on a loan of 100 million, and the winner will have to repay the loser in installments. Before Lin Chen could finish, Su Wanyue gritted her teeth and refused. Who would bet with you on something like this? She was confident she wouldn't lose, but 100 million, even as a loan, was still nerve-wracking. Lin Chen tried to persuade her. We can get a bank notarization, adding, some interest is fine. With my current popularity and capacity, earning 100 million isn't too difficult, and I have the ability to repay. I'm not a fool, this is definitely a scam. Do you think you will lose? As they were talking, a loud voice came from the front of class 18 of the second year, deep and powerful, shaking the air and carrying a hint of pressure. Is Lin Chen here? Hearing the voice, the students in the class turned around one after another, looking on with curiosity. Ever since Lin Chen won the championship at the martial arts exchange competition, no student with a buzz cut had come to provoke him again. This was the first time today. However, when they saw the handsome boy who spoke, the noise erupted and the clamor reached the sky. How could it be Senior Qin Ming? That's him, Qin Ming. I can't believe I'm seeing the real person today, the top student of Shanghai No. 1 High School, the strongest team captain in 10 years. I heard he was recruited by the Night Patrol Division in his senior year. Not surprising, a senior warrior with fire-type abilities. No matter how strict the selection criteria of the Night Patrol Division are, they wouldn't eliminate him. What does he want with Lin Chen? The students were buzzing with discussion, as if a pot had exploded. Lin Chen's gaze flickered as he assessed the figure calling for him. He had heard quite a bit about Qin Ming from his classmates. A genius with abilities, specially recruited to the school, and for 3 years he had ranked first in all martial arts exams, big and small. Now you don't have the heart to trick me, so why not think more about yourself? Seeing the current scene, Su Wanyue raised her delicate brows, a hint of glee in her expression. Don't be fooled by Qin Ming being the top student in school. He lacks the demeanor of a master and is just a thick-skinned brute. During the festival, he even blocked my dad for a scholarship, shamelessly claiming he could lead Shanghai No. 1 to rise and suppress all the teams in the city. If he's looking for you, it must be for something bad, Su Wanyue deliberately threatened. However, the effect was minimal. Lin Chen's expression remained calm as he stepped forward until he faced Qin Ming. You need something from me? Eyes fell on the two of them, and the entire area fell silent, with the observing students holding their breath, both nervous and excited about what would happen next. One was the undisputed top student in school, renowned for a long time. The other was a genius martial artist who had emerged out of nowhere, wielding the school's strongest spirit weapon, the Heavenly Fury. The conflict between the two was indeed captivating. I actually didn't want to come find you. There's no benefit in it. Facing Lin Chen's gaze, Qin Ming grinned and said, it's just that the school allocated over tens of millions to support you, slashing the budget for the school team in half, causing a lot of resentment among the team. Although my treatment hasn't been affected, as the captain, I have to set an example and seek an explanation for them. Many students exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief as they regarded Lin Chen. The recent uproar over the budget cuts at the school was actually caused by Lin Chen. But how strong must Lin Chen's talent be to make the school leaders disregard several martial arts geniuses on the team and prioritize him alone? What explanation do you want? Lin Chen asked, his expression unchanged. For matters that offer no benefits, I always consider face, Qin Ming said with a broad smile. Don't worry, I don't bully people. You're a grade below me, and with my strength from last year, I'll fight you. If I win, I'll definitely give you a good beating, just to vent for the team. If I lose, I can at least give the team an explanation. It's only natural for the school to favor a genius who's even more outstanding than me. The captain. Qin Ming spread his hands, his gaze sizing up Lin Chen. I think you have a certain chance. After all, you've undergone the unprecedented 3 bone temperings in school history, which definitely gives you the power to fight above your level. The information revealed in his words was like a meteor crashing into a lake, directly stirring up huge waves in the quiet scene. What does 3 bone temperings mean? Even those with 2 bone temperings are 1 in 10,000. I heard it costs nearly 100 million just for 2 bone temperings. How much would 3 cost? Lin Chen must have something extraordinary about him. 3 bone temperings only exist in theory. The sounds of discussion and astonishment rose and fell, creating quite a commotion, especially among the students well-versed in martial theory. Their hearts were shaken, astonished by the achievement of 3 bone temperings. Su Wanyue's eyes were dazed, hard to believe. She understood why Lin Chen wanted to bet with the two of them. It was clearly a ploy to lure her into the game. But at that moment, Su Wanyue didn't feel the triumph of seeing through the scam. Thinking of her passionate and proud announcement of the upcoming battle, her cheeks flushed with heat. Before even leaving the campus, she was facing social death. Just a reminder. Qin Ming revealed a playful smile and said, "At this time in my second year, I had already advanced to an intermediate martial artist for some time, with a strength exceeding 30 tons. Against a beginner with 2 bone temperings, I could easily overpower them with one hand." Lin Chen met his gaze, sharp-eyed, and directly said, "Time for the duel. You're agreeing just like that?" Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of disinterest. "I still have backup plans, why not listen a bit more?" Lin Chen was not in a hurry and said, "No one is stopping you from speaking." Qin Ming's smile grew wider as he said, "I originally thought you wouldn't agree, and I was prepared to forcefully strike you. After all, the high school league is next month, and the principal and instructor Yi will only hold me accountable until then. A tough nut to crack, truly fitting." Thinking of Su Wanyue's previous description, Lin Chen no longer lingered on the matter and said, "The first plan, name a time and place. Now, here." A glint flashed in Qin Ming's eyes, and as his words fell, he directly raised his right arm, aiming at Lin Chen's neck, his hand forming a knife, and suddenly slashed down. Whoosh! A fierce wind erupted, unmatched in ferocity, causing Lin Chen's black hair to dance wildly and his school uniform to flutter. A few students not far away stumbled, nearly blown over by the wind. Watching the rapidly enlarging hand knife in his line of sight, Lin Chen remained calm, not a trace of panic on his face, raised his arm, and swung his fist, delivering a powerful strike. Boom! The two collided heavily. Lin Chen's body shook, stepping back a pace, his foot firmly pressing against the ground to counter the rebounding force. The crowd was astonished to find that Qin Ming's expression had changed, and then his entire body was lifted off the ground, unexpectedly sent flying by a single punch. After more than 20 meters, Qin Ming finally landed, his palm throbbing with intense pain from the impact. Whoosh! Lin Chen struck again, his figure flashing as he chased in front of Qin Ming, raising his right leg and kicking out fiercely, accompanied by a violent wind, like a kinetic weapon striking, creating a terrifying momentum. Boom! Qin Ming staggered back again, raising his defensive arms tightly against his chest, nearly overwhelmed by the violent force. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, unable to help but question, isn't 3 times of bone tempering a bit outrageous? How can a junior martial artist's physical qualities surpass that of an intermediate martial artist? Have you considered your own defeat? Can't you think of this? Lin Chen pressed forward step by step, moving swiftly, like a phantom weaving through. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Qin Ming took a deep breath, unleashing all his combat power. Imagining defeat is just because I like to consider the whole picture, like you having a powerful trump card, just like my supernatural ability. A bright flame erupted, sweeping outward from Qin Ming's body, rising violently. In an instant, a tall humanoid flame took shape, standing over 3 meters tall, dazzling and scorching, charging straight at Lin Chen. The ground along the way showed charred marks, with faint cracks appearing. Fire-type supernatural ability. Lava Giant. A rolling heatwave rushed towards Lin Chen, who advanced fearlessly, and with a thought flashing through his mind, cold electric light covered his eyes. Large purple lightning bolts pierced the air, wreaking havoc, the noise and pressure far surpassing the heavenly fury unleashed during last week's finals. Boom! Lin Chen stepped forward, extremely forceful, directly colliding with the lava giant, producing a tremendous sound. The next moment, amidst numerous shocked gazes, the flames exploded everywhere, splattering around, revealing Lin Chen's figure. Unscathed, though many of the swirling lightning around him dissipated, there were still plenty remaining, possessing terrifying power, pressuring the air to explode, causing heart palpitations. Blown apart? Qin Ming stared in disbelief, unable to maintain his composure this time. The lava giant had been his greatest support in maintaining his position as the top of his level. Yet, under stronger cultivation, it was unexpectedly destroyed head-on. Crack! The sound of lightning striking pierced Qin Ming's ears as Lin Chen swung a punch. The dazzling lightning swirling around him was all mobilized, like a torrent released from a dam, surging out in overwhelming force, striking fiercely at Qin Ming. Qin Ming's heart jolted, hurriedly dodging, but still, a significant amount of lightning struck him. Immediately, his body froze, as if captured in slow motion, his speed visibly slowing down. Boom! Lin Chen stepped forward, swinging a punch, and with a massive cannon-like sound, sent Qin Ming flying, rolling several times in midair. During the flight, Qin Ming's body shook, stabilizing himself in the air, and gently landed. I'm done, I've used up my energy, you win. Qin Ming rubbed his swollen cheek, feeling a bit frustrated as he admitted defeat. If he hadn't quickly summoned a surge of energy to protect his face, he probably wouldn't have many teeth left. 3 rounds of bone tempering combined with the wrath of heaven, it's simply unreasonable. However, Qin Ming had to admit that neither of the two was a simple achievement. The wrath of heaven in spirit martial arts had not been successfully cultivated by any student in the school for decades. As for the 3 rounds of bone tempering, that was even more impressive. Lin Chen dispelled the electric light swirling in his eyes and said calmly, "Is it all settled then? Anyway, I've fulfilled my duty as the team leader, and your matters are no longer related to me." Xin Ming shrugged, then sighed, a hint of regret showing on his face. "If I had known it would be like this, I might as well have gone with a backup plan. Just a month of confinement and I wouldn't have had to take a punch." Xin Ming was straightforward in his departure, not making any excuses for his defeat as he strode away. However, the expression on his face revealed a complex meaning. Not only had he lost, but he had also suffered a crushing defeat. He had been completely suppressed. If they were to fight again, it would still be the same. He had to admit that Lin Chen's ability to receive far more support from the school was not without reason. As Qin Ming left, the heated atmosphere on the scene showed no signs of cooling down, with gazes tightly fixed on Lin Chen filled with shock. For 3 years in high school, Qin Ming had been the undisputed top student, a unique presence. Yet, the combat power of his contemporaries was actually inferior to Lin Chen's. Is this really the top student? Just over a month ago in the monthly exam, Lin Chen was still at the bottom with me. The rise of a super genius is always unexpected. I think it's perfectly normal. After all, tens of millions have been invested. If it were me. Sorry, I'm not worthy. The voices of discussion grew increasingly noisy. Lin Chen adjusted his breathing, feeling no intense emotional fluctuations. A glance around unexpectedly found Su Wanyue still in the crowd. He thought for a moment and walked straight over, lightly clearing his throat. "Shall we discuss the betting agreement again? Who would bet their entire strength as a mid-level warrior with you?" Su Wanyue was both angry and embarrassed, turning to leave quickly. The theoretical 3 rounds of bone tempering were far beyond her, not even on the same level. Lin Chen's gaze dropped, watching the silhouette fade away, shaking his head slightly in regret. It still wasn't enough. Perhaps if he were a bit more reckless, it might work. Lin Chen didn't linger any longer, stepping away to find a quiet area to practice the Great Sun Jin method, alleviating the soreness and swelling throughout his body. During the earlier battle, he had sensed that the strength of the 3 rounds of bone tempering was too powerful, placing a significant burden on his muscles, fascia, and ligaments when executing martial arts. It's not a big problem, just that the bone strength is too high, far exceeding the other parts. Lin Chen calmly analyzed. "Once I advance to a mid-level warrior and use my bones to nourish my blood, enhancing all aspects of my physical fitness, this burden will resolve itself automatically. Just right, after these few days of 3 rounds of bone tempering, I've gradually grasped the opportunity to break through. Moreover, I need to hurry and advance to a mid-level warrior." Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing deep within. The principle of attracting attention applies everywhere. Today's battle with Qin Ming served as a reminder. Receiving such substantial support from the school had already caused dissatisfaction among other talented warriors. Qin Ming's treatment remained unchanged, and he was reasonable enough to propose controlling his strength for a fair fight. But what if he were unreasonable? Just as Qin Ming said, even if he used his backup plan to beat him up today, the punishment wouldn't be too severe. In the martial arts high school, competition is fierce, and conflicts and contradictions are the main themes among upper-level students. Martial fights are inevitable. Ultimately, it still relies on oneself. Lin Chen exhaled lightly, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth, filled with confidence and a hint of arrogance. "I have to let the school leaders see that the support from the school is not wasted, but rather worth every penny. Big trees attract the wind, and the opposite is true as well. A sturdy tree that withstands strong winds will only grow stronger." Ding-a-ling-a-ling. As noon approached, the bell rang throughout the campus, signaling the end of the last class of the morning. As students poured out of the training ground, the news of Lin Chen's victory over Qin Ming spread like a storm, quickly sweeping across the entire school. Everyone who heard it, whether students or teachers, was astonished and shocked. Even the school leaders, who were aware of Lin Chen's abilities, were equally unsettled. Qin Ming has special abilities, and his hard power is not inferior to Lin Chen's at the same stage. How could he be so thoroughly defeated? Lin Chen's wrath of heaven, his realm probably exceeds our expectations. At this rate, who among the junior martial artists can rival Lin Chen? We might as well let him challenge the major noble high schools and bring back the title of the top junior martial artist. One vice principal felt tempted. Another vice principal agreed. "I think that's a good idea. It's been years since a student from a public high school has held the title of invincible in the same realm. This will create animosity towards the school. In next month's citywide high school league, if those noble schools band together for revenge, Qin Ming will definitely not be able to withstand it." A school leader expressed concern. "What if we let Lin Chen go after the competition? He will definitely be able to hold his ground next year. That would be too frustrating. To be invincible in the same realm should be unstoppable, yet he has to be cautious. What's the point? Is it just for show?" Controversial remarks echoed in the office. On campus, Lin Chen didn't rush to have lunch. He crossed the teaching area and returned to Yi Tingyun's office. Instructor Yi, are there any martial arts competitions I can participate in recently? The prize money should be high. In recent days, Lin Chen had been busy with his training, focusing mainly on the 3 bone tempering sessions, almost forgetting to inquire about this matter. Competitions suitable for individual martial artists are more common during winter and summer vacations, but there really haven't been any in the past month. Yi Tingyun shook his head, bringing up another topic. However, the school plans to let you challenge the major noble high schools and bring back the title of the top junior martial artist. If successful, there will definitely be rewards. No problem. Lin Chen agreed immediately. When will it be? It's not set yet. The principal wants to wait until after the citywide high school league to avoid creating animosity for the school team. But many school leaders feel it's too cowardly. Being invincible in the same realm should be straightforward. Why should we hesitate? Yi Tingyun's tone carried a sense of helplessness. He preferred the latter option, but the principal's concerns were not without reason. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt troubled. After pondering for a moment, he replied honestly, the high school league is on the 15th of next month, which is a bit too late for me. What do you mean? Yi Tingyun was momentarily taken aback. Lin Chen spread his hands and said, I'm planning to break through to intermediate martial artist today. At the slowest, it will take 2 days, and if all goes well, I can advance tonight. You just became a junior martial artist a few days ago. Yi Tingyun winced at the thought, but considering Lin Chen's 3 bone tempering sessions and the realm of the Great Sun Gene method, it seemed normal. With that foundation, there was no need to deliberately settle down. Yi Tingyun thought for a moment and decided, you can break through directly. There's no need to delay challenging the noble high schools. The school is still just planning, and we might not even reach a conclusion by next week. What about the principal and the others? Regrettably, that's unavoidable. After all, it's a significant honor, and I feel sorry for it too. Yi Tingyun shrugged. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then revealed a faint smile, saying, actually, it's not impossible to make up for it. Yi Tingyun was somewhat curious, asking, how so? Lin Chen replied directly, I can challenge the noble high schools with my intermediate martial artist cultivation, and the effect will be even better. That is possible, but it will take some time. Yi Tingyun stroked his chin, analyzing, this semester is probably too late, but with an additional summer vacation, next semester would be more stable. Lin Chen smiled calmly, I don't think it will take that long. You're quite confident. Yi Tingyun glanced at him, slightly surprised, but said nothing more. He reached out to open the drawer, took out a report, and placed it on the table, saying, with your combat power, you are qualified to be selected for the school team. Later, go to the martial medicine building to collect a vial of blood essence high energy liquid. This is one of the benefits for team members suitable for intermediate martial artists training. Thank you, Instructor Yi. Lin Chen nodded with a smile, suddenly feeling a spark of inspiration. He said, speaking of which, the school places such great importance on the citywide high school league. If we can achieve good results, the rewards must be quite generous, right? You're thinking quite far ahead. Yi Tingyun glanced at him and emphasized, being selected for the school team doesn't mean you can compete. You still have to pass the internal selection, which entirely depends on your strength. Yi Tingyun gave an example. Xin Ming was also selected for the school team in his second year, but he didn't pass last year. For a genius martial artist in their growth phase, a year is enough to create an insurmountable gap. Unless one's talent is on a completely different level, there's little hope of surpassing others. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged as he said, I'm stronger than Xin Ming at the same stage. I know that. Yi Tingyun nodded in agreement, clearly satisfied. He said, the teachers present during your morning sparring told me about it. Your 3 instances of bone tempering were unstoppable, winning with overwhelming force. Lin Chen smiled and said, it's not that exaggerated, it was still somewhat challenging. What was the difficulty? Yi Tingyun became interested. Was it Xin Ming's ability, Lava Giant? That kind of fire-type ability combined with martial arts is indeed formidable. No, his ability poses no threat to me. I can break through it with Heavenly Fury. Lin Chen grinned, his teeth nearly shining white. The main issue is that my bone strength is too high. When I fully exert my martial arts, it puts a certain strain on my body, and my muscles and fascia feel a bit sore. Yi Tingyun pursed his lips, feeling speechless. So, does that mean the opponent is only himself? Coming back to his senses, Yi Tingyun thought for a moment and directly analyzed, I overlooked this situation. Overall, secondary bone tempering can indeed cause muscle soreness, but it's very slight. However, with your powerful tertiary bone tempering, if your overall strength doesn't reach 100 tons, I estimate it will be difficult to completely eliminate it. So high? Lin Chen rubbed his forehead. That will take quite a bit of time. With only about 10 days left in this month, it's unrealistic to earn enough funds through sales. The commission for next month won't be available until the month after next. With all this, 2 to 3 months could pass. Compared to the 3 instances of bone tempering in a week, this is indeed too slow, making Lin Chen feel somewhat unaccustomed. Don't worry, it's just a minor issue, it won't have a significant impact. Yi Tingyun thought Lin Chen was worried about the burden on his body from the bones. If you're really concerned that long-term soreness might lead to hidden injuries, you can try this martial technique. As he spoke, Yi Tingyun raised his hand and took out a martial slip. What is it? Lin Chen leaned closer. Heavy armor breaking army body, a solid type martial technique that can enhance your body's resistance to impact. There are two ways to use it. One is active operation, and the other is passive defense. Yi Tingyun explained smoothly. The latter requires additional tempering, which consumes a lot of energy and time. You don't need to worry too much, just focus on improving your realm. Yi Tingyun reminded him, with the first layer perfected, you can at most just enter the second layer. When in operation, it can resist the burden caused by 3 instances of bone tempering. What's the upper limit? Lin Chen was clear about the characteristics of his martial arts training. It sounds like a military martial technique. Correct. As for the upper limit, Yi Tingyun revealed a playful smile and said, you should have read in textbooks that there were powerful military martial artists who could take the enemy general's head amidst 1,000,000 troops. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat, astonished as he exclaimed, is the upper limit of heavy armor breaking army body that high? Even higher. Yi Tingyun emphasized, seemingly lost in memories, and exclaimed, not only taking the enemy general's head, I have personally witnessed the creator of the heavy armor breaking army technique, a single person killing through 1,000,000 strong army. Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement and asked, who? Yi Tingyun held his breath and solemnly spoke a name, one of the kings of the holy summer, the king of stopping killings, Lu Yi. At 6 in the afternoon, the sun was setting, and the orange-red glow filled half the sky, resembling a burning flame. Among the crowd leaving school, Lin Chen walked out the gate with a pleasant smile on his face. This visit to find Yi Tingyun brought unexpected joy. He had already learned the spirit martial art, heavy armored breaking army body, in Yi Tingyun's office, and during the lunch break, he took some time to ponder it. The sense of effort was comparable to when he practiced Heavenly Fury. Considering his current understanding of martial arts, there was basically no difference. With few exceptions, the difficulty of martial arts training is often directly related to its power. Moreover, considering the identity of the founder, there was no doubt that this was another extremely powerful spirit martial art. However, for now, my energy should still be focused on breaking through to an intermediate martial artist. Lin Chen decided inwardly, given the difficulty of heavy armored breaking army body, it will require a lot of effort and results won't be seen in a short time. Of course, if there are rewards for simplifying the innate level when advancing to an intermediate martial artist, that's another matter. Lin Chen felt a hint of anticipation and quickened his pace home. On the other side, Su Family Manor. A luxurious car came to a smooth stop. Without waiting for the butler to approach, Su Wanyue directly pushed the door open and got out. Seeing Subai watering the trees nearby, she didn't say a word and ran straight into the villa. Subai raised an eyebrow, put down the watering can, and stepped up to follow her. In the living room on the first floor, Su Wanyue lay sprawled on the luxurious sofa, burying her head in the cushions. Subai sat down calmly, picked up a cup of tea, and said, you can sulk all night and complain to me tomorrow, or you can tell me now and see if Dad can help you. After lying there for a while, Su Wanyue finally sat up. Dad, help me transfer to a prestigious school, I lost all my face today. Her tone carried a hint of grievance as she recounted what happened with Lin Chen, her big eyes turning red when she spoke of her passionate declaration about the future battle. Subai chuckled softly and comforted her, this isn't your fault, the school leaders were too tight-lipped. I only received news about Lin Chen's 3 bone temperings around noon. If I had known, I would have informed you right away. It's just that Lin Chen is so annoying, he even tried to trick me. And the bet was a loan of 100 million. Su Wanyue gritted her teeth in anger. Subai stroked his chin and analyzed, if he needs a loan of 100 million, it seems he really is short on cash. Hearing this, Su Wanyue, not bothering to wipe her tears, exclaimed, Dad, you wouldn't really lend him money, would you? Subai gently shook his head and said, 100 million. Definitely can't be lent. Human hearts are complex, if you lend 100 million today, tomorrow they might ask for 1 billion. If you refuse, not only will you lose the favor of lending 100 million, but they might also resent you for not lending 1 billion. Then you still want to lend. Su Wanyue caught on to her father's meaning. Yes, Subai smiled and admitted, I had the idea of investing as soon as I received news of his 3 bone temperings. I've already had someone investigate Lin Chen, he's quite popular online and just selling martial arts products could earn him a lot of money, but the withdrawal from the live streaming platform takes time. I plan to help him with an advance, whatever he earns, I'll cover, without interest. This way, it won't be too much, and it will also be a significant favor. Subai spoke eloquently. Su Wanyue, feeling wronged, said, the stronger Lin Chen becomes, the more ridiculous I feel today. Subai patted her head, changing the subject, and asked, do you know why Dad didn't send you to a prestigious school back then? Because I did very well in the high school entrance exam, and Shanghai No. 1 High School even offered me a full scholarship for 3 years. Faced with this response, Subai sighed helplessly. After all, she was his own daughter, so he smiled and nodded, saying, this is certainly a very important point, but at the same time, the Su family wants to take a further step in Shanghai City and become a true wealthy family. Relying on those conglomerates and wealthy families won't work, we must take another path. That's why Dad wants you to attend Shanghai #1 high school and has established the CUS scholarship, which is spread across many public schools in the city, Su Bai said earnestly. Su Wanyue pursed her lips, vaguely realizing that this was a significant matter. She no longer resisted but couldn't help muttering, I think it's just a waste of money. You've invested so much in the CUS scholarship and over the years there's been no sign of any results. Such things can't be rushed. Su Bai revealed a faint smile, looking out the window and saying, you see, Dad has planted so many trees, it's inevitable that there will be a mix of good and bad, but there will always be trees standing tall like swords. As long as they get the right nutrients, they can reach the clouds in the future. At the same time, Lin Chen had returned home, sitting cross-legged in the living room, continuously operating the Great Sun Gene method, striving to break through to the intermediate martial artist level. As the sun set and the moon rose, the silver moon hung in the sky. The opportunity to break through became increasingly clear with the passage of time. Suddenly, Lin Chen's body shook and a mysterious wave enveloped him, like a stream merging into a river, entering a new level. You have advanced to an intermediate martial artist. Your instinct level has been simplified once. The initial simplification multiplier of martial arts has increased, now at 600 times. 2 prompt sounds rang out in succession, exceeding Lin Chen's best expectations. He hadn't anticipated the latter. The previous evolution of his realm hadn't increased the simplification extent, which had always been 30 times. Perhaps there is an essential difference between the realms of martial artists. After all, bone tempering and blood nurturing are entirely different. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly. The 600 times simplification made his already easy cultivation even simpler. However, Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry to test the effects. As the mysterious wave permeated his blood, all his physical qualities rapidly surged. The strength that best reflected his cultivation level climbed steadily. 38 tons, 40 tons, 42 tons. Before long, the transformation period of advancing to an intermediate martial artist ended, and Lin Chen introspected his entire body, accurately assessing his current strength. 46 tons. The smile on Lin Chen's face grew increasingly radiant. The increase wasn't high, only about 30%, but his foundation from 3 rounds of bone tempering was solid. A single transformation raised his strength by 10 tons. Now, starting at the intermediate martial artist level means he has 46 tons. It's worth noting that an intermediate martial artist with 1 round of bone tempering has a strength limit of only 60 tons. Lin Chen was not far off. His starting point was nearly surpassing others' endpoints. Let's test the current simplification extent. Lin Chen calmed his emotions and began experimenting with the effects of the 600 times simplification in martial arts. After a series of attempts, he nodded in satisfaction. The training of Phantom 9 flashes has become increasingly simple, especially at the current entry level where there's almost no sense of effort. In the future, I will have the ability to promote most of the spiritual martial arts on the market. Lin Chen analyzed to himself. The training of the heavy armored breaking army body still has its difficulties, but spiritual martial arts of this tier basically won't be sold on the market, so it doesn't affect me much. As for pure cultivation, Lin Chen silently thought to himself, use instinct level simplification on the heavy armored breaking army body. This spiritual martial art has immense potential, making it worth a round of instinct level simplification. Heavy armored breaking army body begins instinct level simplification. Simplification successful. The cultivation of the heavy armored breaking army body is transformed into instinct heartbeat. Your heart is beating, deepening your understanding of the heavy armored breaking army body. Your heavy armored breaking army body has advanced to the first layer of the realm. Amid the continuous prompt sounds, Lin Chen grinned widely, feeling immensely satisfied. Once again, it was the instinct of becoming stronger just by being alive. Then, Lin Chen thought for a moment, raised his hand, twisted open the high-energy blood essence liquid that Yi Tingyun had given him, and swallowed it. Let's see how my current drug cultivation progress is. This potion, similar to the strong bone pill, is also produced by the Holy Summer Martial Medicine Research Institute, specifically targeting mid-level martial artists to nourish their blood. It's not cheap. The market price is 120,000 per vial. As the Great Sun Gene method operates, Lin Chen's bones glow, nourishing the blood throughout his body, and the recently surged physical qualities steadily strengthen once again, as swift as ever. However, not long after, Lin Chen reluctantly stopped his training. All the medicinal power had been completely exhausted. TSK. Lin Chen ground his teeth. While training quickly is certainly a good thing, being limited by funds gives a feeling of guarding a treasure mountain without being able to use it, which is quite frustrating. I can only wait for next month's income to arrive. During this time, I should focus on promoting martial arts products and earn some extra commission before the end of the month. Lin Chen adjusted his mindset. Then, he picked up his phone and dialed Zhou Yangyang's number to discuss the format for the next livestream sales event. Just as he was speaking, a prompt sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Your heavenly fury has ascended to the peak realm. This spiritual martial art, Lin Chen had advanced to the great accomplishment realm just before last week's finals. And now, 4 days later, he had stepped up another level. Very good. Lin Chen smiled with satisfaction. According to the Holy Summer Martial Arts Association, the peak realm represents the pinnacle of understanding and mastery of a martial art, allowing the use of all extraordinary powers. At this moment, Lin Chen felt a sense of certainty rising within him. He could now unleash several killing moves contained within Heavenly Fury. Thunderous Hammer, Spear of Divine Punishment, Endless Thunder Prison. Various insights into killing moves surged to his mind. In this case, it seems I can set out for the noble school early. The key is that I can use this opportunity to promote martial arts products, and the live streaming effect will definitely be explosive. Lin Chen felt tempted. However, after some thought, he shook his head. Not safe. The 46 tons of power throughout his body was somewhat low. For an overall mid-level martial artist with secondary bone tempering, the power limit could reach 100 tons, and even some with secondary tempering could have tens of tons. If he were to fail, the loss would be too great. Moreover, continuously using the spiritual martial art Heavenly Fury wouldn't help with promoting martial arts products. Let's wait until next month. By then, my various martial arts levels will definitely be higher, and when the income arrives at the beginning of the month, my cultivation can also improve a notch. Lin Chen's thought soared. This month's martial arts promotion will still be an open challenge. If the effect is a bit lacking, so be it. However, this would definitely slow down his training progress. In next month's citywide high school league, relying on the high-level Heavenly Fury participating wouldn't be difficult, but aiming for a good result would be quite uncertain. The major advanced martial artists would be the main force. Buzz. Suddenly, a vibration from his phone brought Lin Chen back to reality. He glanced at the screen and said, Yang, let's talk tomorrow. Instructor Ye's call is coming in. I'll ask what it's about. Okay, brother Lin. See you tomorrow. Lin Chen hung up and connected to Yi Tingyun's call, directly saying, Instructor Yi, what's the matter calling me so late? Come over early tomorrow. Yi Tingyun replied succinctly, the school has a private scholarship foundation that intends to sponsor your training. How much are they willing to give me? Lin Chen's heart raced slightly. Yi Tingyun calling him at this hour should indicate a significant amount. They discussed it with the principal. I inquired a bit. It's not direct financial aid. They know your live streaming sales and plan to sponsor you through an advance payment method. There's no interest, but the specifics regarding the number of times and repayment period will need to be discussed in person tomorrow. Yi Tingyun explained roughly. Good. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, nearly crushing his phone, his voice revealing an uncontrollable excitement. An advance payment was perfect for him. With his training efficiency, he could quickly convert money into strength. A quick step could lead to rapid progress. Even, there was hope to soar into the sky. April 21st, Friday. As summer approached, the days began to dawn earlier. In the early morning, a great sun slowly rose, illuminating the world. Amidst the sunlight, Lin Chen entered the school and, after finding Yi Tingyun, headed to the principal's office together. Which scholarship is looking for me? Lin Chen asked curiously. As a well-established key high school in the city, Shanghai No. 1 High School received numerous private scholarships, dozens of them large and small. Students who met the requirements could apply, with awards ranging from a few thousand to over 100,000. However, from what he heard from Yi Tingyun last night, the funding method from this particular scholarship was clearly tailored for him. In other words, the person behind this scholarship must have a certain understanding of him. The CUF Foundation, Principal Li said, taking a sip of tea. CUF. Lin Chen felt it was familiar and thought for a moment, guessing, founded by Su Bai? Principal Li nodded with a smile, you know quite a bit. Just a wild guess, Lin Chen shrugged. Last week at the martial arts exchange competition, I met Su Wanyue, and her martial arts school is also named CUE. The three exchanged a few words before the doorbell of the office rang. After opening the door, a middle-aged man in formal attire entered with a female secretary. Hello, Principal Li, I am the head of the CUE Scholarship Foundation. We met during last night's video call. The middle-aged man in formal attire wore a smile, his social skills polished. This must be Lin Chen, right? Truly a talented individual, no wonder President Su praised you as a genius martial artist. I am Lin Chen, nice to meet you. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, but his mind was racing. The CUS scholarship chose to fund him and tailored the method. It seemed to be Su Bai's idea. However, why would a student like him attract Su Bai's attention? Based on the general plan provided by President Su, our foundation has carefully discussed and is willing to advance the income from the live streaming platform to Lin Chen on a 3-day cycle. The amount will be the actual after-tax income. Lin Chen will need to repay us the advanced funds from the previous month within 3 days after the monthly income is received, with no interest or any additional fees during the process, the middle-aged man in formal attire elaborated. Lin Chen listened attentively, feeling quite satisfied. A 3-day settlement was much better than the previous monthly one. The stronger his abilities, the faster he could earn money. The middle-aged man continued, this funding plan will last until June of next year, before the college entrance examination. However, if we find that Lin Chen has engaged in any fraudulent activities, To artificially inflate income, we reserve the right to terminate the funding early. Does Lin Chen have any objections? None. Lin Chen directly shook his head and asked, are there any other restrictions, such as limitations on the use of funds? No restrictions, but President Su did ask me to mention a request. Please go ahead. President Su said that some words Ms. Su Wanyue spoke to Lin Chen yesterday should be kept confidential and not shared. This is a request from a father, the middle-aged man revealed with a hint of a smile. As compensation, if Lin Chen uses our funding to purchase cultivation medicine, President Su is willing to subsidize it to the wholesale price from a first-level distributor. Principal Li and Yi Tingyun exchanged glances. Just this price difference was not a small amount. However, after a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen surprisingly shook his head. Seeing the astonished looks directed at him, he spread his hands and said, with a puzzled voice, did I meet Miss Su yesterday? I have no impression. Principal Li, Yi Tingyun. At that moment, a similar thought flashed through both of their minds. Goodness! This student is destined to make a fortune. The office fell into silence, and after a while, it was the middle-aged man who cleared his throat and said, the funding starts from today. Lin Chen can apply for the advance now, or he can do it in a few days. Let's do it now. Lin Chen took out his phone, opened the back end of the live streaming software, and handed it over. In recent days, with the spread of related videos, the martial arts products he promoted were still selling well, and his commission had increased significantly. The pre-tax income is around 4.2 million. According to the cumulative tax rate of Xinxia, the actual amount after tax is about 3 million. The middle-aged man in formal attire calculated and, after confirming with Lin Chen, asked, what is your bank account number, Lin? The funds can be transferred within 2 hours. Lin Chen recited a string of numbers and then added, I want to use this money to purchase the blood essence high energy liquid. No problem. The middle-aged man asked his female secretary for a tablet, checked some information, and said, the retail price of the blood essence high energy liquid is 120,000 per vial, and the price for first-level distributors is 98,000. With 3 million, you can purchase 33 vials of blood essence high energy liquid. As for the several thousand difference, according to our CEO Su's intention, Lin, your expenses on this cultivation can be directly rounded down. Thank you. Lin Chan's eyes lit up. He had taken the blood essence high energy liquid last night and was well aware of its potency. With 33 vials, he hoped to elevate his overall strength to around 60 tons. That was the upper limit for a mid-level martial artist in bone tempering. The order has been placed, and a dedicated person will deliver it to the school before noon. Lin, please keep an eye out for it. The middle-aged man did not linger, and after completing the purchase, he asked Lin Chen for a contact number and left with his female secretary. Once they were gone, Lin Chen rubbed his chin and said, this funding is unusually generous and no specific requirements were mentioned. Why does it feel a bit too hot to handle? He hadn't received direct financial support, but the interest on the advance, the subsidy for purchasing cultivation medicine, and the insufficient price difference were all tangible money. Considering that the cycle is 3 days, it would need to continue for more than a year. The total expenditure would definitely be a long string of numbers. Su Bai wants more. Principal Li smiled slightly, knowing the reason, and said, the Su family wants to advance further in Shanghai City and needs strong martial power as support. By providing funding under the guise of scholarships, they are essentially selecting talents through a broad net, initially building rapport and later confirming who is worth cultivating before signing some conditional contracts. No wonder. Lin Chen realized, raising an eyebrow and teasingly said, so it seems I'm still a key talent in Su Bai's eyes, which is why a tailored funding plan was created for me. Don't think too much about it, just treat it as a one-time funding. If they want to support someone to become a real consortium or noble family, they should first be able to crush me. Yi Tingyun worried that Lin Chen might become too arrogant and poured a cold bucket of water on him. Lin Chen smiled and said, crushing Instructor Yi is just a joke, but I do have the idea of crushing the mid-level martial artists from the noble high school. Yi Tingyun looked him over and asked, do you really want to challenge them as a mid-level martial artist after leaving school? Lin Chen nodded and said directly, if possible, I will set off next Monday. Isn't that too early? Principal Li interjected, frowning tightly. 33 vials of blood essence high energy liquid will only increase your overall strength by a little over 10 tons. The strongest mid-level martial artists in the noble high school can reach dozens of tons of overall strength, and some even have special abilities, or like you, have mastered spiritual martial arts in advance. Just as he was speaking, Principal Li's pupils suddenly constricted. His face was illuminated by flickering lightning, reflecting a mix of emotions. Lin Chen opened his right hand, and dazzling lightning surged forth, coalescing into a massive lightning hammer that nearly filled the entire office. A powerful aura swept out, solemn, grand, and vast, making one's heart race. Wrath of heaven, thunderous hammer. Principal Li pressed his lips together tightly, his voice hoarse, thunderous. Hammer? Yes. Lin Chen grinned, his spirit soaring, and said, my wrath of heaven has already reached the peak realm. Beside him, Yi Tingyun's heart also stirred. Achieving the peak realm in Ordinary martial arts isn't particularly difficult, but spiritual martial arts are different. That is an entirely new level. Many advanced martial artists, after immersing themselves in a spiritual martial art for many years, only reach the great completion stage. Not to mention, the top-tier spirit weapon, the Wrath of Heaven, is even more daunting. Lin Chen gazed at Principal Li, dissipating the thunder hammer in his hand, and said solemnly, I know that going to challenge those noble high schools will definitely draw hatred towards the school, but I am confident about participating in next month's citywide high school league. I want to challenge early, not for the empty fame of being invincible in the same realm, but to use this as an opportunity to livestream and promote martial arts. With my speed of cultivation, and the advance funding from the CUS scholarship, I can quickly become stronger. Lin Chen candidly shared, to be honest, I can't guarantee what specific results I'll achieve in the league, but I can assure you of one thing, I will attract most of the firepower from other school teams. Principal Li hesitated upon hearing this, pondered for a moment, took a deep breath, and said, Instructor Yi, accompany Lin Chen next Monday. If he encounters any danger, prioritize saving him. The other messy matters can be handled by me later. Understood. Yi Tingyun nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Lin Chen revealed a smile. Completing the intermediate martial artist's blood nurturing might happen much faster than he expected. Zhou Yangyang. After leaving the principal's office, Lin Chen went straight back to the classroom and said to Zhou Yangyang, I've confirmed the format for this livestream. Zhou Yangyang nodded and asked, Are you publicly inviting challenges? Will it be on Saturday or Sunday? Neither, it will be next Monday. I will challenge the major noble high schools and fight their intermediate martial artists. Intermediate martial artists? Zhou Yangyang was taken aback. Lin Chen smiled and said, I broke through last night. Zhou Yangyang blinked in confusion, doubting whether he was dreaming. Don't be dazed, it's true. Lin Chen leaned closer to Zhou Yangyang's ear and snapped his fingers, instructing, Log into my livestream account later and post a message saying that I'm going to challenge the intermediate martial artists of the major noble high schools, then contact those merchants to help hype up the topic. Okay. Zhou Yangyang snapped back to reality. Having served as Lin Chen's assistant for over a month, he had gradually grasped the ins and outs of the live streaming and sales industry and couldn't help but excitedly say, Lin Gu, I feel like this live stream is going to explode. You just won the championship in the beginner martial artist category last Sunday, and next Monday you're challenging many intermediate martial artists. It's so unpredictable. Lin Chen smiled slightly and said, the hype can definitely explode even more. How do we do that? You find someone to custom make a bright red flag and print a striking slogan on it. What should it say? Zhou Yangyang asked. Curiously, Lin Chen put his hands in his pockets, grinned, and said, I am Lin Chen, 17 this year, hands in pockets, wondering which intermediate martial artist can be my opponent. Zhou Yangyang fell silent upon hearing this, and after a while, weakly said, Lin Gu, being so arrogant makes it easy to get beaten. Don't worry, your Lin Gu can handle it. The first two classes of the morning were martial arts theory. After finishing, Lin Chen skipped the practical class below and went to the training ground to find an empty space to practice the Phantom 9 flashes. The school didn't mind this at all. Talented martial artists often have exceptional qualities, and it's perfectly normal for them to not follow the usual ways. However, they didn't expect that Lin Chen's exceptional quality was beyond human reach. Your heavy, armored breaking army body has advanced to the second layer of the realm. A prompt sounded in Lin Chen's mind. As long as his heart was still beating, he didn't need to worry about the cultivation of this spirit weapon. At the same time, under the 600 times simplification, Lin Chen's control over the Phantom 9 flashes was also progressing rapidly. By next Monday before the livestream, I can definitely reach the small success realm, and who knows, I might even glimpse the outline of the great success realm. Lin Chen thought with anticipation. Approaching 11 o'clock, Lin Chen received 33 blood nurturing pills delivered by a special courier. After checking them, he directly took them home. Let's begin. In the living room, Lin Chen calmed his mind, took a blood nurturing pill, and started his cultivation. As the great sun Jinla operated, his bones radiated a dazzling light, nourishing the blood throughout his body. A warm current swept through his limbs and bones, hotter than the midday sun. His physical attributes surged rapidly. The strength surrounding him climbed. Once again, 48 tons, 50 tons, 52 tons. When the effects of the 33 blood-nourishing pills were exhausted, Lin Chen's strength had increased by over 15 tons, nearing 62 tons. This level had already surpassed the limit of an intermediate bone-tempering warrior. However, I'm still far from my limit. According to Yi Tingyun's estimation, Lin Chen, at the intermediate warrior level, should possess at least 200 tons of strength. Of course, the costs are high. Relying solely on pills for cultivation, and considering the diminishing returns of the potency per unit, I estimate I will need over 30 million in after-tax income. Lin Chen calmly analyzed, without any impatience. After all, he had prepared to earn the expenses himself when facing the nearly small target of 3 bone-tempering sessions. Now, with greater combat power and higher treatment, he was naturally even less fearful. Lin Chen got up and went outside, arriving at a grove. Downstairs, and then practiced the Phantom 9 flashes. This movement technique was the first spiritual martial art he promoted. If he could gain fame, it would help him promote more spiritual martial arts in the future. Moreover, the higher the level of Phantom 9 flashes, the greater the boost to his strength. Before Monday, when he would challenge various noble high schools, Lin Chen was confident in himself but would not underestimate his opponents. The stronger the better. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Amidst the dense sound of wind, a figure flickered through the woods, cutting through the mottled sunlight. As the sun tilted to the west, the sound of breaking air grew sharper. During the weekend, Lin Chen did the same, focusing on Phantom 9 flashes and practicing intensely. Your Phantom 9 flashes have reached the minor success realm. Your heavy armor-breaking army body has reached the third layer realm. Your heavenly fury has reached the peak realm, beginning to accumulate insights for breaking through. With continuous prompts, Lin Chen's combat power surged steadily and rapidly. However, while Lin Chen was quietly cultivating at home, the internet exploded, buzzing with excitement. Just as Lin Chen and Zhou Yangyang had anticipated. When the news of challenging intermediate warriors was released, the heat exploded, and related discussions were everywhere. Is the streamer crazy? Last Sunday, he was still a junior warrior, and just a week later, he wants to challenge various genius intermediate warriors without any restrictions on cultivation level? Isn't that just asking for a beating? He better not have picked a weak noble school. Even if it's weak, it has to be an intermediate warrior. He might just crash. To be fair, Lin Chen is really hard to beat. Based on the combat power he displayed in last week's decisive battle, he could at most touch the floor of intermediate warriors. Why do I feel like the streamer is holding back a big move? The online controversy was immense, with some netizens suspecting Lin Chen was deliberately creating hype for traffic, while others believed he truly had confidence. Both sides had their reasons, and naturally, no one could convince the other. And this was exactly the result Lin Chen wanted to see. The greater the controversy, the higher the attention. The previous exchange competition was like this. Due to the disputes over strength, he earned a considerable income even without officially promoting anything. This time, it should be even more. As Monday arrived, many viewers had already gathered early in Lin Chen's live stream room, eagerly awaiting his broadcast. In the morning, Lin Chen arrived at Shanghai No. 1 High School, at the agreed-upon entrance on the side of the road, and spotted Yi Tingyun's figure. He was dressed in a casual, military-style martial arts uniform, standing next to a camouflage-painted off-road vehicle. Nearby students passing by greeted him from a distance and quickly ran away. The vast majority of students held a considerable fear of this martial arts chief instructor. Good morning, Instructor Yi. Zhou Yangyang came over with Lin Chen, nervously greeting him, and quickly explained, I'm helping Brother Lin with the live stream today. I've already taken leave, so it doesn't count as skipping class. He had seriously considered that rather than being an ordinary martial arts student, it would be better to focus on being Lin Chen's assistant. Both his future and financial prospects would be much brighter. Let's go. Yi Tingyun didn't care about such trivial matters and opened the door to get into the car. Lin Chen sat in the passenger seat of the SUV and asked curiously, which school are you choosing first? Changqing Middle School. One of the 3 prestigious high schools? Lin Chen had heard of it. The number of elite high schools in Shanghai City was far fewer than public high schools, only a few dozen. However, the top 3, Chongqing Middle School, Wangquan Middle School, and Lihua Girls High School, were well known, rivaling the long-established Shanghai No. 1 High School, often appearing in local news. That's right. Yi Tingyun nodded and said, since you have the strength, directly suppress the arrogance of the 3 prestigious high schools. He explained, in recent years, these 3 elite high schools have been growing stronger, gradually overshadowing the major public key high schools in both the citywide high school league and the local martial arts unified examination. In the last citywide joint examination, the champion was the team from Chongqing Middle School. In the past 3 years, the top scorers in the martial arts section of the college entrance examination in Shanghai City included 2 from Wangquan Middle School and 1 from Lihua Girls High School. If this continues, Yi Tingyun let out a light breath and didn't continue. Lin Chen thought for a moment and analyzed, from a probability standpoint, there should be more talented martial artists in public schools. In the path of martial arts, talent is just one aspect. Various resources are also needed: teaching staff, martial arts knowledge, and elixirs. Students from elite high schools excel in these areas, Yi Tingyun pointed out. Indeed, Lin Chen deeply resonated with that. If it weren't for the nutritional potions, the blood beast secret realm, and the continuous supply of strong bone pills, he estimated he wouldn't even be able to touch the upper 3 stages of the evolution realm, let alone advance to an intermediate martial artist. Yi Tingyun glanced at Lin Chen and reminded him, don't be careless in this school challenge. You need to earn money from selling martial arts, and it's best to secure the title of the top intermediate martial artist. Not just Shanghai No. 1 High School, other key high schools are the same. It's been many years since any student has achieved an undefeated record in the same realm. If you can do it, Although it won't change the current educational landscape for countless students in public schools, it would be like injecting a shot of adrenaline. Yi. Ting Yun spoke solemnly. Lin Chen didn't say empty words like, "I'll try my best," but nodded directly. Okay. The 2 days of intense training over the weekend had pushed his combat power further. The SUV sped along, and before long, it entered the road outside Chongqing Middle School. The scenery outside the car changed. Immediately. The road was wide and smooth, exceptionally clean, with neatly trimmed trees lining both sides, and various colorful flowers piled below. On the way to the school gate, luxury cars were everywhere, with only a few students walking over, dressed in dark green uniforms that were well-tailored and uniquely styled, unlike the standard uniforms commonly seen in public schools. I have to say, it really has that old aristocratic vibe of Xingxia. Zhou Yangyang looked around, grinding his teeth, his tone tinged with a hint of envy. Lin Chen remained relatively calm and said, "After all, the money is well spent." Zhou Yangyang withdrew his gaze and agreed. "They certainly spent a lot. I just checked the tuition for Chongqing Middle School, 3 million a year. After deducting winter and summer vacations and the legal holidays of Xingxia, the cost of attending 1 day of classes exceeds 10,000 yuan. I dare say their parents must be very hardworking, otherwise, where would they get so much money?" "Stop being so cynical. Worrying about this won't help." Lin Chen shook his head. "Time to get to work." The SUV gradually slowed down and stopped at the side of the entrance to Chongqing Middle School. Lin Chen opened the door and got out, facing Zhou Yangyang's camera, starting the live broadcast. "Good morning, everyone. I won't waste time with small talk. This time, the martial arts for sale are different because we're challenging an elite high school, and the links for various martial arts have already been set up in advance." Lin Chen spoke clearly. "I will demonstrate according to the actual situation in the upcoming competition, and you can purchase as needed. As for which elite high school everyone is most concerned about." Lin Chen stepped aside, signaling Zhou Yangyang to raise the camera to capture the school gate behind him. Changcheng Middle School. This school, the local should be well aware, is one of the 3 prestigious high schools, having produced top scorers in the college entrance examination, and won several championships in the citywide high school league. The overall strength of the students is beyond doubt. As the live stream's popularity surged rapidly, Lin Chen prepared to deliver another powerful blow. He turned to Yi Tingyun, who was not far away, and said, "Instructor Yi, please throw me the flag." Yi Tingyun was examining the slogan on the large red flag, his expression particularly complex. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, he couldn't help but feel a bit sour. Are the young people nowadays this arrogant? Whoosh! Yi Tingyun's movements were swift. He raised his hand and accurately tossed the more than 10-foot-long flagpole into Lin Chen's hands. The bright red flag unfurled in the wind, clearly displaying the slogan inscribed on it to the audience. "I am Lin Chen, 17 this year, hands in my pockets, and I don't know which intermediate martial artist can be my opponent." In an instant, the live stream room seemed to explode, buzzing with excitement. "No matter how high the host's popularity is, I'm not envious anymore. My goodness, he's really risking his life to make money. There's something crazier. I looked up Chongqing High School that Lin Chen mentioned online. It's ranked among the top in Shanghai City. There must be intermediate martial artists who have completed blood nurturing. How will he fight? Believe in Brother Lin. I dare to bet that in the first challenge, within a minute, the challenger will be beaten to tears, kneeling on the ground begging him not to die. Lin Chen needs to sell martial arts. He has to maintain a balance, otherwise how can he sell? Is it possible that Brother Lin is preparing to switch tracks, wanting to transition from a merchandise host to a lively host? Amidst the heated discussions, Lin Chen held the large flag and walked directly towards the gate of Chongqing High School, his tall figure moving steadily, calm and composed. Along the way, he caught the attention of many students. However, most merely glanced at him and quickly looked away, thinking he was just another student from a different school looking for someone. Until Lin Chen stood in the center of the gate, the flagpole firmly planted into the ground, causing the bright red flag to unfurl and wave in the air. Looking at the astonished gazes, Lin Chen grinned, confident and audacious, his voice booming like rolling thunder, sweeping across the entire campus of Chongqing High School. Shanghai No. 1 High School, Lin Chen, here to challenge any intermediate martial artist. I will take them all on. In an instant, all the students at the school gate were stunned, like statues, their eyes filled with disbelief as they looked at Lin Chen. A student from a public high school actually dared to challenge Chongqing High School? They must have lost their mind. Since they enrolled, no one had ever dared to do this. Nearby students all stopped to watch. At the same time, students from inside the school continuously came out, wanting to see who had come to challenge. In just a few minutes, a dense crowd surged inside and outside the school gate. However, no one stepped forward to fight Lin Chen. They lacked the strength. Students from prestigious schools came from affluent families and generally had ample resources, but aspiring to become intermediate martial artists during high school wasn't something that could be achieved merely by stacking up medicine. Even at a top-tier prestigious high school like Chongqing, it was hard to find many. I'll give it a try. Suddenly, a black luxury car stopped at the school gate, and a tall boy stepped out. sizing up Lin Chen with a cold smile, saying, daring to block the gate of Changqing High School, you'd better have some skills or you'll be lying down on your way back today. After saying that, he swung a punch towards Lin Chen's face. To the surrounding students, this strike seemed swift and powerful, the force of the punch whipping Lin Chen's black hair wildly as if it could send him flying. But in Lin Chen's view, the trajectory of the fist was clear, even slow. Slap! Lin Chen raised his hand and grasped the tall boy's wrist precisely. In the face of the boy's shocked expression, he swung his arm and actually threw the tall boy away over the crowd, with a thud, landing dozens of meters away in a fountain, sputtering and coughing up water. Just a reminder. Lin Chen shook his hand and looked around at the stupefied students, saying, there's no need for this newly promoted intermediate martial artist to take the stage. Even in a real battle, it would have no effect. After speaking, he turned his gaze to the camera that Zhou Yangyang was filming with, smiled apologetically, and said, I'm sorry, but opponents of this level can't showcase the power of martial arts. Please be patient a little longer. At that moment, whether it was the crowd on site or the viewers in the live stream, everyone erupted. For the former, the tall boy's decisive defeat was enough to make them realize that this door-blocking challenge was serious and not a misunderstanding of reality. The online viewers were even more shocked. The combat power Lin Chen displayed exceeded everyone's expectations. In less than a week, he was so strong he seemed like a different person. Disperse. Suddenly, a stern voice rang out, dispersing the noisy and crowded crowd. A middle-aged man arrived at the school gate, seemingly a leader from Changqing High School. His gaze swept over Yi Tingyun, frowned slightly, and then looked at Lin Chen, questioning, are you the one challenging? Yes, Lin Chen nodded calmly and said, is Changqing High School unwilling to accept? No student who comes to challenge can make Changqing High School afraid to fight. The middle-aged leader sneered, his gaze falling on the students continuously arriving from within the school, and suddenly said, Luo Hongyun, you come to fight. Okay. A boy stepped out of the crowd, his hands naturally hanging at his sides, his school uniform exceptionally neat, without a wrinkle. He raised his head facing Lin Chen directly and said calmly, Luo Hongyun, sophomore, intermediate martial artist with a strength of 60 tons. Lin Chen spoke calmly, briefly introducing himself in return. Since we're all ready, let's start directly. The middle-aged leader, unwilling to delay, waved his hand and announced the duel. Whoosh! Luo Hongyun moved first, taking large strides, pouncing forward like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, wanting to take the initiative. However, to his surprise, Lin Chen remained unmoved, standing still. Not only did he not rush to act, but he also began to speak, as if explaining the duel. When facing an unfamiliar opponent, you must first gauge their combat power. Lin Chen spoke rapidly. In this situation, martial arts that are suitable for direct attacks are highly recommended. I personally suggest the Kaibei Cannon Fist. Daring to be distracted while fighting me, you don't know what you're talking about. Luo Hongyun frowned, stepping forward to punch, channeling the power of martial arts, unleashing a tremendous force with a fierce strike. However, just as Lin Chen had said, this strike was meant to gauge Lin Chen's approximate combat power. Boom! The next moment, the sound of cannon fire was deafening, and Lin Chen swung his arm forward, meeting it head-on with a powerful and domineering Kaibei Cannon Fist. Bang! The collision of fists erupted with a tremendous sound, compressing the air to the brink of explosion. Lin Chen stood firm as a rock, upright in place. Luo Hongyun's expression changed slightly, staggering backward, unable to withstand the power of the Kaibei Cannon Fist. Lin Chen stepped forward, not forgetting to recommend martial arts. In actual combat, when pushing back an opponent, you generally want to pursue the victory, but it also depends on the situation. This person has a strong footing and can stabilize his center of gravity. If I act rashly, there's a high probability he will block me and create distance. So, in this situation, it's suitable to use the Spirit Snake 9 strikes. Lin Chen closed the distance, bending his arm to form an elbow, channeling heavy power to strike Luo Hongyun's chest. Luo Hongyun did not panic, raising his arms to cross in front of his chest. With a bang, Lin Chen's elbow strike landed, but it was not the powerful force Luo Hongyun had anticipated. It only caused a slight tremor. Whoosh! Lin Chen grinned, using his elbow as a pivot, unleashing the accumulated power, forcefully swinging his bent left forearm like an axe blade slicing through the air, heavily striking Luo Hongyun's neck. Bang! Luo Hongyun's body swayed violently, nearly falling to the ground. This martial art is known for its strange and variable nature. While its power is certainly not as strong as the Kaibei Cannon Fist, it is extremely suitable for the situation just now and can further suppress the opponent. Lin Chen pressed forward step by step, elaborating on the strengths of various martial arts. Luo Hongyun felt the pressure like a mountain, continuously retreating, watching Lin Chen, who was both attacking and explaining, his heart filled with shock and anger. This battle had turned into a teaching session. Everyone knows that maintaining the upper hand doesn't necessarily guarantee victory. One must seize opportunities or create them. This technique, the Lightning Shadow Fist, which excels in speed, can often secure victory in a match like a decisive hammer blow. Lin Chen moved closer, raising his arm and bending it compressing his muscles and bones to accumulate a torrent of power. Luo Hongyun focused all his attention, locking his gaze on Lin Chen's fist, trying to predict its trajectory and intercept it in advance. But in an instant, a heavy sound of air being split pierced his ears. Whoosh! Lin Chen raised his knee and struck, enveloped in a violent wave of energy, like swinging a heavy hammer, crashing into Luo Hongyun's waist. By the time he realized it, it was already too late to dodge. Bang! Luo Hongyun was sent flying backward, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop, clutching his stomach and unable to get up. Seeing this, Lin Chen spread his hands, coughed lightly, and said, "Everyone, I apologize, I got the name wrong. The martial arts suitable for the situation just now is not the lightning shadow fist but the knee hammer strike." Though it was an apology, there was a hint of amusement in his voice. Luo Hongyun's face twitched upon hearing this, wanting to curse. These two martial arts were hardly the kind that could be confused. "I've wasted my training, I need to go try again. This is hilarious. Don't laugh too hard, I'm sweating bullets here." This guy named Luo Hongyun, a mid-level martial artist, has completed blood nurturing, with a total strength of 60 tons, and against Lin Chen he's practically being toyed with. Don't you find that terrifying? My scalp is tingling. I'm a senior from the same school as Lin Chen, let me spill some tea. This is a super genius who has completed 3 rounds of bone tempering, the only hope for Shanghai No. 1 High School to return to its peak. The live stream was bustling, and without turning off the comments, it was impossible to watch. Normally, the scene at the school gate was equally fervent. Many students could see that Luo Hongyun's defeat, while influenced by verbal distractions, ultimately stemmed from the overwhelming pressure he faced, leading to inevitable mistakes. The two were not on the same level. A middle-aged leader instinctively furrowed his brow, scanning the crowd for a while before exhaling, saying, "Chen Jing, you're up." Upon hearing this, the crowd automatically parted to create a path, and a girl with a ponytail stepped out, her steps brisk, her eyes sharp, exuding a keen aura. Facing Lin Chen, she raised her hand, drew a sharp sword from her waist, and directly said, "This is an ordinary alloy long sword, without any extraordinary power, or you can wait a few minutes while I fetch a training sword that hasn't been sharpened." Compared to bare-handed combat, most cold weapons inherently possess armor-piercing advantages. However, with the martial arts cultivation of a mid-level martial artist, unless it was a divine weapon, the impact on victory or defeat would be minimal. Of course, the outcome of a match might hinge on the slightest margin. This was also the reason the sword-wielding girl inquired. "No need." Lin Chen shook his head lightly, his attitude assertive as he chose the former. With the wrath of heaven upon him, he could unleash energy, making him unafraid of many firearms, let alone cold weapons. The sword-wielding girl's eyes flickered slightly, suppressing her mild surprise, and said, "Chen Jing, senior year, mid-level martial artist, last week's measurement of total strength reached 65 tons, skilled in fast sword techniques." It was evident that some of her bones had undergone secondary tempering. Lin Chen remained unfazed, nodding and saying, "Your cultivation is a bit higher than mine, so this is quite suitable." As he spoke, he turned his gaze to the camera, saying, "The upcoming battle will serve as a demonstration for everyone on how to neutralize the advantages brought by weapons in the early stages of martial arts." Upon hearing this, the sword-wielding girl couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, saying, "How do you plan to neutralize it? By dodging with body movement or close-range interception?" Lin Chen replied simply, "I thought it was some novel martial art, just the same old theories from books." The girl with the sword shook her head, clearly disagreeing, and retorted, "I excel in the way of the swift sword. I can even slice through bullets fired from small caliber firearms." Lin Chen smiled slightly, calm and confident, and said, "You won't be able to touch me." The crowd around them began to stir. This attitude was more than just strong, it was downright arrogant. The girl with the sword took a deep breath, gripping the hilt of her sword tightly. She had witnessed the previous challenge from start to finish and was not entirely sure she could win this duel. However, Lin Chen seemed intent on replicating the last teaching match, even limiting himself to footwork, which was a gross underestimation of her swordsmanship. Let the battle begin. As the middle-aged leader's voice fell, the girl with the sword took the initiative, rapidly closing in on Lin Chen, thrusting her sword forward, reflecting the blazing sun above, flashing with a blinding cold light. Just as he had said, Lin Chen did not strike to intercept, he simply sidestepped, evading the incoming sword tip. The girl with the sword's expression tightened. This was merely the opening move of her sword technique, and her speed had yet to peak, but the ease with which Lin Chen dodged exceeded her expectations. It's just the beginning. Suppressing the rising thoughts in her mind, the girl with the sword flicked her wrist, changing her sword technique from a thrust to a horizontal slash aimed at Lin Chen's neck. Whoosh! This strike was even faster. Lin Chen remained unfazed, his figure flickering, strange and agile, once again evading. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The girl with the sword pressed forward, continuously attacking, each strike faster than the last, the sound of slicing air resonating inside and outside the school gates, sharp and piercing, causing the leaves of nearby trees to fall. Yet, facing the elusive Lin Chen, It was as if she were executing a human outline sword technique. Not a single strike landed, not even brushing against the corners of his clothing. Lin Chen was calm and collected, dodging all her various sword techniques. In fact, a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth, and he even had the leisure to explain martial arts. The technique I am demonstrating, the Spirit Martial Phantom 9 Flashes, has an excellent balance between agility and speed, and the difficulty is not too high, making it suitable for beginner and intermediate martial artists to comprehend the power of spirit martial. Once they advance to high-level martial artists, it will be worth dedicating a lifetime of effort to practice. Many spectators listened in silence, realizing that this was a technique applicable to all levels. There was no martial artist it wouldn't suit. However, seeing the effectiveness of Lin Chen's demonstration, many martial artists felt envious. With such a level of footwork, not only could one stand undefeated in actual combat, but they could also take the initiative, able to attack and defend, moving freely. Some impatient martial artists directly clicked the link to place orders. Bang! Suddenly, amidst the whistling of the sword wind, a heavy impact sound rang out. Lin Chen began to take the initiative, executing a hand chop that cut through the air with a fierce arc, striking the girl with the sword's right arm just as she was about to raise it. Not only did it interrupt her downward slash, but it also forced her to stagger backward. Next, I will demonstrate another method of countering weapons through close-range grappling, either by intercepting in advance or exhausting the opponent's defenses, neutralizing the advantages of wielding a weapon. Lin Chen moved closer, elbowing down with a sharp sound that pierced the air, like shooting a bolt from a siege crossbow. Whoosh! The girl with the sword's expression changed slightly as she felt the oncoming gale, gritting her teeth and raising her arm to block. The distance between them was too close. Choosing to swing her sword would allow Lin Chen to strike first. Thud! The girl with the sword shook violently, her form staggering, struggling to maintain her balance. Lin Chen pressed forward step by step, using all four limbs, launching a furious and dense assault that made it difficult for the girl with the sword to defend, causing her to retreat continuously. This blood battle frenzy technique primarily uses the knee and elbow for attacks, making it very suitable for close combat. Once you get close to the opponent, the attacks become relentless, exerting strong pressure. Even if the opponent wields a weapon, if they are not significantly stronger in raw power, it is hard for them to break free. Lin Chen explained while attacking, clearly gaining the upper hand. The girl with the sword struggled to defend, almost entirely on the defensive, only occasionally able to swing her sword in counterattack. With little threat to be seen, many students felt a surge of emotions, including the middle-aged leaders, who furrowed their brows even tighter. The current situation was no different from the last match. There was no essential difference. The combat power of both sides was severely unequal. The student who came to block the door and challenge seemed excessively strong. Bang! Seeing that the timing was right, Lin Chen kicked out with great force, like a speeding, overloaded truck crashing, causing the girl with the sword to bleed from her mouth and lose her grip on the hilt. She staggered back, unable to maintain her balance, and finally collided with a few observing students, which stopped her fall. Crack! With a crisp sound, Lin Chen grasped the sword hilt midair, gave it a shake in his hand, and then tossed the blade in front of the girl with the sword. With a clang, the blade embedded itself half a meter into the ground, vibrating and emitting a quivering sound. Lin Chen casually slipped his other hand into his pocket, glanced around, and a faint smile appeared on his face, though it also carried a hint of arrogance. Next, the crowd inside and outside the gates of Chongqing High School grew increasingly restless, like a vast ocean in stormy weather. Next, two more intermediate martial artists stepped forward to challenge. Especially the latter, whose bones were tempered more than once, possessed a strength of up to 77 tons. Logically, the advantages brought by such cultivation should be quite significant. But what was shocking was that the only trouble he caused Lin Chen was making his explanation of martial arts somewhat hurried, intermittent, and no longer so calm and unhurried. As for winning, there was not a hint of it. After 100 moves, he was knocked to the ground by Lin Chen's kick and couldn't get back up. Next, the same voice came from Lin Chen, sweeping across the area. Almost all the students of Chongqing High School came out, surrounding the area inside and outside the school gate tightly, but after a long while, no one stepped up to fight. Lin Chen had won 4 consecutive matches, and students in the know had already dug up his information. Not long ago, he was the champion of the highest category in the city's martial arts exchange competition, proficient in various martial arts, and crucially, he had already mastered the strongest spiritual martial art, Heavenly Fury of Shanghai No. 1 High School. In other words, up to now, Lin Chen hadn't even revealed his trump cards. How could they fight like this? Doesn't anyone want to fight? The cold voice rang out again, sweeping across the venue and drawing everyone's attention. Lin Chen stood tall, like a javelin, with a large flag beside him, the bright red banner fluttering in the bright sunlight, the slogan printed on it, becoming increasingly prominent against the backdrop of the lone figure in the center of the school gate. He's kneeling. The invincible demeanor has truly been displayed by the streamer, and no one dares to step up. Strange, where did the streamer's hands go? Oh, it turns out he was just pretending. No matter how Strong, he doesn't buy martial arts, not spending a dime, just focusing on companionship. Useless, Lin Chen's livestream has already earned at least over 100,000 in gifts alone, not to mention the sales of various martial arts, which have already taken off. The power looks really strong. I'm tempted. For a moment, whether in the livestream or at Changqing High School, everything was in a frenzy. Winning consecutively is not uncommon in competitions. But Lin Chen's demeanor was too relaxed and at ease, and this ease was still based on a significantly lower cultivation level. Various profound martial arts were at his fingertips, one after another. Some in the audience noticed that Lin Chen had displayed no less than 10 high-level martial arts of the ultimate realm. For a 17-year-old boy, this quantity and level were simply excessive. Quiet. The middle-aged leader hung up the phone call and shouted coldly, the sound deafening, suppressing the crowd's unrest. Because of Lin Chen, almost no students attended classes at Changqing High School this morning. But the school leaders were too preoccupied to care, their attention focused entirely on Lin Chen. If he really managed to defeat an intermediate martial artist, the impact would be too great. The middle-aged leader took a deep breath and looked at Lin Chen seriously, saying, "No need to call for challengers anymore, they will arrive soon. In half an hour, you will have your final match." Lin Chen was slightly surprised but nodded in agreement. Okay. Some students watching exchanged glances, as if realizing something, and the crowd that had just quieted began to murmur again. I guess Director Zhang was just on the phone with Mengshi. Isn't he supposed to be dropping out to challenge advanced martial artists? Hasn't he succeeded yet? Of course not. Right now, Mengshi is the only one in our school who has a chance to fight Lin Chen. His bones have undergone secondary tempering, and he has also mastered a spiritual martial art in advance. He's our school's last hope. Groups of students discussed among themselves, occasionally looking up with a sense of anxiety. Lin Chen heard some of the comments. His expression unchanged, calmly waiting. He knew that the top noble schools were powerful, but he dared to challenge them outside the school, naturally having his own confidence and strength. The strongest intermediate martial artist from Changqing High School couldn't intimidate him either. Buzzing. After more than 10 minutes, a low engine sound grew louder, quickly exploding in the ears of the crowd. On the road outside the school gate, a silver sports car sped towards them, as fast as lightning skimming the ground. As it passed the school gate, it made a wide drift and came to a steady stop in front of the crowd. Mang. Sure, you old man, can't you stop showing off? You almost hit me. He's here. It really is Mengshi. The crowded students spontaneously made way, and as the flamboyant butterfly doors of the silver sports car opened, a long-haired boy stepped out. He was handsome, but what caught the most attention was his sharp, blade-like gaze. As soon as he got out of the car, he locked onto Lin Chen's figure. To have the school call me for backup, your strength really makes me look forward to it. Mengshi stepped forward steadily, his imposing aura rising layer by layer. However, I've seen the top intermediate martial artists from various public high schools in the city during the recent Unified Martial Arts exam, and I've never heard of someone like you. Lin Chen grinned, his sharpness evident. After this fight, you'll remember me. Is that so? Mengshi laughed as well, and as he spoke, he suddenly stomped down hard, cracking the asphalt beneath his feet, propelling his body to leap several meters forward, directly charging at Lin Chen. Roar! Mengshi punched out, ferocious and unmatched, unleashing a sound like a giant beast's roar under the power of martial arts. At the same time, with a loud bang, an even greater explosion tore through the roar. Deafening. Lin Chen raised his arm to counter, delivering a full-force strike with his open stone cannon fist, enveloped in overwhelming power, smashing hard against Mengshi's fist. Boom! An explosive sound erupted, shaking the flags and sending leaves flying. Students at the evolution stage nearby felt their eardrums throb painfully, as if they were about to be torn apart. Amidst the deafening noise, Lin Chen's figure shook, retreating continuously, his feet heavily pounding the ground to dissipate the force. The opponent's cultivation was significantly higher than his, and judging by this strike, it was definitely over 80 tons. This punch isn't enough for me to remember you. Mengshi's smile was wild as he stepped forward, just about to raise his arm to punch when his gaze suddenly froze. Lin Chen changed his step like a ghostly shadow weaving through, and in a single turn, brushed past Mengshi's raised arm, circling to his back. Whoosh! The next moment, a violent sound of breaking air pierced Mengshi's ears. Lin Chen swept his leg sideways, striking directly at Mengshi's liver area, his right leg bursting forth with martial prowess, swift and powerful, like a battle knife slashing horizontally. Mengshi decisively changed his move to block, elbowing downwards as he turned. However, without the enhancement of his fist techniques and facing a leg with his hand, he was naturally at a disadvantage. With a bang, Mengshi was pushed sideways, his step slightly unsteady. Whoosh! Just as he steadied himself, a shadow fell over Mengshi, and Lin Chen closed in, rushing into Mengshi's inner circle. Don't rush, this is just the beginning. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled like lightning as he responded to the earlier challenge, suddenly raising his right knee, heavy and powerful, crashing towards Mengshi's groin like a hammer. Knee hammer strike. Lin Chen had used this martial art against Luo Hongyun before, winning directly. Bang! Mengsher's eyes shifted slightly, reacting quickly as he crossed his arms downward to block Lin Chen's knee strike. However, the overwhelming force jolted his arms painfully, making it hard for him to maintain his balance as he staggered backward. Lin Chen, like a shadow, flashed forward to pursue him. Mengsher took a deep breath, no longer smiling, fully committing himself to the fight. Bang bang bang! The sound of intense collisions echoed as the two figures clashed repeatedly, fighting from the school gate to outside the campus, leaving multiple cracks on the smooth road before they charged back into the school grounds, the residual force wreaking havoc, shattering numerous windows on the first and second floors, with shards of glass scattered everywhere. The battle was extremely fierce. Occasionally, Lin Chen would take a few steps back, unable to withstand Mengsher's powerful punches. However, with the support of multiple martial arts, Mengsher found it hard to gain the upper hand, with several bruises and swelling appearing on his face. His custom-made martial arts uniform, once pristine, was now dirty and wrinkled, showing signs of wear and tear everywhere. Finally, someone can fight this guy. If he can still explain while fighting, I might as well kneel, a student exhaled, feeling relieved. Beside him, a martial arts student looked serious. Actually, Lin Chen is still at a slight advantage. The outcome is still uncertain. The duel hasn't reached the point of life and death yet. Both of them have spiritual weapons, and they definitely want to land a heavy blow on each other. All eyes in the crowd were focused on the two combatants, not daring to be distracted as they moved. A mix of anxiety and excited anticipation filled the atmosphere. The outcome of this battle was of great significance. If Mengsher won, it would end Lin Chen's winning streak, proving the deep foundation of Chongqing High School and suppressing all challengers. If Lin Chen won, it would be even more astonishing, toppling one of the three major noble high schools by himself. Boom! After another heavy collision, both retreated. Lin Chen exhaled lightly, no longer advancing. If this continued, his chances of winning were slim. The support of multiple profound martial arts allowed him to hold some advantage, but before achieving victory, he was likely to exhaust his stamina first. This elite noble high school was indeed extraordinary. A single realm could produce a powerful warrior who had come a long way. Until his blood replenishment was complete, the path of challenge was far from easy compared to when he was a beginner martial artist. However, Lin Chen did not feel flustered, his deep-set eyes fixed on the rapidly approaching Mengsher. A silent roar surged through his heart. Heaven's fury! This was his strongest killing move, confident in challenging outside the school. Crackle crackle! The sharp sound of thunder and lightning erupted. Lin Chen's black hair danced wildly, his eyes radiating blinding electric light. Bolts of lightning over 10 feet long pierced the air, surrounding him within a 10-meter radius, exuding a powerful and terrifying momentum, as if it were the birthplace of legendary divine punishment. At this moment, Mengsher was only about 5 meters away from Lin Chen, right in the area where the might of Heaven's fury was wreaking havoc. The surroundings were filled with flickering lightning, densely packed. Several bolts of lightning tore through the sky, heading straight for Mengsher's head. I've been waiting for this move. Mengsher's gaze sharpened, thick yellow sand erupted around him, swirling rapidly like a tornado in the desert, wild and fierce. The nearby ground, merely brushed by the yellow sand, turned directly into stone powder. Boom! In the next moment, several bolts of lightning struck down, penetrating the yellow sandstorm surrounding Mengsher, almost blowing it apart. But under the relentless assault of the yellow sand, the electric light quickly weakened and vanished. Seeing this, many watching students' eyes lit up, including that middle-aged leader, whose heart, which had been hanging in his throat, began to sink. As long as Mengsher could contend with Lin Chen in terms of spiritual weapons, relying on his higher cultivation, the hope of victory would be greater. Ha! Mengsher exhaled deeply, clearly not having an easy time facing the earlier lightning strikes. So this is Heaven's fury, truly worthy of being the strongest spiritual weapon hidden by Shanghai No. 1. Gazing at the brilliant lightning centered around Lin Chen, Mengsher couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. My cultivation level is far ahead, yet I can barely withstand it. I've said it before, don't rush, this is just the beginning. Lin Chen raised his right arm high, and the sweeping lightning, as if responding to a unified call, surged towards his hand, rising and falling. In the midst of astonished gazes, it coalesced into a striking thunder hammer, larger than an ordinary house, exuding a breathtaking might. Majestic, grand, and vast. Many nearby students felt their hearts nearly stop, unable to muster any thoughts of resistance. The wrath of heaven, thunderous hammer. Bathed in the lightning, Lin Chen held the hammer in one hand, like a divine enforcer, mercilessly swinging it down at the dramatically changing expression of Mengsher. Boom! The thunder hammer engulfed Mengsher's figure, erupting in blinding light amidst the tremendous sound of collision. Lightning and yellow sand splattered everywhere. The shockwave generated at the point of impact ravaged the surrounding area, lifting the grass several meters away into the air, rolling in midair. Mengsher knelt partially on the ground, the protective yellow sandstorm vanished, and dazzling arcs of electricity continuously leaped from his body. The asphalt road around them looked as if it had been through an earthquake, and fire cracked and charred. What kind of power is this? Mangshur gasped for breath, desperately urging his spiritual martial arts to condense substantial energy, trying to dispel the rampant lightning within him. The soreness and stinging sensation gradually weakened, showing some improvement. However, Mangshur's mood showed no signs of relaxation. The earlier Thunder Hammer had a terrifying killing power. If he faced 2 or 3 more strikes, he would definitely kneel. Crackle! The sharp sound of thunder and lightning rang out again, arcs of electricity swirling around Lin Chen, piercing the sky, sweeping in all directions. Mangshur hurriedly jumped up, retreating backward, trying to create distance. He couldn't figure out how to deal with Lin Chen's wrath of heaven, but one thing was clear: he absolutely could not take another Thunder Hammer head on. He couldn't withstand it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Mangshur swung his hands, releasing 2 swirling yellow sandstorms, rapidly spinning with immense strangling power, heading straight for Lin Chen. It was both an attack and an interception. Want to run? Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with electric light, and as he stepped forward, a tremendous thunderous sound erupted, shaking the air. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous bolts of lightning descended, connecting the void above and the earth below, enveloping both the 2 yellow sand storms and Mangshur himself, as if creating a realm of lightning. The wrath of heaven, endless thunder prison. According to relevant information, the upper limit of this technique could even suppress heaven and earth. Of course, Lin Chen's current realm was insufficient, and his cultivation was far from that legendary level, but the power he could unleash was already formidable. Boom! Boom! 2 thick bolts of lightning descended, obliterating the 2 yellow sandstorms that charged at Lin Chen on the spot. Students watching from dozens of meters away suddenly foamed at the mouth and convulsed violently. The earth had very average conductivity. However, the lightning unleashed by the wrath of heaven, enhanced by martial prowess, could penetrate the ground, even if it was just residual power. After passing through dozens of meters of earth, it was still beyond what these students at the evolution stage could endure. Everyone disperse? Stand back! A middle-aged leader, with a stern face, saved the shocked students. Just a bit of residual power had this kind of lethality. He didn't need to look to know that Mangshur was definitely facing an exceptionally difficult situation. In fact, the moment Lin Chen wielded the Thunder Hammer, he had already lost hope for Mangshur's victory. Peak realm, still top-tier spiritual martial arts. The middle-aged leader gritted his teeth, feeling it was uncanny. If any family from the ancestral graves of the Shanghai No. 1 high school didn't have smoke rising, they wouldn't encounter such a genius. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound of thunder continued, and dazzling lightning intertwined, sealing off the area where Mangshur was located. Mangshur's face was as grave as lead, pushing his spiritual martial arts to the limit, desperately resisting, swirling the sandstorm around him to strike wildly and fiercely, tearing the ground apart. Yet, he could not break free from this thunder prison. The lightning that covered the surroundings made Mangshur feel like a traveler caught in a tumultuous sea, on the verge of drowning. Suddenly, Mangshur's pupils constricted sharply. Outside the thunder prison, Lin Chen spread his right hand, a blinding light rising from his palm, and in the blink of an eye, he condensed a thunder spear, its entire body a deep purple interwoven with silver light, the sharpness emanating from it even made Mangshur, who was far away, feel a chill, goosebumps rising on large areas of his skin. The wrath of heaven, heaven's punishment spear. Compared to the thunderous hammer, this move excelled in penetration and could also be used for long-range attacks. Lin Chen swung his arm and threw it, and in the next moment, a purple beam of light appeared in mid-air, connecting the area where he and Mangshur were located. That was the light and shadow dragged by the thunder spear. Whoosh! The swirling sandstorm around Mangshur, upon first contact with the thunder spear, was directly pierced through, unable to withstand it at all. Faced with the terrifying strangling force contained within the sandstorm, the brightness, speed, and power of the thunder spear diminished, but there was no sign of it dissipating, aiming straight for Mangshur's chest to kill him. Swish! A hand grasped Mangshur's shoulder, pulling him sideways to evade this terrifying blow. The middle-aged leader intervened, saving Mangshur. But this action also announced the conclusion of the battle between the two. Boom! The thunder spear broke through the air for 100 meters, hitting the fountain inside the school gate, the overwhelming power of the lightning pouring out, blasting dozens of tons of water into the sky. The bright red flag standing at the school gate unfurled and waved again against the fierce airwave. Lin Chen dissipated the power of heaven's wrath, breathing heavily but not in disarray. Facing the gaze of the middle-aged leader, he directly said, "If you regret it, you can say so. I agree to continue fighting." The middle-aged leader maintained a calm expression and said, "Chongqing High School doesn't need this kind of victory." Though he said this, only he knew the truth. With the combat power Lin Chen displayed, any ordinary intermediate martial artist going up to fight would be equivalent to delivering food. He took a deep breath and said, "Please go back. This time, we at Chongqing High School admit defeat." Upon hearing this, many students had complex expressions, looking at Lin Chen speechless. One of the 3 major noble high schools was toppled by a single person. In the case of a wheel battle, not a single intermediate martial artist was a match. No need to see you off. Lin Chen smiled slightly, not saying much, turning and stepping towards the school gate. Victory is always the most powerful proof. On the other side, Zhou Yangyang set up the live streaming phone on a tripod and ran over, suppressing his excitement as he said, "Brother Lin, this live stream's effect is really explosive. If it weren't for the many martial arts sessions provided by the merchants, it would have sold out." "How much?" Lin Chen felt a surge of anticipation. "I just calculated, after tax, it's this amount." Zhou Yangyang blocked the camera with his body, holding up 3 fingers and gesturing in front of Lin Chen. 1.11 million? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, asking Zhou Yangyang for a spare phone, logging into the live stream backend to take a look, and tugged at the corner of his mouth, wanting to give this fool a beating. How did 3 fingers start representing 3 million again? However, faced with such a substantial profit, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. This was just the income from the live stream. Once the related news spread, sales would continue to rise. Moreover, the product promotion hasn't ended. Lin Chen arrived at the center of the school gate, pulled up the bright red flag he had planted, and waved it in front of the camera, saying, "Everyone, no need to rush to leave. This is just one of the 3 major noble high schools. There will be more later." At this moment, Yi Tingyun stepped over, astonished. "Are you going to continue challenging today?" "Yeah, I haven't been hurt." Lin Chen nodded with a smile, slightly regretful as he said, "If it weren't for stamina being an issue, I would want to topple all 3 major noble high schools in one day. This way, there will be a higher level of discussion, whether it's about the live stream sales or future sales, both will be greater." Lin Chen pondered, the consumption of physical strength from the wrath of heaven is not small. "When I exerted myself just now, I couldn't reserve any strength to operate the heavy armored breaking army body, which left my body a bit sore and swollen. I estimate I need to rest until 2 or 3 in the afternoon before I can go to the second noble high school." Yi Tingyun's heart skipped a beat. "So, during your previous matches, you were operating the heavy armored breaking army body additionally?" "Yes, I mentioned it to you before, Instructor Yi. The 3 times tempered bones put a heavy load on the body when performing martial arts." "I know," Yi Tingyun interrupted, pressing his lips together, "but I also told you that you need to reach the perfection of the first realm or advance to the second realm to alleviate the pressure generated by the bones." Lin Chen understood, raised an eyebrow and smiled. "My heavy armored breaking army body is at the 3rd realm." Yi Tingyun felt complicated emotions and didn't want to speak at that moment. He could understand that super geniuses cultivate quickly. There are such existences in the military. There have been cases where someone learned swordsmanship for a year and directly tapped into the essence of heaven and earth, surpassing many martial artists who had immersed themselves in swordsmanship for 100 years. But no matter how talented, there are always limitations in the martial arts fields one excels in. In areas where one is not proficient, progress would be significantly slow. Yet, in Lin Chen, Yi Tingyun couldn't see this point. For such a niche martial art as solid type, the progress was still shockingly rapid. It couldn't be that he excels in everything. Yi Tingyun exhaled lightly, suppressing his swirling thoughts. "In that case, you should challenge the 3 major noble high schools in one day." "Ha!" This time, it was Lin Chen who was surprised. Yi Tingyun was too lazy to explain, raising his hand to swirl, condensing a cloud-like energy, and directly pressed it into Lin Chen's chest. Buzz! Lin Chen's body trembled, and the physical strength consumed from the continuous battles quickly surged back. Even the soreness in his muscles and fascia was dissipating. In just a few minutes, he actually returned to peak condition. What kind of spiritual martial art is this? Lin Chen was both shocked and eager. If he could master it too, he wouldn't have to worry about the burden of the wrath of heaven on his body, directly turning into a human nuclear power plant. "You can't learn it." Yi Tingyun looked at Lin Chen with amusement and explained, "This is not a spiritual martial art, it's my ability, belonging to the auxiliary type." Lin Chen shook his head in regret, sighing. No wonder it's said that most ability users are geniuses. These bizarre abilities indeed have an advantage over pure martial artists. Zhou Yangyang couldn't help but interject, "Brother Lin, that Mengsher just said the same thing. But you, is it appropriate?" Upon hearing this, Yi Tingyun even felt a bit inclined to nod. "Am I not allowed to have shortcomings? Brother Lin, so showy. When the year-end bonus arrives, I'll get you a big rocket. You too, let's go." Yi Tingyun shook his head helplessly, leading the 2 towards the off-road vehicle. "Which noble high school is next?" "Lihua Girls High School." The off-road vehicle turned around and drove away from Chongqing Middle School, but the aftershocks caused by this challenge were just beginning, like a typhoon making landfall. There was no need to mention online. The massive audience in Lin Chen's livestream was astonished by his strength and achievements. And in the local Shanghai city, the impact was even more profound. One of the 3 major noble high schools, Chongqing Middle School, was overturned by a student from a public high school. Even if he was just an intermediate martial artist, it was still shocking. Many upper-class figures were informed immediately. Some television stations even began news reports. Of course, behind the scenes, the school leaders of Shanghai No. 1 High School were secretly promoting it, but the premise was still that Lin Chen's performance was sufficiently eye-catching. Lihua Girls High School. This is a boarding martial arts high school that only admits girls, but the management is flexible, allowing top-ranking students to use electronic devices. During the break, news about Lin Chen overturning Changqing Middle School quickly spread. Changqing Middle School didn't lose unjustly. His spiritual martial arts are truly strong. With such a wide range of lightning power, how can an intermediate martial artist withstand it? The key is that he looks good. How great would it be to have him at our school? Can you stop being so infatuated? One person challenging an elite high school is a remarkable feat, something rare in years. Isn't being handsome even better? I'm really curious. A lonely civilian boy genius, burdened by the expectations of classmates, teachers, and elders, resolutely stepping onto the bloody path of battling in an aristocratic school. Most of the girls who heard this were focused, and just as they were passionately discussing with their classmates, a cold voice like rolling thunder swept across the entire campus. Shanghai No. 1 High School, Lin Chen, here to challenge. I will take on all intermediate martial artists. He really came? Is he going to fight continuously without a break? During the break, many girls hurried in groups towards the school gate, discussing excitedly along the way, but when they arrived, they quickly fell silent. They saw several intermediate martial artists, known for their combat prowess, with pale faces, exuding a sense of weakness. Some even needed support to stand. It was evident that they had already been defeated by Lin Chen. In the center of the school gate, a large flag stood on the ground, the bright red banner fluttering in the air with the waves of impact. At this moment, a girl was battling Lin Chen. Many students watching recognized her. Her name was Lingya, renowned in the school, acknowledged for her exceptional cultivation talent. Initially, during the junior martial artist phase, she had only completed the first bone tempering. Later, after completing blood nurturing, she rarely made a move. Because when facing other intermediate martial artists, she basically crushed them. But now, facing Lin Chen, even students at the evolution realm could see Lingya's difficulty and struggle. Whoosh! The wind howled. Lingya suddenly sidestepped and kicked, her long right leg slicing through the air like a sharp blade. The pressure from her kick shattered a bush several meters away, showcasing her immense power. Watching this strike, Lin Chen remained expressionless, neither dodging nor evading, only a cold electric glint flickering in his dark eyes. The next moment, with a crack, a massive bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, dazzling and blinding, aimed directly at the top of Lingya's head, as if to pierce through her entire being. Lingya gritted her teeth, forced to abandon her kick, twisting her waist and abdomen with all her might to roll aside, appearing quite awkward. Bang! Lin Chen anticipated her move, kicking out with great force, sending Lingya flying sideways. The power surrounding her was actually stronger than Meng Shi's, approaching 90 tons, but without any spiritual weapon. Facing the lightning he conjured with the wrath of heaven, she could not withstand it at all. Lin Chen briefly showcased a few martial arts techniques, then no longer hesitated, stepping forward to unleash endless thunderous hell. Boom! 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 The violet lightning pierced through the sky, continuous and unending, sealing off the surroundings, causing Lingya's long hair to dance wildly. Her gaze swept across countless bolts of lightning in every direction, revealing emotions of unwillingness and despair on her fair face. She didn't want to admit defeat, but she truly couldn't win. The battle is over. The principal of Lihua Girls High School, a stunning woman, called for a stop, choosing to concede. Lin Chen smiled slightly, raising his hand to signal, saying, "Next." The female principal's expression was icy as she said, "There is no next. This time, Lihua Girls High School cannot withstand the challenge from Shanghai No. 1 High School. You have won." After speaking, her gaze passed over Lin Chen and fell on Yi Tingyun behind him, coldly stating, "The genius students of Shanghai No. 1 High School should not be limited to just him. In the future citywide high school league and unified martial arts examination, don't let them be suppressed." Yi Tingyun, with his hands behind his back, replied calmly yet assertively, "One student with this kind of talent is enough. Wait until next year when they grow up, and you'll see how many students are suppressed to the point they can't lift their heads." The female principal's expression froze, recalling the rumors of triple bone tempering, her gaze returning to Lin Chen, staring intently. She had to admit that the boy before her indeed had the potential to become a figure of dominance among his peers. "Don't worry, unless something unexpected happens, I will participate in this year's citywide high school league. If anyone wants to reclaim the school's honor, just come to me." Lin Chen grinned, single-handedly pulling up the bright red flag standing in the center of the school gate, shouldering it, and striding away. The originally quiet crowd immediately stirred. "Is this a declaration of war against our senior martial artists? Wow, so bold, even more impressive. The spotlight created by one person must also be borne by one person. If we lose this challenge, next month's citywide league, the school will definitely let the team suppress Shanghai No. 1 High School, and next year, they will surely retaliate. How long will this cycle of revenge continue? What are you, a little girl, acting like a saint for? What I mean is, when the chance for revenge comes, you must strike hard." The fallen genius is the most charming, he he he. Amidst the rising discussions, the three of them got into the off-road vehicle and turned around to leave. The off-road vehicle sped away, heading straight for Wonkwon High School. This was the last remaining one of the three noble high schools, and also the final hope. If they couldn't withstand Lin Chen's challenge, it would be explosive news. In one day, the three noble high schools were swept away by one person. With this achievement, Lin Chen was enough to claim the title of intermediate martial artist in the entire city. For a moment, many schools in Shanghai City were restless, whether privately built or government public, all were paying extra attention. Wonkwon High School is clearly setting the stage for me. As the off-road vehicle turned a corner, Lin Chen, sitting in the passenger seat, looked through the car window and saw a tall arena being built right in front of Wonkwon High School's gate, surrounded by a dense crowd. Clearly, the other side was well prepared and on high alert. Yi Tingyun narrowed his eyes slightly and reminded, "Don't be careless." Wonkwon High School is the most established noble high school in Shanghai City, backed by several old financial groups and wealthy families. Their control over students is very strong, surpassing Changqing High School and Lihua Girls High School. They have always advocated results-oriented thinking, and the students' temperament is generally colder than the previous two. Yi Tingyun pointed out that he placed Wonkwon High School last for this reason. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and nodded, "I understand." In the previous two rounds of challenges, he had explained the martial arts he was promoting several times, so for this upcoming round, not introducing it wouldn't matter much. If he felt something was off, he would just focus on the fight. The off-road vehicle quickly drove to the school gate, stopping in a designated area under the guidance of several staff members. Lin Chen got out of the car, his gaze sweeping over the inside and outside of the school gate, and couldn't help but take a closer look. Many students from Wonkwon High School also came to watch, but unlike the previous two noble high schools, they formed neat rows, standing straight and silent. Facing Lin Chen and the others, there was no commotion, just silent gazes directed their way. Zhou Yangyang swallowed hard, feeling nervous and uneasy, her legs trembling. If they lost, would they have to crawl out? Lin Chen withdrew his gaze, his expression calm, and said, "Ariang, pass me the flag. Just give it to me." A vice principal stepped forward, thin and standing very straight, giving off a somewhat sharp impression. "This flag is for you from Wonkwon High School. Our school has been established for 100 years, and you are not the only one coming to challenge and raise a flag. If you win today, Wonkwon High School will specially set aside an area for you to raise the flag, but if you lose, you will have to break it publicly at the school gate." The vice principal spoke with absolute certainty, his attitude extremely firm. Lin Chen glanced at him, then his gaze fell on the dense crowd, and without a hint of hesitation, he stepped forward and directly ascended the arena. "Call someone up." Bang! As Lin Chen stepped onto the arena, a bright red flag was simultaneously raised in the center of the school gate, fluttering in the air. This challenge had officially begun. Under the arena, a row of intermediate martial artists stood straight, all their gazes fixed on Lin Chen. The vice principal directly stated, "Lu Chen, you are the first to fight." From the words alone, it was clear that Wonkwon High School was determined to employ a wheel battle strategy. A boy leaped onto the stage, his expression cold, striding forward directly towards Lin Chen. However, facing the punch thrown by Lin Chen, he seemed oblivious, kicking out like a spear, aiming straight for Lin Chen's waist. Lin Chen was slightly surprised. This attack was his initiative, allowing for a quicker hit. The opponent's choice was quite disadvantageous. Nevertheless, with the third-level realm's heavy armor protecting his body, he had no reason to change his moves. Bang! Bang! Two sounds of collision, one heavy and one light, rang out in succession. Lin Chen's stance was solid, not a hint of tremor, standing like a rock on the ground. Opposite him, Lu Chen suddenly shook and was sent flying backward. Lin Chen pressed the attack, closing in step by step, unleashing powerful pressure, leaving Lu Chen no time to even catch his breath, and within 10 moves, he kicked him off the stage. Whoosh! Before Lu Chen could be helped up, another student quickly ascended the stage, attacking Lin Chen with a fighting style identical to Lu Chen's, desperately trying to inflict injury. The third student to face him was the same. However, the results were unsatisfactory. All were swiftly defeated by Lin Chen, who seized their flaws. "Are they trying to make me get hurt?" Lin Chen's gaze flickered. After 3 consecutive fights, he had enough insight to see Wonkwon High School's will battle strategy. It wasn't the common tactic of exhausting stamina, but rather an attempt to accumulate injuries. There might be a problem. Lin Chen realized something was off. Martial artists possess strong vitality. Unless the injuries are severe, their impact on strength is minimal. The vice principal below the stage remained expressionless, not giving Lin Chen a moment's respite, coldly stating, "Fourth match, He Changjun, you go up to fight." In his view, the challenges from Chongqing High School and Lihua Girls High School were too mild and outdated. For the sake of victory, one should resort to any means necessary. As long as they could win, under the promotion of the back-end consortium and local tycoons, the public would only remember that a super genius's challenge ended at Wonkwon High School, with injuries and casualties. Boom! A cannon sounded, earth-shattering, like a thunderclap, shaking the entire arena. Lin Chen retracted his raised right arm. The fourth opponent had already been sent flying, unconscious in midair. Want to exchange injuries? Then let's see. Lin Chen looked down at the row of intermediate martial artists, his gaze sharp and terrifying. The doubts that had risen in his heart were all suppressed. No matter what trump cards Wanquan High School had, there was no need to worry too much. In the contest between martial artists, one only needed to believe in one thing: strength is king. Dong dong dong. The massive sounds of clashes echoed throughout the arena, continuous and shaking the surroundings. Lin Chen began to give it his all. The school leaders, students of Wanquan High School, and the vast audience in the livestream were all shocked to see the matches on the stage turn into Lin Chen's personal showcase. Intermediate martial artists at the same level as Lin Chen struggled to withstand even 10 moves. Those with higher cultivation couldn't hold out for long either. As for those with lower cultivation, there was no need to mention. When Lin Chen no longer deliberately demonstrated martial arts, with multiple martial arts skills at his disposal, he could be said to have no weaknesses. His movement combined speed and agility. His attacks were precise and fierce. As for defense, it was basically unnecessary. On the stage, Lin Chen swept through, defeating multiple opponents. A great sun hung in the western sky, yet to set on the horizon, and the intermediate martial artists of Wanquan High School had been reduced to just one remaining. He's so strong. Can we really win? If only the merchandise sales were a bit lower, the streamer wouldn't have to humiliate himself in the first 2 rounds. What happened to the promised merchandise martial arts? What nonsense is this about a rising genius? Watching Lin Chen stand alone on the stage, the online audience was all in shock. The once quiet and oppressive formations began to stir and even erupt into chaos as each intermediate martial artist fell one by one. The vice principal furrowed his brow, his gaze landing on the last intermediate martial artist, saying, "Qing Hanyun, the final battle is up to you. Don't worry." The student named Qing Hanyun seemed very confident, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he stepped onto the stage. It seems that the classmates who went up before me didn't help much in this battle. Qing Hanyun shook his head, his eyes growing sharper as he stared directly at Lin Chen. However, since we are all from Wanquan High School, I must reclaim the dignity they lost. I can't let you take it away. Come and fight. Lin Chen's response was short and forceful. Whoosh! Qing Hanyun responded with action, leaping forward in a single bound, closing the distance to Lin Chen. With a twist of his waist, he struck out with a curved right elbow, like a mountain-splitting hammer, smashing down towards Lin Chen's head. The airwaves within a 10-meter radius were stirred, surging and rising, wildly ferocious. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed as he immediately assessed that the power surrounding his opponent was absolutely terrifying. However, he remained calm, raising his arm to block just as the elbow strike landed, his bent arm compressing like a spring, quickly retracting. While continuously dissipating the force, his right leg kicked out silently, delivering a vicious kick to Qing Hanyun's chest. Bang! Qing Hanyun staggered back. However, his elbow strike also shook Lin Chen, causing him to sway and unable to advance immediately. Stop testing the waters, be straightforward. Qing Hanyun grinned, brushing off the dust from his chest, saying, "My cultivation level is probably similar to Lingya's when you fought her at Liwa Girls High School, but my talent isn't as good as hers. It took me an extra year to reach this level. Naturally, I also haven't had the energy to cultivate spiritual martial arts." Qing Hanyun's actions were far from matching his words as he charged forward again. Lin Chen's eyes were deep and cautious, but he was not afraid. Watching Qing Hanyun rush towards him, his black hair began to rise, and brilliant lightning surged in his palm, instantly condensing into a massive thunder hammer. A thunderous blow. Whoosh! Lin Chen held the hammer's handle, raising his arm to swing it, the hammerhead, larger than a house, slicing through the air, creating a pressure that shook the surroundings. However, to everyone's astonishment, Qing Hanyun suddenly stopped, standing still, a wild laugh spreading across his face, his arms slightly open as if welcoming the thunder hammer's strike. Boom! In the next moment, the thunder hammer engulfed Qing Hanyun's figure, exploding with countless arcs of electricity and lightning, terrifyingly unmatched. Qing Hanyun's entire body collapsed to the ground, twitching continuously, his features contorted in pain. Suddenly, amidst the surprised gazes, Lin Chen, who had swung the thunder hammer, trembled and fell towards the ground, barely avoiding a faceplant by crossing his arms, but still unable to steady himself, crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Chen's body also began to convulse. Lying on the ground, Lin Chen felt a strong wave of soreness and sharp pain sweeping over him, rampaging throughout his body. Yet he was certain that no external energy had invaded him. Qing Hanyun lay not far away, gasping for breath as the power of the thunderous hammer gradually dissipated within him, his condition improving. At the same time, Lin Chen's severe discomfort began to ease. The heavenly fury that once shook the mountains and seas is indeed terrifying. I almost couldn't withstand it. Qing Hanyun managed to turn over, trembling as he stood up. Among all the past wielders of the heavenly fury, it seems you are the only one who has directly experienced its destructive power. Shouldn't you thank me? Lin Chen also stood up, his gaze flickering as he said, "Ability?" Straining to sense, he vaguely perceived a mysterious wave linking him to Qing Hanyun. "Correct. But there's no reward." Qing Hanyun snapped his fingers, not hiding his sense of pride, and said, "Let me introduce my ability. I can transfer the damage I receive from attacks equally to my target." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen remained calm, took a deep breath, and tried to find a solution. As a thought flashed through his mind, the endless thunder prison unfolded. Boom, boom, boom. The violent sound of thunder echoed across the arena, and dense bolts of lightning descended, connecting the void above and the ground below, but they did not strike Qing Hanyun. Instead, they spread around Lin Chen, wreaking havoc. Lin Chen aimed to sever the link between him and Qing Hanyun with this deadly move. "Don't struggle. It's useless," Qing Hanyun said dismissively. "Once my ability locks onto you, even the advanced martial artists of the school can't break free. Of course, don't think about creating distance. The entire arena is within the range of my ability." Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged as he dissipated the lightning surrounding him. After trying, he realized that the fully activated endless thunder prison could make the link between the two vibrate, but it couldn't destroy it. Lin Chen understood. No wonder the students before him wanted to inflict injuries on him. It would give Qing Hanyun a greater advantage. The reason for setting up the arena was likely to consider the long-range attack of the Spear of Divine Punishment, limiting his movement to prevent him from escaping the lock of the ability. Wanquan High School was indeed taking careful steps to deal with him, with each move intricately connected. "Are you feeling helpless, angry, and frantic now, possessing immense power to push me down but unable to use it?" Qing Hanyun mocked provocatively, beginning to move his body gradually, recovering from the overwhelming assault. Lin Chen cracked his fingers and replied indifferently, "I only know that the outcome is not yet decided. In an arena battle, aside from determining victory or defeat, falling means losing." It was far from a state of despair. Most importantly, Lin Chen vaguely noticed that the injuries he sustained seemed to be lighter than those of Qing Hanyun. When he swung the Spear of Divine Punishment earlier, he had been cautious and had been operating the heavy armor-breaking army to protect himself. Perhaps, the equal damage was only the power of the inflicted damage. When it came to actual endurance, it varied from person to person. The sturdier the body, the weaker the injury, and vice versa. The outcome is not yet decided, it's just your perception. Qing Hanyun sneered, "My cultivation surpasses yours, allowing me to endure more injuries. The result of this challenge has already been determined." As he spoke, Qing Hanyun drew a sharp dagger with his other hand and pressed it directly against his throat. "Tell me, what do you think will happen if I stab myself now?" A sharp pain surged in Lin Chen's throat, but he remained expressionless, operating the heavy armor-breaking army. In the next moment, the pain quickly diminished. His speculation was correct. This ability of equal damage was not absolutely the same. "I can only take action myself, I can't scare you." Not seeing any panic on Lin Chen's face, Qing Hanyun pouted and lowered the dagger from his throat. "Just right, let you lose convincingly." He held the dagger and charged forward. Lin Chen was already confident. He stepped forward, and in an instant, the sound of thunder resonated across the arena, once again, unleashing the endless thunder prison. This time, it was for an attack. Dozens, even hundreds, of bolts of lightning descended, carrying a violent force, covering most of the arena and completely sealing off the area where Qing Hanyun stood. Qing Hanyun couldn't help but stop, feeling the overwhelming might approaching him, realizing how terrifyingly powerful it was. However, thinking of the equal damage ability he possessed, he thought, "Surely, it can't attack me." Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, interrupting his words and piercing directly into his body. Compared to the earlier heavy hammer, the lethality was somewhat lacking, but it still made Qing Hanyun wince in pain, feeling quite uncomfortable, not expecting Lin Chen to dare to strike him again. Lin Chen remained indifferent and continued to unleash the endless thunder prison's assault. One bolt of lightning followed another, continuously striking down like a waterfall made of lightning and thunder, drowning Qing Hanyun, causing his expression to twist in agony, suffering even more, and many people watched in confusion, including Qing Hanyun, who believed that this action was no different from quenching thirst with seawater, only hastening Lin Chen's defeat. But in less than a minute, their expressions changed. Doubt, shock, disbelief. Amidst the thunder and lightning, Qing Hanyun gasped for breath, his hands pressed hard against his knees to maintain his stance. However, directly opposite him, Lin Chen stood tall, showing no signs of falling. "What is happening?" Qing Hanyun gritted his teeth, and for the first time, a hint of panic appeared in his gaze towards Lin Chen, no longer the confidence and composure he had before. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, dazzling and brilliant, a response from Lin Chen, pouncing like a thunder dragon, unleashing terrifying power. Qing Hanyun could hardly bear it, unable to stand, and with a thud, he knelt heavily on the ground. Lin Chen also felt pain, but under the operation of the heavy armor of the broken army, he still stood steady, his eyes radiating electric light, cold and sharp, looking down at the kneeling Qing Hanyun before him. From this moment on, victory and defeat are determined. "No, it's impossible." Ching Hanyun struggled to lift his head, seeing Lin Shen's gaze from above, unable to accept the current situation. He never expected to lose. The moment he locked onto Lin Shen with his abilities, he was convinced he had secured victory. But the reality was that he lay on the ground while Lin Shen stood above him. Boom, boom, boom. A series of lightning strikes came down, causing Ching Hanyun immense pain, nearly knocking him unconscious, and he could no longer maintain the connection to his abilities. Instantly, Lin Shen felt a sense of relief, his body no longer sustaining new injuries. Why? Ching Hanyun struggled on the ground, trying to get up, filled with unwillingness and agitation. All the emotions he had mocked Lin Shen for earlier were now manifesting in himself. This made him particularly uncomfortable. Lin Shen's gaze was indifferent, the electric light in his eyes growing more intense. Because I am stronger than you. Boom! Without the constraints of his abilities, Lin Shen unleashed the full power of the wrath of heaven, enveloping most of the arena in lightning, piercing through the sky like monstrous waves in an ocean. As soon as Ching Hanyun made contact, his body shattered, blood splattered, and he didn't even finish a scream before fainting on the spot. It was still that vice principal who quickly ascended the arena to rescue him. Lin Shen's black hair danced wildly, his eyes swirling with electric light as he stared at the vice principal, exuding immense dominance, saying, "Who else will come? Feel free to come up." He was injured, but under full eruption, he still possessed powerful offensive capabilities. Below the arena, there was dead silence, only the sound of thunder and lightning sweeping through the sky, echoing throughout the school. The vice principal's face turned ashen, taking a deep breath, and said, "In this battle, Wonkwon High School admits defeat. The banner you brought, we will keep and hang in the most prominent position in the school. But remember, this school will always repay an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." The coldness in the vice principal's voice was almost palpable. "This humiliation, Wonkwon High School will surely return in full measure one day. I look forward to it." Lin Chen turned and left, striding away without looking back. As the sun set in the west, a warm orange-red glow illuminated a speeding off-road vehicle. Wonkwon High School faded into the background, gradually becoming blurry. Inside the car, Yi Tingyun was in a good mood, glancing at Lin Chen in the passenger seat, teasing, "Your final response was really tough. If I were a high-ranking official from Wonkwon High School, I might have to call in a few high-level martial artists to make sure you lie down and go back." Lin Chen shrugged and said, "Since we fought, there's no point in softening now." "That's true." Yi Tingyun nodded with a smile. As he spoke, he freed one hand, using his abilities to condense a ball of energy and send it into Lin Chen's body. "You're seriously injured, but you managed to endure without showing any signs. Your temperament is above average among your peers." In response to Yi Tingyun's assessment, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and said, "It's nothing to boast about. The path of martial arts is long and arduous. If you can't even endure some physical pain, how can you talk about reaching the peak?" Zhou Yangyang grinned and reminded Lingo, "The live stream has already ended and there are no outsiders in the car." Lin Chen smiled silently and said, "Of course, in front of so many people, one still has to care about face. No matter how much it hurts, one must endure." Joking aside, when it came to pain, Lin Chen couldn't help but think of Ching Hanyun's special ability. He shook his head, feeling a bit emotional as he said, "This ability to inflict equal damage is much harder to deal with than the lava giant's offensive abilities, especially when one doesn't have the advantage in cultivation. Once locked on, one can basically only be at the mercy of others. If it weren't for his mastery of the three-layered heavy armored breakthrough body, this battle would have been very arduous for him. However, solid-type martial arts have always been niche, with few practitioners. If it were other intermediate martial artists, whether it was Mangshi from Qingchun High School or Lingya from Liwa Girls High School, they would hardly be a match for Ching Hanyun. It's not that hopeless." Yi Tingyun, driving with one hand, shook his head and said, "It's just that the martial arts cultivation of intermediate martial artists can't be considered profound. They lack effective means of countering. Special abilities are essentially just a branch of martial arts, different paths leading to the same goal." Upon hearing this definition, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, finding it intriguing. Special abilities are martial arts? But I see many universities have dedicated special ability departments, and some students choose to give up martial arts to focus all their energy on enhancing their special abilities. That's not surprising, Yi Tingyun further explained. To develop special abilities to their fullest, one must touch upon the narrow concept of martial arts, which requires reaching a very high level. I'm still far from that, unable to even touch the threshold. Lin Chen stroked his chin and analyzed. I think that kind of existence probably exceeds the category of human. Yi Tingyun glanced at him and said, "Later, I'll drop Zhou Yangyang back at school and take you to meet someone as a reward for your great success in this off-campus challenge." "Who?" Lin Chen asked, a bit curious. "A veteran." Yi Tingyun took a deep breath, his expression becoming complex. There was heaviness, helplessness, and unwillingness. He added in a hoarse voice, an existence that could once ignore the differences between special abilities and martial arts. The off-road vehicle sped along, and after dropping Zhou Yangyang back at School, Yi Tingyun didn't get out but set off again with Lin Chen. At the same time, the phone in the principal's office of Shanghai No. 1 High School kept ringing, almost being overwhelmed with calls. The news of Lin Chen toppling the 3 major noble high schools in a single day had already spread and was going viral in Shanghai City. Several local TV stations had reserved enough airtime, preparing to feature it prominently in the evening news. Principal Li was grinning. From ear to ear, he had always preferred quiet, but faced with the incessant ringing of the phone, he felt no annoyance. When he initially agreed to let Lin Chen challenge outside the school, he was quite worried and had specifically instructed Yi Tingyun to step in for rescue, to prevent Lin Chen from getting seriously injured in battle. But the result was that Lin Chen was unstoppable, sweeping through the 3 major noble high schools in just one day. The old leader from the education department just called me. The city's higher-ups are very satisfied with Lin Chen's performance. The financial allocation the school can receive in the second half of the year will at least double, Principal Li said, beaming. Good news. One of the vice principals nodded with a smile and said, the only regret is that in next month's citywide high school league, Xin Ming and the others will have to suffer a bit. The arrogance of the 3 major noble high schools was almost shattered by Lin Chen today, and they will definitely retaliate against Shanghai No. 1 High School. It's not a big problem, instructor. Yi is very clear about this. Once Lin Chen grows up next year, he can recover everything lost. This year's results don't matter much, just consider it a strategic sacrifice. Don't be so pessimistic. Lin Chen is also preparing to participate, and who knows, he might surprise us again. The atmosphere in the principal's office was excited and lively. On the other side, after Yi Tingyun and Lin Chen left the school, they headed east, driving onto a coastal road at dusk. The endless waves crashed against the shore, creating foamy white spray, reflecting the soft afterglow of the setting sun, like a warm-toned oil painting. Lin Chen rolled down the car window, extending his hand outside to greet the cool sea breeze, gazing at the boundless sea. He had been living in Shanghai City for over a month, yet this was his first sight of the ocean. The city, bordered by the Longyu Sea to the east and Mount Taishan to the west, was aptly named Shanghai. Below the initial stretch of the coastal highway, there was a golden beach, the sea a deep blue, and the sand fine and delicate. Even though it was a Monday, many people were still enjoying themselves. However, Yi Tingyun showed no signs of stopping, pressing the accelerator and swiftly passing the beach. Further in, the scenery along the coastal highway became much more desolate. The sand gradually turned grayish-black and eventually disappeared altogether, replaced by winding, jagged rocks. Along the way, there were fewer and fewer cars accompanying them. At the end of the road stood an old lighthouse, seemingly abandoned, with no light shining. Years of seawater erosion had allowed dark moss to creep up its walls. Below, an elderly man sat at the railing fishing with a rod. Yet, his gaze was deep and unfocused, completely indifferent to the bobbing float as he stared into the depths of the sea. Yi Tingyun did not drive the off-road vehicle in but stopped at the intersection, leading Lin Chen to step forward. Old Guan. Upon reaching the old man's back, Yi Tingyun slightly bowed and greeted him with great respect. Lin Chen stood to the side, quietly observing the old man. As he approached, he noticed the man's astonishingly large frame. Standing up, he was at least 2 meters tall, though his body was extremely thin, with skin that seemed almost to cling to his bones. Is there something you need? I want to use your black abyss, Yi Tingyun said directly, raising his hand to point at Lin Chen, indicating that it was he who needed it. Old Guan turned his face slightly, glancing at Lin Chen with no change in expression, and said flatly, the door isn't locked. Yi Tingyun let out a light breath, which clarified Lin Chen's confusion, saying, go ahead, at the very bottom of the lighthouse there's a straight knife. Find a place nearby to sit down and cultivate the heavy armored breaking army body to refine your physique. Okay. Lin Chen was taken aback. Yi Tingyun had brought him here specifically for cultivating the heavy armored breaking army body? Without overthinking it, Lin Chen walked towards the iron door of the lighthouse. He was quite satisfied with this reward. The solid spiritual martial arts would permanently enhance his physical defense, requiring additional energy for refinement. He was still far from completing his blood nurturing, so the focus had to be on improving his cultivation level, and he couldn't spare extra funds for the time being. Creak! The iron door of the lighthouse was pushed open, revealing a clean and tidy interior, with lights hanging on the walls to illuminate the spiral staircase that hugged the wall. Lin Chen took a quick glance before retracting his gaze and walking downwards. At the end of the spiral staircase there was a spacious basement, and as Lin Chen stepped inside, bright lights flickered on. In the central area, a straight knife was embedded in the ground, entirely black, with a long, narrow blade. Perhaps it had been a long time since anyone had come here, as a thick layer of dust had accumulated on the hilt. Buzz! At that moment, the black, straight knife trembled, and before the dust could rise, it all vanished. A faint black mist began to emanate from the blade, and the instant it touched Lin Chen, it sent a shiver through his heart, nearly taking his breath away. Within the mist, it felt as if there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a menacing aura. Stay calm. Yi Tingyun's voice rang in Lin Chen's ear. Operate the heavy armored breaking army body and absorb the mist released by the black Abyss. This type of energy is very suitable for solid martial arts. Lin Chen followed the instruction, calming his mind and sitting down to absorb the faint black mist that enveloped him, beginning to refine his body. The effect is extraordinary. Lin Chen sensed rapid progress in his physique. The sun gradually sank below the horizon and the sea grew increasingly dark. Old Guan gazed at the ocean, like a statue. Yi Tingyun stood beside him, equally silent, patiently waiting. An hour later, with a buzz, the black straight knife in the basement trembled, retracting the faint black mist that had spread out. Lin Chen stopped his cultivation, his eyes faintly glowing. This time of tempering wasn't long, but the faint black mist was full of energy, allowing him to complete the first layer of the heavy armor-breaking army body refinement. Even the progress of the second layer of refinement was over half. A sense of tenacity flowed throughout his body. Lin Chen tried it out simply. Now, when he practiced martial arts, the 3 times of bone tempering would no longer burden his body. Even the spirit martial heaven's fury could be fully unleashed. If I faced Qing Han Yun again, I might just feel some pain in my flesh and I can still achieve victory. Lin Chen was very satisfied and turned to leave. How's the effect? Upon seeing Lin Chen come out, Yi Tingyun revealed a smile and specifically asked in front of Old Guan. Lin Chen replied truthfully, the second layer of refinement is over half complete. At this moment, Old Guan's hoarse voice sounded, have you comprehended the third layer of the Stop Killing King's spirit martial? Yes. When you advance to the 5th layer, you can come back again. Old Guan glanced at Lin Chen and said. Yi Tingyun's smile grew wider, reminding him, Old Guan, he has only been learning the heavy armor-breaking army body for 3 days. Hearing this, Old Guan fell silent for a moment and changed his words, you can come once a week in the future. If I'm not here, just go down directly. Lin Chen was naturally satisfied with this outcome. By reinforcing his body with the black abyss, he could save a significant amount of money. Beside him, Yi Tingyun put away his smile, pursed his lips, seemingly not meeting his psychological expectations. Lin Chen, you go back to the car first, I still have some matters to attend to. Okay. After Lin Chen walked away, Yi Tingyun took a step forward, came to Old Guan's side, gripped the railing tightly, and gazed out at the pitch-black sea, saying, a pretty good seedling, and he has completed 3 bone temperings. It would be a pity not to teach him. Old Guan's expression remained unchanged. I'm old. Yi Tingyun nodded, I know, but that's exactly why we need to pass on the torch. Old Guan fell into silence, and after a long while, he spoke, you can go back. Hearing this, Yi Tingyun gritted his teeth, looked deeply at Old Guan with reluctance, and turned to leave. As he passed the iron gate of the lighthouse, he couldn't help but turn his face again, saying in a deep voice, Xingxia is far from peaceful. We need the black abyss to reappear in the world. Old Guan did not speak again, only gazing at the dark sea, his gaze growing deeper. Yi Tingyun returned to the car, took several deep breaths to adjust his mindset, pressed the accelerator, and drove away in the off-road vehicle. Lin Chen turned his face, continuously watching the old man under the lighthouse until he could no longer see him, then withdrew his gaze, saying, Instructor Yi, is this Old Guan called Guan Shan? Ha! Yi Tingyun was taken aback, surprised that Lin Chen knew this name. Lin Chen smiled, took out his phone, and said, I searched online, using clues like Shanghai City, the surname Guan, and super strong individuals, but there was very little information. As he spoke, he opened an encyclopedia entry. The introduction was very brief, just 1 sentence, but it was shocking. Guan Shan, former commander of the Nightfire Army, holder of the highest Iron Blood Medal, awarded the first-class military merit of Xingxia. Below the attachment, there was also a photo. It was a male figure from behind, tall and sturdy, holding a black straight knife in hand, facing a vast ocean, countless exotic beasts surging from the sea, densely packed, almost spilling out of the photo. 1 man, 1 knife, standing by the sea, facing the beast tide. It's Old Guan. Yi Tingyun nodded. Lin Chen exhaled lightly, saying, I remember that the first-class military merit of Xingxia and the highest Iron Blood Medal are only posthumously awarded to martyrs? There are always exceptions. A glint flashed in Yi Tingyun's eyes. When 90 million lives rest on one person, if you can bear it, you can also obtain it. Thinking of the scene in the photo, Lin Chen couldn't help but imagine a terrifying blood battle, secretly exclaiming his peak offensive power could probably be described as earth-shattering. Yi Tingyun did not refute, sighed, and spoke with a complex tone, perhaps it won't be long before it is severed. Ha! Lin Chen was taken aback upon hearing this. Why Yi Tingyun didn't say much more. Changing the subject, your heavy armor-breaking army body has been refined to the 2nd layer. You should be able to withstand the load from your bones when you practice martial arts now. Yeah, I tried it briefly in the lighthouse before, and it doesn't affect me anymore. That's good. In future battles, with this limitation gone, you can be more unrestrained. Thanks to Instructor Yi for bringing me here today. Otherwise, I wouldn't know when I'd be able to resolve this situation. While chatting, Lin Chen's voice suddenly lowered. Yi Tingyun was a bit surprised. What's wrong? Lin Chen cleared his throat and said, well, I just realized that the commission from this live streaming sales is quite substantial, and with the subsequent earnings, I should be able to Raise my overall strength to over 100 tons this week. Yi Tung-yoon. He suddenly wanted to give this kid a couple of punches. When Lin Chen returned home, it was already 9 in the evening, with a silver moon hanging high in the night sky. After a quick wash, Lin Chen lay on the lounge chair by the living room window, his hands behind his head, gazing at the silver moon outside while reflecting on the challenges of the day. Most of them had been crushed by him. However, there were still a few opponents that left a deep impression on him. When I faced Meng Shi from Chongqing High School and Lingya from Liwa Girls High School, I mainly suffered due to their cultivation levels. Most of their bones had undergone secondary refinement, giving them much greater strength than me, but for me, that's not a problem. I can resolve it quickly. On the way back, Lin Chen checked the data from the live streaming backend. Today's commissions plus gift rewards had already exceeded 10 million before tax. Tomorrow is Tuesday, just in time for the next cycle of the CUA scholarship funding. I can purchase new blood essence energy liquid, and on Friday, I can buy another batch. With my ability to topple 3 prestigious high schools in one day, the subsequent earnings will be quite considerable. Breaking through 100 tons of overall strength is almost certain. The funds Lin Chen has earned can all be invested in his cultivation. The heavy armor-breaking army body can be refined with the help of Old Guan's Black Abyss. Once a week isn't too frequent, but once this spiritual martial art reaches the 10th layer, the refining efficiency will skyrocket. Qing Hanyun's equivalent damage ability won't pose much of a threat to me anymore, Lin Chen thought to himself. However, this last battle still served as a wake-up call for him. Abilities, or the power of martial arts, are profound and unfathomable. He is still far from being able to overlook those at the same level. But the future may not be the same. Lin Chen is clear about his potential. His cultivation still has a vast room for improvement. The 3 spiritual martial arts have not yet reached their limits. I don't need to worry about the wrath of heaven and the heavy armor-breaking army. For the time being, I should focus on the Phantom 9 flashes. First, it can enhance my strength. Second, it can increase sales. Today's sales figures for this spiritual martial art made the merchants very satisfied. However, the proportion of commissions Lin Chen received was relatively low compared to other high-level martial arts. The high price of spiritual martial arts, combined with the energy required to invest, creates a significant sunk cost, making martial artists think twice and deliberate carefully when choosing. Once my level is higher, say at the peak or even the ultimate level, I can showcase even stronger powers, and more martial artists will be interested in purchasing. By then, new spiritual martial arts merchants will also come to me. My arsenal will become increasingly complete, with no shortcomings. Thoughts flashed through Lin Chen's mind, and his heartbeat subtly quickened. When funds are relatively abundant, his path to rise truly feels unstoppable. The next day, Tuesday, another sunny day, with the sun rising steadily. Lin Chen went out again last night, found an open space, and practiced the Phantom 9 flashes all night, returning home just as dawn broke to sleep. Not long after sunrise, he woke up directly. Relying on the powerful recovery ability of a mid-level martial artist, he felt refreshed and full of energy. After changing into a clean school uniform, Lin Chen went out downstairs. As soon as he stepped out, he couldn't help but be drawn to a luxury car parked in front of the building, scanning it up and down. The community where he rented was quite ordinary. The cars that usually came and went were mostly family vehicles for grocery shopping, and occasionally he would see a more expensive car, worth at most a few $100,000. But this car in front of him was very familiar to Lin Chen. It had been teased by many viewers when he first started live streaming sales, as he was collecting fragments of this model. But it seemed he had really gathered enough now. Are you Lin Chen? A middle-aged man dressed like a business elite stood by the car, smiling as he greeted Lin Chen when he came out. Looking for me? Lin Chen was slightly surprised, nodded, and asked, "Is there something you need?" "Yes, please get in." The middle-aged man stepped aside, smiling as he opened the car door, raising his hand to gesture for Lin Chen to enter. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. Inside the car, a young man sat opposite him, about the same age as Lin Chen, with an average appearance but sitting up straight, gazing at the chessboard on the car table, playing a game by himself. His every move exuded an air of privilege. Lin Chen glanced at him and found him somewhat familiar, saying, "From Wonquan High School?" During yesterday's arena battle, a few students had been positioned very close to the front, standing with the school leaders to watch, leaving him with some impressions. "Please sit." The young man moved a chess piece, his gaze shifting from the board to Lin Chen, smiling as he introduced himself. "I'm Li Jiqi, a senior at Wonquan High School, a senior martial artist, and the captain of this year's school team." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you here to seek revenge for the humiliation Wonquan High School suffered yesterday?" Li Jiqi shook his head, saying, "That's not my responsibility. I'm here for personal matters." He continued directly, "I see great potential in your live streaming martial arts, and I want to sign you to the agency I manage." Beside him, the middle-aged man added at the right moment, "Our company is part of the Li Group, mainly responsible for live streaming sales. You don't need to worry about our strength. The signed streamers are spread all over Lizhou, and several of the hottest streamers in Shanghai City are all operated By our company, Lee Group. Lin Chen murmured, having seen many related reports in the news. Their background was quite deep, primarily engaged in real estate and pharmaceuticals. Do you know Li Shanha? Lin Chen suddenly thought of the junior martial artist he encountered in the finals of the martial arts exchange competition. Among the many martial artists he had met, only that person had completed the overall second bone tempering. Not from the same lineage, but indeed a great talent. His family has set him on a path of preservation, which I found too slow and didn't choose, Li Ziqi said casually. Lin Chen didn't ask further and directly brought up the topic of signing. What restrictions are there after signing? What do I need to give, and what can I get? With his rising popularity, relying solely on Zhou Yangyang was becoming insufficient. For streamers with great potential, our company offers long-term contracts starting from 10 years with an 80-20 profit split. Of course, our support is top-notch, and even in all of Lizhou, we rank among the best, the middle-aged man explained. Proficiently, Lin Chen stroked his chin, analyzing, my intuition tells me that the company takes the larger share. You can't just look at the profit-sharing ratio. The middle-aged man smiled, as if acknowledging it. We will provide you with comprehensive support. Any streamer who receives this treatment in our company sees their earnings at least triple or quintuple compared to before. Hearing this, Lin Chen stopped pondering and directly declined. Sorry, our future directions don't quite align. Given his growth rate and martial arts training ability, along with some insights from his past life, he really didn't need the support of these big companies. Those specific business negotiations could be handled later by hiring professionals. To give up 80% of the profits for some conveniences, Lin Chen felt he wasn't foolish enough to do that. No need to see me off. Li Ziqi's gaze returned to the chessboard, his face showing no signs of emotion as he instructed the driver, drive. Instead, the middle-aged man raised his hand to loosen his tie and reminded, I think we can talk to Lin Chen again. His ability to promote martial arts is very strong. If we can secure a long-term contract, it could bring the company tens of billions in profit, and even more is possible. It would be a pity to give up so easily. No rush, Li Ziqi said, still focused on the chessboard. Wangquan High School has gradually started to recruit civilian geniuses in recent years. When they first enter the school, they are always ambitious, thinking they can rise on their own, but reality will make them clearly understand through the various ruthless rules in this society that if they don't follow the rules of the chessboard, they will either become pawns or find it hard to move forward. As he spoke, he raised his hand and moved a piece, capturing another. Next time we meet, Lin Chen will change his attitude. Be patient. Your after-tax income is just a few thousand short of 7.45 million. In an office at Shanghai No. 1 High School, the head of the Shuriwei Scholarship Foundation handed over a tablet, presenting it to Lin Chen. Still the same as before, purchasing all cultivation resources? Lin Chen exhaled lightly, nodded, and said, buy all high-energy nutrient solutions. He still had some spare change, enough to cover his daily expenses. The recruitment of professionals could be postponed. The current focus remained on improving his cultivation. His blood nurturing was far from its limit. As long as the resources were sufficient, he could quickly convert them into strength. President Su will cover the shortfall, allowing you to purchase 76 bottles of blood-nurturing high-energy liquid. A special person will deliver them before noon, so remember to keep your signal clear. The head's voice carried a hint of unease. With his wealth, spending tens of thousands or even millions in one go would make anyone hesitate. After all, martial medicines are different. From assets like houses or cars, once consumed, they lose all value. This decisiveness was quite rare, especially considering President Su's particular attention to the young man before him. See you on Thursday. After agreeing on the next meeting, Lin Chen took his leave. The first 2 periods of the morning were practical classes, which Lin Chen didn't need to attend. After thinking for a moment, he went directly to an independent training room. This was set up by the school overnight after he overturned the 3 major aristocratic high schools yesterday to prevent students from coming to watch and disturb his cultivation. Lin Chen focused on practicing the Phantom 9 shifts, and after more than 2 hours, when the special delivery arrived with the 76 bottles of blood-nurturing high-energy liquid, they filled a medium-sized medicine box. Carrying the medicine box, Lin Chen went to the homeroom teacher's office. I need to take a leave today. No problem. The homeroom teacher agreed without hesitation, not even asking for a reason. Having a genius martial artist like Lin Chen in the class felt surreal to him, and he often wondered if his family's ancestral grave was buried at the mouth of a volcano. The geological activity was so intense that it could explode at any moment. By the way, the homeroom teacher called out to Lin Chen, who was about to leave, reminding him, the citywide high school league is coming up soon. The school team will start training tomorrow. If you can't make it, I can help you take a leave. Lin Chen shook the medicine box in his hand. It was quite heavy, but thinking of his cultivation speed, he revealed a radiant smile. I can make it. 65 tons, 70 tons, 80 tons. After Lin Chen began taking the medicine, his previously stable strength surged again. The diminishing effect of the medicine is not obvious. Lin Chen smiled, and after using all 76 bottles of blood-nurturing high-energy liquid, his strength exceeded 90 tons. This level had already surpassed all the intermediate martial artists he encountered yesterday. Meng Shi, Ling Ya, and Cheng Hanyun all had a gap compared to him. At this moment, a prompt sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Your heavenly fury has advanced to the transformation realm. Lin Chen's smile grew even wider. The pinnacle realm signifies a normal level of understanding and mastery of a martial art. The next level, the transformation realm, naturally means taking another step further. The cultivators will comprehend the true essence of martial arts, and the two sides will seem to merge into one. Or to put it bluntly, they become extraordinarily strong. I can't let my self-initiated spiritual martial arts fall too far behind. Before dawn tomorrow, I must step into the realm of the Phantom 9 shifts. The next day, Wednesday, at 9 in the morning, in the training room of the Shanghai No. 1 High School school team, a slightly noisy murmur echoed in the spacious area as team members arrived one after another, though there weren't many. The selection criteria for the school team of Shanghai No. 1 High School are strict. Those without the combat power of intermediate martial artists find it hard to qualify. Now, with Lin Chen included, there are still fewer than 20 members. This number is quite small. The ratio is even lower. It's important to note that the students of Shanghai No. 1 High School, across 3 grades plus the repeat class, number over 10,000. This school is a prestigious institution with a long-standing reputation. In an ordinary high school, it would be difficult to find even one junior martial artist, and having someone with the strength of a third-tier evolution realm would be enough to make many students look up in admiration. Lin Chen arrived about 10 minutes early, his gaze sweeping over the team members, most of whom were unfamiliar to him. He had risen too quickly. Most of his opponents were from outside the school, and they hadn't had much time to interact with the school's talented martial artists. The only two he could name were Qi Wanyue and Qin Ming. However, these team members were very familiar with Lin Chen. In recent days, the hottest topic in the city's various schools has been related to Lin Chen's challenge outside the school on Monday. As Lin Chen's alma mater, Shanghai No. 1 High School was no exception. There wasn't a single person in the school who didn't know about it. Even the cafeteria lady could speak about it in detail. The training room's slight noise was also due to the team members discussing this matter. Compared to ordinary students, they had experience battling top students from elite high schools and understood the significance of one person. Sweeping through the intermediate martial artists of Chongqing High School, Lihua Girls High School, and Wangquan High School. In today's educational landscape of Shanghai City, the overall trend still favors public schools. However, in the competition at the top, elite private schools are gradually overtaking and even beginning to widen the gap, securing their position at the forefront. Many talented martial artists from key schools have been crushed into despair, losing their belief in competing. Lin Chen's achievements have led many to suspect it was scripted. The atmosphere is so lively, everyone seems to be in a great mood. Today, a handsome boy strode over, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, familiar to the team members. It was their captain, Qin Ming. Lin Chen recognized him at a glance, his memory vivid. Not long ago, Qin Ming had approached him for a match at their respective levels of strength. Just in time, I have some good news to share with everyone. This time, our school team training will add 2 new members, both from the second year, which is quite rare in previous school teams. Qin Ming said with a smile, and before he could even mention their names, the team members already knew who they were: Chen Changguang and Lin Chen. The former was the first intermediate martial artist to break through in the second year with high talent, and many teachers had previously believed he would succeed Qin Ming as captain in the future. But now, compared to Lin Chen, who had just swept through 3 elite high schools, he seemed much dimmer. As for you 2 newcomers, as your captain, I have to remind you a bit more. After a brief introduction, Qin Ming's gaze fell on Lin Chen and Chen Changguang. Once you join the school team, your opponents will no longer be limited to Shanghai No. 1 High School but will expand to the best students from various high schools. The intensity of competition will undergo a qualitative change. However, if you can achieve good results in various standardized tests and competitions, you will enter a rapid growth phase in strength. Not just the school, but the city and even the state education department will issue generous rewards. Qin Ming was not just making empty promises. Faced with the increasing lag of public schools in the competition at the top, the Holy Summer Education Department has not sat idly by and is already working on solutions. Among them, strengthening the training of exceptionally talented students is a policy being implemented in many places. No matter what the competition is, the pinnacle of the pyramid will always attract the most attention. Captain, I will work hard and definitely become a senior warrior in my 3rd year, Chen Changguang said earnestly, turning slightly to look at Lin Chen and greeting him. Nice to meet you. Since we are teammates, I hope you can take care of me in the future. Initially, he felt a bit uncomfortable with Lin Chen's sudden rise, thinking that the spotlight was being taken away from him. But on that Monday, when the news broke that Lin Chen had toppled the 3 major noble high schools, he couldn't even hold on to his jealousy. "Let's progress together," Lin Chen said in a friendly manner. At that moment, Qin Ming leaned in closer, congratulating him with a familiar tone. "Junior, congratulations. You achieved a great victory in the school challenge, bringing glory to our Shanghai No. 1 high school." Lin Chen glanced at him, raising an eyebrow, and said, "I thought you would be resentful about this. Are you saying that the school teams from the 3 major noble high schools will retaliate in the upcoming citywide high school league?" "To be honest, if it were before, I would have been a bit unhappy," Qin Ming laughed. "But now, I don't really lack resources. The Night Patrol Department just developed an ancient realm secret suitable for U.S. Reserve members, and I've gotten quite a few good things from it." Qin Ming shrugged, saying, "So, in the upcoming citywide high school league, if my team performs poorly, no one can blame me. If I lead the team to good results, the credit will be immense. Don't you think I should be happy?" Lin Chen smiled and commented, "You think very clearly. I think the chances of getting good results are still quite high," Qin Ming said, looking Lin Chen up and down, teasing, "Didn't you say in the livestream that you would participate in this year's citywide high school league? You'll definitely become a human target for firepower." Lin Chen admitted calmly. Seeing his attitude, Qin Ming's eyes flickered with interest. "Are you that confident? I should remind you, there are only 4 spots for the competition. As the captain, I've already secured 1 spot, and the remaining 3 spots are seen as guaranteed by the other 3 senior warriors. Currently, Shanghai No. 1 high school has 4 senior warriors. 2 of them are from the repeat class, aiming to break into the top 3 of the Xingsha rankings. There's also a girl in the same class as Qin Ming who broke through to senior warrior this year. The 3 of them are all here," Qin Ming pointed out, gesturing for Lin Chen to look at the 2 boys and 1 girl on the sidelines. "Which spot are you planning to snatch? Zhao Baiyu from my class? Or Zhang Li and Sui Chen from the repeat class?" Lin Chen shook his head, saying, "I haven't considered that." "Then you better think about it quickly. If things go south in the end, it could be quite a spectacle," Qin Ming said with a hint of mockery. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Actually, there's no need to choose." Qin Ming was curious. "What do you mean?" Lin Chen smiled brightly and said, "Isn't the captain's spot fixed? Qin Ming? Is he trying to rebel against him? Is it because his ability isn't strong enough, or his vitality isn't high enough, that a junior warrior dares to entertain the thought of taking his position? Junior, your achievements are indeed impressive, but if I unleash 288 cards of vitality plus 108 tons of basic strength and a lava giant exceeding 4,500 degrees Celsius, how would you respond? You don't have much secondary bone tempering? I am an ability user." Strange, the last opponent I faced in the school challenge, Sheng Hanyun, was also an ability user, but it seems like only his skull wasn't secondarily tempered. Could it be that I misperceived? If I had that many resources back then, I could have fully secondary tempered my bones. Didn't the school provide it for free? Or is it because the senior didn't want it? Qin Ming's forehead was throbbing with veins. He initially wanted to tease Lin Chen, but now he felt like his defenses were about to break. He couldn't continue the conversation with Lin Chen, while the other 3 senior warrior students from Shanghai No. 1 high school, who were a distance away, had been watching the 2, or more specifically, their gaze occasionally fell on Lin Chen. "What are we going to do about the upcoming citywide high school league? We will definitely be targeted by the 3 major elite high schools, and it's impossible for us to achieve good results. I don't want to be held back like you two. The university environment is nothing like high school. Zhao Baiyu, your mouth really isn't just for show. I don't want to be held back." The school's finances have already been drained by Lin Chen. The only way to secure enough resources to aim for the best prestigious schools in Xinxia is to achieve a good ranking in the high school league. Unless you, Zhao Baiyu, are willing to settle for a second-tier university, you will inevitably be held back. The 2 repeat students showed no respect for Zhao Baiyu. After all, they were all advanced martial artists and had no reason to fear. Zhao Baiyu pursed his lips, glanced around, and indignantly whispered, "I can always transfer to another school. Stop saying such unrealistic things. Are you an ordinary student? Can your family afford the resources the school has invested in you over the years? Or do you think the school you transfer to will cover your expenses? For a student like Baiyu, who is an advanced martial artist, all the high schools in Shanghai City would be thrilled. But if they had to pay for the resources invested in Baiyu by Shanghai No. 1 high school, even the wealthy elite high schools would be reluctant to agree. Schools like Wanquan High School, which is a top elite institution, have a lot of funds at their disposal each year, far exceeding those of key high schools, but maintaining the school's daily expenses is no small matter. The remaining funds must be concentrated on nurturing outstanding scions of wealthy families, and the overall situation is one where there are many wolves and little meat, making it impossible to casually recruit an advanced martial artist student. The key is that a student of Zhao Baiyu's level cannot bring about a qualitative change for the school. He simply isn't worth it. If it were Qin Ming, it might be a different story, as he could prompt the board of directors to consider him. So what are you two going to do? You can't just lie down and give up, can you? Or are you going to repeat another year? Zhongli and I don't have time. The martial arts college entrance exam restricts students over 19 years old, triggering a severe score reduction mechanism. If we repeat another year, we might not even be able to get out of the province. Well, let's stick to what we discussed before. At least we need to suppress Lin Chan's momentum while we still have the chance, otherwise, we'll really be eating nothing but husks in school. As the three whispered among themselves, they heard a commotion at the entrance and immediately quieted down. There, Yi Tingyun entered with several instructors. Accompanying them were many school leaders, led by Principal Li. This training session was to prepare for the citywide high school league, and its importance was high, requiring a pre-competition mobilization. Fortunately, Principal Li was not too formal and simply delivered his speech. In the end, he encouraged them as usual. There are only 2 weeks left until the citywide high school league. I hope everyone remains persistent and does not slack off. I personally believe that what you keep in mind will surely resonate. Sweat and effort will not be in vain, and everyone will surely achieve excellent results. Excellent results? A girl couldn't contain her emotions and retorted, Principal, the teams from the 3 elite high schools are all targeting us. If we're not careful, other teams might want to step on us to make a name for themselves. How can we achieve results? Whether we can even get through the selection round is a question. Hearing this, Lin Chen looked over and recognized that the speaker was Zhao Baiyu, whom Qin Ming had mentioned. Such advanced martial artists were specially recruited by the school, and their relationship with the school was one of mutual achievement. They did not show the same reverence towards school leaders as ordinary students did. See, not everyone is as magnanimous as I am. Qin Ming nudged Lin Chen's shoulder, enjoying the spectacle and fanning the flames. Zhao Baiyu, you can't say that. Lin Chen sweeps through the intermediate martial artists of the 3 elite high schools every day. This honor will definitely attract the city's attention, and in the future, the school will surely allocate more resources. Everyone can't just think of themselves. Stop pretending to be the good guy. Zhao Baiyu's gaze was sharp, piercing like a sword. Towards Qin Ming, you've entered the Night Patrol's reserve, and you have new ways to obtain resources. But what about us? If we can't achieve good results in this citywide martial arts league, how can we prepare for the upcoming college entrance exam? The 2 senior martial artists from the repeat class and Zhao Baiyu had communicated in advance, and now they spoke in succession. Principal, aside from Captain Qin Ming, the 3 of us have little chance of breaking into the top 3 prestigious schools in Xinxia, Zhang Li said in a deep voice. Sui Chen added, this citywide high school league was supposed to be an opportunity for us to gain rewards, but now it feels like a lost cause. Faced with the collective outcry of the 3, Principal Li sighed inwardly, his expression unchanged, and said, agreeing to Lin Chan's challenge outside of school was a decision I made after careful consideration. To say it won't affect this citywide high school league is certainly impossible, but it won't be too significant. He had promised to help the school team attract attention. It's not that I don't trust Lin Chen, but the participants from top schools are all senior martial artists. How long can he hold out? Zhao Baiyu shook his head coldly, glancing at Lin Chen, and said bluntly, to put it harshly, whether he can even secure a spot in the competition is questionable. We can't just have everything predetermined. As the flames of conflict reached him, Lin Chen no longer remained silent. He stepped out of the crowd, calmly looking at the 3 senior martial artists. I will take responsibility for what I say. On the night of April 14, I advanced to a junior martial artist. 2 days later, I won the championship in the junior martial artist category at the Shanghai City Martial Arts Exchange Competition. On the morning of April 20, 4 days later, I completed 3 bone tempering sessions. 3 days later, on Monday, which was the day before yesterday, I challenged and defeated all the intermediate martial artists from the 3 major noble high schools. This is why the principal believes in me, and it is also the confidence behind my promise. Lin Chen's tone showed no emotional fluctuations, but as he recited each cold fact, the entire training room fell into a deathly silence. This kind of progress could only be described as terrifying. The 3 senior martial artists who had joined forces looked serious, and they had to admit that Lin Chen indeed had the potential to surpass them within half a month. Zhao Baiyu gritted her teeth, unwilling to relent, and tried to further pressure Lin Chen. After all, it's uncertain. What makes you think we should believe you? Silence. Yi Tingyun reprimanded, his gaze carrying a sense of sternness. Martial arts schools never emphasize fairness, which is why you can obtain more resources than students with lesser talent. While they are still struggling to evolve, you advance to junior martial artists, intermediate martial artists, and even senior martial artists. When someone with greater talent appears, you will also face unfairness. This is the school's rule, and it is also the law of society today. Zhao Baiyu, Zhang Li, and Sui Chen fell silent, but their tightly clenched fists revealed their inner dissatisfaction. They understood the reasoning, but when the knife falls on them, they only then realize the pain. How could they not want to struggle? Principal Li stepped in to mediate, saying, Xingxia focuses on nurturing talent, ultimately because the strong can better protect humanity, which is fundamentally a form of equality. Moreover, Lin Chen has actually made concessions, otherwise, he wouldn't have voluntarily offered to attract attention for the school team. Principal Li softened his tone, saying, You three should temper your tempers. We all belong to the same school, and our goal is to achieve good results. Together, moving forward together is the right path. The three senior martial artists exchanged glances, speechless. They relied on their talent and strength, facing the school leadership without fear, but that didn't mean they could violate the rules and cause trouble. When the school provided a potentially feasible method, they needed to follow it. However, thinking about the originally relatively stable citywide high school league now needing to bear additional significant risks, the three still felt dissatisfied, each casting their gaze toward Lin Chen. Zhao Baiyu, the most impatient, spoke first, stubbornly saying, Just words alone can't make us fully trust you. Lin Chen vaguely sensed her intention and replied indifferently, So you want to fight me? Yes, that's right. Aha! Zhao Baiyu, Sui Chen, and Zhang Li exchanged glances, their eyes then turning to Lin Chen, and they almost simultaneously nodded in acknowledgement. They couldn't change the school's decision to focus on cultivating Lin Chen, but they had to show their combat strength and attitude, making the school leaders realize that they still had significant value to Shanghai No. 1 High School this semester and that their training resources couldn't be further compressed. Lin Chen scanned the three of them, his expression unchanged, and walked straight towards the battle area not far away, calmly saying, Then let's do it. Now, tell me, how do we fight? When he challenged the noble high schools outside the school, facing advanced martial artists would undoubtedly be very difficult. After all, the extraordinary energy of vitality was incredibly powerful. However, today, his cultivation level, along with his spirit martial arts like Heavenly Fury, had made considerable progress. When facing advanced martial artists, he might not be without a chance. The key was that among the students of advanced martial artists, Zhao Baiyu and the others were not at the bottom, but in the realm of advanced martial artists, they couldn't be considered particularly strong. It was just a way to test his own combat strength. Faced with Lin Chen's immediate agreement, Zhao Fulan's eyes couldn't help but flicker, filled with surprise. According to their previous assumptions, Lin Chen should have delayed the time. However, now they were going to fight, integrating her intention. Zhao Baiyu hurriedly stepped forward with Sui Chen and Zhang Li, quickly stating the plan they had discussed earlier. You can choose any one of us three to fight, or you can request Instructor Yi to heal your stamina and fight us three separately. The rules are the same as the arena battles held by the school. You can use all your strength, while the three of us will limit our vitality. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen paused, turning to assess the three advanced martial artists following him. You don't need vitality? Is that it? He was fully prepared for a fierce battle, but they were giving him a huge concession. The three were unaware of Lin Chen's thoughts. Among them, Sui Chen and Zhang Li, being relatively shy, awkwardly averted their gazes and looked at Zhao Baiyu, signaling her to respond. Ahem. Yes, aside from vitality, we will use all other means, such as spirit martial arts. Even though Zhao Baiyu had a bold personality, there was still a hint of insecurity in her tone when she said this. The cultivation level of advanced martial artists far surpassed that of intermediate martial artists, and even without using vitality, they still held a significant advantage. The resilience, agility, and neural reaction speed of their bodies, all these qualities were comprehensively superior. Once the barrier between the two realms was broken, it could lead to a transformation. The key was that the three of them had stood out at Shanghai No. 1 High School, all possessing excellent talent, similar to Qin Ming, with a small number of bones. Having undergone secondary tempering, now their overall strength exceeding 100 tons, each mastering their own spirit martial arts at a decent level. Zhang Li let out a breath, worried that Lin Chen might find an excuse to back out, and added, If you think it's inappropriate, we can reduce the total strength we can mobilize by 10%. He didn't dare to say too much, deciding to suppress Lin Chen's momentum first, having watched the video of Lin Chen challenging the three major noble high schools. The Heavenly Fury spirit martial art in Lin Chen's hands was indeed terrifying. Without a significant lead in overall strength, it would be hard to suppress him. No need. Lin Chen turned and stepped directly into the battle area. Seeing this, the observing school leaders couldn't help but feel a stir in their hearts. Zhang Li's proposal was quite a limitation. Was Lin Chen really that confident in himself? But the next moment, the words that came out of Lin Chen's mouth shocked them, causing their expressions to change dramatically. You who don't need vitality are really boring. Come at me. Together. Lin Chen's lips curled into a slight arc, somewhat arrogant, yet also mocking. A similar shock surged in the hearts of everyone present, including Yi Tingyun and Principal Li. How much did he get from the CUS Scholarship Foundation yesterday? Yi Tingyun's heart skipped a beat. After several interactions, he had a certain understanding of Lin Chen. This boy had a spirit of daring to take risks, but he wasn't a reckless gambler. Behind all seemingly bold actions, there were enough trump cards to support him. Over 7 million, all spent on purchasing high-energy blood essence, a total of 76 vials. Principal Li remembers. Clearly, their leader even praised Lin Chen's decisiveness to me, spending such a large sum without batting an eye. 76 units. Yi Tingyun quickly calculated and concluded, Lin Chen's current strength should exceed 90 tons. In a one-on-one situation, Lin Chen's heavenly fury at the peak realm can make up for the gap in cultivation, giving him a great chance of winning. Principally, with his considerable martial arts expertise analyzed accurately, in a 1 against 3, it's hard to say, it will be a fierce battle. Lin Chen needs to end it quickly for a better chance of victory. On the other side, Zhao Baiyu, Zhangli, and Sui Chen came back to their senses, feeling both surprised and a bit amused. 3 genuine genius high-level martial artists had been underestimated to this extent. There should be a limit to arrogance. There is a huge gap between martial realms. Junior, you're too inflated. Boom. As soon as the 3 entered the combat zone, a massive thunderclap drowned out their words, deafening. This was Lin Chen's response. His black hair danced wildly, and dazzling lightning erupted from his body, radiating a pressure filled with destructive waves, as if the world were ending. In the instant it swept over Zhao Baiyu, Zhongli, and Sui Chen. All 3 high-level martial artists changed their expressions, their hearts racing uncontrollably. They had only experienced similar might under the control of a senior instructor's spiritual weapon. The true transformation realm directly pointed to the true meaning of martial arts. Lin Chen stepped forward, the blinding lightning piercing the sky, rampaging in all directions like hundreds of thunder beasts roaring and charging, shaking the entire spacious training room. Come at me together, don't say I didn't give you a chance. The cold voice echoed amidst the violent thunder and lightning, exuding an unstoppable momentum. The 3 high-level martial artists exchanged glances, their expressions unsettled, but each knew that without joining forces, defeat was inevitable. Make your move. Zhao Baiyu swung his arms, and from each hand, a dark red wind blade shot towards Lin Chen. The sharp sound tore through the air, extremely fierce. Facing the destructive waves of lightning, Zhao Baiyu dared not be careless, launching the spiritual weapon killing move. Blood Wind Blade. Zhang Li did the same, quickly forming seals, conjuring thick chains that shimmered with a metallic sheen, slicing through the air to attack. Sui Chen coordinated, stepping forward, an extreme chill radiating from his body, condensing the surrounding water vapor into ice crystals and snowflakes. That accompanied him. Endless Thunder Prison. Facing the combined assault of the 3 high-level martial artists, Lin Chen fearlessly countered, directly clashing. With a thought, the surrounding lightning surged violently, unleashing a continuous barrage of strikes. Boom boom boom. The space above the combat zone was at least 10 stories high, yet it was still pierced by massive lightning, one bolt after another, covering the entire area. The 2 wind blades propelled by Zhao Baiyu, fully powered, were intercepted by a bolt of lightning. With a loud bang, the 2 blades exploded together. The multiple chains controlled by Zhang Li fared no better. Before they could even get close to Lin Chen, they were all obliterated by lightning. Sui Chen was even struck by a bolt of lightning, trembling uncontrollably, with snowflakes and ice crystals flying everywhere. Thunderous Hammer. Lin Chen wielded a massive thunder hammer, targeting the immobile Sui Chen, and swung it down directly. Seeing this, Zhao Baiyu's expression changed slightly, rushing forward to intercept, dark red energy surging from his body, spinning like a vortex, slicing through the air with explosive sounds, nearly bursting apart. Lin Chen remained unfazed, swinging the hammer. This killing move would hit anyone. Boom! The enormous thunder hammer exploded, filled with lightning and electric arcs, and a figure shot out from within, like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the distant wall with a bang. Zhao Baiyu leaned against the wall, his face pale, staring at Lin Chen amidst the lightning. Gritting his teeth hard even with timely use of vital energy, the lightning that penetrated her body still caused her considerable suffering. Opportunity. Taking advantage of Lin Chen's recent strike, Sui Chen's eyes lit up as he adjusted his stance and launched a preemptive attack, raising both hands high with the hammer and bringing it down fiercely. Boom! With the enhancement of spiritual martial power, a dense mass of accumulated snow surged from the space, heavy and thick, rolling and rushing like an avalanche that shook the mountains, ready to bury everything ahead. Lin Chen's gaze was indifferent, as if he cared little. Standing still with one hand outstretched, brilliant lightning and electric arcs pouring forth, condensing into the spear of divine punishment. In the next moment, countless bolts of lightning from the endless thunder prison converged, merging into one, resembling a thunderous door panel piercing down from the sky, blocking the avalanche's strike. Bang bang bang. The heavy sounds of collision rang out densely as the avalanche, infused with spiritual martial power, continuously crashed against the thunder door panel. After exhausting most of its might, it finally broke through. But at that moment, a more dazzling light projected forth, accompanied by a sharpness that enveloped everything. It was a spear of divine punishment fully formed. Lin Chen raised his arm and thrust it out with a thunderous boom, almost without a moment's pause, shattering the avalanche that Sui Chen had gathered. Then, it penetrated further, striking Sui Chen's chest. Bang! Sui Chen was sent flying, blood splattering along the way, and after landing, he stomped down hard to stabilize his form. On his chest, there was a blood hole, about half a centimeter deep. With the physical quality of a high-level martial artist, it wasn't considered a serious injury. But Sui Chen knew in his heart that if it weren't for the protection of his vital energy, this spear would have pierced through his chest, lifting him into the air. "You're the only one left." Lin Chen stepped forward and turned to face Zhangli. Yi Xiaobayu and Sui Chen, having used their vital energy, were like Qin Ming back then, disqualified from the fight. Zhangli was drenched in sweat, desperately dodging the endless Thunder Prison's bombardment while frantically forming hand seals to accumulate energy for his strongest killing move. This move required some preparation. Fortunately, Sui Chen had held Lin Chen back for a moment, giving him enough time to gather. Steel Dragon Beast. A cold shout echoed in Zhang Li's heart, countless thick chains bursting forth, enveloping his body, intertwining and wrapping around him like a massive monster made of metal, charging fiercely towards Lin Chen. Bang! Just one step forward, and the alloy-cast ground actually sank down, cracking under the pressure. This spiritual martial art was a modern military martial technique, simulating mecha combat, surpassing the previous Zhao Baiyu and Sui Chen in momentum and power. Yet, Lin Chen remained as indifferent as before, facing the aggressively charging Steel Dragon Beast with just one hand extended. As his 5 long fingers began to close, the lightning covering the entire area rapidly converged, transforming into a pillar of lightning flickering with intense brilliance, like a space-based weapon piercing through the atmosphere, striking down from above. Boom! A blindingly white light erupted, filled with lightning in chains, covering the entire battlefield. Zhang Li knelt on the ground, no longer surrounded by the chain-formed Steel Dragon Beast, replaced instead by a strong surge of vital energy swirling around him, rising and rushing forth. Clearly, the outcome was decided. The surroundings fell silent, whether it was the 3 high-level martial artists in combat or the onlookers, all were stirred. This chaotic battle of 1 against 3, though intense, lasted less than a minute. Principal Li couldn't help but twitch his mouth. According to his expectations, for Lin Chen to win, he needed a quick resolution. But this speed was different from what he had imagined. Transformation Realm. Yi Tingyun couldn't help but murmur. Principal Li glanced at him, seeking confirmation. When Lin Chen challenged the school last Monday, the Fury of Heaven was confirmed to be at the peak realm, right? Yes. So, are you saying that even if Lin Chen practiced the Fury of Heaven hard all night that evening, plus the entire day on Tuesday from this early morning, to this moment, in less than 3 days, he has advanced to the Transformation Realm? Not just that. Yi Tingyun corrected Principal Li, the might of the heavenly fury that Lin Chen just displayed doesn't seem like that of someone who has just broken through. He has already delved deeper into the Transformation Realm. Let's not worry about that difference. Aren't you surprised? That is the Transformation Realm. I didn't expect it, but considering Lin Chen's progress with the Heavenly Fury, I can only say it was unexpected yet reasonable. Isn't it difficult for him to cultivate martial arts? The two were filled with emotions, feeling they could no longer see through this student. However, the ones with the most complicated feelings were Zhao Baiyu, Zhangli, and Sui Chen, who had just suffered a defeat at Lin Chen's hands. They hadn't used their blood energy and their actions were restricted, but the crux of the problem was that Lin Chen's displayed combat power was significantly stronger compared to his challenge outside the school on Monday. Achieving such progress in just 2 or 3 days made them feel a chill. In the next half-month, let alone securing a spot, it wouldn't be impossible for Lin Chen to snatch the captain position from Qin Ming. Watching Lin Chen step out of the combat zone, the 3 exchanged glances, and after a silent communication, they signaled Zhao Baiyu to speak. Zhao Baiyu took a deep breath, a mix of reluctance and embarrassment as he said, "We believe in your promise. In this citywide high school league, you have the ability to attract most of the firepower. Whether you believe it or not, it doesn't really matter. I fight this battle just to ensure you 3 stay quiet for the next few days and don't disturb my cultivation," Lin Chen said indifferently, not even glancing at the 3 as he stepped past them. "Within this week, I will find you for another match." At that time, it would be just like now, still a crushing victory. Everyone saw that Lin Chen didn't specify how, but their anticipation grew. The upcoming battles would no longer have blood energy restrictions. A complete clash of strength. The atmosphere in the training room quickly heated up. A second bone-tempering beginner martial artist could barely match a newly promoted intermediate martial artist in an arm wrestling contest. However, an intermediate martial artist who had undergone second bone tempering, even with 100 tons of strength, still couldn't touch the floor of a high-level martial artist. The chasm between these two realms was vast, almost boundless. An intermediate martial artist wanting to gain cross-style combat power needs to awaken a very powerful ability and develop it to a high level. Even the captain couldn't do it. After reaching the peak of intermediate martial artists, he nearly blew up the lava giant. It was still suppressed by Zhang Li with one hand. Compared to the captain, Lin Chen is much more outstanding. He can't be compared. The captain has heard it. He's watching you. His lips are moving, but he hasn't spoken. It seems he has no choice but to agree. Lin Chen dares to say this. He must have his confidence. The school team members discussed heatedly, believing that Lin Chen's previous battle was not without reason. In the subsequent battle, at the very least, it would end in a stalemate. Even Zhaobayu, Zhangli, and Suichen felt a sense of doubt, exchanging silent glances and remaining silent for a long time. In the end, it was still Yi Tingyun who stepped in to refocus everyone and start this training session. Previous school team training sessions were usually divided into two aspects: temporary improvement of treatment and one-on-one guidance from instructors. However, the school's finances were tight now, so treatment was out of the question, leaving only the latter. Of course, the results were still quite good. Finding such a level of one-on-one teaching at an external martial arts school would require a considerable expense. With Lin Chen's talent and achievements, no one in the school team could compare, so he received individual guidance from Yi Tingyun. The Heavenly Fury and Heavy Armored Breaking Army were two spiritual martial arts that Lin Chen didn't need to worry about himself, so he naturally didn't require guidance. I want to improve my movement technique. Lin Chen moved his steps and demonstrated the Phantom 9 flashes in front of Yi Tingyun. This spiritual martial art had already reached great mastery and was beginning to push towards a higher peak. As the realm became increasingly profound, despite the 600 times simplification, it was gradually becoming more difficult, not as smooth as before. Fortunately, with Yi Tingyun's guidance, his progress increased significantly. Not right. Yi Tingyun stopped Lin Chen, shook his head, and said, "Your method of operation is incorrect. It will cause a momentary delay in your steps. The correct way should be like the wind, moving as a shadow, continuous and unbroken." As he spoke, two bursts of light emerged beneath his feet, a sense of agility spreading out. Take a moment to truly comprehend this, then try again. Although these are different martial arts techniques, they ultimately lead to the same essence. Alright. Lin Chen focused his mind, and, after gaining some insight, he attempted the Phantom 9 flashes. As he took a step, his brows slightly raised. You are executing the Phantom 9 flashes. Within the realm of heaven and earth, the degree of simplification has been further enhanced. Simplified by 999 times. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. He knew that the degree of simplification could be improved. For instance, with his stone tablet cannon fist, he could achieve this as long as he executed it in combat. However, for a martial art like body movement that couldn't attack, he had never found a way to trigger it. Previously, while practicing the Phantom 9 flashes at the outdoor training ground in school, there was an instructor guiding the body movement, and although he actively engaged in combat, it hadn't enhanced his degree of simplification. The essence of heaven and earth. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Instructor Yi, your level of body movement must be quite strong, right? Can you really tell, or are you just flattering me?" Yi Tingyun raised an eyebrow. When I was in service, my body movement was the strongest in the entire combat team, far surpassing the other members. I guessed right. Lin Chen nodded slightly. The essence of heaven and earth must be a power that emerges after martial arts are cultivated to a profound level. Moreover, it must be spiritual martial arts. Because, in his various ordinary martial arts, he had already reached the highest ultimate realm and could not ascend further. What are you guessing? Yi Tingyun was taken aback. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment and said, "Maybe it's better not to say, it might lead to awkwardness." Speak. I was thinking. Instructor Yi, with your strong body movement and healing abilities, did you play the role of a healer during your service? Lin Chen said, suppressing a smile. Yi Tingyun's face darkened. Unpleasant memories returned. Now you're really getting cocky, even daring to tease me. Yi Tingyun ground his teeth. How about I take a step back and just use my physical strength to fight you? Lin Chen was unafraid of battle but didn't want to seek it out either. He cleared his throat and said, "Not at all. In my heart, even if you were a healer, Instructor Yi, you'd still be a violent healer wielding a 2-meter-wide greatsword, fiercely cutting through beast hides. You can heal. You can withstand. You can fight." As he spoke, Lin Chen didn't give Yi Tingyun time to respond and directly stepped forward to practice the Phantom 9 flashes. "Instructor Yi, please maintain your body movement martial arts. I'll observe while I practice, and I'll improve faster." This kid. Yi Tingyun shook his head helplessly, but the light beneath his feet continued to surge and rise. The school team's training lasted 6 hours. Yi Tingyun saw that Lin Chen showed no signs of stopping and maintained the operation of his spiritual martial arts until the end bell rang. Who? Lin Chen exhaled deeply, his breath slightly hurried, but his eyes were bright. With the degree of simplification improved and Yi Tingyun's guidance, he estimated that in 2 or 3 days, his Phantom 9 flashes could reach the peak realm. "Instructor Yi, I need to take a day off this weekend." The school team's training did not have weekends off and continued until the citywide high school competition. Weekend? You should be going to Old Guan on Monday. I'm not going to Old Guan. I plan to do another live stream this weekend to earn more of that blood essence high energy liquid, Lin Chen said with a smile. Yi Tingyun was slightly surprised and said, "Martial arts are not fast-moving consumer goods. The last time you promoted martial arts, the variety was quite comprehensive." Lin Chen smiled brightly. "Just bring in a whole new batch of martial arts. After all, they are ordinary grade, and practicing them casually can lead to the ultimate realm, which can attract quite a few new viewers to buy." Yi Tingyun fell silent once again. The members of the school team around them all pursed their lips in silence. For an intermediate martial artist to say such things was simply disheartening. April 27, Thursday. The school team training didn't start until 10 in the morning. Lin Chen walked into the classroom, and as soon as he sat down, Zhou Yangyang handed him a tablet. Lin Gu, here are the 9 martial arts I've filtered for you. Take a look and see if they're good. They should be fine. Lin Chen raised his hand to take it, flipping through the pages. He memorized the first martial art, and after a moment of thought, a prompt sounded in his mind. You have successfully entered the realm of the Fierce Tiger Fist. With a 600 times simplification rate combined with his profound understanding of martial arts, Lin Chen found it easier to practice ordinary martial arts than the teasing words he had for Yi Tingyun yesterday. There was no need for deliberate effort, just thinking about it for a few hours in his mind could elevate all 9 martial arts to their ultimate realm. Has any merchant contacted me for promoting spiritual weapons? Lin Chen continued to browse through the martial arts. Zhou Yangyang shook his head and said, not yet. A few merchants have reached out to me, but it's just preliminary interest they're still considering. No rush, take your time. Lin Chen's gaze was calm. After thinking for a moment, he reminded Zhou Yangyang, remember to keep an eye out for offensive spiritual weapons. The Wrath of Heaven leaned more towards energy-type offensive spiritual weapons, which couldn't fully utilize his excellent physical qualities. The tension-type spiritual weapons left a certain impression on him. He needed a spiritual weapon in that area. However, his Phantom 9 shifts still had significant room for improvement and wouldn't be needed for a while. When it comes to enhancing combat power, martial arts should be about quality, not quantity. Of course, having both quality and quantity is the best. Lin Chen felt it wasn't difficult to achieve. You have already memorized the 12 piercing finger, start simplifying. Simplify by 600 times. You have successfully entered the realm of the 12 piercing finger. Lin Chen learned the second martial art. At this moment, Zhou Yangyang asked, Lin Gu, when is the next livestream for promoting products? I need to ask for leave in advance. No need to ask for leave, it's this weekend. Aren't you going to continue challenging schools? Zhou Yangyang was taken aback. No need, the 3 major noble high schools have already been defeated in one day. Challenging other schools won't create much buzz. Lin Chen pondered, unless something unexpected happens, the live stream will be on Sunday. He wanted to be cautious and leave an extra day to break through the Phantom 9 shifts to the peak realm. What method? Zhou Yangyang asked curiously. Open challenge. Zhou Yangyang blinked. Lin Good, didn't you say that an open challenge without a storyline isn't eye-catching enough? Lin Chen grinned and said, what if the target of the challenge is a high-level martial artist? Ha! Zhou Yangyang was dumbfounded. Lin Chen chuckled and continued to browse through the martial arts. The buzz from defeating the 3 major noble high schools was significant, and his follow-up income over the past few days was quite considerable, adding over 10 million in pre-tax income. When he goes to collect from the CUS Scholarship Foundation tomorrow, it will surely be even more. His physical strength could exceed 100 tons. Coupled with the peak realm Phantom 9 shifts, even if he used ordinary martial arts for promotion, it would be enough to defeat some high-level martial artists. Before long, Lin Chen memorized the 9 martial arts he needed for promotion. After the current 2 classes on exotic beast biology, he had deduced all his realms to the peak level. Then, Lin Chen paused his comprehension of these ordinary martial arts and headed to the school team training room to find Yi Tingyun and start practicing the Phantom 9 shifts. The other party's understanding of the world could enhance simplification, and with guidance, he made significant progress. After today's training session, Lin Chen's mastery of the Phantom 9 shifts improved greatly, reaching the perfect state of completion. Lin Chen didn't rush to leave, he stayed in the training room to continue practicing the Phantom 9 shifts. In recent days, whenever he had free time, he had basically been training. This level of training was quite rigorous. There were hardly any students like him in the entire Shanghai No. 1 high school. However, Lin Chen didn't find it hard, he even felt quite satisfied. When the returns are proportional to the investment, persistence isn't a difficult thing. The feeling of constantly growing stronger brought him joy. Friday. Overcast. Before dawn had passed, the air was thick with a heavy humidity. The first summer rain in Shanghai City was on its way, and the dampness mixed with the oppressive heat spread like the sticky grease that had lingered on a stove for days, leaving many pedestrians feeling a bit unsettled. Lin Chen was in a great mood, walking on his way to school, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. As he stepped out, he heard a notification. Sound. Your heavenly fury has reached the perfect transformation stage. Begin accumulating insights. Prepare to challenge the ultimate realm. This was the strongest spiritual martial art at Shanghai No. 1 High School, and only a few days remained until the highest realm. Moreover, today was the day the CUA Scholarship Foundation provided funding. Your after-tax income this time exceeds 8 million, just like before. Will you purchase all blood essence high energy liquids? The person in charge set down the tablet in their hand. Yes, Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Choosing to challenge the 3 major noble high schools in one day had indeed been the right decision. Due to the immense topic of discussion, the subsequent earnings were particularly substantial. The additional income from these 3 days combined was even higher than the earnings from the day of the livestream. You can purchase a total of 90 blood essence, high-energy liquids. Just have them delivered to the school teen training room. Lin Chen calculated the time and said. Then, Lin Chen went directly to the school teen training room to practice Phantom 9 flashes. The first 2 classes of the day were combat practice, which he didn't need to attend. Around 10 in the morning, Yi Tingyun arrived with the instructor, beginning their usual guidance for Lin Chen, allowing his progress to increase a notch. In the middle of this, the delivery personnel arrived, bringing the 90 blood essence high-energy liquids. Lin Chen didn't rush to take them, focusing his energy on Phantom 9 flashes. He gradually grasped the opportunity to break through this movement technique, wanting to first advance to the peak realm. Lin Chen's intuition was spot on. Before the training session ended, another notification sounded in his mind. Your Phantom 9 flashes has advanced to the peak realm. Lin Chen revealed a satisfied smile. At this realm, he could utilize all extraordinary powers of martial arts. His movement technique level had risen another step. At 4 in the afternoon, the training session ended, and Lin Chen no longer stayed at school, carrying a fully packed medicine box back to practice. His strength surged once again. As long as he had ample medicinal power to supplement, his cultivation rose like a rocket, unstoppable. 95 tons, 100 tons, 105 tons. After consuming all the blood essence high-energy liquids, Lin Chen's strength reached 120 tons. This level had already surpassed many advanced martial artists. A normal advanced martial artist after bone tempering has a physical strength of only about 100 tons, which is significantly lower than mine after completing the second bone tempering and nurturing blood, a clear gap. Lin Chen mused. Of course, advanced martial artists can utilize substantial energy like chi and blood, greatly enhancing their combat power, but I also have the perfect transformation of heavenly fury. A flash of electric light flickered in Lin Chen's eyes, dazzling and fierce, containing terrifying power. Tomorrow, it's time. Saturday, Shanghai No. 1 High School. Because it was a day off, the campus was particularly quiet, with hardly any figures in sight. However, it was not peaceful. A tremendous sound echoed through the sky, sweeping in all directions, causing many trees to shake and tremble. Especially in the area near the school team training room, leaves fell in clusters, and heavy collisions could be heard coming from inside the training room. Bang bang bang! Lin Chen and Zhao Baiyu were engaged in a fierce battle, their strikes rapid and intense. Just as several team members had predicted, this battle was unrestricted, no longer prohibiting the use of chi and blood. Whoosh! The sharp sound seemed to slice through the air, a flash of bloodlight streaked across the sky, swift and unmatched. That was Zhao Baiyu unleashing the spiritual martial art blood wind blade. Under the enhancement of chi and blood, it far surpassed the previous battle where he had lost to Lin Chen, pressing down with a fierce wave of energy, like an angel swinging a massive blood-stained wing. Whoosh! Amidst many astonished gazes, the blood wind blade swept past Lin Chen's body, directly slicing him in half. In the next moment, Lin Chen's figure twisted, transforming into a large cloud of light mist. Ghostly shadow. One of the killing moves of Phantom 9 flashes, a phantom condensed into a form indistinguishable from reality, capable of confusing opponents. At this moment, Lin Chen appeared beside Zhao Baiyu, his eyes radiating with fierce lightning, a massive thunder hammer raised high in his hand, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction, crashing straight down towards Zhao Baiyu. Boom! The thunder erupted, deafening. Zhao Baiyu's blood surged, transforming into a dark red vortex, as she exerted all her strength to counter this heavenly punishment hammer, but under the overwhelming force, she was forced to retreat continuously, causing the alloy-paved ground to crack beneath her feet. Boom boom boom! Just as she steadied herself, the violent thunder roared in a line, drowning out Zhao Baiyu's hearing. Not good. Zhao Baiyu's pupils constricted as she caught sight of the dense lightning descending from above, charging towards Lin Chen, trying to push back his confinement. Lin Chen stood unmoving like a mountain. The lightning in his hands surged and swelled, vaguely taking on a massive hammer shape. The members of the school team, none of whom practiced, all focused their gaze on the battle zone, watching in silence. Most of them had anticipated after the last battle that Lin Chen could contend with high-level martial artists like Zhao Baiyu, and now witnessing Lin Chen truly mastering this level of combat power, they were all shocked. The key was that Lin Chen was not merely struggling to fight, he was gradually gaining the upper hand, perfecting the transformation. Yi Tingyun exhaled softly, suppressing the fluctuations of his emotions. He had begun to adapt to Lin Chen's unreasonable progress. Boom boom boom! The battle zone was filled with the sound of thunder, bolts of lightning piercing in all directions, dazzling and blinding, almost engulfing the entire area. Zhao Baiyu fought back with all her might, but as time passed, her movements became increasingly difficult. Her approach shifted primarily to defense. Lin Chen unleashed the wrath of heaven and the Phantom 9 flashes in succession, and with the enhancement of these two spiritual martial arts, his combat power was unmatched, pressing Zhao Baiyu to the point of gasping for breath, continuously forced to retreat. Boom! The lightning in Lin Shan's hand blazed fiercely, a violent heavenly punishment hammer arcing through the sky, crashing heavily onto Zhao Baiyu, directly shattering her protective energy. Zhao Baiyu was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground with a thud. Just as she was about to rise, two brilliant bolts of lightning from the endless thunder prison surrounding her struck down, swift and domineering, all penetrating Zhao Baiyu's body. Ugh! Zhao Baiyu couldn't help but groan in pain, desperately trying to suppress the discomfort in her body, frantically mobilizing her energy to eliminate the ravaging lightning within her. But before she could finish, as she lifted her head, a pair of cold eyes radiating electric light met her gaze. Terrifying bolts of lightning pierced the sky, already unleashed. I concede. Zhao Baiyu's voice was particularly complex. In this battle, she had given her all, yet still could not prevail. She was not a newly promoted high-level martial artist. It had been some time, and her energy had exceeded 100 calories. Suddenly, Lin Shen's figure before her trembled, shattering into a mist of light, and a footstep sounded behind her, startling Zhao Baiyu into a chill. Another shadow of the abyss. Realizing this, Zhao Baiyu gritted her teeth, and the next moment, she sighed helplessly. She had lost without shame. Who? Lin Shen dissipated the power of the wrath of heaven, exhaling deeply, beads of fine sweat forming on his forehead. Defeating Zhao Baiyu required all his effort. This substantial energy was indeed powerful, significantly enhancing combat power. Seeing his condition, Zhao Baiyu showed no change in expression. Her energy was also severely depleted, and dragging it out would yield no hope of victory. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yi Tingyun gathered two spheres of energy with his ability, waving his hand, sending them into Lin Shen and Zhao Baiyu's bodies respectively. Their conditions quickly improved. Lin Shen was the first to return to normal, his eyes once again bursting with electric light, sharp and cold, facing the two high-level martial artists from the repeat class. Who wants to come first? Sui Chen and Zhang Li exchanged a glance, their expressions serious. They had witnessed Zhao Baiyu's defeat. It was clear she could not win, and the combat power Lin Shen displayed was too overwhelming, putting immense pressure on both of them. However, as high-level martial artists, they were not afraid to fight. I'll go. Sui Chen strode forward, a chilling aura swirling around him, leaving a ground covered in frost. Upon entering the battle zone, he unleashed his strongest move directly. Whoosh! Countless snowflakes surged forth, filling the entire nearby area, like an avalanche erupting from a mountain, collapsing down with an unstoppable force. Even the members of the school team, standing dozens of meters away, could clearly sense it and instinctively held their breath. Lin Shen's expression was indifferent, facing the avalanche crashing down. Bolts of lightning surged from his body in all directions, especially his raised right hand, which shone so brilliantly it was blinding. In an instant, a hammer of thunder coalesced, larger than the oncoming avalanche. Without a moment's pause, Lin Shen swung the hammer down, forcefully countering. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, like a high-energy missile explosion, with lightning and snow splattering everywhere, and the alloy ground cracking with long fissures that spread in all directions. Sui Chen staggered back, unable to maintain his balance, nearly falling to the ground. In his line of sight, Lin Shen stood firm, his posture straight, like a sharp battle spear. Sui Chen bit his lip hard, draining the color from his skin, but seeing Lin Shen approach, he reluctantly exhaled, saying, "No need to continue, you've won." His spirit weapon excelled in fierce offense, and even in a frontal attack he was no match for Lin Shen. Continuing would only lead to a more humiliating defeat. Upon seeing this, the crowd of onlookers immediately stirred, buzzing with chatter. He conceded after just one move? Sui Chen's vitality is at 168 cards. 1. Exchange is enough to determine the victor. Zhao Baiyu has already gauged Lin Shen's strength. Continuing would be meaningless. Zhang Li's vitality is a bit higher, but I don't think he has much chance. If he can unleash the steel dragon beast, he might achieve a balance. The power of this spirit weapon is genuinely formidable. Amidst the various discussions, Zhang Li took a deep breath, suppressing his rising emotions, and stepped into the battle zone. Lin Shen's eyes sparkled with electric light, just as before, unleashing his full power. Boom boom boom. Continuous bolts of lightning pierced the sky, exceptionally large, wider than a person, dozens of meters long, sealing off the entire battle area. Zhang Li had nowhere to escape, gritting his teeth as he desperately dodged, constantly changing hand seals to accumulate energy. The consecutive defeats of Zhao Baiyu and Sui Chen made it clear to him that only by unleashing his strongest move could he hope to turn the tide. However, facing the terrifying assault of divine wrath was exceedingly difficult. Zhang Li was hit several times by Lin Shen, a burnt smell emanating from him, dark red blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, soaking his shirt. Fortunately, he ultimately succeeded. Steel Dragon Beast. Thick metal chains burst forth, rising and wrapping around Zhang Li's body, resembling a ferocious metal monster. In the face of this move, Lin Shen's expression remained calm, just as it had been before, raising his hand to press in the air. In an instant, the endless lightning of the thunder prison converged, forming a dazzling pillar of thunder that pierced the sky, connecting heaven and earth, striking the entire body of the steel dragon beast. Ah! Zhang Li desperately squeezed his vitality, and with a wild roar, the steel dragon beast enveloping him did not shatter, withstanding the impact of the thunder pillar. However, cracks appeared on the steel dragon beast's body, penetrating deep, revealing Zhang Li's struggle. Yet, even with great difficulty, it managed to hold on. Bang! Within the thunder pillar, the steel dragon beast took a step forward, heavy and powerful, attempting to charge out and pose a threat to Lin Chen. In response, or rather as a counter to Zhang Li, a sharp wave surged through the entire training room, a spear of divine punishment coalescing into form, dazzlingly bright. The moment it appeared in Lin Chen's hand, it dragged out a solid light shadow, piercing into the center of the steel dragon beast's body. Boom! The already near-limit steel dragon beast exploded on the spot, shattering into pieces. Zhang Li lay on the ground, his face pale, dazzling lightning coiling around his body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, making it difficult for him to even get up. The outcome was already decided, and he too had been defeated. On this day, Lin Chen fought against 3 senior martial artists and won all 3 battles. Yi Tingyun stood by the side, not ignoring Zhang Li's injuries, raising his hand to condense a ball of energy and channel it into Zhang Li's body so as not to delay the upcoming training session. However, the training room was in an uproar, filled with noise. Faced with Lin Chen's displayed combat power, not a single member of the school team could remain calm. Without a break, it was impossible to focus on training. Only the captain remains among the school's 4 senior martial artists. The captain won't lose too, will he? Captain Qin is still very strong. I've seen him fight those 3, and he seemed to handle it much more easily than Lin Chen. That's hard to say. Don't forget Lin Chen's rate of growth. Don't tell me the school is going to have a sophomore take the captain's position. We are an established, prestigious high school. The discussions rose and fell, filled with shock. Lin Chen walked out of the combat area, still relatively calm. He had anticipated the outcome of today's battle and was not overly excited. Of course, the fact that he had truly achieved it certainly brought him joy. Instructor Yi, I'm in good shape. Let's start training my movement technique, Lin Chen said with a smile as he approached. Yi Tingyun felt speechless and said, I didn't see how you trained in Heavenly Fury. It's only been a few days, and you've already reached the perfection of transformation. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and joked, I guess I'm quite compatible with this spiritual martial art. Just thinking about it, my progress is rapid. He didn't dwell on the topic, glancing around and asking, where's Qin Ming? I haven't seen him these past few days. Yi Tingyun casually replied, after you fought 3 at once last time, it probably stimulated him. He asked me for several days. Often has been exploring the ancient realm's secret that the Night Patrol Division just developed, trying to earn some resources to enhance his strength so he won't lose the captain position to you. Lin Chen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I really want to have another match with Qin Ming. Yi Tingyun looked at him and analyzed. It's not easy to win against Qin Ming. His strength is a level above Zhao Baiyu and the others. After being recruited by the Night Patrol Division, his ability to develop the lava giant is quite advanced. If you want to win, you'll need to raise your cultivation level a bit more, and it would be best if Heavenly Fury could reach the ultimate realm. Lin Chen pondered, is it because reaching the ultimate realm in spiritual martial arts allows one to control the power of the heavenly and earthly intent? You know about the heavenly and earthly intent? Yi Tingyun was slightly surprised. After the new calendar of the Holy Summer, martial arts were heavily promoted, and many profound martial arts theories could be found online, similar to academic technology, with corresponding research paper websites. However, knowledge related to the heavenly and earthly intent was usually only taught at top universities. For many senior martial artists, it wasn't necessary to know, as it was too far removed. I'm a bit impatient and looked up some information in advance, Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Yi Tingyun shook his head. It's not impatience. After all, you already have a spiritual martial art that has reached the perfection of transformation. It's time to understand it a bit. That's not what I meant, Lin Chen grinned. What I'm anxious about is that I've already grasped the opportunity to break through with Heavenly Fury. If I comprehend it again tonight, I should be able to advance to the ultimate realm, so I definitely need to be prepared. Yi Tingyun. He felt he still needed to adapt to Lin Chen's rapid progress. After a while, Yi Tingyun explained, the specific feeling of controlling the heavenly and earthly intent is hard to describe in words. It's a profound power that you'll understand naturally after you advance. However, the heavenly and earthly intent is indeed a special aspect of spiritual martial arts. Yi Tingyun emphasized, the ultimate realm is the limit of ordinary martial arts. Reaching it means perfection, but for spiritual martial arts, it's a whole new world. Something to look forward to. Lin Chen smiled brightly. He then asked some related questions about the heavenly and earthly intent before starting to train his movement technique. His Phantom 9 Flash had already reached the peak realm, and the difficulty was rising even higher. Fortunately, with Yi Tingyun enhancing the simplification, his progress remained impressive. I should be able to break through to the true transformation realm next week, as long as the difficulty doesn't change fundamentally. It won't be hard to reach the ultimate realm. Before the citywide high school league, Lin Chen focused on his cultivation. At 4 in the afternoon, the training session ended, and the sky was overcast like lead, no longer Stifling, with a hint of coolness in the air, the first rain of summer was about to arrive. Lin Chen stepped away, not continuing his training. He had arranged to meet Zhou Yang at the school gate to finalize some details for tomorrow's live broadcast. Many members of the school team secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Facing a super genius who was constantly pushing himself was truly exhausting. Not pushing felt anxious, while pushing but still falling short was frustrating. Lin Gu. At the school gate, Zhou Yang, holding 2 umbrellas, had been waiting for a while. After some investigation, I rented a ring at the Shangwu Arena. This arena is located in the city center with a large flow of customers on regular days, so there's no shortage of martial artists for sparring, making it suitable for public challenges. Sounds good. Lin Chen nodded and said, we can release the challenge announcement soon, with the live broadcast scheduled for tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon. Zhou Yang asked, what are the restrictions on the opponents? Cultivation level? Anything below 100 cards of vital energy is fine. The 3 he defeated, Zhao Baiyu and the others, all had vital energy above 100 cards. A slightly stronger opponent wouldn't be a problem. However, since the live broadcast needed to focus on showcasing martial arts, some standards had to be lowered. But to Zhou Yang, it still sounded absurdly high. Isn't that too strong? A newly promoted advanced martial artist only has 30 cards of vital energy. 100 cards of vital energy already shows a significant improvement and can stabilize the pressure. After all, Zhou Yang was a student from a key high school, and many of his martial arts theories were quite solid. Don't worry, it will be manageable. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Besides, if I say I'm invincible against those below 100 cards of vital energy, changing it to a scattered number like 35, 50, or 75 cards would lose that meaning. Zhou Yang found it reasonable. Alright, I'll release the announcement right away and then customize a huge banner to print that message. Don't rush. For this public challenge, I think we can add a little extra, 10,000 for registration, and if anyone beats me, 1,000,000 in prize money. Earning the registration fees was secondary. The main draw was the large prize money for the martial arts competition, which always attracted attention. Lin Chen had similar thoughts before. After winning all 3 matches in the morning, he felt it was time to put it into practice. Zhou Yang swallowed hard and reminded him, Lin Gu, if you lose, it will be a huge loss. You need to win 10 matches to make it back. Don't worry, it's just a gimmick to heat up the topic, no one can take it away. Lin Chen shook his head, his gaze calm. If it really came to it, he could unleash the wrath of heaven directly. Tomorrow, stepping into the ultimate realm and mastering the corresponding understanding of the world would also grant him a qualitative change. Over the past week, Lin Chen had not only stirred up a storm in Shanghai City but had also become a sensation online. The combat power he displayed when toppling the 3 major noble high schools was truly astonishing, especially his growth rate, which was even more shocking. Therefore, when the news of Lin Chen challenging advanced martial artists spread, it was like throwing a high-explosive bomb into an already turbulent ocean, immediately causing huge waves. Is this the combat power of an advanced martial artist? I'm stunned. In Lin Chen's last 2 live broadcasts, one was won by a junior martial artist and the other by a middle-level martial artist. Now, in less than a week, he's targeting advanced martial artists? With this talent, why not go compete in the Tianjia competition to make a name for himself instead of being a small streamer here? Just a reminder, the total sales in Lin Chen's live broadcast room have already surpassed 100 million. Sorry to interrupt. Local people from Shanghai City, I'm preparing to watch the match offline tomorrow. I just don't believe Lin Chen can really beat an advanced martial artist. The online buzz was overwhelming and the noise was deafening. Many netizens who had witnessed Lin Chen's growth rate no longer doubted that he was just putting on a show. But to truly believe it seemed absurd. Wasn't his cultivation supposed to be difficult at all? In a business building in the city center, an office on the top floor was pushed open, and a sharply dressed middle-aged manager strode in, his voice tinged with a hint of amusement. Xi Xiao, just as we speculated, Lin Chen's live-streaming sales method still requires someone to battle. Li Ziqi was flipping through an ancient chess manual, not lifting his head, and replied, that's good, it saves some trouble. The middle-aged manager nodded and added, he's quite bold. This time he openly challenges high-level warriors below 100 cards. Indeed, a rare genius. Li Ziqi paused in his reading, sitting up straight, though his face showed no emotional fluctuations. Every era has its own rules. The chaotic era of foreign invasion has long since ended. What the current holy summer needs is stable development. No matter how high an individual's talent, they must advance step by step on the chessboard. This is the iron law of our time. Without sufficient power and background, one can only and must comply. The middle-aged manager understood the implication and said solemnly, I'll arrange it right away. Go ahead, do it well, and leave. Lin Chen with some dignity, after all, he still needs to bring benefits to the company. Li Ziqi set down the ancient book, stood up, and walked to the wide floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the rolling dark clouds in the night sky. It's going to rain heavily. Boom! A massive lightning bolt pierced through the clouds, dazzling and bright, tearing Apart the darkness of the night with a thunderous roar. The brilliant electric light poured down to the earth, sweeping in all directions, illuminating Lin Chen's living room. Lin Chen stood by the window, his eyes lowered, ignoring the flashes of lightning and the sounds of thunder, deeply contemplating the changes of the heavenly fury. Your heavenly fury has reached the ultimate realm, allowing you to mobilize the corresponding heavenly and earthly intent. Your brain continues to generate electrical signals, deepening your understanding of the heavenly fury. Unlike ordinary martial arts, the heavenly fury continues to cultivate even after reaching the ultimate realm. Just as Yi Tingyun said, the spiritual martial arts that ascend to the ultimate realm will enter a whole new world. It's still a whole new level. Lin Chen exhaled softly, extending his right hand to press against the window glass, surprisingly able to extract the energy between heaven and earth, condensing a slender bolt of lightning in the rain outside, only about an inch long, yet the sense of destruction it emanated was overwhelming, as if it were about to materialize. The surrounding raindrops froze in mid-air, unable to fall. Boom! This bolt of lightning exploded in the air, unleashing a powerful force that directly obliterated the solidified raindrops, making them vanish without a trace. Can I win against Zhao Baiyu, Zhang Li, and Su Yichen? A thought flashed through Lin Chen's mind. The way he envisioned the battle was the same as the first time, allowing these three high-level warriors to team up. Of course, there would be no restrictions this time. I still have to fight to be sure. Lin Chen revealed a hint of a smile, no longer overthinking, and looked up at the endless curtain of rain outside, which was getting heavier and heavier. Once this rain is over, summer will have arrived, and the sun will get hotter day by day. The next day, Lin Chan's livestream gradually became lively, with many netizens arriving early, eagerly anticipating his public challenge. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the live broadcast screen appeared on time. Amidst the noisy sounds, Lin Chen stood alone on the stage, surrounded by a dense crowd below. Above him, a huge red banner hung in the air, catching everyone's attention. It bore a striking slogan: I am a mid-level warrior, invincible. Below 100 cards of vitality. If you are unconvinced, come and battle. Registration fee of 100,000, prize money of 1 million. This crude public challenge method caused the just-started livestream to explode with excitement. It has to be Lin Chen, he's not hiding anything, directly stating his invincibility. The streamer dares to hang it, he must have confidence, right? So arrogant. If he doesn't win decisively, he won't be able to hold this banner down. The discussion was not limited to netizens, many spectators surrounding the stage, only a small portion were local fans there to watch the excitement, while the vast majority were drawn in by the banner. 1 million in prize money is no small amount. The difficulty of surpassing and matching the combat power of advanced martial artists is immense. Are you really an intermediate martial artist? If I beat you, can I really get 1 million? People in the audience kept shouting. Lin Chen smiled slightly and said, I'm a member of the Shanghai No. 1 high school team, my strength can be verified, and there's even a Wikipedia entry about me online, so you don't need to worry about me faking it. Upon hearing this, the crowd grew increasingly restless, but no one stepped onto the stage, subconsciously doubting its authenticity, worried it might be some new type of scam. Lin Chen stood on the stage, very calm. 100,000 was a price he had considered. For advanced martial artists, it wasn't too much and could be easily afforded. A tenfold return rate was also quite attractive. Surely, there would be advanced martial artists unable to resist the temptation to step up and give it a try. Sure enough, within a few minutes, a deep and powerful voice rang out, I'll take a shot. A lithe figure leaped onto the ring. Dressed in a deep gray athletic suit, looking middle-aged but exuding a fierce aura that carried a sense of pressure. He directly asked, how do I pay the registration fee? Lin Chen smiled and replied, Uncle, just transfer it directly using your mobile banking account. Upon hearing this, the man's mouth twitched slightly, emphasizing, I'm only 25, I graduated from university not long ago. Looking at the rugged face of the other man, Lin Chen lightly coughed and changed the subject, saying, Buddy, no need to rush, you can introduce yourself first. Songin, advanced martial artist, my chi and blood measured 75 cards last week, a level 1 security officer at the Public Security Bureau in Wanghai District, Shanghai City. Songin glanced at Lin Chen, deliberately stressing the last part. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, understanding Songin's intention. Being the first to step onto the stage, he probably thought that if he found out it was a scam, he could directly arrest him and claim credit. Unfortunately, that plan was destined to fail. Once Songin completed the transfer, Lin Chen didn't delay and directly announced the start of the match. Whoosh! Songin launched a strong attack first, rushing a few steps to Lin Chen and throwing a punch, enveloped in rising chi and blood, like a rocket trailing flames, exceptionally swift. Bang! This punch directly hit Lin Chen's body, shattering into pieces, but there was no solid sensation, only a diffuse mist of light. In Songin's astonished gaze, Lin Chen appeared behind the mist. Some spectators at specific angles on both sides of the ring could see clearly. At the moment Songin threw his punch, Lin Chen stepped back, leaving a perfect clone in place, which was truly astonishing. Whoosh! The next moment, a strong wind surged on. the ring. Taking advantage of the gap after Song An's missed strike, Lin Chen quickly raised his leg to kick, compressing a massive wave of chi, piercing through the air like a battle spear. Bang! Song An only had time to mobilize a surge of chi to protect his chest, but under the impact of such immense power, he struggled to maintain his balance and couldn't help but step back. Lin Chen took the opportunity to explain, this kicking technique is called the rapid gun kick, known for its swiftness, making it very suitable for defensive counterattacks. Song An looked Lin Chen up and down, his eyes bright, and said, what you just condensed into an illusion was amazing. I couldn't tell the difference for a moment. It's the ghostly shadow, a technique from the 9 flickers of the spirit martial illusion. Lin Chen replied happily. Song An nodded, commenting, this movement technique is indeed unique. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and said, if you want it, you can purchase it in my live stream room, there's a discount. As he spoke, Lin Chen stepped forward, shooting out like an arrow. Compared to Song An's earlier charge, his speed was significantly higher. Having already suffered a loss once, Song An didn't dare to be careless and directly activated his spirit martial arts with all his strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With sharp sounds of breaking air, 2 rows of chi and blood-condensed spiked legs pierced out from Song An's back, 4 in total, each over a foot long, radiating a fierce wave. Blood spider combat technique. This was an offensive spirit martial art, known for its dense and rapid attacks. Facing Lin Chen, who was advancing, Song An's gaze sharpened, and he quickly launched 4 spiked legs. 2 were primarily for attack, while the other 2 blocked the escape routes. However, Lin Chen's steps changed, like a ghost, dodging the attacks of 4 arachnid stingers while circling to Song An's side, throwing a punch aimed at his temple. Song An remained calm, mobilizing the 4 stingers he had kept in reserve, along with his right fist, to strike back at Lin Chen. Bang! In the hollow collision, Lin Chen shattered, turning into a mist of light. It was another phantom shadow. The real Lin Chen, at this moment, silently appeared behind Song An, delivering an elbow strike that landed with a thud, sending blood and energy splattering, knocking Song An away, nearly causing him to fall flat. The windless combat technique has minimal movement and sound. A preemptive attack or sudden ambush can yield surprising results. Lin Chen pressed forward, launching another attack. The peak-level Phantom 9 flashes, combined with various ultimate-level martial arts, allowed him to dominate Song An completely. Especially the Phantom Shadow technique, which was elusive and left Song An feeling particularly overwhelmed. I was there, and people were stunned. Lin Chen didn't even use the Wrath of Heaven, yet he was overpowering this level 1 security officer, and blood and energy didn't even matter. I saw Lin Chen's displayed level online. All I can say is, if you're weak, just practice more. The Phantom Shadow blew my mind. I just checked. This spiritual martial art has a limit that contains spatial power, allowing the body to flash back and forth among multiple Phantom Shadows. I placed an order. Me too. Lin Chen has only been promoting this spiritual martial art for a few days, and I've been training for 10 to 100 times longer. As long as I reach this level, it's all profit. Lin Chen's performance in this battle stunned many. Even Song An, who was still engaged in combat, felt unsettled. This openly challenging youth was not a fraud. His strength was terrifyingly strong. Bang! Lin Chen shadowed him, closing in on Song An's inner circle, throwing a punch that struck his side, the heavy sound exploding with overwhelming power, causing Song An to stagger sideways, ultimately landing on the ground with a thud. I'm done. I admit defeat. Song An quickly waved his hand, gasping for breath. Throughout the fight, he had felt like he was walking on thin ice, not daring to relax for a moment, yet he was constantly on the defensive, feeling suppressed. In contrast, Lin Chen maintained a solid advantage, occasionally taking the time to explain. It was excessive. Buddy, no need to send me off. Lin Chen extended his hand. You better not send me off. I don't want to deal with you again. How old are you? How can you practice such a level of movement? Song An couldn't help but mutter, getting up and brushing the dust off his pants as he jumped down from the ring. Lin Chen smiled slightly, looking around. Next, perhaps it was Song An's initial challenge that dispelled everyone's doubts, as 2 more advanced martial artists took the stage, both with energy levels above 90 cards, each mastering spiritual martial arts. But the result was a complete defeat. One, like Song An, actively admitted defeat, and the other was knocked off the stage by Lin Chen. In an instant, the venue erupted with excitement and noise. Especially the crowd, who had some understanding of Lin Chen, were utterly shocked. The Wrath of Heaven, which swept through the 3 major noble high schools, had never been used. If it were unleashed, how strong would Lin Chen be? The title of being invincible below 100 cards of energy indeed seemed to hold weight. Lingu, this live broadcast's effect is explosive. The sales of ordinary martial arts have decreased, but the Phantom 9 flashes alone has already sold over 100 copies. Zhou Yangyang's excited voice came through the earpiece. This movement spiritual martial art was priced around 220,000 with a 10% commission. Selling one meant an income of 22,000. Over 100 copies equated to 2 to 3 million in revenue. Lin Chen's smile grew wider as he scanned the crowd below the ring, saying, "Is there no one willing to fight?" He still had plenty of stamina left. A couple more matches would be no problem. The crowd below grew increasingly restless, yet no one stepped up to challenge. Because of Lin Chen's consecutive victories against higher levels, many guests in the arena were drawn in, including several advanced martial artists who met the criteria, but after careful consideration, none were willing to take the stage. They couldn't win. Not only would they be giving away 100,000, but they would also have to endure a beating. I'll do it. Suddenly, a middle-aged man leaped onto the stage, bald, not very tall, but strong and sturdy, dressed in a combat uniform. Lin Chen observed carefully and confirmed that it wasn't just an aging face, then smiled faintly and said, "Uncle, could you introduce yourself?" Du Chongping, Chi, and Blood 99 card. The bald middle-aged man had a slightly cold attitude and said directly, "What's your bank account number? I'll pay the registration fee." Lin Chen recited a string of numbers and said, "You can start anytime when you're ready. Let's fight." The bald middle-aged man put away his phone, took a deep breath, and a rich dark aura enveloped his body, presenting a cold metallic sheen, exuding a heavy presence. It turned out to be a rather obscure solid-type spiritual weapon. Bang! He stepped forward, causing the stage to tremble, propelling his body to shoot out directly towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. The opponent's speed was even faster than his. Whoosh! Facing the punch thrown by the bald middle-aged man, Lin Chen's black hair flew, and he actively activated the heavy armored breaking army technique, throwing a punch to meet it head-on, ready to probe the opponent's bottom line. This spiritual weapon created by the Killing King had, through Lin Chen's heartbeats over the past few days, already approached the 7th layer realm. Boom! The two fists clashed, producing a tremendous sound. Lin Chen's body shook, and he staggered back 7 or 8 steps before stopping. Opposite him, the bald middle-aged man was enveloped in dark light, standing motionless like a black mountain on the stage. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, coldly saying, "Your chi and blood intensity is definitely more than 99 cards. Ridiculous." The bald middle-aged man scoffed, "If you can't win, just say you don't meet the conditions. That banner of yours claiming invincibility can surely hold up." His figure flashed and charged out again. Lin Chen said no more. A blazing electric light erupted in his eyes, filled with a sense of impending destruction. Whether this person wanted to win the $1 million prize or had other motives was irrelevant. Wrath of heaven. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the thunder roared. Countless bolts of lightning shot out, reaching heights of 100 meters, dazzling and blinding, like a waterfall cascading down, engulfing the entire stage. If it weren't for the high standards of the martial arts arena, which had considered the clashes between high-level warriors during its construction, the ceiling above would have been destroyed long ago. A sense of destruction rampaged, as if thunder was annihilating the world, terrifying beyond compare. The onlookers around all changed their expressions. Even the high-level warriors with profound cultivation felt their hearts racing. The audience in the live stream couldn't feel it, but the visual impact of the lightning in the footage was overwhelming, shocking to the core. At the center of the lightning, Lin Chen's black hair danced wildly, his eyes filled with electric light, like a punisher judging on behalf of heaven. When he raised his hand and waved, large areas of lightning gathered and merged, transforming into a gigantic thunder hammer, like a mountain, suddenly smashing down towards the charging bald middle-aged man. Boom! The bald middle-aged man met it with his fist, but was still engulfed by the lightning. Explosions of lightning erupted everywhere, sweeping across the area. A powerful punch force penetrated through the lightning, incredibly solid, striking Lin Chen, causing him to stagger back to absorb the impact. However, the bald middle-aged man's situation was worse. He could barely stand, supporting himself on his knees, gasping for breath. Electric arcs jumped out from his skin, which was rising with dark light. His solid spiritual weapon had not been able to completely block the impact of the thunder hammer. Heaven and earth intent. The bald middle-aged man frowned. The information he received did not mention this point, only emphasizing that this young man had a good level of mastery over a thunder spiritual weapon. Ultimate realm rated as good. The bald middle-aged man pursed his lips, wanting to give the company's intelligence personnel a big surprise. There should at least be a limit to showing off. Endless thunder. Prison. Lin Chen adjusted first, his gaze sharpening, sealing the entire stage with lightning strikes, one after another, continuously, like mercury spilling on the ground. The bald middle-aged man endured the rampant lightning within him, moving sideways, dodging at high speed. His movement skills were exceptionally high, especially his speed, which was incredibly fast. However, in the ultimate realm of endless thunder prison, drawing energy from heaven and earth, it was wildly unmatched. The entire arena was filled with rampant lightning, dense and omnipresent. Boom! The bald middle-aged man failed to change direction in time and was pierced by a massive bolt of lightning, causing his body to stiffen uncontrollably. Above him, several bolts of lightning were accumulating energy, erupting with deafening thunder, like a thunder beast preparing to pounce, roaring to the sky. Hiss! Just as the bald middle-aged man tightened his focus, ready to dodge the lightning strike, a sharp sound of breaking air pierced his ears. A solid deep purple beam appeared out of nowhere, connecting him To Lin Chen, it was a remnant of the spear of heavenly punishment rapidly piercing through the air towards him. In the bald, middle-aged man's slightly changed gaze, there was a loud boom as it struck his body. The blinding lightning exploded, filling the area with a white haze. Before it could dissipate, new bolts of lightning crashed down, unleashing terrifying attacks. The person is on site, I'm about to wet my pants. It's not an exaggeration, the power emanating from those lightning bolts is unbearable, making me extremely anxious, but hey, I'm still at the third stage of the evolution realm. I can only say online, the streamer is amazing. I truly kneel to Lin Chen. A mid-level warrior displaying such exaggerated substantial energy is simply unreasonable. I heard from a nearby high-level warrior that this is some kind of heavenly realm blessing? What the heck? The spirit weapon of the ultimate realm. Isn't the wrath of heaven said to be terrifyingly high in rank? Why is Lin Chen's realm so high? Looking at the countless bolts of lightning filling the arena, both Lin Chen's livestream and the competition hall on site were in an uproar. Too many people were shocked. Even the bald middle-aged man, who was currently fighting, felt unsettled. Before coming, his superior had advised him to simply win, allowing for injuries but not to torture, and to leave quickly after securing victory. But now, staring at the overwhelming lightning, the bald middle-aged man gritted his teeth, feeling the pressure like a mountain. Boom! A large area of lightning exploded, releasing terrifying power that sent the bald middle-aged man flying, rolling over a dozen times upon landing. Even with solid spirit weapons protecting him, he was still stained with blood. Ignoring his injuries, the bald middle-aged man hurriedly got up and rushed towards the edge of the arena. If he continued fighting, defeat was inevitable, and he would be captured. Want to leave? Lin Chen revealed a cold smile, and the endless thunder prison in his sight immediately transformed. Bolts of lightning condensed and connected, merging into a sheet, drawing energy from the heavens and the earth, resembling a massive door blocking all escape routes for the bald middle-aged man. The bald middle-aged man charged several times, all failing, with no hope of breaking through. If you leave me behind, you will regret it, the middle-aged man said coldly, his brow furrowed. Boom! Lin Chen's response was the all-out endless thunder prison, with continuous bolts of lightning piercing the sky, sealing heaven and earth, covering the entire arena. The audience on site began to lose sight of the action, only dense lightning filling their view. Fortunately, after a few minutes, the lightning gradually dissipated, revealing an even more brilliant light. On the arena, Lin Chen raised one hand high, condensing a blazing thunder hammer. In front of him, the bald middle-aged man knelt on one knee, trapped in the lightning, dark energy rising around him, with large cracks all over his body, nearly shattered. Boom! In the next moment, the thunder hammer fell rapidly, engulfing the bald middle-aged man's body. When the splashing light faded, the bald middle-aged man lay on the ground, covered in injuries, already unconscious. However, arcs of electricity continued to emerge from his body, twitching frequently under the onslaught of the lightning. Ha! Lin Chen dissipated the power of the wrath of heaven, exhaling a long breath, adjusting his rapid breathing. Then, he looked around the arena, finding the security officer who had challenged him first, and said, "What should we do now?" His vitality clearly exceeds 99 cards. Below the stage, Songin had no doubts and agreed with Lin Chen's statement. His vitality was at 75 cards, and his cultivation was not far from 99 cards. He thought to himself that he couldn't withstand the overwhelming thunder and lightning for long. Preliminary judgment suggests possible fraud and also intentional harm, Songin said as he jumped onto the ring, crouching down to briefly check the condition of the bald middle-aged man, then looked up at Lin Chen. However, whether the latter can be established depends on the severity of your injuries. If they are not serious, it will be classified as attempted injury. Songin noticed that compared to when he fought, Lin Chen's face was slightly pale. Lin Chen was indeed injured. To prevent the bald middle-aged man from escaping, he had to exert all his strength to unleash the wrath of heaven, and most of the time he had no extra energy to actively operate the heavy armored breakthrough body. Simply relying on the basic defense refined to half at the second level could not fully withstand the bald middle-aged man's punches. However, attacking as a form of defense was essentially a strategy that pursued absolute suppression. Lin Chen's injuries were not severe. With the medical standards of Xingxia, he would recover in less than half a day. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, "I usually get injured in soft tissue, but when I sealed the ring with lightning, this guy landed a few punches on my head, which made me very uncomfortable. I now have symptoms of tinnitus, dizziness, and nausea, accompanied by some memory loss. Even some details of our battle have suddenly become blurry, and I can't remember them." Songin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He was all too familiar with this set of excuses, often hearing them from habitual fraudsters. Let's go to the Public Security Bureau first. As a victim, you need to give a statement. There's an internal medical room there to check you out, Songin pondered. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. After this match, he didn't have much stamina left for further combat. He called Zhou Yangyang to end the livestream. Then, before heading to the public security Bureau, Lin Chen used his phone to contact Principal Lee, briefly informing him of the situation. The bald middle-aged man's words made him uneasy. Perhaps it wasn't just about the $1 million prize. I'm in the city for a meeting, not far away, I'll be there soon. The rain in Shanghai during summer was getting heavier. The cold winds swept the rain against the glass of the Public Security Bureau in Wanghai District, creating a dense array of water droplets that blurred the lights. Inside the medical room, the bald middle-aged man lay on the hospital bed connected to some equipment already beginning treatment. However, he would occasionally twitch, his brow furrowing unconsciously. Lin Chen sat on one side while a doctor was examining him. Song-in held a tablet, logging into the system. After completing it, he scanned the bald middle-aged man's face with the camera, revealing some information. He didn't use a fake name, he really is called Du Changping, a level 13 operative from the Zhongping Security Company. At this point, Song-in raised his eyebrows, quite surprised. Lin Chen glanced at him. What's wrong? Song-in thought for a moment and felt it was okay to inform him, saying, this security company has a partnership with the Public Security Bureau and is affiliated with the Lee Consortium. They are quite generous with employee salaries, especially for operational staff, which are the most lucrative. A level 13 salary has a base pay of 2 to 3 million, so it wouldn't make sense for him to break the law just to win your million. Lee Consortium. Lin Chen's eyes flickered as he suddenly understood. The bald, middle-aged man causing him trouble was most likely connected to Li Ziqi from Wangquan High School. Clearly, he disagreed with Lin Chen's previous refusal to sign a contract. At the very least, he wasn't prepared to part ways amicably. Lin Chen, are you okay? Principal Lee strode in, his leather shoes splashed with rain. He had left a meeting midway to rush over in the rain. The hope of Shanghai No. 1 High School returning to its peak rested entirely on this student. No one could compare to the importance placed on him. I'm fine, just some minor injuries. I'll be okay today, Lin Chen said calmly. The bald middle-aged man came from the Lee family consortium and was still under the orders of the direct descendants. Continuing to feign illness was pointless. At most, it would lead to a few verbal sparring matches. Principal Lee's emotions had calmed somewhat as he looked at the bald middle-aged man on the hospital bed and asked, is it him? Yes, Lin Chen recounted the process, saying, his vital energy, I estimate, is around 300 cards, otherwise he wouldn't be able to withstand the continuous attacks of heavenly wrath. About right, Song-in put down his tablet and nodded in agreement. I sensed the fluctuations when he was fully operating his vital energy. The pressure was quite strong. Sheriff, the intensity of vital energy can't be gauged by mere perception. After all, words alone are not enough, we need professional instruments for testing. A man carrying a briefcase stepped in, his clothes crisp and neat, hair meticulously combed. I am Du Changping's lawyer. I have obtained authorization from his wife to handle this matter. Principal Lee turned his gaze toward him and said in a deep voice, fine, once he wakes up, cooperate with the testing. No need to be so troublesome. The male lawyer handed over a document. This is the report of Du Changping's last vital energy test, undoubtedly 99 cards. Issued by the Shanghai City Martial Arts Association, with legal effect. Principal Lee leaned in to glance at it and couldn't help but sneer. Federal New Calendar, May 7, 4038. A testing report from 4 years ago, simply ridiculous. Don't rush. The male lawyer opened his briefcase and took out another document. This is Du Changping's injury report, issued by Professor Zhang from the affiliated college of Shanghai Medical University. He has been unable to practice for the past 4 years. Principal Lee scoffed, a single doctor's report? Faking. It is too easy. He only shared the surname Lee and had no connection to the Lee family consortium, but over the years as principal, he had become all too familiar with some of the dirty tactics of local wealthy families and consortiums. The male lawyer glanced at him and said, flatly, whether you believe it or not is irrelevant, it depends on whether the court recognizes it. Doubts must be backed by evidence. You can't just declare something true or false with a single statement. Principal Lee was very assertive, coldly stating, if you want to turn black into white, you've got the wrong target. As the principal of a prestigious old high school, he didn't wield much power, but the network of connections he could mobilize was vast, exceeding many people's imaginations. You two, please talk it out, no need to argue. Song-in hurriedly stepped forward to mediate, feeling somewhat uneasy. Super geniuses, top-tier consortiums, malicious attacks, he regretted getting involved in this case. The waters were too deep. It was hard to grasp. Song-in pondered and suggested, let's wait for the party involved to wake up before discussing specifics, shall we? How much longer? Principal Lee asked. At least a day. The patient has a significant amount of lightning attribute energy dispersed within him, very domineering, and it won't be easy to eliminate it in a short time, the doctor replied. Upon hearing this, the male lawyer's gaze fell on Lin Chen, and he said solemnly, I've already watched the footage of your battle on my way here. Your act of sealing the entire arena with lightning seriously implicates you in intentionally injuring my client. I will file relevant charges against you in accordance with the law to vigorously protect my client's rights. Lin Chen looked at him and said, I can release the lightning power within him, allowing him to wake up early. The male lawyer thought for a moment and replied, such an act won't reduce the amount I seek in compensation from you, but the judge may consider it. He also wanted Du Changping to wake up early to clarify some matters. This case had come as too much of a surprise. According to the original plan, it should have been Lin Chen lying on the hospital bed. He would have acted as the defense lawyer for the bald middle-aged man, arguing that there was no intentional harm. Lin Chen raised his hand and pressed down. Amidst several astonished gazes, he directly detonated the energy within the bald middle-aged man. With a loud bang, the bald middle-aged man's body trembled violently, roaring in pain. His facial features contorted. The male lawyer's expression changed. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with electric light, the terrifying intent of destruction halting his words. He said, no more nonsense. The first lightning power is gone, the second person is awake, and everyone is happy. The bald middle-aged man. He was almost crying from the pain, but there was no joy in his emotions. Turning his face, the bald middle-aged man caught sight of the male lawyer, his eyes brightening slightly as he shouted, Lawyer Zhang. Clearly, the two knew each other. The male lawyer nodded and said, leave everything to me. I'll talk to you about the specifics later. The bald middle-aged man understood and cooperated, saying, I have the right to remain silent. All matters are entrusted to Lawyer Zhang to handle. Song furrowed his brows. This situation was clearly unmanageable. He looked at Lin Chen, hoping to see if he could start from this side, but instead, he saw Lin Chen's lips curl into a cold smile, appearing ominous. The next moment, with a loud bang, the bald middle-aged man's body trembled violently, collapsing into unconsciousness. Arcs of electricity leaped from his body, and a device monitoring vital signs emitted a sharp sound, indicating that the patient was in a dangerous state. While Lin Chen had released the energy within him, he had also infused a new bolt of lightning, hidden and unexpressed. The male lawyer's face darkened as he sternly said, you're intentionally causing harm. Before he could finish, an arc of electricity leaped from the bald middle-aged man's body into the air, striking him directly. The male lawyer, with only the cultivation of the evolution realm, could not withstand it at all. His whole body convulsed violently, frothing at the mouth, unable to utter a single word. Lin Chen stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and smiled, no need to say anything, I understand. You also have the right to remain silent. You're making it very difficult for me. Song rubbed his forehead hard, looking at the two convulsing from the electricity, feeling overwhelmed. Lin Chen spread his hands innocently, I can't claim to have mastered the control of heavenly fury. I failed to detonate all the lightning power just now, leading to a secondary explosion. I'm truly sorry. This excuse made Principal Li cough, feeling it was too absurd. If Lin Chen still couldn't handle heavenly fury, then among the historical geniuses who learned this spiritual martial art, one could count them all, at most calling him a human-shaped battery. Let's deal with it later. At least one of the parties in this lawyer should be able to speak. Song sighed deeply, deciding to separate the two groups for now. Principal Li stayed in the lobby on the first floor, constantly on his phone, looking for connections that could help. Lin Chen didn't rush to inquire. He walked to the porch outside, where rain poured down from the eaves ahead, dense and heavy, like a curtain hanging from the dark clouds. He gazed at the endless downpour, his eyes deep, lost in thought. Buzz. A black luxury car drove into the courtyard of the Public Security Bureau, smoothly, stopping at the steps in front of the lobby. The driver quickly got out, hurried to the trunk, opened the door with an umbrella in hand in one swift motion. Immediately, a young man in the back seat stood up and got out, his clothes crisp and his steps steady. The rain outside was heavy, but a large black umbrella shielded him from the downpour, not moving an inch. He lifted his head and looked at Lin Chen in the porch, smiling faintly, we meet again. You did this. Lin Chen stared directly at Li Jiqi, already certain. Li Jiqi stepped forward, climbing the steps, and said, I can say I did, but Du Changping inside will adamantly deny it because he knows the price of admitting it is too high for him to bear. Lin Chen's gaze was indifferent as he said, you're willing to invest for my signature because you're worth it. I see great potential in you, you can bring me enormous benefits. Li Jiqi nodded, calm and composed. I have a feeling that one day in the future, you will become a significant support for me as the next head of the family. Let's cooperate. This is my second invitation. Or you can see it as a ticket to the upper echelons of society. Li Jiqi finished climbing the steps, standing in front of Lin Chen, extending a hand. Lin Chen did not shake hands, his eyes growing colder as he said, is the arrogance of the wealthy elite all like yours, thinking they can control everything? Seeing this, Li Jiqi tightened his fingers and withdrew his outstretched right hand, saying, I can understand your anger, but the rules of today's holy summer are just this cold and ruthless. For ordinary people, the upper class is an unrelated world. Occasionally, they suddenly awaken to the realization that their entire lives, from the smallest details of clothing, food, housing, and transportation, are all managed by a few companies, and even their education and employment follow some predetermined paths. In response, they can at most complain to friends and family, but soon they will cast it aside, as they don't feel it has any impact. However, among ordinary people, some elites who can truly access the upper class will clearly see the invisible shackles binding them, unbreakable, and only by paying an incredibly painful price can they hope to break free and earn a ticket to the world you can easily reach now. Li Shi spoke calmly, but his tone was as cold as ice. Lin Chen stared at him, suddenly revealing a cold smile, saying, "If you truly mean what you say, at this moment you shouldn't be here lecturing me, but rather I should be the one seeking an audience at your doorstep." Li Ziqi's eyes narrowed slightly, saying, "It seems you've misunderstood my rare goodwill." Lin Chen's cold smile deepened, laced with sarcasm. "If I'm not mistaken, the Du Chongping you are looking for originally intended to defeat me in the arena, then present that 99-card blood energy test report issued by the Martial Arts Association to block my accusations. Following that, there would likely be hired trolls slandering me, pouring dirt on my name until I couldn't withstand the pressure and agreed to sign a contract with your company. Then, you would throw Du Chongping out, allowing him to publicly retest the true blood energy. This would not only clear my name to avoid affecting the subsequent live broadcast's popularity but also express your regard for me, willing to let a senior martial artist bear the blame. Such a method of bestowing both grace and threat, relying on the mountain of power, is not difficult to execute and has always been effective." Li Ziqi's gaze turned cold, locking tightly onto Lin Chen. When his inner thoughts were laid bare, his emotions were not as calm as he had imagined. Taking a deep breath, Li Ziqi forced himself to calm down, saying, "Lin Chen, you are smarter than I imagined. Which is a good thing. Smart people are rational, so you should understand that cooperating with me now is the only right path. A towering tree can shield people from wind and rain, but it can also block out the sunlight." The rain outside grew heavier, as if it were going to drown the world. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged, and a calm voice emerged from his mouth, very brief yet resolute. "No!" Boom! A massive bolt of lightning erupted, almost piercing through the dark clouds above, the illuminating flash tearing through the dense curtain of rain, lighting up the bodies of Lin Chen and Li Ziqi, a strong sense of murderous intent permeating the air between them. Despite being less than a meter apart, it felt as if they were in two different worlds. "I will not invite someone more than 3 times, not now, nor in the future." Li Ziqi turned and left, a large black umbrella held above him, shielding him from the oncoming wind and rain. The rain poured down, reflecting the leaden clouds, dull and lifeless. Suddenly, amidst the dark rain, a dazzling red appeared, strikingly noticeable like blood, brushing past Li Ziqi's black umbrella and catching Lin Chen's eye. It was a red umbrella. Yi Tingyun held it in his hand, stepping up the stairs to stand before Lin Chen, saying, "Let's go, I'll take you back. The principal has told me everything, and he will handle the rest." "Okay." Lin Chen followed Yi Tingyun away, the red umbrella shielding them from the wind and rain as they boarded the off-road vehicle. Yi Tingyun did not rush to drive, asking, "Is your injury healed?" "It's fine, I was treated in the medical room of the Public Security Bureau, not a big problem." Hearing this response, Yi Tingyun gathered a surge of healing energy and infused it into Lin Chen's body. He then asked, "Today can be considered a preliminary glimpse into the dark side of society. How does it feel?" Lin Chen gazed out at the heavy rain, saying, "If we hadn't taken down that bald middle-aged man on the spot, it would have been very difficult." The other side was well prepared, with all sorts of evidence, top lawyers, and perhaps even connections in the court. A cold glint flashed in Yi Tingyun's eyes as he replied, "These powerful elites always extend their reach further and further, daring to use the rules that maintain society as tools in their hands. The emergence of the Holy Summer New Calendar is for better development, to resist foreign forces." Yi Tingyun's tone was icy and mocking, but once a person stays at the top for too long, they always want to sit there forever, preferably even moving to a higher position. Lin Chen exhaled lightly and calmly said, "Human nature is generally like this." Yi Tingyun glanced at him and remarked, "You're young, yet you see things so clearly. It's not that I take it lightly, otherwise, I would have agreed to sign the contract long ago." Lin Chen shook his head, his gaze drifting to the rain-soaked sky, where dark clouds loomed like a night curtain, occasionally pierced by flashes of lightning that illuminated the heavens. He understood that power is a formidable force. A single word can determine life and death. It can even achieve the effect of making words law. But this kind of power must be built upon a set of rules. Martial arts, from the moment of its inception, was for survival, viewing oneself as a god, disregarding all reasoning, lawless and unrestrained. Lin Chen hoped that the next time he encountered such a situation, he would have the qualifications to resolve it differently. "Instructor Yi, take me to see the sea. I want to witness the waves." The rain in Shanghai City had been falling almost all day, gradually dissipating only before nightfall. At the edge of a steep cliff, Lin Chen stood alone in the rain, holding a red umbrella facing the boundless lawn. "You see, its waves undulating." Yi Tingyun parked the off-road vehicle at a distance, leaning against the car, not following him. Sometimes it was more suitable to be alone. Lin Chen quietly gazed at the sea, his eyes deep and unmoving. In truth, he hadn't interacted much with Li Ziqi, and after the brief encounter at Wonquan High School, they had only met 3 times in total. However, resources in society are limited. The cake is only so big, and a substantial share held in his hands inevitably attracted the attention of wolves circling around. Either he would relinquish some benefits and share the cake, or he would set an example by striking back at the wolves, even killing them. Strong individuals rarely have simple pasts. This is generally the case. It's not that the tree wishes to be still while the wind does not cease, but rather that a tall tree aspiring to reach the sky must inevitably face fierce winds. The rain has stopped. Lin Chen closed the red umbrella and turned to leave. It seemed that he had grown a little from this experience of watching the sea in the rain. After the rain stopped, it did not start again. As the night passed, the dark clouds dispersed and a bright sun slowly rose, casting brilliant light. This city, facing the mountains and the sea, officially entered summer. In the principal's office of Shanghai No. 1 High School, Lin Chen met again with the head of the CUA Scholarship Foundation. Today was Monday, and a new round of funding could be obtained. After tax, income is around 8.5 million, still the same as before, all to purchase the blood essence high-energy liquid? Yes. Seeing Lin Chen nod, the head smiled slightly, picked up the password box he brought, and opened it to reveal a row of neatly arranged vials. A total of 100 vials of blood essence high-energy liquid, with the price difference for more than 10 vials to be calculated next time. Thank you. Lin Chen felt a bit surprised. The head shook his head, smiling. No reward without effort. I can't accept your thanks. This is what our president Su meant. He asked me to pass on a message to you. Please say, before the big tree reaches the sky, it always endures both sunshine and rain. Don't pay too much attention, just keep moving upward. The head spoke earnestly. Principal Li was also present and took over the conversation, smiling as he said, I can't help but feel that your President Su is metaphorically referring to himself as the sun. I wouldn't dare to draw such a conclusion. The person in charge shrugged and smiled. However, what I know is that President Su places great importance on the trees he planted. One year, there was continuous heavy rain in Shanghai City and many plants were drowned. President Su used cloud-dispelling bombs in the manor for several days, and later, because he violated regulations to change the weather, he was fined a hefty sum. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly upon hearing this. Indeed, when money reaches a certain level, one can be quite willful. The person in charge chatted briefly and did not linger, bidding farewell as he left. After he was gone, Principal Li straightened his expression, faced Lin Chen, and said solemnly, I believe Su Bai has a formal intention to invest in you, but he is a businessman and cannot do charity. Fundamentally, he always seeks profit. When he really talks to you about conditions, you must consider it seriously and not fall into his trap. Principal Li reminded him, especially regarding long-term contracts like a bond of servitude. Don't even glance at them unless Su Bai offers you all his family's mines. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle, nodding as he said, I will be cautious. Principal Li did not elaborate further and continued discussing yesterday's case, saying, I found some people to ensure a fair trial. Du Chongping cannot escape criminal charges, but the lawyer defending him is quite capable. Such people are skilled at turning black into white, and it will be difficult to end this without multiple lawsuits. Thank you for your trouble, Principal. Lin Chen reined in his smile. Principal Li glanced at him and sighed lightly, saying, you and I both know this person is just a knife, but he cannot expose Li Jiqi from Wangquan High School. For the direct descendants of such top-tier conglomerates, without extremely solid evidence, it is hard to drag them down, let alone convict them. However, Principal Li emphasized that Lin Chen need not worry. After sweeping through the 3 major noble high schools in one day as a mid-level martial artist, he had already become one of the public school's prominent figures, receiving significant attention from several leaders in the city. Your live streaming income relates to your cultivation. Someone will warn the Li family consortium that for a long time to come, there will be no more interference. Principal, then I will go cultivate first. Lin Chen appeared very calm. He knew exactly how to proceed on his path. He needed to move quickly. He would move quickly, fast enough that Li Jiqi couldn't stop him, fast enough that no one could block him. 125 tons, 130 tons, 135 tons. The first 2 periods on Monday morning were practical classes, which Lin Chen did not need to attend, so he went to the separate training room prepared for him at school to take medicine and cultivate. When 100 vials of blood-infused high-energy liquid were exhausted, his overall strength increased by more than 30 tons, surpassing 150 tons in total. This level was more than half stronger than many advanced martial artists. Your heavy armored breaking army body has reached the 7th level. A prompt sounded in his mind as Lin Chen stood up, and he nodded. This breakthrough was quite timely. Today, he just happened to need to visit Old Guan. The 7th level of the heavy armored breaking army body has profound insights, and the refining efficiency is much stronger than the first time. This time, I estimate I can complete the refining of the 2nd and 3rd levels. Lin Chen stepped out, and because he had delayed some time in cultivation, when he arrived at the school team training room, the training had already begun. All team members were present, and Captain Qin Ming was also there, currently engaged in a battle with an instructor. Upon seeing Lin Chen, he quickly signaled to stop, walked over with big strides, and smiled. "Good morning." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and replied, "Good morning." He and Qin Ming were merely acquaintances and not really friends. "Did you need something from me? Do you remember I mentioned the ancient realm secret earlier? I have an impression the internal world of it exceeds the predictions of the Night Patrol's intelligence department. It is very vast." Qin Ming pointed out that this ancient realm secret was numbered Mechanical Shanghai 218, currently determined to be from a mechanical civilization of the prehistoric Second Era. The internal area significantly suppresses substantial energy, mainly relying on basic physical strength for exploration. Lin Chen was slightly surprised and asked, "The strong from the Night Patrol can't resolve it? Surely there are big shots who can violently suppress it. But it's highly likely that this ancient realm secret will be damaged, which isn't worth it. Let's leave it to our reserve forces to explore. It won't damage the secret realm and will also serve as training, killing two birds with one stone." Qin Ming shrugged and smiled. However, the resources in the secret realm seem too abundant and have already attracted some official night watchers, making the competition quite fierce. Everyone has been crazily pushing their physical limits lately. Lin Chen vaguely understood his meaning and said, "You want me to be a sparring partner?" "Exactly." Qin Ming admitted generously, grinning, "Don't worry, I won't let you help for free. There will be compensation." "What is it?" "A powerful offensive spiritual weapon created by a big shot in the military, and he's a local from our Shanghai city." Qin Ming raised his eyebrows and smiled. Lin Chen's heart stirred. "Is it called Guanshan? I didn't pay much attention, but I think that's the name." Qin Ming recalled and waved his hand. "That's not important. The key is this Beast King 5 kill style, which is very suitable for you. Under the same realm, the stronger your physical qualities, the exponentially greater the power you can unleash. Moreover, the Beast King 5 kill style is a collaborative spiritual weapon between the Night Watch and the military, not sold on the market. It can only be learned by exchanging military merits," Qin Ming added. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. "What about the sparring time? 1 or 2 hours a day is enough. Today is May 1st, and we'll schedule it until the end of the month. However, I need to explore the ancient realm secret and participate in the citywide high school league, so I can only find you a maximum of 20 times. "That works," Lin Chen agreed. "Then it's settled. After today's training session, I'll take you to the Night Watch to learn the Beast King 5 kill style." Qin Ming nodded, smiling happily, "Including me." Several members of the reserve forces have been trying to get in touch with this spiritual weapon recently. If you progress particularly quickly, you might even earn some extra guidance fees. Lin Chen was not unfamiliar with the Night Watch, or rather, the vast majority of the people in Xingxia had some understanding of it. This organization was established to combat foreign invasions and was initially part of the Army's Special Forces. After the new calendar began, Xingxia gradually gained the ability to counterbalance foreign threats, rarely experiencing large-scale beast tides. However, there would still be alien beasts invading through spatial passages, wreaking havoc in cities. Therefore, the Night Watch was split from the military, fully responsible for handling all matters related to foreign domains within the country. Reflecting on the information about the Night Watch in his memory, Lin Chen's tram arrived at the station. He stood up and followed Qin Ming off the tram, arriving at the Night Watch branch in Shanghai City. Before him was a vast complex of buildings, made of solid materials, arranged neatly, exuding a sense of military restriction. Although it had been years since separating from the military, many of the internal customs of the Night Watch still retained military characteristics. "We'll register first, and once that's done, we can go to the Kangwu building to learn the Beast King 5 kill style, and then we can practice together." Qin Ming briefly explained the plan for the day. The Night Watch has a dedicated training ground that can simulate the environment of the ancient realm secret, which is more effective. "Sounds good." Lin Chen had no objections and stepped into the Night Watch. The path was quite empty, with few people around, but every executing personnel walked with a commanding presence, clearly possessing profound martial arts skills. Lin Chen understood that unlike the military's inclusive approach, the Night Watch followed an elite route, placing extreme importance on individual combat capabilities. Once a spatial passage from the foreign domain appeared, it was extremely rapid and could not be predicted too far in advance, requiring the Night Watch personnel to arrive quickly. A delay of even a minute could lead to a tragic disaster. Therefore, the admission standards for the Night Watch were very high, far exceeding the military's average level. Lin Chen remembered Shen Holian saying that if one did not advance to a senior martial artist before the age of 25, they could not join the Night Watch. And this was just a hard rule, not equivalent to admission. However, senior martial artists, even if they had just broken through, were quite powerful and could live comfortably in society. "How difficult is the admission assessment for the Night Watch?" Lin Chen was somewhat curious. "The reserve is relatively okay. As long as you meet the hard standards and have some specialties, you can basically pass. However, becoming a formal night watchman is very difficult." Qin Ming thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "For a pure martial artist, the promotion probability is less than 30%. Even if you awaken a powerful ability, if you don't develop it to a high level, it's still hard to pass. Lin Chen nodded and commented fairly, that ratio isn't high. After all, those who can join the Night Watch's reserve are already rare talents. What's wrong? Qin Ming glanced at Lin Chen and teased, do you want to join the Night Watch too? But with your talent and strength, you really don't need to aim for becoming a high-level martial artist. Lin Chen thought for a moment and asked, is there still time to explore that ancient realm's secret? Probably, that secret realm hasn't even determined its specific boundaries yet. There are still vast unexplored areas. The Night Watch will have another public recruitment in mid-year, right after the June college entrance examination, so there's a high chance you'll make it, Qin Ming analyzed. We'll talk about it then, Lin Chen shrugged. He was just asking, he hadn't decided on his future direction yet. After all, there was still more than a year until high school graduation. Currently, his cultivation was in a rapid growth phase, so making money was the priority. Not long after, Lin Chen completed the registration, obtained the Beast King 5 kill style martial manual from the Kangwu building, and quickly finished the inheritance. You have remembered the Beast King 5 kill style. Begin simplification. Simplify by 600 times. Lin Chen pondered slightly and sensed the profoundness of this spiritual martial art, which surpassed the Phantom 9 Flash, but compared to the Heaven's Fury and heavy armored break army body, it was somewhat weaker. However, the power of the Beast King 5 kill style is related to physical strength, making it very suitable for me. Once my cultivation is deeper, the killing power I can unleash will probably not lose to the Heaven's Fury of the same realm. With some anticipation, Lin Chen walked out of the inheritance room, returned the martial manual, and turned his gaze to the waiting Qin Ming, saying, let's go, time for sparring. Okay. The two exited the Kangwu building, and under Qin Ming's lead, arrived at a spacious indoor training ground. Lin Chen saw many people engaged in combat, their punches and kicks heavy and powerful, the force they generated generally exceeding 100 tons, but there were rarely any visible blood energy or profound spiritual martial arts manifesting substantial energy. A piece of what looked like a circuit board fragment floated in the center of the room, engraved with peculiar patterns, glowing with clear fluorescence. As soon as he entered, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, an invisible wave penetrated his body, bringing a strong sense of suppression. You felt it, right? Qin Ming smiled and pointed to the fragment suspended in the central area. This thing is called the machine core. From that ancient realm secret, it can simulate the same environment. Lin Chen looked over, examining it, and said, there are many cracks on it. It feels like it's about to break. That's normal. It's just a separate fragment that has a lifespan and will be continuously damaged by the impact of our battles, but this thing is very sturdy. It should last until the end of the month without any issues, Qin Ming said casually. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Then, he calmed his mind and seriously sensed the wave invading his body, saying, it doesn't affect the body's movement, it only suppresses the operation of energy, and the degree is very high. High beyond measure. Qin Ming echoed, feeling quite emotional. My blood energy is close to 300 calories, and I can't even reveal it. Only through the ability of the lava giant can I manifest substantial energy. Unfortunately, it can only light a fire and provide some illumination. That said, Qin Ming raised his hand and spun it, condensing a bright flame the size of a human head, radiating scorching heat waves. He raised his eyebrows, somewhat smug, just a little bit of an ability advantage, barely surpassing those pure martial artists among the reserve members. It's not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. Lin Chen glanced at him, opened his right hand, and a dazzling bolt of lightning shot out, over a meter long, wreaking havoc with a terrifying sense of destruction. I can't believe it. Qin Ming's smile froze on his face. After a while, he regained his composure, swallowed hard, and said, an intermediate martial artist can unleash such powerful tangible energy. What level is your heavenly fury? Lin Chen shrugged and replied nonchalantly, I just grasped the corresponding realm of heaven and earth. Nothing to mention. Qin Ming, true energy can't be faked. I admit you're impressive, Qin Ming said with a bitter smile, shaking his head as he collected his thoughts. Let's spar, no time to waste. With that, the two walked to the center of the arena, arriving at an open area to begin their battle. Roar! Qin Ming struck first, throwing a punch at Lin Chen, fierce and domineering, exuding a brutal aura, like a tiger roaring in a sea of corpses and blood. Lin Chen recognized at a glance that this was a move from the Beast King 5 kills technique, Tiger Wild Slaughter. This martial art, as the name suggests, has 5 major killing methods: Tiger Wild Slaughter, Electric Falcon Flash Kill, Giant Whale Power Kill, Crocodile Strangle Kill, and Azure Dragon Blood Kill. It involves various parts of the body, such as fists, feet, legs, fingers, knees, and elbows, making it very comprehensive. As his thoughts soared, Lin Chen raised his arm to counter, also executing a Tiger Wild Slaughter. He hadn't fully mastered this martial art yet and couldn't produce a roar like Qin Ming's, but under the push of his immense power, he unleashed a violent wave of energy as if it were about to explode, significantly surpassing Qin Ming's. Boom! The fists collided, creating a massive sound, like two heavy trucks crashing into each other. Qin Ming's expression changed slightly. He couldn't withstand the overwhelming force and staggered backward repeatedly. Lin Chen's figure swayed and then stood firm in place. At the same time, two familiar notification sounds echoed in his mind. You used the Beast King 5 kills technique in battle, simplification level increased. Simplification increased by 999 times. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Practicing with Qin Ming was also a way to enhance his own strength. How high is your overall power? Qin Ming's voice rang out, his gaze astonished as he couldn't help but scrutinize Lin Chen from head to toe. He could tell that Lin Chen hadn't even learned the Beast King 5 kills technique. Just average, only 152 tons, and I haven't even completed the blood nurturing of an intermediate martial artist. Compared to high-level martial artists with abilities, it's really nothing. Big guy, I give up. I promise I won't show off in front of you again, Qin Ming said helplessly, raising his hands. There was no denying. It was indeed a bit demoralizing. Lin Chen smiled. Let's continue the battle. With that, Lin Chen stepped forward, thrusting his entire right arm out, the 5 fingers in front coming together, fast as lightning striking through the air. Electric Falcon Flash Kill. Qin Ming focused his mind and gave it his all. Lin Chen's powerful physique was a good thing for him, allowing him to better improve his physical combat skills. Later, when he entered the ancient realm for exploration, he would be even more at ease. However, as the battle progressed, Qin Ming gradually sensed something was off. Lin Chen had clearly only been using the Beast King 5 kills technique, yet the pressure he exerted was growing stronger, making it hard for him to breathe. You've successfully entered the Beast King 5 kills technique. After more than an hour, another notification sound rang in Lin Chen's mind, and his understanding and control of this martial art immediately reached a new level. Whoosh! Facing Qin Ming's incoming punch, Lin Chen extended his right hand, pinching in midair, and 5 long fingers erupted with powerful strangling force, like a giant crocodile tightly biting its prey and rolling violently. Crocodile Strangle Kill. Qin Ming's expression changed, and a scorching flame erupted, enveloping his entire right arm. But under the impact of the strangling force, it spun violently like water squeezed from a twisted towel, splattering everywhere. Did you enter the Beast King 5 kills technique? Qin Ming squeezed his sore right arm. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement, saying, I've been practicing this martial art all along. Qin Ming's face twitched. It was true that he had been practicing, but it had only been a little over an hour. Meanwhile, he had inherited the Beast King 5 kills technique last month and had practiced hard for several days just to barely enter. Comparing this, Qin Ming really wanted to give a thumbs up to the first grade teacher. Comparing oneself is shameful and must be stopped. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, what level are most of the members practicing the Beast King 5 kills style in? The reserve? Qin Ming caught his meaning and couldn't help but feel a bit sour. You really want to earn a guidance fee, huh? He had said this more as a joke before. But now, seeing Lin Chen's progress, it really was a possibility. This spiritual martial art isn't common in the Night Patrol Division. Most members who study it are doing so to explore the ancient realm's secret places. Their levels are basically similar to mine, with only a few members who started practicing early having higher levels, Qin Ming recalled. Lin Chen raised his hand and stroked his chin, saying, the entry-level cultivation isn't difficult. With a mastery level, efficient guidance can be achieved. Seeing his tone, Qin Ming couldn't help but ask, how long will it take you to reach that? Lin Chen pondered for a moment and replied, by the end of this week or the weekend, I still need to allocate time to practice other martial arts, so it's inevitable that there will be some delays. Qin Ming pursed his lips, indicating he didn't want to talk. He was clearly a genius too. After another 10 minutes of sparring, this session ended. Lin Chen walked out of the Night Patrol Division and headed to the lighthouse where Old Guan was. That area was at the end of the coastal highway, very remote, with no public transport nearby. Lin Chen simply used the Phantom 9 flashes to travel, treating it as practice as well. Now that he had another spiritual martial art that suited him, he needed to spend more time cultivating it. When Lin Chen arrived, the sun was setting, casting an orange-red light from half of the sun on the horizon, illuminating the ancient lighthouse in the sea as if it was glowing again. The old man sat motionless beneath the lighthouse, gazing at the boundless long sea, just like the last time they met. Old Guan, Lin Chen greeted. Go ahead, Old Guan nodded gently. Seeing this, Lin Chen said no more, turned, and walked into the lighthouse, easily making his way to the basement, sitting down near the black straight knife. Buzz! The black straight knife trembled slightly, releasing a faint black mist that enveloped the surroundings. Lin Chen had experience operating the heavy armored break army body to absorb and refine his physique. But this time, he had a new sensation. The fierce aura in the mist seems to have some fluctuations similar to the Beast King 5 kill style. Thinking that this spiritual martial art might have been created by Old Guan, Lin Chen's heart stirred, focusing his thoughts and attempting to comprehend the Beast King 5 kill style. The next moment, 2 prompt sounds echoed in his mind. You are cultivating the Beast King 5 kill style with the same true intent. The simplification degree has increased. Simplification by 3,000 times. Lin Chen blinked. He had expected an increase in the degree of simplification, but 3,000 times? Yi Tingyun's operation of the spiritual martial art only allowed him to simplify by 999 times, similar to using offensive martial arts in battle. However, what instructor you displayed was the realm of heaven and earth, while the mist contains the same true intent, which should be a higher level power. Lin Chen analyzed to himself. A 3,000-fold simplification. If he fully cultivated the Beast King 5-kill style, the progress would definitely be remarkable. Unfortunately, he had to primarily operate the heavy armored break army body for now. The faint black mist lasted for an hour at a time. Fortunately, Lin Chen's current level was very high and the refining efficiency exceeded that of the last time, with large amounts of mist rising around him, continuously penetrating. Outside, old Guan seemed to sense something and couldn't help but turn his face to look towards the bottom of the lighthouse. The speed at which the mist dissipated surprised him. Time passed quickly, and an hour later, the black straight knife trembled gently, retracting all the black mist. Lin Chen exhaled deeply, feeling unsatisfied as he ended this round of refining, but there was an unmistakable look of satisfaction in his eyes. A strong sense of resilience flowed throughout his body. Just as he had estimated before coming, he completed the refining of the second and third layers of the heavy armored break army body. When facing Du Changping again, he would be more than capable of winning without injury. Lin Chen stood up, walked out of the lighthouse, and returned to old Guan's side. Before he could speak, old Guan was the first to ask, "What level are you currently at with this solid spiritual martial art of the Killing King?" "Today I completed the refining of the third layer, and my actively operating level is at the 7th layer," Lin Chen replied honestly. Old man Guan's gaze slightly sharpened. The last time the other party came, they were still at the 3rd level of cultivation. A week had passed, and they had risen 4 levels. He was well aware of how difficult it was to create top-tier spiritual weapons as a king-level expert, especially for intermediate martial artists. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, and after some hesitation, he finally asked, "Old Guan, can I use the Black Abyss again? I have a spiritual weapon, the Beast King 5-kill technique. By observing the aura released by the Black Abyss, I can accelerate my progress," Lin Chen replied candidly. Old man Guan glanced at him and said, "Did Ji Teng Yun pass this on to you?" Lin Chen shook his head and said, "A senior of mine, he is a reserve member of the Night Patrol, asked me to be his sparring partner, and this spiritual weapon was his reward for me." Old man Guan fell silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "Go ahead." "Thank you, old Guan." Lin Chen grinned widely, his smile radiant, and turned back to the basement of the lighthouse. Old man Guan turned his head and looked again at the deep sea, but this time, his gaze was not as profound as before. A hint of hesitation surfaced deep within. He was contemplating whether to take a new path. Buzz. In the center of the basement, the black straight knife trembled slightly. There was no mist rising, but an invisible wave swept out, containing an even more intense aura of ferocity. "You are cultivating the Beast King 5-kill technique within the same true intent. The simplification degree is enhanced, simplified by 3,000 times." Lin Chen focused his mind and practiced with all his might. The insights he gained surged in like a tide. His progress far exceeded what he had deduced in his mind before. In fact, compared to the instinctive level of cultivation of the Heavenly Fury at the entry level, it was not lacking at all. Of course, when he practiced Heavenly Fury before, he had just advanced to a martial artist and his martial arts comprehension was average. Now, it was much deeper, surpassing many advanced martial artists in terms of martial arts comprehension. Moreover, the difficulty of the Beast King 5-kill technique was relatively lower than that of Heavenly Fury. "If I practice all night tonight, I should be able to advance to the minor success realm by tomorrow morning," Lin Chen thought, with anticipation. Outside, night fell, and a silver moon hung over the sea. Old man Guan gazed at the ocean, but the situation inside the lighthouse was all presented in his perception. As the creator, he was more than familiar with the Beast King 5-kill technique and clearly sensed Lin Chen's progress. Soon, so fast it astonished him, the silver moon silently traversed the night sky, gradually disappearing from sight. At the horizon where the sea met the sky, it grew brighter, and a great sun slowly rose. The iron door of the lighthouse was pushed open, and Lin Chen stepped out, walking into the morning sunlight, a faint smile hanging on his lips. Old man Guan turned his face slightly and said, "You broke through in one night. Lucky." Lin Chen smiled, "I just broke through this morning, thanks to the effect of the Black Abyss." Old man Guan shook his head and calmly said, "It's just some profound artistic conception, not that exaggerated." Lin Chen did not refute, seeing that he had nothing more to say. He said, "Old Guan, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now and come again next Monday." Old man Guan was silent for a moment, and just before Lin Chen turned around, he let out a long breath and said, "Come by whenever you have time in the future." Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat, both surprised and delighted. This was the best news for him. The ultimate realm of spiritual weapons was not a limit. With the help of the Black Abyss, he could improve at a rapid pace. "Thank you, old Guan. You should head back now." Old man Guan waved his hand, looking at the great sun over the sea, rising higher and higher. After a while, he slowly stood up, walked into the lighthouse, and found an old communication device. On the other side, in a single apartment, there was very little furniture, and it was exceptionally tidy. Everything was basically arranged along horizontal and vertical lines. Yi Tingyun stood in the bathroom, his face still dotted with water droplets that had yet to be wiped away. In the reflection of the mirror, he could clearly see the fatigue deep in his eyes. Ever since retiring, it seemed he had lost the ability to sleep. Relying on his abilities in martial arts cultivation, he had not collapsed from exhaustion. The military psychologist said he had post-traumatic stress disorder, but Yi Tingyun knew in his heart that the doctor was wrong. He was not. He felt no fear or regret about the life and death years of the past. What he had was only anger and unwillingness. The holy summer should not be like this. Buzz, the phone on the sink vibrated, and the contact displayed on the screen made Yi Tingyun's spirit lift. He didn't even bother to wipe his face and immediately picked up the phone, saying in a deep voice, "Old Guan, it's me, Yi Tingyun." This communication number had been added for several years, and today was the first time it connected. "Help me find the 23 knife techniques." Old Guan's hoarse voice came through. Upon hearing this, Yi Tingyun's breath halted, and his heart began to race uncontrollably as he said, "Hey Yuan." Old Guan interrupted him, coldly stating, "I only taught Lin Chen some knife techniques, nothing else." "All right." Yi Tingyun immediately responded, not asking another question. But he knew that the 23 knife techniques were laying the foundation for mastering He Yuan. Old Guan's attitude still seemed somewhat hesitant. However, thinking of that unexpectedly rising young man, Yi Tingyun suddenly became convinced that Lin Chen could pass the assessment and bring the dreaded He Yuan back into the world. "You have memorized the Beishan fist technique. Begin simplification. Simplify by 600 times." In class, Lin Chen flipped through the martial arts he would bring next time, distractedly deducing multiple techniques, yet still making rapid progress. Around 10 in the morning, Lin Chen arrived at the school team training room, somewhat surprised that the usually punctual Yi Tingyun had not yet arrived. He wasn't anxious, finding a quiet spot to focus on practicing the Phantom 9 flashes. A quarter of an hour later, Yi Tingyun came in, scanning the room and striding over to Lin Chen's position. "Instructor Yi." Lin Chen began to greet him but was interrupted by Yi Tingyun. "Come with me." Yi Tingyun continued walking, leading Lin Chen away amidst curious glances. This instructor from the Special Forces rarely showed impatience. Once in the car, Lin Chen had the chance to ask, "Where are we going?" "To Old Guan's." Yi Tingyun pressed the accelerator, driving the off-road vehicle at full speed. Lin Chen blinked. He had just returned. "This morning. What's the matter?" "Old Guan will tell you himself." It wasn't long before the ancient lighthouse came into view. Old Guan was still under the lighthouse, no longer seated, his thin frame standing by the sea, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment, yet in the next instant he resembled an immovable mountain between land and sea. "You're here." Old Guan's gaze fell on the two approaching. "We're here." Yi Tingyun nodded vigorously. Lin Chen cleared his throat and asked, "So, what are we here for?" Old Guan replied directly, "To teach you how to use a knife. Want to give it a try?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's heart stirred, instinctively recalling the He Yuan in the basement and connecting it to Yi Tingyun's unusual behavior. His intuition told him it wasn't that simple. "Try. Have you had any previous contact with knife techniques?" "No, the weapon course is elective. I've only attended a few general classes." "It's not too late, there's still time," Old Guan said calmly. Beside him, Yi Tingyun raised his hand and spun it, taking out several straight knives from his storage device and embedding them into the ground. "Your blood nurturing isn't complete yet, your strength will still increase. These straight knives range from light to heavy, so you can adapt to each one." Old Guan glanced around and said, "Prepare a few heavier ones." He didn't keep them in suspense, saying, "The upper limit of blood nurturing for 3 bone temperings can reach a total strength of 360 tons. "So high?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Yi Tingyun had previously predicted his total strength to be at least 200 tons, possibly higher. But 360 tons was still beyond his expectations, reaching 6 times the limit of a single bone tempering. With 3 bone temperings, the foundation will be perfect and flawless, leading to a profound qualitative change. The increase won't be comparable to that of 2 bone temperings, Old Guan explained. Yi Tingyun stroked his chin, saying, "I considered this point at the time, just didn't expect the increase to be so significant, but the initial prediction range wasn't wrong." Lin Chen pondered for a moment and asked, "Instructor Yi, do you know how strong the Saint Summer's King can be?" Yi Tingyun replied in surprise, "Have you seen him?" Lin Chen grinned, "No, but I can be sure he's stronger than the evolution realm." Yi Tingyun. Seeing this, Old Guan couldn't help but show a hint of a smile, but it quickly vanished from his face as he said, "Let's start practicing the sword technique." "You brat." Yi Tingyun shook his head helplessly, raised his hand, and took out a martial arts manual. Lin Chen was surprised. "Spirit martial?" "No," Yi Tingyun corrected, "it's for your convenience. It contains all the information on 23 common sword techniques, which you can inherit directly from beginner to advanced." As he spoke, he glanced at Old Guan, then returned his gaze to Lin Chen, saying, "If you encounter something you don't understand, don't rush, think slowly." Lin Chen's eyes flickered, and he roughly sensed that these 23 sword techniques had a testing implication. But to test him with common sword techniques? More importantly, it's to assess your talent in sword techniques, but for me, it doesn't matter what type of martial arts it is. Lin Chen took the martial arts manual and began the inheritance directly. Not long after, he completed it all. Yi Tingyun drew a straight sword and said, "With your current strength, this weight is suitable for you. Not needed, Lin Chen smiled calmly, I can just think quietly. Upon hearing this, old Guan couldn't help but glance at Lin Chen but said nothing. Lin Chen closed his eyes in contemplation, fully pushing through multiple sword techniques. Time flowed silently, the sun rose higher, and the rays became increasingly scorching. 3 figures stood by the sea, silent. In Lin Chen's mind, only he could hear the continuous prompt sounds. At 2 in the afternoon, the temperature reached its peak, and the sea breeze felt like a hot wave blowing from a steamy room. Lin Chen opened his eyes, took a step forward, drew the straight sword chosen by Yi Tingyun, and swung it down in the air. Whoosh! A sharp sound rang out, like the air splitting apart, and below, the sea surface revealed a narrow crack over 10 meters long, splashing waves that plunged deep into the sea. Old Guan's eyes flickered, while Yi Tingyun was much more obvious, showing a satisfied smile. Both had realized that this sword technique had reached the ultimate realm. Whoosh! Lin Chen twisted his wrist, changing to another sword technique, heavy as a mountain. The pressure created waves that stirred the sea surface, spreading out in layers. Again, it reached the ultimate realm. Then, Lin Chen held the sword with both hands, striking continuously, one slash after another, the power climbing layer by layer, with the force to split mountains and crack the earth. It also reached the ultimate realm. However, after demonstrating this stacking power sword technique, Lin Chen stood still, his brow slightly raised, examining the straight sword in his hand. Take your time to comprehend, no need to rush, Yi Tingyun smiled to comfort him. It's not that, I've already reached the ultimate realm with all 23 sword techniques, no need to comprehend further. Lin Chen shook his head. When I was demonstrating the sword techniques earlier, I gradually sensed that I felt a sense of unfamiliarity because I didn't know how to use a sword, yet I was very familiar with the sword techniques. Clear in my mind. The two opposing feelings made me feel a bit strange. Yi Tingyun was at a loss for words. Not knowing how to use a sword, yet having multiple perfected sword techniques, that was quite absurd. Old Guan exhaled lightly and said, a small problem, just use the sword more. After you get used to it, it will naturally resolve itself. If you want to speed up the progress, you can also practice sword techniques at the bottom of the sea. Lin Chen nodded decisively, I'll give it a try. Old Guan called him back and said, from now on, practice the heavy armored breaking army body with Black Abyss for an hour every day, and arrange your own time for practicing sword techniques in the Beast King 5 kill style. Thank you, Old Guan. Lin Chen grinned widely, very pleasantly surprised. His foundational defense would undergo a qualitative leap. Then, Lin Chen took a step forward, crossed the railing, and jumped into the long UC with the sword, diving straight to the bottom. Yi Tingyun calmed his emotions and said, it seems that Lin Chen has passed this first hurdle. This time, Old Guan did not refute, his voice hoarse as he said, I need to think more about the Black Abyss matter. Yi Tingyun smiled and strode away, leaving behind a firm statement. Old Guan, believe me, he will be the best successor. Old Guan remained silent, only gazing at the sea surface. The difference was that he no longer gazed into the depths of the sea, but instead focused on a spot on the surface. There, the waves surged, and dark currents swirled. Below, on the seabed, a young man wielded a knife, executing various knife techniques, growing increasingly familiar with the straight blade in his hand as time passed. Lin Chen was physically strong, holding his breath for half a day was no problem. However, performing knife techniques under the pressure of the water consumed a lot of energy, requiring him to surface for air approximately every half hour. This frequency was not high and did not affect his practice. Around 4 in the afternoon, Lin Chen surfaced, no longer diving, and leaped onto the flat ground surrounding the lighthouse. Old Guan, I have a training partner waiting for me. I need to head to the night patrol office and will be back before dark. All right. Old Guan nodded gently. Lin Chen set down the straight knife, and with a thought, dense lightning surged from his body, radiating a suitable temperature that quickly dried his soaked school uniform. The salt stains that had formed were all obliterated by the lightning, yet the uniform, which had been in contact with the salt, showed no signs of damage. Such control was nothing short of terrifying. Old Guan, I'm off. Lin Chen's figure flickered as he stepped onto the coastal road and quickly disappeared from view. Thunder and destruction, 2 realms of understanding. Old Guan murmured, watching Lin Chen's silhouette until it vanished. This young man was quite unexpected. Night patrol office. An indoor training ground equipped with mechanical cores. Over here. Upon seeing Lin Chen enter, Qin Ming waved and casually asked, did you practice the Beast King 5 kill technique after returning yesterday? I trained hard all night. How's the progress? You can give it a try. Alright. Qin Ming wasted no time, unleashing the tiger. Wild slaughter, throwing a punch that produced a tremendous roar. Lin Chen extended his right hand, pinching the air, accurately catching the incoming fist. With a forceful grip of his 5 fingers, a powerful, strangling force erupted, shattering the flames that enveloped Qin Ming's entire right arm with a loud bang. In the next moment, the sleeves around his arm exploded as well. However, since they were just sparring, Lin Chen held back, allowing the strangling force to graze past Qin Ming's right arm. The overwhelming sense of power made the hairs on their arms stand on end. Minor success realm? Qin Ming, forgetting his fear, exclaimed, you advanced a realm in one night? Lin Chen smiled and replied, I encountered an opportunity, my progress is faster than expected. Within a week or two, I can stabilize my advancement to the true transformation realm. Qin Ming's heart stirred as he vaguely grasped Lin Chen's meaning, saying, the true transformation realm directly points to the essence of martial arts, guiding the cultivation of the entry-level realm, which is akin to a dimensional strike. The effects will be quite remarkable. Lin Chen nodded. Naturally, the fees for guidance will rise accordingly. Qin Ming thought for a moment, revealing a sincere smile. How about we collaborate? I help you find clients and we split the earnings 50-50. Sure. Lin Chen stroked his chin and said earnestly, taking 50% isn't too much, especially since you need to find clients. You can definitely handle 40%, after all, you're my senior. Without you, I wouldn't be able to master the Beast King 5 kill technique, so 30% is worth it. 20% is absolutely fine. The lower tier is a member of the Night Patrol Office. 10% is certainly reasonable. Cooperation should benefit both parties. Qin Ming's mouth twitched. He hadn't even had time to smile, and now 40% was gone? Junior, 10% is a bit low. Can we raise it a bit? 10% is indeed not high, this percentage. Just 10%. Don't lower it. I can help you negotiate. Qin Ming winced, quickly interrupting, we're making money for cultivation, cash transactions are taxed, and you can't get the wholesale prices for various resources. I can have them trade the resources you need. The Night Patrol Office has purchased subsidies, which means you effectively earn quite a bit more. Pleasure to cooperate. After finishing the sparring with Qin Ming, Lin Chen returned to the lighthouse where Old Guan lived, drew out the straight knife, and leaped into the sea to practice his knife techniques. At the same time, he kept moving, training the Phantom 9 shifts on the seabed to enhance his progress in this movement technique until the night deepened. Lin Chen finally came ashore. Then, he arrived at the dark abyss in the basement, activated the heavy armored breaking army body, absorbed the faint black mist for an hour, and began practicing the Beast King 5 kill style. This spiritual martial art was likely to help him earn a considerable amount of resources, so he needed to invest more effort. However, he also had to keep up with his knife training. The 23 knife techniques were just the beginning. Once he became proficient with the knife, Old Guan would surely have other plans. At 5 in the afternoon, Lin Chen took some time to visit the Night Patrol Division and sparred with Qin Ming. On the way back and forth, he used the Phantom 9 flashes to travel, treating it as training. For the next few days, Lin Chen continued this intense training regimen. Old Guan spoke little, spending most of his time gazing at the sea. Yi Tingyun would come by every day, using his abilities to help Lin Chen recover, allowing him to train at full capacity. Lin Chen's rapid progress became even more exaggerated. By Friday, his overall strength had reached a new level. The Phantom 9 flashes had advanced to the true transformation realm. The Beast King 5 kill style had reached perfection, just a thin layer away from reaching its peak, especially with the heavy armored breaking army body. As he could use the dark abyss once a day, he had already completed the refinement of 6 realms. His body's defense was terrifyingly high. When Lin Chen sparred with Qin Ming, the latter's full-force attacks only caused him some discomfort, barely leaving any marks on his skin. In other words, it was impossible to break through his defenses. Of course, the training room had a suppression mechanism, so Qin Ming couldn't unleash his full power, but Lin Chen's activation of the heavy armored breaking army body would still be somewhat affected. As the citywide high school league approached in 10 days, Lin Chen began to entertain unusual thoughts. Perhaps he didn't need to limit his goals to just attracting firepower. At 10 in the morning, Shanghai No. 1 High School, Lin Chen's exclusive personal training room. A medicine cabinet stood open, filled with dozens of empty medicine bottles, all drained of their blood essence high-energy liquid. Lin Chen sat cross-legged nearby, forming seals with his hands as he practiced. Today, he received another advance from the CUS scholarship. After absorbing the last trace of medicinal power, Lin Chen exhaled lightly, opened his eyes, and a flash of brilliance shone through, particularly bright. His overall strength had reached 188 tons. The blood-nourishing progress had successfully surpassed half. However, compared to last week, the rate of progress was somewhat lagging. The heat of flipping 3 major noble high schools in one day was gradually decreasing, and this week's follow-up income was not as good as last week's. Not a big problem, Lin Chen thought calmly as he stood up. This weekend he would hold a live streaming sales event, and the income would not be low. In a few days, the Beast King 5 kill style would also advance to the true transformation realm, and he could earn money through guidance. Stepping out of the door, Lin Chen thought for a moment and headed to the school team training room. Yi Tingyun had informed him yesterday that the school team would be selecting participants for the citywide high school league today. However, he didn't need to participate. Like Qin Ming, he had already secured a spot in advance. He just needed to wait for the other 2 participants to be confirmed, and then they could all go on stage together for a celebratory process. Today's school team training room was particularly lively, filled with noise and bustling with people. The selection of team members was conducted publicly, and the school had specially given a half-day off. So many students came to watch. Where's Lin Chen? Didn't he say he would participate in this citywide high school league? His strength is too overwhelming. He secured a spot in advance. I've heard from members of the school team that apart from Captain Qin Ming, the other 3 senior martial artists have all been beaten by Lin Chen. Last Sunday, Lin Chen publicly challenged senior martial artists. I was there, and the lightning from his heavenly fury evolved to a height of 100 meters, almost scaring me to death. Many teachers are saying that after this week, Lin Chen must have gotten even stronger. Students discussed while watching the matches, with many topics revolving around Lin Chen. Although he didn't take the stage to fight, the fact that he had secured a spot in advance made him even more noteworthy. Lin Chen, with keen hearing, caught these evaluations of himself and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, but he didn't pay much attention, his gaze falling on the combat area. The selection battle has reached its conclusion, with Zhang Li advancing first. Sui Chen and Zhao Baiyu are currently engaged in a fierce duel, vying for the last spot. Their clash is intense, the sounds of their strikes deafening, echoing across the area and shaking the trees outside, causing leaves to fall. However, from Lin Chen's perspective now, it all seems rather ordinary. Lin Chen. A clear voice rings out as Su Wanyue steps forward. After several days apart, time has eased her initial embarrassment significantly, at least she dares to meet him now. Yet, standing before Lin Chen again, her heart is still a mix of emotions. The other party's growth has been astonishingly rapid. Just last month, he wasn't much stronger than her, and during their first encounter at the martial arts exchange competition, they could trade blows evenly. But now, he has become so strong that even advanced martial artists are scrambling for the spot he occupies. Did you need something from me? Lin Chen asks in surprise. Su Wanyue bites her red lips, feeling a bit ashamed, but recalling her father's insistence, she lowers her voice and says, My dad is hosting a family dinner tonight and wants to invite you. Are you free? Lin Chen's heart stirs as he thinks of Principal Li's mention of investment, replying, I can make it tonight. What time? Right after school. Su Wanyue lightly coughs. There will be a driver from my house to pick you up, and we can go together. Just give me an address. Lin Chen shakes his head. I need to stop by the night patrol office this afternoon, so I'll head to your house myself. Alright. Su Wanyue quickly nods in agreement, secretly relieved. These days, she is no longer afraid to see Lin Chen, but sharing a car? She knows all too well that it would be an uncomfortable ride. If it weren't for Su Bai urging her to invite him, she wouldn't have spoken up. Fortunately, Lin Chen won't be at school this afternoon. Realizing she agreed too quickly, Su Wanyue swiftly changes the subject. What are you going to the night patrol office for? Did you get accepted into the reserves like Qin Ming? Not yet, but in a few days, I'm preparing to become an instructor to guide the cultivation of spiritual martial arts. Qin Ming's voice chimes in as he walks over with his hands in his pockets, a smile playing on his lips as he teases, Su Jr., your martial arts have been stuck at a bottleneck for a while. Why not let Su Boss invest some money to have Lin Chen teach you? You might just break through. Mind your own business. Su Wanyue glares at him, annoyed. I'm perfectly fine not breaking through. With that, she turns and leaves, her steps quickening. Clearly, she still cares a bit. Lin Chen shrugs and glances at Qin Ming, pondering, I think the school team members should be a bit more humble and not too proud. Qin Ming raises an eyebrow. My gut tells me you didn't say that. Just because of Su Wanyue. Lin Chen nods candidly. The atmosphere in the school team is a bit restless. It needs to change. Restless, huh? Qin Ming pauses for a moment, then realizes, smirking, if Zhang Li and the others said that, it would definitely be a critique aimed at me. But when you say it, I can't help but feel like the captain's position is getting a bit hot. Lin Chen clasps his hands behind his back. Speaking in a somber tone, in life, all the gifts we receive have their prices marked by fate in the shadows. I have received nearly 100 million in resources from the school. I can't take it for free. I need to bear greater responsibilities. Qin Ming. Why couldn't he say something like that when he was vying for captain? As the two chat, the final spot in the competition is claimed by Sui Chen, with Zhao Baiyu narrowly losing by a single move. Soon after, Principal Li appears to hold a congratulatory ceremony. The process is quick. After a brief speech, he invites Lin Chen and the other 3 competitors to the stage for some group photos taken by the school reporter and to answer a few questions, bringing the event to a close. Lin Chen and Qin Ming, come with me for a moment. Principal Li calls them over with a smile. I need to talk to you both. In the principal's office, Lin Chen and Qin Ming sit across from Principal Li, listening as he explains the matter at hand, and they begin to understand what it is about. Before the end of this week, schools that registered for the citywide high school league will basically select their competitors. Over the years, at this time, an established school usually takes the lead to hold an exchange meeting, inviting the teams from public schools to meet and get familiar with each other. The choice of which school takes the lead has always been taken seriously. It is a recognition of the overall strength of the school. This year, Shanghai No. 1 High School has this opportunity. Principal Li said with a broad smile, to be honest, it's really thanks to you too. Qin Ming has performed exceptionally well in the recent citywide martial arts exams, and Lin Chen has even defeated 3 prestigious high schools in one day, recognized as the No. 1 intermediate martial artist today. Qin Ming stroked his chin and said, this kind of exchange competition isn't just about talking, the host must be able to hold the scene. He had joined the school team last year and had participated in one at Shanghai No. 3 High School. Lin Chen's heart stirred. Is there a need for sparring? A simple sparring session will do, just to gauge the general strengths and weaknesses. In the future, when we meet on the competition stage, unless absolutely necessary, there's no need for a life and death struggle. It's better to preserve our strength, Principal Lee explained in detail. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Can I live stream it? Sure, it will be held this Sunday, and the sparring won't be too intense, suitable for you to showcase your martial arts. Principal Lee nodded with a smile, then thought for a moment and emphasized, however, Shanghai No. 1 High School hasn't held such an exchange meeting in years. In the first few sparring sessions, you two need to show your true skills to establish the school's presence. No problem, Qin Ming confidently agreed, thumping his chest and declaring loudly, with the martial arts skills Lin Chen and I have combined, we have dozens that reach the ultimate realm. Holding the scene is a piece of cake. Lin Chen glanced at him and commented, you can count. Principal Lee chuckled, feeling very reassured about their strength. Looking at all the public high schools in the city, Qin Ming firmly held the top tier. Last weekend, Lin Chen had unleashed the fury of heaven, able to suppress even high-level martial artists with 300 points of vitality. After leaving the principal's office, Lin Chen, as always, returned to Elder Guan to train. Having secured a spot in the competition, he felt confident and had no emotional fluctuations. However, when this news spread outside the school, it was like a bolt from the blue, attracting attention from all sides. Changqing High School. Mengsher stared at the top news on the Shanghai No. 1 High School official website on his phone, taking a deep breath as the violent yellow sand swept around, soaring into the sky. A couple of days ago, he successfully broke through and was promoted to a high-level martial artist. Most of his bones had completed the second tempering, showing a much greater increase compared to the first tempering breakthrough. Several high-level martial artists in the school team who had advanced earlier were no match for him, and he defeated them to secure a spot in the competition. I'm already in my third year. I won't repeat next year. Even if I were to be held back, Lin Chen would only pull further away. This year is my only chance. I must surpass him and win the championship. Lihua Girls High School. The female principal's gaze was sharp as she scanned the 4 participating students, coldly stating, I don't care how strong Lin Chen will be next year or what astonishing results he can achieve. If he dares to compete this year, crush him without mercy. I don't want to see him on the final stage. Do you understand? Understood. We will bring back the championship trophy. The determined voices echoed, spreading into the distance until they faded away. Wonquan High School. In a luxuriously decorated conference room, several school leaders were present, and the atmosphere inside was very lively. There's no need to wait for the citywide high school league. Shanghai No. 1 High School is holding an exchange meeting the day after tomorrow. Let Fu Qingfeng go and return that flag in front of all the public high schools. This humiliation must be washed away. Fu Qingfeng is suitable, although he is 10 months older than Lin Chen, he is still not 18, belonging to the same age group. The discussions rose and fell, continuing without end. However, the vice principal who had once actively supported Lin Chen furrowed his brows and said, I'm a bit worried. Can Fu Qingfeng win? I've been keeping an eye on Lin Chen. Last week, he publicly challenged high-level martial artists. Although his vitality is limited to below 100 cards, the thunderous power he displayed in the last match might have already grasped the essence of the world. The wrath of heaven is the entry into the ultimate realm. The principal at the front nodded gently, yet the smile on his face remained, saying, Li Jiqi sent over a medical report which shows that Lin Chen sustained significant injuries after the battle. After all, he has no vitality left. Relying solely on a powerful offensive spirit weapon will leave him at a disadvantage in defense. Another vice principal chuckled in agreement, saying, Fu Qingfeng has awakened a sword-type ability. After signing a contract with the Li Family Consortium at the beginning of the year, he received considerable investment, greatly enhancing the development of his ability. Now his offensive power is formidable and can counter Lin Chen. That's good. As for next year, we need to plan carefully, but for now, we must suppress Lin Chen's momentum. On this day, various movements stirred, a storm was brewing, and undercurrents surged. The sunset was gentle, painting the sky red. Lin Chen stopped his running steps and, following the navigation's guidance, arrived in front of a magnificent manor. Outside the gate, several service staff stood in 2 rows, quietly waiting. At the front, a steward stepped forward, bowing with a smile, saying, Young Master Lin, please follow me. Lin Chen's eyes flickered. This title felt a bit novel to him, but he said nothing and stepped forward to follow. Su Bai was not far away, dressed casually in home attire, holding a water hose, watering the trees around the villa. Su Wanyue stood beside him, bored, occasionally glancing towards the gate. He's here. Upon seeing Lin Chen approach, Su Bai smiled slightly, putting down what he was doing, and said, If you're not hungry, let's chat for a bit before eating. All right. Lin Chen understood that eating was not the main focus. The steward, with keen insight, took the hose and quickly left. Su Bai sized up the young man before him and said, The earnings from the live streaming platform should be credited today, right? Lin Chen nodded, saying, I withdrew the funds at 9 this morning. But since the amount is quite large, after tax it's nearly 30 million. The platform's processing took a bit longer and it only arrived at noon. I contacted the head of the CUA Scholarship Foundation and he said there's no rush, we can meet on Monday to discuss it. No need to wait until Monday. Subai smiled. You don't have to pay this money back, you won't need to repay any future advances either. He made his stance clear, this is my investment in you. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. This method of investment was somewhat novel but also quite clever. A martial artist's income is often positively correlated with their strength. However, the key point is that his live streaming sales were very popular and his income level far exceeded his strength. Subai's investment, even if it only lasted until the college entrance examination, could easily amount to several hundred million, or even more. What do you need me to do? Lin Chen got straight to the point. Subai glanced at his daughter and chuckled. Saint Summer is promoting a multi-child policy. Are you interested in early marriage and early childbearing? Dad! Su Wanyue exclaimed, her eyes wide, both embarrassed and angry. Just kidding, to lighten the mood. Subai raised an eyebrow in amusement. We're all from the same school, so don't be so shy. Aren't you planning to join the school team next year? As he spoke, his gaze returned to Lin Chen. His earlier words were indeed a joke. He understood that at Lin Chen's age, being able to suppress the desire for extravagance and invest all his earnings into martial arts indicated that he had great aspirations. Such a person might accept beauty, but would definitely not be infatuated with romantic entanglements. Subai's smile faded, and he said, that kid from the Li family has always lived in the environment of the consortium, always thinking of looking down on others. I'm different, I started from scratch and live with more clarity. You don't need to sign any long-term contracts with me, just one promise. A promise for many years into the future. What promise? When you become powerful, choose the Su family as your first partner. Subai's response was brief. He didn't specify how strong Lin Chen needed to be, nor did he mention any concrete requirements. He understood that when Lin Chen was strong enough to elevate the Su family to a prestigious status, a contract written in black and white would hold no binding power. At that point, everything would have to be discussed based on the circumstances. If Lin Chen didn't grow that strong, even signing a harsh contract akin to a bond wouldn't help him achieve his goals. It was better to be generous and agree verbally. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged as he glanced at the wealthiest mine owner, saying, you seem to have high hopes for my future. That's the most important reason, Subai admitted candidly. Investment carries risks, just like any industry. Relative certainty makes it worth taking a gamble. He had learned one thing on his journey: the wealth and status of a person or family often experience exponential growth in a short time. From a net worth of millions to billions, and now to hundreds of billions. It had always been this way. Each leap, even with years of careful planning, still involved a thrilling gamble. High returns are inherently linked to high risks. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and asked, what are the other reasons? Upon hearing this, Subai turned to look at his daughter, causing Su Wanyue to stomp her foot in anxiety. Don't worry, it has nothing to do with the previous joke. Subai chuckled, pressing his hand down. I only have this one daughter. When I chose her high school, I did a thorough investigation. The differences among several key public high schools were minimal, and the reason I chose Shanghai No. 1 High School was mainly because of one person. Lin Chen's heart stirred. Instructor Yi. Exactly. Subai's eyes narrowed slightly. He's a man of great ambition, having seen a world beyond the reach of ordinary people. His high regard for you also influences me. Lin Chen fell silent for a moment, exhaling lightly. Pleasure doing business. Pleasure doing business. Subai beamed. Come home for dinner. We can also discuss a business deal. A few days ago, I partnered with someone to open a martial medicine market, and we're looking to boost sales. Any medicine you use yourself, I'll provide at cost price. Late at night, the silver moon hung high, illuminating the earth. In the moonlight, Lin Chen sat cross-legged by the living room window, hands forming seals as he practiced. Around him lay a multitude of empty medicine bottles, along with over 100 unopened vials, all containing blood essence, energy liquid. He had spent all his income from last month on this medicine. As the medicinal power was absorbed, Lin Chen's overall strength continuously increased. 190 tons, 200 tons, 210 tons. When Lin Chen finished this session of training, a powerful sense of strength enveloped him, clearly manifesting, without the need for special perception. His overall strength reached 252 tons. Progress is good. Lin Chen felt satisfied. Last month, on the last day of the month, his overall strength had exceeded 120 tons, but on that day, he publicly challenged high-level martial artists. The funding he received the next day, May 1st, Monday, further boosted his cultivation, bringing it to around 150 tons. Calculating it out, last month's income had increased his overall strength by 100 tons. Tonight, with a similar amount of blood essence energy liquid, he had gained 64 tons. The stronger the body, the more energy was needed to refine each unit of overall strength. When I first advanced to an intermediate martial artist, my overall strength was 46 tons. 2 vials of blood essence energy liquid could raise it by about 1 ton. To finally increase my overall strength by 1 ton, I had to use up 4 vials of blood essence energy liquid, Lin Chen analyzed to himself. Fortunately, this increase isn't too high, considering my cultivation has multiplied several times. However, Lin Chen knew that this was related to the Ultimate Realm's solar gene method. Even taking this ordinary special medicine could efficiently enhance his cultivation. Otherwise, he would have to switch to higher quality precious medicines. Both the costs and the time spent on cultivation would rise significantly. The school, Su Wanyue, Mengshi from Chongqing Middle School, and Lingya from Lihua Girls High School all come from wealthy families capable of affording the costs of the overall secondary bone tempering. However, they mostly choose to forego the tempering of their spine and skull. Firstly, the risk factor is high. Secondly, it consumes too much time. If one does not reach a high level in martial arts, their physical abilities will gradually decline with age. And there exists a golden period for cultivation throughout one's life. Almost all the powerful kings have shown their talents since their youth, making a name for themselves. I have reached the ultimate realm through the Great Sun Gene method, so I don't need to worry about this aspect, Lin Chen thought calmly. As long as the resources keep up, he can quickly complete blood nurturing. Just like tonight, he got home around 8 and it was only 1 in the morning on Saturday, yet his strength had increased by 64 tons. I am still 108 tons away from the 360-ton limit, Lin Chen pondered to himself. This expenditure of over 100 tons will definitely be much higher than last month, but it's not a big deal. I now have hundreds of billions in investments. Earning income from live streaming is equivalent to doubling it. Moreover, last month he only officially promoted products in 2 sessions, but this month he could hold 4 to 5. There's also a citywide high school competition coming up. Although it can't be live-streamed, achieving good results can help him gain fame, which is beneficial for promoting martial arts, and there are also rewards from Shanghai City and even Lizhou. Next week, once his Beast King 5 kill style advances to the true realm, he can also guide the members prepared by the Night Patrol Division. Xin Ming had roughly calculated with him that, due to the abundant resources of the mechanical Shanghai 218 ancient realm, they could raise the price significantly and he could earn at least tens of millions in tuition fees. By this time next month at the latest, I will complete blood nurturing. Lin Chen's heartbeat quickened slightly. With the foundation he has laid, he will surely be able to advance to a high-level martial artist within a week. At that time, he would still have a year until his college entrance examination. On the night he first advanced to a martial artist, he had thought that the best scenario would be to advance to a high-level martial artist before the college entrance examination. But now it seems, it's far more than that. Something to look forward to. Lin Chen grinned, stood up, and left home, heading towards the lighthouse by the sea. On Saturday, Xin Ming was set to enter the ancient realm for exploration, and there was no need for practice. He had already informed him when they parted in the principal's office yesterday. The entire day, Lin Chen was diligently training under Old Guan. His Beast King 5 kill style had accumulated enough to break through to the peak realm, allowing him to showcase all his extraordinary abilities. Coupled with his current physique, his attacking power was terrifying. At the same time, his heavy armored breaking army body was also advancing rapidly, beginning to temper the 7th layer. The actively operating realm was stepping into the final 10th layer. Once perfected, it would be like the wrath of heaven, allowing him to harness the will of heaven and earth. However, the degree of mobilization is not comparable to the wrath of heaven. A week ago, Lin Chen's spiritual martial arts had just entered the ultimate realm, and the energy extracted from the heavens and earth could evolve into over a foot-long lightning bolt, and now it directly exceeded 1 meter. I have achieved a balance of offense and defense, with no obvious weaknesses, even some strange abilities find it hard to restrain me, let alone abilities like Qin Ming's lava giant. Lin Chen's eyes shone brightly as he drew a heavier straight sword and stepped into the sea. Old Guan watched his back, one hand resting on the railing, occasionally tapping it. On Sunday, at Shanghai No. 1 High School, the morning sun was particularly bright, and buses were continuously driving towards the school gate. The school teams from various public schools gradually arrived. The reception work was handled by the student council, and Lin Chen and the other 3 competitors mainly used their martial prowess to maintain order at the outdoor training ground where the exchange meeting was held. At this moment, a luxury car turned at the intersection, entering the flow of buses on campus. Quite conspicuous. In the back seat of the car, a bright red flag was slanted, and among the stacked flag surfaces, words like Lin Chen, hands in pockets, and opponent could be vaguely seen. It was indeed the flag that Lin Chen stood under at Wonquan Middle School. The driver was the vice principal who had initially supported Lin Chen, and a young boy sat in the passenger seat beside him, sporting short hair and sitting up straight, exuding an extremely stern aura. Xingfeng, the vice principal, called out the boy's name, reminding him, "This battle concerns the honor of the school, you must not be careless. If you can suppress Lin Chen in the offense, then there's no need to say more, just launch a direct attack." The vice principal analyzed various scenarios, saying, "If it's even, you must remain calm, don't rush, and adopt a strategy of gradual encroachment to wear down his stamina and worsen his injuries. It won't be even." Fu Qingfeng gently shook his head, interrupting the vice principal, and said, "Yesterday, the chess team temporarily bailed out that Du Changping, and I had a match with him, winning without injury. Even if Lin Chen improves his skills by 10 to 20% this week, he still won't be my opponent. Especially in terms of offense, there will be a significant gap." His voice was exceptionally confident. Thinking of the boy's sword-related abilities, the vice principal exhaled lightly and smiled. "That's why the school chose you to carry the flag." Fu Qingfeng's expression remained unchanged as he said, "The real challenge with Lin Chen lies in the second half of the year, or next year, when he advances to a senior martial artist. His overall strength will definitely double, with his initial vitality likely exceeding 100 cards. Combined, his hard power could rival that of a senior martial artist. With around 500 cards of vitality, not to mention the top-tier spirit weapon, Heavenly Fury, no student can suppress him, and the other two prestigious high schools are the same." The vice principal rubbed his forehead. "Indeed, it's not easy to resolve." Fu Qingfeng glanced at him and said, "After I enrolled, due to my family's circumstances, I was only in the top tier of my level, unable to pull away from others. But at the beginning of the year, after receiving investment from the Li Family Consortium, I fully activated the potential of my ability, the unfathomable sword, and it turned out to be even stronger than I expected. I am the only sophomore among the 4 competitors from the school." The vice principal's eyes flickered as he caught his meaning, saying, "You hope the school will allocate resources to you?" Fu Qingfeng nodded directly. "Next year in senior year, if I face Lin Chen alone, to be honest, I definitely won't be able to suppress him. This is the advantage brought by the 3 rounds of bone tempering, which is too powerful. But if the school provides me with enough resources to develop the unfathomable sword, at least in the team league, I will ensure the school stands firm against Shanghai number 1. The vice principal pondered for a moment. Such an investment involving high costs needs to be discussed by the school's higher-ups. "No rush, I understand that. Resources can't be taken for free." Fu Qingfeng turned his face towards the gate of Shanghai number 1, his eyes burning with determination. "In this battle, I will give it my all, decisively defeating Lin Chen, using my performance to make the school's higher-ups realize that I am the best candidate to suppress Lin Chen's momentum. How strong is Lin Gu now? I really don't know, but it must be earth-shattering." In an open training ground, Zhou Yangyang was live streaming with his phone, warming up for Lin Chen's martial arts promotion. "Everyone, don't rush. Today we will definitely see the might of Heavenly Fury. Again, do you see those students in different uniforms? They are all top talents standing at the pinnacle of various public high schools, each one capable of sweeping through the entire school." As Zhou Yangyang moved the camera to shoot, he browsed through comments and bullet screens, trying to raise the heat. At that moment, a paid bullet screen caught his eye, carrying a teasing tone. Yang, you're also present. It seems you're a top student from Shanghai. Number 1. I used to misunderstand you as a bottom dweller. It's my poor eyesight." Zhou Yangyang cleared his throat and said seriously, "I usually don't take action, but I do have strength. Right now, if Lin Gu and I team up and casually find 2 senior martial artists to battle, do you believe we can easily suppress them?" Xin Ming, standing on a nearby platform, laughed. "Your deskmate is even better at math than I am." Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, scanning the various school teams present, and asked the important question, "Which schools have stronger teams?" Xin Ming looked over and explained, "Aside from our number 1 high school, the other 4 key high schools, number 3, number 5, number 6, and number 8, are the strongest, with all participants being advanced martial artists. The next tier of key high schools only has 1 or 2 advanced martial artists leading the teams. The weaker ones consist of intermediate and beginner martial artists. And these are still city and district key high schools. In more common public schools, the team captains only have the qualifications of aspiring martial artists." Xin Ming shrugged. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze and remarked with some emotion, "The gap between martial artists is vast, far greater than that among liberal arts students." In fact, it wasn't just the students. The disparity between martial arts schools is equally immense. Aspiring martial artists, as long as they don't repeat a year, can get into quite a few key universities. However, the minimum admission threshold for the top few prestigious schools in Xinxia is always advanced martial artists. Zhao Baiyu, Zhang Li, and Sui Chen in their school have been advanced martial artists for quite some time, yet they still lack the confidence to apply. But even if the 3 of them entered society now, they would be considered elites in the eyes of many. The path of martial arts is both cruel and beautiful. The higher you go, the better the scenery, but the fewer people can see it. Everyone is the same. You and I are no exception. We all want to rise." Xin Ming echoed, thought for a moment, and added, "So, if we want to establish our school's reputation, we can't start by picking on the weak. We need to proactively challenge the teams from the other 4 top key high schools." Lin Chen nodded in agreement, and asked, "Do you want to go first or should I?" "It doesn't matter." Xin Ming glanced at him, raising an eyebrow. "How about we each take responsibility For 2 team captains from the 4 teams? Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, that works. Seeing this attitude, Qin Ming couldn't help but feel a bit sour, sighing, I have a feeling that I'm about to lose my position as captain. I probably won't last until the citywide high school league starts. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and said, there's no need to underestimate yourself. Ha? Qin Ming raised an eyebrow in surprise. Have you hit a bottleneck in your training? No. Lin Chen grinned, his teeth white. I just wanted to comfort you, at least your eyesight is good. Qin Ming. Now that's some real comfort. He wasn't frustrated, he just wanted to curse. Forget it. Qin Ming shook his head. While I'm still captain, I need to make a big impression, to leave a highlight in my high school career. Lin Chen casually suggested, fully unleash your lava giant, sweeping out flames. Dozens of stories high, that would be quite impressive. The visual impact feels a bit lacking. Qin Ming stroked his chin. I've used this ability too many times, most of these team members have seen it before. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, that's easy to solve. How so? You unleash your power. Sweep the entire field and then shout, all of you come at me. I, Qin Ming, will take you all on alone. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Qin Ming couldn't help but roll his eyes. No need to wait for later. After I finish today, you can take over my captain position. Just say whether it can hold the scene. As the two joked, some commotion arose at the entrance of the outdoor training ground. Among the arriving teams, a stern-looking young man strode forward, wearing a uniform that was not from a public school, making him quite conspicuous, especially with a bright red flag in his hand, drawing attention. Wangquan High School, Fu Qingfeng, here to challenge Lin Chen and reclaim the flag. His voice, filled with battle intent, echoed through the sky. Fu Qingfeng raised his hand and forcefully planted the flag at the entrance, waving it in the air. Qin Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly recognizing the person, and reminded, a rising star from Wangquan High School. I haven't fought him, but I've seen his sword-related abilities, and he's quite formidable. Be careful. Lin Chen calmly nodded, stepping forward onto the high platform. Wangquan High School sent you to return the flag? Why not choose Li Jiqi? Because the humiliation of that day must be completely washed away by the school. I am the same age as you, both 17. Fu Qingfeng's gaze was cold, like the edge of a sword, staring directly into Lin Chen's eyes. As for why I was chosen, it's because I can carry the banner you raised back then and return it. Boom! In an instant, countless sword lights shot up into the sky from the spot where Fu Qingfeng stood, rampaging everywhere, spinning rapidly, like a massive storm made of sword light. The weeds, shrubs, and even the sturdy trees in the entire area were shredded, dancing wildly in the air. Such a grand scene immediately drew everyone's attention. Lin Chen's backlash from raising the banner has come early? I thought we would have to wait for the citywide high school league. Both 17 years old, even if a bit older, it's hard to refuse a battle. Is Fu Qingfeng really that strong? The last citywide martial arts exam last semester was nowhere near as impressive as today. The mid-level royal authority sent him here. Surely they have considerable confidence. After all, if he fails to return the banner, it would be a huge loss of face. Looks like there's a good show to watch. The discussions rose and fell like the waves of the sea. At this moment, all eyes in the venue were focused on the two confronting youths. You want to return the banner to me? Facing the massive storm of sword light, Lin Chen seemed unfazed, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth, somewhat cold yet domineering. Come on, I give you this opportunity. Once this battle is over, you won't have this attitude anymore. In response to Lin Chen's words, Fu Qingfeng's eyes turned icy, and he immediately flashed forward. Whoosh! The swirling storm of sword light quickly converged, transforming into a solid long sword. Its momentum was not as grand as before, but when it thrust out, an extremely sharp wave of energy swept forth, like a needle pricking the eye, causing an uncontrollable thrill. The high-level martial artists observing from the surroundings had flickering gazes. The residual waves they sensed were so fierce, one could only imagine the pressure Lin Chen faced from this sword. Absolutely ferocious. However, Lin Chen stood his ground, not using the renowned Thunder Spirit martial art, Heavenly Wrath, but simply extended one hand, opened his 5 fingers, and reached out to grasp the incoming long sword, seeking death. Fu Qingfeng's eyes hardened, unleashing all the killing power of the Wuxuan sword. The next moment, with a clang, it swept across the surroundings. That long sword suddenly halted in mid-air, not piercing through Lin Chen's palm as Fu Qingfeng had imagined. The tip of the sword, carrying all its might, only caused the skin it touched to dent slightly, leaving a noticeable red dot. It failed to break through the defense. This scene was not only unacceptable to Fu Qingfeng, the members of the surrounding school teams also trembled in disbelief. In their view, Wangquan High School dared to send someone to return the banner. They should at least have the upper hand, or at the very least, achieve a stalemate. But now, boom! Lin Chen's long fingers gripped the thrusting long sword, and with the explosion of martial power, a fierce crocodile took shape, terrifying and ferocious, opening its bloody maw to bite down on Fu Qingfeng's raised right arm and the long sword, rolling in mid-air. The crocodile constricted. A powerful force surged forth, and with a crack, the entire long sword held by Fu Qingfeng exploded, shattering into pieces. Immediately after, the constricting force continued to rampage upward, swift and domineering. Fu Qingfeng's face changed. Retreating rapidly, the surging blood and sword light pouring into his right arm, desperately resisting. Everyone watched closely as the figure of the crocodile dissipated, Fu Qingfeng's right sleeve torn into tatters, his skin cracked and bleeding, with blood streaming down along his drooping fingertips. The attack also fell into a disadvantage. The previously noisy training ground fell silent, the faint sound of blood dripping onto the ground becoming somewhat pronounced. Whether it was Lin Chen's defense or offense, it all exceeded their expectations. Fu Qingfeng's breath was uneven, staring at Lin Chen, who had one hand in his pocket, his eyes filled with shock, unsure of what to say. I stand my ground, and you won't back down. Lin Chen's black hair danced wildly. As he stepped forward, a blazing lightning bolt piercing the sky, continuous and overwhelming, filling everyone's sight, obscuring the daylight, dazzling and brilliant, covering an area of hundreds of meters. The wrath of heaven. Compared to Fu Qingfeng's previous sword lightstorm, it was not just a full moon suppressing a grain of rice, they were not even on the same level. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning descended from the sky, carrying the intent of destruction, sweeping through like a thunder dragon pouncing from above, striking Fu Qingfeng's body. Sensing the impending force, Fu Qingfeng gritted his teeth against the pain in his right arm, once again manifesting the Wuxuan sword, gripping it with both hands and slashing out with all his might, forcefully tearing apart the lightning with astonishing sharpness, shattering it into pieces. His figure swayed slightly, then steadied, withstanding the strike of the lightning. But the expression on Fu Qingfeng's face was incredibly heavy. The gap between their attacks was greater than he had imagined. The difference was that he was the one falling behind? The previous lightning was merely a fragment scattered from the endless thunder prison, primarily for sealing, and it had already made him feel quite strained. Boom boom boom. Looking up, the deafening sound of thunder exploded in his ears, just as Fu Qingfeng had anticipated. Countless bolts of lightning struck down, one after another, densely packed, as if a thunder pool was pouring down, annihilating everything. Fu Qingfeng gritted his teeth, pushing his abilities to the limit, sword-like crisscrossing, blood boiling, using all his combat power to counterattack. However, under the absolute disparity, it was too difficult to resist. Facing the continuous bombardment of lightning, it wasn't long before Fu Qingfeng began to struggle, with lightning gradually seeping into his body, rampaging everywhere, making his movements vaguely stiff and uncontrollable. Boom! Suddenly, several bolts of lightning converged, wrapped in even more intense light, striking down from above. Not good. Just as Fu Qingfeng wanted to dodge, his pupils suddenly constricted. Lin Chen had already closed in, throwing a punch straight out. Under the enhancement of the Beast King 5 kill style, the massive roar of a tiger drowned out Fu Qingfeng's hearing. Roar! A fierce tiger pounced out, brutal and terrifying, as if it had emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, unstoppable. Bang! The sword light shattered, blood and energy burst apart. Fu Qingfeng's entire body flew back like a cannonball, rolling several times after hitting the ground, blood mixed with grass and dust clinging to him, looking extremely disheveled. Do you have any other means? Your abilities and blood energy are simply insufficient. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with electric light, unleashing the wrath of heaven once more, cold and powerful. Fu Qingfeng's face turned ashen. His once proud abilities had received such an evaluation, but he had no way to refute it. Swish! A deep purple beam of light suddenly appeared, connecting him and Lin Chen. Fu Qingfeng's heart raced, sensing a wave sharper than his Wuxuan sword sweeping over him. It was a spear of divine punishment, containing terrifying power, slicing through the air, exploding with countless arcs of electricity and lightning, engulfing Fu Qingfeng's body. With the wrath of heaven combined with the Beast King 5 kill style, Lin Chen could absolutely suppress Fu Qingfeng in terms of attack. The powerful defense of the heavy armored breaking army completely erased any possibility of Fu Qingfeng turning the tide. The combination of overwhelming offense and impenetrable defense made Lin Chen seem invincible, turning this battle into a one-sided crushing defeat. Amidst the destructive lightning, the sword in Fu Qingfeng's hand could no longer maintain its sharpness. The various school teams present watched in silence, even slightly adopting Fu Qingfeng's perspective. They could feel an overwhelming sense of despair. There was simply no way to fight back. In an instant, the lightning covering a vast area converged, gathering in Lin Chan's raised right hand, transforming into a blazing hammer of thunder, descending for the final blow. Boom! Fu Qingfeng's figure flew horizontally, blood spilling along the way, and with a thud, he crashed heavily beneath the flag standing at the entrance, the shockwave causing the flag to flutter and billow in the wind. He lay on the ground, unable to rise under the ravaging power of the lightning. A bright red flag appeared in his line of sight, fluttering and dancing against the azure sky, exceptionally eye-catching. Clearly, even the position where it landed was under Lin Chen's control. The confidence and pride that Fu Qingfeng had when he arrived, like the dimming light in his eyes, had completely vanished. Take this flag back and raise it again. This grand showdown, with a visibly overwhelming disparity, came to a direct end. The loser lay on the ground, unable to move. The winner stood tall and unscathed. The electric light in Lin Chen's eyes faded, yet remained sharp as he stared directly at the vice principal from Wangquan High School. The other party showed no expression, picked up the fallen Fu Qing phone, and raised the nearby bright red flag. After giving Lin Chen a deep glance, he strode away, silent throughout. Today's battle for the flag ended in a crushing defeat, making any harsh words meaningless. All eyes in the vicinity began to focus solely on Lin Chen, and the previously quiet atmosphere gradually became restless with the conclusion of the battle, like a vast ocean in stormy weather, rising and falling. The significance of Lin Chen defeating Fu Qingfeng was relatively secondary. The rise of a super genius would always secure some unexpected victories. The key was in the combat power Lin Chen displayed, a perfect integration of offense and defense with no weaknesses. The senior martial artists from various school teams mused that to defeat Lin Chen, they could only engage in a war of attrition, focusing on exhausting his stamina, or utilize the rules of the arena battle to knock Lin Chen out. However, recalling the earlier might of the heavenly wrath and looking at the battle-damaged training ground, after the thunder and lightning had swept through, the ideas were grand, but reality was stark. How can we possibly suppress Lin Chen like this? Our chief instructor once calculated that the aristocratic high school suppression of him should last until before winter this year, but now it seems that this citywide high school league might not even be able to contain him. Fortunately, I'm graduating from high school this year. Students of the same grade as him will truly be in a sad state. Another peerless talent is about to emerge. Just to be clear, I won't be fighting him today. Whoever has a masochistic constitution can go up. The discussions continued unabated, the noisy clamor returning to the training ground, even more intense than when Fu Qingfeng returned the flag. Some school teams that initially wanted to showcase their martial prowess in front of the host, Shanghai No. 1 High School, completely abandoned that plan. The earth-shattering thunder and impregnable defense left a profound impression on them. With such strength, not only could they hold the scene, but they could also smash it to pieces. Qin Ming stood on the high platform, gazing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his eyes filled with a faint sadness. With Lin Chen's battle ahead, how could he possibly shine? Members of other school teams took the lead in battle, all to set the stage for their captain, while their own team decided to start with a trump card. Lin Chen looked around, smiled slightly, and said aloud, "Welcome, everyone. Today, at Shanghai No. 1 High School, I mainly want to take this opportunity to exchange ideas. There's no need for bloodshed. In the upcoming battles, I will focus on ordinary martial arts. Any senior martial artists who wish to spar can come forward for a match." Upon hearing this, many senior martial artists felt tempted. If Lin Chen unleashed his full power, no one would want to be humiliated, but if it was a spar, they definitely wanted to test their skills against such a super genius. "I'll go. From number 3 high school, Shen Tianshang, please guide me." From number 12 high school, Lu Yan. One sparring match followed another, and the morning quickly passed, concluding the martial arts exchange event. Lin Chen took out his phone, opened the live streaming backend data, and revealed a satisfied smile. His live streaming sales were gradually getting on track. Now, a formal sales event could yield over 10 million before tax in commissions and tips, and with ongoing income, his weekly after-tax earnings could also reach over 10 million. Tomorrow is Monday, just in time to receive the advance payment. Lin Chen put away his phone and walked towards the school gate. There was another party in the afternoon exchange event, but he chose not to attend, planning to go train with Old Guan instead. His growth rate was rapid, with only about a week left until the citywide high school league, so he had to hurry. In recent days, Lin Chen hadn't slept at all, relying entirely on Yi Tingyun's supernatural abilities to recover. Lin Chen, Principal Li, stepped over, beaming with joy, and said, "Going back to practice?" "Yes. Perfect, it's on the way, let's walk together." Principal Li couldn't hide his delight. "Your performance today was excellent, really excellent." Lin Chen smiled and said, "I owe this strength to the principal's special approval of 1800 bone refining pills, which helped me complete the 3 rounds of bone refining. Otherwise, I would probably still be stuck as a beginner. Martial artist. You have this talent, and defeating the 3 major noble high schools in one day before was enough to justify the school's investment." Principal Li said with a smile. "That was a glorious achievement, enough for the school to apply for a reward from the city. However, since it's not a fixed martial arts exam or league, the process is quite complicated, and we haven't received a definite answer. Just now, a leader contacted me. The reward is settled. I suspect it has to do with your first battle this morning, which satisfied the higher-ups in the city." Principal Li spoke earnestly. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, "What kind of reward? Considering you're still recovering your blood, it will definitely be the blood energy high energy liquid. At the very least, there should be around 100 vials." Principal Li thought for a moment. "I'll make an effort to run to the education department these days, trying to get them to distribute the rewards before the citywide high school league to give you a boost in strength." Lin Chen smiled slightly. "Thank you, Principal. This funding would be enough for a mid-level martial artist to complete blood recovery, which is quite significant for him right now, at least increasing his overall strength by 20 to 30 tons, perhaps even more." It's a small matter, part of my duty. Go back and work hard on your training and aim to surprise the three major noble high schools again in this citywide high school league. Lin Chen headed to the lighthouse by the sea, as usual, focusing on his training. The battle against Fu Qingfeng was no longer on his mind, but the news spread like a violent earthquake, leaving many unsettled. Meng Shi from Chongqing High School watched the related battle videos, tightly pursing his lips, silent. He thought that relying on the qualitative leap of breaking through, with nearly 100 cards of vital energy and over 150 tons of overall strength, he could temporarily stay ahead of Lin Chen. The result was that he had already fallen behind. The stunning principal of Lihua Girls High School, upon hearing this news, held meetings for 2 or 3 consecutive days to discuss countermeasures. Wanquan High School was the same. From Sunday to Tuesday, there were no less than 10 meetings, all related to Lin Chen. It can now be basically confirmed that when Lin Chen reaches his senior year, no one will be his match in one-on-one combat. 2. Reduce his influence. We can only focus on team battles. The first semester of senior year might be barely manageable, but once we reach next year's second semester, I wouldn't be surprised if he single-handedly suppresses an entire school team. We need to contact other top noble high schools. Although we have competition, if Lin Chen keeps them from raising their heads, the entire industry will suffer negative effects. In yet another meeting, the school leaders of Wanquan High School expressed their opinions, analyzing possible strategies. At that moment, a clerk knocked and entered, approaching the principal to remind him, Captain Li Jiqi is looking for you. The principal nodded and said, It's Jiqi, let him come in. Although he was a student, his most noteworthy identity was still the rising star of the Li family consortium. Li Jiqi stepped in, walking steadily. Born into the consortium for 18 years, he was all too familiar with the workings of power. When there were common interests, an invisible web of relationships unfolded, enough to suffocate many. Splash! Suddenly, the sea surface erupted. A crescent-shaped wave shot up into the sky, stirring countless water splashes. That was a slash from the seabed, unstoppable, tearing apart the heavy seawater. Lin Chen exerted force beneath his feet, following the wave as he leaped out of the sea, landing on the flat ground beneath the lighthouse. Old Guan glanced at him and commented, The progress is good. I do feel more and more familiar with it. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. In another 2 or 3 days, I should be able to reach a level where it feels like an extension of my own body. The 23 complete ordinary knife techniques were very beneficial for his knife training, equivalent to a dimensional strike. Noticing that old Guan had nothing more to say, Lin Chen had already gotten used to it, put down the straight knife, and headed straight for the basement of the lighthouse. He had grasped the opportunity to break through the Beast King 5 kill style, and if all went well, this training would allow him to advance to the true transformation realm, enabling him to guide students. Your Beast King 5 kill style is advancing to the true transformation realm. In the dark abyss of the basement, Lin Chen moved like the wind, deeply focused on his training when a prompt sounded in his mind. His understanding and mastery of the Beast King 5 kill style surged, reaching a new level. Breakthrough successful. Lin Chen revealed a smile, took out his phone to check the time. It was already late at night, just a few minutes to Wednesday. After a moment's thought, he edited a text message to inform Qin Ming of his breakthrough. In less than 10 seconds, his phone vibrated. It was a call from Qin Ming. I really admire you this time. You're unbelievable. It hasn't even been 10 days from not even starting to the true transformation realm. Qin Ming's voice burst out like a machine gun, both mocking and astonished. Lin Chen chuckled and got straight to the point. How's the recruitment going? Hearing this, Qin Ming suppressed his emotions and pondered. For the preliminary members learning this spiritual martial art, there are still a few official night watchmen. I checked with all of them, and most are interested in seeking guidance. However, for the first batch of recruitment, I think it shouldn't be too expensive. We should focus on building our reputation first. Qin Ming was very invested in this matter and had carefully drafted a plan, saying, You teach 10 people first, 1 person a day, a vial of blood-infused high-energy liquid, continuing until this Sunday. Next week, we'll participate in the citywide high school league. Let the guidance matter ferment for a few days, and once our reputation is established, we can raise the price significantly, even double it, and it won't be a problem. It's possible to go even higher. As he spoke, Qin Ming chuckled, exuding a hint of cunning. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and agreed, That works too. Qin Ming noticed Lin Chen's tone and teased, What do you mean by that? Works? Is my plan not good enough? It's quite good, Lin Chen replied candidly. I initially thought that with your strong demand for improving physical combat skills, it would definitely be a seller's market. I might be able to link the guidance fee to the income from exploring the ancient realm, charging a fixed percentage. But then I reconsidered, this charging method would be difficult to promote at first, and if we earn too much, it's likely to attract the attention of the higher-ups in the Night Watch department. They opened the ancient realm to the reserve members mainly to train you, and they definitely wouldn't want to see an outsider like me profiting excessively. Lin Chen analyzed methodically. On the other end of the line, Qin Ming fell silent for a while before speaking. Lin Chen, As your senior, I sincerely hope you grow into a powerful martial artist in the future. Why do you say that? If you become a capitalist, you'll definitely end up hanging from a streetlight. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen chuckled in disbelief. After chatting a bit more, he ended the call and resumed his training in the Beast King 5 kill style. The citywide high school league would be held on May 15, just next Monday, leaving 5 days until then. With his training speed, he was hopeful of breaking through to the ultimate realm. His Phantom 9 flash could also be realized. By then, all 4 of his spiritual martial arts would be able to harness the essence of heaven and earth. Wednesday, 5 p.m. In the Weapon Corps training room of the Night Watch Department, Qin Ming had already recruited 10 students and they were all training together in an open area. When are the people you found coming? Don't tell me you're just fooling us again. Last time I trusted you in that bet, I lost half a month's allowance, a reserve member complained. Someone nearby immediately laughed and chimed in. Don't say. You really can't say. Qin Ming might really have some tricks up his sleeve. The Beast King 5 kill style has not been made public to the masses. It mainly circulates within the military. Only a few of us in the Night Patrol Division have learned it before, and now they are all busy exploring the ancient realm's secret places. Where can we suddenly find a big shot at the true transformation realm to guide us? Qin Ming wanted to roll his eyes and said, the fees are paid daily. How can I fool you? I hadn't finished speaking at noon and you 10 had already stuffed the blood energy liquid into my hands. Just kidding. Is the alumnus you found really that capable? I know him, Lin Chen, a super genius who has undergone bone tempering 3 times. Previously, he single-handedly defeated 3 major noble high schools in one day and is quite popular among the student body. I have some impression, but I saw on TV that he's an orphan. How could he know the Beast King 5 kill style? Does he have relatives in the military or the Night Patrol Division? He definitely has a strong background. The overall cost of the second bone tempering is around 100 million. How much for the third? Qin Ming shook his head but could understand. Lin Chen's many performances were too astonishing, making it hard for people to associate him with a civilian genius. Be quiet. Qin Ming's gaze fell on the training room door, reminding, someone's coming. Lin Chen pushed the door open, and in an instant, an invisible pressure filled with mechanical core energy permeated his body, yet his stepping motion did not change in the slightest. The day before yesterday, on Monday, he received the funding from the exchange meeting, and his cultivation level further improved. Now, his strength reached about 270 tons, nearly 3 times that of many advanced martial artists. Pure energy suppression had little effect on him. Here, Qin Ming raised his hand and waved. As Lin Chen approached, he smiled and said, first, show them the level of the Beast King 5 kill style to calm their hearts, and then we can get to know each other slowly. Okay. Lin Chen nodded calmly, opened one hand, and with a slight exertion, 5 groups of light filled with a fierce aura surged forth, each evolving into the forms of a tiger, crocodile, whale, falcon, and dragon, vividly alive and imposing, as if truly embodying the spirit of the Beast King. Sensing the overwhelming might, the doubts in the hearts of the 10 students were completely dispelled. A short-haired youth observed seriously and said in a deep voice, the external manifestation of martial intent is very strong. He must have been at the true transformation realm for some time. Another person nodded in agreement, unexpectedly sizing up Lin Chen and curiously asked, how long have you been practicing the Beast King 5 kill style? About 10 days later than me. Qin Ming took over the conversation, looking at the astonished expressions on their faces, and pretended to be calm, saying, I know you think this progress might be a bit fast, but as my junior and one of the members of the team I lead, it's not surprising to have this talent. Before he finished speaking, 10 disdainful gazes had already fallen on him. Qin Ming cleared his throat, pretending not to see, and said, Lin Chen, without further ado, let's start teaching. Lin Chen shook his head, scanning the 10 students who were enrolling, and said, Qin Ming told me about your levels. You're either stuck at the entry-level realm or have just broken through a few days ago. You all want to improve your levels as much as possible in a short time, so I will use direct sparring. This way, the efficiency is higher. Who will go first? The 10 had no objections. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged as he said directly, no need to take turns, you all come at once. Upon hearing this, the 10 exchanged glances, their emotions stirred again by Lin Chen's progress. Using spiritual martial arts for sparring to improve realms usually doesn't allow for holding back. You have to go all out, someone reminded. The short-haired youth coughed lightly and said, I'm different from Qin Ming and the others. I'm already employed and am a formal night watchman. The implication was that he was very strong. Qin Ming glanced at him and said, Zhang Mo, hurry up and surround him. You, as a formal night watchman, can be considered an upper-class person in the outside world, but under the pressure of the mechanical core, this guy guiding you is equivalent to a heavenly god. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and calmly said, Qin Ming's words are a bit exaggerated, but you really don't need to worry about hurting me, just go ahead. Seeing this, the 10 students no longer hesitated, and along with Qin Ming, they launched an attack together. Whoa! The student named Zhang Mo, worthy of being a formal night watchman, despite the suppression of the mechanical core, still exhibited a significantly higher level of strength than others. His figure pressed against the howling wind, forcing his way towards Lin Chen first. Roar! He threw a punch, infused with the might of the tiger wild slaughter. Although it was only at the beginner level, propelled by his profound cultivation, it transformed into a raging tiger. With a thud, it struck Lin Chen's raised arm hard. In the next moment, with a bang, all the condensed vital energy exploded, and a tremendous recoil surged back, making Zhang Mo feel as if he had crashed into a giant mountain, completely immovable. Roar! The massive tiger roar shook the surroundings. Lin Chen swung a punch, using only a portion of his strength, yet it still made Zhang Mo stagger, nearly falling over. Your move is too hasty in energy mobilization, especially right when you raise your arm. It almost destabilizes the operation of the tiger wild slaughter. Carefully perceive the fluctuations of my punch and feel where the difference lies. A voice rang in Zhang Mo's ear. Lin Chen did not stop his steps, bypassing Zhang Mo's body to engage with another student, providing guidance. The 11-person siege, all being advanced martial artists, certainly put pressure on him, but it was manageable, allowing him to counter with ease while teaching. This move, Sanglong Blood Slaughter, has the wrong operation when executed. Its power is not even half of what it could be. It needs to explode fully within the punch. The strength of the Jiaolong strangulation is incorrect. It should not focus on rotation but on tearing. Qin Ming, how would you rate the giant whale force slaughter you just executed? I can only say that if it were even slightly correct, it wouldn't be completely wrong. Lin Chen continuously corrected the student's mistakes, making precise adjustments in a one-to-many manner. With the insights of the true transformation realm, he could clearly capture various shortcomings. After more than an hour, a student raised his arm and swung his fist, producing a sound that birthed the roar of a tiger. His eyes lit up. Forgetting to strike again, he exclaimed in surprise, I've broken through to the beginner realm. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. The other party's rapid breakthrough was mainly due to solid prior accumulation, vaguely grasping the opportunity. But for him, it couldn't be better. Assisting someone in breaking through during the first guidance was very beneficial for spreading his reputation. After practicing for a while longer, Lin Chen concluded this session of guidance. With the citywide high school competition approaching, he needed to ensure that the Phantom 9 Flash and Beast King 5 kill style could advance to the ultimate realm, allowing him to allocate more time for guidance after the competition, increasing his income. Let's stop here for today. We'll continue at this time tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the 10 students in Qin Ming relaxed, quickly moving their bodies to relieve the pain in their fists and feet. During the practice, Lin Chen had held back enough, but his body was too solid, making it hard for them to endure. Just how strong are you in this environment? Zhang Mo clenched his hands, unable to help but look Lin Chen up and down. Under the suppression of the mechanical core, as a formal night watchman, he could at most withstand the siege of 3 or 4 reserve members. Compared to Lin Chen's earlier performance, it was like heaven and earth. Qin Ming's earlier teasing of heavenly god was truly not an exaggeration. I don't know, Lin Chen shrugged. I haven't tried it yet. He retained a considerable level of strength against these students, otherwise, it would definitely lead to casualties. Qin Ming leaned over, intrigued by the topic, suggesting, why don't you give it a try? Sure. Lin Chen was also somewhat curious, focusing his mind, using all his strength, to unleash a tiger wild slaughter. The violent roar of the tiger swept across the venue, filled with a fierce and domineering aura, making people's hearts race uncontrollably. For a moment, all the observing students fell silent, even feeling a wave of fear in their hearts. If Lin Chen hadn't held back during the earlier practice, their parents would have been collecting compensation. Qin Ming secretly took a deep breath, a faint smile appearing on his face as he commented, truly powerful, just as I expected. Crack, a crisp voice interrupted his words, and the mechanical core suspended in the center suddenly trembled, cracking in several places as if it had reached its limit, shattering on the spot and scattering across the ground. The powerful suppressive wave vanished without a trace. What the hell? Qin Ming could no longer hold back, exclaiming in shock, unable to suppress his emotions. Lin Chen was slightly surprised and somewhat helpless, saying, it seems this is my fault. He remembered that when he first came to this training room, Qin Ming had told him that this mechanical core could last for 2 to 3 months. Zhang Mo raised his hand to press a button, drawing in the shattered fragments from the air, and observed, the cracks that caused the mechanical core to break are long and deep. It really couldn't withstand the load you brought. Alright then, Lin Chen shrugged, how do we solve this? It's fine, it wasn't intentionally destroyed. It's just normal wear and tear. We can just request a new one from the resource department, Zhang Mo said nonchalantly. This thing isn't rare in the mechanical mountain C218 ancient realm. The Night Watch has plenty in reserve. Lin Chen nodded, that's a relief. Not at all. Qin Ming snapped back to reality, looking at Lin Chen as if he had seen a ghost. You better not join the night Watch, if this ancient realm didn't have you, I could earn my way to becoming a formal night watchman. If you go in, who knows, it might open to the public for ticket sales in 10 days or half a month. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. You're making me very tempted. Of course, this was a joke. When it came to future development directions, he had to think seriously. Lin Chen didn't stay in the night watch for long and returned to Old Guan to continue his training. Zhang Yamo called Qin Ming and a few others to go to the resource department to request a new mechanical core. The application was approved on the spot, but as it was a public resource, the process needed to be recorded. When the staff heard it was due to the pressure from an intermediate martial artist's attack, they were all astonished. One person reported the news to the intelligence department, immediately catching the attention of a senior supervisor. For a genius with such foundational talent, we need to send a special invitation letter during the public recruitment in June. However, when he prepared to file Lin Chen's record, he was prompted that a duplicate could not be created. In the talent pool, there was already a file for Lin Chen. Upon opening it, the next line under the photo read special attention in bold red letters, extremely eye-catching. The next day, Thursday, Lin Chen took some time in the morning to go to school, receiving a sum of advance funding that pushed his cultivation forward a bit more. His overall strength exceeded 280 tons. This progress was in line with Lin Chen's expectations. If all went well, he would complete blood nurturing by early next month. However, the costs involved were quite substantial. Normally, relying solely on special medicines like strong bone pills and blood essence high-energy liquid for cultivation, completing a bone tempering would require 3 to 4 million, and on top of that, completing blood nurturing would need around 10 million more. Lin Chen initially estimated the cost of his blood nurturing to be around 40 million, but that amount was based on an upper limit of 200 tons of overall strength. Now, with the true upper limit being 360 tons, the total expenses were comparable to the costs of 3 bone temperings. The burden is definitely manageable. Lin Chen had plenty of ways to make money now. His longer-term income included live streaming sales and investments worth hundreds of billions. Achieving good results in various standardized tests and leagues would also yield corresponding rewards from the city and state. By guiding the Beast King to a 5-kill streak, he could earn a decent amount of quick cash. But Lin Chen knew it still wasn't enough for him. The speed of his cultivation was too fast. The Mechanical Mountain C218 Ancient Realm of the Night Watch is worth studying seriously. This organization has significant power. It's a great place to be. If the benefits are suitable during the recruitment in June, perhaps I could consider joining. Lin Chen's thoughts soared. This was just his preliminary idea. With a solid foundation and strong combat power, he had multiple paths to choose from in the future. How to proceed would need to be seen step by step. However, no matter which path you take, the stronger your strength, the better. Lin Chen arrived in front of the lighthouse, drew a straight knife, and leaped into the sea. After finishing his knife practice, he headed to the night patrol office to complete today's guidance. Let's have a match. Qin Ming suddenly called out to Lin Chen, his eyes bright, burning with intense fire. With no restrictions, let's fight with all our might. All right. The cold voice showed no hesitation. Night patrol office. A standard combat training room, protective energy fully deployed. The battle inside was extremely fierce. Roars and thunderous sounds surged. Flames and electric lights burst forth. Supernatural powers and spirit weapons clashed. Roar! A massive lava giant howled at the sky, sweeping waves of scorching heat. The air around it twisted, about to explode. With a wave of its giant hand, it tore apart all the lightning in its path, unstoppable. But before it could take a step forward, Lin Chen raised his hand, and a terrifying intent of destruction descended from the sky. Countless bolts of lightning pierced through the air, cascading down like a waterfall, drowning it, continuously striking. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of thunder was unending. Flames splattered everywhere. Blood seeped from the corner of Qin Ming's mouth, already injured, but he didn't care. The fighting spirit in his eyes was even more intense than the lava giant's flames, locking onto Lin Chen's figure tightly. Go! Qin Ming shouted coldly, his blood and supernatural powers erupting to the fullest, the lava giant's body faintly revealing armor, bracing against the bombardment of lightning. Taking large strides forward, the heat waves it generated shook Lin Chen's clothes, his long black hair dancing wildly. Yet, those eyes covered in electric light were only cold and sharp. Boom! Lightning intertwined, sealing the heavens and the earth, filled with waves of destruction, as if divine punishment was pouring down, pressing the lava giant's body to tremble, struggling to move. Qin Ming was decisive, forming seals with both hands, and with a loud bang, he detonated the lava giant on the spot. The flames bursting forth swept forward like a tsunami, engulfing Lin Chen entirely. Bang! Amidst the fiery tsunami, a burst of light mist erupted. That was the shattered body of Lin Chen. Shadow of the abyss. Qin Ming's pupils suddenly constricted, not daring to look back. A massive wind sound was already coming from behind, filled with a fierce aura. He hurriedly rushed forward, but it was already half a beat too late. A gigantic crocodile followed closely behind, its gaping maw closing in, swallowing him whole, spinning in midair, unleashing a powerful strangling force. A large amount of blood and flames splattered everywhere, and when Qin Ming tore through the crocodile, his clothes were torn, and several gruesome blood marks appeared on his body. At that moment, a sharp wave surged into the sky. Lin Chen unleashed the wrath of heaven again. In one outstretched hand, a spear of divine punishment condensed into shape, thrown into the air, instantly hitting Qin Ming, exploding with a large amount of thunder, light and electric arcs. Qin Ming's supernatural powers were indeed very strong. A simple energy strike could contend with his wrath of heaven to some extent. However, with the cooperation of other spirit weapons, the gap widened, and he was steadily suppressed. Boom! The rampant lightning throughout the field merged, condensing into a blazing pillar of lightning, like a heavenly weapon, piercing through the air, directly exploding the massive lava giant. Qin Ming was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground just as he was about to get up. Half of his cheek faintly stung. A spear of divine punishment shot down, standing by his ear. The sharp wave it emitted was particularly fierce, clearly containing powerful might, yet it did not explode. Sigh. I admit defeat. Qin Ming sighed deeply, his mood quite complex. The first time he met Lin Chen, the other was just a rising star, and in just a few days he had already left him behind. Lin Chen's mind stirred, dissipating the might of the wrath of heaven. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This battle gave him a clear understanding of his own strength. In the public high school, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was at the peak of combat power. The only students who could consistently defeat Qin Ming were a few top geniuses from elite high schools, and their numbers were very limited. In other words, he had now reached the pinnacle among the million high school students in Shanghai City. The surrounding students were probably only a handful. The difference is that he would surpass these students at an astonishing speed. As the captain, I ultimately couldn't hold on until the citywide high school league started. Qin Ming flipped over to stand up, and his gaze fell on Lin Chen. With you as a junior in the school team, I don't know whether to cry or laugh. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and said, you can't say that. Qin Ming shrugged, what's wrong? With you in the team, the overall strength is greater, but I've lost my captain position. Isn't that a mix of joy and sorrow? That's not what I meant. Lin Chen gently shook his head, revealing a teasing smile. As a student of a key high school, without rules, nothing can be accomplished. It's time to start calling you Captain Lin, player Qin Ming. Qin Ming. If only Lin Chen's progress hadn't been so fast, he would have shouted, don't underestimate the youth. Let's save the jokes for later. We need to talk about serious matters first. Qin Ming calmed his emotions. The reason I sought you out for a match is, on one hand, I genuinely want to fight you, and on the other hand, I want to know your current level to prepare for the upcoming citywide high school league. With your current combat power. Qin Ming stroked his chin, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. Do you want to earn some cultivation fees in the league? Lin Chen's heart stirred. Survival match? The citywide high school league is divided into two systems. The survival match for selection and the final match, which only 25 teams can participate in. The former lasts for 2 days, with one selection per day. Only by obtaining a marker called survival device can one advance. After that, the 25 teams rest for a day before the final showdown. Lin Chen pondered and analyzed. Are you saying we can sell the survival devices? Exactly. Qin Ming nodded directly. With you leading the team, plus me, we can face the school teams of the 3 major aristocratic high schools without fear. We have the strength to seize more survival devices. The key is, you stand out now, which will definitely attract suppression from the aristocratic high school teams and even the public school teams. Since we will be targeted anyway, there's no need to worry about being besieged in the final match. We should adopt a table flipping strategy. Whatever we can grab is what we can grab. Making money is the right path. Qin Ming spoke passionately. Lin Chen thought for a moment and asked, what's the profit like? The survival devices from the first day's advancement are worth a few 100,000, while those from the second day's advancement, which are crucial for the final match, can sell for 1 million. Qin Ming recalled. Lin Chen was quite surprised. Does the education department allow such behavior? Qin Ming spread his hands. There's no need to prohibit it. The market is actually quite small, leaving little room for strong teams to manipulate things behind the scenes. We can only grab a bit more on the first day. The competition for survival devices on the second day will be tough, and the gap between top teams isn't that large. Even if we have the strength to grab a few more, this behavior will inevitably raise the vigilance of other teams, and we might get besieged in the finals. The school team of Wangquan High School faced public outrage because they acted too domineering and had consecutive failures in recent years. Qin Ming explained the reasons. To some extent, our grabbing of survival devices is also a helpless move. Otherwise, with you added to the team, we have the strength to win the championship. The rewards obtained solely from results are likely to be more substantial than the income from selling survival devices. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Since it doesn't affect the results, let's grab more survival devices. I'll act alone, and you can freely arrange with Zhang, Li, Sui, and the others. With your agility, acting alone shouldn't be a problem. Qin Ming thought for a moment. There are a few days left until the citywide high school league. I won't practice for now. I'll head to the ancient realm secret realm next to gather more resources. I'm just 1 or 2 million short of enough for a precious medicine, which can further enhance the development level of the lava giant. Okay, see you before the match. After leaving the night patrol division, Lin Chen used Phantom 9 flashes to dash forward, and before long, he arrived at the base of the lighthouse. Old Guan withdrew his gaze from the sea and turned to Lin Chen, saying, "You can be considered proficient with a knife now. I'll teach you another knife technique. Feel free to ask me if you don't understand anything." Lin Chen's eyes flickered as he asked, "Lin Wu?" Old Guan nodded gently. "This is a knife technique I've conceived over the years, embodying the same true meaning as the Beast King's 5-kill style, but it's more extreme in its offensive approach, pursuing the ultimate in killing. It places a heavy burden on the body, but with your 3 bone tempering sessions, you can withstand it and unleash even greater power." As he spoke, he raised his hand and pressed it against Lin Chen's brow. Whoosh, a torrent of information surged into Lin Chen's mind, overwhelming him, and it took a while to digest it all. "You have memorized the ultimate knife. Begin simplification. Simplify by 600 times. Your ultimate knife shares the same true meaning as your Beast King's 5-kill style. The degree of simplification is enhanced. Simplify by 3,000 times. The duration is based on your comprehension of the ultimate knife exceeding that of your Beast King's 5 kills. Style." Lin Chen felt a mix of surprise and joy. This method of triggering amplification simplification was incredibly convenient for him, allowing him to grasp a brand new Lingwu more quickly. However, when he came back to his senses, he noticed a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of Old Guan's mouth. Old Guan, are you hurt?" "Just an old ailment, a lingering issue from years ago." Old Guan's expression remained calm as a wisp of black mist rose, erasing the blood at his mouth. Thinking of the overwhelming beast tied in the photos, Lin Chen pondered and guessed, "Did you get injured in the battle where you were awarded first-class military merit?" Old Guan merely nodded and turned back to gaze into the depths of the sea. In the depths of his gaze, a hint of unforgettable regret surfaced. Unfortunately, back then, he only exchanged half of its life. As for the ultimate knife, Lin Chen planned to focus on its training after finishing the league matches. Although the effect of 3,000 times simplification was excellent, it would take at least a week or 2 to reach the ultimate realm. His main focus remained on enhancing the Phantom 9 flashes and the Beast King's 5-kill style. Both of these Lingwu were currently in the process of becoming true, especially the Phantom 9 flashes, which had already reached full realization. In the following days, Lin Chen continued his rigorous training, steadily improving his strength. At midnight on Friday, the Phantom 9 flashes ascended to the ultimate realm, allowing him to harness the essence of heaven and earth. He began to fully concentrate on training the Beast King's 5-kill style, and just as dawn broke on Sunday, a notification sounded in his mind. "Your Beast King's 5-kill style has ascended to the ultimate realm." Lin Chen squeezed his hands, revealing a smile. Over the past few days, thanks to his guidance on this Lingwu, he had been able to obtain 10 vials of blood-infused high-energy liquid daily, and his overall strength had been steadily increasing, now nearing 290 tons. "Today is Sunday, I can secure some funding and hold another promotional event today. After completing it, I can push my overall strength to the 300-ton level." The citywide high school league was just a day away, and Lin Chen felt a mix of anticipation and calm as he contemplated today's arrangements. Strength was the key to everything. Xin Ming didn't have high hopes for achieving results in the finals, but he was clear about his own abilities. Even with multiple teams targeting him, he still hoped to rank high. "If I rank high enough, the rewards will be sufficient for me to complete my blood nurturing, and I could advance to a senior martial artist this month." Lin Chen's thoughts soared. However, a communication that came around 10 in the morning directly disrupted his plans. "Instructor Yi, what's the matter? Almost all the martial artist students at the school have submitted their withdrawal applications today." Yi Tingyun's voice carried a chill. Lin Chen reacted quickly, pondering briefly before guessing. "Are the noble high schools trying to poach students from us? That battle where you crushed Fu Qingfeng must have scared a lot of people." Yi Tingyun took a deep breath. "So, an educational foundation under the Li Family Consortium is leading the charge, collaborating with the 3 major noble high schools to invite several martial artist students from Shanghai No. 1 High School, offering benefits far more generous than those at Shanghai No. 1. After a pause, Yi Tingyun said coldly, "They have reasons to suppress you, but this behavior has already crossed a serious line." Lin Chen pursed his lips and commented, "That was a bit ruthless." The timing of the opponent's attack was clearly chosen on purpose for Sunday, leaving Shanghai No. 1 High School no time to respond. "Come to the school, we need to discuss the upcoming league again," Yi Tingyun said. "All right." Lin Chen exhaled lightly, calming his emotions, and set off. On the other side, after Yi Tingyun hung up the communication, he scanned the few school leaders in the conference room and said, "On the application for withdrawal, there's no Qin Ming. Can we contact him now?" 3 days ago, Qin Ming took a long leave, saying he wanted to explore an ancient realm of the Night Patrol Division. He was supposed to be back by Saturday at the latest, but now it's already Sunday and his phone is still unreachable. "It's highly likely." A vice principal shook his head, unable to continue. "This kind of behavior is too much. The education department will definitely impose the strictest penalties." This matter violates the rules both overtly and covertly, but the three prestigious high schools have local financial groups backing them, and they have connections with the government, so it won't be serious enough to close the school. All these students' withdrawal applications should be denied. Another vice principal slammed the table in anger. It's useless. At most, it will create some trouble for their student records. The school isn't the military. Withdrawing isn't the same as deserting. Theoretically, it's a normal request. The resources invested in their training should be compensated by their new school. That's also a normal request. If they can't suppress Lin Chen, they'll resort to underhanded tactics, right? They can just take him away, and we can focus all our efforts on training Lin Chen alone. These elite schools are clearly giving up on one-on-one duels and are trying to create as much trouble for Lin Chen as possible in team battles where they can gang up on him. Amidst the discussions, the conference room door was pushed open, and a clerk led Lin Chen in. All eyes turned to Lin Chen, and the room fell silent for a moment. Lin Chen shrugged and said, "Aren't we here to discuss strategies?" Principal Li gestured for the clerk to leave, and after the door closed, he sighed and said, "Should we withdraw from this city's high school league? The three prestigious high schools are clearly going to team up against you in this league, trying to make you get a particularly poor result, and then they will definitely hype it up to diminish the impact you might have on them in the future." Principal Li understood the reasons behind it. The educational foundation affiliated with the Li family might be acting on Li Ziqi's orders, but more so, it was a matter of fanning the flames. Essentially, the three prestigious high schools were helpless against Lin Chen's rise, and with no other options, they chose to join forces. No need to withdraw. Lin Chen shook his head. Speaking calmly, "I anticipated being targeted after challenging the three prestigious high schools the day before. I plan to act alone. Having no teammates doesn't affect me much. At most, I might face some disadvantages when competing for survival devices against strong teams, but there aren't many teams that can suppress me, so I just need to be cautious. Moreover, I can rely on selling survival devices during the survival competition to sustain myself and advance to the finals with stronger strength. On Wednesday before the finals, the contestants will have a day to rest, and I can also secure some funding for live streaming sales." When it came to enhancing his strength, Lin Chen was not shy at all and directly asked, "Principal, will the funds the city is supposed to give me be dispersed next Wednesday?" Hearing this, Principal Li furrowed his brows and said angrily, "None of them dare to take responsibility. They insist on getting approval from the State Department. This time, I want to see how the public school's reputation is being trampled underfoot by the elite high schools. Can they still endure it? I'll make a call. Wait for me a moment." Principal Li took the phone and stepped out. After more than 10 minutes, he returned. The anger on his face had eased considerably. Lin Chen sensed something and said, "They agreed to disperse it. Yes, today will be fine. Now come with me to the city's education department. How much blood essence high energy liquid is there?" "Unlimited." Principal Li glanced at Lin Chen. "I've been telling you to complete your blood nurturing." Lin Chen suddenly felt that having teammates taken away was a good thing. The news of the collective withdrawal of martial artists from Shanghai No. 1 High School quickly spread, fueled by some concerned individuals, especially in various public schools, igniting a fierce storm. "I feel like cursing. This elite high school is completely disregarding the rules just to suppress Lin Chen. It's disgusting. The more the three elite high schools act like this, the more it shows they're afraid of Lin Chen. The suppression has had its effect. At this rate, who knows how long it will take for Lin Chen to achieve good results in the team competition. My earlier rant online got deleted. If the three elite high schools aren't backing this, I'm going to be furious. After the new calendar of Xingxia, everyone can live and work in peace, but the sky is still a bit dark, hard to see the sun." Bold. Regarding Lin Chen's situation, many students felt not only surprised but also indignant. The actions and attitudes of the three elite high schools clearly indicated an abuse of power, bullying the weak. The higher-ups of the Shanghai City Education Department were initially furious, but when Lin Chen arrived, their emotions gradually shifted to shock. 300 bottles of blood essence energy liquid, right? This kid is still taking it? We have a procurement price limit, but it's still around 30 million. The key is he hasn't finished yet. Cough, why do I feel a bit careless? It doesn't matter, if we spend a bit more, it's worth it. The more Lin Chen consumes, the higher his strength increases, and tomorrow's league match will be a great opportunity to strike at the arrogance of the three elite high schools. Send over another box of blood essence energy liquid. In a training room, Lin Chen sat quietly, hands forming seals, focusing on his cultivation. Under the surging power of the medicine, his strength soared like a rocket ignited and jettisoned. 300 tons, 310 tons, 320 tons. After several hours, Lin Chen's body trembled, and a wave of sublimation swept out. In his inner vision, the blood throughout his body appeared a deep red, exuding a contained ferocity, like the molten lava deep beneath a massive volcano, unstoppable once it erupts. He had completed blood nurturing. His strength reached 360 tons. This was not just a simple numerical increase, it also brought a qualitative change from a sense of completeness. Lin Chen slightly closed his eyes, not in a hurry, to check his current strength, and then operated the Great Sun Gene method. Buzz. In an instant, the blood within him seemed to boil, surging and flowing, the barrier of the advanced martial artist realm cracking like glass under ultrasonic waves. A few days ago, Lin Chen had seriously contemplated his progress. Within a week after completing blood nurturing, he could produce substantial vitality and advance to an advanced martial artist. Now it seemed he could do it even faster. Fate truly is unpredictable. Lin Chen clenched his fist, feeling the heavy sense of power, and a smile crept onto his face. The three elite schools poaching martial artist students from Shanghai No. 1 High School aimed to weaken the overall strength of the school team and suppress his performance in the league. However, this goal could now be declared a failure. Even without a martial artist as a teammate, the overall strength of the school team is still stronger than before. Lin Chen's eyes brightened as he stood up to leave. With each step, he moved exceptionally steadily, exuding a heavy aura, like a great mountain or a deep abyss. This was rare even among advanced martial artists. Principal Li had been waiting in the corridor outside, and upon seeing Lin Chen come out, he asked, half nervously and half expectantly, "Have you completed blood nurturing? How much have you improved?" Lin Chen nodded with a smile. "As far as I'm concerned, I'm very satisfied." "That's good." The head of the education department stepped forward, a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, his gaze falling on Lin Chen. "The competition among students should be pure. After all, it's the strength that speaks on the field. I hope you can lead the team to perform well in tomorrow's citywide high school league." Lin Chen's eyes flickered, and he smiled. "Sure." The few of them didn't talk much more, exchanged a few simple words. And then Principal Li took Lin Chen away. On the way back to school, Principal Li glanced at Lin Chen in the passenger seat and said, "You noticed Director Chu's hint, right?" Lin Chen shrugged and replied, "I can understand. I spent tens of millions from the education department's budget on this training. If I don't bring back good results, it will definitely be hard for those higher-ups to explain." Principal Li exhaled lightly, pondering. The higher-ups in the education department are all aware of your situation, otherwise, Director Chu wouldn't be hinting so subtly. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, just keep a calm mindset and perform normally. Lin Chen raised his head, gazing at the sun hanging high outside the car window, and smiled lightly. "To be honest, I really don't feel much pressure." Completing the blood nurturing had greatly enhanced his combat power. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was elite. Lin Chen thought to himself that before this training, he, along with senior martial artists Qin Ming, Sui Chen, and Zhang Li, wouldn't stand a chance against the current him. Plus, with the convenience of acting alone, achieving good results wouldn't be difficult. The most crucial part was that he was breaking through quickly. Once he advanced to a senior martial artist during the competition, Lin Chen closed his eyes, activated the Great Sun Gene method, and mobilized the energy hidden in his blood, circulating it through his limbs and bones, continuously impacting the barrier of the senior realm. Before long, Principal Li and Lin Chen returned to Shanghai No. 1 High School. "Not bad." Yi Tingyun stepped forward, sizing up Lin Chen as he got out of the car, and said, "Come with me." "Okay." The two arrived at Lin Chen's exclusive training room, and Yi Tingyun then closed the door, raising his hand to press a button, causing the curtains on the walls to drop, blocking out the light from outside. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and teased, "I can't shake the feeling that something extraordinary is about to happen. I just don't want others to notice." Yi Tingyun shook his head and, with a flick of his hand, took out a piece of glass from his storage device, palm-sized and resembling a completely transparent screen, displaying a blazing star. Lin Chen looked over and immediately realized it was not just a simple play of light and shadow. The star burning within the glass contained substantial energy, exuding a vague, majestic aura that was quite extraordinary. "What is this?" "The celestial map of the Great Sun Gene method." Yi Tingyun handed it over. Lin Chen took it in surprise, examining it closely, and asked, "The key to opening the human celestial gate?" Due to his rapid progress in strength, he had read various martial arts theories extensively. For a senior martial artist after bone tempering, the limit of their vital energy is around 1,000 calories. After completing this, to advance further, one needs to observe the celestial map of the gene method they are practicing to unlock the celestial gate hidden deep within the body. The celestial map cannot be described in words. The information contained within is all about profound and mysterious meanings. Therefore, replicating it is quite difficult, making it hard to spread widely. In the old calendar era, with a rigid class system, senior martial artists from ordinary backgrounds, even if they reached their vital energy limit, still had no chance to obtain it, usually having to serve powerful factions. Fortunately, after the new era of Xingxia, martial arts became enlightened, and the government published 9 gene methods, allowing all citizens to learn for free. Even the celestial maps are still free. However, one needs to reach a vital energy of 1,000 calories to apply for observation. Lin Chen stroked the celestial map in his hand, curious. "The celestial maps I saw online look different. They are presented in the form of scrolls." Yi Tingyun nodded and said, "Those are ordinary celestial maps. The high-ranking officials of Xingxia spent a great deal of resources to study and replicate them at a relatively acceptable cost. This is the initial celestial map, refined by a king-level expert. Although The information contained is the same, the artistic conception is much stronger, providing some invisible benefits for cultivation. When I retired, I still had some merits left, just enough to exchange for an initial celestial map. Yi Tingyun briefly explained. Normally, senior martial artists need to reach their vital energy limit before it's necessary to observe the celestial map, but your comprehension is very high and your vital energy limit is as high as 4,900 calories, so you can get in touch with it early. Gazing at this initial celestial map, Lin Chen pressed his lips together, a complex expression appearing in his eyes. The king of the strong gazes down upon the world. Anything related to them cannot possibly be associated with cheapness. Thinking of the heavy armor of the breaking army, Old Guan, and the straight swords, Lin Chen took a deep breath and said seriously, "Thank you, Instructor Yi. Don't think too much, my vision is still quite broad." Yi Tingyun revealed a faint smile. "As long as you can become a super strong person in the future, guarding the holy summer, everything will be worth it." As he spoke, he raised his hand and activated the celestial map of the Great Sun Gene method. Crack! Glass shards shattered, and the internal stars soared into the air, piercing Lin Chen's brow. As if inheriting the spirit martial arts, a torrent of information surged in, engraved deep in his mind. After a while, the process finally ended. A sudden prompt sound then echoed in Lin Chen's mind. "You are observing the celestial map of the Great Sun Gene method. Continue your instinctive level cultivation. Your blood is flowing, and your understanding of the Great Sun Gene method is deepening." Lin Chen felt delighted, but his expression remained unchanged as he focused on his understanding, gradually realizing that these new insights bore a certain resemblance to the ultimate realm of spirit martial arts, containing the essence of heaven and earth. Then, Lin Chen's thoughts moved, and he operated the Great Sun Gene method. However, there were no signs of changes in his cultivation. The 360 tons of power surrounding him was already the limit for nourishing blood in the human body. Lin Chen thought for a moment, extended a hand, and attempted to draw energy from the world by channeling the essence of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a difficult sensation surged in his heart, completely different from using the ultimate realm of spirit martial arts, as if a thick barrier enveloped him, leaving no gaps, making it impossible to control the energy around him. Beside him, Yi Tingyun noticed Lin Chen's intention and couldn't help but smile, reminding him to draw energy from the world through the gene method. You need to open the human heavenly gate to connect with heaven and earth. Relying solely on the ultimate realm and observing the celestial map won't work. All right. Lin Chen shrugged. No rush, you will definitely be able to open the heavenly gate, so try again later. Yi Tingyun's smile deepened. The focus of your upcoming training should still be to break through early and advance to a higher level warrior, strengthening your vitality. No problem. Lin Chen replied briskly. He really didn't need to spend energy on comprehension. The cultivation of the Great Sun Gene method was his instinct, with blood flowing continuously and insights rising constantly. Yi Tingyun thought for a moment and mentioned the citywide high school league scheduled for tomorrow, saying, "The competition format requires 4 people to register, and among the warriors still in school, besides you, only the daughter of Su Bai can be called to participate. The remaining 2 spots will be selected from the quasi-warriors in the school. Do you have any requirements?" Lin Chen pondered briefly and replied directly, "Just someone with good vision and agility." The evolutionary realm was too far for him. He could only help find a survival device. By the way, Lin Chen stroked his chin and said, "It would be best if they also had good eloquence and could deliver a compelling speech." Yi Tingyun was taken aback for a moment and asked in surprise, "What use is that?" Although the league is a free-for-all, each school team pursues results, leaving little room for negotiation. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and countered, "Instructor Yi, do you still remember what the essence of survival taught in biology classes? Survival of the fittest? Correct. But that's the absolute jungle law." Lin Chen smiled. Meaningfully, human society is different. There are both the strong and the weak, and the latter can coexist through various nominal protection fees. Yi Tingyun's mouth twitched, roughly grasping Lin Chen's meaning. Selling survival devices. Lin Chen had mentioned this at the meeting before, and he remembered. However, in previous survival competitions, trading survival devices involved at most 10 or so teams, with only 1 or 2 in each team. Lin Chen wanted to find someone with good eloquence. How many was he preparing to sell? The next day, Monday, May 15th, Lin Chen took the exclusive bus of the school team to a port in Shanghai City. Along the way, he encountered many school vehicles, all heading in the same direction. The venue for the citywide high school league was not in the city but located on an overseas island called Longmen Island. In the beginning, this island was a military weapons research and development base. Later, it was no longer in use and was handed over to the Shanghai city government for management. It served as an overseas prison for more than a decade, and due to maintenance costs, it gradually became a training ground for law enforcement agencies like the Public Security Bureau and Night Patrol Division. With well-equipped facilities and plenty of idle time, it has been the preferred venue for the city's high school league in recent years. Windward Port. Contestants headed to Longmen Island's departure port. One school bus after another rolled in, forming a long line, with at least 100 visible from a distance. This was just a portion, more school teams were still on the way. Shanghai City governs 7 counties, with a total population exceeding 90 million. Any high school that can gather 4 students at the third stage of the evolution realm can participate. A total of 352 schools registered for this league. When the bus from Shanghai No. 1 High School arrived at the port, most of the school teams had already arrived. Upon seeing Lin Chen get off, the atmosphere nearby suddenly became lively. Lin Chen isn't withdrawing from the competition. Indeed, super geniuses have an unyielding pride. What a pity. Originally the team from Shanghai No. 1 High School, with Lin Chen and 3 senior martial artists, had a solid strength ranking and even a chance to win, but now they have fallen to a team with quasi-martial artists, and they might not even pass the survival match. The 3 major noble high schools can buy off the media, but we participants who experienced it know the truth. They are scared, so they play dirty. No matter what, the competition won't be easy. What's the difference from a solo competition? We'll just have to wait until this time next year, then we'll take revenge, crushing the teams from the 3 major noble schools. A wave of discussions rose and fell, and the members of Lin Chen's school team nearby all turned their gazes toward him, their eyes filled with sympathy and regret. Su Wanyue followed behind Lin Chen, biting her red lips, feeling somewhat powerless. The other 2 quasi-martial artists lowered their heads, remaining silent as well. Being selected by the school to participate was certainly a good thing, but the current competition environment was truly demoralizing. Let's set off. Lin Chen, with an expressionless face, glanced back and said, "Don't worry about others' opinions. The final result of Shanghai No. 1 High School will exceed everyone's expectations." With that, Lin Chen walked ahead, leading the 3 to the assembly point. On the way, as they passed a luxury bus parked nearby, Lin Chen's gaze fell on the school team getting off. He recognized 3 of them, Li Ziqi, Fu Qingfeng, and Chang Hanyun, who had the same damage ability. They were indeed the team from Wangquan High School. The last contestant, a burly figure standing nearly 2 meters tall, carried a massive steel shield on his back, looking like a senior martial artist excelling in strength and defense. At that moment, the 4 also noticed Lin Chen passing by and all looked up to watch. "We meet again." Li Ziqi smiled faintly and said, "This time, do you think the sun is still shining?" Lin Chen did not stop, stepping past them, leaving behind a cold voice. "I'll make you know what it means to be in darkness." At 9 in the morning, the sun blazed. All 352 school teams gathered, divided into 7 formations, each boarding a ship heading to Longmen Island. Lin Chen and his 3 companions were assigned to the No. 3 ship, corresponding to the No. 3 landing area on Longmen Island. Accompanying them was a vice principal surnamed Chen. The league allowed each school to send 1 representative to the island to handle any unexpected situations that might arise for the school team. After boarding, each school team lined up to receive the necessary equipment for the competition. It was very simple: a pair of earphones, a wristwatch, and a combat backpack. "Everyone check your equipment, don't take anything faulty," Vice Principal Chen reminded. "During the competition, external communication is not allowed. When we arrive at the No. 3 landing area, you 4 must hand over your mobile phones, tablets, and other communication devices to me. Your communication with each other can only be through the earphones. Remember, you must also protect yourself during the battle. Once damaged, it cannot be replaced, which will be very detrimental to the subsequent matches," Vice Principal Chen emphasized. Lin Chen checked his earpiece, then opened his wristwatch. The operation was very simple. With a few taps, a 3-dimensional map of Longmen Island projected before them. Vice Principal Chen glanced at it and reminded, "This 3-dimensional map is crucial for competing for the survival devices. Although it won't directly show the location of the devices, as long as someone carries a survival device, their position will be displayed on the map as a red dot, allowing other school teams to go and compete for it." "Yes," Su Wanyue took over. "I reviewed a lot of information last night. In the survival competition, if you find a survival device, you can choose not to take it immediately, because once you carry it, unless it is taken by another school team, you cannot detach it from your body. The essence of the survival competition is still to encourage competition among school teams." A prospective martial artist pondered for a moment and added, "Not taking it also carries certain risks. The locations of the survival devices are very conspicuous, and you might encounter other school teams looking for them. When it comes to competing, you might not be able to win. So there are many strategies in the league." Su Wanyue nodded and said, "The survival competition lasts for 2 days, with each day's match running continuously for 20 hours. The first day's survival competition starts at noon today and ends at 8 a.m. tomorrow. However, at 7:45 a.m. tomorrow, the landing area will reopen, and the school teams must bring the survival devices they have obtained back to their respective landing areas within that 15-minute window to qualify for advancement." Lin Chen put on his earpiece and wristwatch and casually remarked, "The competition in the last 15 minutes is usually the most intense. School teams that haven't found a survival device will often rush back early to block the entrance, leading to chaotic snatching." He paid particular attention to this rule when reviewing the competition guidelines. Blocking the entrance is indeed the most common tactic, but it's usually out of necessity and carries high risks, so it can only be considered a backup plan. Su Wanyue's expression was serious. She was quite knowledgeable about this league. On the first day of the survival competition, only 100 school teams can advance. Spread across each landing area, only 15 survival devices can be brought back, so we still need to go out and search. Among them, there are many mainstream strategies. If the overall strength of the school team is strong, they can choose to stick together, with team members not separating. If there are fast-moving players in the team, they can directly carry the survival devices and adopt a kite strategy. Or, they can guard around the found survival devices, lying in ambush using a stealth strategy. Su Wanyue recounted as if she were sharing treasured knowledge. After finishing, her gaze fell on Lin Chen, and she cleared her throat, saying, "Captain, what strategy should we mainly adopt?" Lin Chen had already thought it through, and said, "We won't stick together. You three should spread out, focusing on my direction while searching for survival devices on both sides. Once you find one, do not carry it, just report its location to me. Be careful to avoid other school teams, there's no need to take risks in snatching, and we will execute an absolute observation strategy." Su Wanyue thought for a moment and asked, "What about you?" "It's simpler for me." Lin Chen grinned, revealing his white teeth. "I'll go with a straightforward push strategy." Upon hearing this, Su Wanyue ground her teeth and glanced at her two prospective martial artist teammates, who were equally speechless. The observation strategy combined with the straightforward push strategy sounded quite impressive, but in essence, it was akin to the one god leading three eyes in electronic tactical competitive games. However, all three knew that given the gap between them and Lin Chen, even if they were replaced with three underperforming students, the impact would be minimal. Adopting a strategy of relying on a strong player would be most beneficial for the team. After more than an hour, Longmen Island appeared before everyone. It was summer, and the island was lush and green, with waves crashing and creating white foam, occasionally interrupted by flying birds. This was a circular island, and the name Longmen originated from a type of thermal weapon developed by the military back in the day. Unrelated to the terrain, the 7 landing zones are spaced at roughly equal distances constructed along the island, each measuring 200 to 300 meters in length and width. Inside, there are old buildings left by the military from years past, now cleaned up and numbered, used for the various school teams to rest and prepare. There are 352 school teams, nearly evenly distributed. The third landing zone, where Shanghai No. 1 High School is located, has one extra team, totaling 51, already gathered in front of the gate, the atmosphere tinged with a hint of anxiety. Lin Chen stands among the crowd, his gaze sweeping over many familiar faces. At the exchange meeting held by Shanghai No. 1 High School last week, he had crossed paths with many senior martial artists from key high schools. Su Wanyue is also observing, and after a quick scan, she lowers her voice and says, "The 3 major noble high schools are not in our zone, but there is one noble high school just below them, Guangyao High School, whose members are all senior martial artists. There's also a top key high school, Shanghai No. 3 High School, whose overall strength is likely even more formidable." Lin Chen's gaze remains calm as he replies, "There's no need to worry too much about that. The survival competition only differs by landing zone. The competition field is unified, and all teams have a chance to encounter each other." "That's not what I meant." Su Wanyue gently shakes her head, reminding him, "What I'm saying is, if these two teams have bad luck and can't find survival gear, they will definitely block the entrance when they return. Even though No. 3 High School is also a public school like us, there won't be any friendship to speak of when it comes to advancement." Lin Chen's voice carries a deeper meaning. "That would be just perfect." Upon hearing this, Su Wanyue purses her lips, her gaze towards Lin Chen becoming somewhat complex. She knows that Lin Chen's strength far surpasses hers, but there is only one high-end combat power in their team, and the teams from the 3 major noble high schools will likely unite against them. In this situation, Lin Chen gives her the impression of being overly calm and composed. The sun rises higher over the sea, blazing and scorching, as if it intends to obliterate all the coolness on the island. The atmosphere in the 7 landing zones grows increasingly heated. At noon, with a sharp sound echoing throughout the island, the Shanghai City High School League officially kicks off. Amidst the sound, all the contestants surge out, scattering across Longmen Island like fireworks, heading in different directions to search for survival gear. At the same time, cameras, monitors, and flying detectors across the island are all recording. The reason this league is held on Longmen Island is largely due to the comprehensive filming system. After all, it's a grand martial arts event in Shanghai City, involving top students from various martial arts high schools, attracting significant public attention. The broadcasting fees alone are astronomical, not to mention the occasional advertisements inserted in between, thus the filming quality requirements are very high. However, even though Longmen Island's filming system can capture all the teams, the live broadcast will ultimately present only one view. The selected teams will naturally be led by the top high schools. Later, the distribution of focus will vary based on the intensity of competition among the contestants. The first team chosen by the director comes from the cities most prestigious key high school, Shanghai No. 1 High School. The star player of their team is none other than Lin Chen, who has been in the spotlight recently. A male commentator's voice rings out, his commentary skills strong, having covered many large-scale martial arts events. The captain of the Shanghai No. 1 team is also Lin Chen, and their chosen strategy is to scatter and search, which is very bold but also a reluctant choice. The gap in strength between him and his 3 teammates is too great, and acting together would only slow him down. Beside him sits a female commentator, very attractive, a host regularly promoted by the television station. However, to be able to cover an event of this scale, she has also put in considerable effort. Lin Chen's relationship with the 3 major noble high schools isn't very good. If he acts alone, he needs to be cautious. If he encounters them, there's a high chance he might withdraw from the competition midway. The probability is low, the male commentator laughs in agreement. The survival competition's venue spans the entire island. As long as Lin Chen is a bit cautious, he can avoid them in advance. As they talk, the live broadcast changes again. The team of Lihua girls was split into 2, with the captain leading and Fengling along the coast to search, while the twin sisters from the Chu family headed deep into Longmen Island. The team from Wangquan High School is quite confident, setting off last and moving in a group of 4. It seems they plan to block the entrance to Zone 1 directly if they can't find a survival device. I must say, if Li Jiqi is leading, that is indeed impressive strength. Indeed, I saw the pre-competition analysis. Wangquan High School has the highest probability of winning this year, far surpassing the second-place Lihua Girls High School. 2 other key high school teams are also delving deep into the island, and their direction is not much different from Lin Chen's. It seems that losing teammates Qin Ming, Sui Chen, and Zhang Li has significantly reduced the deterrent power of Shanghai No. 1 Longmen Island. Lin Chen moved forward, heading straight for the center of the island, using Phantom 9 flashes throughout, moving at incredible speed. He climbed over walls and weaved through trees. Before long, a deserted construction area came into view, with lush green vines covering the walls, vibrant and full of life. Above the iron gate covered in vines hung a metal card, reflecting the sunlight, dazzling and particularly eye-catching. It was indeed a survival device. The league set up this concept to test how each team chooses and executes appropriate tactics in chaotic battles. While brute force is important, the ability to accurately assess the situation is also an essential quality. Relying solely on strength to dominate the field is ultimately a rarity among the elite. Not bad luck. Lin Chen's eyes flashed as he changed direction towards the iron gate of the building complex. At that moment, the footage captured by the cameras around the iron gate was selected by the broadcasting team and presented live. Wow! Lin Chen's luck is really good. He was the first to discover a survival device, the female commentator exclaimed in an exaggerated tone. This isn't just pure luck, the male commentator interjected, his eyes glinting. Even if Lin Chen is rushing with all his might, covering such a distance in such a short time is quite terrifying. The teams that are not far off from his direction haven't even caught a glimpse of him. The female commentator added, with such high agility, it seems he can adopt a kite strategy. Not quite suitable, the male commentator pondered. Lin Chen is currently in the spotlight, and not just the 3 major noble high schools are keeping an eye on him, other strong competitors, including those from Shanghai No. 3 in the same landing zone, as Lin Chen, might also take action against him. Using a kite strategy would be very exhausting and not beneficial for the subsequent matches. In that case, the female commentator thought for a moment, Lin Chen could adopt an ambush strategy. Exactly, Lin Chen's strength among the advanced martial artists in this competition is quite formidable. Only the captains of the 3 major noble high school teams could possibly outmatch him. Ambushing teams hiding in the bushes around the iron gate is a very good tactic. Just as the 2 commentators were analyzing, Lin Chen arrived at the base of the iron gate. Amidst many astonished gazes, his movements showed no signs of hesitation as he stepped forward, extended his right hand, and picked up the survival device that was attached to the iron gate. Buzz! In an instant, the wristwatches worn by over 1,400 competitors on Longmen Island all vibrated, opening the 3D map. A red dot appeared, drawing attention. Finding the survival device so quickly and directly picking it up, it seems to be a top-tier school team. It could also be a rather reckless newcomer, just lucky. I've already marked this person, let's see if they refresh. If it's taken away shortly, they must be a rookie. Many competitors were drawn in, discussing among themselves. In the studio, the female commentator chuckled softly and said, Teacher Jiang, it seems I was right, Lin Chen is going for the kite strategy. The male commentator feigned helplessness and said, alright, I admit I misjudged, but now I'm even more looking forward to Lin Chen's next move. Longmen Island. The dense building complex covered in vines. Lin Chen put away the card, tapped his toes, and leaped over the iron gate, entering the complex to search. Survival devices are usually not placed too close to each other, but there are occasional exceptions, making the existence of a second one possible. None. After a quick search around, Lin Chen shook his head and left the complex, feeling very calm inside. Actively searching for survival devices was just one of the ways he could obtain them. After a while, the red dots on the 3D map would gradually increase, and, as long as the distance was right, he could go and seize them. Lin Chen then delved deeper into the island. A few minutes later, with a buzz, the watch on his left wrist vibrated gently. Lin Chen opened the 3D map and a second red dot appeared, but it was far from his location, on the opposite seaside. The number is still too few. I'll focus on active searching for now. Lin Chen closed the watch and continued on. The summer island had beautiful scenery, and as he passed a grove of coconut trees, the voice of his teammate, the aspiring martial artist Wang Changyu, came through the earpiece, tinged with excitement. Captain Lin, I found a survival device, over by the power plant. Good, find a place to hide and wait for me to come over. Lin Chen looked up at the sun, confirmed his direction, and quickly changed course. The deepening of his martial arts cultivation also elevated his level of existence. Having completed the bone tempering 3 times, he could now remember a lot of information at a glance. Now, just a quick scan of the 3D map allowed him to memorize all the details, and, with a slight recollection, everything became clear. On the other side, Lin Chen's actions and his conversation with his teammates immediately caught the attention of the broadcasting team, who switched the live feed back to him. Is Lin Chen going to get the second survival device? The female commentator wondered. Aloud, the kite-flying strategy doesn't require more survival devices. Once cornered, they will all be taken. The male commentator stroked his chin. It's quite strange. If it's for his teammates, Lin Chen doesn't need to go. If he were to take his teammates along, that's even more impossible. Among the 3, the strongest, Su Wanyue, is far behind Lin Chen, a world apart. At this moment, the broadcasting team split the live feed into 2, adding another screen. 2 girls with similar appearances were running swiftly, and in front of them stood a deserted factory with 2 massive cooling towers prominently situated in the center. It was indeed the power plant on the island. Shanghai No. 1 High School is in trouble. The twin sisters Chu Yao and Chu Yu from Lihua Girls High School are heading in the same direction as the power plant. With the perception of advanced martial artists, Wang Changyu, who is hiding, will most likely be discovered. In an instant, both commentators and many viewers felt their hearts race. Whoosh! Lin Chen moved like the wind, darting forward, but suddenly, Wang Changyu's voice came through the earpiece, sounding particularly frantic. Captain Lin, not good. I'm being. Before Wang Changyu could finish, there was a loud bang, heavy and forceful, drowning out his voice. Immediately after, a light and cheerful voice rang out, filled with delight. Lin Chen, this is Xu Yao from Lihua Girls High School, greeting you. In this survival competition, only the fittest survive. We've taken this survival device. Xu Yu took over the earpiece and said coolly, gains and costs always coexist. You should be prepared for this since you planted your flag at Lihua Girls High School. After saying that, she exerted force with her slender fingers and with a pop crushed the earpiece, not giving Lin Chen a chance to respond. The 2 sisters exchanged glances, both thinking that Lin Chen's expression at this moment must be quite spectacular. However, what Chu Yao and Chu Yu couldn't see was that Lin Chen's expression showed no change, only the fierce wind generated by his body became sharper, as if it could tear the air apart. Lin Chen hasn't given up. Although the voices of these twins are similar, with Lin Chen's cultivation level, he should be able to distinguish between the 2. The 2 commentators in the studio spoke in astonishment, completely unable to understand what strategy Lin Chen intended to use. Take this survival device and go meet up with the captain. Sure, a survival device, enough for us to level up. The next task is to find Lin Chen and make him withdraw from the competition. Xu Yao stepped forward and picked up the survival device. With the strength of their top-tier team, they weren't afraid of being tracked down, even if their whereabouts were exposed. In fact, more teams would avoid them at a distance upon seeing the emblem of Lihua Girls High School, fearing a direct confrontation. Xu Yu raised her wristwatch, opened the 3D map, and as usual, began to scan the area, only to see a red dot rapidly approaching their location, leaving a trail of light like a meteor entering the atmosphere. Coming towards us? Xu Yao caught sight of it and felt a bit surprised. Who could it be? Xu Yu raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Could it be Lin Chen? Did we provoke him to the point where he's coming to take us on alone? The survival device they found was located on the rooftop of the tallest building in the power plant, offering a wide view. At this moment, they both looked up to see who was approaching. The twins remained remarkably calm, showing no signs of panic. Before the competition, the 3 major noble high schools had privately discussed that this citywide high school league would primarily focus on suppressing Lin Chen, and unless absolutely necessary, they wouldn't engage in mutual slaughter. With their combined strength, even if they encountered the top teams from public schools, they could hold out until their captain arrived with reinforcements. If it really is Lin Chen, that would make things easier for us. Don't underestimate him. He was able to decisively defeat Fu Qingfeng, and against either of us, he could probably win. But together, we can definitely hold him off. Xu Yao and Xu Yu were fearless, standing their ground, but the distance was too great to see clearly. However, in the next moment, both sisters' pupils constricted sharply. Whoosh! A cold, sharp wave surged towards them, and a spear constructed of thunder and electric arcs appeared in their line of sight, piercing through the air at an incredible speed. The spear of divine punishment. Not good. Chu Yao and Chuyu quickly dodged, but the spear of divine punishment was unmatched in speed, already closing in between them, exploding in mid-air and unleashing a terrifying force of destruction. Boom! The upper half of the entire building nearly shattered, debris and steel rebar flying everywhere, smoke billowing up into the sky. Chuyu and Chu Yao were thrown sideways, nearly falling to the ground, barely stabilizing themselves with their vital energy. Their fair faces were marked with several bloody scratches from the debris, stinging with pain. However, the sisters paid no mind to it and quickly looked up, gazing at the top of the building. Thick clouds of dust rose violently, and two brilliant arcs of electricity pierced through. Fierce and blazing, those were the eyes of a person. Where is my survival device? Who has it? The dust above the building was thick, reaching hundreds of meters high, but it couldn't obscure the dazzling electric light, as if the leaden clouds were torn apart by thunder, allowing the sisters to see the figure emitting the electric glow. It was undoubtedly Lin Chun. Chu Yao and Chuyu's expressions turned to shock as they looked up, locking their gaze on the slender figure amidst the dust. In recent days, with Lin Chen's powerful rise, the long-dormant spirit martial art, Divine Fury, had once again entered the sight of many, especially for the competitors sent by the three major noble high schools, who were all too familiar with it, knowing every move of Divine Fury. The thunderous spear that had just pierced the air was instantly recognized by the sisters as the Spear of Divine Punishment. This killing move excelled in penetration and aimed for single-target attacks, but the devastation it had just unleashed made their hearts race. In other words, Lin Chen's true killing potential. Chu Yao took a deep breath, suppressing her restless emotions, and immediately said, "Captain, we are under attack by Lin Chen. His strength exceeds our expectations. Please come at full speed." With that, Chu Yao stepped forward, propelling her body towards the high building. Chuyu followed closely behind, adding, "My sister and I will do everything we can to hold him off." A chill burst forth, sweeping around Chuyu, surging and rising, coalescing into various weapons that sliced through the air, carrying immense power, aiming to drown Lin Chen. Beside her, Chu Yao also unleashed her full strength, her surging vitality like a torrent, vast and overwhelming, breaking through the air to attack. The onlookers tensed, the sisters' coordination was instinctive, detonating their combined might, incredibly formidable, almost overflowing the screen. Lin Chen remained expressionless, watching the close-range assault, simply raising his right arm and throwing a punch. Roar! A tremendous roar echoed in all directions, the dust rising to the sky, instantly exploding, all torn apart by the sound waves, as if a high-energy bomb had detonated in mid-air. A ferocious tiger lunged out, its eyes blood-red, exuding a fierce aura, rampaging with brutality and dominance. The moment it made contact with the weapons conjured by Chuyu, they shattered into pieces. Chu Yao's torrent of killing moves fared no better. Faced with the tiger's wild assault, everything splintered, like a flood crashing against an impregnable dam falling apart. Then, the tiger continued its horizontal assault, enveloped in a terrifying aura reminiscent of a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. With a thunderous crash, it engulfed the figures of Chu Yao and Chuyu. The two figures once again flew out from the high building, tracing a parabolic trajectory, crashing heavily to the ground, causing the granite-paved road to collapse, cracks spreading everywhere. This is a big problem. What's going on? Bright red blood dripped from the hands of Chu Yao and Chuyu, the shock in their eyes growing stronger. The killing move they unleashed together could not withstand Lin Chen's attack at all. Boom boom boom. Before Chu Yao and Chuyu could catch their breath, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, a deafening thunder roared through the sky, countless bolts of lightning descended, wreaking havoc with terrifying waves of destruction, as if to obliterate everything in the world. The sisters hurriedly stepped forward, moving around to dodge the strikes of lightning. Whoosh! Just as Chu Yao avoided a lightning bolt over 100 meters long, Lin Chen's figure appeared before her, blocking her path. A pale fist was already raised, poised to strike. Faced with Lin Chen's assault, Chu Yao dared not take it head-on, sidestepping to evade the sharp edge, planning to flank and counterattack. Whoosh! As her foot landed, a powerful gust of wind slammed towards her, Lin Chen's figure still in her sight. Yet another Lin Chen appeared beside her, lifting a leg to sweep. Shadow of the Abyss. Lin Chen's sweeping right leg tightened, unleashing substantial energy, transforming into a blood whale leaping out of the ocean, incredibly heavy, the oppressive force overwhelming. Whale's might. The strongest killing move in the Beast King's 5 kills. Boom! Chu Yao's raised arms suddenly contracted inward, crashing heavily against her chest. The force transmitted from Lin Chen's leg felt unstoppable, causing her to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. Next, her entire body flew backward like a cannonball, soaring dozens of meters into the air. Then with a bang, she crashed through the thick wall of the cooling tower behind her, falling inside. Sister! Chuyu's expression changed, anger mixed with coldness, staring fiercely at Lin Chen. "You will face a worse fate. You should be more worried about yourself." Lin Chen advanced forcefully, throwing a punch, the momentum terrifying, the sound of a dragon's roar echoing throughout the area. Roar! The glass of the entire power plant trembled. A azure dragon charged out, also radiating a terrifying aura, slicing through the air, striking Chuyu, whose face turned pale with panic. Boom! A bloodied figure flew out, crashing through the cooling tower where Chu Yao had just fallen, plummeting down together. Lin Chen raised a hand, unleashing endless thunderous prison, bolts of lightning streaking across the sky, dense and massive, covering the entire cooling tower, pouring down like a waterfall. Chu Yao and Chuyu could not break free at all, their pretty faces flushed red, struggling to resist. As Lin Chen stepped into the thunderous prison, personally attacking, the sisters could bear it no longer, retreating step by step, blood flowing endlessly. The display of several ultimate realms of spiritual martial arts made Lin Chen unstoppable, exerting a crushing dominance that felt like withering everything in its path. Countless spectators were shaken, astonished by Lin Chen's revealed combat power. The two commentators in the studio were equally unsettled. Chuyu and Chu Yao, this pair of twins, were very strong and well known in the high schools of Shanghai City. Being twins, they excelled in combined attacks, and under their joint efforts, they should have been able to hold off even the top teams from key high schools for a while, rather than facing such a miserable situation now. Boom! Lin Chen raised his right arm high, wielding a massive thunder hammer, and swung it down from the sky, unleashing a brilliant white light that engulfed the ground, as if executing divine punishment, ruthless and powerful. Two graceful figures lay on the ground, unable to move, both losing their ability to act. Chuyu closed her eyes and fainted on the spot. Chu Yao still retained some awareness, watching the indifferent boy approach step by step, struggling to remind Captain, retreat quickly. Don't come any closer. Crack! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, piercing through Chu Yao's body, causing her to tremble violently and faint like Chuyu beside her. Lin Chen approached, bent down, and took out her earpiece. Chu Yao, what's the situation? The captain of the Pear Blossom Girls High School team furrowed her brows, realizing something was wrong, and continuously asked, how much has Lin Chen's strength exceeded our expectations? Please respond if you hear me. At that moment, a calm male voice entered her ears. You will understand when we meet. As the words fell, a faint sound of static crackled in the earpiece worn by the captain of the Pear Blossom Girls High School team, caused by a sudden communication disconnection. Her expression grew serious as she stared at the time on her watch, her brows tightly knitted. From the moment she received the distress call from Chuyu and Chu Yao, less than 10 minutes had passed. In such a short time, two highly skilled advanced martial artists had suffered a crushing defeat. The teammate in Fengling stopped and said with a complicated tone, Team Z, should we go over there? Team Z pondered for a moment and shook his head directly. In less than 10 minutes, I think to take down Chu Yao and Chuyu would require a life or death approach, not hesitating to exchange injuries for injuries. We don't know the specific situation right now. Rushing over would be very risky. If we lose again, we will be directly eliminated. The medical staff will take them back to the landing area, and after the first day of the survival match ends, we can go back and ask, then make plans. Okay. Their conversation was fully captured by nearby cameras, clearly presented in the live broadcast. Many people were stirred. The deterrent power Lin Chen displayed in this battle was enough to rival the top teams on the field. I held my breath the entire time. Lin Chen's strength exceeded the expectations of many, including myself. The female commentator's voice was shocking. The captain of the Pear Blossom Girls High School team has consistently ranked in the top 5 in various citywide standardized tests, yet at this moment, she was stunned by Lin Chen's performance. The male commentator exhaled deeply, lamenting, Lin Chen is somewhat excessively strong. Among the students on Longmen Island, can Lin Chen rank first in combat power? The female commentator's question piqued the curiosity of countless viewers. The male commentator stroked his chin, pondering for a while before analyzing. There is a possibility, and the probability is not small, but whether he can maintain the first position still needs to be seen in actual combat. After all, it's through a screen, and we can't accurately judge Lin Chen's level. But one thing is certain. Among the high school students who can compete with Lin Chen, there are at most 1 or 2 in the entire Shanghai City, and perhaps only Li Ziqi from Wangquan High School. In my view, the captain of Chongqing High School is almost lacking, the male commentator stated firmly. The female commentator suppressed her rising emotions, saying, in that case, both teacher Jiang and I guessed wrong. With Lin Chen's strength, there's no need for ambushes or to escape. The fighting style he adopted is probably an extremely violent push strategy, encountering peaks to open mountains, seeing rivers to cut water. Upon hearing this, the male commentator nodded in agreement and smiled, saying, it feels like a storm is brewing on Longmen Island. On the other side, at the power plant, Lin Chen crushed the earpiece in his hand, then tore open the combat packs of Chu Yao and Chuyu, finding the survival device discovered by Wang Changyu. He then walked towards the outskirts of the power plant, spotting Wang Changyu lying motionless on the ground in a bush near the western fence, still in a coma. Lin Chen reached out, gently pressed, and slightly used the wrath of heaven. Buzz, a suitable electric shock sensation swept over Wang Changyu's entire body, waking him up. Captain Lin? Wang Changyu was initially a bit dazed, but once he came to, he immediately asked nervously, did you get the survival device? As he spoke, he looked up, scanning for the rooftop where the survival device was located. Suddenly, his gaze froze. The building had collapsed by nearly half, covered in rubble and broken steel bars, and not far away, one of the cooling towers was full of cracks and charred, nearly crumbling. You scared off those two high-level warriors from Liawa Girls' High School? Wang Changyu was incredibly surprised. Lin Chen casually pointed, saying, they didn't escape, they're both lying under the cooling tower. Ha! Wang Changyu was momentarily bewildered. Those were two high-level warriors. Moreover, since he hadn't been taken away by medical personnel yet, it indicated that not much time had passed. Lin Chen didn't elaborate much, instructing, you rest here for a while longer. The medical team from the competition should be arriving soon. When they do, you can take a vehicle back to the island area. Upon hearing this, Wang Changyu pursed his lips, apologetically saying, Captain Lin, I'm sorry, I couldn't even last through the first day of the survival competition. His earpiece was destroyed, and he was injured, making it difficult for him to be of any use. The 2-day survival competition was a whole, and medical personnel would only provide preliminary treatment to prevent the contestants' injuries from worsening. Comprehensive treatment would only occur after the competition ended, unless one withdrew early or the entire team was injured and had no hope of advancing. Don't overthink it. Finding a survival device is already quite good. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Besides, Vice Principal Chen said your eloquence is excellent, which is very important. Ha! Wang Changyu blinked in confusion. Just rest. Lin Chen chuckled lightly, took a step, and quickly moved away, disappearing into the distance. For a while afterward, Lin Chen, relying on his incredible speed, searched a vast area and found 3 more survival devices. Su Wanyue also made some discoveries, helping Lin Chen find one. Another potential warrior teammate seemed to have bad luck, as he had not been able to find anything. The timing is about right. Lin Chen raised his wristwatch, opened the 3D map, and saw red dots scattered around, some stationary, some moving quickly, with the number exceeding 20. No need to search for yourself anymore. Lin Chen scanned the 3D map, locking onto the red dot with the shortest straight line distance, and set off. With the enhancement of Phantom 9 Flash, he shot forward like an arrow piercing the air. The broadcasting team, which had been keeping an eye on Lin Chen, immediately noticed this situation and targeted him for live coverage again. The direction is heading straight for the team from Shanghai number 10. It seems Lin Chen is preparing to make a move to seize. The female commentator raised her eyebrows. The male commentator clicked his tongue, saying, a storm is about to rise on the island. I wonder how intense it will get. In a square, the 4 contestants from Shanghai number 10 gathered together. With 2 high-level warriors on their team, not many schools dared to provoke them. Therefore, after finding a survival device, it was directly carried by the captain. With their overall strength, they had confidence and didn't need to be overly fearful. Captain. Suddenly, a mid-level warrior's expression changed slightly as he pointed at a rapidly moving red dot on the 3D map, warning. That guy seems to be coming for us. Isn't his speed a bit too fast? I've marked that red. The one who initially found the survival device really isn't just lucky. Which pervert has set their sights on us? We can't even run away. Stay alert. The 4 stood ready, and not long after, a tall figure appeared in their line of sight. Lin Chen? The captain, taken aback, recalled the exchange meeting held at Shanghai number 1 High School last week, where he and another senior martial artist from his team had sparred with Lin Chen. What do you want from us? To unite against the school teams of the noble high schools? No. Lin Chen replied succinctly, striding directly into the square. To seize the survival devices. At his words, the previously relaxed atmosphere among the team instantly turned tense. Lin Chen, we've seen your strength. You can take on many opponents, and you do have a chance to snatch our survival devices, but all 3 noble high school teams are targeting you. It would be better to find some allies to fight together. The captain of Shanghai number 10 High School said solemnly. Even if we don't form an alliance, having one more public high school advance can divert the attention of those noble high school teams, which would be beneficial for you. Boom! A torrential downpour of lightning descended from the sky, densely packed, sealing off the entire square and interrupting all 4 of their words. You've misunderstood one thing. Lin Chen's voice was cold, his attack ferocious. Whether you are here or not, it makes no difference to me. The lightning struck continuously, occasionally accompanied by the roar of a beast shaking the sky. In less than 10 minutes, the square returned to calm. Lin Chen stepped out, leaving behind 4 fallen figures, and a new survival device appeared in his combat pack. He opened the 3D map, selected a nearby red dot target, and set off again. Time ticked away, the sun gradually slanting westward. Lin Chen launched attacks everywhere, competing for survival devices, and the opponents he encountered, whether in one-on-one battles or full 4-member teams, were all overwhelmed by his strong pressure. By the time the sun set, he had acquired 15 survival devices. There were only 100 survival devices on the entire island. The key was that the progress of the competition on this first day was still not halfway through. Many spectators were shocked, and in Shanghai City outside Longmen Island, discussions erupted, especially among students and those related to education, creating a huge stir. Lin Chen is still seizing survival devices. At this rate, won't he achieve the world against him feat on Longmen Island? I have that strength. 2. Even more arrogant, seizing all the devices without any team daring to mark me. Don't joke around. In the survival battle, Lin Chen can act recklessly, but the finals will have all teams. Starting from the airport. With too many enemies, he will definitely be besieged. Many teams that once had hopes of winning the championship have fallen because of this. It doesn't matter, he's already targeted by the 3 noble high schools. If he doesn't act without restraint, does he have to pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger? Support Lin Chen. Turn the chessboard over. Create a huge upheaval. As night fell, the live broadcast room became increasingly lively, with continuous discussions. The vast majority of topics were related to Lin Chen. In the eyes of many, due to the unreasonable poaching by the 3 noble high schools, Lin Chen's participation in this competition would be quite frustrating. But the result, terrifying combat power, strong performance, and fearless attitude all caught people off guard, stirring their emotions. The live broadcast camera frequently cut to Lin Chen. Lin Chen has chosen another target. The female commentator's tone grew more passionate. This time, the opponent is very strong, from the same island area as Lin Chen, Guangzhou High School. All 4 team members are senior martial artists, and their overall strength ranks among the top 10 in this league. Top 10, about right. The male commentator chimed in, stroking his chin to analyze. However, facing Lin Chen, they are likely to struggle to protect their survival devices. Teacher Jiang, I respectfully disagree. Oh, please elaborate. I believe Lin Chen will definitely be able to seize Guangzhou High School's survival devices. Ha ha. Given Lin Chen's displayed strength, it can indeed be said that the teachers and students of Guangzhou High School can't really accuse you of bias. The bright moon rises over the sea, reflecting on Longmen Island. On the island after nightfall, the temperature dropped rapidly and the wind carried a chill. However, for students at the 3rd stage of evolution, adapting was easy, not to mention for advanced martial artists. The 4 contestants from Guangzhou High School were in a grove of coconut trees, adjusting their states and gathering strength. The survival device on the first day was relatively easy to obtain, but by the 2nd day of the competition, the difficulty would increase significantly, with only 25 teams able to advance. Even with their strength, they couldn't guarantee 100% success. Captain. A vigilant student stared at the 3-dimensional map of the island and noticed a red dot marking Lin Chen's position. He said in a low voice, someone is approaching. Judging by the direction, it's almost certainly coming for us. I marked that red dot earlier. This guy is really fast. Who could it be? Last month, I ran into the captain of the Qingqing High School team during the unified exam, and even their speed wasn't this fast. Could it be Li Ziqi? One of the students suggested a guess, which was agreed upon by the captain and the other 2 team members. The 3 major noble high schools are currently uniting to suppress Lin Chen. It's possible that Li Ziqi is looking for a strong team in the number 3 landing area to ambush Lin Chen and force him to withdraw from the first match. That's indeed a possibility. Li Ziqi is quite arrogant. He definitely wants to win the championship. He wouldn't be running around just to grab survival devices and make enemies. If he asks us to target Lin Chen, we could really cooperate. Lin Chen is currently in the spotlight. If we block him at the door tomorrow morning and force him to withdraw, we could also earn a generous reward for the school. While they were talking, the captain kept an eye on the red dot on the 3-dimensional map, noticing that it was getting closer. He instructed LV Yen, climb up a tree and see if the person is Li Ziqi or one of the captains from Qingqing or Lihua schools. Okay. The student named LV Yen moved swiftly, leaping up to the top of a coconut tree. After steadying himself, he gazed in the direction of the red dot. The bright moonlight poured down on the earth and a vague figure rushed over. As the distance closed, the figure gradually became clearer. But before LV Yen could see clearly, a brilliant bolt of lightning erupted, suddenly piercing the sky. Whoosh! It was a spear of divine punishment, shooting over at an incredible speed, unmatched in ferocity, striking hard in LV Yen's astonished gaze. Boom! The thunder exploded high above, wreaking havoc like a sun rising. At night, wherever the light spread, trees turned to powder, shattered blood and energy splattered everywhere, mixed with dark red blood. LV Yang was sent flying, his protective energy shattered. Silver arcs of electricity jumping around him, uncontrollably convulsing in midair. Not good. Is that the spear of divine punishment? Lin Chen's wrath from the heavens? The 3 beneath the tree felt a great sense of crisis, their hearts particularly unsettled, filled with confusion and doubt about the approaching Lin Chen, as well as shock at the lethal power of the spear of divine punishment. LV Yang's energy level wasn't high, but he was still an advanced martial artist. How high must Lin Chen's combat power be to inflict such a heavy blow from such a distance? Guangzhou High School, quite suitable. Lin Chen's eyes flickered as he developed a new idea about this strong team from the same landing area. However, his offensive actions did not stop. The power of the wrath from the heavens swept out, evolving countless bolts of lightning, illuminating the night and engulfing the entire coconut grove. The thunder roared, and the beastly howls were violent and unending. Facing a top 10 team like Guanyu High School, Lin Chen still suppressed them with overwhelming force. After a quarter of an hour, another person fell to the ground, unable to get up. The captain and another team member felt immense pressure, staring at the dense lightning that enveloped them from all sides, their expressions particularly grim. Just a short while ago, they had been discussing agreeing to Li Ziqi's request to force Lin Chen to withdraw. Now, facing Lin Chen, they realized how ridiculous that was. They couldn't even escape. Stop. You want the survival device, right? Here. The captain gritted his teeth, decisively giving up, taking out the survival device he carried, and directly throwing it to Lin Chen. With their strength, there was still a chance to advance if they went to snatch it now. Once all were injured by Lin Chen, they could only withdraw from the competition. The right choice. Lin Chen took the survival device, weighed it in his hand, and dispelled the binding lightning. Then, he looked at the two figures lying on the ground, raised his hand, and extracted the raging lightning energy within their bodies. With the vitality of a high-level warrior, even if their injuries were severe, as long as there was no continuous erosion from the lightning, they could still unleash considerable combat power. You want to ease the relationship, huh? A hint of sarcasm arose in the captain's heart. You've already snatched the survival device, yet you're trying to use such soothing tactics. Ridiculous. However, he still forced a dry smile and said, "Thank you. No need, one more person means one more bit of strength." Lin Chen glanced at him, playing with the survival device in his hand. Tomorrow, return to the number 3 island landing area, and remember to bring back 2 more survival devices. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 4 stiffened. What does this mean? The captain, unable to suppress his emotions, frowned and said, "Lin Chen, what do you want? Are we supposed to collect survival devices for you?" Lin Chen ignored him, tapping on his wristwatch to open the 3D map. After locating the next target, he looked up and scanned the 4 of them, saying calmly, "If you don't bring back 2 survival devices tomorrow, you won't be able to enter the landing area." Lin Chen's voice was calm, and after finishing, he directly stepped away, gradually disappearing into the darkness, leaving the Guanyu High School team standing in the coconut grove turned to ruins, exchanging glances with complex expressions. For a moment, there was a stir outside the island. Many viewers watching the League live broadcast had already discerned Lin Chen's intentions to snatch more survival devices for sale. However, the conversation between Lin Chen and the Guanyu High School team revealed one meaning. Tomorrow, he would block the entrance to the landing area and forcibly seize survival devices. Thinking of the combat power Lin Chen had displayed, why do I feel that not many teams can bring survival devices back to the number 3 landing area? There's definitely one team that can, I'm 100% sure. If I'm not mistaken, the captain's surname is Lin, right? He has 3 pendants on his thigh. The survival rules of the primitive forest. Natural selection. The survival rules on Longmen Island, Lin Chen's choice. I have a feeling that the rules for snatching survival devices in future leagues will have to change. The outside world was in an uproar, and the island was equally restless. The arrival of night had no effect on Lin Chen's actions. He struck out in all directions, engaging in fierce battles to seize survival devices. Of course, more accurately, Lin Chen locked onto a target, went over to beat them up, took their survival device, and then repeated the process. As night deepened, the end of the first day drew closer. More teams began to carry survival devices, publicly marking their locations on the 3D map, and the competition among them intensified, with fierce battles. That night, brilliant lightning occasionally erupted on the island, mixed with the monstrous roars, captivating and terrifying. The next day, morning. In the distance, where the sea met the sky, a great sun slowly rose, pouring down scorching sunlight that quickly obliterated the clarity in the air. Teams gradually ceased their struggles on the island and began to return to their respective landing areas. The scattered red dots on the 3D map quickly converged towards the 7 landing areas, but what surprised many contestants was that the red dots on the 3D map were still less than 70. It should be noted that the locations of the survival devices were very conspicuous. As long as one glanced within a clear line of sight, they could easily find them. It was impossible for more than 30 survival devices to go undiscovered. Although strong teams had often snatched more survival devices in previous leagues, the red dots on the 3D map generally exceeded 90. This time, it was clearly abnormal. Some teams that had battled Lin Chen vaguely guessed the reason and couldn't help but feel a bit sour. How many did this guy actually snatch? As the sun gradually rose higher, fierce battles erupted in all the landing zones, growing increasingly chaotic. Especially at exactly 7:45, when the untracked sliding gates of the landing zone retracted, allowing contestants to enter. The melee between teams instantly reached a boiling point, incredibly intense. Charge in! The team from Guanyu High School huddled together, unleashing their full strength as they rushed towards the gate. To enter faster, they chose to endure any obstacles in their way, trading injuries for distance. Lin Chen's words from last night weighed heavily on their minds, leaving them no room for delay. Fortunately, the 4 senior martial artists advanced together, incredibly powerful, and no other team with senior martial artists dared to clash head-on. The 10-meter wide gate was getting closer. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted and a brilliant beam of light descended from the sky, entirely composed of thunder, blazing fiercely, like a heavenly weapon piercing down, trailing fiery sparks as it struck the area in front of the number 3 landing zone gate. In an instant, a vast explosion of light erupted, filled with waves of destruction, terrifyingly domineering. The 4 senior martial artists from Guangyou High School were all sent flying, their brows furrowed, struggling to withstand the force. Such a colossal strike immediately drew everyone's attention, and the chaotic battles around them came to a halt at that moment. Lin Chen stepped down, his back to the gate, standing tall as he faced all the contestants in the number 3 landing zone. His gaze swept over the for members of Guangyou High School who had just gotten back on their feet, and he directly said, "If you have 2 survival devices, you can hand them over now. If not, I'll take them myself." Upon hearing this, many contestants felt a wave of shock wash over them. Using words to intimidate was nothing unusual, but in the midst of chaos, to demand survival devices with a single sentence was truly too arrogant. Not to mention, Guangyou High School was a powerful team with 4 senior martial artists. Where did Lin Chen get the confidence to intimidate them? Even if 3 senior martial artist teammates hadn't been taken away and Qin Ming along with Zhang Li and Sui Chen were present, it might not have been possible. In the next moment, amidst the shocked, confused, and bewildered gazes, the captain of Guangyou High School took a deep breath, retrieved 2 survival devices, and threw them all to Lin Chen. "Here you go." In an instant, the crowd erupted in an uproar. All in a frenzy. They actually handed them over. Did such a powerful team from Guangyou High School not even attempt to resist? However, all the contestants eligible to compete were top students from their respective schools. No one was foolish enough to think that these 4 senior martial artists were weak and easy to bully. They each scrutinized Lin Chen, gradually coming to understand. Lin Chen and the team from Guangyou High School must have clashed before. The pressure exerted was undoubtedly terrifying, leaving the 4 senior martial artists from Guangyou High School without confidence to fight back, even in the current chaotic environment. The captain of Shanghai number 3 squinted slightly, looking at Lin Chen, who showed no signs of backing down, and said in a deep voice, "A team only needs 1 survival device to advance. Does Captain Lin want more?" "I can sell them," Lin Chen replied calmly, raising his hand to press down, releasing blazing lightning. But not for an attack. Instead, it intertwined to cover a towering passageway. Within the lightning, intense waves of destruction spread, rampaging and filling the surrounding space. All senior martial artists who sensed it wore serious expressions, gaining a profound understanding of Guangyou High School's team willingly handing over survival devices due to a single sentence. Crackle! The lightning flickered, and the constructed passage extended for hundreds of meters. At the other end of the entrance, Xiao Wanyue, accompanied by a teammate who was a prospective martial artist, quickly stepped in, running at full speed. Seeing this, the atmosphere around them became somewhat restless, but in the face of the rampant waves of destruction, no one dared to act rashly. With the might of the lightning passage, taking action might not necessarily break through, but once targeted by Lin Chen, the most crucial point was that a junior martial artist and a prospective martial artist, even if they joined Lin Chen, would still not be able to provide any effective help. However, Su Wanyue and the others did not linger by Lin Chen's side. After passing through the corridor, they directly entered the main gate. In the island area, fighting is prohibited. Lin Chen swiftly reached behind him, took off his combat pack, and threw it, along with the 2 survival devices given to him by the captain of Guangyou High School, to Su Wanyue inside the island area. At that moment, Shanghai No. 1 High School had successfully advanced. However, Lin Chen still stood in front of the gate. Su Wanyue opened the combat pack, and the contents immediately caught everyone's attention, causing a huge uproar, as if a pot had exploded. A thick stack of survival devices, at least 30 or 40 of them. The problem was, there were only 100 survival devices placed on the entire Longmen Island. Almost half had been seized by Lin Chen alone. It was simply shocking. A total of 33 survival devices. We Shanghai No. 1 High School will keep 1. Thinking of Lin Chen's instructions, Su Wanyue cleared her throat, suppressing her excitement, and said loudly, 32 will be available for sale. Teams interested in purchasing can contact the teachers accompanying the school later, and it's first come, first served. The crowd's expressions were complex, momentarily speechless. In the past, teams sold survival devices, at most 1 for 2 or 3, but the quantity Lin Chen was selling was almost enough for each team in this island area to have 1. Among the surrounding teams, there are still 7 people holding survival devices. Lin Chen's gaze swept across, electric sparks flashing, and he unleashed his wrath. Without fighting a single battle, you think you can come here without willingly handing over your devices? Lin Chen's cold voice spread, causing everyone to feel a chill in their hearts, suppressing their rising emotions. The first day's competition had not yet ended. Advancing was the priority. The more survival devices Lin Chen seized, the stronger he appeared, which was not a good thing for them. Spending money to advance was ultimately a forced choice. Especially for teams carrying survival devices, no one was willing to spend extra money. Attack! The captain of Shanghai No. 3 High School scanned the advanced martial artists from other teams, and after a round of eye contact, they all charged towards the gate. Many Teams without survival devices followed closely behind, hoping to take advantage of the chaos. Lin Chan's eyes sparkled with electricity as he stepped forward. Countless bolts of lightning crashing down, sealing off the area, covering the vast space in front of the island area gate. Amidst the thunder, various roars echoed, and 5 types of exotic beasts broke through the air one after another. Whether it was a fierce tiger, a blood whale, a azure dragon, a crocodile, or an electric falcon, the terrifying aura surged and filled the air. The team of over 100 people charged fiercely, their momentum violent, but before Lin Chen's attacks, they were continuously sent flying, figures being hurled out, unable to advance a single step past Lin Chen, like a flood crashing against a solid dam. Even if it was surging, it still splashed everywhere. However, facing 100 alone was no easy task. Various attacks broke through the air, filling the sky and ground, and Lin Chen was in the midst of direct confrontation, making it even harder to evade. Despite continuously using Phantom 9 flashes, he was still hit by many attacks. But, whether it was the heavy vitality or the energy from the evolution of spiritual weapons, even the slashes from cold weapons could not break through Lin Chen's defenses. Clang! A giant axe sliced through the sky, powerful and heavy, swung down by a senior martial artist, who leaped up, and with the sound of metal clashing, it struck fiercely against Lin Chen's raised right arm. The sleeve that met the blow instantly turned to dust, revealing its overwhelming power. However, the exposed skin only turned slightly red, with not even a drop of blood seeping out. Roar! Lin Chen's other hand clenched into a fist and struck upward, empowered by the ferocity of the tiger. A fierce tiger pounced from the air, its ferocity rampant, and with a loud bang, it sent the axe-wielding senior martial artist flying backward, blood spraying in the air, and even the giant axe slipped from his grip, flying away. Lin Chen could withstand the siege from these teams, and he felt little to no pain. But the attacks he unleashed were entirely different for them, like mountains and hills, requiring a joint effort to counter. Once forced into a one-on-one situation, it could be said that they would be injured at the slightest touch. Swish! Lin Chen's figure flickered, like a ghost breaking through the air, appearing in front of the captain of Team 3 from the Mountain and Sea Academy. His right hand, raised high, had already condensed into a massive thunderous hammer, exuding a destructive force that threatened to obliterate everything as it swung down from the sky. Boom! The captain of Team 3 was sent flying, his brow furrowed, feeling particularly uncomfortable with the raging lightning power within him. Captain! A nearby senior warrior acted swiftly, rushing forward to assist, but before he could get close, Lin Chen turned and swept out a kick, unleashing a whale power strike. A gigantic blood whale burst forth, heavily striking the senior warrior and sending several nearby competitors tumbling away as well. However, at the same time, numerous rescue attacks arced through the air, all aimed at Lin Chen. Bang bang bang! Lin Chen actively activated his heavy armor breakthrough, intercepting all the attacks, while the lightning in his hand surged, transforming into a spear of divine punishment thrusting towards the captain of Team 3. Facing multiple opponents while needing to intercept all attacks was a heavy burden for him, requiring a quick resolution. Moreover, time did not allow for delays. The gate to the island area would open and close in just 15 minutes. He also needed to leave some time to sell survival devices. To achieve victory quickly, it was best to swiftly eliminate a top leader, intimidating the others as a warning. The captain of Team 3 was undoubtedly suitable for establishing authority. Thunder rumbled. Lin Chen sealed the path ahead with the wrath of heaven, preventing anyone from rushing into the island area. Against the besieging senior warriors, he employed the Beast King 5 kill technique as his main attack, combined with Phantom 9 flashes, showcasing terrifying combat power. In the situation of facing multiple opponents, he forcefully suppressed the captain of Team 3, who could barely lift his head, continuously sustaining injuries and almost gasping for breath. Help me hold him. The captain of Team 3's voice abruptly stopped. Boom! Lin Chen's right hand shot out like lightning, locking onto the captain's wrist. With the strength of his 5 fingers, a crocodile-like beast burst forth, opening its massive bloody mouth, terrifyingly swallowing the captain whole and beginning to viciously shred him. Not good. The captain's expression changed. Under the impact of the strangling force, his protective energy shattered in an instant, his body uncontrollably spinning at high speed, his combat suit turning into tattered rags, wounds appearing one after another, continuously spraying blood. At the same time, the combat pack on his back could not withstand the pressure, shattering into pieces, flinging out a severely deformed survival device. However, the significance of the survival device in the competition was more of a marker. Even if damaged, it was still useful. The captain of Team 3 struggled to extend his arm, trying to grab it, but it was already too late. Lin Chen was a step ahead, seizing the survival device and tossing it to Su Wanyue in the island area. Whoosh! In the next moment, the lightning in Lin Chen's hand surged. Again, fierce and violent, preparing to strike at the captain of Team 3, who had just escaped from the crocodile's grasp. The Mountain and Sea Academies. Team 3 gives up the struggle for the survival device. Seeing Lin Chen's actions, the captain gritted his teeth and said heavily, "Let the 4 of us go. I need to find the chief instructor accompanying us." Clearly, he was preparing to purchase survival devices to advance. The many teams surrounding them changed their expressions one after another. Without the 4 senior warriors, their overall strength would undoubtedly drop significantly. Moreover, the captain of Team 3's decisive choice to give up indicated that he believed the struggle was hopeless. At least, the hope was slim. Whichever way it was bad news for them. Thunder rumbled. The might of the wrath of heaven swept through, rampaging everywhere, as if lightning was cleansing the ground, utterly domineering. With the powerful Team 3 no longer restraining him, Lin Chen's suppression escalated, his attacks becoming unstoppable. In just a few minutes, he severely injured another senior warrior from an elite academy, seizing a new survival device. At this point, only 5 teams remained with survival devices. Their captains exchanged glances. Although they were all reluctant, they had no choice but to give up, each surrendering the hard-won survival devices. Continuing to fight would not allow them to break into the island area. It would only increase the risk of injuries, which would be detrimental to the subsequent competition. They could only purchase, although it's not very honorable. All 40-odd teams have to do the same. Those who don't buy are the exceptions. Let's all go in. Lin Chen weighed the 5 survival devices, dissipating the wrath of the heavens. Eyes fell upon him, some in shock, some in envy, some in confusion. Almost every contestant passing by couldn't help but take a second glance at him. Their entire island team had joined forces, yet they couldn't break free from the pressure of a single person. A genius can perform actions beyond ordinary expectations, but isn't this young man in front of them exceeding too much? With mixed feelings, all the teams returned to the number 3 island area. Some contestants gathered around Su Wanyue and the others. Some went to contact the school's accompanying officials. Lin Chen, what's the price? Some students from private schools had already received instructions from the accompanying officials and could purchase a promotion slot. Facing the gazes directed at him, Lin Chen smiled slightly, appearing sincere. Auction. Where there's formaldehyde, there's absorption. Where there's a promise, there's action, and the success of the increase. In past citywide high school leagues, there had been instances of survival device transactions, with prices usually not varying much. On the first day of the competition, the selling price of a survival device generally hovered around 300,000. Lin Chen initially thought of selling at this price, but now, he had acquired all the survival devices in an entire island area. Even squeezing out a penny less would be disrespectful to the monopolistic industry. Auctioning survival devices. How can a proper competition be this outrageous? Isn't there a regulatory official to intervene? Simply selling funds doesn't violate league rules. Don't worry, with so many in quantity, it won't be much more expensive than past market prices, probably just a few tens of thousands. This is actually beneficial for strong teams, their schools are already wealthier. The crowd stirred, discussions abounded. But due to it being an absolute seller's market, no matter how unwilling they were, they had no choice. To advance, they could only buy. Lin Chen found Vice Principal Chen, asked for his phone to facilitate the verification of bank transfer messages later. Shanghai number 1 high school had already advanced, and it was now a rest period, allowing the use of communication devices. Then, Lin Chen called over Su Wanyue and Wang Changyu, bringing them to a quiet corner to discuss some auction matters. Time is running out. During each auction, a team only has 2 chances to bid. Su Wanyue, you'll be in charge of counting, and Wang Changyu, you'll host the auction. Okay, no problem. Wang Changyu finally understood why Lin Chen said his eloquence was important. Survival devices aren't hard to sell. The benefits of achieving a high rank are crucial for both public and private high schools. Lin Chen shook his head gently, saying, it's true that every team wants it, but the desire for strong teams to advance is definitely much higher than that of weak teams. Su Wanyue caught his meaning, saying, differentiated pricing? Exactly. For teams with junior martial artists, the price for the survival device will be an additional 10%, for intermediate martial artists, an additional 20%, and for advanced martial artists, an additional 40%. Lin Chen had already thought it through. Moreover, the strongest teams should participate in the auction later. The leaders of number 3 high school and Guanyu High School will probably be furious. Su Wanyue raised an eyebrow, pondering her analysis. Fortunately, the increase isn't too high. They will still agree. Lin Chen glanced at her, reminding, the increase is calculated per person. Su Wanyue. An advanced martial artist adds 40%, and a strong team with 4 advanced martial artists would have to pay nearly 3 times the price to advance. Even big data exploitation would have to bow down. Su Wanyue sincerely commented, you and my dad would probably have a lot in common. Lin Chen smiled casually, saying, by the way, when you auction, remember to have each school transfer the full amount. Don't pay me the tax in advance. Tax evasion? I'm a legal citizen. During next year's tax declaration period, I will make up for the taxes owed myself. Lin Chen smiled, I'm very familiar with the tax laws of Xingxia. All martial artists below the rank of king must pay taxes according to the law. Fortunately, the tax declaration is from March to June of the following year, which does not affect his current usage. The higher his strength, the easier it is to make money. It won't be difficult to make up for it later. Su Wanyue and the others went to the auction, and after the rules were announced, it inevitably caused a wide uproar. Do you think I can report Lin Chen to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau for violating the antitrust law? What about the streetlights? Where are the streetlights on Longmen Island? What's wrong? Do you want to hang Lin Chen up? If that's the case, I suggest you buy a sturdier rope. It won't be too painful when you leave. With a monopoly and a seller's market under the dual pressure, unless one chooses not to buy, they can only agree. The auction officially begins, selling one survival device at a time, starting at 300,000. I remind everyone, there are more wolves than meat. The longer it drags on, the greater the competition. 310,000, 350,000, 380,000. Sold. 350,000, 380,000, 400,000. Sold. There is a mid-level martial artist and a junior martial artist in the team, and they need to add another 30%, totaling 520,000. As the competition time approached its end, the bids from various families became increasingly rapid, and by 8 in the morning, all survival devices were sold in time. Lin Chen's account gained over 20 million. Indeed, to get rich quickly, one must exploit. Lin Chen sighed. Revealing a smile, the next survival match continues. As his thoughts soared, Lin Chen walked into the lounge assigned to him at Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, sat cross-legged, and activated the Great Sun Gene method to promote his body's self-healing. In the previous battle at the door, he fought 1 against 100 and still sustained some injuries. However, they were only superficial, according to the standards of the Public Security Bureau. To classify them as minor injuries, one would have to pull some strings. In just a few minutes, there was no more pain in his body. Lin Chen focused his mind and energy, mobilizing the energy in his blood to continue breaking through the barrier of the high-level martial artist realm. He really wanted to advance to a high-level martial artist during the competition. On the other side, the chaotic battles in the other 6 landing zones also came to an end, but the number of teams advancing from each place mostly did not exceed 10. This number was clearly abnormal. Many contestants realized there was a problem and immediately took out their phones to investigate online as soon as the competition ended. After finding the reason, all 6 landing zones were, without exception, like a pot that had exploded. One person grabbed over 40 survival devices? Is this something a person can do? The 3 major noble high schools jointly suppressing. I can understand Lin Chen's reckless abandon, but what the hell is it when you smash the venue? The team advancing from landing zone number 3 is almost comparable to the total of the other 6. Regarding the various reasons for the uproar caused by Lin Chen, the contestants on Longmen Island were equally shaken. Landing zone number 1. The lounge of Wangquan Middle School. Qing Hanyun shifted his gaze from the phone screen to Li Ziqi, who was standing by the window, and said solemnly, Lin Chen's defense is getting stronger and stronger. After I advance to a high-level martial artist, although my abilities have also skyrocketed with the same damage, even if I heavily injure myself, I estimate I can at most only cause him minor injuries, which can only serve to disrupt and restrain him, without achieving a decisive effect. Fu Qingfeng was also watching the video of Lin Chen's battle at the door, analyzing. Lin Chen's defense actually has weaknesses he chooses to dodge or counterattack against. Attacks aimed at his eyes, ears, and other areas. If we can hit those areas, there is still a chance to force him to withdraw from the competition. Opposite him, a tall boy holding a shield exhaled lightly and said, both of Lin Chen's offensive spiritual weapons are terrifying. Relying solely on myself, I can't withstand him for long. I need someone to help share the burden. Li Ziqi's expression remained unchanged as he said, Lin Chen is indeed powerful and worthy of attention, but there's no need to lose our composure. I believe that many people, including Lin Chen himself, think he will only lose in the finals, but at this moment, it's more suitable to give him a heavy blow. In the upcoming survival match, we should try to find opportunities to eliminate him. Li Ziqi didn't even realize that his attitude towards Lin Chen was changing significantly, each time more different than the last. When they first met, he viewed Lin Chen as a mere pawn, dismissive and confident he could easily manipulate him. Now, unknowingly, he had to give it his all. Li Ziqi raised his head and saw the sun rising outside the window, growing ever more radiant. The survival match was divided into 2 rounds, lasting 2 days, with only a short break of 4 hours in between. As noon approached, teams from various landing zones emerged one after another, gathering at the entrance, ready to begin the final survival match. However, compared to Zone 3, the other 6 landing zones were much quieter. The teams preparing to depart numbered no more than 10, and some participants were injured and needed rest. The number of participants who could gather was only about 30 or 40, far fewer than the team in Zone 3. This huge disparity left the commentators and many viewers speechless. They all knew the reason, but in the live broadcast, they couldn't see the young man responsible for this phenomenon. Lin Chen came out very late, leaving the lounge just before the bell rang. He had been busy breaking through to become a high-level warrior. The progress is faster than I initially expected. If I focus on my training for another 2 or 3 days, I should be able to break through all barriers, but now I have to compete, so I can only find time to train. Lin Chen's thoughts soared as he calmly analyzed, after this survival match, there will be a whole day of rest, and the finals will last 3 days. Without the need to fight for survival devices, so there will be more free time than in the survival match. The possibility of advancing to a high-level warrior in the finals was very high. Once successful, Lin Chen's heartbeat quickened slightly. A mid-level warrior breaking through after one bone tempering would see their strength increase by about 60 to 70%, often reaching 100 tons. A second bone tempering for a mid-level warrior would yield an even greater increase, approaching double. He had undergone 3 rounds of bone tempering with a total strength of 360 tons, even if it only doubled, and without considering vitality, his combat power would reach a terrifying level. Ha! Lin Chen exhaled lightly, suppressing his restless emotions. First, find the survival devices. At noon on Longmen Island, the heat was oppressive, and the sea breeze felt like the hot air in a steam room. Teams dispersed, searching for survival devices. The number of survival devices in this round had significantly decreased, with only 25 available. The elimination rate was even higher. Then on the first day, only 100 people could enter the final match. Lin Chen's luck was not as good as on the first day. The first team to discover a survival device was from Liwa Girls High School, consisting only of the captain and an Fengling. The 2 Chu sisters were still lying in their hospital beds, unable to move. According to league rules, they had to wait until this survival match ended to receive full treatment. My goodness! Captain Song Zi and Fengling chose not to take the survival device but instead ambushed nearby. The female commentator was particularly surprised. Their team could be rated as the first tier, with a good chance of winning. Yesterday, even with Chu Yao and Chu Yu out of the game, they still carried the survival device directly. After a pause, she pondered and analyzed, I think Liwa Girls High School's actions are most likely due to Lin Chen. The male commentator nodded in agreement. That's very likely, especially since 2 members of their team were eliminated. Lin Chen's performance yesterday was too frightening. They definitely wouldn't dare to be careless. As they spoke, the live broadcast switched again. The team from Chongqing Middle School found a survival device fully staffed with 4 members in peak condition, but they also scanned the area around the device, hiding instead of revealing their position. I was too unconfident before. It's not just a possibility. Every team is deliberately avoiding Lin Chen. The male commentator's tone was complex-filled with emotion. He has been commenting on the city's high school league for over 10 years and has never seen a player like Lin Chen, whose presence alone intimidates even the top teams to the point where they dare not reveal their positions. The outside world watching the league is in an uproar, nearly exploding with excitement. Yesterday's joke actually came true. One person made it so no team dared to mark red. One thought, Team Lin is amazing. Lin Chen single-handedly dominates the field. Even if he loses in the finals to multiple teams attacking him, he still earns his reputation. The 3 major noble high schools can only claim to have suppressed Lin Chen if they completely disregard their own dignity. On Longmen Island, Lin Chen moved like the wind, searching everywhere. Finding survival devices indeed has an element of luck, but their placements are quite obvious. It mostly depends on the search range. With the advantage of speed, Lin Chen was the third to find a survival device. Unlike the first 2 teams, his movements were continuous. He reached out and took the survival device stuck to the water pipe. Buzz. At the same time, all the survival devices worn by other players on the island trembled. In the last survival match, players occasionally opened the 3D map, but in this match, many teams sent out one person to keep an eye on the red dots on the 3D map throughout. Chess team, this person's speed is very fast. It must be Lin Chen. Cheng Hanyun focused on the only red dot on the 3D map. There's still time, Li Jiqi said, his eyes deep. Let's wait a bit longer. Fu Qingfeng nodded and suggested, let's find a survival device nearby to adjust our state. If we encounter Lin Chen early, chess team, you can take action. If not, let Lin Chen expend some energy. That way, we can ensure everything goes smoothly. Okay. Li Jiqi withdrew his gaze, no longer paying attention to the rapidly moving red dot. The outcome of the game is determined by the last piece that falls. No matter how grand the momentum is before, if it doesn't lead to the final victory, it's just a fleeting meteor. Whoosh! Lin Chen's figure flashed, his speed astonishing, covering a vast search area, and he found 2 more survival devices in quick succession. However, when he opened the 3D map, it still showed only him. At this time yesterday, there were already 20 to 30 red dots. Today, the number of survival devices is only a quarter, but it shouldn't be this few. Don't want to be discovered by me? Lin Chen pondered, raising his eyebrows slightly, but didn't pay much attention. Selling survival devices is just a matter of seizing the opportunity. Achieving a good ranking in the finals, or even winning, is even more important. Moreover, the team in the number 3 landing area has the most members, so the number of survival devices they bring back tomorrow will definitely exceed those from other landing areas. He won't lose out much. In fact, Lin Chen wasn't wrong. The teams in the same landing area as him were also competing for survival devices. However, after driving away the ambushing opponents, they didn't carry any with them and instead hid. Even if they grabbed the survival devices, can they bring them back? I happen to have a relative accompanying me to the island. He told me the reason. Lin Chen is on a roll, and there might be top teams targeting him early, possibly retreating ahead of time. Even if they successfully block the entrance tomorrow, having a few more survival devices might lower the auction price. That last reason is quite outrageous. Do you know how capitalists exploit everyone's labor? Bold. Don't mislabel. Is Lin Chen a capitalist? He's a young entrepreneur from our Shanghai city who has gained fame. Isn't it time for the policy of common progress in Xinxia to resonate? Leading multiple teams from the same landing area to advance together. Laughing to death. Amidst various discussions, the competition continued. The sun slanted to the west, sinking into the distant horizon, as a silver moon rose, illuminating the night, gradually fading with the passage of time. The summer sky brightens very early. When a great sun appears at the end of the sea, it is already 6 in the morning. Only 2 hours remain until the end of the competition. It's time. Li Shiqi stood up, illuminated by the rising sun, picked up the survival device in front of him, and said calmly, "Let's go, our luck is good today, Lin Chen is very close to us." Boom boom boom, at a seaside where the waves crash violently, thunderous sounds reverberate, shaking the nearby waters into a frenzy. Lin Chen, wielding the wrath of heaven, is suppressing an ambush team, and before long he has taken them all down. He then steps forward a few paces and retrieves a new survival device from a coconut tree. He now possesses 7 survival devices. This ratio is not as good as yesterday, but if he adds the survival devices brought back by other teams from the number 3 landing area, the possibility of earning over 20 million is quite high. The competition isn't over yet, I can at least grab one more. Lin Chen raises his hand and presses a button to open the 3D map. During the recent battle, he felt his watch vibrate once, likely indicating that a team had exposed their position. Last night, Lin Chen encountered similar situations 2 or 3 times, where other teams, in their scramble for survival devices, had players who, seeing they couldn't hold their ground, could only grab what they could and flee. However, in the end, they all failed to escape and were caught by him, losing everything. Observing the second red dot on the 3D map, Lin Chen's brows furrow slightly. The direction the other party is heading is directly towards him. This is completely different from the teams that previously exposed their positions. Those players were running away from him. Top-tier strong team? Or multiple teams joining forces? Lin Chen's thoughts raced, but his actions remained fearless as he turned and stepped forward, charging towards the incoming team. The 2 red dots moved towards each other, quickly closing the distance. This scene not only caught the attention of the broadcasting team but also drew the focus of various teams on the island. Knowing it's Lin Chen and still approaching Li Shiqi, the captain of Lihua Girls High School, Song Zi, flashed her eyes and commanded, "Phoneling, you stay here to guard the survival device. If you see a strong team coming, grab it and run." There's not much time left in the competition, and revealing our position isn't a big deal. I need to go take a look. If it really is Li Shiqi making a move, it's a great opportunity to send Lin Chen out. With that, Song Zi's figure flickered as she sprinted towards the area where the 2 red dots were located. On the other side, on the rooftop of a tall building, debris was scattered everywhere, exposing the steel rebar at the broken edges, clearly having been through many battles. However, the area around the survival device was exceptionally clean, with no one able to approach. The 4 players from Chongqing Middle School were also in discussion. The captain, a somewhat effeminate boy, pondered, "Meng Shi, you 2 stay to guard the survival device. Hu Weishan has strong agility. Come with me, and we might be able to send both Shanghai No. 1 and Wangquan Middle School out." "Okay. I suddenly feel the championship is so close to us. Captain, we're setting off." 2 figures leaped off the tall building and quickly disappeared. Lin Chen moved swiftly, continuously closing in on the approaching red dot, but suddenly, he noticed the other side had stopped and was no longer advancing. After 2 days of scouting, Lin Chen had already become familiar with the terrain of Longmen Island and could tell at a glance that the other party was located on a mountain on the island. It faced the sea to the west, with rugged terrain and lush vegetation. Lin Chen had even been up there yesterday while searching for survival devices. The mountaintop forest was particularly dense. In such an environment, once surrounded by multiple people, it would be difficult to escape. However, Lin Chen's pace did not slow at all as he raced towards the mountain. In his line of sight, with the Ultimate Realms Phantom 9 flash at his side, the terrain posed no interference for him. The most crucial point was that after several fierce battles, Lin Chen had a very clear understanding of his combat power. Suppressing the entire island alone, he was definitely lacking in some aspects. Yesterday, facing 100 opponents had already made him feel somewhat strained. There were a total of 7 landing areas on Longmen Island, and their combined strength was extremely formidable. But Lin Chen was confident. If he wanted to make it to the finals, no one could stop him. Lin Chen ran all the way to the foot of the mountain, his figure flickering as he soared upwards. In just a few minutes, he reached the mountain peak. Here, the trees were dense, and it was summer, making everything particularly lush. The wind at the mountaintop was strong, even in the early morning, howling and causing the trees to sway, as if sea beasts were roaring. In the heart of the mountains, there stood a dilapidated weather station, overrun with various finds. 3 members of Wonkwon High School were scattered throughout the forest, with their captain, Li Jiqi, standing at the entrance of the weather station, hands clasped behind his back, his cold gaze fixed on Lin Chen, who was ascending the mountain peak. You really dare to come alone? Quite unexpected. I guessed it might be you, so it wasn't unexpected, Lin Chen replied, his steps unceasing as he faced the encirclement of Wonkwon High School, seemingly oblivious, and walked straight in. Today, you don't have the courage to face me alone, and after this battle, you certainly won't. Lin Chen felt good about encountering Li Jiqi. That day in the rain by the sea, he had come to understand many things and could comprehend the reasons behind Li Jiqi's suppression of him, but that did not mean he would forgive. He was filled with anger, though he controlled it well. Today was an opportunity for release. Lin Chen stepped forward, his posture straight, like a sword drawn from its sheath. A rising sun hung behind him, casting a vast, deep shadow that swept forward, engulfing Li Jiqi's figure. Call your teammates, I just don't want you to escape. Li Jiqi's gaze turned icy, a powerful aura gathering, surging with a formidable wave. I admit, your talent is indeed high, but the path of martial arts requires more than just talent. Boom! The moment Li Jiqi's voice fell, a deep surge of vital energy erupted from his body, layer upon layer, tumultuous and overwhelming, like the waves of the sea below the mountain. The intensity climbed steadily, an imposing force, reaching 700 or 800 calories. It should be noted that a high-level martial artist undergoing bone tempering has only 1,000 calories of vital energy. For a high school student, this level of vital energy is nothing short of terrifying. The top students from elite high schools like Shanghai No. 1, No. 3, and No. 8 have vital energy of only 300 to 400 calories, highlighting a significant disparity in magnitude compared to Li Jiqi. Lin Chen's gaze was indifferent as he looked at the full force of Li Jiqi's vital energy, showing no signs of panic. Li Jiqi stepped forward, his vital energy rising, transformed into black seawater under the enhancement of spiritual martial arts, cold and heavy, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. In 3 years of high school, I've ranked first in every martial arts exam, big and small. Even among my peers from the Li family, none have been considered strong opponents by me. You are the first student to bring me such great pressure. Lin Chen, today I give you a chance for a one-on-one battle. Li Jiqi's aura reached its peak. Boom! Lin Chen's response was a pair of eyes bursting with fierce electric light, and the mountains were filled with lightning connecting heaven and earth, resonating with waves of destruction, as if the heavens were pouring out their wrath. Countless bolts of lightning pierced the sky, all aimed at Li Jiqi, so densely packed that they blocked out the sunlight, resembling a sun made of lightning. In the next moment, they exploded. Boom! All the power was unleashed in an instant, causing the nearby walls to shatter extensively, the vines clinging to them disintegrating, and the trees at the edge of the mountaintop trembling violently, shedding their leaves. The black waves surrounding Li Jiqi, under his full force, splashed everywhere, dissipating into nothingness. However, the power of the lightning also quickly diminished, in the collision failing to cause further harm. The first clash between the two sides ended in a stalemate. Seeing this, Li Jiqi's expression darkened, mixed with a hint of unrest. A spiritual martial art enhanced by around 800 calories of vital energy nearly couldn't withstand Lin Chen's wrath from the heavens? During yesterday's rest period, Li Jiqi had carefully studied Lin Chen's multiple battles and the survival competition, knowing that with his combat power it would still be difficult to tear through Lin Chen's defenses head-on. But in his view, his cultivation was higher than Lin Chen's, allowing him to engage in a war of attrition. As long as he could drag it out until Lin Chen exhausted his stamina, even strong defenses would be of no use. Whether targeting vital points or repeatedly attacking the same spot, he could easily resolve it. Yet, in this clash, his full force could only match Lin Chen. It seemed evenly matched, but in reality, he was at a disadvantage. He didn't have Lin Chen's formidable defense. Just this aspect alone would put him at a loss. Not to mention that Lin Chen had other powerful spirit weapons. Boom! The deafening sound of thunder once again pierced through Li Jiqi's surroundings, and all he could see were dazzling bolts of lightning, isolating him from all directions, obscuring the sun rising from the east. Whoosh! Lin Chen moved like lightning, weaving through the electric storm, and in an instant he was right in front of Li Jiqi, facing the black wave unleashed by Li Jiqi. Lin Chen was forceful and domineering, extending one hand, fingers splayed, and plunged it fiercely into the wave. Roar! A vast, roaring sound erupted as a gigantic dragon crocodile burst forth, opening its gaping mouth in a terrifying snarl, swallowing the oncoming black wave along with Li Jiqi whole, spinning rapidly in midair. In an instant, the black wave inside and outside the dragon crocodile trembled violently, shattering continuously. Li Jiqi furrowed his brow, desperately circulating his vital energy to resist the invading strangling force. Heavenly wave! While resisting, Li Jiqi formed seals with both hands, also launching a counterattack. As the last seal was completed, the black waves that the dragon crocodile failed to swallow suddenly became frenzied, soaring into the sky like a massive tsunami rising from the ocean, crashing towards Lin Chen with unmatched ferocity. Bang! The black wave crashed heavily to the ground, causing the entire area to collapse, thick rocks shattering and revealing moist soil beneath. Lin Chen's body disintegrated under this strike, leaving only a mist of light. Shadow of the Abyss. Li Ziqi's pupils suddenly constricted. Having studied Lin Chen seriously, he recognized the spirit weapon's movement technique at a glance. But he didn't expect that with his cultivation level he wouldn't be able to detect anything unusual. The thunderous electric strikes and the menacing Beast King's slaughter occupied too much of Li Ziqi's attention. Roar! A massive dragon's roar erupted behind Li Ziqi, an overwhelming aura of ferocity enveloping him. He didn't even need to turn around to realize that a powerful azure dragon was bursting forth, charging directly at him with full force. Lin Chen's gaze was sharp, his fingers clenched into a fist, unleashing a powerful azure dragon bloodstrike. Not good. Li Ziqi maximized his vital energy, breaking free from the strangling force of the dragon crocodile, and without pausing to catch his breath, he immediately lunged forward. But just as he leaped, the azure dragon, carrying Lin Chen's fist power, struck him hard in the back. Boom! The waves shattered, vital energy splattered, and Li Ziqi shot out like a cannonball, the sounds of collisions echoing as he broke several large trees in the forest. After landing, he plowed a deep trench in the ground, over 10 meters long. Li Ziqi lay on the ground, his face ashen. As he lifted his head, he saw Lin Chen's pale hand gripping a survival device. The combat pack behind him had been torn open. Li Ziqi's expression grew increasingly grim. Having lost his survival device in 3 encounters was utterly ridiculous, a severe humiliation for him. The level of strength you've displayed doesn't quite match your arrogance. Lin Chen put away the survival device, a cold smirk playing at the corner of his mouth, locking his gaze on Li Ziqi, electric sparks surging once more, bolts of lightning crisscrossing the area, violently sealing off the entire forest. What good is having more survival devices? Li Ziqi took a deep breath, rising to his feet, his voice dark as he said, "You can't win this survival match." "Oh really?" Lin Chen spread one hand, fingers curling, grasping a brilliant spear of heavenly punishment in midair, and suddenly hurled it, piercing through the sky, striking Li Ziqi, who had just gotten back up. Boom! Lightning erupted, unleashing terrifying destructive power. Li Ziqi desperately urged the black waves, surging continuously to counter the invading lightning force. Just as he completed this, a pair of eyes filled with blazing electric light entered his line of sight. Lin Chen charged in at high speed, his right arm raised, gathering power, a ferocious aura already emanating. The lightning above converged and fused, transforming into a blindingly large lightning pillar containing terrifying destructive power, as if it were a space-based weapon about to pierce through the atmosphere. Revolutionary waves. Li Ziqi gritted his teeth, unleashing all his combat power in a frenzied resistance. He couldn't believe that he, with a vitality of 800 calories, would lose to an intermediate martial artist. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the mountaintop erupted into a terrifying battle, waves crashing into the sky, lightning streaking across, and giant beasts roaring. The relatively spacious abandoned weather station seemed to be experiencing a massive earthquake, collapsing continuously and quickly turning into a pile of ruins. The trees that had withstood the sea winds for years, sturdy and thick, were now falling one after another, occasionally ignited by the escaping lightning, bursting into bright flames. However, they still couldn't gain the upper hand. The two figures fought fiercely, the residual waves from their clashes were terrifying, capable of crushing mountain rocks into powder, let alone trees, which would be nearly obliterated upon contact. The broadcasting team dispatched several drones to continue filming. The fixed probes originally set up on the mountain were mostly destroyed. Many spectators could clearly see that although the blood battle between the two was extremely intense, it seemed to be one-sided, with Lin Chen clearly having the upper hand, relentlessly beating down Li Ziqi. In single exchanges, the maximum damage output from both was roughly at the same level. However, real combat is not a turn-based game. Movement, defense, attack frequency, fighting techniques, and power characteristics are all crucial factors affecting combat strength. The 3 members of Wonquan High School surrounded the mountaintop, feeling the situation more clearly. With the combination of multiple spiritual weapons, Lin Chen's combat power was terrifyingly strong, leaving their captain completely unable to counter, struggling even to defend. A strategy based on attrition didn't seem like a wise choice. Whoosh! In the midst of the fight, Lin Chen kicked out with immense force. With the enhancement of the giant whale strike, a massive blood whale charged out, shattering the intercepting black waves, the pressure wave lifting Li Ziqi's hair, making him watch helplessly as Lin Chen's foot broke through the air, landing solidly on his face. Bang! A dull sound echoed, carrying a significant sense of power. A figure flew out, blood spilling along the way, crashing into the rubble of the weather station, rolling several times in a very disheveled manner. After withstanding the revolutionary waves, the power of Lin Chen's giant whale strike had significantly decreased, but under Li Ziqi's full resistance, he couldn't muster much vitality for defense either. Lin Chen! Li Ziqi leaped up, almost roaring, his face marked with several clear blood streaks, connected to form the shape of a shoe sole. The damage was high. The humiliation was even greater. If you have any other means, use them directly. Lin Chen's gaze was merciless, the swirling brilliant electric light appearing cold and sharp. Your vitality is insufficient, and so is your spiritual weapon. Your current roar, aside from being a bit noisy, is utterly ineffective. Li Ziqi gritted his teeth, but in the clearly disadvantageous situation, all his rebuttals felt powerless. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Li Ziqi could only exhaust his vitality, surging forth the thickest possible black waves, dragging their battle out longer. This was the only way he could win. Lin Chen was equally aware, choosing to violently destroy. Boom, boom, boom. Dense lightning struck down, carrying immense power, continuously penetrating the surging black waves, shaking them violently, nearly exploding. Li Ziqi found it difficult to resist, looking at Lin Chen advancing again, feeling a great threat. Whoosh! A massive bolt of lightning pierced through the sky, dazzling and blinding, cutting off the line of sight between the two. When Li Ziqi looked again, Lin Chen had split into two, appearing on his left and right sides, attacking simultaneously. Shadow of the Abyss. Li Ziqi frowned tightly. Under the pressure of heavenly wrath, he couldn't spare much focus to perceive seriously, struggling to determine which was Lin Chen's true body. He was forced to share the power of the black waves, defending against all of it. Roar! Lin Chen threw a punch, the tiger's roar shaking the heavens, tearing apart the black waves in front of Li Ziqi's left side, a ferocious tiger accompanying the punch, violently pouncing forward. Boom! Li Ziqi staggered, nearly falling, the sleeve of his left arm torn apart, leaving only tattered strips of cloth, and on the exposed skin, several gruesome wounds appeared, bleeding profusely, deep enough to see bone. Lin Chen's gaze was icy, controlling the wrath of heaven to strike, stepping forward to pursue an attack. After gauging Li Ziqi's strength, the suppression effect he unleashed became increasingly powerful. The various attributes, evolved from two offensive spiritual weapons, precisely countered the black tide, occasionally splattering blood from Li Ziqi. Huff! Li Ziqi breathed heavily, the pressure like a mountain, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. If this continued, the likelihood of him being heavily injured and defeated before exhausting Lin Chen's stamina was even greater. The thought of calling for his teammates to surround him began to surface in his mind. However, recalling the bold words he had spoken before the battle, Li Ziqi struggled internally. If he called for help now, his face would be dragged through the mud. Get lost! Li Ziqi gritted his teeth and shouted coldly, manipulating all the black tide to coalesce and rise, transforming into a gigantic hand that slammed down towards Lin Chen. He wanted to force Lin Chen back, then change his strategy to focus on evasion, avoiding close combat. Lin Chen's eyes were deep, directly seeing through Li Ziqi's intentions. Not only did he not retreat, but he also completely abandoned defense, stepping forward to let the massive black hand engulf his body. Bang! The powerful force crashed into him, and Lin Chen, protected by his heavy armor, still felt a distinct pain. Yet his movements showed no sign of faltering. In Li Ziqi's slightly altered gaze, Lin Chen raised his right hand high, the accumulated destructive power surging forth, instantly transforming into a thunderous heavy hammer crashing down from the sky. Boom! Light flooded the ground, a blinding white brilliance. Li Ziqi's body shook, as if hurled by a catapult, rapidly plunging into the rubble of the ruins, his entire being sinking within, arcs of silver electricity leaping from his surface, one after another, twisting his features in pain, a streak of crimson blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Before he could crawl out, a deep shadow was cast down, blocking the bright sunlight. Lin Chen approached, his cold, merciless gaze looking down, lifting one foot and stomping down hard on the fallen Li Ziqi. Whoosh! A fierce wind rushed towards him, causing Li Ziqi's heart to race. He wanted to dodge, but under the erosion of the lightning power within him, his movements were sluggish, forcing him to tense up and brace himself with his spiritual weapon. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted, the black tide shattered, blood and energy splattering everywhere. Lin Chen's foot tore through the defense, firmly pressing down on Li Ziqi's chest, the explosive weight causing Li Ziqi to cough, spewing out large amounts of blood mist. I will destroy you. The immense pain nearly drove Li Ziqi to madness, roaring in fury. Under the absolute disparity of power, your threats, your confidence, your pride, all seem laughable, like exquisite artworks, beautiful to look at but shatter upon touch. A detached voice emerged from Lin Chen, accompanied by the intensified pressure of his foot, snapping Li Ziqi back to reality. The entire mountaintop area was nearly destroyed, with several buildings collapsed into ruins. Surrounding trees were broken, many ignited by lightning. At this moment, as the fierce battle between the two paused briefly, the sea breeze blew, rapidly swelling and soaring into the sky. The flickering flames illuminated Lin Chen's figure, making him appear even more formidable. Li Ziqi raised his head, facing Lin Chen's condescending gaze, his heart consumed by a swarm of ants. A civilian genius he had regarded as a mere pawn, who should have been easily manipulated, was now standing over him, looking down. Unacceptable. Endless humiliation and rage surged within Li Ziqi, nearly driving him insane. Ah! Li Ziqi roared in anger, unleashing all his strength in an attempt to break free, but the foot pressing on his chest felt like a massive mountain, pinning him down. In the next moment, thunder roared, and beastly howls echoed. The surging black tide erupted, vanishing without a trace. Li Ziqi's struggle ended in failure, and with a loud bang, he could no longer withstand the heavy force, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. Lin Chen stood tall, firmly stepping on Li Ziqi's movements without a hint of tremor. The flames atop the mountain blazed fiercely, growing even more intense. The three members of Wonkwon High School wore serious expressions. After exchanging glances, they all understood that Li Ziqi had no hope of turning the tide. Save him, Fu Qingfeng commanded, charging forward first, a violent storm of sword blades erupting around him, condensing in his hands into a sharp wuxuan sword. Cheng Hanyun coordinated with his actions, his eyes fierce as he channeled two streams of vital energy to explode in his left and right arms, causing flesh and blood to fly, his sleeves torn apart, revealing stark white bones. However, under the same level of damage from the ability, Lin Chen's arms showed no blood flow. Fu Qingfeng had anticipated this and did not expect Cheng Hanyun to inflict much damage. As long as he could create a momentary delay in Lin Chen's movements, it would be enough. Whoosh! Fu Qingfeng thrust his sword, incredibly swift, like lightning traversing the void, directly targeting Lin Chen's eyes. This vital point was the most vulnerable. But the next moment, Fu Qingfeng's pupils suddenly constricted, a hint of panic appearing. He saw Lin Chen raise his right arm faster than his sword strike, 5 long fingers spreading and then closing, pinching his wuxuan sword mid-air. Even the advanced martial artist Cheng Hanyun could not create even a slight disturbance. Just how strong was Lin Chen's defense? Fu Qingfeng did not ponder for long before witnessing the sword tip piercing into Lin Chen's pale palm, which only sank slightly, with barely a hint of red visible. Boom! Lin Chen's 5 fingers exerted force, a violent crocodile bursting forth, opening its massive jaws to devour the wuxuan sword. The last time they clashed, Lin Chen's crocodile strangulation had shattered Fu Qingfeng's wuxuan sword completely. This time, there were no cracks on the wuxuan sword. Facing the sweeping force of strangulation, the sword body vanished inch by inch, disappearing into thin air. Just the force transmitted from the sword hilt tore through Fu Qingfeng's tiger mouth, splattering blood and causing excruciating pain that was hard to bear. Fortunately, a tall boy rushing towards Lin Chen sensed something was wrong, stepping aside decisively, changing direction, and thrusting a shield as thick as a door in front of him, crashing into the strangling crocodile. Bang! The crocodile shook violently in midair, shattering under the internal and external attacks. Fu Qingfeng's right hand, holding the sword, was covered in blood, trembling uncontrollably. This was still thanks to his teammates' rescue, preventing the strangling force from wreaking further havoc. Most of the skin-tearing cracks stopped at the wrist area. Fu Qingfeng and the tall boy had no time to relax as the heavy sound of wind drowned out their ears. Whoosh! Lin Chen attacked again, lifting his leg for a sweeping kick, enveloped in the immense power of a blood whale, creating a terrifying momentum that pulled the air atop the mountain. Clang! The shield raised by the tall boy nearly exploded, the sleeves of his arms soaked red with blood. The amount of blood loss was unimaginable. The boy could barely maintain his balance, being lifted off the ground, crashing into Fu Qingfeng, who was sent flying backward, rolling away. However, taking advantage of Lin Chen's momentary opening, Li Ziqi broke free, the black tide surging forth, wave after wave, aiming to engulf Lin Chen. Boom! Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged, countless thunders piercing the sky, merging and converging, instantly transforming into a blazing lightning pillar that plunged into the black tide, exploding all around. Some of the lightning energy tore through defenses, invading Li Ziqi's body and wreaking havoc. Lin Chen did not stop, his retracted right leg kicked out again, with immense force, crashing like a cannonball into Li Ziqi's face. Bang! Li Ziqi rolled out, bloodied, as he opened his mouth, saliva mixed with blood and a few shattered teeth falling out, looking beyond disheveled, utterly tragic. Lin Chen! Li Ziqi flipped over and got up, his expression twisted in rage as he let out a hoarse roar. Everyone attacked together. At that moment, he no longer cared about his dignity. Or more precisely, he had lost any dignity to speak of the moment he was trampled underfoot by Lin Chen. Facing the onslaught of the Wonkwon High School team, Lin Chen's gaze was cold, radiating electric sparks, fearless and sharp. For against one, it was still not enough. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of destructive lightning rained down, one after another, dense and brilliant, like a waterfall of thunder cascading from the heavens, drowning the entire Wonkwon High School team. Just the wrath of the heavens was enough to make the 4 of them brace themselves. But Lin Chen had more than just this one spirit martial art. Amidst the lightning, monstrous beasts occasionally lunged out, exuding a terrifying aura of slaughter, unmatched in ferocity. Facing the siege, Lin Chen certainly felt more pressure, but he was incredibly aggressive, almost abandoning defense to attack with all his might, unstoppable. The Phantom 9 Flash combined with 2 offensive spirit martial arts forcefully suppressed the entire Wonkwon High School team. Among them, Lin Chen primarily targeted Li Ziqi, launching continuous attacks that inflicted various injuries. On one hand, Li Ziqi was the strongest, and in the siege, his impact on Lin Chen exceeded that of the other 3, necessitating suppression. On the other hand, a victory or defeat in a one-on-one battle was not enough for Lin Chen to regard Li Ziqi lightly. Lin Chen understood that if it weren't for his rapid progress and strong abilities, which had drawn the attention of the school and city officials, Li Ziqi's various actions would have made things incredibly difficult for him. Boom! Lin Chen reached out with one hand, his 5 fingers gripping Li Ziqi's incoming fist with force. As the power of the Jiao crocodile strangulation erupted, a Jiao crocodile devoured Li Ziqi's form, unleashing terrifying lethality. In an instant, Li Ziqi's entire right arm was drenched in blood, cracked and hideous. The other 3 team members wanted to intervene but found themselves powerless. Fu Qingfan's wushuan sword struck Lin Chen's back, tearing his clothes but leaving only an almost invisible red mark. Qing Hanyun, with injuries to both arms, could only cooperate with the tall youth holding the shield. Under the bombardment of the wrath of the heavens, the two struggled to resist, unable to free their hands at all. Several flying drones for filming rose higher, fearing being struck by lightning. These civilian devices had virtually no defensive capabilities, but fortunately, their recording performance was excellent, capturing everything clearly. Many viewers watching the live broadcast felt a surge of emotions, unable to remain calm, gaining a more intuitive understanding of Lin Chen's combat power. The strongest team from Wangquan High School, despite their joint assault, was still suppressed by Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen's fighting style was extreme, focusing solely on offense and neglecting defense, for other martial artists, it would be a strategy of inflicting 1,000 injuries to suffer 800 in return. However, with Lin Chen's terrifyingly solid defense, he had the capital to do so. This approach was at most trading pain for injury. Of course, there was still a risk of injury to vital areas like the eyes, ears, and throat, but under the overwhelming offensive pressure, it was incredibly difficult for the Wangquan High School team to manage. Lin Chen's combat power is unparalleled among 1 million high school students. When I was young, I watched the citywide high school league, and there was a genius from Shanghai No. 1 High School who used the wrath of the heavens, but it wasn't this grand, covering the entire mountaintop like a thunderstorm. Just a reminder, Lin Chen is only an intermediate martial artist. Once he breaks through, TSK, I can't even imagine how strong he will be when he takes the college entrance examination. No need for the college entrance examination, just this league alone. Even if the 3 prestigious noble high schools join forces, Lin Chen still has a chance to win the championship. In an instant, the outside island was in an uproar, waves of excitement rising. Many people clearly realized that the joint targeting by the 3 prestigious noble high schools was becoming increasingly meaningless. This super genius named Lin Chen could not be suppressed. In the studio, the female commentator's voice struggled to hide her shock. Regarding Lin Chen's combat power, Teacher Jiang and I have tried to imagine it as high as possible, but the results still exceeded our expectations. His performance is indeed astonishing. The male commentator nodded in agreement, pondering as he analyzed. Lin Chen, due to the lack of vital energy in his body, combined with the high frequency of his continuous use of spiritual martial arts, is exhausting his stamina at a rate that exceeds the 4 competitors from Wangquan High School. However, if this situation continues, the Wangquan High School team is likely to retreat before they can deplete Lin Chen's stamina. Indeed, both commentators were more optimistic about Lin Chen, but they also felt that it would be difficult to determine a winner between him and the Wangquan High School team. During the fierce battle, in the corner of the live broadcast screen, there were 2 split screens showing several competitors from Chongqing High School and Lihua Girls High School. These 2 teams are not far from the mountain where the battle is taking place, the female commentator reminded. The male commentator shook his head gently, saying, Lin Chen's movement is very fast and his defense is strong. If he insists on retreating, it won't be easy for Wangquan High School to keep him. Lin Chen needs to make a choice quickly. If the 3 teams converge, it will be extremely dangerous. At the top of the mountain, thunder roared and a giant beast howled. 4 figures clad in Wangquan High School combat uniforms were continuously forced to retreat, each sustaining injuries and splattering blood. Especially Li Ziqi, whose injuries were the most severe and were already beginning to significantly affect his combat power. Bang! Li Ziqi's body shook as he couldn't withstand the attack from Lin Chen, flying out sideways, the condensed black wave shattering into pieces. He fell to the ground, creating a deep trench, and he gritted his teeth against the pain, preparing to roll over and get up. Just as he lifted his head, he saw 2 figures swirling with vital energy rapidly approaching from a cluster of buildings below the mountain. Not far from the 2, on an old highway, there was also a senior martial artist bursting with vital energy, rushing over at high speed. The morning sun was bright, and Li Ziqi vaguely recognized the 3 figures, all of whom he knew. The captain of Chongqing High School in Huaishan, as well as the captain of Lihua Girls High School, Song Zi. Li Ziqi's heart stirred, but before he could think further, a fierce tiger pounced at him, its ferocity blocking his line of sight. Roar! The black wave splashed, and Li Ziqi rolled out, crashing into several trees. Lin Chen landed in his position, glancing around and also spotting the 3 senior martial artists rushing up the mountain. Li Ziqi forced Lin Chen towards the mountain's base. Don't let him reach the sea. The captain of Chongqing High School raised his head, gazing at the battle atop the mountain, his voice resonating with vital energy, rolling outwards. Initially, he had hoped for both Li Ziqi and Lin Chen to suffer mutual destruction, allowing him to pick up the pieces. But now it seemed that the entire Wangquan High School team was about to be crushed by Lin Chen. Block Lin Chen, he carries many survival tools, Song Zi shouted. This served to signal their agreement to encircle him and also provided a reason for their alliance. On the surface, they still had to adhere to the league's fair play rules. Spread out the formation, pair up. Ching Han-yun, coordinate with me. Fu Qingfeng, you two form a team. Li Ziqi leaped up, taking a deep breath, commanding the three to fight. We must hold on with all our might. Do not let Lin Chen get close to the cliff by the sea. You're overthinking it. Lin Chen's lips curled into a cold arc as he withdrew his gaze and charged forward with all his might. Three powerful senior martial artists were indeed a significant hassle for him. However, the three had not yet reached the mountain, and there was still a considerable distance to the summit. Wonkwon High School had to change their strategy and take his charge head-on. No need to retreat. To break the encirclement, there were two methods. One was to charge through. The other was to forcefully break open. Lin Chen chose the latter. Boom! The deafening sound of thunder echoed at the mountain's peak, accompanied by various massive roars, shaking the surroundings. The trees above the halfway point began to sway, increasingly violently, with falling leaves, resembling raindrops. The injuries on the four members of Wonkwon High School worsened, blood splattering continuously. Li Ziqi's pressure increased exponentially, his combat uniform torn into strips, soaked in blood, and the exposed skin bore numerous gruesome gashes, no longer showing any trace of the demeanor of a noble scion. Boom! Lin Chen kicked out, and with the power of the giant whale, he conjured a massive blood whale that tore through the air, smashing the black tide that stood in its way into pieces. In the fearful gaze of Li Ziqi, it heavily struck his chest. Bang! Crack! The loud collision was mixed with the sound of bones breaking, and Li Ziqi spat out blood, violently flying backward. His entire body leaped off the cliff, plummeting toward the sea. Damn it! Li Ziqi gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and swung his hands in the air, each shooting out a stream of vital energy like chains, piercing into the rocks, preparing to pull his body back to the mountaintop. At that moment, before him, a brilliant flash of lightning shot up into the sky, illuminating Li Ziqi's drastically changing expression. It was a hammer of thunder, fully formed. Lin Chen raised it high with one hand, his gaze sharp, ignoring the attacks from the other three members of Wonkwon High School, and swung down the hammer with all his might. Boom! The lightning exploded, shaking the heavens and the earth. A bloodied figure was hurled out like a cannonball, plunging into the sea below. Falling from this height, the impact on a high-level martial artist was not insignificant. Bang! Lin Chen continued his assault, twisting his waist and throwing a punch that struck the incoming shield, sending the tall boy tumbling out, blood pouring from his hands and arms, soaking his sleeves. Retreat! Fu Qingfeng's expression changed. Abandoning the attack, he hurriedly went to help the tall boy and jumped toward the edge of the cliff. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the three from Chongqing High School and Liwa Girls High School, just barely making their way up the mountain. There was no time. Without Li Ziqi, their strongest combat force, the three of them wouldn't last until help arrived. Ching Han-yun dared not delay any longer, taking large strides and jumping into the sea. Lin Chen raised his hand, countless bolts of lightning pierced through the air, chasing after them, striking down and causing further damage. Then, Lin Chen turned around, took a step forward, and landed at the mountaintop facing the edge of the island, condensing a spear of heavenly punishment, raising his hand to throw it down the mountain at high speed. Whoosh! The spear of heavenly punishment shot through the air, unmatched in speed, shattering all the grass and trees along its path, and in an instant, it reached the three who were climbing the mountain, exploding with a loud bang. Lightning and arcs of electricity splattered everywhere, breaking all nearby trees, and rocks and soil flew in all directions. The movements of the three figures all paused, no longer advancing. Under their combined resistance, this strike of the heavenly punishment spear did not cause much damage. However, the fluctuations in might released during the attack made it impossible for them to suppress their inner turmoil. Looking at the figure standing atop the mountain, eyes blazing with fierce electric light, coldly gazing down at them, the three exchanged glances and decisively turned to retreat. Without a hint of hesitation, the entire team from Wonkwon High School was no match for Lin Chen. They were equally in a tough spot. To confront Lin Chen, they needed to join forces. But the entire Wonkwon High School team had fallen into the sea on the other side of the mountain, and it would take them a while to come back. As for surrounding Lin Chen and delaying until Li Ziqi led his team over, the four who had entered the sea were enough to show that this was not a wise approach. Therefore, the three from Chongqing High School and Liwa Girls High School chose to retreat. This was a decision made after rational analysis. Many spectators understood this as well, but they also knew that the fundamental reason for avoiding battle was still their inferiority to Lin Chen. The gap between the two sides was so great that they lacked the confidence to even delay. For a while, Lin Chen rises, unstoppable. This kind of suppression and deterrence, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he is the greatest in the history of the high school league in Shanghai City. It is certain that in the future, countless talents will be crushed to the point they can't lift their heads. The outside world was in an uproar, remaining unsettled for a long time. On Longmen Island, at the mountaintop, Lin Chen took several deep breaths, adjusting his state. His breath and mindset gradually returned to calm. He knew very well that after seizing Li Ziqi's survival device, leaving immediately was the more rational choice. However, having lived two lives did not mean he was devoid of emotional fluctuations. There was also an impulse to release the anger within his heart. At this moment, Lin Chen felt much more at ease. In fact, he even developed a new understanding of martial arts cultivation. The path of martial arts should be pursued relentlessly. Some things, if you want to do them, just do them. There's no need to look back too much. Buzz. In this state of clarity, a thought flashed through Lin Shen's mind, and the already clear opportunity for breaking through became even more apparent. The barrier of the advanced martial artist was shattered, leaving very little. Before noon, I can advance to an advanced martial artist. A glimmer of profound meaning flashed in Lin Shen's eyes as he stood atop the mountain, gazing at the rising sun. Tomorrow's final should be quite interesting. Recently, I've been recommended and my grades have stabilized. Formaldehyde wants to establish a mechanism for additional updates to boost the motivation for writing. 1000 powered by love. We'll add a chapter. It can accumulate. Recently, there are still quite a few readers following the updates, and an author can earn 10 cents per powered by love. Of course, with formaldehyde's characteristic, I must emphasize that this is before tax. I hope all of you, my benefactors, will support me more. Lastly, happy weekend at 7:45 a.m. The landing zones around the island reopened. Before Lin Shen returned, he managed to grab another survival device, bringing the total to 9. But it was a pity that the last survival device came from the team in the third group of the Mountain Sea. They were in the same landing zone as him. It could only be considered an early withdrawal. Fortunately, the other teams in the number 3 landing zone brought back 3 survival devices. And with the one he snatched, there were a total of 12, almost half of all the survival devices on the island. Getting this survival device means we can advance to the finals. In our landing zone, there are over 40 teams, but only 11 survival devices available for auction. Those who want to advance, first come, first served. Don't regret it later. Sitting on the boat back, crying in the sea breeze, Wang Changyu spoke passionately, rallying everyone before the auction. Starting price 800,000. Each team has 2 bidding opportunities, starting now. 1 million, 2.2 million, 2.8 million. Sold. Next. 1.8 million, 2.8 million, 3 million. The auction on site was very intense, with the price of a single survival device hovering around 3 million. Lin Shen stood on the outskirts of the crowd, slightly raising his eyebrows, feeling a bit surprised. The market price for the survival devices needed to advance to the finals was much higher than in the first round, around 1 million. Although he monopolized all the survival devices in a landing zone, the current selling prices were still somewhat beyond his expectations. Do all the schools really want to advance to the finals this much? Lin Shen looked at Vice Principal Chen beside him, who seemed to know the inside story, and smiled. This matter is actually related to you. Me? The battle this morning where you drove back the 3 major noble high schools made many schools feel that you have the strength to contend against the combined teams of the 3 major noble high schools, with a high possibility of mutual destruction. They see an opportunity to pick up the pieces and reap the benefits, aiming for the championship. Vice Principal Chen explained the reason, then cleared his throat. To be honest, if you weren't a student of Mountain Sea number 1, we would probably buy a spot ourselves to gamble on the chance of winning. Lin Chen chuckled. You're thinking a bit too much, but it's a good thing for me. Upon hearing this, Vice Principal Chen couldn't help but scrutinize Lin Chen, sensing something deeper. Lin Chen did not hide it, saying, I can advance to an advanced martial artist before noon. Once the auction funds are in, I will buy a batch of blood-replenishing medicine to send to the school. Please ask Instructor Yi to bring it when he comes. I can further enhance my vitality. Advanced martial artist? Vice Principal Chen was taken aback, and once he regained his composure, his heart began to race uncontrollably. This breakthrough was immensely significant, especially since Lin Chen had undergone 3 bone tempering sessions. The effects would be even more pronounced. Now he could already suppress the strongest teams if his combat power underwent another qualitative change. I'll contact Chief Instructor Yi Tingyun right now. Vice Principal Chen immediately rushed towards the lounge, his steps quickening. Before the competition, he had discussed with several other school leaders that since Lin Chen did not have a high-level martial artist as a team member, as long as they could make it into the top 10, it would be enough to give the education department leaders an explanation. But now it seemed that celebrating the championship with champagne at halftime could be considered a reasonable act. Not long after, the auction ended, and Lin Chen called Su Bai, using all the money earned from the auction over the past 2 days to buy blood-replenishing elixirs. This medicine, like the strong bone pill and the blood energy high-energy liquid, was produced by the Holy Summer Martial Medicine Research Institute and had a special effect on enhancing vitality. Afterwards, Lin Chen entered the lounge assigned to him at Shanghai No. 1 Middle School and began to operate the Great Sun Gene method, aiming to break through to a high-level martial artist. The sun rose higher, becoming increasingly bright and scorching. Buzz! In an instant, Lin Chen trembled violently. A wave of sublimation swept through, spreading from deep within his body, circulating through his limbs and bones, permeating every area. The next moment, a series of dense notification sounds rang in his mind, one after another. You have advanced to a high-level martial artist, simplifying your innate level once. The initial simplification multiplier of martial arts has increased, now at 1,000 times. Your ultimate strike is now equivalent to the true meaning of your beast. King 5 kill style, with an enhanced simplification. Originally simplified by 3,000 times, the initial level has been raised, now increased to 5,000 times. Lin Chen had experience, and was not too surprised. His focus was mainly on the improvement of breaking through. In his inner vision, the blood throughout his body seemed to be boiling, and with the operation of the Great Sun Gene method, a light golden energy was extracted containing a violent power with intensity rising layer by layer. This was the unique vitality of a high-level martial artist. At the same time, the strength of Lin Chen's body was also rapidly increasing under the nourishment of the blood. The growth of power throughout his body seemed unstoppable. 400 tons, 500 tons, 600 tons. When the enhancement from breaking through ended, Lin Chen's total power reached 1,000 tons, 10 times that of a bone refining high-level martial artist. The initial vitality strength is also 10 times. Lin Chen raised his hand and spun it. A stream of light golden vitality surged from his palm, incredibly scorching. As soon as it appeared, it burned the nearby air, distorting and rising, turning into a heat wave. The strength is around 300 calories, already quite powerful, belonging to the top tier of public high school students. However, for me, it's relatively average. A total power of 1,000 tons was too overwhelming. Not to mention a single bone refining, even a double bone refining high-level martial artist could not compare, the gap was vast. Lin Chen pinched it with 2 fingers, and as the power continued to rise, he forcefully extinguished the stream of vitality. Simply using vitality to counter the body is far from enough. I need to enhance it significantly. However, vitality and the body are not two separate systems. They are one, complementing each other. Vitality can amplify the body's strength, speed, endurance, and various qualities, enhance self-healing abilities, and achieve faster recovery effects, with many wonderful uses. Lin Chen's thoughts soared. Of course, the most important thing is that this substantial energy greatly enhances the power of spiritual weapons, especially for spiritual weapons like Heavenly Fury that focus on energy attacks. With a thought, Lin Chen summoned a bolt of lightning, which hovered in front of him, casting a fluctuating light on his face, alternating between gold and purple. This bolt of lightning was completely different from before, with golden light and deep purple alternating. At the same time, the emanating wave not only carried a strong sense of destruction but also a domineering heat, as if it could incinerate the ocean. Different gene methods have distinct characteristics, but in the stages of evolution, as well as for primary and intermediate martial artists, they are not obvious. Once vitality is condensed, it can be immediately revealed. When the Holy Summer government publicly released the 9 gene methods, they invited powerful kings to write comments. In the comments for the Great Sun Gene method, it was specifically noted that it excels in fierce dominance, especially suitable for activating attack-type martial arts. Very good. Lin Chen revealed a brilliant smile. On Longmen Island, the atmosphere was intense and lively, with leaders from various schools arriving one after another to strategize and treat the injured. Meanwhile, in the night patrol office far away in the city, the mood was somewhat grave. In a high-spec conference room, heavy curtains hung down, the shielding system was fully activated, and the white light projected from the ceiling cast a cold hue. The director of the night patrol office in Shanghai City, named Chen Hao, sat in the main seat. Having passed his prime, he had gradually tempered his sharpness, but at this moment, the gaze he cast around the senior officials of the night patrol office was filled with pressure. It has now been confirmed that the missing Qin Ming, Zhang Yamo, and over 20 trainee members, along with 7 official night watchmen, are all trapped in the fire tower of the Mechanical 218. Ancient Realm's Western region, Chen Hao said in a deep voice. To his left sat a deputy director, who added, "Currently, there are no reported deaths, but the situation is not optimistic. According to some distress messages they left behind, several official night watchmen have been severely injured and are struggling to move. With so many people, we should start the rescue immediately," a senior official proposed. After he spoke, his gaze, along with that of many others, fell upon the seat to the right of Chen Hao. There sat a strikingly beautiful woman, sitting upright, with a great figure clad in a well-tailored black combat uniform that accentuated her somewhat exaggerated curves. However, those who knew her showed no signs of surprise. In fact, there were no thoughts of concern in their minds. Luo Qiushue, the executive minister of the night patrol office in Shanghai City, was known for her cold demeanor and ruthless actions. She had served in one of the military's elite units, the Night Fire Army, and the Beasts and Humans that had perished at her hands could circle the night patrol office base multiple times. Rescuing people is not difficult, Luo Qiushue said calmly, her expression unchanged. The problem is that, according to intelligence reports, the fire tower is suspected to be the core of the Mechanical 218 ancient realm, or at least an important area. If we use strong forces to break through violently, the entire realm will surely be destroyed. Director Chen Hao nodded slightly and said, "The Mechanical 218 ancient realm has continuously revealed undeveloped areas which have high research value. Unless absolutely necessary, it is best to preserve it. We can first try to rescue with high-level warriors. The difficulty lies here. The interior of the fire tower is hard to breach, and the 7 official night watchmen are trapped, which is not an ordinary level of strength. If the rescue personnel we send out also get trapped, we can seek outside assistance, a senior official from the intelligence department spoke up. Seeing the gazes of others turn towards him, he continued, have you all heard of Lin Chen? A super genius who has undergone 3 rounds of bone tempering. He recently participated in the city's high school league, and his physical abilities are exceptionally strong. Just a few days ago, he executed a Beast King 5-kill move that shattered the training room's mechanical core. I remember, my daughter is in the same grade as him. She has been complaining to me for days about being in this kid's shadow for over a year. According to the intelligence from the education department, they have provided enough medicine for Lin Chen to complete his blood nurturing. A wave of discussion arose. The citywide high school league was a grand event, and many senior officials of the night patrol office had relatives or friends' children participating, making them somewhat familiar with Lin Chen. Chen Hao and Luo Qiuxue exchanged a glance, understanding the significance of Lin Chen completing his blood nurturing. With a total strength of 360 tons, Chen Hao pondered, 3 rounds of bone tempering is still quite rare. According to the administrative department's plan, they will specifically invite candidates in June. It would be best to bring him in. Luo Qiuxue nodded gently and said, I will personally go and invite Lin Chen to participate in the rescue. With his strength, he can play a crucial assisting role in the rescue team. That works. On Longmen Island, shortly after Lin Chen was promoted to a high-level warrior, he met Yi Tingyun, who had come to the island carrying a heavy medicine box. How's the breakthrough going? Yi Tingyun asked immediately. Lin Chen rubbed his chin and said, there is an urgent problem that needs to be solved. What problem? Yi Tingyun took it seriously. Lin Chen sighed, unable to suppress his laughter, and said, how should I express my thoughts on winning the championship in the finals? Yi Tingyun. He really shouldn't have worried. However, Lin Chen's tremendous progress was indeed a good thing. Yi Tingyun revealed a smile and said, with a total strength of 1,000 tons and an initial vitality of 300 calories, it's certainly worth thinking about the championship speech in advance. He didn't know much about the 3 bone tempering sessions, but since he often went to the lighthouse to help Lin Chen recover, he had chatted with old Guan about it. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling on the large medicine box in Yi Tingyun's hand, and he smiled, saying, before the finals tomorrow, my vitality can at least double. Go train. Yi Tingyun's smile grew even wider. The faster Lin Chen progressed and the stronger he became, the more it proved that taking Lin Chen to meet old Guan was the right choice. Back in the lounge, Lin Chen opened the medicine box, took out a blood-boosting powder, and began to train. The Ultimate Realm's Great Sun Gene method also rapidly enhanced his vitality. 330 calories, 360 calories, 390 calories. The sun crossed the sky, sinking below the western horizon, as night gradually darkened the sky. Longmen Island was shrouded in dimness, with only 7 landing zones glowing softly. In the distance, a black-painted helicopter swiftly approached, its rapidly spinning rotor blades tearing through the air without making much noise, showcasing advanced technology. It was the 9th-generation Hidden Dragon 2 light-armed helicopter, equipped by the Night Watch. Bang, bang, bang. A few minutes later, there was a knock on Lin Chen's door. Instructor Yi, what's the matter? Lin Chen opened the door, slightly surprised. Yi Tingyun knew he was deeply focused on training and wouldn't disturb him unless it was important. The Night Watch is looking for your cooperation, and a high-ranking official has come, Executive Minister Luo Qiuxue. Yi Tingyun briefly explained, some members of the Night Watch, including Qin Ming, are trapped in an ancient realm secret where energy is severely suppressed, and they hope you can assist in the rescue. Lin Chen's heart stirred, and he said, Shanghai Mechanical 218 Ancient Realm Secret. That's right, Qin Ming mentioned it to me once before. It's an ancient realm secret opened by the Night Watch for reserve members. Yi Tingyun led Lin Chen into the elevator, taking them to the top floor, and they walked up to the rooftop. A black helicopter hovered silently in the air, directly above the platform below, where a cold and elegant woman stood, dressed in a black combat suit that exuded a capable aura. Luo Qiuxue. Lin Chen. I'll keep it brief. Luo Qiuxue's gaze fell on Lin Chen, very direct. The Night Watch wants you to enter the Mechanical 218 Ancient Realm Secret to cooperate with us in rescuing Qin Ming and others. There will be compensation, paid according to my task standards, but the exact amount will depend on your contribution to the mission. Additionally, I will accompany you for this rescue, but I cannot intervene unless absolutely necessary, Luo Qiuxue emphasized. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. He understood her not intervening to prevent damage to the ancient realm secret. However, the compensation was indeed generous. The executive minister was an absolute power figure, second only to the head of the Night Watch. No problem. Lin Chen thought for a moment and agreed. When Luo Qiuxue pondered and said, we need to further investigate the specific situation in the ancient realm secret, tentatively planning to depart on Friday in 2 days. After speaking, she glanced at Lin Chen and said, the Night Watch can contact the education department to appropriately postpone the finals of the citywide high school league by a week. If the finals had already started, the night watch would have difficulty intervening, as it was a grand event for Shanghai City, and halting it midway would have a very negative impact. However, since the finals had not yet begun, there was considerable room for maneuver. No need, it won't take 2 days. Lin Chen calmly shook his head. Seeing this, Luo Qiushue's eyes flashed. As she looked Lin Chen up and down, revealing a hint of surprise, "You've already advanced to a senior warrior?" The information she received showed that Lin Chen had only completed blood nurturing 3 days ago. Right. In this operation, you won't need to play a supporting role anymore. The rescue team will primarily coordinate with you. Luo Qiushue decisively made her decision. I'm fine with anything. I'll come to pick you up then. With a light push of her toes, Luo Qiushue leaped into the air, entering the armed helicopter and quickly disappearing. Lin Chen watched the helicopter vanish into the night. Pondering, this executive minister of the night patrol seems to know a lot about the 3 bone tempering sessions. Yi Tingyun nodded in agreement, saying, "I suspect Luo Qiushue has seen other geniuses who have completed the 3 bone tempering sessions. I met her in the military. At that time, she was still serving in the Night Fire Army, responsible for training some elite seeds excavated by the military." Night Fire Army? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "I remember old Guan served in that unit. He was the original commander." Old Guan probably retired before Luo Qiushue was even born, but she must know of his existence, Yi Tingyun stated confidently. Lin Chen felt a bit curious. Is old Guan that famous? Yi Tingyun exhaled lightly, speaking in a deep voice. "Due to some secrets, old Guan's battle is rarely reported publicly, but within the Night Fire Army his achievements are well known, and countless members regard him as a god." Old Guan, strong. You might reach that level in the future too. Go back and cultivate. Okay. After Lin Chen left, Yi Tingyun stayed on the rooftop, gazing at the undulating sea, his eyes bright. He sincerely felt that it might not be long before the abyss would reappear in the world. Thank you all for your support. I've received so much love. Powered Formaldehyde update progress 568 1000. It seems like there will be 3 updates tomorrow. Back in the lounge, Lin Chen resumed his training, forming seals with his hands and operating the Great Sun Gene method, his vital energy steadily rising. 500 calories, 550 calories, 600 calories. The vital energy that many advanced warriors needed to painstakingly cultivate was, for Lin Chen, a rapid advancement as long as pure energy kept flowing. The night deepened and Lin Chen focused on his training, his vital energy continuously climbing. Outside, the landing area on the island was not calm, it was lively and noisy, with teams from various schools preparing intensively for tomorrow's finals, analyzing the situation, formulating tactics, treating the injured. Wonquan High School was no exception. They had also advanced. After Lin Chen snatched the survival device carried by Li Ziqi, the end of the survival competition was not far off, but the 4 members of the team were all-powerful advanced warriors. A starving camel is bigger than a horse, and within a quarter of an hour of returning to the landing area, they successfully seized a new survival device. Lin Chen, Li Ziqi's expression was cold, and a suppressed roar echoed in his heart. The injuries on his body had healed under the care of a healing-type ability user sent by his family, but recalling the battle from the morning, the emotions of humiliation and anger surged forth, almost overwhelming him. Since he could remember, he had never been this embarrassed. Taking a deep breath, Li Ziqi looked at a school leader accompanying him and asked, "What did Chongqing High School and Lihua Girls High School say?" The school leader put down his phone and replied, "They agreed to join forces. They won't engage in internal conflict until Lin Chen is dealt with. Additionally, besides our 3 schools, the teams from 4 other private schools have also agreed to our invitation and will cooperate with us to attack Lin Chen, but their contestants are unlikely to fight with all their might. They will definitely act according to the actual situation," the school leader added solemnly. "No problem, our 3 teams joining forces is already enough." Li Ziqi shook his head, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "When the finals start tomorrow, the airport we depart from will be Lin Chen's endpoint in the competition." He not only wanted to defeat Lin Chen, he wanted Lin Chen to deeply regret his actions today. Time flowed silently, the night gradually dissipated, and a great sun slowly rose, brilliant and blazing, illuminating the sky and the ocean. After the arrival of summer, the sun grew hotter day by day. Lin Chen opened his eyes, radiating a brilliant light, exuding an overwhelming pressure. After a night of cultivation, his vitality had more than doubled, now exceeding 800 calories. It's important to note that the upper limit for a high-level martial artist's bone tempering is only 1000 calories. My progress in cultivation is not just about vitality. After advancing to a high-level martial artist, Lin Chen's understanding of martial arts deepened significantly, and his instinctive level of simplified training became even more rapid. Taking the Fury of Heaven as an example, the insights gained from this spiritual martial art in a unit of time had doubled compared to before breaking through. I still have one more instinctive level of simplification left. Lin Chen's thoughts soared. His ultimate blade had yet to be mastered, but the killing effect of this spiritual martial art, combined with his powerful physical attributes, would not be weaker than the Fury of Heaven. However, The ultimate blade has already been simplified 5,000 times, and with my advancement to a high-level martial artist, my training speed has increased. As long as I focus on my cultivation, I can reach the ultimate realm in less than a week. Even if I catch up to the Beast King's 5-kill style, I can still rely on the Black Abyss to maintain the 5,000 times simplification. Using an instinctive level of simplification would be somewhat wasteful. Lin Chen gently shook his head, preparing to wait a little longer. Judging by old Guan's demeanor, it was impossible for him to only pass on this one spiritual martial art. Once he mastered the ultimate blade to a profound level, there would surely be more. Moreover, the rewards for the citywide high school league also allow for the selection of top-tier spiritual martial arts. Lin Chen stood up, pushed open the door, and left the training room to meet up with Su Wanyue and the others. The finals would start at 9 o'clock in the morning. Just past 8:30, a transport rotorcraft took off from the airport in the center of Longmen Island, heading to various boarding zones to pick up the participating teams. This transport rotorcraft belonged to the Night Patrol Department of Shanghai City and had been in service for many years. It was now considered semi-retired, mostly stationed on the island to assist reserve members in drills. When idle, it was allowed for the Public Security Bureau and other organizations renting the island to utilize it. The rotorcraft sped through the air, following a route based on the boarding zone numbers, and when it arrived at the third boarding zone where Lin Chen was, it had already picked up the teams from the first two zones. However, their combined numbers were not even half of those boarding at the third zone. Passing through the hatch, Lin Chen boarded the rotorcraft and glanced around. He had dealt with both teams before. In a physical sense, the teams from Wangquan High School and Lihua Girls High School. The former was assigned to the first boarding zone, while the latter was in the second. The gazes of the 8 contestants from both teams were all fixed on Lin Chen, locking onto him tightly. In fact, it wasn't just them, the attention of other teams was also on Lin Chen. As the rotorcraft took off, picking up new teams, they were all sizing Lin Chen up. They all understood that the eventual champion would undoubtedly be related to Lin Chen. The actions of contestant Lin Chen will be crucial to the outcome of the finals. The female commentator spoke with certainty. The male commentator nodded and said solemnly, "The finals will last for 3 days, but the most important battle will be the explosive conflict at the departure zone's airport. The teams from the 3 major noble high schools will definitely take this opportunity to encircle him. If Lin Chen wants to win, he must break through. As long as he succeeds, he can try to take down the contestants from the 3 major noble high schools one by one." Indeed, the female commentator echoed, also reiterating the competition rules to reinforce the audience's impression. The finals will be continuous for 3 days, with 25 teams competing on the island for scorecards. Once obtained, the team's score will be higher, but in addition to scorecards, defeating contestants can also earn score bonuses, with the specific values directly related to the scores of the defeated contestants. The male commentator thought for a moment and added, "In past high school leagues, only about 20 to 30% of the teams won through scorecards, the rest mainly relied on defeating other teams." The female commentator cooperated, saying, "In the end, we must select the strongest team." On the last day, the competition area will gradually shrink until it reaches the departure airport, and all teams must be within the competition range, getting closer and closer. Avoiding battle is impossible. The later it gets, the more chaotic the fights will be. The female commentator illustrated, in past competitions, those teams that relied heavily on scorecards to win still had the strength to claim victory. This final is likely to be decided through a major battle, and before leaving the airport, a fierce conflict must erupt. This battle is crucial. In a way, we can say that the opening battle on the first day determines the final outcome on the third day. During their conversation, the transport rotorcraft picked up all the teams, turned around, and quickly approached the central airport of the island. Many spectators felt their hearts racing, eagerly anticipating the finals. At 8:55 a.m., Longmen Island, Central Airport, a violent gale swept through, pressing the wild grass on both sides of the runway down to the ground, shaking violently. As the rotorcraft descended, it opened its doors when it was 10 meters above the ground. The competitors eligible for the finals, even those who purchased their advancement slots from Lin Chen, were still strong enough to ignore the impact of this height. 25 teams, 100 competitors jumped into the airport one after another. In 5 minutes, at 9 a.m., they would set off and begin the fierce competition of the finals. However, the 7 teams led by Li Jiqi quickly spread out, surrounding Lin Chen in the center and blocking all directions. "Lin Chen, your battle in the finals will end here at the airport." A cold voice came from Li Jiqi. Lin Chen remained unfazed and replied calmly, "You chose a good place." Behind him, Wang Changyuan and another aspiring martial artist were not as composed, feeling a bit anxious as they looked at the encircling teams. The 7 teams were not too many. When Lin Chen had blocked the door before, he had faced hundreds of opponents, far exceeding the current situation. But the problem was that the strength of the teams before him was overwhelmingly powerful. The top 3 teams, Wangquan High School, Lihua Girls High School, and Chongqing High School, joined forces, making them nearly unstoppable. Beside them, Su Wanyue took several deep breaths to suppress her emotions, scanning the other teams that were observing them, and said, "Are you all just going to ignore this? If we were to advance normally, it wouldn't be impossible to help ease the situation, considering we are all key high schools, but right now, The captain of Team 3's voice was filled with irritation, immediately drawing a chorus of agreement. Captain Lin acted without restraint before, now he thinks he can handle it alone. With Captain Lin's strength, why would we need to help? Faced with various sarcastic and resentful remarks, Su Wanyue's cheeks flushed slightly. Her captain's style of doing things was indeed a bit too domineering. An eye for an eye. The Chu twins spoke in unison, their gazes fixed on Lin Chen. The consequences of acting arrogantly must be paid. Is that considered arrogance? Lin Chen suddenly laughed, flamboyant and domineering. Is this considered a price? You all can come at me. Together, I don't mind everyone teaming up. In an instant, this incredibly arrogant declaration spread, leaving nearly 100 competitors speechless, with only the sound of the rotorcraft echoing in the air particularly pronounced. Many spectators were also stunned, not expecting Lin Chen to say such words. However, this confusion and doubt did not last long. The next moment, both the audience and the competitors understood. Boom! A tremendous thunderous sound seemed to explode the space. Countless bolts of lightning pierced through, filling the sky, blocking out the sun, with terrifying waves of destruction permeating everywhere, mixed with an overwhelmingly scorching heat. Before their eyes, only golden and deep purple lights alternated in a fierce clash, resembling a star illuminating divine punishment. The rotorcraft, suspended in mid-air, suddenly shook violently, and with a buzzing sound, a protective shield activated, enveloping it entirely. At the same time, a sharp alarm sounded from the loudspeakers. In the cockpit, Level 2 protective shield fully activated. Evacuate immediately. Level 2 protective shield fully activated. Evacuate immediately. Looking at the sky filled with lightning, the pilot knew he was not the target of the attack, yet he couldn't help but gasp in shock, hurriedly maneuvering the rotorcraft to ascend rapidly, trying to escape. During the process, the aircraft inevitably brushed against some lightning, causing the protective shield to ripple violently as if it were about to explode. The audience did not witness this scene, because, in the live broadcast, all that remained was a blinding light. The directing team switched cameras in succession, but it was of no use. All the cameras in the airport's filming system were completely obscured by the lightning. What a shock! Just how immense is Lin Chen's wrath from the heavens? Is this really going to evolve into a divine punishment? His combat power is off the charts. A military fan in the audience pointed out that the rotorcraft transporting the contestants, codenamed Xianyao 05, although no longer advanced in performance, was still a special weapon supplied by the night patrol. Faced with the explosive might of a high-level warrior with a normal vitality of 1000 calories, it only activated the level 3 protective shield. I saw it clearly when the lightning covered it just now. The Xianyao 05's shield appeared dark gray, clearly indicating it was a level 2 protective shield. Lin Chen can't have advanced to a high-level warrior, right? Advancing is still absurd. Which high-level warrior can unleash such power? All the live streaming platforms broadcasting the league erupted in chaos, creating an immense stir. Fortunately, the rotorcraft was very fast, and after ascending several hundred meters, it finally escaped the area covered by lightning. Through the camera located beneath the cabin, countless restless viewers finally saw the full picture. The airport in the center of Longmen Island was roughly square, with each side measuring over a kilometer. But now, it was completely covered by lightning, countless bolts piercing the sky, densely packed and layered, obscuring vision, resembling a prison of lightning. Even the blazing summer sun could not pour its light inside. This was no exaggeration. The 99 contestants inside the airport felt it deeply. Wherever their gaze fell, there was only the golden and deep purple glow of lightning. Forget the sun, they couldn't even see the sky. A strong tremor coursed through their bodies, and no one could maintain their composure. Li Ziqi's lips trembled incessantly as he looked at the figure with disheveled black hair, no longer possessing the strong mindset he had when he just got off the rotorcraft. The intense heat mixed with destruction rushed towards him, causing his heart to race and even feel fear. The cold words Lin Chen had spoken during their meeting before the match suddenly surfaced clearly in his mind. I will make you understand what it means to be in darkness. At 9 in the morning, a sharp voice swept out from multiple loudspeakers at the airport, loudly announcing the start of the finals, but amidst the torrential lightning, it hardly made a significant impact. Lin Chen no longer hesitated. He raised his hand and pressed a button, launching his attack. Boom, boom, boom. Countless bolts of lightning struck down continuously, densely packed, like a waterfall pouring down, drowning all figures on the airport except for Lin Chen and his 3 teammates. The contestants from various teams, not being fixed targets, immediately chose to team up to resist, but in the instant the lightning washed over, dozens of figures were sent flying. Contestants below the high-level warrior rank could not withstand it at all. One by one, they lay on the ground, convulsing. The watches they wore all vibrated violently and emitted piercing sounds. This was a warning signal indicating severe bodily harm. Once it appeared, it meant they had completely lost the ability to move. According to the rules of the finals, this was considered a defeat and withdrawal. What kind of lethality is this? The high-level warriors who survived the first wave of lightning washing had no time to catch their breath as they scanned the surroundings filled with fallen figures, their hearts surging. The level of high-level warriors was indeed far superior to that of intermediate warriors. But that didn't mean the sea of people tactic was useless. The key was that they had also just been fighting back. Under the combined efforts of so many advanced martial artists, a single attack left dozens of competitors severely injured and forced to withdraw. It was simply terrifying. All together, Li Jiqi gritted his teeth and shouted coldly, rallying everyone to attack together. In the current situation, they could only brace themselves to fight back. The other advanced martial artists exchanged glances, frantically urging their vital energy, unleashing various attacks. Lin Chen was clearly determined to suppress the entire arena with his own strength. Choosing to break through was meaningless, as they would have to return to the airport on the third day. During the process, they would inevitably have to seize the scorecards, risking injury and affecting their performance. Now was their best opportunity. Heaven-shaking heavy hammer. Facing the advanced martial artists charging at him, Lin Chen raised his hand, summoning a massive amount of lightning, transforming it into a gigantic thunder hammer that swept through with overwhelming heat. Bathed in golden light, it resembled a star surrounded by lightning, plummeting at high speed and then exploding completely. Boom! The entire ground was engulfed in blazing light. Multiple figures were sent flying, blood spilling along the way, their injuries severe, especially those who faced the heaven-shaking heavy hammer directly. While still in the air, the watches they wore began to emit warning signals and they all fainted. However, the number of advanced martial artists surrounding Lin Chen was even greater. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Chu family twins charged in from both sides of Lin Chen, one left and one right, unleashing their strongest attacks, striking towards Lin Chen's ears and temples. At the same time, Fu Qingfeng thrust his sword, piercing through the air, aiming directly at the back of Lin Chen's head. Only at these vital points did they believe they could inflict effective damage. Lin Chen's perception was sharp and he sensed everything, but he had no intention of dodging. With a fleeting thought, the multiple bolts of lightning suspended in the air converged, merging into three blazing pillars of lightning that crashed down, as if they were heavenly weapons, swift and unmatched. Dong! 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 In an instant, three figures were sent flying, like cannonballs, crashing heavily onto the airport runway, shaking the ground to the point of cracking. Pain was etched on their faces. Silver serpentine arcs of electricity continuously leapt from their bodies, numerous and dense. Under the corrosion of the lightning power, they found it difficult to move. At this moment, the lightning above the three once again fused, gathering power, emanating a terrifying pressure. Help them block! Song Zi from Lihua Girls High School shouted anxiously. Chu Yao and the others still have fighting strength. They just need time to suppress the lightning invading their bodies. Her words trailed off as a slender golden-purple light appeared out of nowhere, connecting her to Lin Chen. It was the light and shadow dragged by the spear of heavenly punishment. Boom! The lightning exploded, and Song Zi fell to the ground, unconscious, her body covered in arcs of electricity, with a gruesome blood hole in her left shoulder, pierced through by the spear of heavenly punishment, transparent from front to back. Lin Chen lowered his raised left arm, his dark eyes calm and indifferent. His current cultivation was stronger than everyone else's, even surpassing Li Jiqi. As long as he caught a one-on-one opportunity, no one could match him. Not far away, among the three fallen figures, only Fu Qingfeng was rescued by the captain of Chongqing High School. The Chu sisters lay on the ground, still struck by lightning, both fainted and motionless, their watches vibrating violently, emitting sounds. The surrounding advanced martial artists were horrified, unable to remain calm. In a single clash, someone had to withdraw. Among advanced martial artists, how could the gap be so vast? How could they fight to have even a slight chance of victory? Boom boom boom! Lin Chen launched another assault, his black hair flying wildly, fully unleashing the power of heavenly fury. The sky filled with lightning piercing through the air, unstoppable, as if turning the entire airport into a realm of heavenly punishment. Within a few minutes, fewer than 10 advanced martial artists were still able to fight, all covered in blood. Looking at Lin Chen at the center of the lightning, a feeling called despair surged in everyone's hearts. There was simply no chance of victory. Not a single bit. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, several powerful figures burst into the lightning prison. All renowned martial arts masters sent from the island to provide assistance to Eye in the League's database backend. Information from various wristwatches was being monitored in real time. The director in charge nearly had his eyes pop out just a few minutes ago. In an instant, he received dozens of rescue signals and thought there was a terrorist attack at the venue. The live broadcast camera had always shown aerial views from a rotorcraft. Dense layers of lightning obscured the vision. The audience could only guess the intensity of the battle through the violent state of the lightning. But when the renowned martial arts masters began to bring out unconscious contestants, one after another, the outside world erupted in chaos, as if experiencing a massive earthquake. 80 already? They're still being sent out. Isn't there only 100 people in the finals? I haven't even finished a song, and you're telling me the finals are almost over? There are 100 dummies just standing there. If the distance were just a bit greater, it wouldn't take this long to knock them all down. How strong does Lin Chen have to be? One person suppressing the entire arena, and so overwhelmingly. If it weren't for the current situation being impossible to fake, I would really want to report Lin Chen for match fixing. Countless viewers were deeply shaken. The several martial arts masters who came to rescue were even more unsettled. When they first broke into the Thunder prison, looking at the figures sprawled on the ground, several of them were left dumbfounded. Over so many years of high school league competitions in the city, they had seen many astonishing talents, but none could compare to Lin Chen. Not even close. The combat power displayed by him was truly terrifying. Boom! Lin Chen struck down with a thunderous blow, exploding like the sun, severely injuring two senior martial artists. The only contestant still standing in front of him was Li Ziqi. Of course, Li Ziqi's ability to last until the end was not, because he surpassed others in strength. Lin Chen wanted him to be the last one standing. Li Ziqi's expression struggled as he looked at Lin Chen, who was steadily approaching, and panic began to rise in his heart, wanting to flee. Boom! A pillar of lightning descended from the sky, dazzling and intense, piercing through Li Ziqi's body, interrupting his words of surrender. Lin Chen kept him until the end not to hear a surrender. Some debts cannot be repaid without paying a sufficiently painful price. Li Ziqi lay on the ground, convulsing violently under the onslaught of the powerful lightning, unable to stand, watching Lin Chen approach step by step, his eyes growing increasingly frantic. Bang! Lin Chen lifted his foot and once again stepped on the self-important Li Ziqi. The difference was that last time, the two had fought fiercely. Now, it was incredibly easy. So easy that it felt like an ordinary person crushing a bug. This time, it's your turn to tell me, can you still see the sun? Successful update. Thank you all for your support of formaldehyde. Li Ziqi lay in pain on the ground, once again looking up at Lin Chen, his spirit trembling faintly. Last time, he felt more anger and humiliation. Now, panic and fear drowned out all other emotions. Li Ziqi wanted to surrender, but as soon as he opened his mouth, before he could utter the first syllable, a new bolt of lightning surged into his body, causing his body to convulse uncontrollably in pain, rendering him speechless. As expected of the captain of Wonquan High School, a direct descendant of the Li family, the last one remaining, still having the courage to fight me to the death. Out of respect for the martial arts competition, I give you this opportunity. Lin Chen's feigned serious voice reached Li Ziqi's ears, like a devil's whisper, intensifying the fear in Li Ziqi's eyes as he desperately tried to struggle. In the next moment, his movements froze. The features on his face twisted almost into a knot. From Lin Chen's foot, countless fine bolts of lightning surged into him, ravaging his flesh, and the intense pain swept over him as if all the pain receptors in his body were being pulled out and then sliced apart with a scalpel. Pain. That was the only sensation Li Ziqi felt, so painful he was about to go mad. However, the wristwatch he wore never activated the alarm. After being promoted to a senior martial artist, Lin Chen's control over the wrath of heaven became even more meticulous. The damage inflicted on Li Ziqi was severe, but it was well controlled. For a short time, it wouldn't lower his bodily functions to the point of triggering the watch's alarm. The internal surveillance system of the airport was completely obscured by lightning, unable to capture any specific footage. The accompanying person in charge from Wonquan High School, uncertain of the current battle situation, was unlikely to apply to the league committee for a withdrawal. For Li Ziqi, the airport now felt like a place of divine punishment. In less than a minute, Li Ziqi's pupils began to dilate from the pain. He might even agree to escape at the cost of death. The so-called living is worse than dying was probably like this. Buzz. Suddenly, Lin Chen lifted his foot, timely dissipating the corrosive fine lightning to prevent Li Ziqi from fainting. Huff. Li Ziqi gasped for air, disregarding everything, like a fish struggling in parched mud. Slightly regaining his senses, he caught sight of the cold, indifferent eyes looking down at him, and his movements froze, panic surging in his heart once more. You can trouble me again, but believe me, you will regret it, Lin Chen said calmly, his words clearly ringing in Li Ziqi's ears. After speaking, Lin Chen raised his hand and pressed down, a large amount of lightning converging and merging into a blazing pillar of lightning that descended from the sky, engulfing Li Ziqi's figure. He didn't need Li Ziqi to promise anything, nor did he care. On the path to the summit, wind and snow meant nothing. When facing mountains, one must break through. When encountering rivers, one must cut through. What he needed to do was to strengthen himself, step by step, moving forward. As the lightning dissipated, the watch Li Ziqi wore emitted a violent alarm, his body lying stiffly on the ground, completely unconscious, the aura released from him weak and barely perceptible. His injuries far exceeded those of other competitors. The league only stipulated that after the watch's warning, that competitor must withdraw, and others could not attack. However, before the warning, there was no rule preventing competitors from attacking with full force. Of course, the league had explicit regulations against intentional harm, but such regulations were too vague in general. In the context of martial arts competition, more like mere formalities. After all, there could only be one victor. What if one held back and lost at the last moment? What if the opponent had a trump card? Was it possible that the opponent was feigning weakness? Too many factors interfered, making it impossible to implement specific defining standards. Even in actual combat, disputes would at most lead to verbal arguments. Lin Chen's gaze was ruthless, without a hint of mercy. Li Ziqi had previously dealt with him, thinking himself above others, able to manipulate the rules without paying a price. This time, it was a case of retribution. Clang! On the other side, as soon as Li Ziqi's watch alarmed, all the loudspeakers on Longmen Island emitted a loud sound, announcing the conclusion of the finals. This was a mechanism to determine the end of the match. When only one team remained in the entire island without withdrawing, there was naturally no need to continue. The High School League of Shanghai City had a long history, having held many sessions. But finals that triggered this mechanism were few and far between, and to trigger it on the first day of the finals had never happened before. Shanghai No. 1 High School achieved it for the first time, or more. Accurately, Lin Chen achieved it alone for the first time. The lightning covering the central airport quickly dissipated, and through multiple camera shots, many spectators finally saw the detailed scene. Inside the airport, the runway was cracked, ravines spread, the ground charred black, and many weeds and shrubs were burning, sending black smoke billowing into the sky. It felt like it had undergone a round of cluster bomb bombardment. Surrounding Lin Chen, many fallen figures lay scattered, yet to be carried away by rescue personnel. Currently, the only competitors still standing were Lin Chen and 3 teammates. But everyone knew that a junior martial artist plus 2 quasi-martial artists would not play an effective role in such a direct confrontation. Lin Chen, relying solely on his own strength, suppressed the entire scene. No, he crushed the entire scene. The competition started at 9 a.m., and now it's 9:05 a.m., and the match is over? The performance of a super genius is truly beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. 3 major noble high schools, 30 major noble high schools, 300 major noble high schools. None can suppress Lin Chen any longer. One description, like the sun at its zenith. The recording of this match is sure to explode online. Whether it can sweep through Xinxia is uncertain, but one thing is for sure, with the combat power Lin Chen has displayed, it will definitely stir up a storm across the entire Liao province. The outside world was in an uproar, the shock immense. Many realized that after today's battle, this boy, still a sophomore at Shanghai No. 1 High School, would become famous far and wide, like the sun in the sky. Longmen Island, Central Airport. Lin Chen stepped out, landing in front of 3 team members, scanning them briefly, and reminded, "Let's go, stop dawdling, the match is over, time to go collect our awards." Lin. Captain Lin, okay. Wang Changyu and another aspiring martial artist snapped back to reality, their gazes pulled away from the damaged airport, looking at Lin Chen, who appeared calm, still feeling as if they were dreaming. Especially Wang Changyu, who had faced the siege of multiple teams, had been trying to encourage himself, even wanting to shout dramatically, "Captain Lin, don't worry about us, you go ahead." But in the end, Lin Chen had crushed all the teams with an unstoppable force. He wouldn't even dare to dream that big. Su Wanyue was also watching Lin Chen, her large, dark eyes filled with restless emotions. At this moment, she strongly agreed with her father's saying, "There will always be towering trees that can reach the sky." However, she disagreed with one point. Some towering trees can grow rapidly, perhaps without needing many years. Zone 3 of the island. Yi Tingyun and Vice Principal Chen couldn't hide their smiles upon seeing Lin Chen return. Both had known in advance that Lin Chen would be promoted to a senior martial artist, and it was certain he would win the championship. But they hadn't expected Lin Chen to display such might. With his own strength, he had taken on and defeated 24 attacking teams. Lin Chen, very good. Vice Principal Chen was so excited he was almost over the top, struggling to find enough praise. Very good, very impressive. Yi Tingyun was much more composed, smiling as he remarked, "When you sealed off the airport with the wrath of heaven, even I was taken aback." He hadn't been present to watch the match, but just from the size of the wrath of heaven, it was enough to infer that Lin Chen's mastery of this spiritual martial art had deepened significantly, having traveled a considerable distance in the ultimate realm. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Teasing, "The champion's reward is quite generous, and the competition is fierce. Just in case, I have to give it my all." Yi Tingyun shook his head with a laugh, thinking for a moment, "You are the captain of the championship team, and the best performer of the entire event, so you will definitely receive both rewards combined, which can amount to a blood-enhancing elixir worth 50 million. Of course, that's based on market value, which is a bit less than the amount you had me bring yesterday. Additionally, there's a spot for another spiritual martial art, with no restrictions on quality." However, Yi Tingyun specifically pointed out that the rewards directly issued by the league were not the main focus. The key lay in the resources invested by the higher-ups. Vice Principal Chen took over the conversation, agreeing, "Lin Chen, your performance this time is truly astonishing, and the impact will definitely be significant. Not just in Shanghai City, but within 1 to 2 weeks, there will surely be rewards from the province." Lin Chen nodded, a bit expectantly saying, "I hope it can be substantial." His blood limit was as high as 4,900 calories, and the amount of blood-enhancing elixir he needed was no small number. What you achieved today can be said to be the first in the history of the Shanghai City High School League, and it would be an understatement if the value of the rewards doesn't exceed 100 million. Vice Principal Chen smiled. Moreover, the school's financial allocation for next semester will also reach a new level. Now that most of the best talents have been poached, it's just right to cultivate you. Lin Chen stroked his chin, grinning. How about I challenge again outside of school, expanding the scope to the entire Liao province or Xingxia? No rush, no rush. Vice Principal Chen smiled with his eyes squinted into a line. Yi Tingyun felt a bit helpless and reminded, the next semester starts in September. By then, Lin Chen will probably have opened the Heavenly Gate. That would be perfect. Vice Principal Chen's smile grew even wider. The Heavenly Gate is a massive barrier, already regarded as a symbol of strength. Once opened, it is like a fish transforming into a dragon. Opening the Heavenly Gate will also be useful. Vice Principal Chen tried to suppress his restless emotions. The Heavenly Gate can absorb the energy of heaven and earth, but cultivating at this level still requires spending money. The energy from some ancient secret realms is definitely better than the natural environment. Speaking of which, Yi Tingyun turned slightly, his gaze falling on Lin Chen. Have you thought about what spirit weapon you want to choose from the rewards? Lin Chen caught the meaning and raised an eyebrow with a smile. It seems Instructor Yi has a good choice in mind. Yi Tingyun nodded calmly. The standards for this high school league are quite high. Besides the spirit weapons that the Shanghai city government can mobilize, some from the Lizhou Armory can also be selected. I looked through them last night and there's a top-tier spirit weapon that I think is very suitable for you. Qingminglian Tian Fa. Yi Tingyun recalled the introduction. This spirit weapon, like the Wrath of Heaven, comes from the prehistoric Third Era and belongs to a martial art that assists in cultivation. Its function is to refine materials and purify energy, especially after you open the Heavenly Gate in your body. It will be even more useful for you. Vice Principal Chen hesitated slightly and pondered. Instructor Yi, such a uniquely capable martial art has always been difficult to comprehend. I know, but it's Lin Chen, which is why I suggested he choose this spirit weapon. His talent in martial arts surpasses any genius I've ever seen. He can give it a try. Yi Tingyun spoke earnestly. If it were anyone else, even if they completed the bone tempering 3 times, I wouldn't advise it, to avoid spreading their energy too thin. As he spoke, his gaze fell back on Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded directly. Okay, I'll choose Qingminglian Tian Fa. I'll give it a try. He is now balanced in offense and defense, and his movement is also swift. Adding a top-tier spirit weapon that directly affects combat power won't be too obvious for his improvement. This Qingminglian Tian Fa can assist in cultivation, which excites him. Even if Yi Tingyun hadn't mentioned it, he would have chosen it upon seeing it. After all, for him, learning spirit weapons only requires looking at their power and effects. No matter how difficult, it feels easy. A simplification at the innate level can directly make him stronger. The Qingminglian Tian Fa spirit weapon can be mobilized in Shanghai City, and there should be corresponding martial arts manuals in the education department's armory. After the award ceremony, I'll take you over to learn. All right. The championship award ceremony for the league is held at Longmen Island, the venue for the competition. This has been the case for many past sessions. However, in previous years, there would be a runner-up and champion taking the stage consecutively before the champion. This time, many teams didn't even have the chance to grab the scorecards and all fell at the starting point of the airport. Except for Shanghai No. 1 High School, everyone else can be considered the runner-up. Or rather, they all ranked last. Before noon, the award ceremony concluded, and Lin Chen received a blood-boosting elixir worth 50 million, along with a spirit weapon certificate. Hello, contestant Lin Chen. The range of spirit weapons you can choose from has been sent to your school's official email for you to review and select. If it's a spirit weapon within the authority of Shanghai City, you can use this certificate to directly go to the education department for learning. If it's a spirit weapon from the Lizhou Armory, you can contact our event committee, and within a week, it can be delivered through official logistics. Okay, Lin Chen casually responded. The spirit weapon he wanted to choose was basically already decided. Shortly after, Lin Chen and the others from Shanghai No. 1 boarded the speedboat to leave Longmen Island together. Most of the contestants from other schools were still receiving treatment. Over an hour later, the speedboat arrived at the windward port they had come from. Yi Tingyun drove over in an off-road vehicle, taking Lin Chen to the education department to learn about spirit weapons, while the others took the school bus back. You have memorized Qingminglian Tian Fa. Begin the simplification. 1,000 times simplified. In a transmission room of the education department, Lin Chen put down the martial arts manual in his hand, not in a hurry to leave. He calmed his mind and began to contemplate. The profundity of this spiritual martial art indeed surpasses that of the Wrath of Heaven. However, Lin Chen's current cultivation level is profound, and with the thousandfold simplification, a simple analysis reveals many insights on how to get started. If I cultivate by myself, reaching the initial, minor, and major accomplishments won't be too difficult, but once I surpass the peak and enter the true transformation realm, it will likely become much more obscure. The ultimate realm beyond that is an even broader world. Lin Chen's thought soared. The spiritual martial art is also beneficial for cultivation. After opening the heavenly gate, its usefulness will be even greater. It's worth a simplification at the instinct level. After analyzing, Lin Chen no longer hesitated. With a thought flashing through his mind, a series of prompt sounds rang in his head. The Qingming refining heaven technique begins instinct level simplification. Simplification successful. The cultivation of the Qingming refining heaven technique is transformed into instinct, stomach peristalsis. Your stomach is undergoing peristalsis, deepening your understanding of the Qingming refining heaven technique. You have successfully entered the initial stage of the Qingming refining heaven technique. Lin Chen stood up, pushed the door open, and left, with a smile on his lips. Indeed, it was the instinct of becoming stronger just by being alive. After leaving the education department, Lin Chen took Yi Tingyun's off-road vehicle back home, preparing to boost his vital energy. Again, before heading to Old Guan's place, he opened a bottle of blood-boosting powder and swallowed it without hesitation, but he didn't rush to cultivate. Instead, he operated the already initiated Qingming refining heaven technique. This special medicine, blood-boosting powder, has a very high efficiency in energy extraction. Now, under the influence of the Qingming refining heaven technique, in less than a breath, it all transformed into pure energy. Subsequently, the quality of this energy rapidly improved. However, the total amount decreased. Quality increased by 30%, total energy decreased by 30%. That's acceptable. Lin Chen nodded to himself. He had just entered the initial stage of this spiritual martial art, and as his realm increases, the purification effect will be stronger and the consumption will be less. After trying it out, Lin Chen dispersed the power of the Qingming refining heaven technique. The blood-boosting powder was very efficient in enhancing vital energy, so there was no need for further purification. He began to operate the Great Sun Gene technique for cultivation. The intensity of his vital energy rapidly climbed. 850 calories, 880 calories, 910 calories. Before long, Lin Chen's vital energy reached 1,000 calories. This was the upper limit for a high-level martial artist. Lin Chen's heart stirred. Pausing his cultivation, he spread out one hand, and a surge of vital energy erupted from his palm, the radiance spreading deeper, having transformed from a faint golden color to a golden hue. Gazing at the vital energy in his palm, Lin Chen focused his mind and carefully examined it. Long ago, when he first broke through, he vaguely sensed that the artistic conception in the Great Sun Gene Technique's celestial map seemed to have a certain influence on his vital energy. Now that his vital energy had reached 1,000 calories, this feeling became even more pronounced. However, when Lin Chen tried to perceive it, there was still no unusual sensation, like an illusion of flowers in a mirror or the moon reflected in water. Previously, on the way back by speedboat, Lin Chen had asked Yi Tingyun about it. Yi Tingyun was equally surprised and, after pondering for a while, offered a guess that it might be related to the foundation laid during the evolution realm, causing some deeper changes in his vital energy. After all, Lin Chen had cultivated the evolution section of the Great Sun Gene technique to the ultimate realm while still in the evolution realm. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the foundation was perfect. Perhaps my vital energy needs to be stronger to manifest it. Lin Chen thought no more and opened another bottle of blood-boosting powder to consume for cultivation. His vital energy intensity climbed again. 1,030 calories, 1,060 calories, 1,090 calories. When Lin Chen finished the blood-boosting powder he received as a championship reward, his vital energy reached 1,200 calories. With a slight push, the vital energy surged throughout his body like the waters of a great river, carrying a deep and resonant sound. However, he was still far from his upper limit. 4,900 calories of vital energy is indeed very high. Lin Chen's thought soared. Perhaps I don't even need to reach the upper limit. I can already possess the combat power to open the heavenly gate. Tianmen can absorb the energy of heaven and earth. Once opened, the enhancement gained is far greater than merely condensing one's vital energy. A martial artist at this level already meets the general definition of a strong person. In a city like Shanghai, they have the strength to establish a martial arts school and hold their ground. High-level martial artists who wish to compete usually need to possess powerful supernatural abilities and develop them to a high level. However, Lin Chen has undergone 3 rounds of bone tempering with an extremely high limit on his vital energy, enough to surpass that. 4,900 calories of vital energy can be reached quickly as well. Lin Chen was confident. He still had rewards issued by the state to collect. Rescuing Qin Ming and others would also yield benefits, and according to the standard set by Executive Minister Luo Qiushue, it should be quite considerable. After the news of his championship fermented for a few more days, his next merchandise promotion would surely exceed tens of millions. One step at a time, Lin Chen suppressed his thoughts, stood up, and pushed the door to head to Old Guan for extreme knife training. This knife technique, like the Beast King's 5-kill style, also relied heavily on physical fitness. Raising his realm a bit could provide him with an additional means during the mechanical 218 Ancient Realm expedition. On the other side, a mansion belonging to the Li family consortium. In a luxurious bedroom, Li Ziqi lay on the bed, his external injuries already healed, but there remained a noticeable sense of lethargy between his brows. By the bedside, a healing-type supernatural ability user was sweating profusely, exerting all his effort to heal him. After a long while, he could no longer hold on and stopped. "Dr. Jiang, how is it?" a middle-aged man in the bedroom asked, his demeanor calm, resembling Li Ziqi somewhat. He was Li Ziqi's father, Li Han. Dr. Jiang glanced at Li Ziqi on the bed, then looked at Li Han, his expression troubled, hesitating to speak. Li Ziqi inevitably became anxious. Li Han remained expressionless, calmly instructed, "Just say it directly." Dr. Jiang let out a quiet breath, hesitatingly said, "The injuries caused by lightning to his body have all healed, but unlike other contestants, there remains a kind of overly domineering heat deep within him. For some reason, it is incredibly tenacious and difficult to eliminate. If this heat's erosion does not disappear, it will be nearly impossible for him to cultivate." Dr. Jiang's face showed signs of struggle as he hesitated. "With my level of supernatural ability, it would take at least a decade of continuous treatment to eradicate it, and even then, it may not necessarily heal." For this direct descendant genius of the Li family, he still did not dare to directly say that he was ruined. But how could Li Ziqi not understand? In an instant, it felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and he immediately began to scream frantically, wildly waving his hands, tearing apart the pillows and sheets on the bed. The vases, electronic clocks, and other items on the bedside tables were shattered one after another. In just a moment, the entire luxurious bedroom was in disarray. "I want to kill Lin Chen. Lin Chen ruined me. I want his life in return. Dad, I want to kill him." Li Ziqi roared incessantly. Li Han ignored him, turning his gaze to Dr. Jiang, saying, "I apologize for the trouble, you may leave now." "All right, contact me anytime if needed." Dr. Jiang quickly left. Li Han remained in the room, his face showing no emotional fluctuations, merely watching the frenzied Li Ziqi with indifference. As time passed, the room gradually quieted down. Li Ziqi sat on the collapsed bed, his head lowered, with traces of tears still on his face. At this moment, Li Han raised his right hand, glanced at his watch, and then spoke. "Calming down in about half an hour is still acceptable." Li Ziqi continued to lower his head, self-mockingly saying, "What good is calming down? The next 10 years are my golden cultivation phase. Now that I've wasted it, it's enough to leave me half-crippled. And it may not even be treatable. I can no longer hope for the position of family head. Perhaps out of consideration for you, my life of luxury won't change, but the gap between Lin Chen and me." Li Ziqi's voice was hoarse and weak. Li Han listened patiently and said, "That's right. Wanting to compete for the family head and wanting to counterattack Lin Chen shows that you still have ambition." Upon hearing this, Li Ziqi raised his head sharply, a glimmer of light appearing in his eyes, and said, "Dad, do you have a way?" Li Han nodded calmly and said, "Before this year's festival, I will make sure you recover. But Dr. Jiang is already the top treatment ability user in Shanghai City. You don't need to worry about how I will do it. I said you can recover, and you will." Li Han interrupted, his tone firm, "Take advantage of this next 6 months to calm your mind and think about why you suffered such a defeat this time." Hearing the mention of defeat, Li Ziqi clenched his hands tightly, and after a long while, he said softly, "I didn't anticipate Lin Chen's breakthrough progress." Li Han interrupted again, coldly saying, "That's just the surface. You clearly lost a match, yet you still risked confronting him. Is this what I taught you about planning before acting? Long Men Island is just a competition arena. Whoever has stronger combat power has more say. But that is not the real society. The rules outside the arena have never been fair. Just like now, Lin Chen's strength far exceeds yours. He also knows that the incident with Du Changping was orchestrated by you behind the scenes, but what was the result? Du Changping's lawsuit is still ongoing. If he wants to drag it out, it could take 3 to 5 years before a verdict is reached." Li Han's tone was extremely indifferent. After hearing this, Li Ziqi did not immediately agree. In his mind, a pair of cold, indifferent eyes suddenly appeared, looking down on him. The pain from that time seemed to rise in his heart again. However, thinking of his identity, Li Ziqi took a deep breath and said solemnly, "I will reflect seriously and absolutely will not make such mistakes again. Remember one thing, your foundation is that you are my son, Li Han, the direct descendant of the Li family. Only then comes strength and talent. A person's background can sometimes determine too many things." Li Han's gaze was sharp, filled with a sense of dominance. "Of course, Lin Chen is a super genius and has already attracted the attention of some upper-class figures, so you will be warned not to go too far regarding Du Changping's matter, but that is all. A commoner's background will always be his weakness. There is no absolute progression between talent and strength. Until Lin Chen reaches a certain height, he will at most gain some attention and investment from upper-class figures, but he will not have the steadfast support like I do standing behind you." Boom! Under the night sky, the dark sea surged violently, and in that moment, a blade of light over 100 meters long erupted, soaring into the sky, unstoppable, extinguishing a cloud at an altitude of 2,000 meters, and then it did not dissipate, appearing from afar like a cold silver moon. This blade of light was struck out by Lin Chen. He was practicing the ultimate sword technique at the bottom of the sea. On the coast, old Guan stood with his hands behind his back, silently watching. Yi Tingyun stood beside him, looking up at the gradually dissipating blade of light in the night sky, and sighed. Another breakthrough, he has reached great success. Old Guan exhaled lightly and commented, Lin Chen's progress in martial arts is becoming increasingly rapid. The insights gained from normally advancing to a high-level martial artist are far from enough to achieve this kind of progress. Yi Tingyun smiled and said, so he is a super genius and I am not. Old Guan understood Yi Tingyun's meaning and, after a long silence, said, with Lin Chen's talent, the possibility of him taking control of the Black Abyss is very high. I also hope he can bring the Black Abyss back to the world. After a pause, old Guan spoke with a complex tone. However, once I use the Black Abyss again, my time will be up. Within a few months, I will undoubtedly die. Yi Tingyun's expression changed slightly, but he knew that the courage of the old man beside him was not born from fear of death. Otherwise, he could have directly given up the Black Abyss back then, which would have allowed him to live many more years without harm, far more comfortably than now. Did you not heavily injure that deity back then? Injuring does not equate to killing. Old Guan took a deep breath, raised his eyes, and gazed at the dark line where the sea met the sky, saying softly, he will not give up so easily. I have a feeling that the deity is lurking in the shadows, wanting to descend once more. Upon hearing this, Yi Tingyun felt a shiver rise from the depths of his heart. His past experiences in service made him acutely aware that once a deity completed their descent, the consequences would be unimaginably terrifying. The entire Shanghai city would become a hell on earth. More than 90 million people, including himself, would not survive, they would all perish. And that was just the initial devastation. Subsequently, most of Lizhou would fall, turning into a forbidden zone for life. Don't take it too seriously, it's just the ramblings of a half-disabled old man. Old Guan withdrew his gaze, his expression already calm. The vision of the Holy Summer King is far deeper than mine. The fact that they are not worried indicates that the probability is extremely low, otherwise, I wouldn't have agreed to teach Lin Chen the sword technique. Understood. Yi Tingyun nodded heavily, his voice still hoarse. He finally understood why old Guan had been reluctant to find a successor for the Black Abyss all these years. The potential cost was truly horrifying. Only Lin Chen's extraordinary talent in martial arts had made old Guan unable to resist the temptation. Yi Tingyun fell silent, adjusting his mindset. Old Guan's gaze returned to the seabed, sensing through the water, observing Lin Chen's training situation, occasionally providing guidance. Under 5,000 times simplification, Lin Chen's control over the direction of the ultimate sword strike was nearly flawless. However, practicing martial arts inevitably led to mistakes. Old Guan's guidance could help Lin Chen progress even faster. The previous outburst had some deviation, there's no need to compress it so harshly, but rather to ignite it comprehensively. A voice resonated in Lin Chen's heart. Then, before his eyes, a slender beam of sword light appeared out of thin air, evolving into the corresponding realm. Lin Chen sighed helplessly and began to observe earnestly. After entering the sea, he would occasionally spread the seawater, allowing him to see old Guan's figure. The other party's aura was noticeably weaker while condensing the sword light. Lin Chen wanted to refuse, but old Guan shook his head directly. Some old habits don't need to be paid attention to. Lin Chen could only focus on practicing the sword with all his might. Old Guan's guidance had a significant effect on him, and when the sun rose on Friday, a prompt sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Your ultimate sword strike has reached the peak realm. Lin Chen continued to strike without stopping, and after another hour, he finally ceased his training, leaping out of the sea with his straight sword in hand. A wave of golden vitality surged from Lin Chen's body, instantly evaporating the seawater and dissolving the salt, leaving his clothes, shoes, and body as clean as new. Luo Qiushue had contacted him yesterday, arranging to meet at 8 o'clock this morning at Shanghai No. 1 High School. Old Guan, I'm taking Lin Chen back to school for a bit. We'll be heading to an ancient secret realm of the Night Patrol Division afterward, so it might take a few days before I can come back. Yi Tingyun briefly informed him. Old Guan nodded, go ahead. As Lin Chen was leaving, he pondered for a moment and took the straight sword he used for practicing the ultimate sword strike. The peak realm was already formidable. Moreover, after entering the mechanical 218 secret realm, he could also use this sword technique in battle, further enhancing his realm. You want to take the sword inside, right? There's a sword sheath in the trunk that came with the purchase. They're all standard shapes and sizes, just grab one to use. Okay. The two got into the off-road vehicle, turned around, and drove towards Shanghai No. 1 High School. Lin Chen looked back and glanced at the lonely old man under the lighthouse by the sea, saying, can't old Guan's injuries be alleviated? Yi Tingyun sighed and replied, many powerful kings have looked at him over the years. Clearly, if there were an effective solution, it would have been implemented long ago. Lin Chen pondered, there were indeed too many strange beasts in that battle back then. Upon hearing this, Yi Tingyun turned to Lin Chen, hesitated for a moment, and then truthfully said, old Guan's injuries were not caused by strange beasts. He certainly suffered damage due to the beast tied back then, but the reason he is like this now is actually unrelated to the strange beasts. Ha! Lin Chen was quite surprised by this answer. Why Yi Tingyun did not say it directly. After thinking for a moment, he turned to ask, "Do you remember what I told you? The initial realm of martial arts is named evolution for a reason, and it carries deep meaning." Lin Chen nodded gently. "I remember. I even looked it up online, but there wasn't a clear explanation, just that it involves higher realms of martial arts." That statement is correct. Yi Tingyun's voice was deep, each word deliberate, because, when martial arts reach a profound level, one can become a deity. Lin Chen's heart tightened. Through Yi Tingyun's attitude, he had a vague feeling. The term deity was certainly not a simple description of power. A true deity in the real sense. Yi Tingyun seemed to know Lin Chen's thoughts. There are deities in other realms. I have seen one from a distance, and old Guan even fought against one in his youth. Lin Chen reacted. Old Guan's injuries were caused by a deity? Yes. Yi Tingyun emphasized, becoming inevitably passionate. In that battle, both sides exchanged half their lives, and even the deity retreated voluntarily, not daring to descend forcefully. Old Guan's cultivation isn't enough to connect with the divine, right? Lin Chen's thoughts raced. The descent of a deity into Xingxia is a complex process that requires a painful price, but a deity is an existence standing at the pinnacle of martial arts. In that battle, even if old Guan were replaced by some kings of Xingxia, it would be hard to achieve a better performance. Yi Tingyun's eyes blazed, brighter than lightning. The abyss can confront deities. Please support with more updates. Powered by love. This pace feels quite dangerous. Powered by love. 404 or 1000. The morning sunlight was bright as the off-road vehicle sped along the coastal highway. The interior falling into a brief silence. Lin Chen raised his hand to rub his brow, momentarily speechless. The information contained in the previous conversation was overwhelming. Martial arts connecting with the divine. Deities existing in other realms. Old Guan injured by a deity, driving back a deity in that battle. The abyss in the lighthouse basement. For a high school student, this information was truly fantastical. If it weren't for his understanding of Yi Tingyun and old Guan, Lin Chen would have thought Yi Tingyun was joking with him. Fortunately, Lin Chen was not an ordinary high school student. After taking several deep breaths to calm his turbulent emotions, he said, "This information must belong to Xingxia's secrets. I haven't seen any related rumors online." Correct. Yi Tingyun nodded. Some messages, if spread, can easily cause widespread panic, so control is very strict. As he spoke, Yi Tingyun provided an example. Just the beast kings invading Xingxia from other realms have allowed the foreign cult to amass many followers. If news of a deity were to spread, it would be even harder to control. Indeed. Lin Chen agreed. I know that the followers of the foreign cult refer to themselves as the cult of the divine realm, but most religions do this, creating a lofty concept that outsiders, even if they hear about it, won't associate with the existence of real deities. One of the night patrol's duties is to capture and kill the followers of the foreign cult. Yi Tingyun's expression turned serious. The foreign cult is a malignant tumor, difficult to eradicate. However, Xingxia has certain countermeasures against the descent of deities, whether through kings suppressing the world or some super weapons, which can effectively counter them. Otherwise, the new era wouldn't have emerged. Lin Chen thought for a moment. Is the abyss one of those super weapons? Not entirely. Yi Tingyun instinctively shook his head. The abyss is powerful because of old Guan. Of course. Yi Tingyun paused slightly, as if recalling, then said solemnly, "The current abyss indeed possesses the power to confront deities." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. The straight sword standing in the basement was more complex than he had imagined. Yi Tingyun turned his face slightly, his gaze falling on Lin Chen. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to inform him. "Perhaps, old Guan will gift the abyss to you in the future." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's heart jolted, recalling Yi Tingyun's unusual demeanor when he first met old Guan. "Instructor Yi, did you take me to see old Guan to get the abyss?" Yi Tingyun calmly admitted, "You have this qualification, and old Guan recognizes it as well, but he has more considerations and cannot make a decision immediately." Lin Chen pursed his lips, let out a long breath, and said, "I need to calm my mind now." "All right." Yi Tingyun stopped speaking and silently drove. He had refrained from saying anything earlier, mainly because he was worried that Lin Chen's eagerness to obtain the Black Abyss would lead to an unbalanced mindset, making it impossible to meet old Guan's requirements. But now, Lin Chen had already passed the qualification hurdle. Whether he could take charge of the Black Abyss depended on whether old Guan could make a firm decision, or rather, when he would make that decision. Soon after, the off-road vehicle drove out of the coastal highway. Lin Chen sat in the passenger seat, half turned his face to gaze at the sea, then lifted his head to look at the rising sun, and after retracting his gaze, his expression remained calm. "Have you calmed down?" Yi Tingyun asked. Your mindset is stronger than mine. When I first learned about the gods from other realms, I was troubled for several days and couldn't sleep, feeling inexplicably anxious. The height of the gods is still too far from me, like the stars in the universe, Lin Chen calmly recounted. Even if old Guan really gives me the Black Abyss, I currently only have a strength of 1,000 tons and 1,200 calories of vital energy. How can I possess the combat power to confront the gods? If the Black Abyss could truly do that, anyone else would certainly be able to confront the gods as well, Lin Chen thought clearly. That's indeed true. Yi Tingyun nodded in agreement, saying seriously, even a true super weapon is an extension of a martial artist. In your hands or mine, it would be entirely different from being in old Guan's or Saint Xia's hands. Lin Chen smiled and said, so, what I need to do now is to stay grounded and move forward step by step. Taking charge of the Black Abyss would definitely be a good thing for him. If he didn't succeed, the impact wouldn't be too great. The stars hanging high in the sky, though distant, were within his reach. Perhaps, he could achieve it soon. Your Qingming refining heaven technique has reached the great completion realm. Your stomach is currently churning, and your understanding of the Qingming refining heaven technique is deepening. In the middle of Shanghai, when Lin Chen and Yi Tingyun arrived at the school, it was just a few minutes before 8 o'clock. Luo Qiushue had come early, still dressed in the combat uniform of the execution department, waiting outside the agreed-upon gate. Upon seeing Lin Chen get out of the car, she was about to speak, but her gaze inadvertently fell on the straight knife at Lin Chen's waist. Once, out of admiration for the commander of the Nightfire Army, she had also practiced with this weapon, putting in a lot of effort, but unfortunately, her talent in knife techniques was mediocre, and she had to give up. Let's go. Suppressing her rising thoughts, Luo Qiushue faced Lin Chen and said briskly, okay. Lin Chen nodded. Which way do we go? Luo Qiushue pointed to the sky, then reached out a hand to grasp Lin Chen's shoulder, saying, don't be nervous, it will be very stable. After saying that, Luo Qiushue's figure flashed, and she quickly ascended with Lin Chen, until they reached 2 or 3,000 meters and entered a hovering armed helicopter. This way of boarding is a first for me. Lin Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Luo Qiushue's fair face showed no emotional fluctuations as she explained, your school is in the urban area, and if the armed helicopter of the Night Watch execution department suddenly lands, it might cause unnecessary panic. Lin Chen smiled, I can understand. The execution department is the violent arm of the Night Watch, and generally, they wouldn't deploy unless there was danger. Inside the helicopter were 3 others, a pilot and 2 middle-aged men, the latter wearing combat uniforms similar to Luo Qiushue's, clearly also members of the execution department. This is Zhang Yong'an, a star-tier Night Watcher. Luo Qiushue introduced the 2 middle-aged men. This is Lu Rui, a moon-tier Night Watcher. They will also participate in this rescue operation, but like me, they won't take action unless it's a critical moment. They are support personnel, Luo Qiushue briefly explained. Lin Chen nodded, got it. During the days he guided Qin Ming and others in practicing the Beast King 5 kill style, they occasionally chatted, and he was very clear about the classification of execution personnel. The starting level, of course, was reserve members. Taking one step further, we arrive at the most basic formal Night Watchman, who holds no rank and is usually an ability user. They need to have their vitality reach perfection and develop their abilities to a high level. Above the rankless are the 3 tiers of Night Watchman, Star, Moon, and Sunday. To be promoted, ability users often have to open the heavenly gate of the human body. Qin Ming mentioned once that the formal Night Watchmen exploring the ancient realm of Mechanical 218 all had no rank. Lin Chen's thoughts soared. The power used to activate the heavenly gate is of a higher level and will pressurize the ancient realm, causing damage. It is widely acknowledged among the common people of Xingxia that once the heavenly gate is opened, one can bear the title of a strong person. However, in the environment of the Mechanical 218 ancient realm, with my physical strength, I would only be stronger against a martial artist who has opened the heavenly gate. Lin Chen had an accurate understanding of his own strength. In fact, if the reward for this rescue mission were substantial, even without the environmental boost, he would still be on par with martial artists of that level. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen sat down beside Luo Qiushue as instructed. Luo Qiushue briefly introduced herself and then fell silent for the rest of the time. The 2 middle-aged companions were much more enthusiastic. Lin Chen, hello. Your performance in the finals on Longmen Island was truly impressive. Fortunately, my son just started his first year of high school and didn't participate. Hello to you all. After a few pleasantries, Zhang Yong'an brought up the main topic, saying, the rescue team that will be cooperating with you has already arrived at the entrance of the Mechanical 218 ancient realm. Once we arrive, we will enter directly. Inside, the signal is cut off, and we expect to be unable to contact the outside world for 3 to 5 days. If there are any matters you need to address, you can tell us in advance. Everything is ready. We can enter. Mechanical Mountain Sea 218 Ancient Realm. This ancient realm was revealed during the holiday after the New Year, with the entrance located in a wasteland on the northern outskirts of Shanghai City. It has now been constructed by the Night Watch Bureau, surrounded by high-voltage electric fences, and a warning zone has been marked out. One must present a pass from the Night Watch Bureau to enter and exit freely. In the open space behind the heavy gates, 10 rescue personnel assisting Lin Chen gathered, waiting and chatting. Under the heavenly gate, are combined combat power of 10 ranks. Among the top of the formal Night Watchmen, This is the first time we are collectively cooperating with an external aid, one of the team members remarked. With emotion. Nearby, someone laughed in agreement, saying, I thought the main force of this operation would be Su Won-yoon. He only has a few skulls and hasn't undergone secondary bone tempering. Whether in terms of overall strength or vitality intensity, he should surpass us ability users. Upon hearing this, several gazes fell on the young man standing at the front. Su Won-yoon gently shook his head, saying, although Lin Chen is an external aid, the decision to make him the main force was set by Minister Luo. With her insight, she cannot be wrong. The likelihood of Lin Chen successfully saving people must exceed that of me as the main force. A super genius with 3 bone temperings, still a high-level martial artist just thinking about his combat power in the mechanical 218 ancient realm is enough to know he must be strong. I know that, but I'm curious about one thing. Does he have the combat power of a formal night watchman in the outside world? A voice rose, sparking considerable discussion. Su Won-yoon pondered, saying, I have a cousin who made it to this year's finals, so I took the time to watch the live broadcast. Judging solely from the lightning that sealed off the entire airport, it doesn't seem difficult to pass the assessment of a formal night watchman, but it's hard to determine how strong he really is. The battles inside are completely invisible. Why not ask your cousin? I asked him. He said that as soon as the bell for the finals rang, he lost consciousness. This Hugo has a dog brother. Several people looked speechless. Old Su, do you have confidence in defeating him? The person next to Su Won-yoon asked. In terms of martial arts cultivation, you are the most profound among us. Someone chimed in, saying, I remember you have already started tempering your body again. Su Won-yoon nodded and said, at the beginning of the year, my vitality reached the upper limit of 1,700 calories. I wanted to solidify my foundation before opening the heavenly gate. Now, half a year has passed, and my strength has increased by several tons. However, Su Won-yoon pondered seriously and said, I can't be sure. If I can defeat Lin Chen, I still need to see his combat power with my own eyes. That's easy. During the upcoming rescue mission, he will definitely make a move. Although the ancient realm secret is restrictive, we can roughly gauge it through reverse deduction. It doesn't mean much if I can defeat him. There's nearly a 10-year age gap. Mainly, I'm just curious about his combat power. As the 10 of them conversed, a sudden silence fell, and they all turned to watch a black-painted armed helicopter land. Among the 4 figures stepping out, the boy in the Shanghai No. 1 high school uniform stood out prominently. All personnel accounted for. Zhang Yong'an scanned the group and spoke in a deep voice. Let's depart now. Lin Chen followed closely beside Luo Qiushue, heading towards a large building ahead, which had a ceiling height of over 30 meters and was quite spacious. In the center area, a spatial passage floated, appearing as a circular vortex with a diameter of about 20 meters, inside which flowed a translucent glow, faintly revealing scenes from the other side. Unlike the Blood Beast secret realm Lin Chen had visited before, the ancient realm secret was a self-contained domain, not directly merging with the real world, connected by a spatial passage. Lin Chen raised his eyes, curiously examining the spatial passage ahead, where a pitch-black road stretched into the distance, exceptionally smooth and clean, as if cast from metal. Towering buildings lined both sides, reaching heights that seemed limitless, with no windows in the walls, which were as dark as the road surface, only arranged with bundles of light strips. It has quite a sci-fi feel. Lin Chen nodded to himself, not too surprised. After all, it's a remnant of a prehistoric mechanical civilization. The group of 14 leaped into the spatial passage one after another. Buzz. As Lin Chen passed through the spatial passage and was still in free fall, an invisible wave seeped into his body, identical to the previous mechanical core suppression. For Lin Chen, whose strength had now reached 1,000 tons, it was even less of a problem. With a slight exertion, he landed steadily on the ground. He glanced around, and the surrounding scene became increasingly clear. The high-rise buildings stretched into the distance, seemingly boundless, with a pitch-black backdrop complemented by strips of white fluorescence, creating a particularly unique sight. This is located in the northern part of the secret realm. According to researchers, it used to be a living area. We need to head to the fire tower. On the west side, Zhang Yong'an took out a hand-drawn map. In this technologically advanced civilization's secret realm, the simpler, the more practical. We'll engage at the next intersection, advancing with the 21st team formation. 2 personnel with scouting abilities must remain vigilant against the patrolling mayfly mechs. Zhang Yong'an methodically issued commands. Previously, he was responsible for the task of searching for the missing personnel, including Qin Ming. The 10 rescue team members spread out to scout ahead, with Lin Chen and Luo Qiushue positioned at the center, ready to take charge. Of course, Lin Chen was the main force who could strike at any moment. The group advanced westward. Along the way, Lin Chen mentioned the mayfly mechs that Zhang Yong'an had just spoken about. How strong are they? His understanding of this ancient realm secret mainly came from occasional chats with Qin Ming and others while guiding the Beast King 5 kill style, which was mostly one-sided. For reserve members, they can be quite tricky. For formal night watchmen, they can be defeated head-on, which would take about 10 minutes to half an hour. However, mayfly mechs tend to appear in groups, making them difficult to deal with. Once surrounded, they can attract new mayfly mechs, making them the biggest trouble in this area, Zhang Yong'an explained precisely. As he spoke, he also informed them of potential troubles they might encounter along the way. The rescue team gradually delved deeper into the living area, and about a quarter of an hour later, an alarm sounded from one of the scouting personnel. At the 7th intersection ahead, a squad of mayfly mechs is rapidly approaching, a total of 7, and they have roughly locked onto our position. We will encounter them in about a minute. The mayfly mechs have a precise scouting range of 500 meters. We still have time to choose whether to retreat and create distance or break through head-on. Su Wanyun took over the conversation and asked, break through head-on. Zhang Yong'an decisively made the decision, his gaze turning to Lin Chen, saying, we need to cross most of the living area to reach the Ember Tower. Based on previous experience, no matter how we dodge, we will have to face 3 to 5 waves of mayfly mechs in direct combat. This time, encountering 7 mayfly mechs is neither too many nor too few, and they won't pose a significant threat to us. It's just right for you to practically test the level of the mayfly mechs. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged as he nodded, no problem, I can handle it. Upon hearing this, the 10 rescue team members exchanged glances, their expressions varied. Lin Chen was the main force, a decision made by Luo Qiuxue, and they all accepted it. However, doubts and curiosity lingered in their hearts. Seeking external assistance and having external support as the main force are two different concepts. The latter, under normal circumstances, can assure that Lin Chen's probability of successful rescue would far exceed theirs. The question is, how strong must Lin Chen be to warrant such a decision from Luo Qiuxue? Soon, a faint sound of air being sliced through reached their ears. Ahead on the road, a group of mayfly mechs came into view, entirely made of metal, floating as they moved, resembling octopuses with multiple dangling tentacles, reflecting the fluorescent lights distributed along the buildings on either side of the road, giving off a cold hue. As the distance closed to 500 meters, all 7 mayfly mechs trembled, as if entering battle mode, their speed increasing rapidly. At this moment, all 10 rescue team members focused their attention solely on Lin Chen. The opposing force was the main force, and they needed to coordinate their combat with him. Lin Chen's expression was calm as he raised his drooping right hand, his 5 long and powerful fingers slowly closing, gripping the hilt of the knife at his waist. The current mission is primarily a rescue. We still need to reach the Ember Tower as quickly as possible. Su Wanyun removed the battle rifle from his back. We need to share the load with a few of them. Before he could finish his sentence, his full head of black hair began to wildly dance. Whoosh! A brilliant flash of blade light shot out from Lin Chen's hand, resembling a silver moon crossing the sky, or lightning streaking through, piercing through the 7 mayfly mechs ahead in succession. The entire process seemed to have no pause at all. Bang bang bang. In the next moment, the personnel standing in front of Lin Chen turned to look, only to see chaotic tentacles flailing in midair. All 7 mayfly mechs split apart, their severed edges clean, sparking arcs of electricity and fire as they fell to the ground. Lin Chen's raised right hand fell back down, the straight knife at his waist returning to its place. Luo Qiuxue's eyes suddenly narrowed, frozen in place, a shiver running straight to the top of her head. This one strike reminded her of someone. It's a bit late today, but there's a lot of updates, all 5,000 words. Please support with love to power the updates. Let's gather together. Quickly. Powering with love, 673 1000. In an instant, the entire rescue team fell silent, the vast street echoing only with the sound of mayfly mech fragments hitting the ground. Everyone surveyed the debris scattered across the 100 meters ahead, then refocused on Lin Chen, including Zhang Yong'an and Lu Rui, both of whom were advanced night watchmen, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. 1. Strike, total annihilation? Moreover, looking at this situation, even if a few more mayfly mechs came, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. They knew Lin Chen's combat power in the ancient realm would be strong, but they never expected it to be to this extent. Now, it seems we can't deduce his actual combat power, right? Stop with the reverse reasoning. The department was previously searching for those missing members trapped in the fire tower, and I was one of the investigators. At that time, we encountered a dangerous situation, and Captain Zhang Yong'an was forced to use a heavenly gate. It felt like that was even less effective than this one strike. I think, old Su, your chances of facing him out there are quite slim. Pretty much. I haven't heard of Lin Chen practicing sword techniques, but the Beast King's 5-kill style is very high level, which means he hasn't gotten serious yet. It's a good thing Lin Chen didn't join the night patrol, otherwise, what difference would this ancient realm secret be from an ATM? The 10 rescue team members felt a surge of emotions, unable to calm down. Lin Chen, with his keen hearing, noticed everything and shook his head slightly, not paying much attention. He turned to Zhang Yong'an, who was still in a daze, and reminded him, it's resolved, let's set off. Okay. Zhang Yong'an took a deep breath, suppressing his rising emotions. Continue forward. He finally understood why Luo Qiuxue had directly confirmed Lin Chen as the main force for the rescue after returning that night. With such combat power, he could dominate the entire ancient realm secret. As for rescue, cooperation, and executing tasks, there was no need for any experience at all. It would be an understatement to say it was redundant. The group set off again, advancing westward. Along the way, Luo Qiushue walked beside Lin Chen, occasionally glancing at him out of the corner of her eye. That strike Lin Chen had made was impossible for her to ignore. Half an hour later, the tall buildings on both sides of the road quickly thinned out and disappeared. They had successfully passed through the living area. The 10 rescue team members turned back to take a look, their expressions quite complex. Besides shock, there was also a sense of helplessness and disappointment. After encountering the first wave of mayfly mecha, they faced 5 more waves in succession. Without exception, all were eliminated by Lin Chen with a single strike. The largest group had as many as 15 mayfly mechas. Even if all 10 of them teamed up, they would find it challenging. But under that silver moonlight blade light, all the incoming mayfly mechas were severed from entering the ancient realm secret. Until now, their role had only been to provide warnings. They were formal night watchers, once surrounded by flowers and applause among their peers. How could the gap be this vast? Their mentality was on the verge of breaking. Old Sue, I misspoke before I came in. What? It's not that brother who has a dog brother, it's all because some people are unreasonable. To be fair, I'm starting to understand the feelings of those contestants in the finals. No wonder some people online are complaining that Lin Chen could win the citywide high school league even if he brought 3 dogs with him. Having witnessed Lin Chen's strength, the atmosphere of the team was relatively relaxed. Before long, a black desert appeared before them, the road beneath their feet extending into it, winding along the sand dunes, with no end in sight. Black Machinery Desert. Lin Chen had heard Zhang Yong'an mention some introductions before. This area was preliminarily determined to be a manufacturing zone. The black sand in the entire desert was a very peculiar special material that could be fused in various ways to create all kinds of tools. The mayfly mechas patrolling the living area contained this material. As long as they weren't completely destroyed, they would actively come here for repairs. However, the specific principles were still unclear. Even with the peak of holy summer science, there were still differences from prehistoric civilizations. Of course, some references could be made. Like the fire tower, the Black Machinery Desert had only recently begun to appear, and the value of the entire secret realm exceeded the night patrol's initial assessment. Lin Chen remembered Qin Ming saying that due to the continuous emergence of undeveloped areas, many formal night watchers had begun to explore. At this moment, Zhang Yong'an raised his hand, signaling to pause their advance. Then, he looked at Lin Chen and said, according to my initial thought, we should proceed along the road, as this would lower the probability of encountering the black pattern sandworms. However, the endpoint is not close to the fire tower, requiring an extra detour. With your combat power, we can change our course and directly cross the Black Machinery Desert to reach the fire tower faster. Sure, my stamina is almost unaffected. All right. Zhang Yong'an nodded, directing everyone to change their alert formation. In the vast terrain of the desert, it was necessary to maintain a proper distance. Suddenly, Luo Qiushue spoke up, saying, now that the personnel are not close together, Zhang Yong'an, you and Lu Rui should take the lead in the rear, respectively. Upon hearing this, the two were slightly surprised. The dangers in the Black Machinery Desert mainly came from the black-striped sandworms. With Lin Chen's combat power, he could resolve any issues in time. Even if they encountered a swarm of worms, the possibility of a life-and-death crisis was very small. However, in the face of the command from the minister, Zhang Yong'an and Lu Rui did not think much and quickly spread out to carry out the orders. After the two left, Luo Qiushue took a deep breath, suppressing the rare tension that had risen in her heart, and said, Lin Chen, the sword technique you demonstrated earlier, was it taught to you by an old man with the surname Guan? Years ago, when she was transferred from the Night Fire Army, the main reason she was in charge of the night patrol in Shanghai City was because of the former leader Guan Shan, a super powerhouse who could once contend with deities. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, realizing that Luo Qiushue was deliberately diverting the two newly promoted night watchers, and after a moment of thought he calmly admitted, yes. As expected, Luo Qiushue paused her steps for a moment before continuing forward, saying, the true meaning of the knife technique you possess is extremely extreme. Aside from the Guan army leader, I can't think of a second person who could create such a lethal knife technique. After saying this, she added, even if the true meaning is merely the second true meaning of the Guan army leader, whom Lin Chen was slightly astonished because he had specifically checked the system's prompt sound, which indicated that above the realm of heaven and earth was the true meaning of martial arts. What is the first true meaning? Lin Chen asked curiously. Luo Qiushue's eyes sparkled, unable to hide the admiration in her gaze, and she replied earnestly, the true meaning of the Black Abyss. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's heart stirred. The straight knife he had in the basement of the lighthouse was also named Black Abyss. Connecting it to Yi Tingyun's words, the Black Abyss is powerful because of old Guan. The coincidence of the true meaning and the straight knife's name seemed far from simple. Luo Qiushue, unaware of Lin Chen's thoughts, pondered for a moment and added, the true meaning of the Black Abyss from the Guan army leader has reached its limit. It is more fitting to call it the Black Abyss domain. Lin Chen's gaze flickered as he recalled the paper introducing the true meaning and said, above the domain is the title of king. Yes. Luo Qiushue nodded gently, affirming Lin Chen's statement. Lin Chen couldn't help but exhale deeply, saying, Old Guan was even stronger than I imagined back then, just one step away from becoming the king of the Holy Summer. Upon hearing this title, Luo Qiushue glanced at Lin Chen and corrected him, it needs to be even stronger. When the Guan army leader was still around, wherever the Nightfire army marched, they could ignore the Beast King. Lin Chen's pupils slightly constricted, rippling with emotion. The Beast King, the king of strange beasts, possessed overwhelming combat power comparable to the king of the Holy Summer. The two fell silent, following the team deeper into the Black Machinery Desert. Lin Chen was quite surprised, astonished by Old Guan's strength. According to Luo Qiushue, even if Old Guan couldn't match the king in a one-on-one fight, he certainly wouldn't be far off. However, to become a king required the elevation of the domain. At the moment of transcendence, the transformation was immense. The gap between the two was far greater than the intermediate and advanced stages of martial artists. The difference between blood energy and the heavenly gate was also incomparable, a vast chasm. Yet Old Guan could approach and even bridge the gap between the two. It was truly terrifying. After all, those who could become kings were all at their peak, overwhelming countless prodigies of the same generation or realm into despair. No wonder Yi Tingyun valued the Black Abyss so much. Luo Qiushue walked alongside Lin Chen, equally unsettled, her emotions fluctuating far more violently than Lin Chen's. This young man's sword technique was indeed personally taught by the Guan army leader. Moreover, it was a straight knife. If one thought deeply about this type of weapon, its significance was extraordinary. Could it be that he controls the Black Abyss? A thought flashed through her mind, causing her body beneath the combat suit to tremble, but she felt it was unlikely. The service experience of the Nightfire army made her quite familiar with the life of Old Guan. After that divine battle years ago, Old Guan sealed the Black Abyss in Shanghai City and no longer made use of it. Countless geniuses aspired to become the successor of the Black Abyss, rushing to Shanghai City one after another. Among them were also super geniuses who had undergone the third bone tempering, and even one who had awakened a top-tier powerful ability. But no matter who it was, they were all turned away at the door. Old Guan's attitude was very clear. He had no intention of accepting disciples. The Black Abyss belonged solely to him, with absolute control. But all these years, the commander of the army has taught no one except for Lin Chen, who is the exception. What if he really is the successor chosen by the commander? Luo Qiushue couldn't help but glance sideways, watching the boy beside her. If her speculation turned out to be true, the entire Xingxiao would be shaken to its core. Swish! A blinding flash of blade light erupted, illuminating the surroundings, dazzling and intense, spanning hundreds of meters, striking towards a black-striped sandworm that leaped out from the desert to block their path. Though called a sandworm, it only resembled one slightly. Its overall height exceeded 10 stories. Facing the incoming blade light, it suddenly swung its body, directly confronting it. Boom! The black-striped sandworm shook violently, and the area where it met the blade light splattered with large chunks of mechanical debris. But compared to its size, this damage was not too severe. However, in the next moment, its sensory components went into a frenzy of warning. A slender figure swept through the air, wielding a straight blade, like lightning, rushing forward, and then with a step down, leaped into the sky. Swish! Lin Chen slashed down from above, unleashing the full power of his ultimate strike into the blade, unstoppable, cutting through the body of the black-striped sandworm from head to tail, splitting it in half. Thud! Thud! The two halves of the black-striped sandworm fell to the ground in succession, sending up a large cloud of sand and gravel, flying everywhere. Su Wangyun and several rescue personnel exchanged glances, and while Lin Chen had not turned back, they silently dissipated the powers they had mobilized. It was somewhat unnecessary. Let's move out. Zheng Yongin waved his hand, issuing commands loudly, with a somewhat elevated momentum. This operation, compared to the cautious approach taken when searching for missing persons before, was much more relaxed, almost reckless. The group moved quickly, but the interior of the mechanical 218 ancient realm was vast. Several hours passed before they left the Black Machinery Desert and delved dozens of kilometers deeper, finally seeing the fire tower. A tall tower stood on the ground, entirely white, with a minimalist style, presenting a standard triangular shape with not a single seam visible on its surface, appearing as a whole, yet its height exceeded 1,000 meters. The simple metal casting technique made it unlikely to construct a tower of such volume. The key was that around the high tower, black flames spread in all directions, over 10,000 meters away. Countless flames burned fiercely, but strangely, there was no heat radiating. Within the rising flames, there was a heavy sense of oppression. Zhang Yong'an stood before the black flames, looking towards Lin Chen, explaining. This black flame requires the basic strength of the body to resist. The burden is immense. Lin Chen raised a hand, probing into the black flames, and after a moment, nodded. Without 200 or 300 tons of strength, it's hard to withstand. This is just the outer layer. The burden inside is even stronger. Zhang Yong'an emphasized. When I entered before to search for Qin Ming and the others, I needed to use a heavenly gate to reach the inner area. But to bring people in and out requires mobilizing even greater strength, which would further damage the ancient realm. Zhang Yong'an shook his head. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and asked, how did Qin Ming and the others enter the fire tower? Zhang Yong'an was clear about this and explained. The fire tower appeared later than the black machinery desert, only about a week ago. When it first emerged, there were no black flames surrounding it. Later, as they explored the fire tower, they might have triggered some defensive mechanisms which activated the black flames. Inside the fire tower, there are actually ways to leave, appearing roughly every 3 days, but Qin Ming and the others couldn't withstand the pressure of the black flames and were unable to escape. Zhang Yong'an recalled, this kind of pressure doesn't affect objects. I found a piece of clothing near the entrance of the fire tower which had their situation written on it. That's how I knew they were trapped in the fire tower. Lin Chen understood and didn't ask further, saying, shall we go in now? Zhang Yong'an pondered and analyzed. Many members trapped in the fire tower have injuries. To be safe, you should first send in a healer. Lin Chen nodded in agreement, saying, I'll give it a try. After speaking, Lin Chen stepped forward and entered the black flames. Moments later, a calm voice emerged from within. No need to be so troublesome. Let's go in together. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the black flames spread apart, revealing Lin Chen's figure. Within a 5-meter radius around him, there was a clear space, free from the flames. This space is enough for us to go together. Even if the load inside doubles, I can still withstand it. Zhang Yong'an felt a bit of discomfort. To prevent Lin Chen from being overloaded, he didn't dare to let Lin Chen escort 2 people at once. Are you feeling no pressure? Su Wanyun couldn't help but ask. He had also tried earlier, and the immense pressure had left his body extremely sore, making it impossible to go too far. Not too bad, Lin Chen smiled. When he spread the black flames, the pressure on him indeed surged. If he only had the 1,000 tons of strength from the 3 times of bone tempering, it would have been quite difficult. However, he also had the heavy armored breakthrough body, currently completing the 9th level of tempering, and the actively operating realm was even touching the realm of heaven and earth. With a slight operation, he easily withstood it. Lu Rue, you take 2 people outside as a precaution. If we haven't come out in 3 days, have someone contact the director. Luo Qiushue stepped forward and entered the space Lin Chen had opened. Just in case, Zhang Yong'an and I will go in with the team. Understood. Lu Rue immediately responded. Seeing this, Lin Chen no longer delayed and led a group of 9 towards the fire tower. On the other side, inside the fire tower, on the first floor, Qin Ming sat cross-legged on the ground, his breath somewhat weak, while he circulated his energy to heal his injuries and chatted with other injured members. Counting the time, we've been trapped for a week. Don't panic. Previously, Zhang Yimou forced his way out once. During those few seconds of pause, he saw the message left by Captain Zhang Yong'an. The fact that we are trapped has already been known by Minister Luo. Other high-ups might abandon us for this ancient realm, but Minister Luo definitely won't. The rescue plan must have already started. A wounded official knight watchman comforted upon hearing this. Qin Ming shook his head and said, I'm not really afraid of being trapped. This fire tower is a good place. It's just that I missed the citywide high school league. Without me as the captain, the team from Shanghai No. 1 High School will definitely feel immense pressure. I originally wanted to collaborate with Lin Chen to sell survival gear and make a profit. Qin Ming showed a look of regret. Someone nearby teased with a smile, isn't that your true purpose? Zhang Yimou, also recovering, mercilessly exposed him, saying, Team member Qin Ming, I remember you lost to Lin Chen before. Randomly claiming to be captain is a serious offense. Upon hearing this, many nearby people showed smiles. As members of the Night Watch's executive department or reserve members, their psychological resilience was generally strong. Qin Ming cleared his throat and said, a momentary victory or defeat doesn't mean much. I've made great progress. Now, because of the trials in the fire tower, my strength has reached 130 tons, comparable to some high-level martial artists who have undergone secondary bone tempering. Plus, with the resources gained this time, my energy will likely surge to 500 calories after we get out, and the level of my ability development can also improve further. The authority I lost as captain that day, I will definitely reclaim. I have a feeling, team member Qin Ming, you will definitely be slapped in the face. Lin Chen will surely progress faster than you. Who knows, without you, Lin Chen's team might perform even better. This is too much. My influence on the competition is quite good. Even if the teams from the 3 major noble high schools target us together, as long as Lin Chen and I cooperate well, we still have a chance to break into the top 10. In the midst of casual conversation, everyone suddenly fell silent, all gazing towards the entrance passage not far away. 100 chapters, just a few more to reach 1000. Powered by love. Thank you all for your support. It's just that the formaldehyde has been completely absorbed. See you tomorrow at midnight. The black flames and the white torch tower seem to merge into one, with no obvious transition existing in a gradually shifting area. From black to white. The white area appeared to be filled with fluorescence, resembling the walls of the torch tower, straddling the line between energy and matter. After Lin Chen let everyone in, the pressure that had been weighing on him suddenly vanished. He looked around the white area, raised his hand to pinch it, feeling no tangible sensation, yet it was distinctly different from normal air, quite peculiar. Not far ahead, there was a prominent circular bright strip. Zhang Yong'an observed, this should be the entrance to the torch tower, matching the description written by Qin Ming and the others on their clothes. Luo Qiuxue stepped forward. I'll take the lead this time. Lin Chen, stay close behind me, and Zhang Yong'an, you bring up the rear. The specifics of what lay beyond the entrance were still uncertain. By going in first, she could give Lin Chen some buffer space. The group lined up to walk towards the circular bright strip. On the other side, the entrance passage of the torch tower also featured a similar circular bright strip. The space inside resembled the material of the walls outside the bright strip, but was even more ethereal. Inside the tower, Qin Ming and the others all noticed ripples forming in the passage. This was a sign that someone was crossing through. They quickly stood up, their eyes sparkling with excitement but also on high alert. This ancient realm's secret had long been taken over by the Night Watch, and the people entering now were likely there for a rescue, but it couldn't be ruled out that something unusual was happening within the ancient realm itself. Fortunately, the next moment, 11 figures stepped out of the circular bright strip, entering the sight of the crowd, allowing them to relax. It was indeed the rescue personnel from the Night Watch. Among them was their executive minister, Luo Qiuxue. However, what caught the attention of Qin Ming and the others the most was Lin Chen, dressed in the Shanghai No. 1 high school uniform, standing out among the personnel all clad in Night Watch combat gear. Lin Chen? Qin Ming could never have anticipated this, utterly surprised. How did you end up here? Lin Chen smiled and stepped forward with Luo Qiuxue and the others. I'm an external aide for this rescue operation. What about the citywide high school league? It's over. You withdrew early. Qin Ming instinctively thought Lin Chen had been eliminated. There's still more than half a day left until the finals. What place did Shanghai No. 1 high school come? Lin Chen pondered for a moment and teased, second to last. Upon hearing this, the accompanying rescue personnel, including Su Wangyun, pursed their lips, trying hard to suppress their laughter. One person dominating the entire scene, isn't that just 2 places? Below Shanghai No. 1 high school, calling it the runner-up isn't an exaggeration. That's so bad. Qin Ming scratched his head. Did you get ambushed by the teams from the 3 major noble high schools at the airport? You could say that, Lin Chen replied honestly. Beside him, Su Wangyun took over the conversation, clearing her throat. I heard that the situation for Shanghai No. 1 high school before the competition was not optimistic. Almost all the martial artist students were poached by the 3 major noble high schools. Lin Chen's team couldn't even gather 3 martial artists. Only one was a junior martial artist, and the rest were all aspiring martial artists. No wonder they withdrew in second place. Qin Ming nodded thoughtfully, then took a deep breath. Before the college entrance examination, there will be another unified test in Shanghai City. I will definitely participate then, to help you push back against the momentum of the 3 major noble high schools. Their poaching behavior is truly excessive. Don't worry, being trapped this time is a fortuitous encounter for me. My strength will rapidly improve, and I will be able to hold my ground. Qin Ming felt that this statement was quite responsible, but for some reason, after he finished speaking, several rescuers who came to assist were all trying hard to suppress their laughter. Luo Qiuxue shook her head helplessly and said, Lin Chen won the championship yesterday. Apart from the team from Shanghai No. 1 high school, all the other teams didn't even make it out of the airport. They all ranked last. Faced with this response, Qin Ming was dumbfounded. Su Wangyun and the others stopped holding back their laughter. While checking and treating the injuries of those trapped, they teased Qin Ming, informing him of the events of the past few days. After hearing this, Qin Ming looked at Lin Chen as if he had seen a ghost. One person suppressing the entire scene, winning the championship in 5 minutes, serving as the main force in the rescue, annihilating more than 10 mayfly mechas with a single strike, ignoring the burden of the black flames. It had only been about a week since he last saw Lin Chen, but Qin Ming felt as if he had been in seclusion for many years. The Lin Chen in his memory had completely transformed. Not just him, but the few who had followed Lin Chen to learn the Beast King's 5-kill style were equally unsettled. They could imagine that beneath these achievements and honors lay an astonishing speed of progress. I'm only slightly injured. Zhang Yamo shook his head and told the rescuers, treat Qin Ming first. Qin Ming came back to his senses and nodded in thanks. Good. I'll treat you to a meal after we get out. It's what I should do. Zhang Yamo raised an eyebrow and smiled brightly. Weren't you just saying you wanted to reclaim Lin Chen's captain position? As your senior, I definitely have to support you. Once your injuries improve, let's find Lin Chen for a battle. I'll gather everyone to cheer you on. Qin Ming. Suing Zhang Mo for murder in court might not even be dismissed. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle, his gaze sweeping around before landing back on the circular light strip they had come from. Is it impossible to leave now? He remembered Zhang Yong'an saying that the exit passage from the fire tower opened approximately every 3 days. Coming in and going out are different. Qin Ming hoped to quickly change the subject and answered first, the passage behind the circular light strip seems to be just one, but it's more like 2 overlapping one-way spaces that merge every 3 days. When they're not merged, the passage is very solid and cannot be crossed. Zhang Mo nodded, affirming his statement. The last merging was 8 hours ago. It's estimated to be another 2 or 3 days. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, his gaze falling on Luo Qiushue. Should I give it a try? Sure. Luo Qiushue stepped up to follow Lin Chen as they turned back. Standing in front of the circular light strip, Lin Chen extended a hand and pressed it against it. As soon as he made contact, a substantial sense of obstruction came, but the next moment, to the astonished gazes of Qin Ming, Zhang Mo, and the others, Lin Chen's entire right arm passed through. The pressure must be far greater than the black flames. Lin Chen retracted his arm, thoughtfully analyzing. In a single attempt, I can only take 1 or 2 people out. Luo Qiushue thought for a moment and said, forcing our way out might trigger other defensive mechanisms. To be safe, let's wait for the next opening cycle, which is just 2 or 3 days. That's fine. Lin Chen casually nodded. The heat of winning the championship needed a few more days to ferment, and he wasn't in a hurry to leave. During this time, he could just elevate the ultimate blade to its ultimate realm. Minister. Zhang Mo stepped over and reminded, as long as we can resist the black flames outside, the interior of the fire tower isn't too dangerous. Rather, it's a great place worth exploring. This should be a trial ground left by the civilization of that year. Luo Qiushue gently nodded and said, in the information you all shared earlier, there was mention of this. The rewards for completing the trial seem quite generous. The main thing is to enhance physical strength. Zhang Mo emphasized, thinking for a moment before giving an example. Qin Ming underwent a 2-star elite trial, and after completing it 3 times, his overall strength directly increased to 130 tons. This kind of enhancement effect is more powerful than many special grade elixirs, Zhang Mo said with emphasis. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling a bit surprised. The cultivation of advanced martial artists primarily focuses on strengthening the energy of vitality and blood, while the enhancement of physical fitness is relatively average. Typically, after reaching the upper limit of vitality and blood, one must further temper the body. However, progress is slow, and the upper limit is not high. A single bone tempering can, at most, increase it by 30 to 50%. Qin Ming's progress is indeed remarkable. Luo Qiushue was also somewhat surprised and asked, how many levels are there in the trial? Zhang Mo answered honestly, currently, we have identified 3 levels, ordinary, 1-star elite, and 2-star elite. The distinction is based on the richness of the rewards. 2-star is higher than 1-star, but we are still unclear about the various tiers within the elite level. Luo Qiushue glanced around and asked, where is the trial location? It's right behind where we are resting, Zhang Mo said as he stepped forward to lead the way. Their conversation was overheard by several rescue personnel who had just entered, and they looked up with great interest. Minister, can we give it a try? The 2 medical personnel will focus on healing, but the others can come over and give it a shot. Soon, the group arrived at the trial area. It was very spacious. The ground was black, neat and clean, divided into square sections by strips of light, each about 100 meters on each side. Each area corresponded to a trial site. In front of the site stood a small regular triangular pyramid, resembling a fire tower but only as tall as a person. Before the trial, you need to imprint a certificate. This device integrates detection levels and issues certificates, Zhang Mo explained, having gone through the trial before and familiar with the process. Place your hand on it, and after about 30 seconds, a certificate will be imprinted into your palm. That is a special kind of energy that can be explored with thought. As he spoke, Zhang Mo raised one hand and pressed it against the triangular pyramid. After a short while, he lifted his palm and turned it over to show everyone. In the center of his palm, a square of black light swirled, with a vertical white light strip in the center. Lin Chen briefly explored it and sensed a stream of information. 1-star elite trial certificate, current trial progress. Level 0. Luo Qiushue's eyes flickered as she gazed at the certificate in Zhang Mo's hand and said, the energy representation of specific meanings is quite similar to the martial arts manual. She then asked, what are the criteria for judging the trial levels? Zhang Mo pondered and replied, based on our tests, it should relate to multiple aspects such as strength, talent, foundation, and age. The specific weight cannot be deduced, but we can roughly judge that the highest factors should be talent and foundation. Zhang Mo then used Qin Ming as an example. His strength is not as good as a formal night watchman, but he received a 2-star elite trial certificate, while an older formal night watchman only has an ordinary level trial certificate. I'll give it a try, Zhang Yong'an said as he raised a hand and pressed it down. Buzz. In less than 10 seconds, the triangular pyramid gently shook, glowing with fluorescence, presenting a stream of information. Cultivation and age do not meet the conditions. Trial certificate will not be issued. Seeing this, Zhang Yongnan lightly coughed to suppress his slight embarrassment and said, the trial area of the fire tower should be aimed at solidifying the foundation for those who have not yet opened the heavenly gate. It belongs to a training method of the mechanical civilization from back in the day. Luo Qiushue nodded and said, the flourishing mechanical civilization coexisted with technology and martial arts, just with different emphases. The trial rewards of the fire tower focus on enhancing physical strength, indicating that this mechanical civilization places great importance on the foundation of martial arts. Upon hearing this, several rescue personnel stepped forward one after another to press against the triangular pyramid. Their trial certificates were either 1-star elite or 2-star elite, with little difference. I have a 3-star trial certificate. Su Wanyun turned around, excitement on his face, with a square of black light in his open right hand, featuring 3 vertical light strips in the center. At least 3 tiers for the elite level. It feels like more, even double that could be represented in the black light. Is the talent for second bone tempering this strong? I'm just a year younger than old Su, and my combat power is basically on par with him. Could it be that abilities are not considered talents? Definitely, my martial arts talent is actually average, mainly relying on developing abilities. The trial certificate I obtained is a 2-star elite. A wave of discussions rose and fell, creating a somewhat noisy atmosphere. At this moment, Luo Qiushue turned her face slightly, looking towards Lin Chen, and said, you can also participate in the trial. The current rescue is not yet complete, and further exploration of the fire tower falls within the scope of the mission. Of course, this was just one of the reasons. The night patrol had plans to recruit Lin Chen, so they naturally wanted to show some goodwill. Previously, she had invited for the rescue based on her standards as the execution minister, which also had this purpose. All right. Lin Chen thought for a moment, stepped forward, and pressed his hand against the triangular prism. Zhang Yong'an stroked his chin, half in thought and half in jest, saying, this time, we might find out how many tiers there are for elite-level certificates. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Luo Qiushue, felt there was some truth to it. All eyes turned to Lin Chen. Soon, Lin Chen withdrew his pressing right hand, raising his eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise on his face. Are there 9 tiers for elite level? Zhang Yamo, who had met Lin Chen several times and was somewhat familiar with him, couldn't help but tease. Not sure. Lin Chen shook his head, not keeping them in suspense, and facing the puzzled and surprised gazes of the crowd, he opened his right hand. In his palm, the trial certificate was imprinted, showing no trace of black, presenting a pure white square, its brilliance dazzling, far surpassing the brightness of others' trial certificates. A stream of information clearly presented itself. Perfect level trial certificate, current trial progress, level 0. For a moment, everyone looked at each other, as they didn't know much about the levels of trial certificates, but just looking at this name and brightness, the gap between them was not ordinary. Is there a possibility that above the 3-star elite level is the perfect level? Old Su, can you stop dreaming? Is Lin Chen really that much stronger than you? I admit there's a gap, but isn't your dismissive tone a bit excessive? I'm currently ranked 2nd. If I remember correctly, your cousin won 2nd place in yesterday's citywide high school competition, showcasing his talent. Stop talking. Friendship is over. Nearby, there was a clamor, hard to calm down. Zhang Yamo exhaled lightly, suppressing his rising emotions, and reminded Lin Chen, let's start the trial now. The certificate can only last for a day. Once you're ready, choose a trial area to enter, and the trial will automatically begin. Old Mo, you're not being honest. Why didn't you remind us earlier? Worried about being surpassed? A rescue worker joked. Zhang Yamo pondered for a moment and said, I actually have a reason. Do you want to hear it? Go ahead. Based on our previous exploration experiences, you can at most complete the 3rd level of the trial. You won't be able to beat the 4th level. A little more than half a day is enough, so there was no need to remind you. Following Zhang Mo's hint, Lin Chen walked into a trial area. As soon as he stepped into the center, with a hum, a semi-transparent curtain wall rose from the light bands on all sides, spreading to the top, isolating the trial area from the outside world. Then, the pitch-black ground surged like waves, condensing into a figure, imposing and exceptionally powerful. Lin Chen's gaze was calm, as he had anticipated. According to the experiences of Zhang Yamo, Qin Ming, and others, under the same strength level, the higher the level of the trial certificate, the greater the difficulty. His perfect level trial could not be easy. Of course, the rewards after completion would also be higher. The surrounding curtain walls only restricted the trial range sound could penetrate through. Understood. Lin Chen nodded slightly, facing the trial puppet. Charging at him, he drew his straight knife, enhancing the power of the extreme one slash, and struck down head-on. Bang! The trial puppet flew out, crashing heavily against the curtain wall, a huge wound appearing on its chest, but no blood flowed out. With the flow of light, there were even signs of healing. Lin Chen held the knife and moved forward, launching attacks. Continuously executing the extreme 1/it is both a confrontation and a form of cultivation. This sword technique, under the same realm, can unleash a killing potential that surpasses the Beast King's 5 kills by a notch. Boom! Not long before the second mechanical puppet could appear, Lin Chen struck down with a single blow, swift and unmatched, directly shattering the mechanical puppet in the duel. Dark fragments flew everywhere, merging into the ground, disappearing without a trace. According to the trial rules, if there are no trial puppets in the area, it is considered a successful pass. Lin Chen raised one hand, and the trial certificate in his palm showed some changes. Perfect level. Trial certificate. Current trial progress. Completed the first layer. In the next moment, Lin Chen felt the ground in front of him tremble. A glance revealed a long cabinet emerging from the ground, about 3 meters long, entirely pure white, resembling a nutrient chamber in a hospital. Once it fully surfaced, it opened in the middle, filled with a faint white glow, dense and indistinct. Just go right in, Zhang Mo informed him from behind the curtain wall. We call this thing a nourishing chamber, which is the reward for completing the trial and can enhance physical strength. However, Zhang Mo specifically pointed out that the nourishing chambers they had used before, whether for completing the first layer of the trial or the third layer, were all black. The color of your nourishing chamber is different. It should be related to the perfect level trial, but the style is the same. Alright. Lin Chen stepped inside, and as the nourishing chamber closed, a warm current enveloped his entire body, quite mysterious. Unlike the effects of strong bone pills or blood enhancement powder, it directly began to enhance his physical strength. When Lin Chen activated the Great Sun Gene technique, the enhancement efficiency skyrocketed. Compared to the transformation level during the breakthrough, it was not far behind. 1,020 tons, 1,040 tons, 1,060 tons. Lin Chen's strength continued to rise. On the other side, Zhang Yamo stood outside the trial area, closely watching the white nourishing chamber Lin Chen entered, feeling a mix of tension and anxiety. By assessing Lin Chen's improvement in this round, we can roughly gauge how high the perfect level trial certificate is. What specific standards are there? Luo Qiushue asked with interest. We have currently tested 2 types, Zhang Yamo pondered before answering. First, under the same strength, the higher the trial level, the greater the enhancement. Second, under the same level of trial certificate, the lower the strength, or in other words, the lower the physical strength, the greater the enhancement. Qin Ming, having recovered from his injuries, approached and bowed to Luo Qiushue, saying, when I completed the first layer of the trial, my strength was about 108 tons. After entering the nourishing chamber, I enhanced by about 8 tons. There was also a formal night watchman, who also faced a 2-star elite level trial, with a strength of around 145 tons, significantly higher than mine, yet the reward for the first layer only allowed him to enhance by about 6 tons. Zhang Yamo summarized, the warm current that enhances physical strength in the nourishing chamber should mainly be determined by the level of the trial certificate. Luo Qiushue seemed to ponder, murmuring, in that case, with Lin Chen's current physical strength, even if he only enhances by 10 tons, it probably indicates a very high level. Pretty much. As they conversed, the white nourishing chamber opened again, and as Lin Chen walked out, it began to sink back into the ground until it disappeared. Immediately after, the curtain wall of the trial area descended, also vanishing from sight. Luo Qiushue looked at Lin Chen as he emerged, asking, how much did you enhance? Quite a lot. Lin Chen smiled slightly, very satisfied. My strength increased by 100 tons. Upon hearing this number, everyone felt a chill run down their spines and fell silent. The trial ground of the fire tower, without a doubt, is meant to cultivate geniuses within civilization, regardless of how many levels there are. This tilt in resources at least indicates one thing: Lin Chen surpasses them by a wide margin. Qin Ming couldn't even muster feelings of envy, unable to help but exclaim, that's a huge increase. Zhang Yamo echoed, about the level of one Qin Ming. Qin Ming, as the former captain of the school team at Shanghai No. 1 High School, he had to be reduced to a unit of measurement for someone else? Luo Qiushue ignored the two of them and got down to business, saying, how do we start the second layer of the trial? Isn't there a one-day time limit? Come upstairs this way. In the trial area on the second floor, Lin Chen faced trial puppets whose strength had increased and the initial number had changed to 2. However, it didn't put much pressure on Lin Chen, and within a few minutes, he successfully passed. The ground undulated, and another body-nurturing chamber appeared. Lin Chen entered it with ease, further enhancing his body, and his overall strength increased by another 125 tons. In the trial area on the third floor, the initial number of trial puppets had risen to 4. Lin Chen wielded his knife and easily suppressed them. After entering the body-nurturing chamber, his overall strength increased by 150 tons. Zhang Yamo had been following closely, saying, you can only enter the previous layer after completing the trial of one layer. Our exploration of the fire tower is limited to the 4th layer. Based on height, the fire tower probably has 9 layers, but that may not be accurate. The tower also contains internal space. I don't know if you've noticed, but the size of the space in the first 4 layers is exactly the same, which clearly does not conform to the spatial characteristics of a regular tetrahedron. Lin Chen nodded and said, the trials in the earlier layers aren't too difficult for me. I should be able to go up a few more floors and see then. The difficulty of the trial on the 4th floor was a notch higher. The strength of the trial puppets was stronger, with the initial number reaching 8, but they still couldn't stop Lin Chen. The blade light was blazing, and he passed through forcefully. The increase is getting even bigger. Lin Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This time, his overall strength increased by 180 tons. For him, if he could take advantage of this opportunity to reach his limit, he wouldn't need to temper his body anymore. He just needed to strengthen his vitality. 5th layer trial passed. 6th layer trial passed. When Lin Chen began the 7th layer trial, the overwhelming sense of power erupted, resembling a humanoid dragon. However, the difficulty of the trial was also rapidly increasing. The trial puppets surrounding Lin Chen were densely packed, filling the space around him. Lin Chen fearlessly countered, slashing with his knife. However, just as he dealt with about half of the trial puppets, the ground surged, beginning to condense new trial puppets, totaling 64. This is troublesome. Zhang Mo frowned. The speed of defeating the trial puppets can't keep up with the newly generated ones. It will become increasingly difficult to fight. Luo Qiuxue remained indifferent. She saw Lin Chen reverse his hand and insert the straight knife into the sheath at his waist. Roar! A roar of a giant beast shook the heavens and the earth, causing multiple trial puppets to explode, shattering into pieces. Lin Chen's knife technique was very strong, and the ultimate strike at the peak level could, in a sense, be considered his seal. At the same time, in the deepest core area of the fire tower, it was pitch black when suddenly a white fluorescence lit up, revealing a clear stream of information. Detected a human who may pass the perfect level trial, activating the residual 3rd ring seal of the Artificial God Project after failure. The 3rd watch is complete. Thank you all for your support. I hope everyone has a happy weekend. I ask for more updates powered by love. Current progress 181,000. Within the 7th layer trial area, a azure dragon broke through the air, roaring with a tremendous sound, tearing apart the last 3 remaining trial puppets. In the arena, Lin Chen completed the trial once again. Then, the ground in front of him began to undulate, revealing a body nurturing chamber. Lin Chen stepped in, and the surging heat flow enveloped him, becoming even more intense. As the Great Sun Gene technique operated, his body's strength climbed steadily. The scientific level of this mechanical civilization back then was definitely high. Lin Chen was certain in his heart. When he completed the first trial, his overall strength increased by 100 tons, which, compared to the original base of 1,000 tons, was not an exaggerated increase. But after completing 7 trials, his various physical strengths had more than doubled. The key was that the entire process was very quick. The actual time spent improving was even less than the fierce battles during the trials. To achieve this in the outside world would require a large amount of top-grade elixirs, and the cost would definitely be astronomical. However, such civilizations will eventually perish. Lin Chen shook his head, suppressing the tumultuous thoughts, and walked out of the trial area. Are there new floors above? Yes, I just checked. A group of people stepped up the stairs. The trials on the 8th floor became increasingly difficult. Lin Chen gave it his all, battling for nearly an hour before defeating all the trial puppets. Fortunately, the rewards also increased. After using the body enhancement chamber this time, Lin Chen's physical strength directly reached the upper limit of a high-level warrior. A tremendous sense of power filled his entire body, incredibly formidable. The power all around me. 3,000 tons. Lin Chen's eyes brightened, feeling particularly satisfied. The combat power increase for high-level warriors mainly relies on their vital energy. However, the typical baseline physical strength for high-level warriors is only around 1 to 200 tons. His level exceeded that by a large margin. An increase of 2,000 tons in physical strength was enough to significantly boost his combat power. After going out, if I further enhance my vital energy, I might even be able to fight against warriors who have opened the heavenly gate. Lin Chen's heartbeat quickened slightly. It's important to note that once the heavenly gate is opened, one can be considered a true powerhouse. Exhaling softly, Lin Chen left the body enhancement chamber. Once the surrounding walls descended, he exited the trial area. Come over here. Zhang Mo waved from a distance. Trial passed. The corridor to the 9th floor is now open. You can go up. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, quite surprised, and said, "There's a 9th floor?" Hearing this, Luo Qiuxue glanced at Lin Chen, her brows raised slightly, and said, "Your physical strength has reached the limit of a high-level warrior, hasn't it?" Lin Chen nodded, pondering as he analyzed. The rewards for the 9th floor trial should be different from before. After a brief thought, Luo Qiuxue made a decision and said directly, "You can continue with the trial." All right. The few of them ascended the corridor, and with a glance, they reached a consensus. This trial was essentially the final challenge. The space on the 9th floor was very small, far less spacious than the previous 8 floors, with only a trial area of about 100 square meters. Ahead, just like on the first floor, stood an identical regular triangular pyramid. Lin Chen stepped forward, and as he approached, the triangular pyramid trembled slightly, glowing with a soft light, presenting a stream of information. By completing the perfect level trials on the 8th floor, you can unlock the final trial. Clearly, the upper limit for trials below the perfect level was the 8th floor. Lin Chen had adjusted his state and strode into the center. The next moment, translucent light screens rose around him, and the ground solidified into numerous trial puppets, densely packed, nearly filling the entire trial area. The trial began. Roar! Lin Chen threw a punch, using the Beast King 5 kill style, attacking with all his might. This trial was exceptionally difficult. After an hour of fierce battle, Lin Chen had taken down many headed trial puppets, yet the total number on the field showed no signs of decreasing. The efficiency of the trial puppets collapsing and being reborn is balanced. It's tough for Lin Chen. The total number of trial puppets won't change much from now on, and Lin Chen's condition will definitely worsen as his energy depletes, someone analyzed aloud, prompting a chorus of agreement. At that moment, many members of the Night Watch Tower were observing the battle on this floor. Most of those who had been trapped earlier had received treatment for their injuries, and those participating in the trials, like Su Wangyun, were just as Zhang Mo had predicted. At most, they could complete 3 trials, with no one passing the 4th floor trial, and now they all gathered here. If Lin Chen fails this time, he might only have a chance to pass by joining the Night Watch in June. Pretty much, I heard Zhang Mo say that Lin Chen's physical strength has reached the limit of a high-level warrior. How strong is that? He didn't say, but judging by this momentum, at least 20 or 30 Qin Mings. Is he going to get through this? Qin Ming, saying 20 or 30 of you is just cumulative value, not that he can only fight 20 or 30 of you. The banter was just a side note. Everyone's attention remained focused on the fierce battle in the trial area. The combat power Lin Chen displayed was truly terrifying. The mechanical puppets surrounding him, any one of them, displayed a speed and strength far beyond what these official night watchmen could match. However, even with 200 to 300 of them teaming up to attack Lin Chen, they were still no match. If it weren't for the constant influx of new trial puppets, Lin Chen might have already emerged victorious. In the trial area, the roars of giant beasts echoed continuously, occasionally mixed with deafening thunder, making the battle between both sides incredibly fierce. All around were trial puppets, leaving Lin Chen unable to use his movement techniques. Coupled with the heavy armor of the breaking army protecting his body, he had to give up defense on all parts except for vital areas like his eyes, focusing entirely on offense. The problem was, the speed at which the trial puppets were generated was simply too fast. Lin Chen adopted an extremely aggressive combat style, yet he still struggled to suppress them. If this continues, even if the trial certificate expires, I won't be able to pass, Lin Chen thought to himself, calmly analyzing the situation. Moreover, my stamina and vitality will gradually decline, affecting my performance. Holding on is not a solution, Lin Chen decisively thought. A flash of inspiration struck him as he channeled a surge of energy into his palm, destroying the trial certificate's imprint. This was the way to terminate the trial. Buzz! In an instant, all the trial puppets collapsed like scattered black sand, merging into the ground. The surrounding light screens quickly descended and vanished. Zhang Yong'an stepped over, thinking Lin Chen might have given up due to injury, and asked, "Do you need treatment?" "I'm not injured," Lin Chen calmly shook his head. "I've gone all out, yet I still can't suppress the speed at which the trial puppets are produced. There's little point in dragging this out." Luo Qiushue felt it was a pity and said, "If your attack were just a bit stronger, you could pass the trial." Lin Chen remained expressionless and replied, "I'll try again in a day or 2, I should be able to clear it." Then, according to the experiences of Zhang Mo and others, there was no limit to the number of trials, but the rewards obtained previously would not reappear, requiring the completion of new trials. Zhang Yong'an was taken aback and said, "I heard Zhang Mo say your physical strength has reached perfection." "That's right," Lin Chen smiled slightly, raising his hand to grip the hilt and drawing the straight sword from his waist. "However, my swordsmanship has only reached the peak realm, there's still room for improvement." Zhang Mo, nearby, felt a pang of envy and said speechlessly, "Didn't you struggle with your swordsmanship during the 7th layer of the trial?" Lin Chen chuckled and replied, "I've only recently started formally learning this sword technique, and it shares the same martial essence as the Beast King's 5-kill style, making it relatively quick to cultivate. Thanks to the rewards from the previous 8 trials, his martial arts cultivation had significantly deepened, and the speed of his martial arts training had further accelerated. If all went well, 2 days would be enough for him to elevate the ultimate blade to its ultimate realm." Luo Qiushue bit her red lips. Although Lin Chen didn't explicitly say it, a little analysis revealed that he planned to break through the ultimate blade's realm twice within 2 days. Both the transformation and ultimate realms, the 2 most difficult realms. At that moment, Luo Qiushue vaguely understood why the reclusive commander Guanshan would teach Lin Chen swordsmanship. His talent was excessively high. The other members of the Night Watch also felt unsettled, exchanging glances in silence. It was not uncommon to sharpen one's skills before a battle, but to achieve such significant progress like Lin Chen had never been seen before, nor heard of. Lin Chen said no more, finding a clear space to begin practicing the ultimate blade. The simplification of this sword technique reached an astonishing 5,000 times. Now, even without old Guan guiding him, his progress was still rapid. Your ultimate blade has advanced to the transformation realm. Your ultimate blade has reached the perfection of the transformation realm, beginning to accumulate insights for breaking through. Your ultimate blade has advanced to the ultimate realm. With just a few hours left until the 2 days were up, Lin Chen successfully completed the breakthrough of 2 realms. At the same time, a prompt sounded in his mind. Your martial arts comprehension of the ultimate blade is nearly on par with your Beast King's 5-kill style. The focus of both differs, and the simplification bonus effect has disappeared, currently at an initial simplification of 1,000 times. Lin Chen nodded to himself, having anticipated this. When the Beast King advanced to the ultimate realm with the 5 kills technique, he only delved a short distance, and the realm of heaven and earth he utilized was not profound enough, making it normal that he couldn't further enhance the limitless blade's simplification. After all, the quality of the latter had to surpass that of the former by a significant margin. Entering the ultimate realm is already sufficient. Lin Chen exhaled lightly, a sense of anticipation rising in his heart. The killing power unleashed by the limitless blade has already firmly surpassed the Beast King's 5 kills technique, so I should be able to pass. Lin Chen no longer hesitated, striding towards the triangular prism on the first floor, raising his hand to press it, and once again obtaining a perfect level trial certificate. As Lin Chen began the trial, all members of the Night Watch, including Luo Qiushue, followed suit. During the time Lin Chen practiced his blade, many of them had repeatedly attempted the trial several times. Without exception, none had managed to pass the 4th level of the trial. Of course, Lin Chen had already reached the final trial last time. However, upon witnessing Lin Chen's second trial, they were all left speechless, feeling it was utterly beyond comprehension. In the first 3 levels of the trial, Lin Chen only struck once each time, passing them all. It was as simple as the journey to the Ember Tower for rescue. The 4th level of the trial, which had blocked many members of the Night Watch, significantly increased in difficulty. In response, Lin Chen simply swung his blade once more, easily completing the trial. The subsequent 5th and 6th levels of the trial were also very easy, resolving the battles within a few strikes. After that, the 7th and 8th levels of the trial were all resolved in less than an hour, with the time significantly reduced compared to the last trial. Lin Chen's steps did not falter as he entered the 9th level of the Ember Tower, once again beginning the final trial. Boom! A dense swarm of trial puppets continuously coalesced, rushing in from all directions, as swift as before, but this time, they were all submerged by the blazing light of the blade. The overall number of trial puppets is decreasing. The fewer the numbers, the less pressure they can exert on Lin Chen. He's really going to pass. Boom! Lin Chen's gaze was sharp as he swung his blade, resembling a brilliant silver moon, rising, pouring forth endless radiance. The last mechanical puppet trembled violently, its entire body disintegrating. Final trial, passed. Buzz. In an instant, the entire Ember Tower began to shake violently, and the triangular prism in front of the 9th level trial area emitted dazzling fluorescence, presenting an incredibly clear and intense stream of information. The final trial of the Ember Tower has been completed, deactivating all defense mechanisms. The black flames surrounding the Ember Tower, thousands of meters high, surged into the tower, disappearing from the astonished gazes of Lu Rue and the others left outside. At this moment, the Ember Tower stabilized, no longer shaking. However, in the 9th level trial area, an anomaly suddenly arose. The ground beneath Lin Chen's feet was very solid, not fluctuating, like the previous manifestation of the body chamber, but in the void before him, intense ripples surged and a card emerged from within. The card was exquisitely designed, predominantly white, engraved with dense patterns. However, as soon as it appeared, it radiated brilliant light, striking Lin Chen's brow and continuously penetrating. Luo Qiushue's gaze sharpened, and she exhaled lightly, dismissing the thought of intervening. The many members of the Night Watch watching from the sidelines erupted in excitement, crowding forward to peer through the rising curtain wall. This wave of light seems to be emanating from a spiritual martial inheritance? It really looks like a martial art. I found a martial manual in the living area before, and its style was just like this card, only the patterns on it were different. Isn't the reward for passing the final trial a bit too meager, a spiritual martial art? Some found it absurd, but others thought it reasonable. Many martial arts in today's Holy Summer are not expensive, with various ways to obtain them, but in the past, during the old calendar of Holy Summer, a top-tier fist technique was enough for many high-level martial artists to fight to the death, and a spiritual martial art was regarded as a treasure by those who opened the heavenly gate. Perhaps this civilization has stricter controls over martial arts. It feels like Lin Chen is at a loss. Everyone was discussing fervently, analyzing various aspects Zhang Yong'an, as an initiated night watchman, opened the heavenly gate and his vision was naturally sharper. He gazed at Lin Chen in the arena filled with suspicion and said, the fluctuation of a spiritual martial inheritance shouldn't be this intense. Could it possibly contain the pinnacle of martial truth? Luo Qiuxue, without averting her gaze, softly uttered a word, ultimate skill. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yong'an's heart skipped a beat. An ultimate skill is not merely a martial art, it requires a king-level powerhouse to refine their martial path to the utmost, merging it into one to create it. It is incredibly precious. The current martial arts of Xingxia are enlightened, but there are limits. Top-tier spiritual martial arts, like the Wrath of Heaven, are difficult to acquire with money alone. One must meet certain talent standards to learn them. As for ultimate skills, the requirements are even more stringent. Due to the reasons of the otherworld, the ultimate skills created by the kings of Xingxia are top secrets. The conditions for inheritance are exceedingly harsh, with high demands in various aspects such as talent, political review, and meritorious deeds. Lin Chen, as a super genius who has undergone 3 rounds of bone tempering, would find it very difficult to obtain an ultimate skill whether he went to university, joined the military, or the night watch. Of course, for a night watchman like him, whose talent is not particularly outstanding, the utility of an ultimate skill is not that significant. Its effects may not be as powerful as those of high-level spiritual martial arts. But considering Lin Chen's talent, this guy is really lucky. Buzz. Within the trial area, the light emitted by the card martial manual continued to linger, flooding into Lin Chen's mind. It's still coming. Lin Chen was utterly shocked. The amount of information contained in this martial art was vast, and the portion now engraved in his mind had already surpassed that of top-tier spiritual martial arts like Wrath of Heaven and Heavy Armored Breakthrough by tenfold. The most crucial point was that the functionality of this martial art exceeded his expectations, incredibly novel. Gene sublimation technique, awakening field prototype. This martial art doesn't seem like a normal martial product at all. Lin Chan's thoughts soared. On the other side, Luo Qiuxue pondered for a moment and instructed the members of the Night Watch not to crowd around Lin Chen as he inherited the ultimate skill, directing them to investigate the changes after the fire tower's defense mechanism was lifted. The passage can be entered and exited freely. The black flames have disappeared. The trial remains unaffected and can continue. Before long, Zhang Yong'an returned to the 9th floor, reporting the findings to everyone. It can be basically concluded that the current fire tower no longer poses a danger and can be safely studied. Luo Qiuxue thought for a moment and said, the value of the fire tower is significant. The trial function will be temporarily suspended. We will first allow the Research Institute personnel to enter, and after they provide a feasibility report, we will make further arrangements. As she spoke, the suspended card began to gently vibrate, and the light released towards Lin Chen's brow quickly diminished. Zhang Yong'an glanced around and reminded, the inheritance of the ultimate skill is about to end. Luo Qiuxue remained expressionless and instructed, you can go down first. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yong'an felt a stir in his heart but said nothing more and turned to leave. Shortly after he left, the curtain walls surrounding the trial area began to descend, and Lin Chen finally completed the inheritance. However, the card suspended before him shook violently, cracking with a snap, shattering completely and scattering to the ground. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened slightly as he looked up at Luo Qiuxue, who was walking towards him, and said directly, it seems that this martial art from the final trial reward only has one chance for inheritance. Most ultimate skills are like this, they are too powerful, and the engraved martial manuals are basically one-time consumables. Luo Qiuxue calmly explained, as if she had anticipated it. Do you have any understanding of ultimate skills? I've heard some basic concepts. Lin Chen nodded. Only king-level powerhouses can create ultimate skills, that is a refinement of their lifelong martial insights, extremely valuable and difficult to measure with money. Luo Qiuxue smiled and said, the value of an ultimate skill is indeed very high, but it is also what you deserve. Your inheritance this time was conducted under the permission of the Night Watch, legally, and in compliance, and is a normal gain. The Night Patrol is the law enforcement agency of the Holy Summer New Calendar, not some bandit stronghold from the old calendar. Luo Qiuxue teased for once, then said candidly, to be honest, your success in the final trial is of greater help to the Night Patrol. While the rescue mission was completed successfully, you also deactivated all the defense mechanisms of the Ember Tower, allowing for comprehensive research afterward. The value of this Ember Tower is immense. Thank you. Lin Chen could sense the goodwill being extended. Luo Qiuxue smiled charmingly and said, no need to be so polite. I still need your help to introduce this unique skill. According to regulations, the Night Patrol must record some relevant information, and further research on the Ember Tower might also serve as a reference. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, this martial art, or rather, this unique skill, is very peculiar. Luo Qiuxue became interested and asked, how so? Lin Chen recalled, this unique skill is called gene sublimation technique, divided into 9 levels. The deeper the level, the higher the possibility of awakening the domain prototype. If one reaches the perfect state of the 9th level, they will definitely awaken a type of domain prototype. Just as he was speaking, Lin Chen noticed Luo Xiaoshua's expression suddenly change, clearly unable to maintain her composure. The domain prototype seems to be something extraordinary? Lin Chen had some understanding of domains. Just a couple of days ago, Luo Xiaoshue had told him that when the essence of martial arts is cultivated to the extreme, it can evolve into a domain. Could it be a transitional phase between the essence of martial arts and the domain? Lin Chen speculated. Not quite. Luo Xiaoshue shook her head directly, exhaling deeply to calm her mind, then countered Lin Chen's question. Do you know what the essence of superpowers really is? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Domain prototype? A more precise description would be the essence prototype. Luo Xiaoshue pointed out the difference and further explained, superpowers, this extraordinary force, comes from the peak experts of our human ancestors, belonging to a kind of bloodline inheritance. However, history is too distant, and with generations of reproduction, too many human beings have shattered essence prototypes within them, failing to reach the awakening level. Lin Chen's mind was quick, and he immediately reacted. So, the domain prototype is equivalent to a particularly powerful superpower? You could say that. Luo Xiaoshue affirmed Lin Chen's speculation. The strength of a superpower mainly depends on two aspects. The first is the completeness of the essence prototype. For example, Qin Ming, who is in the same school as you, has a superpower called Lava Giant, which is essentially the essence prototype of Lava Realm, with a relatively decent completeness, retaining about 30%. If it were any worse, say only 10% completeness, it would be a superpower like high temperature, torch or fiery lava. Which one it is depends on what that remaining 10% of the essence prototype is. Lin Chen's heart stirred, so, developing a superpower to its extreme is essentially a form of the essence of martial arts. He recalled how Yi Tingyun had previously emphasized that superpowers themselves are a branch of martial arts. Luo Xiaoshue nodded, glanced at Lin Chen again, and said with emphasis, only a complete essence prototype can become a domain prototype. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, the other aspect of the strength of superpowers is actually the strength of the essence prototype, or rather, the strength of the essence of martial arts. Exactly. Luo Xiaoshue agreed, elaborating, the gap in this aspect can be even larger. Even if they are both domain prototypes, their potential can differ by several magnitudes. Luo Xiaoshue used Qin Ming as an example again, saying, if his Lava Realm essence prototype were complete, it could be called a world-burning superpower capable of terrifying attacks. However, compared to the Black Abyss domain prototype, there is still a significant gap. When the Black Abyss domain was unleashed by the former commander, it could strongly suppress many martial artists' domains. Of course, I'm saying this for your understanding. Throughout the history of Holy Summer, there has never been a genius who awakened the Black Abyss domain prototype. The more powerful the essence of martial arts, the harder it is to pass down. Luo Xiaoshue added. Lin Chen pursed his lips and summarized with a somewhat complex tone. I can't help but feel that the mechanism of the gene sublimation technique is somewhat similar to opening blind boxes. Whether it's good or bad depends on luck. Brothers, I'm really sorry, my condition has been too poor these past 2 days. I forced myself to update at dawn yesterday, and today I'm writing very slowly. There's only this chapter. I ask for a leave of absence from everyone. However, because there is currently an incentive mechanism for additional updates, taking leave won't reduce everyone's updates. I will work hard to adjust and provide more for everyone as soon as possible. Your description is quite vivid. Luo Xiaoshue commented with a smile, finding it appropriate, but then added, the strength of the embryonic form of a domain is only relative. At this level, all abilities are extraordinary. Once developed to the extreme, it's just a step away from becoming a king. Lin Chen echoed, the upper limit is indeed very high. Old Guan's peak cultivation back in the day was also at this realm. Luo Xiaoshue thought for a moment and said, the upper limit of abilities is merely a potential peak, not something that can definitely be achieved. This is the same for pure martial artists. Talent is talent, and strength is strength. There is no absolute conversion relationship. If we compare martial arts cultivation to climbing a mountain, a normal martial artist can only climb step by step, while an ability user has a map with a route up the mountain. If it's the embryonic form of a domain, the route up the mountain is complete. As long as you follow it, you will inevitably evolve a domain. However, having a map doesn't mean you can reach the top. There are still various difficulties along the way. Luo Xiaoshue illustrated with examples, emphasizing, awakening an ability is definitely a shortcut to martial arts, especially for those with the embryonic form of a domain, but it still requires hard training. It doesn't mean you can get stronger while lying down. After hearing this, Lin Chen maintained a calm expression, but a strange ripple stirred in his heart. He thought of his instinctual training. To some extent, it could be said that he was getting stronger while lying down. Of course, this was limited to the realm of martial arts and did not include cultivation. Abilities are also a branch of martial arts. I wonder if I can simplify it at the instinct level and what the effects would be. A few thoughts flashed through Lin Chen's mind, but he didn't dwell on them and returned his attention to the current topic between the two. Summarizing, it seems that the ability of the gene sublimation technique is indeed powerful, worthy of its status as a supreme skill. It is indeed impressive. Luo Qiushua agreed with Lin Chen's view. Currently, Xingxia has several effective ways to awaken abilities, but the prerequisite for awakening is that the ability user must possess a qualified embryonic form of true meaning in their genes, rather than creating it out of thin air. Luo Qiushua analyzed, according to the introduction of the gene sublimation technique, it clearly possesses the power to repair and complete the embryonic form of true meaning, otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to ensure that someone obtains an embryonic form of a domain. Most humans have the embryonic form of true meaning within them, and there may even be multiple forms, but over 99% are severely damaged, and only a few lucky ones can meet the standards for awakening abilities. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and said, "My current understanding of the gene sublimation technique comes entirely from the information provided within. As for the mechanism of this supreme skill, I estimate that one must cultivate to a profound level to grasp it." Upon hearing this, Luo Qiushua's heart stirred. The related mechanisms and principles are actually quite useful. Whether it's the ability departments of major universities or various ability researchers, they would definitely want to understand it. You could sell it for a high price. Of course, the market is mixed and it's not easy to find the right channels. Luo Qiushua smiled, revealing her true intention. The Night Patrol Division is a great platform. Once you join, there will be professionals to handle it, so you won't have to worry. Just wait for the profits to come in. Moreover, with the endorsement of the Night Patrol Division, no institution would dare to use dirty tricks. As long as you can comprehend it, you won't encounter unexpected situations. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, realizing that Luo Qiushua was extending an invitation, and smiled. Why does it feel like a boss is painting a pie for the employees? There's an even more realistic pie. Luo Qiushua calmly admitted, her smile growing wider, and said, "Your trial to pass the barriers and lift all the defenses of the fire tower, counted as an external aid, is indeed a contribution. However, if you are a member of the Night Patrol, the benefits are ongoing. After that, you will receive a certain percentage of the income generated by the fire tower. The trials within the fire tower can rapidly enhance one's cultivation, which is very precious. Once the researchers complete their report, the opportunities for trials will no longer be open for free, they will need to be exchanged for merit or money, and other geniuses from the Night Patrol will come over. The energy within the body nurturing chamber is likely limited. According to my calculations, as long as it can support around 100 people for trials, you can at least get 300 million. On the other hand, the Night Patrol will also collaborate with several top research institutes and technology companies in Xingxia to reverse engineer the technology inside, such as the body nurturing chamber and trial puppets. This is where the true value of the fire tower lies. Just the registration fees for the participating slots from various research institutes and technology companies are astronomical. Based on past experiences, I can promise you that you won't receive less than 500 million guaranteed to hit your bank account within a month of joining. Once the research yields results, the generous profits will keep coming. All of this can be written into your employment contract, a written commitment. Luo Qiushua was methodical, sincerely recruiting. This promise is indeed substantial. Lin Chen exhaled lightly, thought for a moment, and reminded, I am passing the trial as an external aid. Geniuses will always receive preferential treatment. It's the same everywhere, Luo Qiushua replied without changing her expression. Moreover, your ability to receive the subsequent benefits from the fire tower hinges on lifting its defensive restrictions. The Night Patrol is a law enforcement agency with military force. The contributions made are sufficient, and everything else is negotiable. Lin Chen nodded slightly and said, it is indeed tempting. While it was said to be a promise, it was more of a joke. Several hundred million in money was very real. Moreover, he had previously considered joining the Night Patrol. However, the public recruitment by the Night Patrol was scheduled for after the June college entrance examination, and he hadn't had the chance to make a decision yet. Luo Qiushua explained, around the time you challenged the school, the Night Patrol had recruitment plans. However, the public recruitment of reserves is decided by the headquarters, and they were planning to contact you later. But now that you have the strength of a formal night watchman, you can directly join the execution department. As she spoke, Luo Qiushua seemed to think of something, shook her head with a smile, and said, to improve the success rate of recruitment, the intelligence department even specially drafted a persuasive script. What is it? Lin Chen asked, slightly surprised. Luo Qiushua recalled, the Night Patrol is quite realistic in this regard, generally divided into two aspects, current benefits and future development potential. With your talent, you can receive the highest allowance for reserves, but it's not needed now. Also, this ancient realm secret is suitable for you to explore. Moreover, you excel in combat. Simply going to university would be somewhat disadvantageous. Universities are essentially places for talent cultivation. Although they occasionally organize practical training, there is a significant gap compared to the military and the Night Patrol. Many outstanding martial arts students from universities will intern at the night patrol or military in advance. You are advancing rapidly, and with your strong combat power, you are likely to rise quickly in the night patrol. The resources gained through contributions, promotions, and breakthroughs will far exceed what you would gain in university. Even the best university in Xingxia cannot compare. This is the confidence brought by the night patrol guarding the entire Xingxia. Lo Qiushue spoke steadily, narrating clearly. Lin Chen nodded, acknowledging, for me, the night patrol is indeed a great place to go. Lo Qiushue looked at him with patience and said, a decision that concerns your future should naturally be considered carefully. You don't need to rush. You will probably have to train hard in the next few days, which is just the right time to think about it. What's the reward for completing the rescue mission? That's right, the night patrol offers 2 settlement options. One is money, and the other is blood replenishing potions calculated at the purchase price. I guess you'll choose the latter, Luo Qiushue said confidently. Lin Chen coughed lightly, not denying it, and pondered, how much blood replenishing potion can I get based on the days of cultivation? I mentioned before that deactivating the defense mechanism of the fire tower will also be considered a merit. So when everything is calculated, with your 4,900 calorie health limit, Luo Qiushue deliberately paused, raising her delicate brows and revealing a charming smile. I think the night patrol will have to give you some extra money. Ha! Lin Chen's heart raced slightly. He anticipated a decent return from the rescue mission, especially since it was based on Luo Qiushue's standards. But he didn't expect it to be this generous. His health limit was 4,900 calories, and currently, he was around 1,200 calories, a nearly 4,000 calorie increase. The expenses during the process, without even thinking, would definitely be a long string of numbers. Luo Qiushue looked at Lin Chen, smiled, and pointed out, the main part is the deactivation of the fire tower's defense mechanism. Whether it's the black flames outside or the difficulty of the trials inside, they are exceptionally high. Aside from brute force, the night patrol in Shanghai City would find it difficult to resolve normally and would need to apply for assistance from the headquarters in Lizhou, which inevitably means giving up part of the benefits. Considering various factors, the value of this merit is significant. It might have been relatively easy for me, so I didn't feel much, Lin Chen shrugged, spreading his hands with a smile, teasingly saying, if Xin Ming and the others were in a critical situation and I happened to show up just in time to save them, I would definitely think about asking for a high price. Luo Qiushue chuckled softly, shaking her head lightly, and asked, after we go out later, should I send the blood replenishing potions to your home or to Shanghai No. 1 High School, or should we leave them at the night patrol for you to use during cultivation? Just at the night patrol, Lin Chen decided directly. He wasn't sure how many blood replenishing potions he would need. Moreover, given the amount he required, a regular car probably wouldn't be able to hold them all, and back and forth loading would waste time. Alright, that would be quicker, Luo Qiushue nodded casually. By the way, if you decide to join the night patrol after completing your cultivation, you can start working directly. Okay, Lin Chen nodded with a smile. As they spoke, the two no longer lingered and turned to leave the trial area. With the complete deactivation of the defense mechanisms, the passage of the fire tower was now freely accessible, and the surrounding black flames had vanished. Zhang Yongyan and another entry-level night watchman, Lu Rue, had gathered all the members and were waiting outside. Luo Qiushue arranged for a few people to stay behind to guard the fire tower and led the others to the spatial passage of the living area, leaving this ancient realm. Night patrol. Shortly after Lin Chen came out, the specific task rewards were finalized, and several medicine boxes were delivered to the training room provided by the night patrol, stacked high enough to surpass his height. This was just the first batch of blood replenishing potions. After using them, just press the button by the door to notify us. Okay. After sending off the staff who moved the medicine boxes, Lin Chen closed the door and sat back down at the training platform. He thought for a moment, not rushing to cultivate, took out his phone and dialed Yi Tingyun's number, informing him that he would need a few more days before he could go to Old Guan's place to practice swordsmanship. Do you need to cultivate for that long? Yi Tingyun was as surprised as Lin Chen had been before. How much reward did you get? Reaching 4,900 calories in health shouldn't be a problem. Yi Tingyun was silent for a while, then raised his voice several levels. Don't tell me you showed up just in time to save everyone? If that were the case, the reward would be even higher. I was lucky to help them clear a section of the ancient realm. Lin Chen smiled and briefly explained. Good news. Yi Tingyun's voice carried a hint of laughter. With 4,900 calories of vitality, you have enough power to open the heavenly gate without needing to further temper your body. Lin Chen timely interjected, smiling as he said, Instructor Yi, my body has reached its current limit, with a total strength of 3,000 tons. The other end of the phone fell silent again. Instructor Yi? Instructor Yi? Your progress is becoming increasingly outrageous. I can't even imagine how much you will grow by next year's college entrance examination. I'm quite curious myself. After some light banter, Lin Chen brought up the second matter of contacting Yi Tingyun, stating, directly, I have the idea of joining the night patrol. Did Luo Qiushue recruit you? Yes. No wonder the reward standard for the rescue invitation was so high. Before. I had similar thoughts before, but I just never made a decision. The night patrol is indeed a good place for you. It has a vast influence, second only to the military, with powerful kings stationed internally to protect various regions within the Holy Summer Realm. The rules are much less stringent than the military, offering greater freedom. Yi Tingyun analyzed seriously. Most importantly, they follow an elite route with fierce competition. The siphoning effect at the top is quite exaggerated, and they are closely linked to the military, sharing many top resources. With your talent, you are likely to grow rapidly. Of course, your talent and strength are fundamental. Joining the military or skipping grades to enter university can also lead to success. I can only say that the night patrol is a place worth going to. As for the specifics, since it involves your future, you must make the decision yourself. Yi Tingyun pondered. I understand, Lin Chen replied calmly. After hanging up, Lin Chen contemplated while opening a vial of blood-boosting agent, drinking it down, and beginning his training. His vitality rapidly increased. 1,300 calories, 1,400 calories, 1,500 calories. Time passed, the sun set and the moon rose. For the next few days, Lin Chen remained in the training room, as if in seclusion, with staff delivering boxes upon boxes of blood-boosting powder. Night watchers passing by were left dumbfounded. How much reward did Lin Chen get for this rescue? In the weapon core training room, Qin Ming exhaled deeply, unable to contain his emotions. After leaving the ancient realm, he sold the resources he had explored and exchanged them for a considerable amount of blood-boosting powder. He had also been enhancing his vitality in a nearby training room, and upon hearing the staff discuss the amount of medicine Lin Chen was consuming, he was nearly shocked into a stupor. All the restrictions of the Ember Tower have been lifted by Lin Chen. It certainly won't be less, and reaching the vitality limit is normal. A somewhat envious voice of Zhang Yimou spoke up. Lin Chen's relentless consumption of medicine had gradually spread within the night patrol, drawing attention. So what is Lin Chen's vitality limit? Unclear. There isn't much information online about the third bone tempering, but based on the overall second bone tempering, at least 3,000 calories. With this level of vitality, combined with his physique and a few ultimate realm spirit weapons, wouldn't that make him capable of contending against those who have opened the heavenly gate? Definitely. Su Wanyun, who was nearby, concluded confidently. Seeing the gazes directed at him, he lowered his voice and said, I heard from a friend in the intelligence department that Minister Luo has recruited Lin Chen, and it's very likely to succeed. At that time, Lin Chen will directly join as a formal night watcher, and since it's the execution department, they will need to assess his combat power. The higher-ups have already selected examiners among the newly promoted night watchers. That's obvious, with Lin Chen's combat power, which unranked formal night watcher could be his opponent. Don't rush. Su Wanyun pressed his hand down, taking a deep breath, and stated directly, What I want to say is that the intelligence department had originally proposed a newly promoted star-rank night watcher, but Minister Luo rejected it, saying this person was not reliable and recommended Captain Zhang Yong'an instead. He is a seasoned star-ranked night watcher with 3 heavenly gates opened within him. In an instant, the entire area fell into silence, not a sound to be heard. 4,600 calories, 4,700 calories, 4,800 calories. Lin Chen's vitality steadily grew stronger. As the intensity increased, his progress slowed, yet it remained rapid. On the 5th day of his arduous training, he successfully reached his limit. Boom! Lin Chen's body shook violently. A powerful sensation surged from deep within him, particularly intense. In his inner perception, the vitality enveloping his body shone with a brilliant golden hue, like the fierce flames rising from the sun, wild and domineering. Moreover, it was omnipresent, immensely vast. When his vitality first broke 1,000 calories, Lin Chen operated at full capacity, and his vitality surged like a rushing river. Now, it truly resembled a boundless ocean. If I had this level during the finals on Longmen Island, I could probably suppress all the contestants with just a thought. The progress brought by this intense training was indeed tremendous. However, Lin Chen adjusted his breath, suppressed his excitement, and once again focused his mind inward to examine his vitality. As his vitality reached its limit, the strange sensation within became even more pronounced. It feels like something is about to be born? Lin Chen felt astonished. His vitality had indeed reached its limit. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen activated the Great Sun Gene method to further cultivate, but his vitality remained at 4,900 calories, showing no signs of rising. The medicinal power he absorbed vanished like a cow sinking into the sea. No. Lin Chen's eyes flashed. Under normal circumstances, when vitality reaches its limit, it shouldn't be like this. The medicinal power would simply merge into the vitality, but my vitality is still absorbing. Lin Chen thought for a moment, raised his hand to probe, and took a blood-boosting powder, drinking it down. The blood-boosting powders sent by the Night Patrol Division were transported by the box, and the current medicine box still contained more than 10 unused blood-boosting powders. Lin Chen continued to cultivate and examined again, but there was still no change in his vitality. After taking several more, the same result occurred. With my keen perception, I should be able to detect some anomalies. Lin Chen's thoughts soared as he analyzed seriously, then opened another blood-boosting powder, but instead of consuming it directly, he used the Qingming refining heaven method to refine and purify the medicinal power within the powder. This spiritual martial art, due to its instinctive cultivation, would continuously improve, and it had already reached the ultimate realm in the past 2 days. Buzz! In an instant, the bottle in Lin Chen's hand became empty, the blood-boosting powder transforming into a surge of pure energy, exceptionally refined, seeping into his body under Lin Chen's control. Lin Chen operated the Great Sun Gene method and continued his training. This time, the feeling was completely different. Although the strength of his vitality did not change, the internal sense of something being born grew even stronger. The purity of the energy is causing the issue. Lin Chen's heart stirred. He had encountered a similar situation during the 3 previous bone tempering sessions. Before his Great Sun Gene method reached the ultimate realm, the ordinary strong bone pills had no effect on the 3rd tempering of his bones either. My current mastery of the Great Sun Gene method's celestial map is already considerable, with many insights accumulated, but I still need high-quality energy. Lin Chen exhaled lightly, faintly anticipating the birth of something from his vitality. There were still a few blood-boosting powders left in the medicine box. He picked one up and used the Qingming refining heaven method to refine and purify it. However, Lin Chen did not plan to purify it to the extreme. Although this spiritual martial art was at the ultimate realm, the purification process inevitably caused some loss. Lin Chen continued to experiment, testing to find out to what extent he needed to purify it for it to be effective for him. No, it needs to be more refined. Now it's effective, but the change is too slow, not quite right. It needs to be stronger. After a series of tests, Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. The purification level needed to reach about 80 to 90% of the Qingming refining heaven method's maximum power to be significantly effective for him. Not much energy could be saved. It still has some use. Lin Chen picked up the remaining blood-boosting powders, refined and purified them all, and after exhausting his training, he stood up and pressed the button next to the door to contact the staff responsible for delivering the medicine. Do you still need blood-boosting powder? A staff member quickly arrived. Lin Chen nodded and said, "How much can I still take?" According to Minister Luo's instructions, there are still 3 boxes with 15 doses each. If you don't use them all, you can convert them into money. No need, just bring them all over. Alright, please. Wait a moment. The staff member left with a complex expression. The blood-boosting powder Lin Chen had been taking these past few days was enough to overwhelm several high-level martial artists. Before long, the staff member returned with all the blood-boosting powder. Lin Chen refined and purified it, focusing on his training. After using up all the blood-boosting powder, the essence of vitality within his blood was very apparent. Let's give it a try. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled, and, with a thought, he fully mobilized his blood energy. In an instant, a sudden change occurred. Boom! The entire training room was engulfed in light. Above Lin Chen's head, a great sun slowly rose, like a miniature true sun, dazzling and radiant, pouring out endless light. Amidst the brilliance, Lin Chen's physical quality and blood energy strength received an exaggerated boost, surging to a level that even made him feel a bit palpitated. However, this state consumed energy rapidly, and Lin Chen clearly sensed that his stamina and blood energy were quickly depleting. Soon, the great sun in the sky trembled and dissipated. The boost Lin Chen had gained vanished. Along with it, automatically dissipating. Lin Chen pondered to himself. His stamina and blood energy were still quite ample, enough to sustain the great sun for a while. But this great sun itself could not last any longer. Boom! Lin Chen unleashed his blood energy with all his might, generating another great sun. After 1 or 2 seconds, it trembled in the air and then dissipated. This is just a preliminary manifestation. It hasn't fully matured yet. Lin Chen analyzed in his heart. With further training, the duration and enhancement effect of the great sun would likely improve. However, what exactly is this great sun? When Lin Chen had previously gone to the depths of the sea to train with the extreme blade, he had casually asked Old Guan, but to his surprise, Old Guan was also quite astonished. According to Old Guan, the 3 bone temperings were indeed extraordinary and had peculiar aspects, but they would only reveal themselves at a high level of martial arts, requiring the opening of multiple heavenly gates. I'll ask Old Guan again when I go back today. Lin Chen gathered his fluctuating thoughts. The generation of this great sun was not a bad thing. The enhancement to his combat power was terrifying. Even if it lasted only 1 or 2 seconds, with his strength, it was enough to unleash several moves. Lin Chen stood up and stepped out, pushing the door open. It was just past 9 in the morning, and the sunlight streaming into the corridor was intense. Lin Chen couldn't help but stretch in the sunlight. Several days of seclusion made the outside scenery feel quite fresh to him. Then, Lin Chen walked towards the front desk in the rest area, preparing to ask about Luo Qiushua's office location. However, just as he reached the lobby on the first floor, he ran into Luo Qiushue. Have you made up your mind? Luo Qiushue stopped and smiled lightly as she looked at Lin Chen, clearly having come over on purpose. Lin Chen gently nodded, revealing a faint smile, and said, "Hello, Minister Luo." After several days of contemplation, Lin Chen decided to join the Night Patrol Department. It was a powerful platform that would help him rise rapidly. The influence of the Night Patrol Department undoubtedly surpassed that of top academies, with a very high ceiling. Although the Holy Summer military had its shortcomings. Firstly, the two sides had a close relationship, with personnel frequently being exchanged, and many top resources were shared. Secondly, the Night Patrol Department stationed in various locations did not have the strict operational restrictions of the military. If he were to enlist in the military now, it would be too sudden for him. The Night Patrol Department was more suitable. Of course, joining the Night Patrol Department would bring gains, but it would also require sacrifices. The main function of the Night Patrol Department was to deal with the invasion of alien beasts and the followers of alien sections. Especially in the Execution Department, they had to engage in frontline combat. Even though the casualty rate of the Night Patrol Department had been decreasing after the new calendar of Holy Summer, it was still not zero, and there was a certain level of danger involved. However, Lin Chen did not pay much attention to this and felt it was normal. Gains and risks always coexist. On the path upward, danger is unavoidable. Avoiding it is not a solution. Just like before, when his profits from trading surged, it directly attracted the targeting of Li Jiqi. If he hadn't grown fast enough, he would have been suppressed long ago. Joining the Night Patrol Bureau, to a certain extent, actually offers more freedom. Lin Chen understood that the strength of the rule's limitations depended more on an individual's power and status. What Luo Qiushue can do is definitely more than I can. On the other side, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the smile on Luo Qiushue's fair and delicate face deepened. As she said, "Welcome to the Night Patrol Bureau." The addition of a super genius was undoubtedly a joyous occasion, especially since Lin Chen's displayed talent was even more outstanding than some of the third-stage bone refining super geniuses she knew. "I'll take you to complete the onboarding procedures." Okay. The two crossed the hall, leaving the training area, and soon arrived at the Human Resources Department of the Night Patrol Bureau. With Luo Qiushue accompanying him, a supervisor personally came forward to handle the matter, showing great importance. The monthly allowance for a formal night watchman without rank ranges from 300,000 to 1 million. As a member, Lin Chen will be on the highest standard, receiving 1 million per month plus task rewards, which are even more generous, with specific amounts depending on the situation. The supervisor explained while handing over 2 copies of the contract. As per Minister Luo's request, aside from the standard clauses, we have added various benefits and commissions you enjoy from the fire tower in the appendix. Lin Chen opened it and flipped through. It was only a few pages, and the terms were clear and straightforward. "Do you need to consult a lawyer?" Luo Qiushue teased. Lin Chen smiled and replied, "No need to be so troublesome. I borrowed the tax and criminal law of Xingxia at school before." Saying this, Lin Chen signed and stamped the contract. The Night Patrol Bureau's contract was not like a corporate agreement filled with convoluted traps. After all, it was a top-tier authority department. There was no shortage of applicants. Countless people wanted to join. But for a super genius like Lin Chen, they needed to recruit him separately. "Lin Chen, there's one more thing I need to remind you." The supervisor took back one of the contracts. "You were directly recruited by the Night Patrol Bureau, and within the first 6 months of employment, you must go to the headquarters in Liao Province for an assessment to verify your strength." Luo Qiushue glanced at Lin Chen and said, "The Night Patrol Bureau holds significant power, and this review system is to prevent collusion with local dignitaries. But you probably won't need it." Luo Qiushue shook her head and explained, "The selection of entry-level night watchmen is handled by the headquarters of each province, held 3 times a year. There's one at the end of this month, which might be a bit rushed for you. To be safe, you can directly participate in the September selection for star-level night watchmen." "I'll see when the time comes," Lin Chen replied thoughtfully. His strength had surged too much during this training. He knew he was strong now, but how strong exactly needed to be tested again. At that moment, the supervisor from the Human Resources Department saw that the two had finished their discussion and took out a tablet projecting a 3-dimensional map of the entire Shanghai city. For formal night watchmen, the Night Patrol Bureau will provide free accommodation. There are apartment buildings within the base, and additionally, there are government-supported properties in various districts of the city that you can choose from freely. The supervisor introduced, the houses marked with red triangular flags on the map are all available for selection. "All right," Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, "I'll take a look." In the past month, he had earned a lot, but he had spent almost all of it on purchasing martial medicines. Plus, he had been busy with training and had no time to think about renting a new place. Taking this opportunity, he could choose a larger house. He didn't have high demands for living conditions, but a spacious residence would definitely be more comfortable. Lin Chen casually scanned the options, didn't hesitate much and quickly made a decision, saying, I'll choose this standalone villa next to the Ring Sea Road. Seeing this, Luo Qiushue felt a slight stir in her heart but said nothing. Soon, the supervisor brought Lin Chen's identification for the Night Patrol Bureau and the key card for the free accommodation. Go to the logistics department to select a weapon. We still need to measure your combat power in detail later. Okay. Lin Chen followed Luo Qiushue out and, upon arriving at the logistics department, was also accompanied by a leader to help him choose weapons. After all, it was unprecedented for a newcomer to attract the attention of the Minister of Execution. Just this point was enough to highlight the other party's uniqueness. A heavier straight sword. Let me think. The logistics department brought Lin Chen to the armory. After a quick glance, he stepped forward and drew a silver straight sword, saying, Try this one, the Mountain Hawk 7, a standard extraordinary straight sword produced by the Army's first weapon research institute. By channeling your vital energy into it, you can significantly increase both its weight and sharpness. Lin Chen took the straight sword, infused it with his vital energy, and swung it a few times, finding it much more comfortable than the sword he had brought into the ancient realm. Alright, this sword will do. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Luo Qiushue glanced over and said, The main feature of this standard extraordinary weapon is its sturdiness. To significantly enhance combat power, you need extraordinary weapons that can be exchanged for with a lot of merit. Lin Chen put away the silver straight sword and smiled, saying, No rush, we can take our time. With his combat power and rapid progress, even a not-so-strong extraordinary weapon wouldn't have much effect on him. The leader of the logistics department suggested, If there's time now, let's try the regular uniforms and combat suits from the execution department, especially the latter, which has excellent protective performance. Luo Qiushue nodded and said, Let's change into a combat suit. We have a real battle coming up. Testing combat power like this. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Who is my opponent? Zhang Yong'an, who went on the rescue mission with us before. I know, the position of star-level night watchman. Yes, this battle doesn't require a win or loss. It's mainly to test your strength and showcase your various attributes. Luo Qiushue reminded Lin Chen, Don't hold back, give it your all. The stronger your performance, the more benefits you'll gain. The most direct benefit is income. The basic allowance is just a part. The bulk of the execution department members' income comes from task rewards. For members with strong potential, there will be a tilt in this aspect, but if your combat power isn't enough, there's no way to send you to resolve issues. Just like the mechanical 218 ancient realm, you can be designated to lead in exploration. If you perform excellently, the reward standards for completing tasks will be raised afterward. The key point is that the Night Watch divisions stationed in various places have a certain number of recommended slots each year, allowing them to select people to participate in assessments. After passing, you can either receive one-on-one guidance from super strong individuals or use top-tier cultivation secret realms, or even inherit the king-level ultimate skills. When selecting members, the Night Watch divisions have a rough set of standards considering talent, strength, and merit comprehensively. If the first two aspects are outstanding, the merit will definitely not be lacking. Luo Qiushue said solemnly. Lin Chen's eyes flickered, and he smiled. I need to take the upcoming real battle seriously. In the logistics department, in a lounge, Lin Chen took off the school uniform he had worn for over a week and changed into the execution department's combat suit. With his deepening cultivation, many of his actions had already distanced him from ordinary people. He could go days without sleep and still be full of energy through the nourishment of vital energy. He didn't need to consume food or water. Even if he didn't wash up, he could maintain a body as clean as new just by using energy vibrations. The meaning of being extraordinary was not just reflected in strength. Lin Chen adjusted his combat suit slightly. The feel of it was very comfortable, and it weighed much more than ordinary clothing, easily over 100 pounds. However, for his strength, it felt as light as a feather and posed no burden. The material is very tough, and the defensive performance is quite excellent. Although it can't compare to my body strength, it can serve as a buffer. Lin Chen nodded to himself, feeling quite satisfied. Then, his gaze swept over to the mirror beside him, and he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and smile. The capital of not wanting to work hard is indeed quite strong. The boy in the mirror, clad in a black combat suit with a silver straight sword at his waist, lacked the youthful innocence of wearing a school uniform. Instead, he exuded a kind of sharp, oppressive aura, like a blade that had been nurtured for years, suddenly unsheathed, captivating the heart and mind. Luo Qiushue stood outside the door waiting. When she saw Lin Chen come out, she looked him up and down and said, Just based on your uniform, you are very suitable for the Night Patrol Division. Lin Chen smiled and replied, Let's go. When does the battle start? Zhang Yong'an is already in position and can start the test at any time. All right. The two left the logistics department and, under Luo Qiushue's lead, headed towards a high-standard training ground. There, a group of high-ranking officials led by Director Chen Hao were almost all present. Besides them, many night watchers who had heard about this battle also rushed over, eager to see just how remarkable the super genius was that made Luo Qiushue pay such close attention. It is said that the Higher-ups have high hopes for Lin Chen's combat power, cancelling the original candidate by Yu and choosing Zhang Yong'an to face him. Actually, it seems to be just. Minister Luo, don't you trust the minister's judgment? Our night patrol division is the best. Lin Chen is really strong, you don't know. After the trial members came out, their description of Lin Chen in the ancient realm was just one word. What? Invincible. The strength and talent Lin Chen displayed during the process were terrifyingly extraordinary. The discussions rose and fell, creating a clamor. Among them, many gazes fell on a young man, a battle knife slung over his back, standing straight with a sharp demeanor. Bai Yu, 28 years old, a graduate of the top university in Xingxia, currently belonging to the execution department, holding the position of star-level night watcher. Initially, he was recommended by the intelligence department to test Lin Chen's combat power due to his proficiency in swordsmanship, but later was rejected by Luo Qiushue, who chose Zhang Yong'an to fight instead. Bai Yu, is it frustrating that someone else took your spot for the test? Someone teased with a smile. The young man with the knife shrugged and said, not really frustrating, just a bit confused. Do you think Minister Luo misjudged? Maybe it's to be more cautious. The young man casually guessed a reason, then said seriously, I truly believe I could force Lin Chen to reveal all his combat power. When I participated in the selection for star-level night watchers last year, I encountered a super genius from headquarters who had undergone 3 bone temperings, slightly older than Lin Chen, and had reached the limit of a high-level warrior. To be honest, the strength of such a super genius is truly terrifying. With blood, energy like the sea and strength like a dragon beast, the attacks they unleash are on a completely different level from what we consider high-level warriors, even stronger than some who have opened the heavenly gate. The young man with the knife looked serious. Someone next to him curiously asked, did that person pass the selection? Yes. The young man with the knife nodded and said, however, the selection for star-level night watchers is also strict. If you don't cover a certain distance in the heavenly gate realm, you can't pass. So his final ranking was relatively low. While I ranked in the top 10, my combat power was definitely stronger at that time. As he spoke, he emphasized that this was not meant to belittle anyone. The other party is definitely more outstanding than me. Once they open the heavenly gate, it's obvious they could easily defeat me with one hand. The young man with the knife shrugged and smiled. I brought up this example just to say that I'm not bragging. I have a certain understanding of the strength of high-level warriors who have undergone 3 bone temperings. Su Wanyun was also present, shaking her head in disagreement, saying, even among high-level warriors who have all undergone 3 bone temperings, there are still differences. Exactly, that's why I'm here. To watch the battle. The young man with the knife smiled faintly. Regarding his spot being replaced, he had only heard about it from others and didn't care at all, let alone get angry. He came to watch mainly out of curiosity and confusion, wanting to see Lin Chen's level. I've collaborated with Captain Zhang Yong'an a few times. His strength is very strong, possessing 3 heavenly gates, and he has awakened water-type abilities. Combined with his giant wave suppression technique, it has an effect greater than the sum of its parts, enough to test Lin Chen's limits. I'm really curious. Has Lin Chen arrived? Amid the discussions, the scene suddenly fell silent, and all eyes, including those of several high-ranking officials, turned towards the 2 figures entering the door. Or rather, one figure, dressed in black, with a silver knife. It was Lin Chen. Luo Qiushue scanned the crowd and said, everyone's here, let's start the battle. Good. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled as he strode directly towards Zhang Yong'an in the arena. Welcome to the execution department. Zhang Yong'an smiled slightly, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, he got to the point. If you're ready, just go for it. With that, he wasted no time, stepping forward as a vast portal appeared above, radiating light and exuding an overwhelming aura. The heavenly gate, located deep within the human body, could reflect to the outside world, absorb energy, and connect heaven and earth. Having witnessed Lin Chen's combat power, Zhang Yong'an knew very well that without using the energy of the heavenly gate, it would be impossible to contend with Lin Chen, even in the outside world. Boom! Lin Chen was decisive, raising his hand to draw the silver straight knife from his waist. With the enhancement of the ultimate strike, he unleashed a blade of light hundreds of meters long, resembling a sudden silver moon, sweeping towards Zhang Yong'an with overwhelming force. In an instant, the air in the entire training ground was drawn in, violently fluctuating as if it were about to explode, terrifying beyond compare. Many spectators instinctively tensed up. The momentum of this strike made them feel pressure. Zhang Yong'an stood ready, combining his abilities with the spirit weapon to counterattack fiercely. The heavenly gate above frantically absorbed energy, creating massive waves around his body, surging upwards and unleashing astonishing power. Whoosh! However, as soon as the 2 sides made contact, the blade light enhanced by the ultimate strike sliced through the intercepting waves, penetrating deeply and tearing rapidly, heading straight for Zhang Yong'an's head. It was evident that Zhang Yong'an's attack could not withstand Lin Chen's strike at all. The young man with the knife's pupils suddenly constricted, unable to remain calm. In that moment, he suddenly understood why Luo Qiushue had cancelled his spot and replaced him with the seasoned night watchman Zhang Yong'an. If he had participated, it would surely have resulted in a tragic scene of the examiner being overwhelmed by a newcomer. This knife technique's lethality is a bit too terrifying, isn't it? Looking at the rapidly tearing waves of blade light, Zhang Yong'an tugged at the corner of his mouth, feeling that Lin Chen's combat power was somewhat excessive. However, his gaze remained calm, without a hint of panic. As a thought crossed his mind, a second heavenly gate appeared, radiating light and absorbing energy. Immediately, the surging waves became even more violent, layer upon layer, continuously crashing against the blade light, weakening its inherent power. The two heavenly gates worked together, successfully withstanding the blade's onslaught. Swish! Before Zhang Yong'an could breathe a sigh of relief, a shadow was cast down. It was Lin Chen's figure, leaping into the air, a silver straight knife in hand, gathering the power of the ultimate strike. This spirit weapon knife technique was more suited for close combat. Lin Chen plummeted rapidly, aiming to cleave down. Zhang Yong'an remained unhurried, raising his hand to press down, drawing upon the energy of the surrounding world, transforming it into massive waves that surrounded Lin Chen's descending body, crashing from all directions. Lin Chen did not strike yet, still accumulating power. However, a fierce electric light suddenly burst forth from his eyes. The wrath of heaven. Boom! A thunderous roar shook the heavens, lightning streaked across the sky, domineering and unparalleled, the momentum terrifying, golden and purple light responding to each other, as if divine punishment and the great sun were manifesting together. This offensive spirit weapon was the first Lin Chen learned, and it was simplified to a primal level, the highest in skill. Now, under the activation of 4,900 calories of vitality, it was terrifyingly powerful, shattering the waves that surrounded him as if they were nothing. Whoosh! Lin Chen forcefully broke through, his figure compressing the fierce wind as he descended from the sky, unleashing the full power of the ultimate strike just before landing. Zhang Yong'an's expression grew serious, facing Lin Chen's descending straight knife. The two heavenly gates frantically absorbed energy, and on his crossed arms in front of him, a water shield shimmering with ripples formed. Due to its extreme density, it appeared pitch black and incredibly thick, but under the assault of the straight knife, it exploded with a loud bang, sending violent ripples that nearly shattered it. The power of the ultimate strike surged forth, strong and forceful, causing Zhang Yong'an to stagger back, unable to maintain his stance. Lin Chen was still in mid-air, gently swaying as he descended towards the ground. Your combat power is truly frightening. Relying solely on your vitality and martial arts, you nearly suppressed my two heavenly gates. Zhang Yong'an exhaled deeply, his heart surging with emotions. Lin Chen smiled and said, "You haven't used your full strength yet." On the way here, Luo Qiushue had briefly mentioned some things to him. Zhang Yong'an had already opened 3 heavenly gates. Zhang Yong'an nodded in acknowledgement. "The purpose of this battle is to test your strength. I only need to exert myself appropriately, not necessarily to determine a winner." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's gaze flickered, and without saying much, he stepped forward and charged out at high speed. Besides attacking, he also needed to showcase his abilities in other areas. Boom! 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 Thunder and lightning poured down from the sky, sealing off all directions, piercing through the vast expanse as Lin Chen advanced with his blade, launching a combined assault. Zhang Yong'an met the attack head-on, connecting the 2 heavenly gates to the heavens and earth, unleashing the might of spiritual martial arts and supernatural powers. Whoosh! Lin Chen's figure flickered, slipping through a massive wave strike like a phantom weaving through, rapidly closing in on Zhang Yong'an. A silver straight blade was gripped with both hands, pulled back to accumulate even greater power. However, behind Lin Chen, the empty wave did not completely dissipate. It quickly surged and transformed into multiple sharp water guns, densely packed, shooting out together. Surprisingly, Lin Chen seemed oblivious, continuing to stride forward and attack. In the next moment, the crowd was shocked to see the reason. Bang! 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 The dense water gun struck Lin Chen's back, extremely sharp, tearing his combat suit apart, but upon hitting the body beneath the clothing, they all exploded, shattering everywhere. Lin Chen's exposed back bore only a few red marks, with no blood in sight. Boom! Lin Chen swung his blade to attack. Due to the water gun's trajectory, his figure swayed slightly, but he did not lose his balance, and his power erupted strongly, causing Zhang Yong'an to be unable to withstand it and retreat once more. On the sidelines, the already shocked crowd could no longer contain themselves, nearly boiling over with excitement. Lin Chen's earlier display of defense was simply outrageous. Those who had entered the fire tower had witnessed Lin Chen's defensive capabilities during the trials and had some expectations, but they never imagined he could withstand attacks at the Heavenly Gate level. Director Chen Hao's eyes sparkled as he observed the battle, commenting, "The water guns that shot out were reformed from the missed attacks, although their power was significantly reduced. For a high-level martial artist to withstand this level of attack is still quite remarkable. Lin Chen's mastery in solid spiritual martial arts is extraordinary." A senior nodded, speaking with a tone of astonishment. "His defense is strong, his movement is fast, and as for his offense, there's no need to mention it. All his spiritual martial arts can invoke the essence of heaven and earth. He has no weaknesses at all, even more comprehensive than Zhang Yong'an, this seasoned night watchman. If it weren't for this, How could he contend? I read in a paper within the Night Watch department that a high-level martial artist who has undergone 3 bone temperings can contend against the power of a heavenly gate, usually referring to one heavenly gate. To reach the next level often requires a super lucky individual with a powerful supernatural ability to withstand the might of 2 heavenly gates. Several senior officials discussed, astonished by Lin Chen's performance. They had all opened heavenly gates and understood this realm. Each additional heavenly gate brought about a nearly qualitative leap. The fact that Lin Chen could exchange blows with Zhang Yong'an, who was using 2 heavenly gates and even vaguely gain the upper hand, was truly shocking. For a moment, I don't know whether to be amazed by Lin Chen's brilliance or to be impressed by Minister Luo's insight. Our Night Watch department in Shanghai City has struck gold. With full support in training, who knows, within 2 or 3 years, we might have another young guardian in our state. The high-ranking officials watching were extremely satisfied with Lin Chen's performance. As for Zhang Yong'an on the field, he was more shocked. In the midst of the battle, his perception of Lin Chen's strength was incredibly clear. Using 2 heavenly gates, if he wanted to win, he would have to engage in a war of attrition, dragging it out. Bang! After another collision, Zhang Yong'an saw Lin Chen stop in his tracks and not advance further. What's wrong? My few spiritual weapons have all been displayed, and the techniques and awareness in battle have also been revealed, Lin Chen calmly narrated. Zhang Yong'an pondered for a moment and guessed, so, no more fighting? This battle was not about victory or defeat, but simply a test of Lin Chen's strength. Not at all. Under Zhang Yong'an's surprised gaze, Lin Chen grinned, his teeth white. I'm about to use my trump card, so be careful. You'd better reveal all 3 heavenly gates. Ha! Zhang Yong'an raised an eyebrow, and before he could ask, the pupils in his eyes, filled with astonishment, suddenly constricted. Boom! In an instant, endless light poured out, and a great sun rose high above Lin Chen's head, dazzling and radiant, as if the real sun had fallen, its overwhelming might vast and immense, causing Zhang Yong'an's heart to race. What is that? A similar question flashed through everyone's minds. A great sun hung high, illuminating all directions, its brilliance blinding, drawing the attention of the entire arena. Zhang Yong'an's heart raced, and without a moment to think, he instantly activated the 3rd heavenly gate, pushing his strength to the limit. Opposite him, Lin Chen, under the illumination of this great sun, gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. The pressure felt like a massive mountain weighing down on him. The foreign priest who had nearly killed him before did not exert such a sense of oppression. Boom! Boom boom! Lin Chen stepped forward, the great sun hovering alongside him, countless bolts of lightning striking down, obscuring the sky and sun, as if a vast ocean of thunder was collapsing, engulfing the entire area. The spectators' views were blocked, but the high-ranking observers, relying on their profound cultivation, could clearly sense the battle within the lightning. Zhang Yong'an, bursting forth with all his might, was severely outmatched by Lin Chen, nearly on the verge of collapse. The 3 heavenly gates faced the hovering great sun, being pushed back. Several high-ranking officials looked uneasy, unable to believe it. The fact that Lin Chen could withstand the power of 2 heavenly gates was already shocking enough, but the result was that it was merely a conventional method. After using his trump card, he could become strong enough to hang a seasoned star-level night watchman up for a beating. Suddenly, Director Chen Hao's gaze flickered. Zhang Yong'an still has a chance. He sensed that the great sun hovering above Lin Chen's head trembled slightly and then dissipated in midair. Zhang Yong'an also witnessed this scene and noticed that the enveloping lightning's intensity rapidly decreased, returning to its previous level. What kind of forbidden technique is this? I almost flipped. Boom! A great sun slowly rose, interrupting Zhang Yong'an's words, while the lightning, transformed from the wrath of heaven, surged in strength once more. Zhang Yong'an shut his mouth, staring at Lin Chen, who was charging at him with a knife, feeling absurd. Such a method that could qualitatively change combat power would be excessive even if it drained one's vitality. But looking at Lin Chen's stance, it seemed he was paying no price at all. How could he fight back? Boom boom boom. The massive sound of thunder resonated throughout the arena, fluctuating in strength as the blood-chi great sun Lin Chen used maintained a gap, yet still firmly suppressed. Zhang Yong'an. After all, the interval was very short, making it hard to capture. Moreover, the blood-chi great sun provided a tremendous boost to strength, and before it dissipated, Lin Chen held a crushing advantage. The surrounding night watchmen held their breath, all focused on the battle. Their vision was blocked by the lightning, unable to see the situation inside, but through the fluctuations generated by the clash between the two, they could make a rough judgment of the situation. Since Lin Chen manifested the great sun, Zhang Yong'an's imposing force rapidly weakened, almost unable to be transmitted through the lightning. Just half a minute later, the raging lightning suddenly quieted, completely dissipating. The 3 heavenly gates Zhang Yong'an had manifested also vanished, leaving him frozen in place. His hair standing on end, faint wisps of black smoke rising from it, a silver straight knife held motionless in front of his face by Lin Chen's single hand. Clearly, the outcome had been decided. Lin Chen raised his hand and spun, retracting the straight knife to his waist, sighing, "The power of the heavenly gate realm is indeed formidable." If it weren't for the blood chi great sun, facing Zhang Yong'an with 3 heavenly gates would have been quite troublesome. To fight back, it seems the only option is to rely on strong defense and adopt an extreme strategy of trading injuries for injuries. What you just said sounds off. Zhang Yong'an's mouth twitched. Unable to hold back his sarcasm, you're only a high-level martial artist while I'm a whole realm above you, plus I have 3 heavenly gates. You should know that. The time it took me to open those 3 heavenly gates is no less than the time it takes to go from a beginner martial artist to a perfected high-level martial artist. The number of heavenly gates significantly boosts one's strength. Lin Chen smiled and, seeing Luo Qiushue striding over, asked, do we need to test again? The consumption of the blood sun was intense, but his foundation was deep. The consumption from the previous battle was less than 10%, and he could still hold on for quite a while. No rush, your current performance is already sufficient. Luo Qiushue shook her head, catching a glimpse of the chaotic crowd and suppressing what she wanted to say. Come with me. All right. Lin Chen followed Luo Qiushue as they left. Several high-ranking officials noticed and quickly moved to follow. At this moment, the focus of the scene naturally shifted to Zhang Yong'an, who had personally fought Lin Chen, and everyone quickly surrounded him. Captain Zhang, how did you lose? Bai Yu, carrying a battle knife, was the first to ask. Zhang Yong'an exhaled deeply and replied, I just couldn't win. I was directly suppressed head-on, and there was a significant gap in combat power. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, their expressions complex. A high-level martial artist suppressing a seasoned night watchman? That sounded utterly absurd. Some were puzzled and asked, the Sun Lin Chen condensed must be some kind of forbidden technique to enhance combat power, but I don't see any sign of weakness in his state. It doesn't seem like a forbidden technique. Zhang Yong'an shook his head in denial, causing a stir among the crowd. Then what is it? Could it be some kind of supernatural ability? Impossible, the fluctuations are completely different. It must be a martial arts technique. The discussions rose and fell. Of course, those who were confused and curious were not just them. The departing high-ranking officials felt the same way. In a high-spec conference room, Lin Chen and all the high-ranking officials of the Night Watch were present. Facing all the gazes directed at him, Lin Chen had some anticipation and directly said, you're looking for me because of the blood sun generated during the battle? Yes. Luo Qiushue admitted briskly, her past experience in the Night Fire Army made her more accustomed to being straightforward. Chen Hao, sitting in the main seat, smiled slightly to ease the atmosphere. Mainly, we are all quite curious about the blood sun you generated. This is not an interrogation. If there are any difficulties, you need not disclose them. Lin Chen shrugged and replied calmly, there's nothing difficult to say. He used the blood sun for the same purpose as defeating Zhang Yong'an, which was to strengthen the training efforts of the Night Watch. Luo Qiushue thought for a moment and said, I can see that the blood sun you generated is essentially still blood chi. The fluctuations it emits all conform to the characteristics of the blood sun genetic method, indicating it's not a spiritual weapon. After saying this, she emphasized that this was indeed the strange point. I don't know exactly what the blood sun is. Lin Chen gently shook his head, noticing the unexpected expressions on several faces, and didn't keep them in suspense. After my blood chi reached perfection, I felt I could go further, so I continued to cultivate. Although the intensity of my blood chi didn't change directly, after reaching a certain level, it gave birth to a sun-like entity that could enhance my overall combat power. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao's heart shook, and he said in disbelief, a further advancement in blood chi? After saying this, he immediately turned his face slightly to look at Luo Qiushue beside him. Can the blood chi from 3 bone temperings further reflect a certain power of the genetic method? His status was half a level higher, but Luo Qiushue had served in the Night Fire Army, so her experience surpassed his. Luo Qiushue scrutinized Lin Chen closely, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, no, as far as I know, the upper limit of blood chi is 4,900 calories and 3 bone temperings cannot exceed that. To resonate more strongly with the cultivated genetic method, one must at least progress far in the Heavenly Gate realm. Hearing this, the other high-ranking officials couldn't help but exchange glances, their eyes filled with extreme unrest. The Holy Summer martial arts had existed since ancient times, and over countless years, various exceptional cases inevitably emerged. Among them, situations that significantly enhanced combat power were mostly remarkable, easily crushing opponents of the same realm, and even at the heights of martial arts, there could be a certain degree of retention. Of course, the remaining few were different. They were truly extraordinary. The large conference room fell into silence for a moment. No one spoke, each lost in thought. The potential this young man possessed was likely far greater than they had initially anticipated. That great sun generated from his blood energy, if it were one of the few exceptional cases. Ha! Luo Qiushue let out a long breath, breaking the silence first, and pondered before speaking. I think the great sun you generated from your blood energy has some characteristics of an anomaly. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but look Lin Chen up and down, agreeing, it does resemble it. The other high-ranking officials showed surprise, taken aback by Luo Qiushue's statement. Lin Chen was also curious, exclaiming, anomaly? His rapid progress in martial arts had led him to delve into theoretical knowledge ahead of time. Once the heavenly gate opened, connecting heaven and earth, it could not only absorb the energy of the world but also establish a connection with the essence of heaven and earth for comprehension. Especially the latter, compared to Lin Chen's comprehension through the ultimate realm spiritual martial arts, this was the main avenue. The utilization of the power of the essence of heaven and earth through the heavenly gate could be divided into 3 levels: induction, control, and integration. I remember, only when a certain essence of heaven and earth completely merges into the heavenly gate can an anomaly be born, right? Lin Chen recalled. That's right, Luo Qiushua nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and said, I haven't opened the human heavenly gate yet. Luo Qiushua's expression remained unchanged as she replied, martial arts have existed for countless years, and even the holy Summer Kings cannot comprehend everything. There are various situations that existing theories cannot explain. As she spoke, Luo Qiushua thought for a moment and provided an example. Just a few years ago, at the beginning of the Holy Summer New Calendar 4000, there was a high-level martial artist who underwent bone tempering for the first time and opened the heavenly gate, opening 3 gates at once. This number is quite difficult for a super genius who has refined their foundation to the extreme through 3 rounds of bone tempering. It requires a lot of luck, let alone a single round of bone tempering. The key is, this person later opened the heavenly gate 2 more times, each time opening 3 gates, which cannot be explained by theory. In the end, he possessed a total of 9 heavenly gates. Luo Qiushua recounted. Lin Chen pondered silently. This number is quite exaggerated. Whether it was opening 3 heavenly gates each time or having a total of 9, it was extraordinary. Typically, opening the heavenly gate means just 1 at a time. Overall, breaking through with 2 rounds of bone tempering is already difficult. It requires 3 rounds of bone tempering to accumulate enough foundation. As for the upper limit of quantity, the total number of heavenly gates that most martial artists can open is concentrated between 3 to 5. 9 is already a crushing magnitude. Luo Qiushua continued, this exceptional number of heavenly gates likely won't affect the next realm. The great sun generated from breaking the blood energy limit may involve an anomaly, and its potential is expected to be even greater, but how exactly it will manifest still needs to be seen later. Perhaps it will only reveal its full form at the heavenly gate realm. Okay, Lin Chen said thoughtfully. Chen Hao took over the conversation, smiling as he said, even if it doesn't affect the subsequent realm, just the involvement of an anomaly at this level is already powerful enough. An anomaly is not an ordinary power. Further along, it could be the true meaning of martial arts. Luo Qiushua glanced at Lin Chen, recalling the continuous generation of the Great Sun in the previous battle, and said, the Great Sun you generated from your blood energy should not be complete yet. Yes, Lin Chen admitted candidly, I estimate it's only at the level of just being able to manifest, to last and not dissipate. There's still a considerable distance to go. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking officials felt a jolt in their hearts again. A high upper limit often means even greater potential. Chen Hao's lips curled slightly, unable to suppress his smile. What a treasure he had found. Perhaps in just a few years he would be transferred to the headquarters in Liao province. Luo Qiushua calmed her mind and posed a crucial question. How can you strengthen the vitality of this great sun? Just normal cultivation, Lin Chen replied, feeling a stir in his heart. The energy quality of the blood-rising powder is insufficient to sustain the great sun of vitality, but I have a type of auxiliary spirit martial art that can purify energy, so the blood-rising powder will suffice. That's easy to solve. Chen Hao's voice rang out from the main seat, laced with amusement. The Night Patrol Department has already contacted various research institutes and tech companies to jointly develop the Ember Tower. By next Wednesday at the latest, we should be able to preliminarily agree on the registration fees, and by then, about 600 to 800 million will be transferred to your account. Thank you, Director. Lin Chen smiled in gratitude. The speed and amount of this funding exceeded initial estimates. Chen Hao pressed his hand down, his smile growing wider. Once the registration fee is signed, the next step is to develop the Ember Tower. We need to safely escort the researchers to the Ember Tower, and this task will be your responsibility. Moreover, it's better to open up than to block. There are still too many dangers inside the Ember Tower. In the coming period, you will lead a team to explore the Mechanical 218 secret realm. The rewards are not fixed and are linked to task completion, potentially reaching the same level as me, the director. Chen Hao methodically arranged the plan. Lin Chan's eyes brightened at this. If the advance payment for the Ember Tower registration fee was Chen Hao doing him a favor, then the subsequent tasks could be seen as tailor-made for him. Thank you, Director. No need to be so formal. The Mechanical 218 ancient realm is highly valuable. Using only reserve members would be too slow and dangerous, and there could be unexpected incidents of being trapped in the Ember Tower. A formal night watchman is the only suitable choice to lead the team. The regulations of the Night Patrol Department were well established, and task assignments required sufficient strength to support them. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen Hao did not linger and left with several senior officials. Luo Qiushua stayed behind to help Lin Chen familiarize himself with the Night Patrol Department. The task of exploring the Mechanical 218 ancient realm will start in about 3 days. You don't need to rush. This is a long-term task, step by step, which will help you get acquainted with the various task processes of the execution department, useful for future field work. Field work. Lin Chen repeated, curious, dealing with invading beasts? Luo Qiushue nodded, saying, mainly responsible for exterminating the beasts and also capturing followers of the foreign cult. Other activities include exploring secret realms. The work of the execution department is not complicated, one could even say it's leisurely, as most of the time is spent on cultivation training. Lin Chen had anticipated this. The current situation in Xingxiao was relatively peaceful. On ordinary days, it was rare to encounter members of the execution department on the streets. Luo Qiushue moved swiftly, and before long, she led Lin Chen on a tour of the Night Patrol Department's main base. Since you just started and are still in school, the Night Patrol Department focuses on training for members in your situation. When there are no tasks, you can train at the base or return to school, but one thing is essential: communication must not be interrupted, it needs to be kept open 24 hours a day. Luo Qiushue concluded. No problem. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. The freedom of the execution department suited him very well. If there's nothing else, I'll be out for the next day or two. He indeed needed to return for a while. He had reached the ultimate realm of Professor Guan's extreme blade and wanted to meet the requirements set by Professor Guan. The rewards arranged by the state for his championship were not a small sum, and he needed to inquire about that. There were also matters regarding moving and live streaming sales that needed to be addressed. After leaving the Night Patrol Department, Lin Chen made a call to Yi Tingyun at the intersection, briefly explaining the situation and arranging to meet at the lighthouse where Professor Guan was located. Then, Lin Chen set off directly. Finding Professor Guan was the most important. Aside from the assessment of his swordsmanship, he also wanted to ask about the great son of Vitality. Not long after, Lin Chen arrived at the lighthouse, where old Guan stood silently facing the sea, just as he had before leaving with him. Yi Tingyun was the first to arrive and accompanied him to watch the sea. Upon seeing Lin Chen, he waved and said, I've inquired about the reward from the state. It's already been finalized, 1.8 billion in total, expected to be dispersed tomorrow. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled. That's quite fast, just in time for me to use it. The task of exploring the mechanical 218 ancient realm would officially begin in 3 days, and he could further enhance his vitality. Yi Tingyun found it somewhat strange and asked, didn't you tell me your vitality was already at 4,900 calories? How can you still use it? Don't tell me you're about to open the heavenly gate. Considering the time, you've only been at full vitality for a few hours. Not that fast, Lin Chen chuckled. Do you remember I mentioned feeling something unusual within my vitality? Yeah. It turns out it's a kind of inherent essence. After my vitality reached perfection, through further cultivation, it can now be initially manifested. Lin Chen informed him directly. Hearing this, old Guan looked over with a hint of surprise and asked, what exactly is it? Lin Chen had told him before, but the information was too limited for him to make a judgment. A few high-ranking members of the Night Watch said it resembles an anomaly. Lin Chen fully activated his vitality, and a great sun rose slowly from above his head, illuminating the surroundings and exuding a powerful aura that pushed the sea in front of the lighthouse back. What is that? Yi Tingyun's pupils suddenly constricted, and like many of the Night Watchman before, disbelief filled his eyes. Can the vitality from 3 bone temperings really harbor external substances related to the essence of genetic laws? No, old Guan remained calm, observing the suddenly dissipating great sun of vitality. Individual exceptions cannot be judged by common sense. Yi Tingyun exhaled deeply, suppressing his fluctuating emotions, recalling the disturbances within the great sun of vitality. It does resemble an anomaly to some extent. Old Guan pondered for a moment and pointed out the differences. It's more about the similarity in presentation. Regarding the degree of engagement with the relevant heavenly and earthly essences, it hasn't reached the level of fusion. Essentially, it's supported by vitality and the body. As he spoke, old Guan glanced at Lin Chen and speculated, when you were evolving your realm, the evolution chapter of the Great Sun genetic law must have reached its ultimate state, right? Correct. Yi Tingyun answered on his behalf. Old Guan nodded lightly, analyzing, what you've generated with this great sun will need to observe further, but one thing is certain, it represents a unique application of the heavenly and earthly essences, which is remarkable and worth investing more energy into. It will greatly benefit your current and future martial arts. Yi Tingyun was astonished. Even old Guan described it as remarkable. It was clear that the great sun Lin Chen had generated was terrifyingly powerful. Lin Chen shared this thought, saying, I recently have several substantial funds and don't lack resources, so I can quickly enhance the great sun of vitality. A flicker of light flashed in old Guan's eyes, but he didn't elaborate on that, instructing, if you're not busy right now, you can go practice the heavy armored breaking army body beneath the lighthouse. This time there's no time limit. You can practice until you reach the 10th level of perfection. Okay. Lin Chen didn't think much of it, believing it was the accumulation from not practicing since the citywide high school league, and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Yi Tingyun, unable to contain his shock at Lin Chen's generated great sun, felt his heart racing wildly, as if it would leap out of his throat. The mist emanating from the abyss naturally belonged to the abyss, but at the same time, it was also the power sealing the abyss. Releasing too much at once could lead to the loosening of the seal. That's why Old Guan had previously instructed Lin Chen to use it for only 1 hour a day. Old Guan, you. Yi Tingyun swallowed hard, filled with disbelief. Have you made a decision? Yes, Old Guan admitted decisively. To hesitate is to invite chaos. There's no point in further hesitation. Lin Chen's combat power has already reached the level of the Heavenly Gate. He can try to master the Black Abyss. Moreover, he is still very young, currently in the golden stage of rapid strength enhancement, and needs sufficient resources to support him. The identity of the successor to the Black Abyss can attract the attention of some people and accelerate his growth. Old Guan considered this thoroughly. Of course, the most important point is Lin Chen's consistently impressive performance, which truly dispelled his doubts and solidified his determination. This young man will definitely be able to take charge of the Black Abyss, and it will be soon. Yi Tingyun took several deep breaths, adjusting his mindset as he gazed at the distant sea. The waves surged, growing increasingly intense. A storm was coming. Above the sky, the sun set and the moon rose, darkness enveloped the earth, and the night flowed away in the wind. In the basement of the lighthouse, Lin Chen had spent over 10 hours continuously absorbing mist, completing the full refinement of the 10 layers of the heavy armored breaking army body. A distinct sense of resilience swept over him, clearly elevating him a level compared to before his training. The key is that I can mobilize the energy of heaven and earth, unifying the internal and external. With a thought, Lin Chen's body radiated light, and in an instant, he transformed into a set of dark heavy armor, completely covering him. Even his face was masked, with only 2 clusters of dark light rising, which were his eyes, also providing a certain degree of defense without obstructing his vision. Long Night Heavy Armor. One of the killing moves of the heavy armored breaking army body, it could only be unleashed after completing the 10 layers of refinement, achieving unity of the internal and external. The basic defense of the body can still be strengthened further, but it requires the heavy armored breaking army body to resonate with the Heavenly Gate for deeper refinement, which cannot be continued at the moment. However, the power of the Long Night Heavy Armor is still linked to the realm of active operation, and this point is unaffected. Lin Chen stood up, briefly testing it out. He moved swiftly and agilely, hardly hindered by the Long Night Heavy Armor. After all, it was a spirit weapon, not true armor. The consumption is quite large, but of course, you get what you pay for. The defensive performance is outstanding. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. With the Long Night Heavy Armor activated, even an ordinary Heavenly Gate realm martial artist would find it difficult to inflict damage on him, even with a full force strike. Lin Chen dispelled the Long Night Heavy Armor and prepared to leave. However, the faint black mist surrounding him had not dissipated. With Old Guan's perception, he should have noticed, right? A doubt flashed through Lin Chen's mind as he turned and stepped out. Just as he exited the basement, he saw Old Guan appearing at the end of the descending staircase, though he didn't know when he had arrived. He had trained here multiple times, but it was the first time he encountered Old Guan coming down. I have completed the 10 layers of refinement of the heavy armored breaking army body, Lin Chen reminded him. I know, Old Guan replied, his expression unchanged. You need to go back to train, right? Yes, I won the championship in the previous league and the state promised to issue rewards. Today, probably after 9 o'clock. Come by next Monday if you have time. Old Guan said no more and stepped into the basement. Lin Chen glanced back, looking at the black abyss standing on the ground, as if guessing something, and said, Good. I apologize for the updates over the past few days. I really fell short, and I'm sorry to everyone. It's not that I didn't want to write, but my state was poor, and I couldn't get it done. As for the debts from before the New Year, I estimate they are quite heavy. I will return to normal updates first and definitely make up for it after the New Year. I'm aiming for a confident flag. Ha. Wishing everyone a happy New Year in advance. After leaving Old Guan, Lin Chen walked along the coastal road. Because he used Phantom 9 shifts to travel the entire way, his speed was extremely fast, and in less than a quarter of an hour, he arrived at the residence provided by the Night Patrol Division. It was a standalone villa with a spacious courtyard, 3 stories high, fully equipped with living and training facilities, and there was also an artificial intelligence butler to handle some daily chores, much more convenient than the house he rented. Just go back and grab my ID, student ID, and some remaining paper contracts. I can throw away the bedding, dumbbells, and such. Lin Chen walked around the villa and stepped out. He planned to return to his rental apartment first, grab his things, then head to school to collect the state reward, find Subai to buy the blood rising powder, and finally come back to cultivate. The blood rising powder costs 180 million. If I practice with full effort, it should take about a day or two. Just to be safe, I'll schedule a live stream to promote martial arts tomorrow afternoon. Lin Chen made his arrangements. With his current ability to earn funds, promoting martial arts no longer accounted for a large portion of his income, but it had the advantage of being sustainable, plus there was Subai's investment. Moreover, it wasn't a small sum, and he was far from achieving financial freedom, so it was worth continuing to invest his energy. I'll contact Yan later. As his thoughts soared, Lin Chen kept walking towards the direction of his rental apartment. On the other side, Li Ziqi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony, also gazing in the direction of Lin Chen's rental apartment, his eyes filled with resentment. Only when he truly experienced the torturous life of being unable to cultivate did he realize how excruciating it was. Even with his father's promise to resolve things within a year, he still suffered immensely, as if each day stretched into a year. Especially, the scenes from the finals would occasionally surge in his mind, making it unbearable, suppressing the fear and panic deep within him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. My nightmare will eventually dissipate. Li Ziqi took a deep breath, feeling a mix of anxiety and tension, but also a sense of satisfaction that revenge was imminent. Lin Chen, I have no doubt you have the courage for revenge, but you forgot one thing: the dead can do nothing. He secretly planted a sword water blood bomb in Lin Chen's rental apartment. This was an extraordinary weapon, terrifying in power, capable of killing many martial artists at the Tianmen realm with a single strike, and it was a forbidden device strictly controlled by the Holy Summer. As a member of the younger generation, he naturally couldn't access it. Li Ziqi sought help from his father, but he was surprised that Li Han agreed readily. He thought little of it, attributing it to a father's deep love. Lin Chen, just wait. As long as you go home once, I'll make sure you never recover. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Li Corporation, in a high-spec conference room, all the shielding devices were activated, making it airtight. The head of the Li family sat at the head of the table, personally presiding over the meeting. Li Han was also present, sitting at the far end on the right, the least favorable position in the conference room, but it was enough to highlight his status. There were only 13 attendees, all powerful figures from the Li family. At this moment, the head of the Li family exhaled lightly and said, "We have roughly completed the preliminary preparations. The next focus will depend on the actions of the Divine Domain sect." A senior executive, an elderly man with white hair sitting to his left, nodded in agreement and said, "In the coming months, we should stir up trouble in Shanghai City." "That's not difficult." Li Han took over the conversation. Smiling slightly, "My son was severely injured by Lin Chen. It would be just right to kill him, and there will be no evidence left. However, such matters will definitely raise suspicions among the government higher-ups regarding my Li family. Our actions would be considered a serious overstep, but for things without evidence, we can resolve it by relinquishing some interests. At that time, we can offer some core interests to the city's higher-ups and other corporations to compete for, which will divert their attention and facilitate the actions of our friends in the Divine Domain sect." Li Han briefly outlined his plan. The head of the Li family pondered for a moment, then nodded lightly and said, "This scale is acceptable. This winter in Shanghai City will never dissipate. The night will last forever. Lin Chen is a means to stir the waters, but we can't focus all our energy on him. We need to employ some tactics in other areas as well." "Agreed. I also concur, but we need to be cautious and instruct the people below not to provoke the big shots of the Night Patrol Division, otherwise, it will be hard to handle." "Understood." The summer sun was exceptionally bright. Just after dawn, the sunlight scorched the air, turning it into rolling heat waves that swept in all directions, mixed with a sense of stuffiness, like a sign of impending heavy rain. Beep. With a crisp notification sound, Lin Chen opened the access door, casually put away his phone, and walked into the residential complex where he rented. This place has been built for decades and has become somewhat dilapidated, but fortunately, the location is good, the transportation is convenient, and the rent is still affordable. Because it is an old community, the greenery inside is quite lush, and the living conditions are acceptable. Of course, compared to the accommodation provided to Lin Chen by the Night Patrol, it falls short by more than a little. Just bring your ID and the contract, everything else is already in the villa, no need to hire a moving company. Lin Chen kept his pace and soon arrived in front of the rented house. He raised his hand to press the button, completing the fingerprint unlock, and then, as usual, pulled open the door. However, at that moment, his pupils suddenly constricted. A scarlet light burst through the open door, piercing Lin Chen's vision, sharp and fierce. It was a multitude of sword blades that seemed to be condensed from blood, densely packed, cascading like a waterfall, overwhelming him. Boom! In an instant, a massive explosion echoed through the sky, with rampant aftershocks everywhere, overwhelming. The entire residential building turned to dust, nearby structures shattered and collapsed in succession, as if experiencing a massive earthquake. The ground in the distance trembled, glass shattered, falling everywhere. Many people were startled and turned to look, only to see thick smoke rising into the sky, reaching hundreds of meters high, a shocking sight. At the same time, alarms blared at the Public Security Bureau and the Night Patrol's monitoring system in Shanghai City, especially the latter, which acted swiftly, responding immediately. Detected energy wave fluctuations at the Tianmen level, initially judged to be a superpowered weapon, currently defined as a Level 3 crisis event. The incident location is at. Contact the nearest execution department members to investigate the situation. Scanning through the displayed information, a monitoring supervisor from the intelligence department spoke decisively without hesitation. The Night Patrol's duty is to handle all incidents involving other realms within the Holy Summer territory, usually involving human lives, and must be efficient enough. If it is later determined to be unrelated to other realms, it will be handed over to the Public Security Bureau and other relevant departments. Report. An assistant's voice immediately followed. The nearest personnel is the newly hired Lin Chen, who has not yet undergone professional training. After a pause, his tone carried a hint of surprise, saying, according to Lin Chen's location information, he is at the explosion center, suspected to be under direct attack by a superpowered weapon. Hearing this, the monitoring supervisor's expression changed slightly, asking, can we contact him? We have already contacted him. A dispatcher raised his arm, reminding them. The monitoring supervisor hurriedly pressed for details. What is the specific situation? The dispatcher briefly relayed. Lin Chen was attacked by a superpowered weapon as he opened the door to his rented house. It appears to be an ambush set up in advance. The monitoring supervisor's expression changed again, asking, what are his injuries? He had heard of the high-level attention on Lin Chen. If it affected his subsequent cultivation, it would definitely lead to major problems. After the dispatcher inquired, he was momentarily stunned, saying in disbelief, Lin Chen said he wasn't injured. Wasn't it said that he encountered an ambush attack by a superpowered weapon? On the other side, the thick smoke was still rising. Lin Chen maintained the signal with the intelligence department, and with a thought, he repaired the shattered long night heavy armor to prevent another attack. Just now, upon sensing the explosion of the superpowered weapon, he immediately activated the blood sun and simultaneously operated the heavy armored breakthrough body. With both enhancements, he successfully withstood the onslaught of the scarlet blood swords. However, he was already nearing his limit. It should be noted that the terrifying explosion that destroyed multiple buildings was merely the dissipating aftershock. The real lethality lay in the impact of the scarlet blood swords themselves. If either the blood sun or the long night heavy armor were missing, Lin Chen pondered for a moment and couldn't help but shake his head. I estimate I would just have a head injury, not reach the level of serious injury. His defense was already quite strong. The blood sun enhances overall strength, naturally increasing defensive capabilities. The long night heavy armor needs no further explanation. It is a killing move perfected at the 10th level of the heavy armored breakthrough. Its defense is formidable. But Lin Chen exhaled softly. Both the Great Sun of Vitality and the long night heavy armor were achieved only after he completed the rescue mission for the night patrol. If he had faced this attack with his strength before the rescue, he would have been in grave danger. These two methods were acquired just yesterday and today. Clearly, the person who set the trap in his rented house was out to kill him. Who wants to kill me? Could it be Li Ziqi? Lin Chen found it hard to be certain. He did not doubt that Li Ziqi had thoughts of killing him, but putting it into practice was another matter entirely, especially since using such a powerful weapon would be hard to conceal from the higher-ups of the Li family. Theoretically, they would not agree. The cost would be too high. He had just joined the night patrol and his existence was not known to outsiders. However, simply winning the citywide high school league championship had already attracted the attention of the state's higher-ups. Publicly attacking a super genius would be a serious violation of regulations. The government would definitely intervene to suppress it. He was only provoking Li Ziqi, not the head of the Li family. The suspicion cannot be dismissed. The Li family's main industries involve real estate, pharmaceuticals, and arms. They have the means to acquire such super weapons. But it could also be the Li family's rivals. Whoever it is, this matter is far from over. Lin Chen's thoughts surged as he began to investigate and rescue according to the intelligence department's orders. The residential building he was in was completely destroyed, and apart from him, no one survived. There were also very few survivors in the surrounding buildings. The super weapon that attacked him had overwhelming destructive power. Even ordinary martial artists at the Tianmen level would struggle to withstand it, let alone ordinary citizens at the evolution stage who would find it utterly terrifying. Even the residual waves would be unbearable. Fortunately, today was a weekday, adults were at work and children were at school, so there were not many residents around. Lin Chen's expression was cold, filled with murderous intent. Whoosh! Suddenly, the dust in the air swirled and a figure descended, appearing before Lin Chen. The figure was tall, dressed in the combat uniform of the execution department, and was one of the other entry-level night watchers who had entered the mechanical 218 ancient realm for the rescue. Lu Rue, a moon stage night watcher. His strength was significantly greater than Zhang Yongmen's. This is my jurisdiction, Lu Rue said, scanning the area with a concise tone. The general situation has already been relayed to me by the intelligence department on my way here. Lin Chen asked, have you found the person who set the trap? Lu Rue replied in a deep voice, the trap was set 4 days ago when we were still in the ancient realm. It is currently determined to be a professional. Their face was concealed and cannot be identified. They emerged from a manhole cover in a sewer, set up the blood sword waterfall in your home, and then escaped through that sewer. We still need to investigate further to determine who it is. However, Lu Rue pointed out that the likelihood of finding them in a short time was low. The opponent's actions were very swift and clean, leaving little chance of traces. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Could it be someone from the Otherworld cult?" Lu Rui shook his head, explaining, "We cannot rule out that possibility, but the probability is low. The tricky part about the Otherworld cult is that it is difficult to eradicate, rather than being able to confront the Night Patrol head-on. In fact, under the suppression of the Night Patrol, the Otherworld cult's power within the territory is quite weak. They mainly engage in summoning otherworldly beasts and causing destruction, and they generally need to rely on otherworldly powers. Incidents involving armed attacks using hot weapons are few and far between, especially with a super weapon like the Blood Sword Waterfall, which is hard to obtain." Lu Rui provided a brief analysis. Lin Chen contemplated for a moment and said, "I have a suspect." "Who?" Lu Rui's eyes flickered. Lin Chen stated directly, "Li Ziqi, a genius from the Li Consortium, has significant conflicts with me." "That's easy to handle." Lu Rui's expression remained unchanged. "Let's go check it out." The Night Watch Department operates independently, wielding significant power and responsible for all matters related to foreign domains within the territory. In fact, it pays little attention to the local aristocracy and wealthy families, let alone fears them. When a formal night watchman is assassinated, it is entirely normal to interrogate people. It's not just a genius from the Li family, even the head of the family would be scrutinized without exception. Of course, there must be some basis for it. "Good." Lin Chen nodded lightly and said, "There's no time to waste, let's set off now." The news about the explosion in the residential area where Lin Chen rented spread quickly online. Most of the unaffected locals filmed, uploaded, and shared it, causing it to spread rapidly. Especially in Shanghai City, local television stations had already begun preliminary reports. Li Ziqi had been paying attention to the related news these days, and upon seeing it, he couldn't help but feel excited and nervous. It was evident that the Blood Sword Waterfall installed behind Lin Chen's door had been activated. However, he couldn't be 100% sure if it was triggered by Lin Chen himself. The person who had the house key was also the landlord. The reason for choosing the Blood Sword Waterfall initially was due to an undercover investigation. Lin Chen's rented house was paid for 3 months in advance, and there were still nearly 2 months left. The possibility of the landlord opening the door without consent was extremely slim. No background, yet still daring to have such a strong sense of revenge. What good is high talent if you want to kill him? He won't survive. Li Ziqi exhaled, feeling a tremendous sense of relief, but still had a tense emotion. He couldn't draw a definitive conclusion until he saw news of Lin Chen's death. He glanced at the sun rising high outside the balcony, feeling its intense heat, then turned to go downstairs, wanting to drink some water to calm his mind. Arriving at the refrigerator on the first floor, Li Ziqi reached out to open the door and took out a bottle of mineral water. The glass bottle was exquisite, worth as much as a day's income for an ordinary worker, falling into the luxury category. However, for Li Ziqi, it was just a common consumable. He casually closed the refrigerator, opened the water bottle, and turned around, preparing to return to his room. In the next moment, his movement froze, and the expensive mineral water fell to the ground with a crash, the delicate glass shattering into pieces and splattering everywhere. Li Ziqi didn't pay attention to it. All his focus was drawn to the suddenly appearing young man in front of him, whose handsome face was very familiar, making him involuntarily show a ghostly expression. "You seem quite surprised to see me," Lin Chen said calmly. Li Ziqi held his breath, trying to remain calm, and scolded, "How did you get in? You barged into my house without permission. You might as well wait to go to jail." At that moment, Lu Rui's indifferent voice sounded from the side. "Your heartbeat is accelerating. There's a deliberate suppression of emotions, primarily masking panic, which doesn't align with normal reactions of surprise or anger." Lu Rui stood not far away, his sharp gaze locked tightly on Li Ziqi, observing every detail with profound martial arts insight. The two's interrogation did not follow the normal procedure. They had stealthily entered. Lin Chen wanted to catch Li Ziqi off guard and try to find a flaw. Upon hearing this plan, Lu Rui agreed immediately. Compared to departments like the Public Security Bureau, the scope of procedural justice in the Night Watch Department was relatively vague. It was a small price to pay to give Lin Chen a favor, which was very worthwhile. Lin Chen observed the slight change in Li Ziqi's expression and revealed a cruel smile, saying, "It seems you really did it." Li Ziqi's inner turmoil intensified, and he feigned a stern voice, "I don't understand what you're saying, but since you forcibly broke into my house, you won't be leaving today." Lin Chen was unfazed. "You will understand what I'm saying." After saying this, he turned to Lu Rui and nodded. "Just take him." "What do you mean?" Li Ziqi's face completely changed. Lu Rui didn't answer. He raised his hand to tap his earpiece and ordered, "Come." Directly. As he spoke, he pressed in midair, and a metallic sheen enveloped Li Ziqi in an instant, immobilizing him. "What are you doing? Let me go. Help! Someone!" Li Ziqi shouted in panic, but no sound escaped, all blocked by a metallic barrier. Lin Chen ignored him and walked out with Lu Rui. Just a few steps away from the villa door, a loud crash echoed as a massive hand came crashing down, overwhelming like a collapsing ocean, heading straight for the two. What are you doing? Li Han's voice followed, stern and menacing. He sensed something was off and came to investigate, only to find his son being captured. Lu Rui's gaze sharpened, and a sharp sword appeared in his hand, slicing straight up into the sky, drawing upon the surrounding energy of heaven and earth, wild and unmatched, to fiercely counter the descending hand. Bang! The sword light and the giant hand exploded apart, shattering into pieces. However, the latter was still more powerful, unleashing a torrent of force that continued to strike down. Lin Chen's reaction was equally swift. Even as Lu Rui swung his sword, a great sun of blood energy rose steadily, enhancing his ultimate strike, cleaving through the air to extinguish the incoming force. It's you? Li Han's face showed a look of shock. He hadn't expected the intruder to block his strike, let alone that one of them was Lin Chen, whom he had long considered dead. 5 heavenly gates. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he scanned the 5 heavenly gates hovering above Li Han's head, each exhaling energy from heaven and earth, far more powerful than Zhang Yong's earlier opening of 3 gates. The key lies in the understanding of the world. Having fully mastered one, the next step is to merge with the heavenly gates, becoming one. Lu Rui added, his expression calm, instructing the members in his earpiece. During the capture of Li Ziqi, we encountered malicious obstruction. Request the deployment of 2 moon-level night watchers or 1 sun-level night watcher for support. Before he could finish, Li Han's brow furrowed. Interrupting, I had no malicious intent to obstruct. How was I to know you were from the Night Watch? Lu Rui did not argue with him, stating directly, now that you know, come with us. Li Han took a deep breath and asked, why are you arresting my son? Lu Rui adopted an official demeanor. Suspected of assaulting a formal night watcher from the execution department. Upon hearing this, Li Han glanced at Lin Chen and asked, what's the evidence? Night watchers need a basis to arrest someone, right? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Why are you so sure we have no evidence? Li Han's expression remained unchanged. I believe my son would not engage in illegal activities. Lu Rui turned his face, gently shaking his head at Lin Chen, indicating he couldn't gauge the truth of Li Han's words. The opponent's cultivation was still a notch above his, making it hard to perceive. Then, Lu Rui faced Li Han again, coldly stating, whether Li Ziqi is the perpetrator has nothing to do with your trust. We will investigate thoroughly, and are not obligated to inform you. Now, cooperate with our investigation. Lu Rui's gaze was icy, sharp as lightning. Of course, you can choose to refuse, as long as you can bear the consequences. Li Han forcibly suppressed his anger, still trying to negotiate. The Night Watch has internal oversight. The penalties for abuse of power are not trivial. My Li family has existed in Shanghai for so many years, not just anyone can touch us. A hint of mockery flashed in Lu Rui's eyes as he replied lightly, complaining is your right, I am not responsible for that, but now, I will say it one last time, cooperate with the investigation. As his words fell, 3 all-terrain combat vehicles from the execution department crashed through the manor's gates and sped inside. Li Han took a deep breath, knowing that this visit from the Night Watch was now unavoidable. He looked at Li Ziqi and calmly said, don't panic, the Night Watch has the right to take people, but without evidence, they must release them. In Shanghai City, no one can smear the Li family. I know, Dad. Li Ziqi forced a smile. Lin Chen, ignoring their conversation, instructed the formal Night Watchers getting out of the vehicle, put them in different cars, don't let them be detained together when we return. Upon hearing this, Li Ziqi couldn't help but twitch in his heart. Although he was somewhat flustered now, the discerning eye of a scion from a prestigious family remained sharp. Just from the timing and attitude of the night patrol's apprehension, it was clear that Lin Chen held a significant position within the night patrol. The only thing that gave him some comfort was that the Li family had been operating in Shanghai City for many years. Installing a sword waterfall blood should be done without leaving a trace. Don't be afraid, revenge is a natural human reaction, I can understand, Lin Chen said, patting Li Ziqi's shoulder, a smile on his face, though it was somewhat cold. Of course, I hope you can understand as well, it will make things easier afterward. Li Ziqi's movement to get into the car froze, a shiver coursing through his body, the excruciating pain from the finals flashing back into his mind. Soon, 3 all-terrain combat vehicles drove out of the estate, returning to the night patrol's base. On the way, Lin Chen received a call from Yi Tingyun. He had seen the related news reports and knew it was the community where Lin Chen rented, so he contacted him immediately to inquire. It was an assassination attempt against me, secretly using a sword waterfall blood. Lin Chen naturally trusted Yi Tingyun and briefly recounted the situation. Assassination? On the other end of the line, Yi Tingyun's face darkened ominously. Has the night patrol found out who did it? Lin Chen replied, preliminary judgment points to Li Ziqi, they have already apprehended him, but we still need to find conclusive evidence. Detonating a super weapon in a residential area to kill you. Yi Tingyun could hardly contain his anger. After a brief conversation, he hung up the phone and took several deep breaths to calm himself. The wealthy families, conglomerates, and aristocratic clans, these forces that emerged during the rapid development of Xingxia, had, over the years, become like a cancer to Xingxia. Those who could bear that title were certainly not a minority. Yi Tingyun held his phone and dialed another number. Old Guan, it's me. Speak. Lin Chen was attacked, but fortunately, he is unharmed. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Who did it? A young genius from the local Li family, using a super weapon. However, as a young person, it's unlikely he has such power. It's highly probable that higher-ups are involved. Yi Tingyun reported honestly. I understand. You don't need to worry about this matter anymore. The established plan remains unchanged. Have Lin Chen come over the day after tomorrow. Old Guan's voice was devoid of emotion, but to Yi Tingyun, it seemed a bit too calm. Night patrol. An interrogation room. The thick walls built underground blocked out the scorching sunlight, making the temperature extremely cold, like the depths of winter, with pale light casting down, adding to the chill. In the light, Li Ziqi sat behind the interrogation table, unable to suppress the tension within, unconsciously tensing his body. Let's talk. A middle-aged man knocked on the table in front of him, sporting short hair and a scar at the corner of his eye. He was one of the top interrogators in the Shanghai City Night Patrol. Li Ziqi secretly adjusted his breathing, trying to calm himself. What should I say? The scarred middle-aged man spoke indifferently. Why did you attempt to assassinate Lin Chen's subordinate? Were you instructed by the foreign cult? Foreign cult? Li Ziqi's face twitched at the accusation. If this big hat was placed on him, not just him, the entire Li family would crumble. You're slandering me! Li Ziqi shouted angrily. I demand to see a lawyer. Before he could finish, a glass cup filled with tea flew from the scarred man's hand, smashing against Li Ziqi's forehead with a loud bang. The basic defense of a high-level martial artist was strong, but the speed of the glass was too fast, causing Li Ziqi's skin to split open, blood streaming down his face. Kid, you've misunderstood one thing. This is the Night Patrol, not the Public Security Bureau. The scarred man lowered his arm, his expression unchanged. Remember, I ask, you answer. The cold words made Li Ziqi's heart burn with torment. Was the assassination of Lin Chen's subordinate your idea? No, it wasn't. Can you mobilize super weapons? No, neither can anyone else. The arms industry of the conglomerate is subject to military oversight. Who is in charge of mobilizing the sword waterfall blood? Your father? Not at all. I didn't do that at all. Shut up. Next question. Did any other senior members of the Li Corporation participate in this assassination? As the interrogation continued, Li Ziqi's feelings of tension and panic grew heavier. On the wall to his right, a large black one-way glass was embedded, behind which Lin Chen stood, his deep-set eyes watching the interrogation. Li Ziqi was tight-lipped, not admitting anything, but for the scarred middle-aged man, a seasoned interrogator, verbal responses were just one aspect of judging the truth, not the main one. Before long, the scarred middle-aged man stood up, leaving another interrogator to continue applying pressure on Li Ziqi while he went next door. Lin Chen's subordinate. He greeted. Lin Chen turned around. How's it going? The scarred middle-aged man spoke with certainty. It can basically be confirmed that the assassination attempt against you was a revenge by Li Ziqi for being defeated by you in the finals of the citywide high school league. The person who installed the sword water blood in your home should be someone secretly trained by the Li family, similar to a death warrior. The mastermind behind this is not Li Ziqi. He doesn't have that kind of authority, but rather his father, Li Han. It should be a conspiracy between the father and son. The scarred middle-aged man recounted the truth, revealing quite a bit. During this process, another senior interrogator came in, responsible for Li Han. Thank you for your hard work, Lin Chen said politely, then looked at the newly arrived interrogator. What about you? Li Han is difficult to interrogate. On one hand, he has profound skills. On the other, he has definitely undergone professional lie detection training, making his answers watertight. It's unlikely to extract anything under torture. The interrogator shook his head. According to the internal laws of the Night Patrol Division, torture on criminals requires a high degree of certainty regarding their connection to the foreign domain. The scarred middle-aged man took over, saying, based on Li Ziqi's various reactions, the assassination attempt against Lin Chen's subordinate did not involve any personnel from the foreign domain. The motive stems from his desire for revenge against Lin Chen. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, this case won't go to the Night Court, right? The Night Court is similar to a military court, specifically handling cases related to the Night Patrol Division. Strictly speaking, it doesn't fall within the jurisdiction of the Night Court. The scarred middle-aged man nodded and continued. Cases handled by the Night Court either involve the foreign domain or crimes committed by members of the Night Patrol Division. As for crimes committed by ordinary citizens against members of the Night Patrol Division, they usually need to be handed over to the Public Security Bureau. However, the scarred middle-aged man noticed Lin Chen's implication and said, before the truth is revealed, we can retain the right to investigate. Once we find enough evidence, we can directly apply for a trial in a different jurisdiction. For a wealthy family like the Li family, their network of connections is unlikely to extend beyond the state. As long as the evidence chain is complete, Li Ziqi and Li Han will definitely be sentenced to death. The sword water blood is a forbidden weapon, and during the assassination attempt on Lin Chen, several innocent civilians also lost their lives, making the charges extremely serious. However, the scarred middle-aged man also pointed out that collecting evidence would not be easy. Lin Chen anticipated this, saying, "The Li Corporation has operated in Shanghai City for many years, and their influence is strong. Setting up an assassination won't leave many traces." The scarred middle-aged man nodded. Fortunately, Li Ziqi's psychological resilience isn't very strong. Once his emotions break down further, we might be able to uncover some information. Just because evidence is hard to find doesn't mean it can't be found. The search capabilities of the Night Patrol Division are not something the Public Security Bureau can compare to. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and suggested, "Let Li Ziqi break down emotionally. I can help with that. He has quite a psychological shadow regarding me." "How do we do that?" The scarred middle-aged man did not refuse. "Help me find a gun-type super weapon," Lin Chen briefly explained. On the other side, in the interrogation room where Li Han was located, he sat behind the interrogation table, his back straight, his expression calm, far more composed than Li Ziqi. However, deep down, he too was experiencing turmoil. He wasn't afraid of the Night Watch investigating him and Li Ziqi's conspiracy to assassinate Lin Chen, because this matter only involved the power of the Li family and it was unlikely to uncover much evidence. Even if the truth could be found, it wouldn't happen overnight. The key was that the Li family's background was not clean, if any connections with foreign cults were exposed. The assassination must be resolved quickly. Li Han's gaze was deep. The head of the family will think of this too. Suffering some losses is nothing. When winter comes, everything will turn to desolation. Creak. The heavy alloy door scraped with a sour sound. Under Li Ziqi's gaze, the scarred middle-aged man returned, accompanied by Lin Chen. "I've said everything I needed to say. Why won't you let me go?" Li Ziqi's brows furrowed in anger. "Lin Chen, I admit we had conflicts, but during the finals on Longmen Island, you already took your revenge. Isn't that enough? Just because you are a night watchman now, you think you can force me to my death? Do you really think there are no laws in Xingxia?" Hearing these words from Li Ziqi, Lin Chen found it very amusing. He remained silent, pulled out a chair, sat down indifferently, and stared at Li Ziqi. In the next moment, the ceiling lights flickered. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly and said, "Now, we can talk." Li Ziqi took a deep breath and replied, "Talk about what?" Lin Chen raised his hand and pointed upwards. The flickering lights just now were due to a circuit malfunction in the base, which activated the backup power. However, there's a problem. The interrogation room's surveillance system operates independently and needs to upload data to the Li Prefecture headquarters in real time, so there will be a delay in the process. It will restart in about 3 minutes. Li Ziqi gritted his teeth, forcing himself to remain composed. "What do you want?" Lin Chen smiled slightly. "Let's play a game. If you win, even if your life is not meant to end, I will let you leave the night watch." Li Ziqi felt uneasy but could only try to buy time. "What game? Let me hear it first." Lin Chen did not answer immediately. He took out a pair of white gloves and put them on carefully, then retrieved a large black revolver. Eagle Strike Generation 7330, a 6-shot revolver, classified as a basic superweapon. It poses little threat to Tianshan-level warriors, but for advanced warriors, it can be lethal. Lin Chen introduced it leisurely, his gaze fixed on Li Ziqi. "You've seen it, right? Your family's arms industry produces this kind of firearm. So, because the Night Watch's search personnel were negligent and didn't conduct a thorough check, the suspect Li Ziqi brought a gun into the interrogation room. Do you think anyone will believe such a reason?" Li Ziqi shouted angrily, but there was always a hint of bluster behind it. Lin Chen remained calm and said lightly, "It doesn't matter if no one believes it, as long as the logic is sound and there's no evidence, it can make sense. Isn't that what you like to do?" Li Ziqi felt his breath catch, cold sweat seeping from his scalp and slowly trickling down. Lin Chen opened the revolver's chamber and said, "Of course, killing you would also cost me dearly, like having to bind myself deeply to the Night Watch, losing my freedom for decades, or having to risk my life multiple times. So, I'm giving you a chance to play a game and see if your life is meant to continue." Li Ziqi glanced at the camera in the corner, gritting his teeth. "How do we play?" "Roulette." Lin Chen took out a super bullet, loaded it into the chamber, and with a flick of his right thumb on the edge, the chamber spun rapidly. Then, Lin Chen flicked his wrist, and, with a click, closed the chamber, pointing the dark muzzle at Li Ziqi's forehead. "Who would play this with you?" Li Ziqi's face changed, turning pale. However, what responded to him was a crisp click. Lin Chen pulled the trigger directly, but the bullet did not fire. He shook his head, unable to hide his disappointment. "You're lucky. Speaking of which," he said, applying pressure with his right index finger, a click echoed as he pulled the trigger again in the terrified gaze of Li Ziqi. "Aren't you the one who wanted to play Russian roulette?" Staring at the dark muzzle of the gun, Li Ziqi felt a chill run down his spine. "Well, but the bet is on how many shots you can take." Lin Chen nodded slightly, reminding him, "I bet on the 6th shot. If you're still alive after that, I'll let you go." Li Ziqi felt like he was going insane. This revolver could hold a maximum of 6 bullets. Lin Chen betting on the 6th shot. What was the difference from just shooting him directly? Click, click. Lin Chen pulled the trigger too. More times, each sound like a death knell to Li Ziqi, his expression contorting as cold sweat streamed down his face, gazing at the ominous black muzzle so close. Li Ziqi was filled with dread. The probability of the next shot hitting him would be 1 in 2, or in other words, he had no chance of survival. If he survived the next shot, there would still be the 6th shot. Lin Chen toyed with the revolver, speaking lightly. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. I told you, you have the right to cause me trouble, as long as you can pay the price. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, seemingly about to pull the trigger again. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, followed by the sound of the alloy door being pushed open. According to the plan discussed between Lin Chen and the scarred middle-aged man, this was about the time to interrupt, but to Lin Chen's surprise, it was Luo Qiushue who entered. I need to talk to you. Luo Qiushue looked directly at Lin Chen. All right. Lin Chen put away the revolver and, before stepping out, glanced at the nearly collapsed Li Ziqi. Even he could see that Li Ziqi's emotions were extremely unstable at the moment. Don't worry, there will be more opportunities later. Lin Chen applied further pressure, leaving the subsequent interrogation to the scarred middle-aged man. In the corridor outside, Luo Qiushue was very straightforward, saying, the mayor of Zhang City is here to see you. He was invited by the Li family consortium. Their foundation is preparing to support you. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. A ransom? Exactly. Luo Qiushue nodded decisively. The mayor probably doesn't want to get involved in this mess either. He frankly stated that the Li family's minimum requirement is to hand over the investigation to the Public Security Bureau. Li Ziqi and Li Han will be framed by the Li family for a malicious traffic accident and sent to the city prison for indefinite detention. Once the storm from the explosion passes, within 1 to 3 years, they will be sentenced to death. But this assassination attempt against you cannot be linked to the Li family consortium. Lin Chen's eyes flickered. What does the upper management of the Night Patrol Department say? He was well aware that the Night Patrol Department's harsh measures against Li Ziqi and Li Han were because the higher-ups were backing him. Luo Qiushue's attitude was casual. There's nothing much to say. We respect your opinion. We don't need to curry favor with local tycoons, or rather, this kind of regional business consortium has little leverage over us. As she spoke, she glanced at Lin Chen and stated, honestly, of course, we prefer that you agree, for 2 reasons. Lin Chen was not in a hurry. Go on. Luo Qiushue explained clearly. First, this assassination attempt does not involve foreign elements, so the Night Patrol Department's actions need to be restrained. The evidence chain for the final prosecution will be difficult to collect. Second, your talent is very high, and your cultivation speed is fast. Resources and progress can almost be equated. From a purely cost-benefit perspective, if the Li family offers a suitable price, agreeing to them would be more beneficial for your future. As for their proposed timeframe of 1 to 3 years, there's definitely a delay tactic involved, hoping for a turnaround during that period. But as long as your potential remains as it is now, I believe the Li family consortium wouldn't dare to forcibly protect anyone. Luo Qiushue pointed out that this was just their perspective and did not interfere with Lin Chen's decision. Lin Chen exhaled lightly. I need to think about it some more. Luo Qiushue nodded. No rush, but if you have time now, you should go to the reception room. Your instructor Yi Tingyun just arrived and is waiting for you there. Okay. Lin Chen stepped away. A few minutes later. Reception room. Lin Chen. Seeing the boy who came in, Yi Tingyun waved his hand. Instructor Yi, Lin Chen greeted. You need something from me? 2 things. Yi Tingyun took out a bank card. The reward from the province has arrived. The password is the last 6 digits of your ID number. Also, someone from the Li consortium has come to discuss handling the assassination matter with you, right? Yi Tingyun said thoughtfully. Lin Chen was slightly surprised. How do you know? The connections they used are not small. Old leader contacted the principal, saying that as long as you are willing to accept the Li consortium's funding, they will build a new campus for the school. The principal didn't rush to agree and asked me to find out your thoughts, Yi Tingyun briefly explained. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and said, the power they used is considerable. Yi Tingyun glanced at him and said, just agree. Resources that come to your door shouldn't be refused. Lin Chen's gaze flickered, realizing Yi Tingyun's implication. Agreeing first and then killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yi Tingyun didn't keep it a secret. Speaking coldly, the laws of the Holy Summer New Calendar, whether behind the scenes or in the open, cannot restrain some people. Guan Lao is among them. The Black Abyss successor he chose also has this power. Lin Chen was silent for a moment and said, I understand. P.S. Over 4,000 words, equivalent to 2 chapters, gradually finding my rhythm. How much is the Li consortium willing to offer? After a conversation with Yi Tingyun, Lin Chen sent him off and then went straight to find Luo Qiushue. Given the actions of Li Ziqi and Li Han, he had no psychological burden at all. If it weren't for his strong enough power, he would have long been dead from the assassination of Swordwater Blood. The price will be set by us. Luo Qiushue noticed Lin Chen's intention to agree. What do you want? If it's resources, it will be worth more than directly asking for money. Lin Chen had already thought it through, just the blood-rising powder, the more the better. He couldn't estimate how far the blood-rising Great Sun could grow, but it definitely wouldn't be a small amount. I understand. Luo Qiushue seemed to ponder, reached out to make a phone call, and not long after, someone from the Li Consortium came to negotiate, showing considerable importance as it was the head of the Li Consortium who personally attended. He looked very gentle, somewhat older, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, looking at Lin Chen sitting across the conference table as if he didn't care that Li Han and Li Jiqi were still being held by the night patrol, smiling lightly. I wonder how much support classmate Lin Chen wants from our consortium? Luo Qiushue accompanied Lin Chen in the meeting, having previously agreed that she would be responsible for the negotiations. The financial report of the Li Consortium's pharmaceutical company in March shows that you have about a ton of blood-rising powder concentrate. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's heart stirred slightly. The blood-rising powder concentrate could only be produced by the Holy Summer Pharmaceutical Research Institute, which would distribute it uniformly to major pharmaceutical companies, and then each medical company would prepare the blood-rising powder. To some extent, the latter is equivalent to a diluted solution of the former. How much does Minister Luo want? The head of the Li family asked. Luo Qiushue got straight to the point. All of it. Minister Luo is joking. The head of the Li family gently shook his head, took off his gold-rimmed glasses, and wiped them lightly. How much can a ton of blood-rising powder concentrate be worth? You should know better than I do. Saying this, he turned his gaze back to Lin Chen. Does classmate Lin Chen understand? Very clearly. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. It's equivalent to 1,000 kilograms of blood-rising powder concentrate. The head of the Li family paused, and even with his extensive experience, he did not anticipate such a response. He cleared his throat, put his gold-rimmed glasses back on, and said, a significant part of our pharmaceutical company's stock price is supported by sufficient blood-rising powder concentrate. Suddenly depleting it would be a devastating blow to the future blood-rising powder industry. It might take decades to recover. That's your problem. To hold the position of executive minister, Luo Qiushue's skills are not only profound in martial arts but also sharp in perception. If the assassination incident this morning is linked to the Li family consortium, not just the pharmaceutical company, your entire consortium will suffer a heavy blow. The head of the Li family fell silent, his gaze lowered, seemingly deep in thought. However, in reality, this was merely a facade. No matter how valuable a ton of blood elevation powder raw liquid is, he must agree that the Li family's foundation is not clean and cannot withstand the repeated scrutiny of the Night Watch. If it were discovered that they were colluding with foreign cults, it would be a disaster. At most, there are still 6 months left. A cold thought flashed through the head of the Li family, who concealed it well, letting out a powerless sigh. All right, we are willing to sponsor Lin Chen with a ton of blood elevation powder raw liquid, but regarding Li Han and Li Jiqi's matter, we need the Night Watch to provide a certificate to be handed over to the Public Security Bureau for a fair and open investigation. Luo Qiushue turned her face slightly, her gaze falling on Lin Chen. After a brief exchange of glances, she agreed, no problem. The process between both parties moved quickly. That same day, Li Han and Li Jiqi were taken away by the Night Watch, and Lin Chen also received a ton of blood elevation powder raw liquid sent by the Li family consortium. In fact, it was a bit more than that. Luo Qiushue's offer was all-encompassing, probably exceeding 30 kilograms. Don't be fooled by the weight. With the value of blood elevation powder raw liquid, you can't secure it without a long string of numbers. These blood elevation powder raw liquids, packaged in special alloy bottles, were all in 1 kilogram specifications. Luo Qiushue glanced around and explained, the energy purity of blood elevation powder raw liquid is much higher than that of blood elevation powder, but it is too violent. However, with your level of vitality, you can definitely suppress it, making it perfect for strengthening that great sun of vitality. Lin Chen felt a surge of anticipation and said, I'll give it a try. Just in case, I'll check everything thoroughly. With your cultivation speed, it won't expire, and even if you can't use it all, with the endorsement of the Night Watch, you can still sell it to other pharmaceutical companies. Luo Qiushue thought it was better to be cautious. All right. Lin Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. Luo Qiushue's beautiful eyes narrowed, and an invisible force field burst forth, opening several alloy bottles in the medicine boxes, infusing her spiritual power into the liquid inside to expand her perception. With her martial arts cultivation, she was more capable than many professional testing devices. It wasn't long before Luo Qiushue completed her inspection and said, no problem, there are no toxic substances. Lin Chen was not surprised and replied, if it were toxic, the Li family would be too reckless. Luo Qiushue thought for a moment and said, now that resources are sufficient, you should focus on your cultivation. There's no need to rush the matter of escorting researchers to the Ember Tower to explore other areas of the ancient realm. You can postpone it. After all, this task is essentially aimed at enhancing your strength. Thank you, Minister. Lin Chen smiled slightly. A few minutes later, Lin Chen used his vitality to lift several large medicine boxes and walked into a training room to begin taking the medicine and cultivating. As soon as he started, his brows shot up. It seems there's no need to delay the exploration of the secret realm. The purity of the blood elevation powder raw liquid far exceeded Lin Chen's expectations. As the medicinal power spread within him, it felt like a raging dragon, powerful and unmatched. His cultivation progress compared to before surged dramatically. After just 2 or 3 minutes, Lin Chen raised his hand, grabbed another bottle of blood elevation powder raw liquid, and swallowed it. This action continued to repeat. After consuming over 100 kilograms, a violent tremor erupted deep within Lin Chen, a mysterious wave sweeping through his body as if breaking shackles, akin to ultimate sublimation. Boom! With a thought, Lin Chen summoned a great sun of vitality that hung in the air, illuminating all directions, lingering for a long time. Amidst the brilliance, the intensity of his vitality surged, more than doubling compared to before his cultivation. But Lin Chen's gaze flickered, unable to hide his astonishment. Why does it feel like I can still improve further? This was not his illusion. It was very similar to the situation when his vitality reached 4,900 calories. The essence of vitality within the blood was faintly discernible. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen calmed his mind and chose to continue his cultivation in light of the current situation. There were still about 900 kilograms of blood-boosting essence left, enough for him to verify his progress. Soon, Lin Chen consumed dozens of bottles, then unleashed his full power. In an instant, the entire training room was engulfed in a radiant glow. 2 great suns, one on the left and one on the right, echoed each other. However, about a second later, the brightness of the light diminished. The great sun on the right dissipated into nothingness. The second great sun can also enhance the strength of my blood. Lin Chen's heart raced. This great sun that broke through the limits of his vitality seemed even more extraordinary than he had anticipated. Lin Chen suppressed his rising emotions and continued taking the medicine to cultivate. As night gradually fell, when there were about 600 kilograms of blood-boosting essence left in the training room, Lin Chen's second great sun was fully formed and could exist for a long time. Yet, he did not stop. He continued to consume the blood-boosting essence until the night passed, with all the bottles scattered on the ground, completely empty. Boom! Lin Chen opened his eyes, and a blazing light filled the space, like a supernova explosion. He raised his head and saw the source of the light, a scene reminiscent of ancient legends, with 3 great suns hanging in the sky, illuminating the world, an unstoppable force. The 3 great suns shone together, and the vitality within Lin Chen surged like an endless ocean, powerful enough to make even him feel a bit breathless. Lin Chen adjusted his excited emotions, calming his mind to perceive the details. However, not long after, the vitality coursing through his body trembled violently, and its intensity suddenly dropped. Above his head, only 2 great suns remained. The middle great sun had dissipated. The remaining 600 kilograms of blood-boosting essence had not allowed him to fully cultivate the third great sun. Based on the experience from the first 2 great suns, the current completion was just over 40%, insufficient for long-term existence. However, the enhancement to his strength was already terrifying enough. Lin Chen knew that if he faced Zhang Yong'an again, he could achieve the textbook description of how some powerful individuals strike a ruthless suppression in the blink of an eye. It can be even stronger. Lin Chen vaguely sensed that the essence of vitality in his blood was running low. This likely indicated that 3 great suns were the limit. If he reached perfection, there should be a qualitative leap in enhancement. Something to look forward to. Lin Chen grinned and glanced at the electronic clock by the door. There was still some time before heading to see Old Guan, so he prepared to cultivate a bit more. Yi Tingyun had already given him the rewards from the province, enough to buy a considerable amount of blood-boosting essence. Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided to purchase directly from the Night Patrol's resource department. Although the price offered by Su Bai was also reasonable, it was more about saving face, essentially subsidizing him. Now that he had a channel, it wouldn't be right to let the other party suffer a loss. As expected, after taking a dose of blood-boosting essence, Lin Chen operated the Qingming swallowing heaven technique to refine and purify it, shaking his head involuntarily. The purity of this energy was too low for the cultivation of the third great sun. Lin Chen had anticipated this and remained calm. With a thought, a great sun hovered above his head, and the purification limit of the Qingming swallowing heaven technique immediately surged. This purity is acceptable. Lin Chen nodded and began to cultivate. Compared to the efficiency of the blood-boosting essence, it was naturally lacking. But this was relative. Judged by common standards, it was still absurdly fast. Just from the amount he had taken, it was evident that he had consumed blood-boosting essence by the box. As the time for his appointment with Old Guan approached, Lin Chen had consumed more than half of the batch of blood-boosting essence he purchased, worth nearly 100 million. For an ordinary person, it would be enough for 3 or 4 people to cultivate to the peak of advanced martial artists. The progress of the third great sun is still far from halfway. Lin Chen pursed his lips. 100 million couldn't even raise it by 10%. Even with his current earning ability, he felt this was a money pit. Fortunately, with the 1 ton of blood-boosting essence he had consumed earlier as a foundation, he wouldn't be too far from fully achieving the 3 great suns of vitality. And there's also the Black Abyss. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He was well aware that his current ability to attract wealth, the significance of live-streaming martial arts sales, had diminished. It was more closely tied to his potential and strength. If he could take control of the Black Abyss, at least from an outsider's perspective, it would surge dramatically. Lin Chen stood up and left. Pushing open the door, a rush of cool air greeted him. The sky before him was leaden and dark, with endless clouds merging with the horizon, rolling and surging with the fierce wind. It's going to rain again. At the end of the Huanhai Highway there stood a lighthouse. The waves rose and fell, under the dim sky, resembling 1,000 troops galloping forward, exuding a sense of overwhelming might. Lin Chen approached, but unlike usual, he did not see the old man Guan watching the sea. The old lighthouse, standing before the sea, rarely lit up. Come in. A voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Familiar, it was old Guan. Following the sound, Lin Chen pushed the door and entered the lighthouse, heading straight to the last floor's basement via the spiral staircase. Old Guan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, standing straight, gazing at the black abyss before him. Old Guan, Lin Chen greeted, his gaze unconsciously drawn to the black abyss. The straight blade embedded in the earth had undergone some changes, subtly hinting at a readiness to unleash its power. Do you understand the black abyss? Old Guan withdrew his gaze and asked Lin Chen. Not much. Lin Chen gently shook his head. I know this blade is a super weapon, but it has reached this level because of you. Moreover, this blade shares the same name as your strongest true intent, Lin Chen stated honestly. Old Guan nodded in acknowledgement, saying, it seems Yi Tingyun has told you quite a bit. Part of it was from a former officer of the Night Fire Army who now works for the Night Patrol, Lin Chen added, probably worried I might die. There are quite a few people from the Night Fire Army being transferred to Lizhou, Old Guan chuckled, not elaborating further on the topic. You must have heard from Yi Tingyun about the battle I retreated from in Shanghai City. Yes, the battle against the divine. Seeing Lin Chen nod, Old Guan's expression turned nostalgic as he said, the Black Abyss was something I spent a lot of resources to reforge after becoming the leader of the Night Fire Army. It can be considered a divine weapon. However, to say it can contend with the divine, it still falls short. Back then, perhaps it was due to my overconfidence, or maybe my excessive belief in my Black Abyss true intent. I not only wanted to stop the divine from descending but also aimed to go further and slay the divine. This led to severe injuries, and in order to regain my peak strength, I had to separate the Black Abyss true intent, or rather, the Black Abyss domain, and infuse it into this blade. Old Guan spoke calmly, recounting some of the past events. Some of the martial arts techniques involved were hard for Lin Chen to imagine, but he understood the general idea. Understood. Lin Chen pondered. The power of the Black Abyss was indeed due to Old Guan, to a certain extent, equivalent to acquiring Old Guan's lifelong martial prowess. Old Guan's gaze was piercing as he looked directly at Lin Chen, cutting to the chase. Do you want to take control of the Black Abyss? Think seriously about it. Old Guan reminded sternly, I won't live much longer, and I don't have many demands for you to take control of the Black Abyss, but you must understand one principle: when the sky falls, there will be tall people to hold it up, or rather, it will first crush those who stand high. Sometimes, regardless of personal willingness, one must step up. Lin Chen's eyes brightened, his gaze shifting from Old Guan to the black straight blade. How do I take control of the Black Abyss? In essence, taking control of the Black Abyss is about mobilizing the Black Abyss true intent. Old Guan succinctly stated the truth. Therefore, wanting to take control of the Black Abyss involves two aspects. First, it is the profound and mysterious talent naturally compatible with the Black Abyss true intent. Second, it is the resonance with the Black Abyss true intent, or understanding. The higher the level of understanding, the stronger the power that can be mobilized, Old Guan elaborated further. Resonance, understanding. Lin Chen was puzzled. Isn't it necessary to comprehend the Black Abyss true intent? Old Guan shook his head and said, the true meaning of the Black Abyss is too profound. The fact that I was able to comprehend it back then was purely a matter of chance. The related realms of heaven and earth are quite rare and difficult to grasp. Lin Chen thought for a moment and asked, Old Guan, do you have any spirit weapons created using the true meaning of the Black Abyss? It's impossible to create one, Old Guan explained. You should be able to deduce that the true meaning of the Black Abyss is very powerful, ranking among the top tier of all martial arts true meanings in the world. Spirit weapons cannot bear this level of martial arts true meaning. Only supreme techniques can contain it. To create a supreme technique, one must further advance the true meaning and break the shackles of the realm. I was not capable of that back in my day. So, too strong a martial arts true meaning cannot create spirit weapons? Lin Chen was quite surprised, feeling a bit regretful. If there were spirit weapons containing the true meaning of the Black Abyss, he would only need to activate his innate level cultivation after opening the heavenly gate. Not to mention being able to reverse engineer the true Meaning of the Black Abyss, at least mastering the related realms of heaven and earth would not be a problem. However, Lin Chen did not dwell on it too much and was able to accept this. Understanding the true meaning of the Black Abyss certainly requires a foundation in martial arts comprehension, and because he could simplify martial arts, the number he learned far exceeded that of normal martial artists. His current martial arts comprehension was higher than many Heavenly Gate martial artists, and against opponents of the same level, he was at a crushing advantage. Mastering the Black Abyss would not be too difficult for him. Old Guan shared this view, saying, "Mastering the Black Abyss, you don't need to worry too much about the related talents, whether they are high or low doesn't matter. With your comprehension, you should gradually understand the true meaning of the Black Abyss. After all, it's not about comprehending this true meaning, it's essentially about mobilizing a certain power." Lin Chen nodded lightly and said, "I'll give it a try." Good. Old Guan's gaze fell on the Black Abyss before him, and he took a deep breath. Pull it out. Lin Chen did not hesitate. He stepped forward, raised his hand to grasp the hilt of the Black Abyss, and pulled it upward. In an instant, an invisible wave surged into the sky, as if the darkest abyss was awakening, incredibly terrifying, spreading even beyond the atmosphere without, dissipating, extending into the cold, dark universe. In a more distant place, a satellite in synchronous orbit aimed at Shanghai City suddenly trembled slightly. Immediately, an alarm system at a military headquarters of the Holy Summer, countless kilometers away, was fully activated, emitting sharp and piercing alert sounds. The Nightfire Army Master Guan Shan has unsealed the Black Abyss. In less than a minute, related information appeared before several high-ranking military officials, and then, through the intelligence networks of various top forces, it spread like lightning, informing the significant figures standing atop the Holy Summer Pyramid. This was not an ordinary matter, no one dared to ignore it. As the young man drew out the battle knife that had been sealed by the old man for many years, the vast land of Holy Summer began to tremble. What's going on? What does Guan Shan want to do with the Black Abyss? Is a deity descending upon us? Impossible, there are no detected related fluctuations. Considering the time, is this guy nearing his end and preparing to charge into another realm, dragging a beast king along for cover? If that's the case, it must be a top-level secret. The military wouldn't allow such information to leak. Then why unseal the Black Abyss? Is he looking for a successor? Even less likely, Guan Shan has no such intention. So many super geniuses visited back then, and they were all turned away. Investigate. We must find out. Guan Shan, who is nearing his end, is no less than a super weapon with a countdown. Just thinking about it is terrifying. For a moment, the upper echelons of Holy Summer were in turmoil, with winds rising and clouds swirling. Far away in the lighthouse by the sea, Lin Chen was still unaware of the enormous impact his drawing of the Black Abyss had caused. He focused his mind, trying to comprehend the Black Abyss he held. The abilities of the true meaning of the Black Abyss are not limited to 1. Restoring physical strength, energy, healing injuries, and enhancing combat power. Lin Chen pondered. That's right, Old Guan affirmed, the enhancement of combat power. By the true meaning of the Black Abyss does not have a fixed ratio, it usually relates to the body's injuries and the mental aspect of combat will. As for the first two aspects, one could say they are infinite. Of course. Old Guan paused for a moment, raised his hand to point at himself, and half-jokingly said, "Look at my current situation, it clearly lacks much persuasive power, so I need to add a nearly as a qualifier." As he spoke, Old Guan reined in his smile and specifically pointed out that the limitation only applies at the divine level. I've fought with quite a few beast kings. As long as they don't kill me with one move, I can withstand it. If they dare to fight to the death without retreating, I could probably wear them all down. Lin Chen nodded in agreement, genuinely feeling the true essence of the Black Abyss is indeed terrifying. Infinite recovery, infinite healing. When injuries can't keep up with healing, combat power will still increase. He began to understand why Old Guan had the idea of leaving behind a divine being. It seemed there was indeed hope. Old Guan smiled, as if he could see Lin Chen's thoughts, and corrected him, "The effect you imagine can indeed be realized, but for the Black Abyss to be fully activated, you must use the Black Abyss, otherwise, the efficiency of recovery and healing won't be very high. As for enhancing combat power, you'll need some time to get familiar with it before you can achieve that." Lin Chen blinked and said honestly, "I think I can do it right now." Old Guan was particularly surprised by this response. "Give it a try." "Alright." Lin Chen readily agreed, resonating with the Black Abyss while unleashing all his strength. Boom! A brilliant light filled the lighthouse. 3 great suns slowly rose, illuminating the world and spreading a heavy pressure. Lin Chen raised the Black Abyss in his hand and said, "The great sun of my vitality is not yet complete in its 3rd round, but now, enhanced by the Black Abyss, it is nearly perfect and can be maintained for a long time." At the same time, he discovered an exhilarating situation. Maintaining the great sun of vitality consumed a tremendous amount of energy, especially with 3 suns present. But now, through the recovery ability of the Black Abyss, there was almost no consumption. His increase in combat power was not only reflected in stronger attack and defense. This level of resonance Old Guan's eyes sparkled. As the creator of the Black Abyss, he was all too aware of the difficulty of the current scene. A broad smile broke out on his face. I'm starting to believe in fate. Your adaptability to the true essence of the Black Abyss is very high. It's not impossible for you to comprehend the true essence of the Black Abyss in the future. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and said, "It's a pleasant surprise." Old Guan smiled, pondered for a moment, and said, "You should familiarize yourself with the Black Abyss first. I'll take you out shortly." Lin Chen was a bit curious. For what? To announce that the Black Abyss has found a new master. Are we holding a press conference? No need to be so troublesome, and it's too formal. The Black Abyss is a weapon of slaughter. It's the first emergence after being sealed for many years. It makes no sense not to be stained with blood. Old Guan's smile faded, and his calm voice gradually revealed a hint of murderous intent, vaguely exuding some of the former tyrannical military leader's demeanor. The killer who attacked you has already been found, hasn't he? Looks like we need to strike hard. The master of the Black Abyss doesn't need to hide. Boom! Lin Chen heard a tremendous thunderous sound from outside the lighthouse, as if it were about to shatter the heavens. Amidst the rolling, surging dark clouds, a long-anticipated storm finally began to fall. The night in the rain was like layers of ink smeared together, exceptionally deep. The rain fell heavily in the night, almost like a line connecting the sky and the earth. The entire Shanghai city was shrouded in rain and mist. The neon lights blurred, as if they were about to be submerged. According to the conditions agreed upon by the Li Consortium and the Night Patrol Department, before sentencing Li Han and Li Jiqi to death, this father-son duo had to be sent to prison. In the night, the Public Security Bureau escorted the two to the suburban Xiling prison. However, although it was called an escort to the uninformed outsiders, it looked more like a protective escort. Li Han and Li Jiqi did not ride in the prisoner transport vehicle of the Public Security Bureau but instead drove an expensive black luxury car, with two Public Security Bureau painted SUVs following closely behind, one on the left and one on the right. Li Jiqi sat in the passenger seat, very comfortable, but he had no mood to enjoy it. The rain outside the window was boundless, hidden in darkness, as if it had no end, causing Li Jiqi to feel uneasy. He withdrew his gaze and looked worriedly at his father, Li Han, who was driving, and said, "Dad, I feel like many people in the family have a strange attitude towards us. Is the punishment really just 1 to 3 years of confinement? I suspect the family higher-ups are trying to placate things by selling us out." "Don't overthink it," Li Han casually comforted him. He certainly knew the conditions set by the family, spoken directly by the head of the family, with the added sentence of death. However, it was unlikely that Shanghai City would exist for another 6 months. 1 to 3 years of detention was merely to stall the night patrol. The problem was that once he was trapped in prison, many backup plans would be unusable, and when it came time to divide the benefits, he would receive much less. The plans laid out for the coming years would be affected. Lin Chen. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Li Han's eyes. "Just wait, you will regret it." He could not let this go easily. Compared to Li Han, his son Li Jiqi no longer harbored any resentment towards Lin Chen. Or rather, he no longer dared to. The power Lin Chen could wield now frightened him. Looking at the rain curtain in the darkness, Li Jiqi suddenly recalled that afternoon when Lin Chen came to challenge him. Perhaps he shouldn't have provoked him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen to this point today. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. One must pay the price for their choices. The black sedan shattered the rain curtain, speeding along, heading towards an elevated road circling Shanghai City in the increasingly dark night. The rain grew heavier, and the headlights struggled to penetrate it. Li Jiqi pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent, as the continuous night rain fell on the car, producing a dense, low sound that made him feel restless, illuminating only a few dozen meters ahead, much like his future, which filled him with anxiety. Suddenly, from the darkness in the distance, a blinding light pierced through the heavy rain, tearing apart the pitch-black night, entering Li Jiqi's line of sight. It was a three-wheeled sun rising slowly, burning fiercely, radiating immense heat. At the moment it appeared, it seemed to reverse night and day. The difference was that a normal sunrise would not have three suns, nor would there be thunder filling the sky. Brilliant thunder erupted from the elevated road ahead, soaring thousands of meters high, obliterating the low-hanging dark clouds. Beneath the great sun, amidst the lightning, stood a tall figure. Li Jiqi, unable to cultivate due to the assassination, still retained the strength of a high-level martial artist. Clearly seeing that the figure blocking their path was Lin Chen, his black hair flying in the wind, his eyes flashing with electric light, cold and merciless, staring directly at his position, a black straight knife held steadily in his hand. Then, he leaped into the air and slashed down with the black straight knife. Boom! The blinding light that crossed the sky engulfed Li Jiqi's vision, and he could only feel an earth-shattering force before losing consciousness. Li Han, sitting beside him, driving, saw the whole scene. It was a blade of light that Lin Chen had unleashed, tearing their black sedan and Li Jiqi into pieces. He surely wanted to save his son, but he couldn't do it. The blade of light that fell before them was terrifyingly powerful, overwhelming him with fear, leaving him unable to care for himself. Bang! Shattered metal fragments mixed with blood splattered everywhere, and Li Han was heavily struck by the blade of light. flying out like a meteor, crashing hard onto the elevated road, shattering the thick asphalt and exposing the steel-reinforced concrete beneath. Even so, he still couldn't stabilize himself. His body rolled hundreds of meters along the road, his custom-made clothes torn and soaked with rainwater and mud, no longer showing any trace of a wealthy figure. On the other side, 2 police SUVs following them were nearly lifted off the ground by the violent wind created by the blade of light. The 2 drivers, realizing too late, hurriedly slammed on the brakes, sending up large splashes of water. Lin Chun. Li Han climbed up in the heavy rain, his eyes tinged with blood, his voice roaring like a howl. The son he had high hopes for was killed, and his anger and hatred were unimaginable. However, the blade that had just struck was too powerful, instilling great fear in him, making him hesitant to act rashly. He could only question, "What do you want?" To collect a debt, Lin Chen's voice was calm and cold. A debt of blood must be repaid with life. With the black straight blade in hand, Lin Chen stepped forward, his movements steady, yet with a single stride, it was as if he traversed through space, directly crossing a distance of over 100 meters. The enhancement of combat power by He Yuan was very comprehensive, including body movement as well. The agreement between the Night Patrol and the Li family has been torn apart. The wealthy families of the entire Shanghai city will definitely not ignore this. Li Han's expression was grim. "No need for the Night Patrol, I will kill you myself." The cold voice echoed on the overpass, resonating through the torrential rain of the night. If it were another high-level martial artist, Li Han would only find it laughable. A high-level martial artist was simply not in the same league in terms of martial arts cultivation. However, the blade light that had just slashed towards him, approaching with the speed of a flash, made Li Han clearly realize that the young man before him was not boasting. He truly intended to kill him alone. Boom! Lin Chen charged towards Li Han at high speed, swinging the black abyss in his hand. Under the enhancement of the ultimate blade, the rain-soaked night, already brightened by the sun and thunder dispersing the darkness, became even more radiant. A dazzling blade light tore through the rain curtain, like a massive lightning bolt cutting through the sky. This time, compared to Lin Chen's earlier swing when he blocked the road, Li Han was mentally prepared, but when they faced each other, he realized how tricky it was. He stepped back, blocking and retreating, crushing the asphalt ground beneath him, causing the entire overpass to tremble. The heavy rain fell on his defending arms, washing away streams of blood. "If you want me dead, don't think you can live." Li Han's eyes were dark, not hiding his murderous intent towards Lin Chen. In a chilling voice, he stepped forward, simultaneously manifesting 5 heavenly gates, drawing in the energy of heaven and earth, exuding a grand aura. In an instant, the heavy rain in the entire area was lifted and blown away, unable to fall. Lin Chen fearlessly advanced, launching a powerful counterattack. 3 rounds of the sun hung high in the sky, rampaging together, and the violent thunder surged into the heavens, impenetrable, as if it had become a new firmament. The momentum was incredibly terrifying, instilling fear in those watching from the vehicles. To the few security personnel who had gotten out to observe, Lin Chen, wielding the black straight blade amidst the sun and thunder, appeared as a judge of heaven manifesting in the world. Team Lu, should we request support? Support whom? Haven't you heard this is the Night Patrol's people? What law enforcement power do we have? So what do we do now? We just record it, but quickly get away. Even a high-level martial artist with 1,000 calories of blood energy would struggle to withstand this level of combat. If we get caught up in it, we'll either die or be injured. The 2 off-road vehicles that hadn't turned off their engines sped away into the distance. Immediately, the sound of explosions echoed continuously, and the massive blasts from behind made the security personnel immensely grateful for their decision. The 2 drivers floored the gas pedal, fearing that even a slight delay would lead to disaster. Death prison white bones. Li Han roared inwardly, facing Lin Chen's renewed assault. He fully activated the 5 heavenly gates. Whoosh! The energy of heaven and earth within a radius of several miles was pulled, fused, and condensed into thousands of white bony hands, intertwining like a torrent, all rushing towards Lin Chen. This was a spirit weapon that Li Han had created himself, embodying a realm of heaven and earth that he had completely mastered, possessing attributes like tearing and piercing, and was extremely adept at offense. Lin Chen's gaze was calm. With a flick of his wrist, he once again utilized the ultimate blade. At the same time, the lightning that obscured the night sky descended, surrounding the massive blade light condensed by the black abyss, striking out together. Boom boom boom. As the blade light made contact with the dense white bony hands, it obliterated them effortlessly, continuously advancing towards Li Han. Lin Chen had anticipated this, taking advantage of the momentum to press forward step by step. If he could only use 2 rounds of blood energy from the sun, dealing with these countless white bony hands would not be easy. But now, under the enhancement of the black abyss, the 3 rounds of the sun were nearly perfect, enough to push through. Bang! Li Han's body jolted violently, unable to withstand the impact, blood staining the night sky as he was sent flying, like a cannonball shot out. Damn it! Li Han, who prided himself on his composure, couldn't help but curse, his teeth clenched in frustration. He couldn't understand how a high-level martial artist, without any developed abilities, could be this strong. Even after 3 rounds of bone tempering, it still made no sense. You better have other means. A cold voice pierced Li Han's ears as Lin Chen approached with a murderous intent, his knife glinting ominously, radiating a blinding light that captivated the soul. Don't think you've got me cornered. I've been in Shanghai City for so many years and there are countless people who want me dead. You're not the first, and you won't be the last. Li Han gritted his teeth, taking a deep breath. His hair, stained with mud, danced wildly in the wind. This trump card was originally prepared for a grand performance, but tonight, I'll use it to test the waters with you. On the elevated road, drenched in night rain, his power and status were useless. To survive, he could only rely on himself. Fortunately, as a high-ranking member of the Li Corporation, his strength was quite profound. Boom! Among the 5 suspended gates, the one directly above Li Han's head suddenly began to tremble, its color shifting to a deep, dark green, a chilling aura rapidly spreading. Everything it touched, whether the asphalt road or the alloy railings, began to decay swiftly, merging with the essence of heaven and earth. A glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. The strength of a martial artist at the gate realm is mainly related to 2 aspects. One is the number of gates opened. The other is the level of mastery over the essence of heaven and earth. However, the rank of the gate realm is only measured by the latter, divided into 3 stages: induction, control, and fusion. This is because, compared to comprehending the essence of heaven and earth, opening the gates is much easier. Typically, during the induction stage, a martial artist will open all the gates they can. After all, the gates connect heaven and earth. The more gates opened, the greater the increase in strength, and the easier it becomes to comprehend the essence of heaven and earth, leading to a faster overall cultivation progress. These high-ranking members of the conglomerates rarely take action, but their strength is still formidable and should not be underestimated. Lin Chen's thoughts surged. Merging with the essence of heaven and earth is a very profound realm, and the night watchmen of the night patrol are only at this level. A step further, and one can condense their own martial intent. In terms of martial cultivation alone, Li Han could also be considered a significant figure. Boom! The entirely dark green gate shook violently, and the energy absorbed by the other 4 gates surged into it, the chilling aura materializing into a thick, dark green mist, heavy and dense, resembling an ocean collapsing down, submerging the elevated road for several kilometers. Lin Chen's gaze was sharp, 3 suns hanging in the sky, fiercely resisting. The blade light of the black abyss came one after another, domineering and sharp, unstoppable. The thunderous sky evolved into a violent strike, relentless and wreaking havoc upon heaven and earth. With the combination of both, the enveloping dark green gas surged violently, creating monstrous waves, nearly exploding. Even with his trump card, Li Han was still no match for Lin Chen, facing direct suppression. The black abyss was too powerful against Lin Chen. Whoosh! A flash of light darted by, swift as lightning, spraying a large amount of blood, leaving a gruesome knife wound on Li Han's body. Li Han frowned slightly, but he didn't feel much urgency, calmly preparing for battle. The essence of heaven and earth he had reached at the fusion stage was different from the one that created the dead prison of bones. It was called the 10,000 erosion essence, containing a rare poisonous attribute that could inflict continuous damage on the target, accumulating until it triggered a qualitative explosion. This was why he regarded it as his greatest trump card. It could truly turn the tide. No need to rush. Li Han steadied his emotions, preparing to execute his plan step by step, gradually wearing down Lin Chen to secure his own survival. If the opportunity arose, he could even take it a step further and counterattack Lin Chen. However, as the battle continued, Li Han began to sense something was amiss. Lin Chen's slaughter showed no signs of weakness. Instead, it seemed to grow stronger, bringing him layer upon layer of elevation. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning tore through the dark green mist, followed closely by a dazzling flash of the blade, striking Li Han fiercely and leaving a wound deep enough to see bone, nearly splitting him in two. What's going on? Li Han couldn't believe it, his mood plummeting to the depths as he struggled to comprehend the situation, completely unaware of the rising panic within him. The injuries aren't accumulating at all. Lin Chen fought fiercely, feeling somewhat helpless inside. He wanted to test the combat power enhancement ability of the Abyss in various ways. However, his defense was formidable, and the dark green gas's slow erosion had little effect on him. The Abyss also had an infinite healing ability, healing him completely before the injuries could accumulate. There was simply no chance to trigger it. His increase in combat power was due to 2 reasons. First, as the battle progressed, he became more familiar with the Abyss, achieving a higher resonance. Second, he genuinely wanted to kill Li Han, and his fighting spirit was continuously rising, further stimulating the Abyss's enhancement of his combat power. As for the effect of injuries on combat power enhancement, he couldn't quite grasp it. There's no need to deliberately control my injuries, it might even lead to a dissipating fighting spirit. I should just choose an all-out offensive strategy to kill Li Han faster. Lin Chen exhaled lightly, decisively abandoning active defense and fully committing to the slaughter. Li Han was already struggling in battle, and now his situation was even more precarious. In an instant, dark red blood splattered everywhere, mixing with the rain and mud on the ground. However, because Lin Chen had given up defense, his own injuries were also increasing and beginning to accumulate. This was precisely the effect Lin Chen wanted. His combat power showed signs of rising again. The increase in combat power is very weak, even less than my fighting spirit, but it should be related to the light injuries. At this level, even a con artist wouldn't be able to make a move. Lin Chen shook his head inwardly, no longer trying to test it, preparing to find an opportunity to directly eliminate Li Han. The opponent could no longer withstand his onslaught. The slight increase in combat power from the injuries had little effect on him personally, but for Li Han, who had reached his limit, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Whoosh! Lin Chen, wielding the abyss, closed in for the kill, swinging his blade down and severing Li Han's right arm at the root, blood gushing forth. Not good. Li Han's face turned pale, the panic in his eyes evident. More than the pain of his severed arm, what unsettled him was the increasingly imminent threat of death. He desperately wanted to escape. Yet, the sky above was devoid of night or dark clouds, completely covered by blazing lightning, stretching endlessly before him. Lin Chen, attacking relentlessly, pressed closer, like a shadow, leaving him no chance to catch his breath, let alone escape. A wave of despair surged within Li Han. He couldn't find a way out. Boom, boom, boom. Three suns hung high in the sky, illuminating the darkness, the brilliant blade light accompanying the lightning, devastating the massive dark green mist until it was nearly dissipated. On the elevated road, Li Han retreated. Step by step, covered in blood, the 5 heavenly gates he had once displayed losing their initial might. Even the falling rain could not be blown away. The cold rain fell upon him, mixing with blood and spreading out, making him look like a blood-soaked figure. He knew in his heart that this elevated road, drenched in night rain, would become his grave. No! Realizing this, Li Han's eyes turned crimson, filled with unwillingness, letting out a beast-like roar. In the prime of his life, he had a bright future ahead, a chance to rise to great heights. But why, in such a short time, had even survival become a luxury? Clearly, on his way here, he had still been thinking about how to take revenge on Lin Chen to vent his inner fury. Whoosh! A sharp flash of the blade interrupted Li Han's thoughts, and intense pain surged through him, making it unbearable. Lin Chen swung his blade, cutting from Li Han's right shoulder across to his left abdomen, piercing straight through and splitting him in two. Tonight, the one who killed, perhaps with the foundation of many past battles, acted decisively. The knife that struck down Li Ziqi was no different. You will definitely die too. Li Han's face twisted in rage as he roared with his last ounce of strength, but before he could finish, the sharp blade interrupted him. Lin Chen, holding the black abyss, swung his knife horizontally, cleanly severing Li Han's head. Thud! The 3 pieces of the corpse fell scattered on the ground, and under the wash of the night rain, blood flowed far away, terrifying and bloody. Lin Chen sheathed his knife and stood still, the blade pitch black, unstained by blood. Whoosh! Old Guan appeared silently, having been watching from the shadows. He showed no emotional fluctuations at Lin Chen's killing of Li Han and said flatly, "Let's go back." Okay. Lin Chen nodded, half turning his face to glance at the positions of the 2 police SUVs parked nearby. Without any further action, he dissipated the sun and thunder, following Old Guan as they left. Inside the 2 SUVs, several security officers were gasping for breath, feeling a sense of relief as if they had escaped death. Just moments ago, when Lin Chen's gaze fell upon them, they truly believed they would die, that they would be silenced. Team Lu, what do we do now? Report back. Isn't it illegal for the night patrol to kill in public? That's not something we can handle. If members of the night patrol commit crimes, they will be judged by their night court. It has nothing to do with us. We still have to report it. The law enforcement devices installed in the 2 SUVs had basically recorded the entire battle. However, in reality, there was no need for these officers to bring back recorded videos. Not long after the fight between Lin Chen and Li Han broke out, the higher-ups of the Night Patrol and the Security Bureau had already seen the relevant battle footage. Old Guan had deliberately chosen a location with surveillance cameras for the ambush. When the monitoring system of Shanghai City detected the combat fluctuations at the Tianmen level, the relevant departments of the Night Patrol and the Security Bureau naturally had to mobilize nearby surveillance to investigate. One side of the fight came from the Night Patrol, while the other was a powerful figure from the Li family in the city, drawing significant attention. Among them, a few high-ranking officials, upon seeing the black straight knife held by Lin Chen, initially found it hard to believe, suspecting it was a coincidence. But when Old Guan's figure appeared in the surveillance footage, they were all struck as if by lightning, unable to remain calm. They clearly realized that tonight's night rain in Shanghai City was just a precursor to this storm. The Black Abyss, sealed for many years, had a new master. This matter was almost boundless in magnitude. It would not be an exaggeration to say that for some time to come, Shanghai City would become the focal point of the entire holy summer. Boom! A massive thunderclap echoed through the night sky, heavy dark clouds rolling and surging, already crossing the boundaries of Shanghai City, spreading into the distance. This heavy rain was far from over. Late at night, by the sea, the rain danced in the sea breeze, the lighthouse's light tracing a path. Lin Chen stood silently at the railing before the surging waves, gazing into the long, dark sea, while the nearby rainwater fell short. He was contemplating the ambush on the overpass tonight. This was his first time killing, and it was more decisive than he had imagined. The strike sharp and without hesitation, no fear afterward. However, ripples still stirred within his heart. He had many insights. The forceful taking of an enemy's life indeed brought a sense of dominion. He felt exhilarated, even refreshed. Lin Chen vaguely understood why many financially free people still desperately sought to climb higher. The control over others' fates held too great a temptation. The difference was that compared to the power granted by status, personal martial strength was more direct, unrestrained by anything. Powerful martial force was especially so. If the head of the Li family wants to kill, he must do it in secret. Once exposed, he must desperately cover it up, or he will pay a severe price. Lin Chen's thought soared. Because old Guan stands for me, I can kill openly, even using this ambush as an opportunity to announce my identity as the new master of the Black Abyss. Lin Chen gazed at the sea in the wind and rain, his eyes dark and filled with profound meaning. The last time he watched the sea in the rain, he chose the right path. So, tonight, it was Li Han and his son Li Jiqi who died. Of course, the path he must take will not be smooth sailing. This murderous rainy night is just the beginning. There will be more people who will die at his hands, not just this father and son. While Lin Chen was lost in thought watching the sea on that rainy night, the news of his ambush on Li Han and Li Jiqi, or more accurately, the news of him becoming the master of the Black Abyss, was spreading like lightning, causing a commotion akin to an earthquake, not at all weaker than the emergence of the Black Abyss before, prompting many top forces to hold emergency meetings overnight. Why would Guanshan choose a successor for the Black Abyss when he clearly rejected so many super geniuses back then? Is it because the deadline is approaching, and he wants to leave a legacy for the Holy Summer? Guanshan must have the Holy Summer in mind, but his pride is boundless. From what I understand of this guy, when it really comes down to the wire, he won't just pull a beast king to back him up, he'll charge into the life forbidden zone to self-destruct. Otherwise, he wouldn't have managed to strip the Black Abyss domain away back then, and becoming a king in this matter is a life and death gamble. Is this Lin Chen guy problematic? Several big shots were wide awake, their attention fully captured by the incoming intelligence. A similar situation was unfolding in many places across the Holy Summer. I want all the information on this Lin Chen. Immediately. Right now. Pay 5 times the price to investigate. A super genius who has undergone 3 rounds of bone tempering is indeed extraordinary, but that doesn't mean Guanshan would choose him as a successor, right? Back when the Black Abyss was sealed, there were several geniuses with 3 rounds of bone tempering in top-tier abilities, all of whom were rejected. Either the Black Abyss has a problem, or this Lin Chen has a problem. Keep investigating. If Guanshan really wants to pass on the Black Abyss, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At the Night Patrol headquarters, they also learned of this matter, and the information received was even more comprehensive. Breaking the limit of vitality can give rise to a great sun, with power surpassing that of a star-level Night Watcher, and the limit is even higher, suspected to be amplified to 3 great suns using the Black Abyss. The Shanghai City branch has struck gold. Martial arts exceptions are rare, but changing Guanshan's mind? I still think it's unlikely. People always change. Regardless of the reason, it's beneficial for the Night Patrol. Let's wait a bit longer to see Guanshan's plans. If there's nothing else, transfer to headquarters. That night, a young man rising in a coastal city in the eastern territory of the Holy Summer officially entered the sights of many high-ranking figures in the Holy Summer. As for Shanghai City itself, it was even more tumultuous. News leaked from the Public Security Bureau, and all the wealthy families and conglomerates that learned of it issued strict orders prohibiting all core members from provoking Lin Chen. If they could befriend him, that would be great. If not, they should take a detour. Within the Night Patrol of Shanghai City, it was equally restless. They had the authority to take over the city's surveillance and were the first to learn of the news, with the director Chen Hao leading the upper management, who were sleepless all night. I'm not sure how to face Lin Chen right now. Chen Hao sighed, rubbing his brow, feeling a mix of surprise that had turned into worry. He had recruited Lin Chen for both public and private reasons. Publicly, to cultivate talent for the Holy Summer and strengthen the overall power of the Night Patrol. Privately, if Lin Chen could grow into a strong figure in the future, the Night Patrol would owe him a favor, and he would also have a personal connection with Lin Chen. But he never expected Lin Chen to become the master of the Black Abyss. In his position, he had access to quite a bit of confidential information and had a rough understanding of the power of the Black Abyss. In a city with a population of nearly 100 million, it would not be an exaggeration to say it was a case of great talent being underutilized. That straight knife possessed a terrifying power that could influence the entire Holy Summer. I know Lin Chen has some connections with Commander Guan, but I never imagined he could become the master of the Black Abyss, Luo Qiushue said, her tone unsettled. Back then, when she saw Lin Chen unleash his ultimate strike in the ancient realm, she instinctively wondered if Guanshan wanted Lin Chen to take charge of the Black Abyss, but after thinking it over, she felt it was too crazy, speculating that Guanshan merely had a thought of cherishing talent and was simply guiding him a bit unexpectedly. Lin Chen was indeed the chosen master of the pass. I've seen in the materials that the Black Abyss, such a powerful weapon, has high requirements for its user. It's not an easy task to unleash its full might, a senior recalled. As soon as he finished speaking, someone next to him replied, with Lin Chen's talent, do you think he has no hope? The big boss has unsealed the Black Abyss, so he must believe Lin Chen can do it. Even without the Black Abyss, Lin Chen's future achievements will likely surpass ours. We definitely can't uncover the full reason behind the commander of the pass unsealing the Black Abyss, nor can we investigate it, that would be too intrusive. But I believe Lin Chen's talent plays a significant part, Luo Qiushua pondered and summarized. It's like the great sun born from the essence of blood. We all thought that its continuous presence was the limit, but during the battle on the elevated rain night, 3 great suns appeared simultaneously, reaching the combat power of a day-tier night watchman. Chen Hao nodded in agreement, tapped the table to signal everyone to be quiet, and said, Lin Chen being chosen to inherit the Black Abyss is due to his abilities. As for whether he can fully master it in the end, it has nothing to do with us, everyone should just accept it calmly. Our training efforts for him are already at the highest level of the department. Everyone should focus on their own responsibilities, the rest can be handled by headquarters. If there are no other instructions, we will proceed as usual. Chen Hao felt that his words were quite insightful, with proper analysis and reasoning, showcasing the demeanor of a night watchman who was neither servile nor arrogant. Until 9 in the morning, when he saw Lin Chen brought in by Luo Qiushua, sitting behind the desk, Chen Hao suddenly felt that the memory foam cushion on his chair seemed a bit uncomfortable, stirring an impulse to stand up. Lin Chen, do you need something from me? I've finished my tasks and am preparing to lead a team to explore the mechanical 218 ancient realm. Minister Luo said you have other arrangements for me. There's no rush on that, don't just stand there, have a seat. Chen Hao waved his hand, cleared his throat, and naturally stood up to grab the tea canister. My former boss sent me some tea he grew, it tastes pretty good. Want to try? Chen Hao thought that sometimes whether one could get promoted in the future was determined by many details from the past. No thanks. Lin Chen was taken aback by Chen Hao's excessive politeness, then smiled and said, what arrangements does the director have for me? There's no rush on the exploration of the mechanical 218 ancient realm, focus on cultivation first. The registration fee for the research on the Ember Tower has already been received. I figured you would want to buy blood recovery powder, so I didn't charge it to your account. You can withdraw an equivalent amount from the resource department, which means you won't have to pay an additional tax. It's a privilege of the Night Watch. Chen Hao explained clearly. So soon? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. I thought it would take a few more days. Originally, it was expected to take another 2 or 3 days to finalize the negotiations. Pricing isn't something that can be settled quickly. However, this morning, all the companies and research institutes were quite agreeable and directly accepted our offer. The share you receive is naturally included, totaling 860 million. Chen Hao's gaze shifted down to Lin Chen's waist, where 2 straight knives were hanging from the standard combat belt of the Night Watch. One had a silver handle, and Chen Hao, who had worked in the Night Watch for most of his life, recognized it at a glance as a standard weapon from the execution department. The other had a black handle, identical to the knife Chen Hao remembered. Chen Hao withdrew his gaze, implying something, and continued, the institutions that registered for the Ember Tower research are mostly controlled by the top forces of Saint Summer. Their information is quite well informed. Lin Chen nodded slightly and commented, the news from last night spread really fast. That's the Black Abyss, a super weapon that once took half a life from a deity. No one dares to ignore it. Chen Hao emphasized, his gaze again falling on the black straight knife at Lin Chen's waist, unable to help but ask, is this really the Black Abyss? Yes, Lin Chen smiled and admitted generously. The Black Abyss was something old Guan had him carry closely, beneficial for resonance, just in case. He also asked what to do if someone attempted a robbery. After all, such a powerful weapon that could contend with the gods would surely attract envy. Moreover, due to its terrifying inherent power, it couldn't be stored in a regular storage device and had to be carried externally, which would definitely draw the attention of those with ulterior motives. However, old Guan reassured him. Those who could forcibly seize it wouldn't be tempted, and those who were tempted couldn't forcibly take it. This is the Black Abyss. Chen Hao stared for a long time, feeling a desire to study it further, but he certainly wouldn't put it into practice. He sighed, your potential is already extraordinary. And now with the Black Abyss, you can rank among the best in the entire Holy Summer. You have a place among the most outstanding geniuses of this era. Lin Chen blinked and echoed, the enhancement from the Black Abyss is indeed significant. Of course. Otherwise, how could it be so attractive? Back in the day, countless super geniuses went to the mountain and sea, and without a top-tier ability or 3 rounds of bone tempering, the military wouldn't even let them in. Chen Hao's thoughts surged, feeling a hint of excitement. Based on my limited understanding of the Black Abyss, this weapon needs to be human-centered. Your cultivation cannot fall behind either. I know that suddenly gaining a shortcut to the heavens always makes one lose control of their emotions. If I were chosen, I would have strange thoughts too. Director. Seeing that Chen Hao's words were spiraling out of control, Luo Qiushua decisively interrupted, reminding him, I think Lin Chen is quite calm. He should start today. Chen Hao chuckled awkwardly and said, I spoke a bit too much, mainly considering the Night Watchman promotion assessment at the end of the month. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Chen and explained, with your strength, you will definitely pass the star-level night watchman assessment. As long as your score is high enough, you can apply for a separate moon-level night watchman assessment on the spot afterward. The difficulty is a bit higher than the unified assessment, so I think you should push hard these days. The training intensity for geniuses in the night watch department is largely determined by combat power. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's heart stirred, and he asked, after becoming a moon-level night watchman, can I apply for a separate sun-level night watchman assessment again? This, Both Chen Hao and Luo Qiushue were taken aback by Lin Chen's question. They had seen the footage of Lin Chen ambushing Li Han, but the issue was that Lin Chen had fought using the Black Abyss. Chen Hao said, the night watchman assessment cannot use external objects, only basic extraordinary weapons can be employed. A weapon of the Black Abyss's caliber would be prohibited. Luo Qiushue scrutinized Lin Chen and uncertainly asked, didn't you enhance your combat power when you ambushed Li Han with the Black Abyss? There was an enhancement, and it was quite significant. Lin Chen shrugged and smiled, not keeping them in suspense. The registration fee has just been divided, and there are still several days until the assessment. My strength can increase a bit more, and I think it won't be a problem to get a feel for the baseline of the Sun-level Night Watchman. Lin Chen knew that the 860 million blood enhancement pills would barely allow him to reach the third round of the Great Sun's perfection. Previously, around 100 million blood enhancement pills hadn't even improved his progress by 10%. However, the power of the Great Sun's blood was terrifying. Having one more would almost be equivalent to raising one's realm in the understanding of heaven and earth. Calculating it this way, the cost-effectiveness was quite high. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, I'm already familiar with the nurturing of the Great Sun's blood. I can grow while exploring the ancient realm's secret places. Although the progress might be a bit slow, the time for the Night Watchman assessment is ample, so there's plenty of time. He planned to earn some more money before the assessment to raise his strength as much as possible. It would be best to develop an area similar to the Ember Tower, directly achieving the third round of the Great Sun's perfection. Sure, arrange it according to your situation. Chen Hao agreed with a smile. After a brief contemplation, he raised his hand and spun it, taking out a black wristband. This is a storage wristband that can be equipped once you become a promoted Night Watchman. I'm very confident that you will pass the Sun-level Night Watchman assessment, so I'm giving it to you in advance to facilitate your training in the ancient realm's secret places. Thank you, Director. Lin Chen stepped forward to take it, and as soon as he focused his mind on it, his eyes couldn't help but flicker. The internal space was 10 meters square, according to Lin Chen's understanding of the entry-level night watchers. Only the strongest 2 or 3 day-level night watchers in the law enforcement department possess storage devices of this size. I've already made arrangements with the resource department. You can go collect it, Chen Hao said with a smile on his face. The team entering the mechanical 218 ancient realm for exploration has been confirmed, primarily consisting of formal night watchers. Zhang Yong'an will also be there, responsible for teaching you some operational plans from the execution department. Contact him when you're ready. Okay, Lin Chen replied politely, then did not linger any longer and took his leave. Luo Qiushue glanced at Chen Hao and said, this is the first time I've seen such a meticulous side of the director. Chen Hao sighed. Feigning helplessness, I can't help it, the headquarters only instructed me to observe further. I wanted to paint a bright picture for Lin Chen but didn't know how to say it, so I could only be as detailed as possible. I always feel that the headquarters' reaction is a bit too hesitant. Chen Hao shook his head, trusting Luo Qiushue greatly, and candidly shared his thoughts. I know the headquarters wants to determine Lin Chen's progress in controlling the abyss. If it's too slow, there's no need for significant investment. But the problem is, you only realize you need to buy water when you're thirsty. That's not a wise move. Luo Qiushue's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as if she thought of something. The headquarters is not just observing Lin Chen's progress in controlling the abyss. Chen Hao was puzzled. What else could there be? Old Guan was a military giant, and the person who introduced Lin Chen to him was Yi Tingyun, who served in the special forces of the foreign domain, also a military person. Now that Lin Chen is in control of the abyss, it's clear that the military cannot sit idly by while the Night Watch department brings Lin Chen under its wing. They will definitely try to recruit him. Until they are certain of Lin Chen's attitude, the headquarters won't rashly increase their training efforts, Luo Qiushue stated directly. Chen Hao stroked his chin, pondering, I know what you're saying, but Old Guan clearly withdrew from the military, and he must know about Lin Chen joining the Night Watch department. If he wanted Lin Chen to join the military, he would have given some kind of reminder. So what I'm talking about is Lin Chen's attitude, Luo Qiushue emphasized. Now that the Night Watch department has taken the initiative, the headquarters should increase their investment to show their commitment to training. Chen Hao grew increasingly confused. Luo Qiushue remained unfazed, saying the benefits offered by the military might be greater. Chen Hao shook his head gently. That's unlikely. The military's overall strength is indeed stronger than the Night Watch department, but many of our top resources are shared, and the intensity of training is not that different. Status? Luo Qiushue interrupted. Chen Hao was taken aback. What status? The position of the Nightfire Army's commander. A glint flashed in Luo Xiaoshue's eyes. The current commander is practically a figurehead and cannot control many of the old soldiers from back in the day. But Lin Chen, who controls the abyss, is different. He is personally chosen by Old Guan, which to some extent is equivalent to legitimacy. Chen Hao's heart raced as he vaguely understood the reason for the headquarters' cautious observation. The Nightfire Army, one of the top forces in Xingxia, with terrifying combat power capable of directly confronting the Beast King. The key is that the significance of this force is even greater. In the early stages of the foreign invasion, Xingxia suffered continuous defeats, losing territory and causing countless lives to suffer, with no hope of victory in sight, known as the Era of Long Night. During the Era of Long Night, a force that could be called the Night's bright flame carried unimaginable significance. That was humanity's greatest hope. The commander of such a force, combined with complete control of the abyss, would be no less than a king in Xingxia. The news of Lin Chen killing during the rainy night spread rapidly within the Night Watch department, causing a huge stir. For the vast majority of members, they were not qualified to know about the existence of the abyss, but Lin Chen's act of killing Li Han was enough to leave them in shock. At that time, the detection system captured the aura fluctuations when Li Han unleashed his full power, reaching the level of merging with the essence of heaven and earth. Such cultivation was usually sufficient to serve as a day-level Night Watcher. Yet, he died at Lin Chen's hands. Truly astonishing, Zhang Yong'an looked at Lin Chen approaching and couldn't help but size him up, wanting to confirm, "Do you already have the combat power of a day-level Night Watchman?" Lin Chen smiled slightly and said, "I need to rely on some external forces." "That means you're not far off." Zhang Yong'an ground his teeth, unable to suppress his inner feelings. "Your rate of progress is simply outrageous." Just a few days ago, he had sparred with Lin Chen. Although he had suffered a crushing defeat, he had at least been able to exchange blows. Now, the difference was like heaven and earth. The power gap between star, moon, and day-level Night Watchman was very significant. A day level against a star level, to exaggerate a bit, could be extinguished with a snap of the fingers. The most crucial point was, you are still a high-level martial artist. Zhang Yong'an shook his head, finding it hard to accept, feeling it was utterly unreasonable. Seeing this, Lin Chen chuckled. The enhancement from the Great Sun of Vitality to combat power is quite obvious. His words were not an exaggeration of humility. Lin Chen still didn't know the upper limit of the 3 rounds of the Great Sun of Vitality. The extent to which the Abyss enhanced his combat power could only bring the 3rd round of the Great Sun close to perfection, but not fully achieved. Sometimes, a thin line could represent a new level. I'll know soon enough. A thought flashed through Lin Chen's mind as he looked at Zhang Yong'an and instructed, "How is the preparation for the mission to explore the mechanical 218 ancient realm going?" Zhang Yong'an immediately focused, replying in a deep voice, "We can depart within 10 minutes. Lin Chen nodded. "All right, notify the team members." After leaving Chen Hao's office, the first place he went was the resource department, where he directly collected the blood enhancement powder worth several hundred million due to the spacious storage wristband. A few minutes later, a heavy transport helicopter took off from the Night Watch base, quickly ascending towards the mechanical 218 ancient realm. Inside the cabin, there were more than 10 team members. Apart from Zhang Yong'an, all were formal Night Watchmen. Among them, 2 had interacted with Lin Chen before, having participated in the rescue mission for Qin Ming and others, and had exchanged a few words. However, the team members who hadn't interacted with him also recognized Lin Chen. Their gazes occasionally fell on him, secretly sizing him up. A high-ranking member of a local aristocratic family who could kill at will without any signs of being held accountable. The power behind him was undoubtedly immense. What concerned them even more was Lin Chen's displayed combat power, which was simply unreasonable. If Lin Chen had initially defeated Zhang Yong'an, suppressing their desire to chase, they could only look up in awe. Now, Lin Chen gave them the feeling of being like the sea in the night, a mountain in the thick fog, completely obscured, impossible to fathom. As fellow high-level martial artists, how could the gap be so vast? Rumble. Amidst the heavy sound of wind, the transport helicopter descended, arriving at the base of the mechanical 218 ancient realm. The group acted swiftly, quickly disembarking, passing through the spatial passage, and entering the interior of the ancient realm. This exploration will focus on the northern direction, in pairs, free to search. Every hour, fire a signal flare. If you encounter danger, try to create a huge commotion. Zhang Yong'an issued orders briskly. This exploration mission was primarily to train Lin Chen, initially managed by Zhang Yong'an, allowing Lin Chen to learn some key points of executing tasks through practice. Additionally, Lin Chen was like an invincible force in this ancient realm, able to earn merits and enhance his cultivation. A win-win situation. Understood. We'll head towards the 3 o'clock direction. The more than 10 team members spread out and moved forward into the distance. Zhang Yong'an looked at Lin Chen and smiled. The department probably chose me as your guide because they know I'm familiar with you. This job is quite good. You have the strength as a foundation, and most of it is just remembering theoretical knowledge. If there's anything unclear, just ask directly. With you alone, I don't need to be on guard and can focus on explaining. Okay. Lin Chen smiled. Just wait a moment. As he spoke, his gaze sharpened, and a round of the great sun of vitality rose from above, exuding immense pressure. Sure enough, it doesn't put too much strain on the space, it essentially belongs to the blood energy level. Lin Chen anticipated this, using his mind to control the storage bracelet and taking out a box of blood elevation powder, then operating the Qingming swallowing heaven technique to devour and refine it. The third round of the blood energy great sun's nurturing is harsh, requiring energy of very high purity. Let's go. Okay. Lin Chen led Zhang Yong'an deep into the ancient realm's secret territory to begin their exploration. Since he needed to split his focus for cultivation, his actions would definitely be affected. However, his own strength was too formidable, and Zhang Yong'an, who was accompanying him, couldn't use the heavenly gate. Lin Chen even had to deliberately slow his pace to ensure Zhang Yong'an wouldn't fall behind. The Night Patrol Department is responsible for all matters related to foreign domains within the Holy Summer Realm. It seems complicated, but it can generally be divided into two categories: suppressing foreign sects and dealing with foreign invasions. On the way, Zhang Yong'an explained in detail, speaking eloquently. Suppressing foreign sects doesn't really require the city-level Night Patrol Department to be involved. Each state's headquarters will form specialized teams. When needed, they will summon the local Night Patrol Department for cooperation, usually led by the Intelligence Department. Sometimes, our execution department's personnel will also be used to capture or eliminate foreign sect members. Such tasks are best handled by those with some experience. Once this exploration mission is over, the department will collaborate with the Public Security Bureau to capture some powerful fugitives, and at that time, I'll let you participate a few times. Okay. Lin Chen listened attentively. With his strength, he could multitask. Zhang Yong'an continued. The most common tasks for the execution department are still dealing with foreign invasions. Most of the time, it's a collision between foreign domains and the holy summer space, appearing randomly. This is relatively easier to resolve. However, a small portion involves foreign sects conducting terrorist attacks, secretly summoning creatures, which are usually difficult to prevent in advance. When they erupt, the alien beasts pour out, easily causing severe casualties among the populace. In such cases, our execution department generally needs to pay attention to the following points. Zhang Yong'an explained earnestly, and Lin Chen listened carefully. Of course, he didn't forget about exploring the secret territory and cultivating the blood energy. Great Sunday time passed quickly, and about half a day later, Lin Chen's eyes brightened as he slowed his pace. His progress in the third round of the blood energy great sun had successfully surpassed half. At this level, combined with the enhancement from the Black Abyss, the third round of the great sun should be enough to reach perfection. Lin Chen's thoughts surged, filled with anticipation. He knew that after the third round of the great sun reached perfection, there was a high chance of another enhancement, but it was hard to determine exactly how much. Lin Chen didn't delay, raising his hand to grip the hilt of the Black Abyss, unleashing his combat power to the fullest. Boom! The third round of the great sun soared into the sky, illuminating the surroundings with terrifying might. Just as Lin Chen had anticipated, the progress of the third round of the blood energy great sun was completely perfect. However, Lin Chen didn't study it in detail. The moment it coalesced, he immediately controlled it to dissipate. The surrounding secret territory couldn't bear it, and the damage rapidly expanded. Essentially, it's still blood energy, it's just too powerful. Undergoing a complete qualitative change, exceeding the limits that the secret territory can bear. A brief moment of perception had already allowed Lin Chen to experience the terror of the third round of the blood energy great sun reaching perfection. I need to quickly elevate the third round of the great sun to perfection. Lin Chen's will was resolute, and he could hardly contain his impulse, because it was truly strong. Zhang Yong'an's eyes widened, filled with shock. Just now, the moment of Lin Chen's third round of the great sun had left his body stiff, nearly losing his ability to resist. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Just a simple attempt, nothing major. You don't need to worry about it, just continue teaching me." As he spoke, Lin Chen's mind moved again, taking out another box of blood elevation powder to devour and refine. There was still more than half left in the storage bracelet, which could likely support the progress of the third round of the great sun to exceed 70%. At this level, it could already be sustained for a while, significantly enhancing combat power. Next, Lin Chen continued his actions as usual, steadily improving his cultivation. And the range of exploration kept expanding, finding quite a few good things. After a day's time, according to Zhang Yong'an's rough estimate, the recovery price given by the Night Patrol Department could be around 30 million. The income could not be considered meager compared to Lin Chen's previous live broadcasts. This one was significantly better. Lin Chen began to understand why many powerful individuals didn't care much about the benefits of the internet. They had more lucrative avenues in their hands. Of course, with his current popularity, the sales from martial arts would surely skyrocket. After one session, a few items could easily multiply several times. However, just a few days ago, he had encountered an assassination attempt during the Sword Waterfall incident, and Coupled with his busy schedule using blood recovery essence for cultivation, he had no choice but to cancel his original live broadcast plans. Nevertheless, Lin Chen was not ready to give up. Live streaming sales could provide him with a steady cash flow and also grant him a considerable amount of spiritual martial arts. He had already contacted Su Baiyi to withdraw some of their advance payment to establish a live streaming company, and he arranged for Zhou Yangyang to join and learn. At this stage, he still needed to occasionally take some time to explain things. Once he became even stronger, he could simply put his name on it, and the related business could be fully handled by the company. Xingxia valued martial power. As long as he was strong enough, the chances of the company thriving were very high. In the following 2 days, Lin Chen stayed in the ancient realm secret, fully focused and quite fulfilled. Exploration, learning, cultivation, he had yet to find an area similar to the Ember Tower. Fortunately, he was at a significant advantage in this secret realm, with regular daily earnings of around 30 to 40 million. After 3 days, his total earnings reached a small target. His ability to attract wealth left Zhang Yong'an astonished. There wasn't a single day-level night watchman in the night patrol department who could compare. However, compared to Lin Chen's expenditure level, it still fell short. While distracted by exploring the ancient realm secret and learning to execute tasks, the several 100 million blood recovery essence he had stored in his storage bracelet quickly ran low. It would be a lie to say it didn't hurt a bit. Of course, the returns justified this investment. Lin Chen's progress in the third round of the Great Sun had, as expected, smoothly surpassed 70%. At my current level, it's not as good as the rainy night when I killed Li Han in the Black Abyss, but there's no qualitative difference between the two. If I were to unleash my full combat power now, I should be able to reach the stage of merging with the will of heaven and earth, Lin Chen pondered, feeling quite confident. After all, the division of realms in the Heavenly Gate was entirely based on the level of comprehension of the will of heaven and earth, with a vast range of actual combat power limits. For instance, the number of heavenly gates, the quantity and types of the will of heaven and earth, and the degree of fusion. Even if I can't reach it, it doesn't matter. The income from this exploration of the secret realm is quite good, and I can still push the progress of the third round of the Great Sun a bit higher. Lin Chen calmly thought, tomorrow, I need to escort the first batch of researchers to the Ember Tower, explore for another 12 hours, return to convert the exploration gains into cash, and buy some blood recovery essence for use. Lin Chen made the arrangements for what was to come. However, just over an hour later, this plan was abruptly halted. Whoosh! A figure appeared in Lin Chen's line of sight as he turned to look, quickly approaching, with flowing hair and a curvaceous figure. It was none other than Luo Qiushue, the execution minister of the Night Patrol Department. Come with me, I need to talk to you. Seeing Zhang Yong'an present, Luo Qiushue didn't say much more. Okay. Lin Chen nodded in agreement, thought for a moment, and instructed Zhang Yong'an, you will be in charge here, lead the team back in 12 hours. If anyone gets trapped, focus on reconnaissance. First, don't rush to rescue. Have someone notify me, and if everything goes smoothly, report the results of the first phase of exploration directly. After learning from Zhang Yong'an for a few days, Lin Chen gradually understood the normal process of executing tasks. Understood. Zhang Yong'an replied solemnly. Lin Chen and Luo Qiushue quickly left, racing towards the spatial passage. On the way, once Lin Chen was out of Zhang Yong'an's sight, he directly asked, what do you need me for? Someone has come to visit you, Luo Qiushue briefly explained. Yi Tingyun couldn't get through to you, so he asked me to contact you to return to General Guan as soon as possible. A visit? Lin Chen was taken aback, then quickly reacted, is it because of the Black Abyss? Most likely. Luo Qiushue's view aligned with Lin Chen's. Who is it? Mu Changsheng, the most outstanding son of Mu Yuan, the speaker of Li Prefecture. Luo Qiushue had checked the information in advance and replied succinctly, back when General Guan sealed the Black Abyss, Mu Yuan, a local super genius from Lizhou, came to visit General Guan, hoping to succeed him in the Black Abyss, but was refused. Now, with General Guan reopening the Black Abyss, his son Mu Changsheng has come for 2 reasons. First, to gauge your strength, which is information many top forces want to know. On the other hand, Luo Qiushue turned her face towards Lin Chen, her expression serious. Perhaps he wants to try taking control of the Black Abyss and replace you. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was more surprised, raising an eyebrow and saying, could he really dare to forcefully seize it? General Guan had clearly told him not to worry about the Black Abyss being taken. Mu Changsheng definitely wouldn't dare. If Mu Yuan isn't crazy, he wouldn't have the guts either. Luo Qiushue shook her head. The Black Abyss is General Guan's weapon, and its ownership is determined by him. However, a powerhouse of General Guan's level is often too high up to consider personal matters, usually prioritizing the bigger picture. The top forces in Xingxia believe that if one of their geniuses is more suited to control the Black Abyss, General Guan might not mind changing successors. Of course, this possibility is slim and would risk offending you, but as Director Chen said, the Black Abyss is a shortcut to the heavens, and its temptation is too great. Even the most confident genius wouldn't mind having an extra shortcut. Mu Changsheng's visit is likely just the beginning. Luo Qiushue rationally. elaborated on her analysis. Indeed. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Luo Qiushue glanced at Lin Chen and said earnestly, I have a vague feeling that General Guan unsealing the Black Abyss is to let you take charge. He probably won't look for other geniuses until you are completely hopeless. However, I don't think General Guan will stop these visiting geniuses. He will treat them as sharpening stones for you to test yourself. Luo Qiushue's tone was firm. Lin Chen remained unfazed and said, in the next period, my practical combat level will likely improve significantly. Luo Qiushue thought for a moment and said, this is actually good for you. Fighting against strong opponents, like me, can indeed put pressure on you, but the realms of heaven and earth I grasp are limited and may not be that strong. The realms of heaven and earth mastered by super geniuses, as well as the true meaning of martial arts, are often extraordinary, and their help in practical combat will far exceed simple brute force suppression. Luo Qiushue emphasized that the competition among prodigies is ostensibly due to limited top resources, leading to survival of the fittest. The hidden benefits behind this are equally significant, allowing geniuses to enhance their martial arts insights and draw parallels. Luo Qiushue pondered, I think General Guan chose monitored routes for you to ambush the Li family, father and son, and then made a special appearance at the end to attract many super geniuses from Xingxia to visit and spar with you. Otherwise, with his capabilities he could easily paralyze the entire detection system of Shanghai City. Lin Chen was silent for a moment, exhaling lightly, General Guan thinks more than I do. I will seize the trials he has set up. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with determination as he stepped forward, passing through the spatial passage of the ancient realm, returning to Shanghai. Boom! A night patrol armed transport helicopter quickly took off, changing direction towards the lighthouse by the sea. Inside the cabin, Luo Qiushue handed Lin Chen a tablet, saying, this contains some information about Mu Changsheng. Take a look. He arrived in Shanghai first to visit. Regardless of whether he wants to take control of the Black Abyss, he definitely has the intention to test you, and a practical combat encounter is inevitable. Lin Chen took the tablet, quickly browsing through it, slightly raising an eyebrow, opening 7 heavenly gates. The realms of heaven and earth invoked include red flame, storm, and thick earth, which is quite a lot. As far as he knew, the majority of martial artists could only open 3 to 5 heavenly gates. Beyond that, it becomes very difficult. Many martial artists who remain stuck at the stage of merging the realms of heaven and earth for a lifetime, unable to condense the true meaning of martial arts, can't even open the 6th heavenly gate. 7 heavenly gates are quite rare. As for the realms of heaven and earth, they are even harder to comprehend. Zhang Yong'an, a seasoned star-level night watchman, only evoked one response. Our information may be delayed. Mu Changsheng has no intention of joining the night patrol, and the intelligence department only briefly records him in the database. Luo Qiushue reminded, pausing for a moment before further analyzing for Lin Chen. Mu Changsheng hasn't made a public move for nearly 3 months. His cultivation is likely stronger than recorded. Mu Yuan places great importance on his son, so he will definitely provide him with some precious cultivation treasures. His ability to fight beyond his level should not be underestimated. Crushing ordinary moon-level night watchmen is not a problem. Lin Chen's eyes flickered as he said, he must have some support to come here first. It's worth looking forward to. The helicopter sped along, and before long, it arrived above the lighthouse. In the next moment, 2 figures rapidly descended. Luo Qiushue made no movement. Just before landing, she transitioned from motion to stillness, landing smoothly. Lin Chen unleashed his blood energy to slow down the pressure he emitted, causing the waves by the sea to surge violently, rising into the sky with great momentum. Old Guan stood at the railing, as always, silently gazing into the depths of the sea. Yi Tingyun was also present, leaning against the wall of the lighthouse, his eyes sparkling with brilliance, observing the old man and the young one before Lin Chen arrived. The young man was tall, with a buzz cut, very handsome, and a massive battle knife slung across his back, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. The accompanying old man had sparse white hair, dressed simply, standing beside Mu Changsheng with his eyes lowered, like his guardian. Hearing the noise from the helicopter, both of them looked up. Old Guan, Lin Chen greeted first after landing. Instructor Yi. Luo Qiushue suppressed her excitement and quickly raised her hand in salute, seriously saying, I've met you, Commander Guan. Old Guan turned around, nodded, and his gaze fell on Lin Chen, saying, someone is looking for you. Lin brother. Hello, I am Mu Changsheng. A voice filled with warmth rang out as Mu Changsheng waved his hand, very polite, with a sunny smile on his face. It's a pleasure to meet you. I came uninvited. Please forgive me. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged as he directly asked, are you looking for me for something? Mu Changsheng maintained his smile. A few days ago, I learned that the long-sealed He Yuan suddenly has a successor. As a fellow person from Lizhou, I certainly wanted to come and pay a visit. And what else? Lin Chen did not want to beat around the bush. Indeed, there is another matter. A glint flashed in Mu Changsheng's eyes as he looked directly at Lin Chen. This super weapon, He Yuan, has astonishing power. Broadly speaking, it could affect the peace of Xingxia. Now that old Guan is willing to lift the seal, I naturally want to see if I can take charge of it. Mu Changsheng revealed his true intentions without hiding them, shifting his gaze from Lin Chen to Old Guan, respectfully bowing. Old Guan, if my suitability for Heiyuan is not weaker than Lin brothers, I hope Old Guan can give me a chance. Old Guan's expression was impassive as he said lightly, Heiyuan is not in my hands. If you want to try, you shouldn't ask me. As he spoke, he secretly transmitted a message to Lin Chen, explaining, let him fight you. There will be many such people in the future, and fighting with them will benefit you, whether in martial arts cultivation or in taking charge of Heiyuan. Lin Chen nodded slightly to indicate he understood. Luo Xiaoshue's guess was correct. Old Guan indeed had this consideration. Old Guan not directly refusing means the student still has a chance. Mu Changsheng showed a smile, bowing again in thanks. He was quite satisfied with Old Guan's response. After all, if the other party had disagreed, he would have had to take his leave, with no other options. The higher the status, the clearer it was how terrifying this thin old man truly was. If it weren't for the battle against the gods back then, which led to a desire to slay the gods and resulted in the destruction of the martial arts foundation, the current king of Xingxia might very well have a place among them. Mu Changxing's gaze returned to Lin Chen, and upon seeing the black-handled straight knife, he couldn't help but show a hint of eagerness, saying, Lin, brother, can I try Heiyuan? Old Guan didn't agree to your trial. Lin Chen's expression was indifferent as he raised his right hand to rest on the hilt of the Black Abyss sword. Since I am temporarily in charge of this straight sword, the right to use it belongs to me. Unfortunately, I do not have the habit of sharing weapons. Brother Lin, don't be so narrow-minded. This weapon is crucial for the peace of the holy summer. Mu Changxing's eyes narrowed slightly, and the smile on his face was no longer friendly, revealing a hint of arrogance and dominance. Or are you saying you lack the confidence to keep the Black Abyss? Boom! Mu Changxing's gaze sharpened, and a vast aura swept across the surroundings, with heavenly gates appearing one after another, suspended in the air, towering to 8 in number. At the same time, 3 different realms of heaven and earth surrounded the heavenly gates, exuding a terrifying pressure. The seawater along the coastline, stretching over 1,000 meters, surged violently, as if retreating from the tide. Lin Chen remained unfazed, raising his hand to grip and draw the Black Abyss from his waist. Facing you has nothing to do with confidence. Seeing this, Mu Changsheng frowned slightly but quickly adjusted, saying, Brother Lin, I am currently in the phase of inducing the realms of heaven and earth. I admit that you can kill martial artists who have merged with the realms using the Black Abyss, but I too have brought a super weapon that significantly enhances combat power. However, this would turn it into a contest of weapons rather than a battle between us. Upon hearing this, Yi Tingyun, who was watching from the side, felt a cold glint in his eyes. He was already very displeased with this aristocratic youth who wanted to come and pick peaches, and couldn't help but mock him. If you want fairness, how about a battle at the same level? Suppress your strength to the limit of a high-level martial artist, and I'll let Lin Chen fight you with one hand. Mu Changxing's expression remained unchanged, and he controlled his emotions well. I don't want to determine who is superior to whom, I just want to test the compatibility with the Black Abyss. Of course, to master the Black Abyss, one must also have qualified martial arts talent. Mu Changsheng put one hand behind his back and smiled lightly. How about this? I will only use one hand, and Brother Lin won't use the Black Abyss. If you can withstand me for 10 minutes, I will take my leave. If I win, please let me try the Black Abyss. No need. A cold voice interrupted Mu Changxing's words. Lin Chen reversed his grip and planted the Black Abyss in front of him, piercing it into the ground. As his words fell, 3 rounds of blood-red suns rose into the sky, and blazing lightning surged upward, spreading rapidly as if transforming into a new firmament. A terrifying might collapsed down, filling every corner of the surrounding space. The undulating near sea suddenly stilled, even the wind was suppressed to the point of vanishing, like a still frame captured on camera. Lin Chen released his grip on the Black Abyss, reaching for another straight sword tucked at his waist. The moment he drew it, a brilliant light burst forth in his gaze, sharper than any blade. The 3 rounds of suns trembled, illuminating the sky. Endless thunder rumbled, as if the heavens were enraged. The Black Abyss is right here, come and try to take it. Indeed, the pride of a super genius always has its reasons, capable of achieving the unexpected. Facing the overwhelming might, Mu Changxing's gaze slightly narrowed, then revealed a hint of a wild smile. However, sometimes, too much confidence is not a good thing. Boom! Mu Changsheng raised his hand, pressing down, and the 8 suspended heavenly gates inhaled and exhaled the energy of heaven and earth, scorching flames unfurling, instantly transforming into a massive firebird, surrounded by azure currents, as if a fierce wind was stirring the flames, the pressure rising steadily, causing the sea surface to ripple once more. At its core, the realms of red flame and storm appeared together, complementing each other. Wind and fire. The massive firebird took shape and flapped its wings, charging straight at Lin Chen. Boom! Lin Chen did not dodge or evade. A single thought flashed through his mind, and a violent intent of destruction swept across the surroundings. Thousands of thunders fell from the sky, like countless spears tearing through the air, one after another, all piercing into the massive firebird's body. In an instant, countless thunderclaps erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth, exploding into vast flames, scattering azure currents everywhere. Before the massive firebird could descend to attack, it was already destroyed by the thunder. The firelight vanished, the heat dissipated. Yet, the thunderous sound continued, the intent of destruction still present. Boom! Countless bolts of lightning intertwined, striking down towards the earth. From a distance, it looked as if an entire expanse of thunder was collapsing from the sky, ready to bury Mu Changsheng. Mu Changsheng reined in the smile at the corners of his mouth, choosing to confront it head-on, uttering a cold word, Fing Tu. The storm and thick earth, the two realms of heaven and earth surrounding the 8 heavenly gates, immediately intertwined and erupted together. Whoosh! The surrounding energy of heaven and earth was mobilized, transforming into countless stones and earth that soared into the sky, the stormy realm of heaven and earth spreading internally, forming a network like a skeleton, supporting the mountain-like stones and earth. Boom, boom, boom! The thunder struck the stones and earth, explosions incessant, the momentum terrifying. However, this time, it did not destroy. In the area around Mu Changsheng, stones and earth continuously generated, shooting up into the sky, replenishing the losses caused by the wrath of heaven strikes. This move excelled in sustained defense. Whoosh! In the next moment, amidst the thunder, a blazing knife light burst forth, cleaving through the air, slicing the thick and heavy stones in half. Lin Chen, with 3 suns hanging above his head, rushed through the gap created by the split stones, speeding towards Mu Changsheng. I said, facing you has nothing to do with confidence. Lin Chen's gaze was sharp as he raised the silver straight knife in his hand, his physical body and blood energy erupting together, once again delivering an extreme slash. Because, it's unnecessary. The silver straight knife tore through the air with a bang, striking Mu Changsheng's massive battle knife that he had drawn from behind. In an instant, the power of the extreme slash erupted to its fullest, forcing Mu Changsheng to kneel on one knee, causing the ground to collapse, cracks spreading, and his hands gripping the massive battle knife oozing bright red blood. I underestimated you. Mu Changsheng took a deep breath, his gaze piercing through the crossed blades, coldly staring at Lin Chen. Old Guan chose you to represent. It seems he doesn't just want to publicly select a suitable successor, he truly believes you can take charge. But everyone wants to take a shortcut to the heavens. The 8 heavenly gates suspended in the air trembled, crazily absorbing energy, all of it pouring into Mu Changsheng's body. His muscles bulged, veins popping, as he braced against Lin Chen's descending silver straight knife, standing up forcefully. Lin Chen did not continue to grapple with Mu Changsheng, stepping back to create distance while accumulating power, once again delivering an extreme slash. The opponent had opened the heavenly gates, allowing them to absorb the energy of heaven and earth from the outside, making a simple power contest unfavorable for him. In real combat, there are no rules. Boom! Mu Changsheng lost the initiative, not daring to confront directly, timely turning the massive battle knife sideways, using the broad blade as a shield to block the incoming strike. However, the power of the extreme slash was not something that could be easily resolved. In the sound of the clash, Mu Changsheng's body shook, staggering back, crushing the ground beneath him until he retreated into the sea, finally stabilizing his center of gravity. The seawater soaked his clothes up to his waist, making him appear somewhat disheveled. Yet his eyes were exceptionally bright. A high-level martial artist with pure martial arts cultivation can push me to this extent. Lin Chen, you are still the first. Mu Changsheng's voice echoed through the sky, his bloodied hands raised high with the giant battle knife. At the same time, the 8 heavenly gates hovering above his head rapidly spread apart, surrounding him and Lin Chen, brilliant light swirling on the gates, mixed with 3 realms of heaven and earth, transforming into 8 floating fortresses, their entire bodies appearing as if forged from alloy, emitting thick black smoke, soaring into the sky. Countless arrows protruded from the 8 fortresses, sharing the same metallic texture, their tips ablaze with fierce flames, the tails swirling with dense azure energy, rising and surging, as if accumulating explosive power. War Fortress, Mu Changsheng's ultimate killing move. This was designed for him by a powerful warrior who shared a path in martial arts, hired at great expense by his father. Boom! Mu Changsheng stepped down, holding the knife forward, the arrows generated by the 8 war fortresses simultaneously activated, all shooting forth, obscuring the light of the sky. Lin Chen's expression was indifferent, facing the overwhelming attacks from all directions with the same response as always. The sun hung high, thunder rumbled, and the blade light blazed. The battle between the two quickly entered a heated phase, fierce and intense. Yi Tingyun watched the fight, instinctively straightening his body. Although he was somewhat unwilling, he had to admit that Mu Changsheng's war fortress, evolved from 8 heavenly gates, was quite extraordinary. This kid really has some skills, not just simple cultivation. Hearing Yi Tingyun's assessment, Luo Qiushua gently nodded and said, the 3 realms of heaven and earth that Mu Changsheng has invoked do not exist. Independently, their degree of cooperation is very high, which is more difficult than comprehending the 3 realms of heaven and earth. Yi Tingyun ground his teeth and said, if he condenses the true meaning of martial arts in the future, it won't be based on these 3 realms of heaven and earth, right? Whether he can or not, it's hard to say at this point. Luo Qiushua replied firmly. Mu Changsheng is still far from the true meaning of martial arts. The current level of cooperation doesn't even count. as the potential of the true meaning. However, she also pointed out that Mu Changxing's application of the realms of heaven and earth was quite high. He is still in the invocation stage, not yet complete. If he achieves it, he could almost face the Night Watchman of the next realm directly. Such cross-realm combat power is already remarkable. Upon hearing this, Yi Tingyun couldn't help but comment, speaking of cross-realm combat power, that Kid Lin Chen is truly outrageous, hard to accept. Mu Changsheng is not a novice entering the heavenly gate. He has currently opened 8 gates and invoked 3 realms of heaven and earth. This viewpoint was not only agreed upon by Luo Qiushue, but also deemed reasonable by the old man Guan, who had nearly killed a god in the past. In the heated battle, Mu Changsheng, using his killing moves, had completely failed to turn the tide. In fact, it was even difficult to maintain a stalemate, with faint signs of being suppressed. Boom, boom, boom. Huge explosions continued, with hundreds of meters of seawater being lifted away, no longer describable as waves, as if parting the sea. Lin Chen and Mu Changsheng fought with all their might, and to prevent damaging the lighthouse, they tacitly chose the battlefield in the sea. Even though they were far from the shore, with water depths of over 100 meters, the shockwaves generated by their clashes still created large vacuums, making it difficult for the seawater to reclaim the area, with layers of silt spreading outward. Even several kilometers away, the sea surface was tumultuous, surging with waves, carrying various fish that had flipped onto their backs, all stunned into unconsciousness. Boom! Lin Chen swung his blade, striking the massive blade that was blocking, causing Mu Changsheng to lose his balance and retreat rapidly, crimson blood seeping through his fingers. In the face-to-face battle, Lin Chen gradually suppressed Mu Changsheng. Just then, before Mu Changsheng could steady himself, the roaring thunder pierced his ears, and dense lightning poured down like a waterfall. There was no panic in Mu Changsheng's eyes. He responded calmly. The war fortress shot out a flurry of arrows to delay the thunder's strike, while a green airflow swirled around his feet, propelling his body to shoot out rapidly, escaping the range of the lightning strikes. He was at a disadvantage, but a slight disadvantage did not mean certain defeat. It just meant his odds were not as good as Lin Chen's. There was still a possibility of winning. Mu Changsheng focused on the battle, and after exchanging dozens of blows, he sustained more injuries, with his clothes soaked in seawater gradually seeping blood. Clearly, his chances of winning were decreasing. After all, Lin Chen's high odds of winning were due to his stronger strength, and as the battle progressed, the gap could usually widen further. Mu Changsheng adjusted his mindset, remaining calm, his deep eyes locked onto Lin Chen. Now's the time. Suddenly, a fierce look flashed in Mu Changsheng's eyes as he sidestepped to meet the descending strike. Swish! Blood splattered from his left arm, nearly severed by Lin Chen's strike, but he also surged into the inner circle, taking advantage of Lin Chen's inability to retract his blade in time. His right hand, gripping the massive war blade, drew a swift arc and struck out like lightning. War Fortress, self-destruction. The 8 metal fortresses suspended in the air trembled simultaneously, shattering apart, and all the energy released poured down, fully channeling into the giant battle blade, enhancing its power. This strike was the strongest attack that Mu Changsheng could unleash, but in a normal confrontation, it was impossible to win with a single blow. So, he patiently waited, seeking an opportunity. Now, he was confident, even if Lin Chen retreated at full speed, he would still be affected by the giant battle blade. Sure enough, Lin Chen did not retreat to dodge. Instead, he extended his unarmed left arm to block the incoming giant battle blade. Seeing this, Mu Changsheng exerted all his strength, with no intention of holding back. Old Guan was present to watch the battle. With his strength after unsealing the black abyss, he could intervene in an instant. He did not need to worry about Lin Chen being killed or suffering from aftereffects due to injuries. However, once Old Guan intervened, he could attempt to use the black abyss, which held the possibility of mastery. Boom! In the next moment, the power contained within the giant battle blade erupted entirely. The brilliance it emitted blindingly bright, sweeping in all directions, significantly expanding the area of the void created by the battle between the two in the sea. Mu Changsheng sensed the giant battle blade in his hand suddenly halt in midair. An astonishing resistance surged, preventing it from descending any further. Old Guan has made his move. Mu Changsheng pondered, such a level of powerhouse is indeed beyond my comprehension. I didn't detect any signs of action at all. Truly terrifying. Before he could finish his thought, the explosive light had vanished, and Mu Changsheng's pupils suddenly constricted, filled with fear. The giant battle blade he swung was actually caught by Lin Chen with one hand. On Lin Chen's left hand was a dark glove, seemingly forged from metal, which at that moment cracked and shattered. However, it did not fall away but disintegrated into a mass of energy. Clearly, this was some form of martial arts. The palm of Lin Chen's left hand pressed tightly against the blade of the giant battle knife, and a trickle of blood flowed from it. The amount was exceptionally small. It hadn't even slipped out of his palm before it stopped flowing. What's going on? Mu Changsheng could not remain calm. His strongest attack, unleashed with all his might, could only inflict such a minor injury. Boom! Lin Chen seized the moment to swing his blade, interrupting Mu Changsheng's thoughts, sending him flying and crashing hard into the muddy seabed. The nearby seawater surged in, drowning him. Lin Chen advanced with his blade, pressing the attack, exuding a powerful aura that caused the seawater and mud to churn. How can his defense be this strong? Yi Tingyun stood on the shore, dumbfounded, his scalp tingling. Luo Qiushua let out a breath and said, when Lin Chen barely condensed a round of Blood Sun back then, he managed to escape unscathed from the ambush of the sword waterfall blood. Now that he has 3 rounds of Blood Suns coexisting, his defense naturally rises with the tide. Logically, theoretically, both made sense. However, it was simply too strong. Luo Qiushua recalled her years as an instructor in the Night Fire Army. Having seen all the geniuses, it couldn't be said that none were as outstanding as Lin Chen, but among high-level martial artists, there was indeed no one with such terrifying martial arts cultivation as Lin Chen. Yi Tingyun pondered, recalling, just now, when Lin Chen blocked Mu Changxing's strike while using the long night heavy armor. The related fluctuations of the heavenly intent were very evident. His level of comprehension is definitely extraordinary. Luo Qiushua calmed her mind and agreed. His other martial arts, such as Heavenly Fury and Ultimate Blade, are the same. Once he opens the Heavenly Gate, who knows how much heavenly intent he can invoke? Yi Tingyun revealed a satisfied smile, at least stronger than Mu Changxing. He observed that the battle in the sea had begun to clearly tilt in Lin Chen's favor after he injured Mu Changxing. Bang, bang, bang. In the clash, Mu Changxing continued to retreat, finding it increasingly difficult to confront directly. However, as the son of the chairman of the Liao state who was being heavily trained, his combat quality was very high. Aside from being struck once due to shock earlier, he quickly stabilized his mindset and responded calmly. The 8 war fortresses reappeared, no longer scattering, surrounding him, solely for defense. The Heavenly Gate can absorb the energy of the world from the outside. It has 8 gates, which makes the replenishment efficiency very high, allowing it to engage in a war of attrition with Lin Chen, a high-level martial artist. Boom! Lin Chen swung his sword, enveloped in the wrath of heaven, unleashing a storm of thunder that cut through the sky, all aimed at the 8 war fortresses intercepting him. With a thunderous explosion, the 8 war fortresses shook violently, cracks spreading across their surfaces, interconnected and very severe. A little more, and they would likely explode outright. Suppress! Mu Changxing formed seals with both hands, frantically absorbing the energy of the world from the outside to quickly repair the cracks. Lin Chen advanced with his sword, moving like a ghost, launching another attack. He could see that Mu Changxing wanted to engage in a war of attrition, but real combat is not just a simple offense and defense. Flaws would appear. Lin Chen focused on the battle, striking one blow after another. Combining with the wrath of heaven, his attacks were terrifying. His heart was as calm as ice, and the fighting spirit in his eyes continued to rise. In this battle, he would surely win. Boom! Lin Chen, wielding a silver straight sword, unleashed an ultimate strike, surrounded by countless thunders like divine punishment tearing through the sky. Bang bang bang! In an instant, under Mu Changxing's astonished gaze, the 8 war fortresses surrounding him trembled in the air and exploded, scattering debris everywhere. Blood splattered all over him as he was violently thrown back, directly leaping out of the empty area, landing on the sea surface. Due to the immense speed, he bounced off the water and fell again, ultimately crashing onto the shallow beach, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood mixed with seawater. The outcome is decided. Yi Tingyun and Luo Qiushua nodded secretly, believing that Lin Chen had found the opportunity to strike a decisive blow. However, in old Guan's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance suddenly flashed, revealing his shock. The strike Lin Chen delivered showed a slight increase in combat power, vaguely hinting at the essence of the abyss, albeit very weak, not even reaching the level of the various realms of the world needed to condense the abyss essence. Yet, in essence, it was indeed very similar. Old Guan's mind raced with thoughts. I concede. Mu Changxing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at the rapidly approaching Lin Chen, and without regard for face, admitted defeat while lying in the shallow water. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen sheathed his silver straight sword, then raised his hand to press down, summoning the abyss from the air. Gripping the hilt of the abyss, he did not put it away but instead thrust it backward, piercing it into the seabed next to Mu Changxing's neck. Due to the close distance, the sharp blade instantly cut through the skin of his neck, warm blood flowing out. Conceding is fine, but it doesn't mean it's over. If you want to forcefully try the abyss, and after failing you just leave, do you think that's appropriate? Commander Guan Shan. Seeing Lin Chen's actions, the white-haired elder accompanying Mu Changxing couldn't help but change his expression, but old Guan was present, and he wasn't foolish enough to intervene, hoping instead that old Guan would step in to call a halt. Uncle Jiang, it's fine. Mu Changxing waved his hand while lying in the sea. Compared to the white-haired elder's tension, he was much calmer, revealing a smile on his face as he faced Lin Chen. Brother Lin, I agree with your point. What do you need me to pay? His words and actions returned to the initial politeness. This crushing defeat made Mu Changxing realize 2 things. First, in terms of mastering the abyss, he was absolutely no match for Lin Chen and would no longer have hope of succeeding. Second, while Lin Chen did not say he would definitely succeed the abyss, based on his foundational martial arts talent, the possibility was not small. For such a potential future powerhouse, there was no need to escalate the conflict further. Lin Chen's gaze flickered, slightly surprised by Mu Changxing's change in attitude, but he didn't dwell on it and directly said, "Pay a registration fee." "Reasonable." Mu Changxing agreed readily. "How much?" Lin Chen thought for a moment, glancing sideways at Old Guan, and smiled. "What do you think is appropriate?" Old Guan would certainly have a more accurate grasp of the price in this regard. After a brief contemplation, Old Guan said, 99 million. Upon hearing this quote, Mu Changxing pursed his lips, genuinely feeling it was quite a lot. His expenses in martial arts over the years had been enormous, but nearly 200 million was still a significant expenditure for him. But the next moment, upon hearing Elder Guan's further explanation, Mu Changxing couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. It still needs to be a steady stream. So, if we don't consider the super geniuses visiting later, we might as well go all out. What do you think? Lin Chen's gaze returned to Mu Changxing. No problem. Mu Changxing suppressed a slight pain in his heart, smiled, and nodded. "I will have the family foundation make an investment of 99 million into Brother Lin, so there will be no tax and it will be guaranteed to arrive within 24 hours. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't do much more, grasping the Heiyuan and pulling it up. Mu Changxing climbed out of the sea, stepped ashore, and summoned the energy of heaven and earth to dry off. Then, he tidied his clothes, faced Elder Guan, and bowed, saying, "If you have no other instructions, the student will take his leave." After that, he looked at Lin Chen again, smiling apologetically. "Today's visit is about the matter, not the person, so please don't take offense, Brother Lin. However, since blood has been shed, if you ever come to the capital of Lizhou, I must treat you to apologize. No need to see me off." Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged as he calmly watched the two leave. He was very clear that Mu Changxing's cooperation and politeness had nothing to do with personal character. It was about the identity of the successor of Heiyuan and the powerful Elder Guan standing behind him, his talent and strength. Therefore, Mu Changxing, whose family background was even more illustrious than Li Ziqi's, showed no arrogance of a wealthy heir when facing him. When one is powerful, the world is always sunny. You kid are really scary. After a while, many day-level night watchmen might not be your match. Yi Tingyun shook his head, feeling quite emotional. To be honest, there is indeed this possibility. My period of rapid strength growth hasn't ended yet. Lin Chen came back to his senses, teasing with a smile as he saw Elder Guan walking over. "Why didn't you ask for an even 200 million? Elder Guan replied calmly, "It's a conventional pricing technique. It seems more like 100 million rather than 200 million, which will attract more geniuses wanting to try Heiyuan to spend money." Lin Chen blinked, not expecting this reason. He naturally understood the technique of not quoting round numbers. So many martial arts weren't sold for nothing, but that Elder Guan would consider this was truly beyond his expectations. After all, he was a ruthless person who nearly killed a god. Elder Guan was unfazed, glanced at Lin Chen, and said calmly, "I joined the army at 16. Back then, I dared to enter the depths of the beast tide for a bottle that could enhance my chi and blood by about 10 cards, and to earn cultivation resources, I did all sorts of dirty work. Among them, extorting the geniuses of those noble families was the fastest way to make money. Aside from the risk of assassination, there were no other issues." Lin Chen coughed lightly. By this comparison, he seemed like a law-abiding good citizen. Elder Guan thought for a moment and reminded, "You probably won't lack resources in the future." Lin Chen smiled and said, "It seems there are quite a few super geniuses wanting to come and try Heiyuan. It's not because of that. Truly powerful martial arts resources cannot be bought with money." Elder Guan corrected him, not keeping it a secret, directly informing Lin Chen, "Once your resonance with Heiyuan increases further, and the Holy Summer King confirms that you have a high probability of mastering Heiyuan, they will pour resources into you to help you realize your potential as soon as possible. It might be the Night Watch headquarters or possibly high-ranking military officials. It will depend on your choice at that time." Luo Qiushue could see the essence, and Elder Guan was even clearer. He had already thought of this when publicly announcing Lin Chen's succession to Heiyuan. That's something to look forward to. Lin Chen revealed a brilliant smile, raising his hand to stroke the black knife handle at his waist. "I'm quite familiar with Heiyuan. My resonance level has improved compared to that rainy night." Upon hearing this, Elder Guan's eyes flickered. After that rainy night, he only allowed Lin Chen to carry Heiyuan to further familiarize himself, and they hadn't started formal teaching yet. That's a good thing. Yi Tingyun grinned widely. When he brought Lin Chen to meet Elder Guan, he had indeed wanted Heiyuan to reappear in the world. Old Guan thought more deeply and scrutinized Lin Chen, saying, "Can you still replicate the strike that defeated Mu Changxing?" Lin Chen pondered for a moment and shook his head. "Not really. At that time, my fighting spirit was intense, and I was determined to win. I was in great condition, and the attack I unleashed was stronger than usual." "You don't quite fit that situation," Old Guan mused. "Not?" Lin Chen felt surprised. "I know the situation you're talking about. In certain circumstances, like extreme anger, hatred, or a strong desire to win, one can potentially unleash greater fighting power. This isn't a rare occurrence. Many martial artists have experienced it, but your final strike was different. Old Guan's thoughts were clear as he gestured for Lin Chen to open his left hand. Look, the wounds inflicted by Mu Changsheng have already healed. Lin Chen was puzzled and said, my physical condition is very strong. This level of flesh wound doesn't require deliberate nurturing. With qi and blood, relying solely on my body's self-healing ability, I can recover in 3 to 5 minutes. Old Guan explained, yes, when you defeated Mu Changsheng, the wounds were almost healed, but at the moment you delivered the final strike, the wounds completely healed, and the speed of healing increased significantly, which defies logic. I was focused on the battle, so I didn't pay much attention to that. Lin Chen nodded, stroking his chin as he analyzed, enhancing fighting power and healing wounds. It feels somewhat similar to the abilities of the Abyss. Exactly. Old Guan exhaled lightly, his eyes brightening. The final strike you delivered contained signs of the faint essence of the Abyss. Ha! Lin Chen felt a bit dazed. Beside him, Yi Tingyun and Luo Qiushue were equally astonished. Can Lin Chen resonate with the Abyss from a distance? Yi Tingyun speculated. No, Old Guan firmly denied. Luo Qiushue, as the executive minister of the Night Watch, had more information than Yi Tingyun. At this moment, a flash of insight struck her, and she exclaimed, is there a nascent form of the Abyss essence within Lin Chen? Old Guan gently nodded, there's a high possibility. This way, Lin Chen's talent in mastering the Abyss could be reasonably explained. Yi Tingyun was dumbfounded, murmuring, an ability possessing the power of the Abyss? The signs are extremely faint, and the degree of damage is certainly high, insufficient to support the awakening of the ability, Old Guan calmly analyzed. Of course, it still has considerable benefits for mastering the Abyss. Not necessarily. Luo Qiushue's voice suddenly rang out, trembling slightly due to her intense emotions. Old Guan turned to look at her and asked directly, why do you say that? Luo Qiushue glanced at Lin Chen, who shrugged and smiled, saying, there is indeed a possibility of awakening the Abyss ability. When I entered the ancient realm to rescue, I obtained a prehistoric ultimate skill, the gene sublimation technique. Lin Chen briefly recounted. However, I've been busy cultivating these days and haven't had the chance to practice this ultimate skill, so I'm not familiar with it. The related introductory information didn't mention the ability to actively choose the nascent essence hidden deep within the genes. I speculate that the process of repair has a strong randomness and I can't decide it myself. Lin Chen pondered. What if Yi Tingyun was even more excited than Lin Chen himself, filled with anticipation? Upon hearing this, Luo Qiushue couldn't help but stare at Lin Chen, her heart racing rapidly, pounding loudly. If he awakens the Abyss ability, the possibility of fully mastering the Abyss would be astonishing. Once Lin Chen achieves this, the position of the Nightfire Army commander would likely belong to him alone. On the other side, on the Wanhai Highway, Mu Changsheng and the white-haired old man continued forward, entering a luxury car parked by the roadside after walking about 10 kilometers. To show respect for Old Guan, the two dared not drive directly to the lighthouse and chose to walk part of the way instead. Let's go. The white-haired old man took the passenger seat and instructed the waiting driver. Mu Changsheng sat in the back seat, closed his eyes, and focused on healing the injuries sustained during the battle. The luxury car quickly drove away, smooth and quiet, with hardly any sound of wind. However, just a few minutes after setting off, the rear window on the other side of Mu Changsheng's seat suddenly vanished, and a fierce gust of wind rushed in, lifting Mu Changsheng's clothes. How did the trial go? Do you have the talent to control the Black Abyss? Before Mu Changsheng could open his eyes to observe, a magnetic voice rang out in the wind. Who? The white-haired old man reacted first, turning his head sharply, his eyes flashing with electric light, ready to strike. Uncle Jiang. It's fine. Mu Changsheng hurriedly called out, looking at the young man who had appeared beside him like a ghost, a rare look of tension surfacing in his eyes. The other person leaned back casually in his seat, probably around the same age as him, tall and slender, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his somewhat disheveled black hair falling down, making him quite handsome. However, the exposed skin was too pale, almost sickly. Young Master Zhao. Mu Changsheng greeted, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Zhao's wave of his hand. Stop right there, I can't bear the title of young master as an orphan, nor do I like it, just call me by my name. Mudasha. You haven't forgotten my name, have you? The young man revealed a playful smile. I wouldn't dare, Zhao Fulan's name is thunderous, etched in my memory for life. Mu Changsheng forced a smile and quickly returned to the topic. I couldn't try out the Black Abyss, so I don't know if I have the talent. Zhao Fulan was surprised. The commander of the Guanshan army didn't agree? He didn't refuse, but I made an agreement with Lin Chen not to use powerful super weapons for a match, and as a result, I wasn't his opponent and didn't qualify to try the Black Abyss. Tell me more. Lin Chen's martial arts cultivation is truly terrifying. He is clearly just a high-level warrior, but his combat power is estimated to reach the level of merging with the will of heaven and earth. However, the most astonishing part is his defense. Mu Changsheng recounted the details truthfully. After listening, Zhao Fulan stroked his chin, raised an eyebrow, and smiled, muttering to himself, coming here in person was the right choice, this trip was not in vain. Mu Changsheng couldn't understand and tentatively asked, "Do you also want to try controlling the Black Abyss?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Fulan glanced at him, the smile on his face fading, adjusting his sleeves, and said slowly, "Mu Changsheng, you have quite the audacity. I am carrying out a mission on the king's orders, and you dare to openly inquire about confidential information. Do you know that your current actions could lead to a death sentence according to military law?" Mu Changsheng's face twitched, revealing a smile more painful than a grimace, and said, "Young Master Zhao Fulan, you used this excuse to deny me a chance to observe the law steel once before. You can't keep taking advantage of me." Zhao Fulan was about to say something but coughed involuntarily, then pouted, "Forget it, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't hold it against you." After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared. Seeing this, Mu Changsheng let out a long breath, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. The pressure he felt in front of Zhao Fulan was indeed heavy. This young man, who was a few months younger than him, was truly an orphan. His parents had died during the invasion of alien beasts, and his family background was far less illustrious than his own. But Zhao Fulan was ranked among the quasi-kings of Xingxia. "Quasi-king," Mu Changsheng murmured, turning his face slightly, his gaze towards the sea filled with longing. A quasi-king is not a rank in martial arts but specifically refers to a genius with the potential to break through to king status. In other words, one of the most outstanding super geniuses in all of Xingxia. A few months ago, Mu Changsheng successfully opened the 8th heavenly gate, overflowing with confidence, disregarding his father's objections, wanting to write his name into the quasi-king ranks of Xingxia. But in the end, he didn't even get to participate in the test and was struck down by the examiners. Words. He still remembers it clearly. A total of 3 bone temperings. Overall. Do you understand what that means? Don't interrupt me. I know you have mostly undergone 3 bone temperings and have bathed in the blood of the Dragon King, raising your blood strength to 4,900 calories. But it doesn't matter. Can a patched-up jar compare to a seamless ceramic one? Moreover, your 8 heavenly gates are not enough. Do you know how many geniuses are on the holy summer? 10. At least. And this is just a baseline to verify whether one's martial arts talent is qualified to enter the holy summer. One must awaken top-tier abilities with the potential to grow into a domain, and it must be a powerful domain. Ordinary domains are not sufficient. For example, your father's 9 crows domain won't do. Of course, your father's true intent hasn't reached the level of a domain. I'm just using it as an example for your understanding. You came from Liu, right? Let me think. Have you heard of the Guanshan army? Master? I have some understanding. That's good. In the same domain level facing the Guanshan army master's Black Abyss domain, at least you can hold on for a while. Just holding on? Go back and ask your father what level it is to withstand a single strike from the Black Abyss domain. Don't be disheartened. Your lack of qualification doesn't mean you're not excellent, it's just that the requirements for are too high. How many can be gathered from all 33 states of holy summer? As his thoughts gradually settled, Mu Changsheng took a deep breath and calmed his mind. Thee is a glory that belongs to a very small number of super geniuses. It cannot be forced. Even Lin Chen, chosen by Guanshan, needs the support of the Black Abyss to become a. Relying solely on martial arts talent is impossible. At least before refining the true intent of martial arts, it's quite difficult. Mu Changsheng thought for a moment but didn't dare to make a definitive conclusion. Lin Chen's martial arts cultivation, at the level of a high-level warrior, was indeed extraordinarily strong. The instinct-level cultivation obtained from opening the heavenly gates in the future should be used for gene sublimation. Lin Chen must be feeling happy about his own nascent Black Abyss true intent. If he could truly awaken the Black Abyss ability, it would be greatly beneficial for him. Whether in personal talent, strength, or progress in mastering the Black Abyss, he would see significant improvements. However, overall, Lin Chen's mindset remained calm. His core ability lies in simplifying martial arts. For him, the Black Abyss ability is more like an embellishment. Wait a little longer. Old Guan stopped the 2 who were about to ascend into the helicopter. Someone else is coming. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and said, "Another person wanting to try the Black Abyss?" Old Guan agreed with Lin Chen's view, saying, "Most likely, the newcomer is quite young, probably just a year or 2 older than you, and has considerable strength." As he spoke, Lin Chen sensed something and turned to look towards the end of the Huanhai Highway. A handsome young man was rushing over, his movements very strange, landing silently, moving as if light were spreading in a vacuum. Luo Qiushui also looked over, her eyes flashing slightly, surprised. "Zhao Fulan?" Lin Chen glanced at her and asked, "Do you know Minister Luo?" Luo Qiushui nodded. Zhao Fulan is considered half a member of the Night Fire Army. Both of his parents served in the Night Fire Army and unfortunately perished in an alien invasion years ago. After that, Zhao Fulan refused adoption and chose to stay in the Night Fire Army reserves to train. I trained him for a few years. This person is very outstanding. Luo Qiushui paused, unusually emphasizing her tone. At 16, he graduated early from the reserves, and at that time, whether it was martial arts talent, strength, or personal will, he ranked first, far ahead of the second place. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The allure of the black abyss is indeed great. Whoosh! Zhao Fulan stepped forward, instantly transitioning from movement to stillness, smoothly stopping before the lighthouse. Then, he faced Old Guan, raised his arm in salute, and said loudly, "Night Fire Army Reserve graduate Zhao Fulan greets Army Master Guanshan." Old Guan glanced around and said, "Not bad." Zhao Fulan smiled, "You flatter me." After saying that, his gaze fell on Luo Qiushue beside him. "Instructor Luo, long time no see. Since we last parted, your beauty remains unchanged, not a bit different." Luo Qiushue scrutinized Zhao Fulan's overly pale complexion and said, "You've changed a lot to enter the Holy Summer's Quasi-King sequence." Zhao Fulan shrugged, seemingly indifferent. Wanting too much always comes at a cost. Luo Qiushue didn't dwell on the topic and directly asked, "Did you come from the Black Abyss?" Zhao Fulan nodded and shook his head, raising an eyebrow. With a smile, yes and no. After giving this ambiguous answer, his gaze returned to Old Guan. "I grew up listening to your stories, so I naturally trust your choice of successor 100% and won't seek out trouble. Of course, the registration fee of 99 million is quite painful for me," Zhao Fulan joked, looking towards Lin Chen, "but I did come to find you because of the Black Abyss, otherwise, it might have taken a bit longer." Lin Chen met his gaze calmly and asked, "What is it?" "The order from the Killing King." Zhao Fulan straightened his face, his voice serious, as he took out a document, "inviting you to participate in the King's Blood Path." Before Lin Chen could inquire, Old Guan's voice sounded, flatly stating, "Is this the military's way of training successors for the Black Abyss?" "Of course not." Zhao Fulan immediately shook his head, looking earnestly into Old Guan's eyes. "The bow and arrow you wanted to draw on the military back then has someone who has been persistent and will shoot arrows. This year, the high-level officials of Holy Summer will be stirred, even creating great waves. The competition for top resources will be extremely fierce and will take some time to calm down." Upon hearing this, Old Guan fell silent for a moment, a look of reminiscence in his eyes. Yi Tingyun's spirit jolted, as if he thought of something, and his breathing grew heavy. Lin Chen was slightly surprised and then asked the initial question, "What is the King's Blood Path?" Zhao Fulan thought for a moment and said, "Do you understand the Holy Summer's Quasi-King sequence? I've heard people talk about it, but I'm not clear on the specifics. I only know it's the strongest group of geniuses in Holy Summer," Lin Chen replied directly. Zhao Fulan smiled slightly. "Understanding this concept is enough. The King's Blood Path, simply put, is used to cultivate geniuses. Initially, it was trained by the Killing King for his personal soldiers, later handed over to the relevant military departments, covering all military geniuses, including the Night Patrol Department where you work, which has a certain quota each year due to its close ties with the military." Zhao Fulan emphasized solemnly, "The most important thing is that the upper limit of the King's Blood Path is extremely high. It can help people break into the Holy Summer's Quasi-King sequence. Even if one cannot achieve it, as long as they can complete it fully, their talent and strength will significantly increase." Luo Qiushue interjected, her voice cold, "There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world." Zhao Fulan remained unfazed. "As long as the return is appropriate, there's nothing that can't be given. Moreover, there are always some things worth doing." Zhao Fulan hinted. Instructor Luo retired from the Night Fire Army and chose to join the Night Patrol Department, not entirely for better development prospects, right? Luo Qiushue let out a light breath and said no more. Zhao Fulan turned to Lin Chen and continued, "At this stage, since you have just taken charge of the Black Abyss, along with some other matters, the high-level officials of the military and the Night Patrol Department are observing. The King's Path is a great opportunity for self-verification. As long as you perform well enough, you can quickly obtain a separate training plan from Holy Summer. Moreover, the Black Abyss is of great importance, and for those in the Holy Summer's Quasi-King sequence, it is equally tempting. Their level is not something you can compare to the Mu Changxing you just defeated. Some have opened 12 heavenly gates, each merging a different realm of heaven and earth. Some have already manifested the true meaning of martial arts with supernatural abilities, yet are only in their 20s, commanding an army. They might all want to try the Black Abyss. You were personally chosen by Commander Guan and can request to fight on equal terms or suppress your strength to the same age level, but it would still feel a bit frustrating, wouldn't it?" Zhao Fulan spoke eloquently, listing various reasons, seemingly eager for Lin Chen to embark on the King's Blood Path. Old Guan looked at Lin Chen and said, "First, take the document. Whether to go or refuse, think it over later." "No problem, just contact the military when you decide." Zhao Fulan smiled and nodded. The risks of the King's Blood Path were not small, and he would give the target a few days to consider. Lin Chen, as the personally selected successor of the former military giant Guan Lao, had a higher time allowance. Theoretically, 3 to 5 years was not a problem. "All right." Lin Chen raised his hand to take the document casually, glancing over it, still harboring some doubts in his heart. At that moment, Zhao Fulan smiled apologetically and said, "I have one more thing I'd like to discuss with Commander Guan privately, just for a few minutes." Guan Lao did not refuse, his gaze sweeping over Lin Chen, Yi Tingyun, and Luo Qiushue. "You three can go back first." Upon hearing this, the three of them set off to leave. Yi Tingyun drove away, while Luo Qiushue took Lin Chen up into the hovering helicopter. Guan Lao looked at Zhao Fulan. Just say it. Zhao Fulan raised his hand and spun it, taking out a section of pure white vine, his voice dry as he said, "This is a life vine sent to you by several elders of the Nightfire Army. I hope you can accept it." This section of life vine was the reason he chose to visit in person. Zhao Fulan knew in his heart that the elder before him, after lifting the seal of the Black Abyss, had officially entered the countdown of life. Especially when frequently using the Black Abyss domain for teaching, his lifespan might only last a few more months. A section of life vine could at least extend his time a bit. Guan Lao sighed and said, "Tell him when you go back that the choice made back then was solely mine. They need not feel guilty, nor should they harbor resentment." Zhao Fulan pursed his lips. "They also asked me to inquire if you would like Lin Chen to join the Nightfire Army. Many of the core members from back then are still around, and their strength remains formidable." Guan Lao was silent for a moment and said, "Now is not the time to decide. Lin Chen is still in the familiarization stage with the Black Abyss. As for what the future holds, I believe Lin Chen will make his own choice." On the way back to the Night Patrol Division by helicopter, Lin Chen opened the document regarding the King's Blood Path and read it carefully. The content, aside from the invitation letter to Lin Chen on the first page, resembled more of an introduction. It mainly discussed the history of the King's Blood Path, how many quasi-kings it had shaped, what top-tier resources were available, and the existence of a certain casualty rate. Lin Chen closed the document, thought for a moment, and asked, "What does participating in the King's Blood Path require?" Luo Qiushue, sitting opposite him, seemed to have a deep understanding and immediately replied, "It varies from person to person. There are no specific conditions. Whether it's the military or the Night Patrol Division, it's quite vague. Most of it involves deeper binding, and once you grow stronger, you'll need to undertake more tasks." As she spoke, she leaned forward to glance at the pilot in the cockpit. Whoosh! An icy blue light unfolded in front of Luo Qiushue, like some kind of barrier separating the cockpit from the cabin. "What I'm about to say cannot be widely disclosed yet," Luo Qiushue explained, returning to the previous topic. "The contributions required for this participation in the King's Blood Path are likely different from before." Lin Chen's eyes flickered, his thoughts turning quickly as he speculated. Zhao Fulan previously used the metaphor of drawing a bow and shooting an arrow to describe something related to this? Upon hearing this, Luo Qiushue couldn't help but glance at him, nodding in acknowledgement. If nothing unexpected happens, it definitely involves that. What Guan Lao wanted to do back then wasn't anything new. Simply put, he was unwilling to let the martial arts hierarchy of Xingxia solidify, wanting to retain a sufficient number of upward pathways. Various precious top-tier resources shouldn't only be given to the descendants of noble families and the powerful. As long as one has the talent, even if their family background is ordinary, they can still rise without having to sign a lifetime contract of servitude for a martial arts manual. Luo Qiushue spoke solemnly, revealing the truth of that time. Later, Guan Lao retired due to injuries sustained while battling deities and went into seclusion in the mountains and seas. However, many military bigwigs still uphold this philosophy. Now, martial arts schools are flourishing in Xingxia, with support from various levels of government. The military and the Night Patrol Division recruit reserve members, which is basically the result of upper-level promotion. However, what is more in line with human nature is that once a person sits in a high position, they hope to keep it for themselves, passing it down from father to son, from son to grandson, for generations to come. Luo Qiushue's gaze was cold as she looked directly at Lin Chen. "You should have some understanding of this. If it weren't for your talent far surpassing the geniuses of Shanghai City, the likes of Li Ziqi, a scion of a wealthy family, would be enough to suppress all civilian geniuses, yet his talent may not necessarily be higher than Qin Ming's." Lin Chen nodded gently. "Indeed, the impact of resources on cultivation is too significant. Just within the realm of primary martial artists, there is already a qualitative difference between the first, second, and third bone tempering." Luo Qiushue continued, "If Shanghai City is like this, the situation in the entire Xingxia is even more severe. The amount of top-tier resources is pitifully small and cannot be reproduced. The upper echelons of Xingxia have been engaged in both overt and covert games, and with the development over the years, it can be said that it has approached an irreconcilable level. When I left the military back then, I was also influenced by this." Luo Qiushue sighed, and after a moment of silence, she gathered her spirits and said, "The foreign lands are close at hand, and civil war is definitely not an option. That would be giving away opportunities. Since the conflict arises from resource distribution, let's see who is stronger. In the coming period, there will likely be multiple brutal competitions among the prodigies." Luo Qiushue's expression was serious. Lin Chen gradually understood, saying, "It's somewhat like a war of representatives, where the faction that Elder Guan belonged to wants to select a group of civilian geniuses through the path of royal blood to counter the geniuses of the noble families." Luo Qiushue affirmed his statement. "It can indeed be called a war. It will be very bloody. The competing geniuses may be severely injured, crippled, or even die. You are the successor chosen by Elder Guan, possessing the power of the abyss, and the hope of rising is great. There's no need to take too many risks. However, Elder Guan had you accept the documents regarding the path of royal blood, instead of directly refusing, which certainly means he has reasons for wanting you to join. Luo Qiushue pondered and analyzed. Lin Chen seemed to be deep in thought, asking, what does Minister Luo think those reasons are? 3, I suppose. Luo Qiushue seemed to have already thought it through. First, if the noble families win the competition among prodigies, or if it drags on for a long time, it will affect Xingxia's cultivation of you, or, rather, the master of the abyss. I believe you wouldn't want to leave the choice of your fate to others. Elder Guan must understand you better than I do. Second, I, or rather Yi Tingyun, and Elder Guan, have all witnessed your rise firsthand and are more aware of your potential. It is very likely that the path of royal blood will forge a name for you as a quasi-king. Third, it is also related to you. This competition among prodigies is of great significance and will undoubtedly attract widespread attention. If you perform well, even achieving final victory, you will become a representative figure of the upper echelons of Xingxia, receiving attention that will not be less than that of the identity of the abyss successor, which will be even more beneficial for your future rise. Luo Qiushue provided her reasoning. Lin Chen glanced at the documents in his hand, fell silent for a moment, and said, I understand. Seeing this, Luo Qiushue dispelled the ice blue barrier and said no more. This path of royal blood, when viewed broadly, could influence the future direction of Xingxia. Whether to go or refuse is not a decision that can be made lightly, it must be considered carefully. The helicopter sped along, and Lin Chen remained silent throughout, ripples stirring in his heart, echoing continuously. The power struggles among the military's upper echelons and the future direction of Xingxia, these high-frequency terms that often appeared in the conversations of men, after a few rounds of drinks, were now concretely laid out before him, within reach. To say he could treat it as ordinary would naturally be a lie. However, Lin Chen had already made some psychological preparations when he took charge of the abyss, a super weapon capable of contending with deities. Even if Elder Guan had no additional demands of him, the upper echelons of Xingxia could not remain indifferent. Today's powerful kings are rarely like carefree wanderers. They are mostly found in the military, the night watch, government, and other official departments. Lin Chen had a rough idea of how to get involved, however, when the next match will take place and under what circumstances he had not yet considered. Fortunately, he did not need to rush, as he had ample time. No matter what the future holds, it ultimately depends on oneself. Lin Chen was clear about his path ahead. When the helicopter landed at the night patrol's base, the emotions that had been surging in his heart had already returned to normal. Before leaving, Luo Qiushue called out to Lin Chen and reminded him, we will set off in 3 days to attend the Star-Tier Night Watchman assessment at the night patrol's headquarters in Lizhou. I'll accompany you. What are your plans next? I will continue exploring the mechanical 218 ancient realm. Lin Chen had already made up his mind. I'll head out tomorrow to escort the researchers to the Flame Tower, and after that, I'll explore for another day. The day after tomorrow night, I'll go out again. I want to improve my strength a bit more. Alright, contact me when you're out. See you then. After parting ways with Luo Qiushue, Lin Chen went directly to the resource department and sold all the findings from his exploration of the ancient realm over the past few days. Additionally, Mu Changxing's registration fee of 99 million had also arrived under the guise of sponsorship. As before, Lin Chen purchased all the blood-boosting pills and then headed to the mechanical 218 ancient realm. Let's begin. Passing through the spatial passage, Lin Chen exhaled lightly, and a great sun of vitality rose, starting to devour and refine the blood-boosting pills. Before long, Lin Chen found the team that was still exploring and continued forward. Another day passed, and Lin Chen led the team out, spending several hours escorting dozens of researchers to the Flame Tower. This area was under the watch of other night watchmen, so he didn't need to worry about the researchers' safety anymore. Lin Chen then continued with his exploration tasks. Meanwhile, his training had not ceased, steadily improving. After refining the last batch of blood-boosting pills, the progress of his third round of the Great Sun exceeded 88%. In the past 2 days, I found another batch of resources. After selling them, I should be able to reach 90% progress. It's just a pity that I haven't found any areas similar to the Flame Tower. Lin Chen shook his head inwardly, feeling a bit regretful. When he killed Li Han, the enhancement from the Black Abyss to the third round of the Great Sun was significant, nearly perfect. In that state, my combat power could definitely reach the level of a Sun Tier Night Watchman, but 90% progress is a bit risky. Lin Chen's thoughts soared. The individual assessment for Sun Tier Night Watchman is somewhat more difficult than the unified assessment, but there's no need to be anxious. His combat power was very comprehensive, with a fully realized 10 layers of the heavy armored breaker body, and he also had the long night heavy armor, relying on strong defense, allowing for very extreme combat strategies. Moreover, the essence of the Black Abyss was hidden within his genes, which might even trigger the progress of around 90%. In the third round of the Great Sun just meant a bit less certainty, but it didn't mean there was no hope. Mu Chongqing's 99 million registration fee had allowed his training progress to advance ahead of schedule. Therefore, after completing this exploration of the ancient realm, Lin Chen did not rush to the resource department but instead found Luo Qiuxue as soon as possible. Sit. Luo Qiuxue put down the documents she was reviewing and gestured with her hand. All right. Lin Chen smiled and brought up the main topic. Minister Luo, how are those super geniuses who want to try the Black Abyss recently? Luo Qiuxue glanced at him and said, the incident of Mu Chongqing's crushing defeat has had a significant impact. Those super geniuses who are not as good as him go without saying, they won't come back to humiliate themselves. As for those stronger than him, they are also hesitant to act rashly for the time being, hoping that someone else will take the lead to test the specific situation. They don't know the specific attitude of Commander Guan towards you. If their strength significantly exceeds yours, how can a fair battle be ensured? Suppressed to the same realm? With your combat power, there's no hope for a quasi-king. In battles among peers, there are quite a few who are at a higher cultivation level than you, but in terms of combat power, there aren't many. Moreover, how can the might be suppressed, and how should martial insights be lowered? In such a gap, will Commander Guan allow you to use the Black Abyss? If allowed, with your defense plus infinite stamina and infinite healing, even a quasi-king would be helpless. 200 million is not a small amount. Luo Qiuxue had been paying attention to this matter, and with the powerful intelligence system of the Night Patrol Division, she had learned quite a bit. Lin Chen spread his hands, feeling a bit helpless. All right. It seems I need to open the Heavenly Gate as soon as possible and directly announce that we can fight with full strength. Otherwise, the registration fee will be hard to earn. That's not a problem. Luo Qiuxue said firmly, your blood energy foundation can no longer be described as robust. As long as you complete the cultivation of the Great Sun of Blood Energy, opening the Heavenly Gate will definitely come naturally, and at least 3 will be opened on the first try. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and said, I'll take your good words. Luo Qiuxue smiled lightly, thought for a moment, and added, trying to use the deadlock of the Black Abyss won't last long. I estimate that once you finish the Night Watcher assessment and your combat power limit is exposed, new super geniuses won't be able to resist coming to test the waters. Lin Chen was surprised. I know the promotion list will be announced, but the assessment process won't be public, right? Luo Qiuxue's smile faded. Some super geniuses affiliated with the Night Patrol Division also want to take control of the Black Abyss. Lin Chen nodded and calmly said, I almost forgot about that. The super geniuses of Xingxia, like the strong, are mostly concentrated in official institutions. However, Lin Chen was not worried. Now that he was in charge of the Black Abyss, in terms of backing, few could compare to him. In terms of strength, he could also bear the title of powerful. The key was that his rate of progress was even more terrifying. Time was on his side. Then, Lin Chen asked about some details of the Night Watcher assessment, and after listening, he felt more confident. See you tomorrow. After leaving Luo Qiuxue's office, Lin Chen went to the resource department to sell the gains from exploring the secret realm, then bought new blood boosting powder. After finishing all this, he left the base and headed to the seaside villa provided by the Night Patrol Division. Once home, he went straight to the independent training room and began taking medicine to cultivate. This time, because he could focus on his training, the progress was extremely fast. Just past midnight, he had exhausted all the blood boosting powder. As expected, the progress of the third round of the Great Sun reached 90%. Ha! Lin Chen exhaled, got up, and prepared to adjust his state. In the path of cultivation, going too far is just as bad as not going far enough. He went to the rooftop garden on the top floor, found a lounge chair, and lay down leisurely. The cool evening breeze brushed against him, and the stars in the night sky shone brightly. Since coming to Xingxia, this was the first time he felt so relaxed. Initially, he was busy making money, and just as his live-streaming sales of martial arts were starting to show results, he encountered the incident of the shattered mountain stone, and then he awakened the system. After that, his life, if not grand, was at least more intense than many people's entire lives. Not bad. Lin Chen smiled slightly. This was the life he wanted. Lin Chen still remembered the vow he made deep in his heart when he won the martial arts exchange competition. He wanted to keep going. He would keep going. In the night sea breeze, Lin Chen gazed at the starry sky. Right. A thought flashed through his mind. I should visit Old Guan tomorrow morning and hand over the Black Abyss to him. Previously, when Old Guan asked Lin Chen to carry the Black Abyss, he mentioned that it couldn't be taken out of Shanghai City for the time being. The headquarters in the state was located in the capital, Shiguang City, which was quite far from Shanghai City, over 10,000 miles away. It won't affect me. The Night Watcher assessment can only use the most basic super weapons, and the standard straight knife provided by the Night Patrol Division is sufficient. Lin Chen thought to himself. Buzz. Suddenly, the communicator issued by the Night Patrol Division vibrated, and Lin Chen took it out to see that Luo Qiuxue was calling. Director Luo, what's the matter? The intelligence department has detected an alien invasion, classified as a level 4 invasion. The risk is not high, 2 moon stage leaders can hold the fort. I think you can go over to gain some experience, which will also be beneficial for the upcoming assessment. No problem. Lin Chen flipped over and stood up, shaking off his laziness. Where is the location? On the north side of Taishan Mountain. The specific location has been uploaded to your communicator. I'm setting off now. It won't reach the level of enhancing the Great Sun of Blood energy, but it's not too far off either. Lin Chen secretly analyzed. This is just a 3rd tier exotic beast. A stronger destructive level ferocious beast will definitely have a qualitative change in energy quality. A glimmer of anticipation rose in his heart. The night watchman with the surname Xiao noticed Lin Chen had stopped his movements and asked, "Shall we act now?" Lin Chen smiled and replied, "Captain Xiao, you just need to take charge, I'm here mainly to learn." Upon hearing this, the night watchman with the surname Xiao felt relieved and said with a smile, "No need to be modest, we still need you as our support for this extermination." He had been somewhat worried that Lin Chen would insist on command. Although the other party was just a formal night watchman, both in personal strength and status within the night patrol division, he was above him. How about this? Lin Chen, you are the strongest, so you lead the charge at the front while I take care of the teams on the flanks. If we encounter danger, I can respond the fastest and cover you to create distance. No problem. Then let's set off now. The night watchmen around them moved at the command, quickly heading up the mountain, charging into the area where the exotic realm merged with the holy summer. Whoosh! Lin Chen, with the 3 suns hanging above his head, moved the fastest. Before long, he was the first to spot a nearly 100-meter-long python, its form resembling earth and stone, coiling through the forest with immense pressure. The heavy mountain python, a 1st-tier destructive level ferocious beast, was equivalent to a Heaven Gate martial artist at the induction stage. Of course, this comparison was with ordinary Heaven Gate martial artists who possessed 2 to 3 Heaven Gates. Someone like Mu Changsheng, who had 8 Heaven Gates, was certainly not comparable. Roar! As soon as the heavy mountain python detected the intruder, its beastly eyes were filled with blinding lightning, preparing to respond, but a tremendous thunderous sound echoed in its ears, scattering its entire consciousness. In just one encounter, Lin Chen used the wrath of heaven to instantly kill the heavy mountain python. The strength of both sides was not on the same level. Without pausing, Lin Chen activated the Azure Void Devouring technique, refining and purifying the python's flesh and blood to the utmost. It really works. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. It's even stronger than the effect of blood elevation powder. There's no need to purify it to the utmost, just reaching about 80% of the limit is enough. Lin Chen revealed a smile, scanning the forest ahead. The low growls echoing from all directions made his smile even brighter. Whoosh! Lin Chen's figure flickered, like a strange phantom, disappearing from sight. Before long, the night watchman with the surname Xiao, along with several team members, quickly arrived, gazing at the massive python corpse, which was as shriveled as the previous iron feather eagle, and couldn't help but purse his lips. He crouched down to investigate, his shock deepening. Another one-hit kill. Lin Chen's strength must have reached the level of a sun tier night watchman, right? The night watchman with the surname Xiao stood up and set off again. Not long after, he noticed a heavy, powerful beast roar abruptly stop, and shortly after, another beast roar disappeared, one after another. The night watchman with the surname Xiao moved forward to investigate, encountering multiple beast corpses along the way. Whether they were 1st, 2nd, or 3rd-tier exotic beasts, or 1st-tier destructive level ferocious beasts, without exception, they all couldn't withstand a single blow and died instantly. Before the invasion from the exotic realm could conclude, the 2 realms were still merging, and all the incoming exotic beasts had already been killed. When the night watchman with the surname Xiao saw Lin Chen again, Lin Chen was standing in front of a beast corpse, refining its flesh and blood. This was a tiger-like beast corpse, its fur displaying a fiery, colorful pattern, and even in death it radiated a rolling heat, distorting the air above it, rising in waves. Melted flame. Tiger. The night watchman with the surname Xiao recognized it at a glance. This was a 2nd-tier destructive level ferocious beast, powerful enough to fight against some Heaven Gate martial artists who had initially grasped the realm of heaven and earth. The 5th-level assessment of this exotic realm invasion was precisely due to its existence. However, as the night watchman with the surname Xiao surveyed the surroundings, he noted that only a small patch of forest had collapsed, with no significant damage. The melted flame tiger's body had few wounds, with only a long, narrow crack on its forehead penetrating through its skull, the cross-section smooth and even. It was evident that the melted flame tiger had been killed by Lin Chen in just a few moves. Absolutely has the combat power of a sun-tier night watchman. The night watchman with the surname Xiao scrutinized Lin Chen, his gaze particularly resolute. At that moment, the body of the molten flame tiger completely collapsed. Lin Chen completed the refining process, absorbing the energy into his body, enhancing his vitality and blood. The night watchman with the surname Xiao sensed something and said, "Are you cultivating using the energy from the flesh and blood of exotic beasts?" For a martial artist of his level, simply consuming meat, unless it was from particularly powerful exotic beasts, would hardly promote cultivation. The flesh and blood of destruction-level exotic beasts is quite suitable for my training. Lin Chen smiled slightly, then shook his head. Unfortunately, there are too few of them in this invasion from another realm. There are just over 5 when you count the first and second tiers. The progress of the third round of the Sun's Essence still had some distance to cover, compared to when he killed Li Han with the Black Abyss. The Night Watchman with the surname Zhao's heart stirred, reminding him, the assessment for entering the ranks of Night Watchman usually involves hunting destruction-level exotic beasts. Minister Luo mentioned it to me. Lin Chen raised his eyes, gazing towards the direction of the capital of Liao province, so, I'm smiling. The Night Watchman on Taishan Mountain did not rush to lift the blockade. The fluctuations from the invasion of the other realm had not yet ended, and new exotic beasts could still descend. The entire mountain was brightly illuminated, particularly conspicuous among the night mountains. Far away on a certain mountaintop, 2 figures cloaked in black robes hid among the trees facing the mountain where the Night Watchmen were located, each holding a precision detector before their eyes, observing intently. The aura of the exotic beasts has ceased to appear. Have they been killed off so quickly? Is it due to the small number that descended? Or are there powerful Night Watchmen suppressing them? One person lowered the detector, his face illuminated by the starlight filtering through the leaves, gentle and elegant. If Lin Chen were present, he would recognize at a glance that it was the head of the Li family who had negotiated with him before. Exotic beasts are irrelevant, they are not the key. The voice of the other person sounded hoarse and indifferent. This experiment has already succeeded. The fluctuations from the descent of the divine realm can be controlled to a certain extent. A smile appeared on the head of the Li family's face as he flattered. The methods of the envoy are profound and unfathomable. The black-robed envoy glanced at him, his attitude even colder. This is not my ability. Do not steal the brilliance of the divine. The smile on the head of the Li family stiffened, and he quickly straightened his expression, saying, his brilliance will eventually drown out the holy summer. Upon hearing this, the black-robed envoy softened his tone, saying, the next few experiments will proceed gradually. By the first snow of this year at the latest, the brilliance of the divine will cover the mountains and seas. So soon? The head of the Li family's heart raced. As far as I know, Guanshan has already unsealed the Black Abyss. The black-robed envoy revealed a mocking smile, saying, precisely because the Black Abyss has been unsealed, it is no longer useful. When the brilliance of the divine descends upon the world, can Guanshan still wield the Black Abyss? Old Guan, here is the Black Abyss for you. In the morning sunlight, Lin Chen arrived at the seaside, drawing out the black straight knife from his waist. Old Guan thought for a moment and asked, how familiar are you with it now? I feel it's not bad. Lin Chen held the Black Abyss and with a thought, amplified his combat power, causing the waves along the several thousand-meter-long coastline to violently surge back towards the sea. Not bad. Old Guan smiled for the first time in a long while, calling him back just before Lin Chen was about to leave. After this return, I will officially teach you to master the Black Abyss. Great. A sun rose. Slowly, its brilliance intense, like the legendary flame, burning fiercely, never extinguishing. After returning the Black Abyss, Lin Chen did not delay and went directly to the base of the Night Patrol Division. Luo Qiushue was already waiting for him, dressed as usual in a black combat uniform of the execution department, exuding a capable aura, but paired with her stunning face and figure, it created an even more striking contrast that made one want to conquer her. Lin Chen's gaze swept over, his brows slightly raised, his attention drawn to a dark gray painted ground attack aircraft parked beside Luo Qiushue. Are we taking it to the headquarters in Liao province? Yes. Luo Qiushue nodded slightly, noticing Lin Chen's surprise, and explained, the areas of foreign invasion are not only happening in the city, they also exist in the wilderness. The Night Watch will collaborate with the station military forces to handle it, but there will inevitably be some that slip through the cracks. This ground attack aircraft is equipped with a detector for finding foreign beasts. On our way, we can check for them. If we encounter any, we can deal with them directly. Understood. Lin Chen naturally had no objections. As they spoke, he and Luo Qiushue climbed into the cockpit. Additionally, 3 other Night Watch members were accompanying them, as they also needed to attend the assessment at the headquarters in Lizhou. Boom! The ground attack aircraft took off rapidly, almost climbing vertically. In less than a breath, a white sonic boom cloud exploded around the fuselage. After ascending about 10,000 meters, it leveled off, cruising steadily at over twice the speed of sound. Meanwhile, the wind noise inside the cockpit was not very noticeable. The weapon technology level of Xingxiao was exceptionally advanced. The space inside the cockpit was not overly cramped. Lin Chen and Luo Qiushue sat together, curiously observing while returning to their previous topic. The foreign invasions in the wilderness are relatively less harmful, most of them do not cause casualties. That's about right, usually, it's just some economic losses. Luo Qiushue nodded and further explained, if the location of the foreign invasion is not too far from the urban area, like yesterday, we will send Night Watch members to eliminate them. If it's far from the urban area, it's even simpler. We directly use heavy weapons to clear the area and then send people to clean up the battlefield. Some foreign beasts that manage to escape are actually hard to survive. Locations like railways and highways also have well-developed monitoring systems, not much weaker than those in the city. They will be detected as soon as they get close. Additionally, we, along with the military or the Public Security Bureau, regularly conduct drills and inspections to ensure everything is foolproof. After the new calendar of Xingxia, various sciences have been thriving, and with the new management system, the overall safety level is quite high. After listening to Luo Qiushue, Lin Chen said, when invasions occur within the city, most can be effectively suppressed. Currently, the most troublesome foreign invasions within the territory are still those summoned by foreign cultists, which can easily lead to casualties. He had learned a lot during the days he explored with Zhang Yong'an. Luo Qiushue sighed lightly, there's no way around it. Such foreign invasions usually occur in densely populated areas, and the foreign cultists often choose foreign beasts that are good at hiding their presence. Coupled with some special methods to obscure spatial fluctuations, the level of foreign invasion can be underestimated, sometimes dropping by 2 levels in severity. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, the Night Watch's combat teams retain a certain level of combat power redundancy for this reason. Luo Qiushue nodded in agreement. The overall combat power of the team can often withstand a higher level of foreign invasion. In that case, even if they encounter an invasion 2 levels higher, they can delay for a while, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. This level of reserved combat power was already the upper limit for many Night Watch divisions. If it were any higher, it would be difficult to manage the overall situation, and the foreign cultists would find loopholes, employing tactics similar to drawing the tiger away from its mountain, causing widespread destruction. Lin Chen spread his hands and analyzed. The Night Watch has been established for so many years, and the overall strength has already entered a stable period. To eliminate the impact of foreign invasions, we can only hope for rapid advancements in related detection technologies, but that won't eliminate it completely. Luo Qiushue corrected him. Foreign invasions can sometimes occur in ancient realm secret places, where the isolation of spatial passages prevents instruments from detecting the existence of fluctuations. Lin Chen was astonished. Can the foreign realm actually merge with ancient realm secret places? The specific principle is unclear. Initially, we thought the merging of the foreign realm in some spaces of Xingxia was due to the means of certain deities. However, after the new calendar, various doubts have arisen, and some crazy scientists even believe that Xingxia and the foreign realm are essentially one world due to collisions similar to geological plate movements, but that doesn't explain all situations. Alright, I've gained some insight. It seems that to resolve the invasion from the foreign realm, Saint Summer still has to rely on military suppression. The ground attack aircraft soared through the air, and Lin Chen and Luo Qiushue discussed along the way, but their conversation was not idle chatter. The topics were either related to the foreign realm or concerned martial arts cultivation. After several hours, Lin Chen felt he had gained quite a bit. The only regret was that despite the ground attack aircraft deliberately taking a detour to scout, they had not encountered a single exotic beast throughout the journey. As noon approached, the outline of the capital city of Lizhou, Qiguang City, appeared on the horizon, quickly becoming clear. Lin Chen casually glanced around and had already sensed the city's prosperity. In the suburbs, far from the city, there were actually hundreds of towering skyscrapers clustered together. The floating railway, still in the experimental phase in Shanghai City, had officially begun operation here. Several trains floated along, weaving through the steel jungle like supple pythons. In terms of population, Qiguang City was only about 1.5 times larger than Shanghai City, with less than 150 million people. However, as the capital of Lizhou, its standards in economy, influence, and urban status were significantly higher by an order of magnitude. The security level is also far ahead. Lin Chen glanced around and noticed that in the airspace on both sides there was a fighter jet on standby, of an advanced model. According to Luo Qiushue's reminder, the night patrol office in Shanghai City would not be equipped with this model of weaponry for another 5 years. It's not just the technological weapons, the martial artists are the same, Lin Chen thought to himself. The foreign affairs of Qiguang City were directly managed by the headquarters of the night patrol office in Lizhou. Other 2 or 3 cities shared a single guardian, while here, there were 3 in plain sight, and undoubtedly more in secret. Before long, the ground attack aircraft carrying Lin Chen and his group arrived above the headquarters base and began to slow down for landing. Colleagues from Shanghai City, wishing you a smooth assessment. A blessing echoed from the cabin's loudspeaker as the 2 escorting fighter jets turned to head outside the city. It was not uncommon for night watchers to choose to take the ground attack aircraft for their assessments. Many cities' night patrol offices had similar plans to seek out kills along the way. The headquarters in Lizhou dispatched fighter jets to escort them, which was a sign of welcome on one hand and supervision on the other. If any actions deviated from the orders or signs of a terrorist attack were detected, they would open fire in the air. Hello everyone, would you like to eat and rest first, or go to the office? To register? The efficiency of the Lizho Night Patrol office was very high. As soon as Lin Chen and Luo Qiushue's group disembarked, a staff member was already waiting ahead. Luo Qiushue glanced at Lin Chen and said, "Let's register first. This way, please." In Lin Chen's eyes, the base of the Shanghai City Night Patrol office was grand and magnificent, but compared to the headquarters in Lizho, it felt like a small which compared to a great which. Based on Lin Chen's estimation during the plane's descent, the length and width were both over 100 miles, resembling a city within a city. The elite of the execution department needs to be more. Lin Chen nodded inwardly. The staff member drove him and Luo Qiushue along the way, encountering many youths dressed in reserve uniforms. Among them, several exuded an extraordinary aura as they moved, either approaching the overall second bone tempering or directly achieving it. Such levels of reserve members were rare in the Shanghai City Night Patrol office, with only one who had not yet reached the overall second bone tempering. However, Lin Chen did not sense a single person with the third bone tempering level until they reached the office. This was normal. Super geniuses with overall third bone tempering were not only rare in Shiguang City but also in the entire Saint Summer, belonging to the category of dragons and phoenixes among men. The office was bustling at noon, with night watchers preparing for assessments everywhere, most of whom belonged to the headquarters. There were 3 areas for registration, separated by red isolation tape, each responsible for assessments at the star, moon, and sun levels. Naturally, the higher the level, the fewer the number of registrants. Fortunately, there were also more registration windows for the night watchman assessment. Lin Chen waited in line for less than a quarter of an hour before reaching the window. Lin Chen, right? The staff member at the registration was a middle-aged man, his hair slicked back and meticulously styled, with a serious work attitude. He took the work credentials Lin Chen handed over, examined them carefully, and confirmed that the photo matched before placing them on an inspection device. As a senior martial artist, for a formal night watchman of this level, an additional ability test is required for safety reasons. Compared to the night watchman of the Tianmen realm, to ensure you can confront a first-tier destructive beast head-on, the middle-aged man reminded. Lin Chen calmly inquired, "What's the process if I don't have any abilities?" He didn't have any abilities, not yet. The middle-aged man was taken aback for a moment, then seemed to think of something, nervously probing. Your bones have undergone 3 rounds of tempering? To become a formal night watchman, one must first obtain approval from the execution department. Those eligible to register as night watchmen indicate that their combat power has at least been recognized by the higher-ups, and they have a chance of passing the assessment. The additional testing from headquarters is just a precaution. Yes, Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Really? The middle-aged man instinctively raised his voice, and upon noticing the gazes of several nearby people, he cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment, saying, "Sorry, I was a bit too surprised. Martial artists who have undergone 3 rounds of tempering are extremely rare. And quite impressive," he added. "You flatter me. No need to be modest." The middle-aged man skillfully registered Lin Chen's information. "I've worked in this office for decades, and I haven't seen many. The last time was 2 years ago, when I registered Jiang Yuan for the entry-level assessment." He was also a super genius who had undergone 3 rounds of tempering. Those night watchmen who passed the assessment with him are still at the star level. The members who cultivate faster only manage to open 1 or 2 Tianmen. But in the same time, Jiang Yuan opened 9 Tianmen and is now registering for this day-level night watchman assessment. The middle-aged man's tone was filled with admiration. Lin Chen smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. "That is quite fast. I hope you can also participate in the moon-level and day-level night watchman assessments soon," the middle-aged man politely wished. Before Lin Chen could respond, a steady and assured voice sounded in his ear. His interval for participating in the day-level night watchman assessment will only be shorter than Jiang Yuan's. Lin Chen turned to look, and a strong man appeared out of nowhere, hands behind his back, very robust, his black combat uniform outlining solid muscle lines, exuding an undeniable sense of power. Upon seeing the newcomer, the middle-aged man who was registering Lin Chen's information changed his expression slightly and stood up somewhat flustered. "I've met Commander Chu Qiao." His voice carried, immediately drawing the attention of the crowd, who turned their gazes toward them. Chu Qiao, one of the 3 commanders of the Li Prefecture headquarters, an absolute big shot. Realizing the identity of the strong man, Lin Chen was slightly surprised. "Do you know me, sir? This is the first time I've seen you in person." Chu Qiao smiled slightly at Lin Chen. "But I've been informed of this name no less than 3 times, and it left quite an impression." At this response, the crowd rippled like a lake struck by a boulder. Chu Qiao was unfazed and continued, "You're not just here to participate in one assessment, are you?" Lin Chen did not deny it, calmly stating, "Step by step, if I want to participate in higher-level individual assessments, I need to achieve good results in the star-level assessment. Right?" Chu Qiao's smile deepened. "I look forward to your performance." Upon hearing this, the commotion in the crowd could no longer be suppressed. As if a pot had boiled over, What kind of performance could make a commander look forward to a formal night watchman's assessment? Who is this young man? For many, Lin Chen was just a name they had heard without much understanding. You don't know, the super genius of Shanghai City, having undergone 3 rounds of bone tempering, is currently in the spotlight. 3 rounds of bone tempering is impressive, but there aren't many at headquarters, so it shouldn't warrant the personal visit of the garrison commander, right? Not to mention this kind of attitude. I heard through the grapevine that Lin Chen recently defeated Mu Changsheng, the son of the Li Prefecture speaker, who is said to possess 7 heavenly gates. That can't be true. Can a high-level martial artist have that kind of combat power? A super genius who walks the path of abilities can. Our department is right next to Shanghai City, and Lin Chen's deeds have frequently appeared on our local news channels. I haven't heard that he has any abilities? The discussions rose and fell in a flurry. Chu Chao chatted a bit more before preparing to leave, saying, "Continue with the registration." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man quickly replied, "There's just one last step to test Lin Chen's vital energy. Normally, it should be above 4,000 calories, otherwise, a practical test is required to ensure he has the combat power to deal with first-tier destructive-level alien beasts." Chu Chao chuckled and said, "There's no need for this step, just skip it." With that, his figure flickered and vanished. "All right." The middle-aged man nodded. In agreement. A garrison commander certainly has the authority to bypass procedures. However, having worked at headquarters for nearly half his life, it was the first time he had seen a garrison commander treat a formal night watchman this way. In his view, the outstanding Zhang Yuan members seemed to pale in comparison to the young man before him. Suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, the middle-aged man asked, "The vital energy section is a required field. How much should I write?" "Just write 4,900 calories, Lin Chen replied. Hearing Lin Chen's words, the middle-aged man felt a bit puzzled but didn't ask further, filling it out honestly. After completing it, he quickly took Lin Chen's identification and returned it with both hands. However, for the night watchman around, Lin Chen's answer made them entertain other thoughts. The upper limit of vital energy is 4,900 calories. Could it possibly be more? Seeing that he was almost the center of attention, Lin Chen didn't want to linger, quickly putting away his identification and leaving. Luo Qiushue briefly instructed the 3 companions and stepped up to follow. Outside, the 2 entered the vehicle they had arrived in, preparing to wait for the others to come and head to the accommodation arranged by headquarters together. Luo Qiushue pondered, "If you fully unleash your vital energy now, can it still be measured with specific values?" She had read the task report from last night, and based on the description from team leader Xiao Lingsheng and the photos from the scene, Lin Chen already possessed the combat power of a day-level night watchman. 2. Support combat power with vital energy reaching the level of merging with the essence of heaven and earth was simply astonishing. Lin Chen thought for a moment, didn't answer directly, and instead asked, "Does Minister Luo know about the corrupt deputy minister in the resource department from a few years ago?" "I've heard of him." Luo Qiushue glanced at Lin Chen. He didn't dare touch the department's martial medicines and weapons, but used the privileges of the night watch to smuggle military supplies from Shanghai City. When he was first caught, he claimed to have only pilfered a few hundred tons, but later, upon verification, many high-ranking officials from the night watch and the government were shocked. It was a bottomless pit that could not be filled just by Shanghai City. Eventually, they had to secretly transfer supplies from multiple cities to avoid causing too much public outcry. Luo Qiushue shook her head in lament. "My situation is similar." Lin Chen revealed a faint smile, slightly meaningful. "If we don't check with instruments, it's 4,900 calories. If we must check, it might scare some people." The registration time at the Li Prefecture headquarters lasted a day, which was quite ample for the night watchmen from various places, and by 2 in the afternoon, everyone had arrived. Lin Chen relaxed, knowing the location of the accommodation, and took the opportunity to stroll around the headquarters foundation while there was still time. Compared to the night watch base in Shanghai City, the various facilities here were naturally more complete, advanced, and powerful. Most importantly, the night watchman here had no bad habits as the upper echelon. The atmosphere of cultivation was prevalent, and the competition was equally fierce. The night watch could suppress the foreign sects within the territory, not without reason. At 7:30 in the evening, the sun had completely set. Under the night sky, the base resembled a violent machine hidden in darkness, exuding a chilling aura. Even the music echoing in a banquet hall was a solemn and majestic symphony. The headquarters in Li Province hosted a dinner to entertain the night watchers undergoing assessment, a grand affair indeed. After all, anyone who could attend the assessment, even at the lowest star rank, at least demonstrated combat power at the Heavenly Gate realm. Such martial artists, in the outside world, are capable of standing on their own. Even within the night watch, they could participate in handling affairs from other realms. I don't think I should be here." Lin Chen shrugged helplessly as he entered the banquet hall, noticing the gazes of nearby night watchers all fixed on him. An afternoon was enough for the news of the district governor Chu Chao personally meeting him to spread, and nearly all the Night watchers participating in this assessment, regardless of star rank or sun rank, were aware of it. Just eat something and head back, it's merely a formality, Luo Qiushue said, showing little interest in the socializing at the banquet. We can try some local delicacies from Qiguang City. The flavors are quite novel and distinctly different from those in Shanghai City. Lin Chen smiled and replied, I saw on the invitation that there are quite a few dishes made with destruction-level exotic beast meat, but I doubt they will be served in unlimited quantities. Luo Qiushue glanced at Lin Chen, fully aware of his thoughts. The first-level destruction-level exotic beasts in the star-rank Night Watcher assessment are not a small number. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow lightly, saying, I hope it's enough for me. He not only wanted to reach the level he achieved when he killed Li Han that night but to go even further. All 3 rounds of blood and sun must be perfected. Lin Chen had entered that realm through the power amplification of the Black Abyss, and the inherent might within it made him very eager. Ignoring the scrutinizing gazes from around him, Lin Chen picked up a considerable amount of food and began tasting it. As his cultivation deepened, he no longer needed food for energy, but the taste of gourmet dishes still brought him considerable pleasure. Lin Chen, hello. A calm voice approached, belonging to a young man dressed in the standard combat uniform of the execution department, with striking white hair cascading down to his waist, making him particularly noticeable as he strode forward. My name is Zhang Yuan. With his arrival, Lin Chen, who had already attracted attention, became the center of the gathering. That super genius from the Li province headquarters who has undergone bone tempering 3 times. A thought flashed through Lin Chen's mind, but he remained unfazed, raising his hand to wipe the grease from his mouth with a napkin. Do you need something from me? Zhang Yuan looked directly at Lin Chen and said solemnly, after this assessment, I want to go to Shanghai City with you. The significance of the Black Abyss is too great, I cannot resist it, nor do I want to. Lin Chen caught the implication in his words and replied directly, if you don't change your mind by then, you can join me, as long as you can encounter the Black Abyss. An offer of 99 million was hard to refuse. Unfortunately, he also had to participate in the Sun Rank Night Watcher assessment, which was even more challenging than the unified assessment. If Zhang Yuan witnessed his combat power, he might not be willing to try the Black Abyss again. No one would want to pay nearly 200 million for nothing. Zhang Yuan exhaled lightly, as if relieved, and emphasized earnestly, a path to ascend to the heavens is something I cannot give up. Since you agreed, it's a deal. It's a deal. Lin Chen's lips curled up as he raised a plate of fish to place in front of him. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan said no more and left satisfied. However, their conversation stirred a wave of discussion in the banquet hall. Few night watchers were aware of the lethal nature of the Black Abyss. Yet, through the attitudes of Lin Chen and Zhang Yuan, it was not hard to see that they seemed to be agreeing to a martial duel. This was quite unexpected. Both being at the 3rd level of bone tempering, the current gap between the two was rather vast. One was a formal night watcher, while the other was participating in the star rank Night Watcher assessment. A man in his 20s who had been serving in the Moon Tier for quite some time was now attempting to challenge the Day Tier Night Watchman, which seemed to be a significant opportunity. Could it be that the news of Mu Changsheng, the son of the speaker of Liu, being defeated by Lin Chen is not a rumor, but true? Someone spoke with a tone of suspicion, sparking intense discussion. That can't be possible. I'm sure Lin Chen has no special abilities. If Lin Chen can defeat Mu Changsheng, his combat power must at least rival that of a Moon Tier Night Watchman. After all, he is just a high-level martial artist. Mu Changsheng is still clearly at a disadvantage compared to Captain Zhang Yuan. The latter has undergone 3 rounds of bone tempering and now possesses 9 heavenly gates. It's hard to say. The attitude of the town guard towards Lin Chen is clearly abnormal. The assessment is tomorrow, let's wait for Lin Chen's results. The discussions that night were particularly heated, as if warming up for the upcoming assessment battle. Early the next morning, just as the sun peeked over the horizon, the tranquility of the base was shattered by the sound of powerful winds. 3 batches of night watchmen took off in armed transport planes from the Liu headquarters, heading to the assessment site. It was located in the northern outskirts of Qiguang City, in a vast ancient realm secret. After all, the entry assessment for night watchmen required real combat against destructive-level exotic beasts, and the normal natural geography of Xingxia, whether it be islands, deep mountains, or rivers and seas, could hardly contain these numerous and powerful exotic beasts. The ancient realm secret, with its independent space, was quite suitable. As long as defenses were set up at the spatial passage, escape routes could be cut off. The transport plane Lin Chen was on had the most people, all formal night watchmen, participating in the Star Tier assessment. Hello, I'm Yu Guangming from the Night Patrol office in Yingqing City. A formal night watchman sitting opposite Lin Chen smiled and introduced himself. He had some gray hair mixed in, indicating his age. While speaking, he opened a cigarette case, took out a cigarette, and offered it to Lin Chen. Thank you, but no need. I'm Lin Chen from the Night Patrol office in Shanghai City. Ha, you don't need to introduce yourself. Many night watchmen at headquarters are already quite familiar with you. You, Guangming teased, putting the cigarette back in the case. Sorry, I haven't passed the assessment a few times in a row, so I'm a bit nervous. How about you? Lin Chen smiled slightly. I'm doing okay. It's my fault for trying to make conversation. Yu Guangming chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. Not to mention whether those rumors about your combat power are true or not, just based on your solid 4,900 calories of vitality, you are already qualified to advance to a star-tier night watchman. The difficulty of the assessment mainly targets formal night watchmen like me, who have only opened one heavenly gate and whose connection to the world's essence is still weak. Yu Guangming rubbed the cigarette case in his hand, resisting the urge to put it away. Lin Chen didn't want to delve too much into this topic, thought for a moment, and asked, what is the specific situation of the assessment site we are heading to? Speaking of this, you really asked the right person. I have indeed entered the Chaos Void secret realm quite a few times. Yu Guangming laughed self-deprecatingly, wanting to ease his tension, and opened up the conversation. That is a very old ancient realm secret, appearing before the new calendar era, and it has already completed all its development, having been abandoned for many years. However, later there was an invasion from another realm, which caught the attention of the Liu headquarters, and it was treated as a prison for exotic beasts. After decades of evolution, it gradually transformed into the current assessment site. Yu Guangming narrated in detail. Inside the Chaos Void secret realm, it is roughly divided into 3 areas. The one closest to the external spatial passage is designated as the assessment ground for Star-tier Night Watchman, where the exotic beasts are all at the first-level destructive tier. The middle area is for Moon-tier Night Watchman, where the exotic beasts are at the second-level destructive tier. The area located deepest within the secret realm is used to assess Day-tier Night Watchman, where the exotic beasts are the most terrifying, not only at the third-level destructive tier but also quite a few at the fourth level, and even one at the fifth level. If killed, one can receive additional rewards, which are said to be very generous. Yu Guangming indeed knew a lot, recounting it as if it were common knowledge. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. The classification of the realms of heaven and earth is very simple, consisting of only 3 stages: induction, control, and integration. This can be reflected in the specific combat power of martial artists, as the strength of the realms of heaven and earth itself, combined with the number of heavenly gates, can create a significant disparity, especially in the later stages. The difference is like that between clouds and mud. The same applies to the exotic beasts of this level. The combat power of a third-tier destructive exotic beast is roughly comparable to that of his 3-wheeled blood son at 70% progress, having initially touched upon the integration stage of the realms of heaven and earth. The 4th and 5th tiers above are much stronger. Some exotic beasts with dragon bloodlines possess immense combat power, even capable of directly contending with super geniuses of the same realm. Lin Chen thought to himself. Opposite him, Yu Guangming spoke continuously, extending the topic. Not only are there rewards for the Day-tier Night Watcher assessment, but the Star-tier and Moon-tier can also receive rewards, though it requires exceptionally outstanding results, and the final ranking must be very high. Lin Chen gathered his thoughts and said, the qualification requirement for the Star-tier Night Watcher assessment is to kill 3 first-tier destructive exotic beasts. As he spoke, Lin Chen glanced around. With him included, there were over 100 official Night Watchers on this transport plane. Are there more than 300 first-tier destructive exotic beasts at the assessment site for the Star-tier Night Watcher? Or is it fewer, requiring us to compete and fight? There are more. Yu Guangming emphasized, the focus of the assessment is on the battle between Night Watchers and exotic beasts. The headquarters wants to see our ability to handle foreign matters, so the number of exotic beasts is very high, with a ratio of at least 1 Night Watcher to 10 exotic beasts. If we're not careful, we might be surrounded by them. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen let out a light breath, the light in his eyes seemingly brighter. This number of exotic beasts, even if they are only first-tier destructive, is enough to support the full progress of the 3rd round of the Great Sun. Yu Guangming sighed, expressing regret. Last time I came for the assessment, I had already killed 2 first-tier destructive exotic beasts without sustaining much injury, but then I was surrounded by 3 exotic beasts and had to apply for rescue, withdrawing from the assessment. You need to be careful too. Yu Guangming looked at Lin Chen, kindly advising, if you really encounter an attack from multiple exotic beasts, don't resist stubbornly. Use your assessment credentials to call for help decisively. They will take some time to arrive. All right, thank you. Lin Chen replied politely, gazing at the assessment credentials he received before departure, a semi-transparent card displaying several lines of information. Name, Lin Chen level, Star-tier Night Watcher assessment ranking, none, not yet started, kill count, 0 rescue. Remember to protect your assessment credentials, but don't store them in storage devices. They can not only be used to request rescue but also record our kills of exotic beasts. If they are damaged, it will be directly judged as a failure in the assessment, and you'll have to forfeit half a year's salary when you return. Yu Guangming reminded. After saying this, he cleared his throat and added, don't ask me how I know this rule. Lin Chen chuckled silently, putting away the assessment credentials, and said, I Heard that the headquarters will supervise this assessment and the spatial passage isolates all signals. How will the headquarters broadcast the situation inside the ancient realm secret? It's simple. The data collection station is built inside the chaotic sky secret, not far from the spatial passage, and they send people to the outside world at intervals. Yu Guangming raised an eyebrow and joked, if the intervals are short enough and the number of people is large enough, live broadcasting on site wouldn't be a problem. Alright. Lin Chen spread his hands, I guess I overcomplicated the issue. Yu Guangming seemed to think of something and nodded in agreement. Some shortcuts can be very useful, just like the most efficient way to transmit data in the holy summer now is not to build thicker optical cables but to use super large transport planes filled with hard drives. Very vivid. As they spoke, the transport plane descended in altitude, arriving at the base where the entrance to the chaotic sky secret was located. On the other side, Liuzhou headquarters, office hall, Luo Qiushua approached a window and requested an application form for an individual assessment at a higher level, marking day-level night watchman in the assessment level section. So confident in Lin Chen? Chu Chao's robust figure appeared like a ghost behind Luo Qiushua. Luo Qiushua, as if familiar with him, did not turn her head and replied, do you think Lin Chen can't take first place? First place is definitely not a problem. Mu Yuan's genius son isn't even his match, and the other formal night watchmen are not on the same level. Chu Chao shrugged, it's just that the individual assessment for day-level night watchman is significantly harder than the unified assessment. In terms of specific combat power, it probably needs to be higher by 2 or 3 times. Many current day-level night watchmen find it difficult to pass. But I still trust you. Chu Chao rubbed his stubble thoughtfully and analyzed, could it be that Lin Chen has other trump cards, not just the blood energy of the great sun? Luo Qiushua remained unfazed and did not answer directly, saying, some people don't need the concept of trump cards. Even the beast kings and deities from other realms know that the reliance of the Mountain Pass Army Master is the Black Abyss domain, but what can they do? Chu Chao smiled helplessly, I can't refute that. Just wait a little longer, you'll find out. Luo Qiushua finished filling out the application form, leaving only the applicant's signature section, then glanced at the clock in the hall. The assessment in the Chaos Void is about to begin. Chaos Void. After passing through the spatial passage, Lin Chen looked around. The surrounding buildings were somewhat aged, with old walls and peeling paint, consistent with the architectural style of Saint Summer, presumably built by the Night Patrol Division. Night watchmen participating in the star-level assessment, follow me. Don't fall behind. The assessment site for day level night watchman is not nearby. Keep up with the group and walk briskly. 3 groups of night watchmen quickly dispersed. Since the venue for the star-level assessment was closest to the spatial passage, Lin Chen did not walk far before seeing the entrance to the venue. It was a narrow doorway, no more than 2 meters high, glowing all over and eye-catching. In Lin Chen's perception, an invisible barrier extended from within the doorway, seemingly boundless, with no discernible end. Spatial barrier. On the way here, Lin Chen learned from Yu Guangming's account that this was a type of barrier inherent to the Chaos Void, very sturdy, capable of preventing beasts from the moon and day-level assessment areas from entering. But it's not absolute. The Chaos Void got its name precisely because the internal space does not always maintain a stable state. Fluctuations can occasionally occur, potentially displacing beasts to other areas. A low probability event, and even if it happens, it's not a big deal. Lin Chen remained calm. The beasts imprisoned in the Chaos Void all had locators implanted in them, allowing the night watchman stationed here to track them in real time. Even if a 5th-level destructive beast entered the star-level assessment area, the assessment credentials could alert the night watchman to retreat. 5th-level destructive beasts are very dangerous for me, but only for now. A glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he followed the examiner through the doorway and entered the assessment area. Behind the doorway was a shattered ruin, with various buildings collapsed haphazardly. Through the outlines of some debris, one could vaguely discern some very peculiar styles, likely the original architecture of the Chaos Void. The assessment will begin in 100 seconds and last for 2 days. During this time, mutual cooperation to hunt beasts is strictly prohibited. The voice of the lead examiner echoed, stern and forbidding. Robbery is allowed, but all beasts have locators that sense life energy, and scores will be adjusted based on the state of the beasts. It will not be considered a complete kill. The previously noisy crowd quickly fell silent. 105 formal night watchmen, you will depart in order, with a 10-second interval. The examiner did not elaborate much, glancing at the tablet in his hand. First place. Lin Chen from the Shanghai City branch will depart first. Initial direction due north. Understood. Lin Chen stepped forward and, following the examiner's instructions, moved to the front of the ruins. In an instant, the gazes of the other 104 night watchmen all turned towards him, filled with scrutiny. Some rumors about Lin Chen's combat power were quite exaggerated, and coupled with the duel with Jiang Yuan last night, they were astonished and eager to learn the truth. The current departure might reveal some clues. After all, the speed of one's movement is an important factor in determining strength. 3, 2, 1. The moment the examiner's voice fell, a tremendous Explosion erupted, and the surrounding air seemed to transform into a tangible shockwave that spread outward, shaking the rubble hundreds of meters away. The hair of many night watchmen danced wildly as they lost sight of Lin Chen. His speed was too fast, surpassing their dynamic visual limits. As everyone turned their gaze northward, Lin Chen's figure had already transformed into a black, with only the three great suns hanging in the sky illuminating the world, drawing attention. Lin Chen held nothing back. Wanting to slay more beasts, he directly summoned the three great suns of blood energy and unleashed his full power. However, for the others, who were also formal night watchmen of the same rank, the impact was too great. Even the examiner was momentarily stunned, taking a deep breath to suppress his astonishment. Second place. Shinhan from Ironthorn City, initial direction 5 degrees south of due east. Yes. Over 100 night watchmen set off in succession. Lin Chen headed north swiftly. Covering dozens of kilometers, and beside a dry riverbed he discovered a first-tier destructive level beast, the heavy-scaled beast. Boom! The next moment, a thought flashed through Lin Chen's mind, and blazing lightning engulfed the heavy-scaled beast's line of sight, obliterating all its vitality as if it were withering away. The first one. Lin Chen's eyes were deep. Under the refining of the celestial devouring technique, the body of the heavy-scaled beast rapidly shriveled beneath his feet. To hunt beasts more efficiently, Lin Chen, just like when he explored the ancient realm of Mechanical 218, practiced while on the move. The number in the kill count section of his assessment document kept changing. At the same time, his cultivation level was continuously rising. Data Collection Center. Are you kidding me? A staff member exclaimed. Is there a display error with this Lin Chen's data? What's going on? The supervisor, who was patrolling back and forth, quickly approached. Supervisor Meng. Look, it's only been an hour since the assessment started, and Lin Chen has already killed 5 beasts, which qualifies him. The staff member stood up, vacating the chair, and pointed at the screen in front of them. It displayed a map of the star-tier assessment area, dotted with blue and red lights, the latter significantly outnumbering the former, as they indicated the positions of the beasts, while the blue lights represented the night watchmen. Supervisor Meng looked down and saw the blue dot, representing Lin Chen, surrounded by 4 closely adjacent red dots. Clearly, he was being besieged by beasts. This was a common occurrence during assessments, but what was unusual was that the 4 red dots disappeared in succession, almost one per second. The staff member tugged at the corner of his mouth and said, "Why does it feel like he's using a signal jammer? If he were using a signal jammer, they wouldn't disappear consecutively, and Lin Chen's kill count wouldn't have changed to 9. Supervisor Meng had no time to sit down and slam the table hard. Report to headquarters. It's been years, and now we have another ruthless one. Shortly after, a night watchman passed through the spatial passage with a hard drive and submitted it to the intelligence department of the base. Li Prefecture headquarters. Chu Qiao put down the tablet in his hand, chuckling softly. I underestimated him. This kid is stronger than we expected. Another guardian nodded, feeling quite emotional. The vision of the mountain and river army master is indeed beyond our comparison. I now believe he can keep the Black Abyss weapon. The only regret is the lack of supernatural abilities as a shortcut. But with the Black Abyss to compensate, his name will surely be in the future Holy Summer Prince sequence. The several guardians stationed at Li Prefecture headquarters were all unsettled by Lin Chen's performance. Killing a first-tier destructive beast in an instant indicates that Lin Chen's combat power has already crossed the threshold of the day-level Night Watchers. Achieving this at the advanced martial artist stage is truly remarkable. On the other side, at the star-level assessment site, the emotions of many official Night Watchers were rising and becoming more intense. Through their assessment credentials, they could see a leaderboard of the top 10 kill counts, which represented those who could receive extra rewards. Lin Chen set off first, but the lead time is just a little over 15 minutes. How is it possible that he has killed 20 more beasts than the second place? The spots from 10th to 6th are still vacant, which means only 5 people have killed beasts. I participated last year. Are first-tier destructive beasts that easy to kill? He's just an advanced martial artist? What gives him the right? Oh my! If Lin Chen keeps killing like this, the others will have to scramble to kill beasts just to pass the assessment. Every official Night Watcher who had seen the leaderboard was far from calm. Fortunately, some of their worries did not come true. After Lin Chen refined the flesh and blood of the 50th beast, he stopped hunting and found a nearby open area to sit down. His progress in the 3rd round of the Great Sun had already exceeded 90%, nearing completion. The energy accumulated within him was abundant. All conditions had been met. Let's begin. Lin Chen sat cross-legged, operating the Great Sun Gene method, practicing normally, continuously integrating the refined, highly pure energy into his vital blood, steadily advancing the progress of the 3rd round of the Great Sun's nurturing. This gene method had been continuously practiced at the instinct level. After supplementing the celestial map, allowing Lin Chen to accumulate profound insights, making his martial path exceptionally clear. Even now, during the breakthrough, Lin Chen felt no strain, remaining relaxed and at ease. In fact, he even divided a considerable portion of his attention to observe his surroundings. Before long, the nurturing Progress of the third round of the Great Sun reached completion as if it were a natural occurrence. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from deep within Lin Chen's body, soaring into the sky. At that moment, in the entire star-level assessment site, whether it was the destructive beasts or the assessing night watchers, without exception, their hearts were all racing. Like ordinary beasts facing the gaze of a dragon, they could not maintain their calm. This was the natural pressure brought about by a leap in life level. Moreover, it wasn't just living beings that were affected. Crackle! The space around Lin Chen collapsed directly, like shards of broken mirrors. Spatial fluctuations. Lin Chen, with a divided focus, noticed the external environment and sensed it immediately. His breakthrough seemed to have caused too much commotion, disrupting the stability of the nearby space. The internal space of the chaotic void secret realm was far from as solid as the outside world, making it more prone to fluctuations. On the way here, Yu Guangming had reminded him that high-tier destructive beasts could enter other assessment sites through such phenomena. Lin Chen thought he might encounter even stronger beasts because of this. But unexpectedly, it was himself who encountered the spatial fluctuations. It's not a big problem. Lin Chen remained calm and unflustered. The phenomenon in the chaotic void secret realm was essentially a transformation of spatial position, posing no harm. Ordinary destructive beasts could withstand it without injury, and he was even more so. However, just in case, Lin Chen condensed the long night heavy armor to enhance his own defense. At the same time, he did not forget to operate the Great Sun Gene method to stabilize the state after breaking the mirror. Even if he truly encountered danger, with his powerful strength he could respond better. Whoosh! The surrounding space returned to normal, no longer fluctuating. Lin Chen appeared in a section of a dried-up riverbed. The ground cracked and ravined, somewhat similar to the place where he killed the first beast, the black-scaled beast. However, the banks of this riverbed were exceptionally wide, separated by several thousand meters. Lin Chen scanned the area, checking for any signs of beasts within his range. The assessment credentials have a positioning function. Once the data collection station notices, they will definitely contact me. Lin Chen nodded to himself, very calm, and began to sense the changes brought about by the breakthrough. With the help of the Black Abyss, he had entered this realm several times and was very familiar with it. However, when I truly reached it, I still found some slight differences. Achieving it through cultivation, martial arts became an extension of the body, seamless and unified. Utilizing the Black Abyss was more about controlling power. The former, through these subtle differences, would hold an advantage over the latter. Or simply put, when reflected in specific combat strength, it was superior. After all, it's strength cultivated by myself. Lin Chen smiled slightly, having anticipated this. The power amplification of the Black Abyss is strong, but one's own cultivation is even more important. It's time to take another step forward and advance to the Heavenly Gate realm. Within the blood and energy, there was a clear and perfect fluctuation, akin to a complete triple bone tempering. Lin Chen's previous intuition was correct. The 3 rounds of blood and energy had already reached their limit. Minister Luo wasn't wrong either. Lin Chen probed slightly, clearly sensing the Heavenly Gate deep within his body. With the operation of the Great Sun Gene method, there was no need for deliberate cultivation, it was gradually manifesting. In as little as 1 or 2 days, at most no more than 3 days, he would definitely be able to open the Heavenly Gate. It's just that, Minister Luo's judgment on the number range is too generous. The night before departing from the headquarters in Liao Province, Luo Qiushue clearly pointed out that when he first opened the Heavenly Gate, there would be at least 3. But now, Lin Chen sensed that the number of Heavenly Gates far exceeded Luo Qiushue's preset lower limit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lin Chen's lips curled up as he looked at his outstretched hands, 10 fingers spread wide, fair and slender, each corresponding perfectly to a Heavenly Gate. What was the required number of Heavenly Gates for the Holy Summer Prince sequence again? On the other side. Data Collection Headquarters. Report. The staff member responsible for tracking Lin Chen shouted again. The location of member Lin Chen has experienced a long distance jump, teleporting over 700 kilometers. He must have accidentally entered a spatial fluctuation area and was unexpectedly transported. Supervisor Meng stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "How is he?" The staff member replied, "He definitely hasn't sustained serious injuries. If the target's life force were too low, it would automatically trigger the alarm mechanism of the assessment document." Supervisor Meng then asked, "Where is he now?" "In a river channel in the western part of the Sun Level assessment area. The nearest beast is about 35 kilometers away from him, neither too far nor too close, with a strength of Tier 3 destruction level." Upon hearing this, Supervisor Meng pursed his lips. If it were any other formal night watchman who had wandered into the Sun Level assessment area, he would probably be sweating bullets by now, urging for rescue. But thinking of Lin Chen's performance, he was completely unperturbed. What's the big deal? The night watchmen in the Sun Level assessment area were probably not as strong as Lin Chen. In fact, if Lin Chen were to stay in the Star Level assessment area any longer, the next selection for the Star Level night watchman assessment might even have to be postponed. Prepare for both scenarios. Supervisor Meng calmly issued orders. Send someone to the outside world to notify the headquarters, informing them of the situation member Lin Chen encountered, and also contact the examiner at the entrance of the Sun-level assessment area for rescue. If there are no other instructions from headquarters, bring him back to the Star-level assessment area. Yes. I was transported to the Sun-level Night Watchman assessment area? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at the assessment document in his hand, which contained information just sent from the data collection headquarters, informing him to stay put as rescue personnel were on their way. Actually, there's no need, I can get out myself, and I could even easily pass the assessment. Lin Chen felt a bit regretful. He was well aware of his current combat strength. Not long after, he received new information. This time it was an order from the Liao province headquarters. Sent on behalf of the data collection headquarters, asking whether he would stay in place to participate in the assessment for promotion to Sun-level Night Watchman. If you agree, the timing can be counted separately. Of course, you have the right to return to the original assessment area to continue participating in the promotion to Star-level Night Watchman assessment. However, if the energy you need for cultivation is sufficient, please do not recklessly slaughter beasts. Capturing destruction level beasts is not easy, and you must also maintain their condition. As compensation, the headquarters will adjust the additional rewards for the first place accordingly. Lin Chen blinked. Was he really that terrifying? Between the lines of this message, there was a faint hint of humility. Of course, on one hand, it was certainly related to Guan Lao's background. On the other hand, it seemed that the leaders of the department responsible for assessments at headquarters had speculated about his strength. If they truly decided to go all out, killing a few hundred first-tier destructive beasts would not be a problem. Especially now, with his blood energy at its peak, his combat power had surged. In a single day, he could sweep through the entire star-tier assessment area, turning it into a wasteland of beasts. Leave. Lin Chen made the decision. Without much hesitation. Participating in this unified assessment for the Sun-tier Night Watchman was more beneficial for him. Not only would it save time, but he could also gain additional rewards. Moreover, the rewards would definitely be substantial. This was the powerful confidence that his own strength granted him. He operated the assessment credentials, confirmed his participation, and then clicked a few times to open the current leaderboard of the top 10 in the assessment. First place, Zhua Huafeng, Li Prefecture Headquarters, number of kills, 9 3-tier destructive beasts, 2 4-tier destructive beasts. Second place, Yuansher, Li Prefecture Headquarters. Ninth place, Jiang Yuan, Li Prefecture Headquarters, number of kills, 6 3-tier destructive beasts, 1 4-tier destructive beast. 10th place, Daiwei, Li Prefecture Headquarters, number of kills, 5 3-tier destructive beasts, 1 4-tier destructive beast. Closing the leaderboard, Lin Chen put away the assessment credentials, and with a flash of his figure, he disappeared. Only a faint whisper echoed in the wind of the dry riverbed. I've fallen behind for quite a while, I need to speed up. The first step is to break into the top 10. 2 hours later. In the western part of the Sun-tier assessment area, near the edge of the spatial barrier, Lin Chen encountered an ambush from 3 3-tier destructive beasts. With a single person and a single sword, his combat power was terrifying, making the beasts face peril, drenched in blood. Boom! Lin Chen seized an opportunity, delivering an extreme strike that split one beast in half, killing it on the spot. The remaining 2 beasts were no match for him, and before long, they were also slain. The time taken to kill was even less than the time spent searching. Lin Chen nodded to himself, satisfied with the boost from the 3 rounds of the Great Sun. These 3 3-tier destructive beasts, along with the previous 2, have already met the minimum requirement to advance to a Sun-tier Night Watchman. The assessment for Sun-tier Night Watchman had different evaluation standards due to the vast disparity in the strength of the beasts inside. For 3-tier destructive beasts, 5 needed to be killed. For 4-tier destructive beasts, only 1 was required. Of course, there was also 1 5-tier destructive beast in the assessment area, but it was only there for powerful night watchmen to challenge themselves. Lin Chen scanned the corpses of the 3 beasts, his gaze sharpening as he used the Qingming swallowing heaven technique to refine their flesh and blood. His blood energy had reached its limit and could not be increased further. However, the energy from the flesh and blood of these 3-tier destructive beasts was abundant, surpassing normal heavenly and earthly energy. It would be better to store it in his body temporarily, providing extra energy for his future cultivation at the Heavenly Gate. After all, there were only a few days left. Suddenly, Lin Chen felt a stir in his heart and looked up towards the nearby spatial barrier, faintly sensing a change. However, after a careful investigation, he found nothing, discovering no anomalies. Is it a subtle sign of spatial instability? Lin Chen casually analyzed. At the same time, in the star-tier assessment area, Huff Yu Guangming gasped for breath, covered in blood, trembling as he crawled up from the body of an elephant-like beast. This was the 3rd first-tier destructive beast he had hunted alone, and according to the assessment standards for advancing to a star-tier night watchman, he had now succeeded. Looking at the bleeding third beast corpse, Yu Guangming's eyes were deep, devoid of any excitement he had initially imagined. This is indeed the achievement I longed for, but compared to a super genius like Lin Chen, it feels as dim as dust before a comet. Lin Chen only needs to hunt a certain number of creatures in 1 hour to secure the top spot in this assessment. With his strength, he will definitely pass the individual assessment of the moon-level night watchman after he comes out, and he might even be able to take on the role of a sun-level night watchman in the next assessment. In less than a year, he has traversed a path that would take me a lifetime to complete. Yu Guangming's face revealed a complex expression, a mix of laughter and tears. Just 2 or 3 hours, and he becomes a sun-level night watchman? The staff at the data collection center, responsible for tracking Lin Chen, felt a bit of a toothache as they stared at the screen in front of them, finding it utterly absurd. Supervisor Meng was also paying attention, stroking his chin in confusion. According to Lin Chen's team member strength, it shouldn't be this easy. He had worked at the headquarters in Lizhou for many years and had a keen eye. By analyzing Lin Chen's hunting efficiency in the star-level assessment area, he accurately deduced that Lin Chen possessed the combat power of a sun-level night watchman. The problem was that a normal sun-level night watchman, when facing the siege of 3 Tier 3 beasts, could kill them, but it would be quite troublesome, requiring them to be on high alert and advance cautiously. However, from the time it took for the 3 beasts' light points to disappear during Lin Chen's recent battle, it was clear that he was almost pushing through effortlessly. Has he broken through? The speed of Lin Chen's light point movement seems to be much faster than before. A staff member pondered and analyzed. Let me see. Supervisor Meng snatched the chair, clicked on the screen, and after carefully comparing the previous data, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Don't tell me Lin Chen can run rampant in the sun-level assessment area? Whoosh! Lin Chen moved like lightning, darting through the area, the sound of the wind almost explosive, showing no intention of hiding his tracks. With his strength, there was no need for that. Finding a beast could be considered a kill. The time spent on the former was usually greater than that on the latter. Lin Chen's left ear twitched, and he stopped, turning to look towards the distant horizon, focusing his senses. The enhancement brought by the 3 full suns was quite comprehensive. His 5 senses had also reached a new level of sharpness. This fluctuation is likely a Tier 4 destructive beast. Lin Chen took decisive steps forward. If he wanted to enter the top 10 of the assessment early, he still needed to hunt a Tier 4 destructive beast. Dozens of kilometers away, there was a cluster of dilapidated buildings. 2 moon-level night watchmen were running at full speed. Behind them, the sound of intense collisions was incessant, buildings collapsing one after another, and amidst the thick rising smoke, a black lion beast could be vaguely seen. Its massive form resembled a small mountain rampaging across the ground, treating all obstacles ahead as if they were invisible, crashing through them. That damn beast, the older night watchman, couldn't help but curse. The assessors are too sinister, letting the black mountain lion in. This guy has tough scales and is fast. If its attack were a bit stronger, it could be rated as a Tier 5 destructive beast. Stop complaining, said the other night watchman, who was bald. Isn't this what you wanted, to pick up the scraps and come over? I didn't know it was a black mountain lion in advance. The older night watchman remained vigilant of the sounds behind him. Besides, if I didn't think you might not last until help arrives, I wouldn't have shown up when I crept over. I would have just run away. As they spoke, the black mountain lion opened its mouth wide, unleashing a wave of ripples towards the 2 fleeing men. One of the waves struck the bald night watchman, hitting him squarely on the backside, causing him to wince in pain. Damn, the bald night watchman gritted his teeth and said, if I had Jiang Yuan's 9 heavenly gates, I would skin this black mountain lion alive. Stop dreaming, your realm of heaven and earth has already reached the fusion stage, and the number of heavenly gates has long been maxed out. The older night watchman ruthlessly shot him down. However, 5 heavenly gates is not a small number. It's already the ceiling for normal heavenly gate warriors. I think you're just laying the groundwork for your 6 heavenly gates and don't genuinely think I'm impressive. Not at all. The number of heavenly gates must exceed several, like the Jiang Yuan you mentioned. Opening 9 would yield a qualitative change. My 6 heavenly gates, compared to your 5, cannot achieve a crushing effect. As night watchman of the moon phase, the 2 had dealt with exotic beasts often, and faced with the pursuit of the black mountain lion, they remained remarkably calm, even finding time to tease each other. We can't run separately. The one being chased is too dangerous. If we attract a few more night watchmen, we can drive this beast away. Great minds think alike. In the sun phase assessment, cooperation to kill exotic beasts was also not allowed. However, the current situation did not fall under the category of intentional collaboration. The 2 night watchmen quickly devised a plan and left the building complex. Not far ahead lay a stretch of undulating mountains and forests, with complex terrain that could slow down the black mountain lion's pursuit. Whoosh! At that moment, a shadow flashed, and a young boy dashed out of the forest, with 3 suns hanging above his head and a silver straight sword at his waist, directly facing the black mountain lion that was chasing the 2 night watchmen. Lin Chen? What are you doing here? There had been much discussion about Lin Chen and the older night watchman and the bald night watchman recognized the boy at a glance. This is outrageous. How could the headquarters allow a formal night watchman to enter the Sun Phase assessment area? Retreat. Immediately. Activate rescue. The two exchanged glances, understanding each other perfectly, and halted their forward motion, turning to face the Black Mountain Lion. All. Their heavenly gates manifested, unleashing their full combat power. Lin Chen's presence at the headquarters in Lizhou for the assessment indicated he certainly possessed heavenly gate-level combat strength. However, the Black Mountain Lion was a fourth-tier destructive exotic beast, terrifyingly powerful, even if it wasn't particularly adept at attacking. It could easily turn a star-tier night watchman into mush with a casual strike. To be safe, hold it off for 100 seconds. At my age, I still have to be a hero. Facing the ferocious charge of the Black Mountain Lion, the two night watchmen's eyes sharpened, bracing themselves. In the next moment, they were astonished to notice a dazzling, blinding light erupting behind them, mixed with an unmatched, terrifying oppressive force. Boom! It was a flash of blade light, blazing like a condensed galaxy, slicing through the space between the two, tearing the air apart and striking the massive body of the Black Mountain Lion. In an instant, a large spray of blood erupted. The solid scales shattered, and the Black Mountain Lion was sent flying, a nearly 100-meter-long gash extending from its head to its abdomen, deep enough to see bone, blood gushing forth as it crashed to the ground with a painful roar. Ha! This! The older night watchman and the bald night watchman couldn't believe the scene before them, feeling as if they were dreaming. Rational analysis suggested that the attacker was terrifyingly strong, but their instincts told them that this strike must have been delivered by Lin Chen. They hurriedly turned to check. Sure enough, the silver straight sword that had been hanging at his waist was now drawn, held in Lin Chen's hand. Thank you for your righteous intervention, but there's no need to protect me. Lin Chen calmly stepped forward, passing through the space between the two, approaching the enraged Black Mountain Lion. I'm here to participate in this Sun Phase assessment as well. Aren't you a formal night watchman? The older night watchman murmured. Due to an accident, the headquarters made a last-minute change. They felt I wasn't suitable to remain in the star-tier assessment area, as I might kill all the exotic beasts there. The two night watchmen were left dumbfounded by Lin Chen's response, completely unprepared for it. Was it because he was too strong? Is this the same Lin Chen? Something's off. It's definitely not right. A formal night watchman can participate in the Sun Phase assessment? And even make it into the top 10? I haven't heard of a Moon Phase night watchman named Lin Chen in Shanghai City. 17 years old and in the top 10 of the Sun Phase assessment. Absolutely fierce. No wonder he dares to challenge Zhang Yuan. Is the leaderboard showing errors? In an instant, waves of commotion spread throughout the Sun Phase assessment area. Every night watchman who saw the leaderboard was astonished, even doubting that this was the Lin Chen they knew. Making it into the top 10 was no easy feat. Those who made it onto the list can be roughly divided into two categories. A. Few are super geniuses like Zhang Yuan, who progress rapidly. The rest mostly choose to delay their assessments for a while, accumulating strength in hopes of obtaining the extra rewards for being in the top 10. Therefore, the required combat power is often higher than that of a typical day-level night watchman. It far exceeds their previous expectations of Lin Chen's combat power. Shanghai City, that can't be the same name. In a certain valley, Zhang Yuan gazed at the list displayed on the assessment document, feeling quite certain. He recalled Lin Chen's overly calm demeanor the night before the assessment. It turned out it wasn't because he had the backing of the mountains, but because he was strong enough to fight him at full strength. His overall talent surpasses mine. Zhang Yuan pressed his lips together. As a super genius who had undergone 3 rounds of bone tempering, he had a broad perspective and thus understood a cruel truth. The definition of a super genius, powerful enough to make countless youths look up to them, is merely a threshold for some individuals. Is this really that Lin Chen? A short-haired man leaned over, glancing at the assessment document in Zhang Yuan's hand, a hint of unusual color flickering in his azure pupils. Zhang Yuan quickly tucked away the assessment document and said lightly, Zhuahuafeng, aren't you supposed to be stationed at the mountain top? The blue-eyed man was currently ranked first in the day-level assessment. Don't be nervous. With the commotion caused by the dark dragon flame beast, it can be sensed from dozens of miles away. That guy Yuansher should be the one who provoked it. It will take some time. Zhuahuafeng smiled, spreading his hands, and then brought up the earlier question. There isn't another Lin Chen among the night watchmen from the Shanghai City branch, right? Zhang Yuan exhaled lightly and replied, it's the same person. Then how did he break into our day-level assessment's top 10? Most likely, he opened the heavenly gate, significantly boosting his strength. Staying in the star-level assessment area doesn't make much sense. He directly crossed over to the moon-level assessment and aimed for the day-level night watchman in one go. Zhang Yuan offered a guess that basically restored the facts. He himself had received special treatment at headquarters. What about your duel with him now? Zhuahuafeng stroked his chin. Zhang Yuan remained unfazed and said, we can hold it normally. The competition only distinguishes strength. If I win, I can try out the Black Abyss. Lin Chen's combat power is on the same level as mine, which is actually a good thing. I can fight at full strength without restrictions, increasing my chances of victory. Zhang Yuan didn't boast, calmly stating, if it's a battle against someone of the same age or realm, I wouldn't have a chance at all. Zhua Huafeng nodded, teasingly saying, that's true, you're currently in 8th place, so the advantage is yours. Current rankings don't mean much, Lin Chen is at a disadvantage in terms of time. Zhang Yuan analyzed coolly, then revealed a faint smile, of course, I still hope your words come true. After facing Lin Chen, I hope the odds can be 6-4 in my favor, or even 7-3, to ensure I can try out the Black Abyss. Zhua Huafeng thought for a moment and suggested, why don't we wait for Lin Chen to come over and join us in ambushing the Dark Dragonflame Beast? He now has the positioning from the data collection station, so he should come to test the waters. First, we can see Lin Chen's strength. Second, it can also increase the chances of killing the Dark Dragonflame Beast, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhua Huafeng raised an eyebrow and smiled. Zhang Yuan thought for a moment and shook his head in denial. Not really, the Dark Dragonflame Beast is a 5th-tier destructive level beast with extremely strong combat power. Yuan sure can't hold out for too long. If we want to kill it, we must leverage the terrain of this valley, we can't delay. We already have 5 people, adding Lin Chen won't significantly impact the ambush, at most. It will be a little extra help. Zhang Yuan concluded solemnly, the risks and rewards are not proportional. Waiting for Lin Chen to arrive isn't worth it. Alright, Zhua Huafeng reined in his smile and agreed decisively. In this ambush against the Dark Dragonflame Beast, his combat power was the strongest, but the one orchestrating the layout was Zhang Yuan. As fellow night watchman from the Liao province headquarters, Zhang Yuan had received far more training than him, making his grasp of the overall situation more precise. The key to surrounding and killing the Dark Dragonflame Beast lies in your 9 heavenly gates, which can suppress its energy. Let me give it a try. As he spoke, a deep roar echoed from afar, powerful and resonant, causing Zhang Yuan and Zhua Huafeng to turn their heads in unison to look. It's coming. At most half a quarter. Get ready. Go all out. This time, we must force the headquarters to replace it with another 5th-tier destruction-level beast. The 4 night watchmen stationed in the valley all took cover. Bang, bang, bang. The ground trembled, the mountains swayed, and leaves fell. The Dark Dragonflame Beast chased after a night watchman into the valley. Its massive body nearly 1,000 meters long, resembling a giant city, with densely packed dark red scales. The gaps between the scales glowed with a magma-like red light, scorching hot, causing the distant trees to quickly turn yellow, and the bushes beneath it to ignite directly. Kill. Seeing the position was right, the bait, Yuanshi, suddenly turned around, revealing 7 heavenly gates, unleashing all his power. The other 4, including Zhang Yuan and Zhua Huafeng, sprang into action from different directions. They all ranked in the top 10 of the assessment. The encirclement was about to begin. Boom boom boom. Zhang Yuan's 9 heavenly gates soared into the sky, somewhat resembling Mu Chongqing's war fortress against Lin Chen, transforming into 9 ice-blue whirlpools, exuding a tangible chill and snow, pouring down towards the Dark Dragonflame Beast. From a distance, it looked like 9 massive waterfalls cascading from the sky. The Dark Dragonflame Beast launched a frenzied attack, tearing through the ice and snow, its flames spewing forth like an ocean, rapidly melting the ground into flowing magma. Zhang Yuan, put in more effort. I can't even touch this guy's vital points. Zhua Huafeng, the main attacker, was sweating anxiously. Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth and said, I'm already giving it my all. I've reached the limit of the 9 heavenly gates. Any stronger and they'll collapse. Can you open one more in a crisis? I remember your 9th heavenly gate was opened during a battle. Do you think I can just open it if I want? Do you think I'm some god who controls the heavenly gates? Zhang Yuan desperately urged the heavenly gates to restrain the Dark Dragonflame Beast. The 10th heavenly gate requires a 100-foot pole to advance further. It's usually in the realm of a quasi-king. If I could do it, would I need to cooperate with you? I could kill the Dark Dragonflame Beast by myself. Roar! The Dark Dragonflame Beast spewed magma, rampaging everywhere, melting the forest, forcing the besieging group to retreat and scatter. Losing all formation, the encirclement was completely gone. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and decisively called out, retreat. The other 4 exchanged glances, though reluctant, they could only leave due to the gap in strength. No wonder this 5th-tier destruction-level beast had survived for so many years. It was truly hard to kill. The 5 night watchmen fought while retreating, quickly creating distance by leveraging the terrain of the mountain. At that moment, one of them caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and shouted, someone else is coming. At the top of another peak, a handsome young man suddenly appeared, tall and slender, with black hair flying in the wind, a silver straight sword hanging at his waist. Is that really Lin Chen? He actually came. We've already missed the best opportunity. He's too late. Even if the encirclement hasn't dispersed, it won't help. The Dark Dragonflame Beast has already forced us back without putting in its all. Ha! What does he want to do? The 5 of Zhang Yuan were all taken aback, watching as Lin Chen drew his silver straight sword and leaped down, like a meteor breaking through the sky, charging towards the giant city like Dark Dragon Flame Beast with 1 person and 1 sword. Lin Chen noticed that Jiang Yuan and the others were retreating, but it didn't affect him. It was just a 5th-tier destruction level. Beast! Boom boom boom! In an instant, 3 great suns rose above Lin Chen's head, burning fiercely, their overwhelming pressure spreading across the land. In contrast, the dark dragon flame beast's rampaging bloodthirst seemed to soften. This is a fluctuation of blood energy? The same astonishment surged within the hearts of the 5 Night Watchmen ranked in the top 10. Lin Chen hasn't opened the heavenly gate? The development of the situation completely exceeded their expectations. The 3 great suns illuminated the world, their momentum grand, and the dark dragon flame beast also sensed it turned its head, spewing flames from its nostrils, and caught sight of the figure charging at it with a knife. The blood-red beast's eyes were cold and merciless as it suddenly swung its massive tail. Whoosh! The hundreds of meters-long tail came crashing down, carrying with it a torrent of molten lava, swift and heavy, like a falling volcano. Lin Chen's gaze was like lightning. He had no intention of dodging. He raised his silver straight knife high and swung it directly, unleashing the full lethal force of his ultimate strike. Boom! A blade light, like a galaxy, pierced through the sky, entering the line of sight of the 5 from Jiang Yuan. They watched in shock as, at the moment of impact, the scales on the tail of the dark dragon flame beast shattered extensively, exposing flesh and blood, revealing a clear knife wound. Immediately after, the entire tail shook violently, unable to withstand the power of the blade light, and swung back, taking the massive body down hard onto the ground, crushing the forest and rolling several times. On the other side, Lin Chen, due to the force of the collision, was still in mid-air, descending steadily. Clearly, in this first clash, this 5th-tier destructive beast was at a disadvantage, unable to match Lin Chen. Roar! The dark dragon flame beast roared furiously, its massive body agile as it quickly got up, leaping like lightning, ferociously pouncing towards the descending Lin Chen. Roar! An even louder beast roar swept across the sky, vast and distant, like an endless deep sea from ancient times. Beast King 5 kill style. Giant whale force kill. Watching the dark dragon flame beast charging upwards, Lin Chen braced himself again, channeling his vast vitality and strength throughout his body, kicking out in midair. Boom! The entire area dimmed in an instant. It was a gigantic blood whale, over 1,000 meters long, unmatched in weight, carrying a terrifying aura, leaping from above to confront the attacking dark dragon flame beast. Thud! The 2 beasts collided, the sound deafening. The massive blood whale was a manifestation of spiritual martial arts, exploding in its entirety, shaking the dark dragon flame beast into a rapid descent, like a meteor crashing into the earth, followed by another loud bang as the entire area collapsed, cracks spreading, earth and stone flying like waves. The dark dragon flame beast was deeply trapped within, blood gushing from its body. The 5 from Jiang Yuan stared in horror, unable to believe their eyes. Beasts possess intelligence, especially a 5th-tier destructive beast like the dark dragon flame beast, which is even smarter. In their first clash, it might have been testing Lin Chen, holding back, but after falling into a disadvantage, it would inevitably unleash its full power. Yet the result was still a defeat. This indicates one thing: Lin Chen's hard power surpassed that of the dark dragon flame beast. Whoosh! The dark dragon flame beast, trapped in a deep pit, watched Lin Chen descending towards it, as if realizing it was not to be trifled with. It opened its massive bloody mouth, gathering energy, spewing forth a sea of lava, sweeping towards the sky, intending to force him back. Lin Chen's expression was calm, his descending trajectory showing no signs of change. The next moment, thunder roared. Boom! The entire sky changed color in an instant, countless bolts of lightning pouring down, tearing through the rising lava, following Lin Chen with his knife as he plunged into the deep pit, engulfing the massive body of the dark dragon flame beast. Not far away on the mountain, Jiang Yuan and the others stopped in their tracks, watching the brutal fight before them, motionless, like clay sculptures. The 5 Night Watchmen ranked in the top 10 of the assessment were unable to take down the dark dragon flame beast, yet it was being suppressed by a single person. Most importantly, the one taking action was a boy far younger than them. Zhua Huafeng swallowed hard, and after a while, broke the silence in the group with a hoarse voice. I thought he was at a similar level to us. The gap is too big. The Night Watchman who initially lured the dark dragon flame beast shook his head, speaking with certainty. Lin Chen's combat power is definitely among the strongest of the day-tier Night Watchmen. It seems my prediction was not wrong. The dark dragon flame beast won't survive this assessment. I suddenly have a bold idea. I advise you to retract that idea of a follow-up attack. Lin Chen's strength will lead him to take even bolder actions against you. Cough. Just kidding. Calm down. The group continued to discuss, expressing their thoughts. Zhua Huafeng noticed that Jiang Yuan had remained silent, pondering for a moment, and said, "Is it because of your duel with Lin Chen?" Jiang Yuan weakly nodded, a tragic smile revealing his nearly broken state of mind. I've been a clown from start to finish. He recalled the earlier challenge when Lin Chen specifically pointed out that as long as he didn't change his mind after the assessment, they could fight. At that time, he thought it was the pride of a genius, unwilling to back down. Now it seemed more like a casual piece of advice. I know Lin Chen is better than you. Zhua Huafeng was surprised by Jiang Yuan's attitude, but there's no need to be so exaggerated. Jiang Yuan sighed, watching Lin Chen battling the dark dragon flame beast. His tone complex. You don't understand. As a super genius who had undergone bone tempering 3 times, he was well aware of the potential some people possessed. For those individuals, the only gap between them and strength was time. It seems like one can really rank as a quasi-king solely based on martial arts. Boom! Lin Chen was unstoppable. Swinging his blade, the blazing light of the sword condensed like a galaxy, cleaving the nearly 1,000-meter-long dark dragon flame beast, a large spurt of blood splattering, as a severe wound appeared on its back. Thud! The dark dragon flame beast fell to the ground, disregarding the rage brought on by pain, flipping over and scrambling to escape in the opposite direction. It had already realized that it was no match for the human before it. If it didn't flee now, it would be a dead end. Whoosh! The dark dragon flame beast excelled in speed, moving swiftly, its massive body causing no heaviness at all. But the wrath of heaven, evolving into slaughter, was even faster. Boom boom boom. The sky above the dark dragon flame beast changed color, filled with dense lightning without a gap, streaks piercing through the sky, violently dominating, sealing off all escape routes for the dark dragon flame beast. Swish! Lin Chen advanced with his blade, his figure flashing like a strange ghost, appearing right in front of the dark dragon flame beast. His agility was not as outstanding as his offensive and defensive skills, but it was not a shortcoming either. Even without the wrath of heaven blocking it, the dark dragon flame beast would still find it hard to escape. The battle grew increasingly bloody. The dark dragon flame beast was no match, retreating step by step, its injuries worsening, whether from the blade light or the penetrating thunder. Gaping wounds were visible everywhere, crimson blood gushing out like a river. Under the threat of death, the dark dragon flame beast fought back desperately, battling everywhere. The entire undulating expanse of mountains occasionally collapsed, dust swirling, rocks flying, most of which had not yet landed before being turned into lava by the high temperature. The dark dragon flame beast displayed the might of a 5th-tier destructive beast. But the blazing sword light and brilliant thunder were even more ferocious, always shadowing it, suppressing it. Thud! The dark dragon flame beast trembled, quickly falling to the ground. A massive lightning bolt pierced through its abdomen, leaving a bloody hole, transparent from front to back. Its muscles, bones, and internal organs all turned to powder. Roar! The dark dragon flame beast crashed onto a mountain, feeling a wave of weakness spreading throughout its body, its dim beastly eyes locking onto the human. Approaching with a blade, seemingly very unwilling, letting out a roar of exhausted fury. Swish! Lin Chen stepped forward, easily dodging the relentless attacks of the dark dragon flame beast, closing in on its head, delivering an extreme slash that severed its neck, which was over 100 meters in diameter. Boom! The mountain below shook, collapsing entirely, soil and rocks splattering. Amidst the dust, a beast's head tumbled and rolled, its already dim vertical pupils completely losing their luster. The 5th-tier destructive dark dragon flame beast met its demise. Yu Guangming was dead, died a tragic death. Stinking black blood flowed from its 7 orifices, its entire body rapidly rotting, as if melting. His death would be recorded by the Night Watch. If mentioned in the future, it would likely be treated as a cautionary case. Thud! Chu Qiao raised a hand, pressing down, an invisible force sweeping out, grinding Yu Guangming and the surrounding area into powder, disappearing without a trace. The methods of the divine involve the peak power of martial arts. No matter how far apart, they cannot be underestimated. Chu Qiao explained to Lin Chen, in the past, just a drop of this filthy blood could cause a plague sweeping across multiple regions. Lin Chen exhaled lightly, saying, indeed terrifying, hard to fathom. The divine curse that killed Yu Guangming erupted after he was taken down by him. This was clearly not a coincidence. Yu Guangming's situation could not be hidden from the deity behind him. Lin Chen thought for a moment, facing Chu Qiao, and said, Yu Guangming mentioned before his death that the Desire Heaven deity might target Xingxia. How should we respond? Handle it normally. This is not a rare occurrence. Hand it over to the dedicated department at headquarters for investigation and clue collection. Chu Qiao explained methodically, noting that many of the otherworldly invasion incidents handled by the Night Watch were orchestrated by deities behind the scenes. The Night Watch can respond as needed. Deities are indeed terrifying, but they are not without countermeasures. From the Long Night era to the present new calendar, there have been more than one deity plotting against Xingxia, and the various schemes are countless, yet Xingxia still endures and continues to grow. A smile appeared on Chu Qiao's face as he said, moreover, this time's otherworldly invasion was a victory for us, wasn't it? We annihilated the invading beasts and cut off the sacrifices targeting Moku County at their roots, preventing the Desire Heaven deity from achieving any of its goals. That's right, Lin Chen nodded. Guardian. Hua Yao took over the conversation, looking at Chu Qiao and smiling as he reminded, this otherworldly invasion was resolved almost perfectly. To be honest, we owe it to Lin Chen for breaking through midway. No need to be modest. Don't shake your head, I'm speaking frankly. Without you, the beast tide couldn't have been suppressed, and I wouldn't have been able to drag the black prison armored dragon here before the Guardian arrived. This isn't Just my opinion. When the specific combat records are documented later, all the night watchmen will report truthfully. Hua Yao spread his hands and smiled. Hearing this, Chu Xiao looked at Lin Chen, sizing him up, and said, "On my way here, I received news from headquarters that you opened the Heavenly Gate for the first time, achieving 10 gates." The examiner night watchman who first dealt with the beast tide had been in contact with the headquarters in Lizhou. The foundation is quite solid, Lin Chen admitted. Directly, Xu Qiao's smile grew wider, saying, "This isn't just solid, opening 10 heavenly gates at once is remarkable. If you further consolidate your realm in the heavenly gate, you can apply to enter the Xingxia Quasi-King sequence. Alright, I believe you can definitely do it. Not having special abilities isn't a problem, this level of martial combat power is enough to make up for it." As he spoke, a loud boom resonated and the entire space trembled violently. Hua Yao looked around and made a confident judgment. The space of the two realms is beginning to enter the detachment phase, no new beasts will descend. Xu Qiao had already made a decision and instructed, "Just in case, we should head to Moko County until the otherworldly invasion is over." Support from headquarters has already arrived at the Chaos Void secret realm, ensuring high safety. Good. The three of them took to the skies, with Xu Qiao leading Lin Chen and Hua Yao soaring faster. Along the way, Lin Chen thought for a moment and asked, "What will happen after the night watchman assessment? There are still less than 2 days left." "That has nothing to do with you." Hua Yao raised an eyebrow. "With your combat power, plus your performance in this special otherworldly invasion, you will definitely be appointed as a super-tier night watchman. Moreover, after you killed that 5th-tier destructive dark dragon flame beast, you've already tacitly accepted the first place. Don't mess with the beasts in the assessment area. How about I give you the highest score for your performance as the person in charge?" Hua Yao said with a hint of teasing. Lin Chen chuckled silently, thought for a moment, and said, "Can I apply for a unique skill as an extra reward?" "Unique skill?" Hua Yao stroked his chin and analyzed. "You're only 17, right? So young, and you've opened 10 heavenly gates. Potential is not an issue. Plus, with your performance in handling this otherworldly invasion, applying for a unique skill shouldn't be difficult." As he spoke, he turned slightly to look at Chu Xiao beside him and asked, "What do you think?" The Guardian was undoubtedly a big shot at the Lizhou headquarters. As long as Chu Xiao nodded in agreement, Lin Chen would definitely be able to apply for a unique skill. "One thing at a time, assessments are assessments, and achievements are achievements," Chu Xiao said sternly. As he spoke, he noticed the look of astonishment on Hua Yao's face, while Lin Chen, the person involved, merely glanced at him, remaining quite calm. Chu Xiao cleared his throat, trying to cover up some embarrassment, and laughed. "Just based on your performance during the assessment, it's enough to apply for a unique skill. There's no need to use the credit for resolving this special level for an invasion." Hua Yao's mouth twitched slightly. "Speechless, Commander, let's not dwell on this." Lin Chen shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. He had guessed there would be a twist. Given Xu Qiao's previous attitude when he met him, it was unlikely he would confront him directly, even if he didn't want him. To obtain the unique skill, he would intervene behind the scenes. "I just thought of something." Xu Qiao, without changing his expression, found an excuse and quickly shifted the topic, his gaze landing on Lin Chen. "The unique skills that can be directly mobilized from the headquarters in Li Province are not a small number. After we return, I'll have someone send you the materials. Make sure to take a good look. Practicing unique skills requires a massive investment of energy, so you must choose carefully. To some extent, a unique skill can influence a martial artist's future development direction. You can discuss it with the martial arts consultants at headquarters, or you can come to me. It's best to also ask Commander Guan Shan," Xu Qiao sincerely reminded him. "Okay, thank you." During the conversation, the three of them descended in altitude, arriving at the fusion boundary of Mo Lake County. Here, several examiners and night watchmen had already dealt with the beast tide, setting up a defensive formation and standing guard. Upon seeing the three descend, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and approach them. "We achieved a great victory. This foreign invasion has been completely suppressed. I and Lin Chen held off until Commander Chu arrived, and both the Black Prison Armored Dragon and Yu Guangming were killed." Hua Yao raised his right hand, his voice passionate. "Next, we just need to maintain our guard and wait for the foreign fusion space to detach." Yes. Everyone was invigorated, patiently waiting. Soon after, the spatial fluctuations around them grew more intense, nearing the end of the detachment period. Lin Chen saw the dense forest ahead continuously disappearing into thin air, revealing new urban buildings in Mo Lake County as an orange-red sunset descended towards the earth. However, the ground was littered with the corpses of foreign beasts, fallen and broken trees, and scattered earth and stones, which did not leave with the foreign realm, remaining on the land of Mo Lake County. During the fusion of the two realms, significant changes in the beings or environment from one side would remain in Xingxia. The previous foreign invasion that erupted in Taishang Mountain was the same. It's over. The spatial state stabilized, no longer fluctuating. Nearby buildings, affected by the aftermath of the battle, had turned into ruins, with various charred corpses of foreign beasts scattered about. The night watchmen on site breathed a sigh of relief, smiling and chatting with one another. Chu Chao also wore a faint smile, looking at the people around him, and couldn't help but recall past memories of fighting against various foreign invasions. He suggested, let's take a group photo, it's rare to perfectly resolve a special level foreign invasion and deal with the foreign cultists' secret plots. Sure, I don't need to stand in the middle. Chu Chao smiled and shook his head, politely declining Hua Yao's invitation. In this battle against the foreign invasion, the greatest credit goes to you and Lin Chen. We should arrange ourselves around the two of you. No need to be polite. That's right, from today on, we're all comrades for life. As fellow combat personnel from the execution department, the night watchmen on site were efficient, quickly lining up. Click. Chu Chao used energy to control a camera and pressed the shutter. The image captured in the shot froze. At the end of the earth, the sunset cast a blood-red glow, and amidst the broken ruins stood a row of ragged night watchmen, most of them injured, yet all wearing smiles, surrounded by countless corpses of foreign beasts spilling out of the frame. They were the victors. Looking at old Guan, Zhao Fulan retracted the smile on his face and asked, do we still need to enhance the life-related medicines? No need, old Guan replied nonchalantly, the previous segment of Lifeline was enough, any more would be a waste. Zhao Fulan pressed his lips together, feeling a weight in his heart as he said, this time, it seems we've drained the already limited effects of the Lifeline. What difference does it make to live? Another 10 days or half a month? Old Guan smiled faintly, appearing quite at ease. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression changed slightly. After a moment of silence, he exhaled softly, old Guan, I want to know how much time you have left. Why? Old Guan glanced at Lin Chen with a hint of teasing, do you think I can't protect you? No. At that moment, Lin Chen wasn't in the mood for jokes. It relates to the extent of using the Abyss of Darkness. If used frequently, probably 3 months? Maybe a bit longer. Or shorter, but around that time. Old Guan chuckled, his expression one of acceptance. If I don't use it at all, it could last a bit longer, maybe half a year. Lin Chen responded briefly, feeling unsettled. Old Guan had told him that his remaining lifespan was short, but he hadn't expected it to be this brief. At most, less than a year. Beside them, Luo Qiushue controlled her tone with effort, saying, I'll take the lead in flying. No need, the impact of such basic abilities on lifespan is negligible. Old Guan had long since come to terms with life and death. Initially hesitant to unseal the Abyss of Darkness, he was worried about the gods descending upon the mountains and seas. Again, Lin Chen's performance during this time had already reassured him. Zhao Fulan sighed inwardly, turning slightly to gaze at the still silent Lin Chen. When I mentioned collaborating on the path of royal blood to become wealthy, it was more of a joke. For the time being, you should focus on following old Guan to learn how to master the Abyss of Darkness. This time, causing a ruckus at the Long family has basically cut off any chance of reconciliation. While old Guan is here, they don't have the guts to openly trouble you, but once he's gone, it's inevitable that old grievances will resurface. However, Zhao Fulan also understood that Lin Chen, as old Guan's chosen successor for the Abyss of Darkness, had the capital to confront the Long family. But, the progress in mastering the Abyss of Darkness needs to be quicker. This way, first, you'll have powerful combat strength, and second, it will attract the attention of the higher-ups in Xingxia, preventing the Long family from stirring up any trouble. No. Lin Chen shook his head, his eyes bright, I want to go to the path of royal blood first. Upon hearing this, old Guan looked at Lin Chen thoughtfully. Previously, when he was nearing Long City, Lin Chen was able to sense his domain of the Abyss of Darkness through the embryonic form of its true meaning. He could also perceive a similar power within Lin Chen. Considering Lin Chen's mention of the gene sublimation technique, it wasn't impossible for him to not only master the Abyss of Darkness but also possess a true domain of it. Meanwhile, Zhao Fulan was astonished as he looked at Lin Chen, entering the path of royal blood. He had wanted Lin Chen to be a companion, but Lin Chen's sudden agreement truly caught him off guard. He felt that his previous analysis regarding the Long family was correct. After a brief moment of thought, Zhao Fulan nodded and said, using the path of royal blood to counter the Long family is indeed a strategy. You could become a quasi-king, achieving excellent results in the path of royal blood, which would attract the attention of the Xingxia kings. Zhao Fulan stroked his chin, but you don't have any special abilities. Relying solely on martial arts to achieve quasi-king status might take a bit longer, and you'll still need to learn to master the Abyss of Darkness. Isn't that a bit rushed time-wise? There's still time. Lin Chen replied calmly. His primary reason for going to the path of royal blood was to allow old Guan to live a bit longer, which had little to do with the Long family. Of course, he also understood that, in old Guan's view, his own lifespan was far less important than mastering the Abyss of Darkness. However, successfully mastering the Abyss of Darkness was already a certainty for him. There was no need to further deplete old Guan's lifespan for guidance. Moreover, it would waste his own time. The gene sublimation technique would repair the embryonic form of the true meaning of the Abyss of Darkness without him needing to worry. He just needed to stay alive. About a month of free time spent in the mountains and seas held little significance. Entering the path of royal blood held the promise of faster advancement. So confident? Seeing Lin Chen's assured demeanor, Zhao Fulan couldn't help but look him up and down. Are you close to meeting the conditions to enter the Xingxia Quasi-King rank solely through martial arts? What conditions? Faced with Lin Chen's retort, Zhao Fulan couldn't hold back any longer, her lips twitching slightly. How could he not know? Where did this confidence come from? There isn't a very detailed standard, after all. There are countless martial arts and it's hard to measure specifically. There will be a judging panel to determine it together. Zhao Fulan calmed her emotions and informed him honestly, to achieve the status of a quasi-king in the Tianmen realm through pure martial arts, two aspects are generally assessed. First, the number of Tianmen. It's best not to be fewer than mine. To some extent, I can also be considered as having achieved the status of a quasi-king through martial arts, but I took the extreme path of nurturing my body to cultivate my weapon. Second, it's essential to ensure the ability to condense powerful martial arts' true meaning. For example, achieving the corresponding extraordinary phenomena, progressing quickly, or having profound attainments in certain ultimate skills. Zhao Fulan roughly explained. Luo Qiushui shook her head secretly. It sounded simple when Zhao Fulan spoke, but in reality, it was like climbing to the heavens. Even a super genius who had undergone 3 rounds of bone tempering found it very difficult to open the 10th Tianmen with a high failure rate. As for ultimate skills and powerful phenomena, there was no need to say more. However, in Lin Chen's view, there was no difficulty at all. It seemed like a natural progression. His second batch of Tianmen was about to open soon. The progress of the Qitian technique was rapid, and in a few days he would be able to invoke 7 kinds of heavenly and earthly realms. I understand now, Lin Chen responded to Zhao Fulan. When can I go to the King Blood Path? Within this week. Zhao Fulan replied affirmatively. The King Blood Path is located deep within the first holy city, already in the foreign domain, and requires some procedures. Okay. I will set off tonight to report on the matters related to the void and will keep an eye out for the few law tablets you want. Zhao Fulan took out a communicator and checked the map. Commander Guan, please drop me off when we pass that highway ahead. Sure. Before parting, Zhao Fulan didn't forget about Long Coer and asked old Guan, what exactly is the power within this girl? Essentially, it is a type of energy body refined from divine blood, but it is somewhat ethereal. Ethereal? Zhao Fulan pondered silently and voiced his speculation. Is it a side effect of Long Qitian's separation from martial arts cultivation before becoming a deity? Hard to say. There are no precedents in history for losing martial arts cultivation and then becoming a deity. Old Guan shook his head gently, informing that the battle back then was too brutal, blood-soaked, and the number of deaths was countless, making it difficult to restore the full picture. Zhao Fulan didn't ask further, and instead mentioned arrangements for Long Coer. If she wants to regain the power of the Long family, it would be more suitable for her to enter the military. Which king should she choose to align with? Old Guan thought for a moment and said, no need to rush into the game. It's better to practice in Shanghai City for a while and see the situation. 10 minutes of control authority is still somewhat insufficient. Alright. For this original Nightfire army commander he had admired since childhood, Zhao Fulan naturally trusted him. He turned slightly to face Lin Chen and raised an eyebrow, regretting going to the King Blood Path now? It seems it will be hard to find support again. Lin Chen smiled without speaking. Previously, he had also taken supporting Long Coer's power grab as a joke. But now, with the imminent arrival of the Black Abyss ability and the Qitian Sacred Flame, his combat powers leap would surely be astonishing. Lin Chen sensed deep within his body, feeling quite surprised. A mass of crimson gold flames floated above the Qitian Sacred Flame, originating from it, evolved by him using the Qitian technique. However, the fluctuations emanating from it had clearly reached the level of extraordinary phenomena. His Qitian technique had just advanced to the ultimate realm. To achieve extraordinary phenomena, the 7 kinds of heavenly and earthly realms contained within this ultimate skill would require completing the 3 stages of invoking, controlling, and merging. Lin Chen knew that the Qitian Sacred Flame could amplify the power of the Qitian technique. Zhao Fulan had made it clear to him before, but his current situation was clearly not just a simple increase in power, it was a leap in overall realm. It could be for 2 reasons. Lin Chen calmed his mind, pondering thoughtfully, analyzing why this was the case. First, it relates to my simplification ability. This unique skill involves instinct-level cultivation, comprehending 7 kinds of the world's essence. Although they are just beginning, they do not exist separately. They intertwine and present a trend of evolving towards the true essence of the Sun Core. Normal martial artists perceive the world's essence through the heavenly gates, which are not interconnected. To evolve towards the true essence of martial arts, specialized training is required. Generally, only super geniuses attempt to lay the foundation for the true essence of martial arts before the manifestation of anomalies. Many martial artists at the heavenly gates only comprehend one kind of the world's essence to more easily condense the true essence of martial arts. They often feel hopeless about breakthroughs and then seek to comprehend other kinds of the world's essence, either to draw parallels or to further enhance their combat power. Second, due to the holy flame of the blazing heaven, the quantity I inherited is too much. When others inherit the holy flame of the blazing heaven, it is usually only the size of a palm. In the best cases, it amounts to no more than 20 cubic meters. Considering the Long family's attitude, it is not hard to analyze that the holy flame of the blazing heaven left by Long Chi-tian has hardly been consumed, and in the end he inherited it all, amounting to over 1,000,000 cubic meters. This quantity can definitely cause a qualitative change. The weight of the two reasons may not be the same, but in any case, it's a good thing for me. A smile appeared on Lin Chen's face, not to mention that it can illuminate the path ahead. Just the power of the Sun Core anomaly is enough to significantly enhance my strength. Regardless of what cultivation methods the path of royal blood has, at the end of the day, the winner is king. Lin Chen felt that Elder Guan was probably right when he suggested he take the blood essence of the Beast King. Obtaining resources on the path of royal blood could really be quite simple. After all, my strength can still surge a bit, and I have 6 new heavenly gates. Now I can open them. Lin Chen, who was quietly sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! In the next moment, a tremendous momentum erupted above him, and 6 ancient heavenly gates materialized in succession. Together with the previously opened heavenly gates, there were a total of 24, surrounding his body, simultaneously inhaling and exhaling the energy of the world, directly transforming the formless energy into substantial tides. Elder Guan instantly sensed it and appeared silently in the courtyard, gazing at the 24 heavenly gates suspended in midair, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. He knew Lin Chen was not lying, but seeing it with his own eyes was still quite unsettling. Can more heavenly gates be opened? Elder Guan asked in a deep voice. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. It's very vague, but it's certain that the heavenly gates hidden in my body can be opened without the need for the Beast King's blood essence. It just might take a bit more time. Elder Guan exhaled lightly. The next opening should still be more than one. About that, Lin Chen couldn't sense the exact number right now, but he agreed with Elder Guan's view. According to the previous pattern, the next opening is likely to be 4 heavenly gates at once. That's too many. Elder Guan couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Chen chuckled. Isn't it said that the more heavenly gates, the better? Elder Guan nodded. That's why many would-be kings are willing to risk their lives to try to open extreme heavenly gates. But breaking the limit 9 times, or even 10 times, still doesn't have as many heavenly gates as you do now. Elder Guan raised his gaze again, landing on the heavenly gates hovering above Lin Chen, and said with certainty, with just these heavenly gates, I believe you are enough to enter the ranks of the holy summer would-be kings. Lin Chen was slightly surprised and said, Isn't it said that there are still aspects related to the true essence of martial arts that need to be assessed? Moreover, the weight of this aspect should surpass the number of heavenly gates, right? Zhao Fulan had previously detailed the review criteria for would-be kings to him. Elder Guan smiled faintly and explained the reason. Assessing the true essence of martial arts is essentially judging combat power, with 24 heavenly gates as a foundation. As long as the true essence of martial arts is slightly better, the power it unleashes will not be weaker than the powerful true essence of the same realm. Moreover, the more heavenly gates there are, the easier it is to observe the world's essence. If a person possesses over 20 heavenly gates, one can easily imagine that the true essence of martial arts they ultimately master will not be weak. Old Guan pondered for a moment and added, of course, as long as it's not 100% certain, there will inevitably be some disputes. However, the assessment for the quasi-king is based on a jury system, where the minority must submit to the majority. Understood. Lin Chen had an epiphany, raising his hand to stroke his chin, smiling slightly. Actually, there won't be any disputes. Old Guan didn't think much of it and directly agreed. After all, you can still open the heavenly gate. That's not the reason. Lin Chen shook his head with a smile. I can now utilize the solar core phenomenon contained within the radiant heaven technique. Upon hearing this, Old Guan's pupils involuntarily contracted, completely unable to remain calm. I need to borrow the radiant sacred flame. I've refined a part of it. Lin Chen further revealed the truth. This thing is not a weapon, it belongs to top-tier cultivation resources. According to Zhao Fulan, it counts as the foundation for achieving quasi-king. Right. Old Guan responded affirmatively, confirming Lin Chen's statement demonstrated fully. I want to see. Okay. With a thought, Lin Chen activated the radiant heaven technique using 24 heavenly gates. At this moment, it was deep night, but in an instant, endless flames illuminated the night sky. On the road, Long Core, who had been drawn by the activation of the heavenly gates, paused in her steps, astonished to see the crimson golden flames spreading across the sky, seemingly endless, until they extended beyond her line of sight. Whether it was the ocean to the east or the land to the west of the villa, everything was covered. It was as if the sun had fallen into the mountains and seas on this night. However, in the next moment, the flames vanished completely. After seeing Old Guan nod in acknowledgement, Lin Chen immediately retracted the radiant heaven technique. Maintaining such a level of power for an extended period would undoubtedly cause widespread panic among the populace. Your own level of the radiant heaven technique has reached the ultimate realm. The key lies in the 7 kinds of heavenly and earthly realms within, which are intermingling, already forming the foundation for a complete solar core phenomenon. The shock in old Guan's heart did not diminish. He stared intently at Lin Chen. The power of the radiant sacred flame that will erupt in your hands in the future will likely surpass that of the black abyss. Lin Chen did not humble himself, seriously pondering. That will take a long time. The radiant sacred flame itself is not a weapon. To fully refine it, the true meaning of the solar core I have condensed needs to be developed further. The black abyss is different. Once I comprehend the true meaning of the black abyss, I might only need the black abyss phenomenon to fully master it. Lin Chen spread his hands and smiled. The most important thing is that the functions of the radiant sacred flame and the black abyss are completely different. They do not conflict and are both very useful to me. Why do I feel like you're trying to comfort me? Indeed, a strong person is not just someone with profound cultivation. What do you mean? I commend your keen insight. Haha, you little rascal, keep cultivating. Old Guan laughed as he left, feeling particularly joyful. His lifespan was already less than a year, but now he had a firm premonition. He would witness Lin Chen reach an extremely high level. Under the starry night sky, Lin Chen sat cross-legged, quietly and patiently, diligently cultivating. The day to embark on the path of royal blood was tomorrow morning. However, his strength was progressing rapidly. Currently, the progress of opening the heavenly gates had slowed down. To maintain efficiency, it was estimated that he needed to obtain enough Beast King blood from the path of royal blood. But the cultivation of the heavenly and earthly realms was still swift. It took me about a week to go from the entry level to the ultimate realm of the radiant heaven technique, Lin Chen analyzed to himself. Now, with 24 heavenly gates, my martial arts comprehension is robust, and future improvements will also be efficient. The 7 kinds of heavenly and earthly realms contained within the radiant heaven technique will likely reach the end of the induction stage in just 10 days. Considering the need for breakthrough accumulation, 2 weeks should be enough. For the subsequent control stage, at most, it will take double the time, which is 1 month. The later fusion stage and solar core phenomenon should take 2 to 3 months. And this is still based on the foundation of 24 heavenly gates. The actual progress will only be faster. If I can refine the radiant sacred flame with the radiant heaven technique, then in just half a year, my actual combat power is likely to approach that of the guardian general Chu Qiao. Lin Chan's heart surged with emotions. He still had more than half a year until he turned 18. It was only mid-June now, and it would be nearly 6 months until the new year. The guardian at 17? Lin Chen felt it was quite possible. Even sooner. The Black Abyss belongs to the weapons of slaughter, and its potential for enhancing my combat power surpasses that of the holy flame of the radiant heaven. Lin Chen grinned widely, his smile particularly radiant. The night passed quickly, and the summer sky always brightened early. Around 7:30 in the morning, Lin Chen received a message from Zhao Fulan, asking where they should meet. In about 2 hours, the warplanes from the First Holy City Military Department would arrive at Shanghai. After replying to the message, Lin Chen put away his communicator, along with the 10 surrounding law tablets, into his storage ring. He then got up and left for the city. This trip to the path of royal blood would take him until next month to return, and he had some matters to attend to. Previously, he had leveraged the live streaming company founded by Su Bai, and with his combat power skyrocketing, just as he had anticipated, it quickly gained momentum. The Shanghai City and the Liao Province government opened all doors to provide various support. Everyone was clear that Lin Chen's potential was not limited to just being a superclass night watchman. Zhou Yangyang, whom Lin Chen personally arranged to join the company, had seen his position soar like a rocket after dropping out to work, and he currently served as the general manager's first assistant. The general manager was none other than Su Bai, a prominent figure in the business world of Shanghai City. Lin Chen understood that Su Bai was not motivated by salary, nor was he scheming for the company. It was primarily a way to deepen their relationship. Lin Gu, don't worry. By the time you come back, the company might have become a giant cross-state conglomerate covering various businesses. Zhou Yangyang, still youthful at heart, laughed broadly, slapping his chest with a loud bang. Beside him, Su Bai remained gentle and refined, lacking the roughness often seen in mine owners. However, this time when he saw Lin Chen, he seemed much more reserved than before, noticeably more restrained. Goodbye. Su Bai smiled warmly at Lin Chen in the elevator, and only after the elevator doors completely closed did he turn to leave with Zhou Yangyang, his thoughts swirling like waves in the sea, unpredictable and tumultuous. After years of planning, his persistent thoughts finally bore fruit. He had indeed encountered a tree that could reach the sky. The Su family had become a prominent family in Shanghai City, a certainty now. There was even a possibility of further advancement in the future. However, what he hadn't anticipated was the terrifyingly rapid growth of this tree. Before he could fully grasp it, it had already reached a height that required him to look up to see. Exiting the company, Lin Chen's figure flickered, and he headed directly to Shanghai No. 1 High School. His collaboration with Su Bai was fundamentally an exchange of interests. But the school was different. Initially, the school invested in him 3 times for bone tempering, genuinely believing he could bring back greater benefits, which was why they agreed. However, after the conflict with Li Ziqi, the principal firmly stood by his side, shielding him from a lot. of trouble. As for Yi Tingyun, there was no need to mention. When Lin Chen arrived at school, it was during class time, and he didn't cause any commotion, quickly finding Yi Tingyun and Principal Li. I don't need to skip grades for the college entrance exam. I'll just keep my student status at the school, Lin Chen said with a faint smile. With his current strength, university had long lost its significance, and even the top institutions of Xinxia were no exception. Keeping his student status at Shanghai #1 high school would benefit the school greatly. Good. Principal Li smiled with his eyes squinting. The school has received quite a few cultivation resources recently, with government rewards, donations from companies or individuals, and several bottles of opening heaven elixir. You can take a look and choose what you need. I wanted to tell you earlier, but Instructor Yi said you had just suppressed a special level foreign invasion and would definitely be busy afterward, so I didn't want to disturb you. It's fine, keep it for the school's foundation to cultivate its students in the future. Lin Chen naturally declined. Such ordinary resources were of no use to him anymore. As he spoke, Lin Chen handed over a document, which was a scholarship established in the school's name by the company. On one hand, it is a return to Instructor Yi and Principal Li, and on the other hand, it can offset the company's taxes. Xinxia is quite strict when it comes to taxes. After all, without money, things are hard to manage. The tax office has clear regulations stating that personal income of a king-level expert is tax-exempt, but the companies they establish still have to pay taxes, including various value-added taxes and stamp duties, all according to a unified standard. Principal Li stood up with the contract and left, not wanting to interrupt Lin Chen and Yi Tingyun's conversation. Their relationship was far superior to his with Lin Chen. The headquarters of the Nightfire Army is also in the First Holy City. You should go take a look when you have time, Instructor Yi pondered. As the new ruler of the Black Abyss, if you join the military, the Nightfire Army is an excellent choice. Okay. My squad back in the day was also part of the First Holy City. There's a comrades reunion in the second half of the year. I'll come to see you then. I can only stay on the King's Blood Road for a month before I have to return. I know, you want to come back to learn from old Guan about the Black Abyss, but aren't you still going afterward? If I have the combat power of a military lord or a garrison commander, isn't it a bit unreasonable to stay in a place for cultivating geniuses? Thinking about his future growth prospects, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Why do I feel like you're not joking with me? Instructor Yi, your insight is no less than old Guan's. After some light banter, Lin Chen stood up to take his leave. When he walked out of the office, classes had already ended. The campus was no longer quiet, the figures running around and the laughter filled with youthful energy made Lin Chen instinctively stop in the corridor, pausing to watch. Not long ago, he was one of them. However, such scenes from his memory would likely be hard to experience again. Some paths are destined to accommodate only a few. The further one goes, the fewer people there are. Lin Chen, a familiar voice called out from behind, and Lin Chen didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Long time no see. Su Wanyua looked at the boy who turned around, her thoughts racing. Long time no see. Lin Chen smiled. Your strength has improved quite a bit. He could see at a glance that Su Wanyua's cultivation had progressed. Many of her bones had completed the second refinement. However, to fully complete it, including a spine, would take at least 2 more years. It needed to be done during university, and this was already an unattainable ceiling for many of her peers. The path of invincibility in youth is 1 in 10,000. Many martial artists have left the school. Back then, only Yu and Qin Ming were the 2 high-level martial artists left. He is mainly training in the Night Patrol Division now, so the resources at school have become a bargain for me. Su Wanyue tucked her hair behind her ear and chuckled lightly. Because Instructor Yi has been guiding me most of the time, my 2 martial arts have finally broken through the peak realm and reached the true transformation realm. Impressive. Lin Chen nodded, revealing a teasing smile. Are you looking to challenge me again? He clearly remembered their previous battles. After all, it hadn't been long, but perhaps due to experiencing too much and growing too quickly, their encounters at the martial arts exchange seemed to have happened a long time ago. Su Wanyue's cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly shook her head and smiled as if letting go. No challenge, I can't beat you. Without needing Su Bai to remind her, she was well aware from various news reports about Lin Chen how extraordinary and powerful he was. The classmates around them were saying he would appear in textbooks in the future. The school had already sealed the desk and classroom he once used. According to one of her friends studying at Wonquan High School, the flag he left behind was also kept and maintained with strict care. Sometimes, being defeated by someone can also be a great honor. Are you here to withdraw from school? Su Wanyue changed the subject. No, but I do need to leave Shanghai today. I'm just saying goodbye to Instructor Yi and the others. Lin Chen shrugged. Su Wanyue paused for a moment. Will you come back in the future? I will come back. Su Wanyue took a deep breath. I wish you a smooth journey and a bright future. Thank you. The two chatted for only a few minutes, and when the class bell rang, they each went their separate ways. Lin Chen returned to his residence, and not long after getting home, he saw a sleek aerospace fighter rapidly descending, hovering directly above the courtyard. It was clearly there to take him to the Blood King Road. Buzz! The side door of the aerospace fighter opened, revealing Zhao Fulan's figure. He placed great importance on Lin Shen joining the Blood King Road and had volunteered to be the guide for this trip. One of the key tasks of the guide is to verify the identity of the students. Zhao Fulan landed in the courtyard, sizing up Lin Shen before raising his eyebrows slightly. Quickly show me the sacred flame of the blazing sky, the black abyss, and the 10 heavenly gates so I can see if you are really Lin Shen. Of course, this was a joke. He had previously been in the airspace with Lin Shen and had caused a ruckus at the Long family, so he naturally recognized him. The next moment, seeing the silent figure of old Guan appear, Zhao Fulan cleared his throat, stopped joking, and said with a serious expression, I am here on the orders of the First Holy City Military Department to guide Lin Shen to the Blood King Road. Old Guan casually nodded, his gaze falling on Lin Shen as he took a look. Go ahead, he said. I'm off. Lin Shen replied. Old Guan watched as the two young men leaped into the air and entered the hovering aerospace fighter. Then, the aerospace fighter quickly ascended, transforming into a streak of light, disappearing into the distant sky. Old Guan quietly gazed for a while before retracting his gaze. Lin Shen's trip would last at most a month, which wasn't long, but he had a premonition that when they met again, this young man would likely be even stronger than he expected. On the other side, inside the cockpit of the aerospace fighter, Lin Shen looked around, a hint of surprise appearing in his eyes. This isn't the original decoration, is it? To his left, there was lush green grass and blooming flowers, as if a garden had been transplanted there, with some blades of grass and petals still glistening with dew. On his right, there was a bed and a sofa deliberately placed next to the porthole, clearly designed as a scenic room. These two scenes appeared in a cockpit primarily colored in matte dark gray, creating a particularly strange contrast. Right. Zhao Fulan nodded with a smile, affirming Lin Shen's observation. This is the latest generation of artificial intelligence fighter jet from the First Holy City Military Department, mainly used to suppress large-scale beast tides. A war machine, of course, it doesn't have leisure functions. I spent 1 merit point to get the logistics supervisor of the Blood King Road to agree to install this for you, so you can adjust your state. It will take about a day to travel from Lizhou to the First Holy City. Zhao Fulan raised his eyebrows, walked over to the nearby sofa and comfortably crossed his legs. No need to thank me, just see which one you like, feel free to choose. The Blood King Road operates efficiently. New students usually have to undergo assessment tests on the day they arrive, so you need to prepare in advance and get into your best condition. Alright, Lin Shen smiled helplessly. I saw on the invitation that the entrance assessment is basically a real battle to see the students' combat power and characteristics. Yes, but if you perform exceptionally well, there will be merit rewards, which can be exchanged for Beast King blood or opportunities to observe the prehistoric law steel, etc. Zhao Fulan spread his hands, calmly pointing out that Lin Shen's time was not abundant. The Long family is still a hassle. You need to quickly enter the Holy Summer Quasi-King sequence on the Blood King Road. Every day counts. Lin Shen shrugged, leaning closer to the porthole to look down at the earth, reminding him, I don't need the Blood King Road to achieve Quasi-King. Don't need it. Zhao Fulan was taken aback for a moment, and the next second, his eyes widened as he vaguely realized, staring at Lin Shen in disbelief, you are already a Quasi-King? Lin Shen smiled slightly. At least old Guan said it was no problem. Then it's 100% certain. Zhao Fulan exhaled, still finding it hard to believe that Lin Shen had become a Quasi-King. Not long ago, the other party had just ascended to the Tianmen realm. Zhao Fulan pondered and analyzed. Did you use the Beast King's essence blood you got from the Long family? Yeah, I took all 3 vials, as suggested by old Guan, who said this stuff isn't hard to come by on the path of royal blood. It depends on the person, but for a king, it really isn't difficult. Zhao Fulan shook his head in amazement, recalling the matter at hand. How many Tianmen have you opened? 14. Hearing this number, Zhao Fulan's face twitched involuntarily. He had fought tooth and nail, risking his life to cultivate his vessel, just to break through the limit 4 times. Adding the 9 Tianmen he had normally opened, that made a total of 13. And now, after just a few days apart, he had been overtaken. Wait. Suddenly, Zhao Fulan's eyes flashed as he realized something didn't add up. 3 vials of Beast King's essence blood probably can only support 1 normal Tianmen opening. How could you open 4 Tianmen in a row? Could it be that you opened more? Most importantly, when you were in the void, didn't the Thunder Realm, which advanced the fastest, just reach the control stage? At this level, relying solely on 14 Tianmen to impact the Quasi-King would raise quite a bit of controversy, right? Zhao Fulan was filled with doubts, asking a series of questions he couldn't comprehend. Lin Shen smiled, seeing Zhao Fulan's misunderstanding. The 14 Tianmen are just the number I opened recently opened, plus the original 10, 24 Tianmen? Are you joking with me? At this answer, Zhao Fulan's gaze went blank, completely stunned. Lin Shen smiled without speaking, raised his hand to spin it, and took out the 10 high-grade he had observed before, placing them in the garden that had been transplanted into the cabin. Taking advantage of the travel time, he wanted to practice a bit more. After all, it had already been about a day. For him, that was not a short time. He could achieve noticeable progress. It should be noted that the 7 realms of heaven and earth contained within the Chi-Tian technique could reach the end of the induction stage in just about 10 days. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Chen walked towards the 10, and the 24 Tianmen materialized one after another, surrounding him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Zhao Fulan immediately recognized that there were 24 Tianmen, but he couldn't help but count them again. For verification. The last time they parted, Lin Chen only had 10 Tianmen, 3 less than him. But now, if he added 2 more Tianmen, that would be double his count. Zhao Fulan simply couldn't understand. How did you do it? The reason is simple. Lin Chen deliberately slowed his tone, looking at Zhao Fulan, whose eyes were filled with confusion, anticipation, and curiosity, revealing a hint of playful mockery. I'm actually not the real Lin Chen. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fulan's face twitched again, feeling as if a bullet he had once fired had now struck him right between the brows. Don't make jokes like that. 24 Tianmen? That's too terrifying. I might mistakenly think. It's true. It's not a mistake. My true identity belongs to someone else. Lin Chen deliberately emphasized his tone, cold and menacing, further teasing. Zhao Fulan, you wouldn't want the matter of misguiding the wrong person to leak out, would you? Zhao Fulan. The competition on the path of royal blood was fierce, with talents emerging. One after another, no one could bear the title of the most stunning. He had faced his share of defeats, especially when he first entered the path of royal blood, where 9 Tianmen were hardly enough. But in verbal sparring, Zhao Fulan considered himself quite powerful, possessing an invincible aura that looked down upon the path of royal blood. The last time he felt this speechless was years ago during the Nightfire Army Reserves. Zhao Fulan pursed his lips, not wanting to speak. You go ahead and cultivate. Lin Chen chuckled lightly and said, have you made any progress on exchanging? Oh right. Zhao Fulan remembered this matter, his consciousness probing into his storage device. I almost forgot because of your surprise. He took out several high-grade, waved his hand, and similarly placed them in the garden area, standing in front of Lin Chen. I couldn't find the law steel needed to reforge the broken army. These solid-type resources of the world's essence are quite rare, but it's not a problem. The path of royal blood has corresponding resources, and even better, they can be used by you. Thanks. Lin Chen said no more, sitting cross-legged to begin his cultivation. Zhao Fulan remained quiet, not wanting to disturb him. The earlier silence in his heart was more a shock at Lin Chen bearing the weight of 24 heavenly gates. He was actually quite pleased. Having an additional companion to fight together in the upcoming half-year's heroic competition was undoubtedly a stroke of luck. But why does it feel like I can't become a main force anymore? Yet he was not far from condensing the true meaning of martial arts. Whoosh! The aerospace fighter continued to move forward, swiftly and steadily, entirely operated by the onboard artificial intelligence. Between the setting sun and rising moon, they traversed a long distance. The Holy Summer territory was vast, with the first holy city located in the central part of Shao Prefecture, separated from Li Prefecture by an entire Yin Prefecture. Even with the aerospace fighter's astonishing speed, it still required over 20 hours of travel. The morning of the second day after departure, bright sunlight streamed through the porthole, and the aerospace fighter rapidly descended, penetrating the atmosphere. We're almost at the first holy city, Zhao Fulan reminded. Lin Chen responded, opening his eyes, which sparkled like 2 radiant stars. With 24 heavenly gates on him, this brief period of cultivation would not tire him at all. Lin Chen stopped cultivating, put away the law steel, dissipated the heavenly gates, and stepped to the porthole. The outline of a massive city came into view, sprawling across the land, seemingly endless, magnificent and grand. Compared to the dragon city he had visited before, there were no towering walls, but in the morning sunlight, each individual building felt like a giant dragon about to awaken, ready to unleash a devastating fury. The first holy city, the eternal flame. Lin Chen understood the significance of this city. In the initial Enlightenment education of Holy Summer, there had been corresponding explanations. The emergence of the eternal flame officially ended the long night of darkness, and in the long years that followed, it had continuously suppressed the foreign realms to this day, remaining undefeated. Zhao Fulan turned her face slightly. You haven't been here before, have you? Lin Chen nodded. I've only seen some videos online. Zhao Fulan pondered. The videos circulating online only show the part of the first holy city in Shao Prefecture. The other side, deep into the foreign realms, is the most terrifying area of the first holy city. How many years has it been since the end of the long night? The foreign realms haven't destroyed the first holy city, nor have they pushed it back. Instead, they've allowed the territory of the first holy city to expand. Zhao Fulan took a deep breath. The strength of the first holy city cannot be captured by mere images. You'll understand once we enter the city limits. Let's see. As they spoke, the aerospace fighter continued to descend, entering the first holy city. Buzz. In the next moment, Lin Chen sensed an invisible wave sweep over his body, mysterious and ethereal, impossible to capture. You felt it, right? Seeing Lin Chen's expression change, Zhao Fulan raised her eyebrows slightly. This is the supreme ancient core of the holy city probing you. If it discovers you are disguised as a deity or beast king, this aerospace fighter would be reduced to dust, leaving not a trace. Supreme ancient core. As a super-tier night watcher, Lin Chen had the authority to view information related to the secrets of Holy Summer, which he had browsed before. The strength of the holy city mainly comes from the supreme ancient core. You could say that the supreme ancient core itself doesn't have much lethality, but it can significantly suppress deities, even more severely than when they descend upon Holy Summer. Zhao Fulan nodded. If old Guan had faced that deity in the first holy city, he would have definitely succeeded in slaying the god. Lin Chen thought for a moment. The function of the supreme ancient core can only take effect after the holy city is established. It's somewhat like the deity's forbidden zone descending upon Holy Summer, needing to be fully completed for the deity to unleash greater power. Zhao Fulan's expression turned serious. That's why, throughout the long history of Holy Summer, only 9 holy cities have been built. Lin Chen also knew that this was the publicly available information from Xingxia. The 9th holy city is named Dawn's Light, located in the central region where the capital of Xingxia is situated, established at the beginning of the new calendar. Well, after more than 4,000 years, the 10th holy city has yet to be established. On one hand, the supreme ancient cores are too scarce. On the other hand, the foreign realms feel significant pressure and have begun to unite against it. Even the top few life forbidden zones would collaborate to obstruct the establishment of the 10th holy city. Zhao Fulan pointed out that this was actually one of the signs of Xingxia's growth. In the more than 4,000 years since the new calendar appeared, although the 10th holy city has not been established, no life forbidden zone has been able to connect with Xingxia again. Today's Xingxia is truly powerful, unprecedentedly prosperous. Zhao Fulan's gaze was intense. The kings of Xingxia cannot give up on establishing the 10th holy city. The reform of the new calendar was precisely to better combat the foreign realms. Now, the upper echelons of the military have basically reached a consensus that once this round of competition settles, Xingxia will likely concentrate its efforts to establish the 10th holy city again. Over 4,000 years of accumulation is not just to make the blows less painful. Lin Chen's eyes flickered. First secure the internal before dealing with external threats. Zhao Fulan exhaled lightly. Yes, the internal conflicts within Xingxia are indeed quite intense, but we cannot rely on the establishment of the 10th holy city to divert attention. Otherwise, if we are not careful, the kings will fall, and even thousands of years of accumulation could be wiped out in an instant, so we must digest internally. As she spoke, Zhao Fulan adjusted her mood and smiled at Lin Chen. Fortunately, with you joining the upcoming competition of the talented, I believe our side will surely win. As for the establishment of the 10th holy city afterward, I might not be able to catch up, but you probably can. Because of the Black Abyss, right? Lin Chen recalled Elder Guan mentioning it once. This kind of top-tier martial arts true intent or domain has a strong lethal effect on deities, even surpassing many kings' true realms. Indeed, but this kind of top-tier true intent is too difficult to refine. Zhao Fulan shook her head with a sigh. It's a pity that the holy flame of the blazing heaven is not a killing weapon like the Black Abyss. It's too hard to completely refine. Otherwise, your emphasis on the path of king's blood could be even higher. So, the path of king's blood has additional attention to this kind of top-tier true intent. Absolutely. The reason for cultivating quasi-kings is precisely to combat the foreign realms. That's great. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Deep within him, the suspended holy flame of the blazing heaven had been partially refined by the blazing heaven technique. The progress of this ultimate skill had been steadily increasing. Then, Lin Chen heard a prompt sound echoing in his mind. Your gene sublimation technique has reached the 5th level. While the two were conversing, the aerial warplane swiftly penetrated the first holy city. Soon after, the entire aircraft shook, not too violently, as if it had passed through an invisible barrier. We have entered the foreign realm. Without Zhao Fulan's reminder, Lin Chen immediately sensed the surrounding energy of heaven and earth, which was particularly violent. Below the porthole, he could see the plants planted along the roadside, undergoing tremendous changes, clearly no longer species of Xingxia. Not far away, a row of trees towered higher than the clouds, resembling steep mountains standing tall. The sun high above shone with a pure white light, burning fiercely. A white blazing sun, 3 silver moons. This was the unique astronomical phenomenon of the foreign realm. Adapt to the environment of the foreign realm, there's no need to rush. Zhao Fulan squinted her eyes slightly, gazing into the distance through the porthole. The path of king's blood is deep inside. It will take some time. All right. Lin Chen nodded calmly, feeling neither anxious nor impatient about joining the path of king's blood, remaining exceptionally steady. The part of the first holy city in the foreign realm was even more vast. After the aerial warplane traveled a considerable distance, it finally reached the edge of the holy city. Lin Chen saw a magnificent cluster of buildings constructed along a wide road, scattered on both sides. The road was very broad, appearing blood-red, seemingly extraordinary, extending from the city outward, all the way to the city's boundary. Or rather, the end of this road was the edge of the first holy city. Here was the path of king's blood. We've arrived. The airborne fighter quickly descended in altitude, landing at one end of the blood-red road in the city. Lin Chen followed Zhao Fulan, standing before the smoothly open hatch, gradually catching sight of the scenes within. The King's Blood Road. Just before stepping off the aircraft, Zhao Fulan seemed to recall something and called out to Lin Chen, "You saw the location of the King's Blood Road while we were in the sky, right? The city boundary." "Yes, knowing that the King's Blood Road is a place for cultivating geniuses, why is it built at the deepest boundary of the alien realm instead of a safer city center, or even on the other side in the holy summer dawn state?" Zhao Fulan continued to ask. "To better home the students? That's one reason, but not the only one. It mainly relates to the king of stopping killings." Zhao Fulan scrutinized Lin Chen, his gaze sharp. "When the king of stopping killings established the King's Blood Road," he said, a phrase that directly became the first teaching of the King's Blood Road. "Many of the quasi-kings who have emerged from here, or super geniuses who failed to become quasi-kings, regard it as their lifelong pursuit." "What did he say?" Lin Chen asked, intrigued. Zhao Fulan lifted his head, his burning gaze following the blood-red road, moving forward until it reached the depths of the alien realm. "Gods can come, so can I. Gods can come, so can I." Lin Chen echoed, grasping the meaning of the phrase, and said, "The king of stopping killing seems to have a very strong style of action. What do you think? He has killed descending gods externally and exterminated the fearful kings internally." Zhao Fulan exhaled deeply, affirming Lin Chen's statement. Back when the Mountain Pass army was gaining fame, many said he might become the second king of stopping killings. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "I have a rough sense of it." He had personally experienced the scene of the black sky pressing down on Dragon City, leaving a particularly deep impression. The king of stopping killings occasionally comes to the King's Blood Road to provide guidance when he has free time. You should be able to see him later. Zhao Fulan withdrew his gaze from the alien realm and leaped out of the hatch. "Let's go, we need to enter the King's Blood Road. There's still an assessment test to attend today." Lin Chen stepped forward, following him as they left the airborne fighter and landed smoothly. Not far ahead was the blood-red road at one end of the city, which was also the entrance to the King's Blood Road. In the center of the road stood 7 stone tablets, all blood-red, each inscribed with some information. Lin Chen raised his eyes to scan them, taking in the view. Brilliant Star, Jiangyin Yen Time, 3 years 9 months 23 days Merit, 2-351, 230. Brilliant Star, Baitsong Time, 3 years 7 months 23 days Merit, 2-217, 256. Brilliant Star, Wang Gaohan Time, 3 years 11 months 2 days Merit, 2-153, 749. Besides the 7 stone tablets in the center of the road, there were rows of stone tablets on both sides, numerous in number, extending deep into the road. The information on them also consisted of 3 lines. However, the middle line no longer displayed time but was inscribed with the word graduation. Lin Chen walked towards the blood-red road, facing the 7 stone tablets in the center, casually saying, "These are the 7 brilliant stars of the King's Blood Road now, right?" He had seen related introductions on the invitation letter. The 7 students with the most merit in the King's Blood Road would be awarded the title of Brilliant Star. If they could still hold the title before leaving the King's Blood Road, they could retain it permanently, admired by countless future geniuses. Of course, being a brilliant star is not just an empty title. That's right, the current King's Blood Road is managed by these 7. Zhao Fulan glanced up and explained with examples. For instance, they organize some duels and assessments for the students on regular days, as well as the allocation of some public resources. Moreover, when executing joint missions, the brilliant stars have the authority to command other students. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded slightly, deep in thought. The rules of the King's Blood Road are set by the high-ranking military officials, while the internal management is entrusted to the students for self-governance. This not only cultivates the leadership abilities of the students but also ensures that those who enter the King's Blood Road, despite their young age, are not weaklings. After leaving, they often hold important positions in either the military or the night patrol. Secondly, it can increase competition among the students. With autonomy, a hierarchy is bound to emerge. The 7 most distinguished stars, with the highest merits, often enjoy substantial benefits. Stepping onto the blood-red path, Lin Chen glanced at the stone tablets on either side. The merit column displayed there mostly ranged between 2 to 3 million, similar to the 7 central stone tablets. I saw on the invitation that merits can be used not only on the King's Blood Path but are part of a value system belonging to the Holy City. Lin Chen pondered aloud. Zhao Fulan nodded. The ability to use merits on the King's Blood Path is actually a privilege granted to us by the military. Regular soldiers and officers can only earn merits through completing missions, but for students on the King's Blood Path, it's much simpler. Perform well in various assessments, and you can earn merits. Challenge the battle questions, and if your results improve, you can also earn merits. Through merits, we can exchange for many resources such as ultimate skills, prehistoric law tablets, Beast King's essence, and so on, even one-on-one guidance from a king-level expert. As Zhao Fulan led Lin Chen inside, he explained the relevant information about merits. And one more thing, Zhao Fulan added solemnly at the end, the merits we earn on the king's blood path are also regarded as a form of achievement. There have been distinguished stars with high merits who, right after graduation, were directly appointed as deputy commanders in the army. If they advance further, it's equivalent to being a guardian of the night watch. Lin Chen listened patiently, gaining some understanding, and asked, so, does that mean the strength of the distinguished stars also ranks among the top 7 on the king's blood path? It's not an absolute certainty. There are many geniuses on the king's blood path, and it's inevitable that some exceptionally outstanding latecomers will rise. When their strength enters the top 7, they may not have accumulated enough merits due to time constraints, Zhao Fulan elaborated thoughtfully. But such situations can often catch up quickly, so your statement is generally accurate. Earning merits on the king's blood path is simple compared to the outside world. Internally, those with stronger abilities and greater excellence naturally earn merits more efficiently. Lin Chen seemed to think of something, glanced at Zhao Fulan, and said in surprise, then why did the higher-ups still choose you to compete in the upcoming talent battle? Isn't that a bit too dismissive? Zhao Fulan couldn't help but tease. As he spoke, he formally explained, the most important limitation in the battle among talents is age. There cannot be a clear disparity between the young and the old. For young would-be kings, a year might mean the difference between the initial manifestation of anomalies and the true meaning of martial arts. If there were no restrictions in this regard, theoretically, king-level experts could all participate. Zhao Fulan raised an eyebrow in jest. Who wasn't a genius when they were young? True, Lin Chen shrugged. Moreover, the higher-ups chose me for that expedition, considering my strength as well. Zhao Fulan pointed to himself with a carefree smile. I'm not weak, after all, I've survived near-death experiences to hone my skills. Don't be fooled by the fact that the King's Blood Path is a 4-year program. The new students are mostly aged between 16 and 18, while the 7 distinguished stars are all over 20, at least 2 years older than me. But, as long as I can condense the true meaning of martial arts, I will surely have my place among the 7 shining stars. And I have gradually grasped the opportunity for advancement. Zhao Fulan spoke with confidence. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, not doubting him. Previously, when they were seizing the high-grade law tablet from the Long family, it was Zhao Fulan who was responsible for intercepting. He had effectively blocked all of Long Qian's attacks and even intimidated him into having to hold back for defense. There haven't been many 18-year-old distinguished stars in the history of the King's Blood Path. It's brilliant enough. With this identity, I deserve a position in the main force. Zhao Fulan exhaled lightly, gradually reining in his demeanor, revealing a slightly unruly smile. He raised his hand and patted Lin Chen's shoulder, teasingly saying, when the time comes, I'll set off from Xiaozhou to conquer, and you'll head north from Lizhou. In the end, we'll meet in the capital of Xingxia in Zhengzhou. I'll take you to the Ascending King platform, stand with my sword for 10 days, and challenge all the talents of the world. Lin Chen felt a bit helpless and replied, then you better work hard. He admitted that Zhao Fulan was indeed outstanding, but his personality was somewhat erratic. The battle hadn't even begun, and he was already thinking about the grand finale. You don't believe I can do it? Zhao Fulan shot Lin Chen a glance, raised a finger, and deliberately emphasized in an extremely confident tone, my combat power multiplier at the same level as 152. Combat power multiplier at the same level. Lin Chen recalled, it's a type of combat power data measured by the Battle of the Royal Blood Road. The basic standard is the average combat power that normal martial artists possess at each stage of the heavenly and earthly realms. Every few decades, Xingxia will select a large number of Tianmen martial artists for testing and adjust accordingly, but generally, it's just a change of a few decimal places. Zhao Fulan explained, this data is used to classify the strength of super geniuses, and it's quite accurate. It can even be used directly to measure the strength of those at the same realm. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. I saw something like that written on the invitation. Then why are you so calm about my 152 times combat power at the same level? Zhao Fulan looked Lin Chen up and down. You should have seen that the normal combat power multiplier for a quasi-king is only around 100. Not even a gasp of surprise? At least show some unexpected expression. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen chuckled and honestly replied, I don't know much about this combat power data. That's true, Zhao Fulan spread his hands helplessly. The combat power multiplier is mainly circulated in the Holy City, plus among the major royal families, and hasn't been promoted much among the common people. It's not needed. Lin Chen understood the reason. The vast majority of Tianmen martial artists only need to focus on improving their realms. Zhao Fulan nodded in agreement, glanced ahead, and reminded, we're just in front of the Battle of the Royal Blood Road. Let's take a look while we're here. All right. The two stepped forward, and after a short distance, they arrived at the Battle of the Royal Blood Road. The Battle of the Royal Blood Road. It was a square building, entirely black, containing an independent space but directly connected to the outside world. From the outside, Lin Chen estimated its length, width, and height to be about 1,000 meters, but upon reaching the entrance, he saw that the internal space was exceptionally vast, nearly 100 times larger, resembling a small city. However, this was normal. A quasi-king on the royal blood road with profound cultivation either possesses the true meaning of martial arts or can match this realm. When they exert their full strength, they can easily cover a radius of 10,000 meters. Without enough space, it's difficult to test specific combat power. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds from within the battle of the royal blood road rose and fell, with some students currently testing their skills. Some were surrounded by sticky seawater, resembling the deep sea, fighting fiercely against an energy dragon. Others were busy clearing out a beast tide, with strange beasts all around. Some were even being besieged by an army, with various firearms raining down. Lin Chen noticed that the attacking students' powers occasionally changed. The student battling the energy dragon had just defeated it, and the next moment he was transported from the deep sea to the interior of volcanic lava. See? The killing transformations of the Battle of the Royal Blood Road are diverse, covering countless scenarios, so the measured combat power is very precise. Zhao Fulan also stood at the entrance, retracting his gaze and glancing sideways at Lin Chen. Even a quasi-king with a combat power multiplier over 100 under the same realm, if the difference is 3 to 5, there's no need to fight anymore. Such a gap can't be compensated by state. The margin of error is indeed quite small, Lin Chen pondered in evaluation. Zhao Fulan smiled and said, now you understand the value of that 152, right? If I face a quasi-king with the same mastery of anomalies but only a combat power of 100, there's only one outcome. Seeing him deliberately pause, building suspense, Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. What outcome? 1 to 3. Zhao Fulan raised an eyebrow and smiled, not allowing Lin Chen to ask again, lifting his right hand. I can take them on with one hand. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen thought seriously for a moment and analyzed. It seems that the power multiplier at the same level has a tendency to increase exponentially. The degree isn't very high, but it is indeed the case. After all, it gets harder as you go further. Zhao Fulan explained briefly, then mentioned Lin Chen. The hundredfold power at the same level for a quasi-king mainly lies in the realm of anomalies. You're still in the control phase of the heavenly and earthly intent, right? Yes, Lin Chen replied. Although he could utilize the Sun Core anomaly, the 7 types of heavenly and earthly intents contained within the Blaze Heaven technique were indeed still in the activation phase. The highest was still the Thunder intent, which he had broken through first. Zhao Fulan stroked his chin and assessed, for a quasi-king at your level, the requirements for the power multiplier at the same level will be relatively low. I estimate it to be around 95. Lin Chen understood in his heart, as martial arts cultivation deepens, the actual difference in combat power tends to expand overall. It wasn't just the Heavenly Gate realm. The same was true for the initial, intermediate, and advanced levels of martial artists. When he had just completed the third bone tempering, his total strength was 36 tons. If he faced 100 primary martial artists who had completed bone tempering once, he would definitely be overwhelmed by their sea tactics in a direct confrontation. But when facing advanced martial artists, even without the enhancement of the Blood Sun, he could still win decisively against 100 martial artists with 1,000 calories of blood energy, given a normal limit of 4,900 calories. And now, if he were to face 100 second-tier destructive level beasts, according to Zhao Fulan, it would be a 1 to 100 situation. He could annihilate all 100 of those beasts in an instant. Zhao Fulan turned to Lin Chen and continued to analyze. However, you have too many heavenly gates, a full 24. Your power multiplier at the same level will definitely exceed the usual standard for a quasi-king. I estimate it could be around 140 or 150. It can't be higher than mine, right? Zhao Fulan was somewhat uncertain. He had never seen a quasi-king with 24 heavenly gates. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and shook his head. Seeing this, Zhao Fulan said, you're not sure either? We'll have to test it later. Alright, I'll take you to register first. The entrance assessment should be finished by noon, and we should be able to test your power multiplier at the same level today. Zhao Fulan led Lin Chen away. You want to find out early. If it really is around 150, not only will you gain a lot of military merit, but there will also be additional rewards. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's heart stirred. I can apply for a unique skill, right? The unique skill was one of the important reasons he came to the Path of Royal Blood. Of course. Zhao Fulan replied affirmatively. The Path of Royal Blood is backed by the Kill-Stopping King in the 1st Military Department, which can mobilize over 90% of the unique skills in the Holy Summer. However, if you want to cultivate another unique skill, it's best to choose one that has supporting resources within the Path of Royal Blood. Zhao Fulan pointed out that this would lead to faster progress. The key is that through progress in unique skills on the Path of Royal Blood, students can also earn corresponding military merit. Lin Chen's eyes flickered as he said, isn't it fine if the unique skill isn't inherited from the Path of Royal Blood? You mean the Blaze Heaven technique, right? That works too, but the previous realm doesn't count. It will assess the progress after joining the Path of Royal Blood. Zhao Fulan informed him of the conditions during the entrance assessment. This aspect of the realm will be tested, but you don't need to worry. The progress of high realm unique skills is slow, but the rewards in military merit will also rise accordingly. Speaking of which, what realm is your Blaze Heaven technique at now? The effect of the Blaze Heaven Sacred Flame should be quite good. Have you touched the threshold of mastery? As they discussed this topic, Zhao Fulan casually asked. Ultimate realm. Ultimate, what did you say? Zhao Fulan reacted, suddenly stopping, his eyes filled with astonishment as he looked at Lin Chen. Haven't you been busy opening the heavenly gates these past few days? Aren't you cultivating simultaneously? I am, but the problem isn't your speed a bit unreasonable? Zhao Fulan couldn't help but complain, shaking his head vigorously as he began to analyze. With the ultimate realm's holy flame technique plus the refined part of the holy flame, your combat power at the same level is definitely aiming for over 200. Pretty much, Lin Chen agreed with the figure. Zhao Fulan felt a bit sour and said, then why didn't you correct me earlier, and even shook your head? Lin Chen shrugged with a smile, teasing, shaking my head was because I wasn't clear on the exact number, and also considering that you came all the way across states to pick me up and helped introduce the King's Blood Path. It would have been quite impolite to point out your mistake face to face. Zhao Fulan's forehead almost had black lines appearing. No one in the entire Holy Summer understands politeness better than you. Ha ha, stop laughing, I'm not the only one who didn't expect this. Just wait and see, once your combat power at the same level comes out, the King's Blood Path is bound to explode. While chatting and laughing, Zhao Fulan led Lin Chen to a government building, quickly completing the registration after showing the invitation and identification. Please keep this. Lin Chen took the identity card for the King's Blood Path handed over by the staff. Zhao Fulan had already adjusted his mood and smiled upon seeing this. Lin Chen, welcome to the King's Blood Path. When does the assessment test start? Lin Chen put away the identity card and followed Zhao Fulan towards the main entrance. Very soon, at most an hour. Zhao Fulan casually shrugged. This has a fixed process. Just need to notify Yaoxing, and it's just a formality. However, there will definitely be many people coming to watch your assessment. Zhao Fulan speculated while stroking his chin. Lin Chen pondered, because of the identity of the Black Abyss successor. Exactly, the students of the King's Blood Path will probably make up about 70 to 80% of the audience, and even if the high-ranking officials of the First Holy City Military Department don't come in person, they will definitely send someone to pay attention. Zhao Fulan analyzed. The First Holy City was even more aware of the killing power of the Black Abyss. Lin Chen smiled calmly. That's good. He came to the King's Blood Path mainly to accelerate his growth. The troubles caused by offending the Long family could be resolved by controlling the Black Abyss without needing to find another backing. However, if he could attract the support of a king-level powerhouse, that would also be a good thing. The assessment venue is in the martial arts realm, inside the King's Blood Path, and I'll take you to see other facilities along the way. Okay, thank you. No need to thank me, just don't be so polite next time, Zhao Fulan said with a double meaning. Ha ha. As the two walked out of the government building and reached the outside steps, they suddenly stopped in their tracks. They encountered someone they knew. Someone they had just dealt with not long ago. In a physical sense. Long Qiyan. This must be Lin Chen. A young man accompanying Long Qiyan spoke, his gaze sharp, staring directly at Lin Chen with an assessing look. He was younger than Long Qiyan, looking to be between Lin Chen and Zhao Fulan, with equally profound strength, exuding a powerful aura like a mountain. Yes, Brother Gu. Long Qiyan took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on Lin Chen. You stole my Long family's holy flame, and now you've come to the King's Blood Path. It seems you want to find a backing to avoid the Long family's accountability. Hearing such wording, Zhao Fulan couldn't help but chuckle, sharply mocking. Stole? Accountability? Then how did your grandfather get beaten up and is still under house arrest now? Long Qian's face turned pale, coldly saying, it was just a tense moment in the game. The Holy Summer King's Council didn't want to escalate the matter. Oh. Zhao Fulan nodded vigorously, as if enlightened, then added, your grandfather got beaten up and is still under house arrest. Zhao Fulan, do you want to die? What did I say wrong? It's already reached the Holy Summer King's Council and your grandfather wasn't beaten? Isn't he still under house arrest? Zhao Fulan seized on this point and wouldn't let go. Meanwhile, Lin Chen remained quiet throughout, feeling astonished, secretly observing the furious Long Qian. Through the refined holy flame, he could clearly sense the holy flame within Long Qian's body. There are quite a few, about 20 cubic meters. It's similar to the holy flame of the fiery heaven that he normally inherits. However, considering the level at which Long Qian previously performed the fiery heaven technique, it's highly likely that the Long family has special means to help Long Qian inherit a larger portion of the holy flame of the fiery heaven. But that's not the key. A thought flashed through Lin Chen's mind. The holy flame of the fiery heaven within Long Qian feels like a seed and a mother body compared to mine. Lin Chen pondered seriously, feeling that his intuition was correct. The holy flame of the fiery heaven he inherited was almost the entirety left behind by Long Qitian, amounting to over 1,000,000 cubic meters. Compared to the small portion of the holy flame of the fiery heaven that was previously divided. It indeed fits the concept of a seed body. It's just that no one has fully inherited it before, nor has it been refined, so it can't be controlled. Lin Chen analyzed thoughtfully. On the other side, Long Qian gritted his teeth and stopped arguing with Zhao Fulan. You can be clever with your words, but it won't help Lin Chen. It will only cause him greater trouble. I have received news that I have been designated as the testing officer for Lin Chen's entrance assessment. Long Qian turned to Lin Chen again, sneering repeatedly. After offending the Long family, you still want to find another backing? You really have a good plan. Do you think my Long family will turn a blind eye? Zhao Fulan frowned slightly, glanced at Lin Chen, and then relaxed. You can still shine on the King Blood Road. It seems your Long family didn't suffer enough last time. The power of my Long family is not just on the King Blood Road. Long Qian's sneer grew more pronounced as he pointed to the young man accompanying him. This is Gu Shang, also a newcomer on the King Blood Road, who will undergo assessment today. He was originally going to the 9th holy city to follow his ancestor Gu Ryu to cultivate and become a king, but after receiving an invitation from my Long family, he changed to enter the King Blood Road. At the same age of 17, Brother Gu possesses 12 heavenly gates and has awakened the top-tier extraordinary ability, the Holy Wing of Light. He has now vaguely touched the threshold of the Saint Summer Quasi-King sequence. With a bit more cultivation, he will surely become a Quasi-King. Long Qian's expression was proud. Lin Chen, with Jules and Jade in front during the assessment, it can easily overshadow the other party, especially since I am the tester, who always has strict requirements. Zhao Fulan listened in silence, but not out of worry. Rather, he was quite speechless. Vaguely touching the Quasi-King threshold? Just this? A true Quasi-King wouldn't even be enough to compare. Even if his cultivation remained unchanged and his age decreased by a year, he still couldn't suppress Lin Chen in the assessment. Of course, Zhao Fulan knew in his heart that not being able to suppress Lin Chen wasn't because Gu Shang was lacking. This young man was already outstanding. But just as the Long family intended, even super geniuses could appear overshadowed in comparison. Do you have any other means? Lin Chen remained calm, looking at Long Qian without a hint of nervousness or anger. Seeing this, Long Qian snorted coldly, his smile not reaching his eyes. These two means are enough to suppress your assessment. It's just a competition. The King Blood Road is a place for creating kings. Not being outstanding is the original sin. As he spoke, he withdrew his gaze and said, Brother Yen, I've met the people, lead me to continue exploring the King Blood Road. I need to hurry up with my cultivation. My uncle's 300th birthday is in August, and I want to enter the Saint Summer Quasi-King sequence before then as a gift to celebrate his birthday. No problem, I will accompany you and prepare a generous gift. Long Qian agreed with a smile, stepping away. As he brushed past Lin Chen, he took a deep look. I know the King Blood Road is for cultivating geniuses. The Long family can't excessively suppress you. But does time stand on your side? Delaying your rise process a bit is enough. A successor of the Black Abyss without a background might just disappear one day, but as long as the Black Abyss remains in Saint Summer, the kingship shouldn't be too strict, right? Long Qian smiled meaningfully. What do you think, Lin Chen? Considering that old man Guan was still alive, he didn't dare to directly threaten death, but both sides knew that their conflict was hard to reconcile. Indeed, Saint Summer is vast. The death of a quasi-king won't change the world. Lin Chan's eyes were dark and deep. Through the refined sacred flame of the blazing heaven, he further sensed the sacred flame within Long Qian. Watching the two figures fade into the distance, Zhao Fulan withdrew his gaze and said, This newcomer named Gu Shang has no impact on you. It might even highlight your strength. The main trouble lies with Long Qian. He pointed out that the assessment was meant to measure the student's combat power and various characteristics. The specific combat situations during the process would be controlled by the testers. Long Qian is using connections to get a tester's qualification, which will definitely put excessive pressure on you, affecting your performance and thus lowering the rewards you could originally obtain. Zhao Fulan analyzed thoughtfully. Lin Chen shook his head and calmly replied, Long Qian himself is not a problem. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fulan was taken aback. You can confront Long Qian head-on? Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. It's about 50-50. Zhao Fulan glanced at him. Isn't it usually said to be 50-50? Lin Chen smiled. I have 100% chance of winning. He has 100% chance of losing. He felt no pressure from Long Qian's threat and even had the mood to tease. Great strength could provide enough confidence. You can completely defeat Long Qian? Zhao Fulan was utterly unsettled. You didn't miss our battle when you took the law tablet, did you? I paid attention the whole time. I'm going crazy. Looking at the calm Lin Chen, Zhao Fulan tugged at the corner of his mouth. Do you know you're already stronger than me now? Lin Chen hadn't forgotten Zhao Fulan's silver hair and black eyes at that time. Don't you still have a nurtured sword artifact within you? It's too difficult to use before condensing the true meaning of martial arts. If you don't use it, my current combat power is definitely higher than yours. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fulan took a deep breath and sighed. I really doubt your Lin Chen. Lin Chen chuckled silently, thought for a moment, and asked, to what extent can the Long family interfere with the path of royal blood? Not much. Zhao Fulan calmed his mind and emphasized the need to act according to the rules, so the Long family invited this Gu Sheng to compare with you and let Long Qian serve as the tester. Instead of directly using connections to give you a low score, otherwise the Killing King would have to intervene. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. That's fine, but we can't let the Long family continue. Zhao Fulan nodded in agreement, speaking solemnly. Indeed, a direct counterattack is needed to show your stance. If people really think you're easy to bully, many students on the path of royal blood wouldn't mind doing a favor for the royal families. Lin Chen didn't want to delay and directly ask, is the assessment an unrestricted battle? Zhao Fulan's expression tightened, guessing Lin Chen's intention. You want to establish your authority over Long Qian? I have that idea. If I cut off the outstretched claws, they'll know the pain and won't dare next time. Although it didn't affect him much, Lin Chen also didn't want to passively endure. He had already understood a principle when he confronted Li Jiqi. Retreating wouldn't bring about a vast sky. Zhao Fulan pondered. The assessment is unrestricted, allowing students to perform freely, but there will be domain experts from the military present. If they judge that a fatal injury might occur, they will intervene to rescue. As long as it's unrestricted, I'm going to try to find an opportunity. A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. If possible, he would turn Long Qian's 100% chance of losing into a 100% chance of death. Just from the fact that the Long family was suppressing him on the path of royal blood, it was clear enough. The Long family wanted his life. Not acting now was merely a concern that old Guan might descend upon Long City again, killing Long Qian under the supervision of domain experts. Zhao Fulan pursed his lips, feeling he could no longer understand this future companion before him. You don't seem like someone who came to the path of royal blood just to find a backing. Lin Chen reined in his soaring thoughts and said, I never said that before. Don't joke around. I won't joke anymore. Is this another polite way of not refuting? Let's go. What's that building ahead? Training in body techniques? With a heart full of killing intent, Lin Chen remained calm, following the previous plan to familiarize himself with the facilities of the path of royal blood. Soon after the training ground, here, there is also an independent space, vast and expansive, not inferior to the battle gate. Many students from the bloodline of kings have arrived in succession, in groups of 3 or 5, coming to the area for the new recruits assessment. People couldn't help but be curious about Lin Chen, the sudden successor of the Black Abyss. The students noticed that it wasn't just them who came to watch. Some high-ranking officials from the First Holy City Military Department were also present. There were quite a few soldiers whose ranks were not high, but several were recognized by the students as civil officials from various military leaders. Involving weapons that could contend against deities, it was destined to attract everyone's attention. Suddenly, a group of soldiers clad in black armor marched in unison, moving with the grace of dragons and the might of tigers, their expressions stern. Although there were only a little over 10 of them, as they advanced, it felt as if 1,000 troops were marching. The students in front quickly dispersed, clearing the way, feeling an overwhelming pressure that made it hard to breathe. It's the Nightfire Army. Leading them is Vice Commander Jiang. These are the direct descendants left by the Mountain Pass military leader back in the day. In an instant, the assessment area buzzed with excitement, particularly lively. The arrival of the Nightfire Army was clearly for Lin Chen. I've heard that many veterans of the Nightfire Army intend to support Lin Chen in rising to the position of commander. I've heard a bit about it, but the Nightfire Army here should just be observing the level of the Black Abyss successor chosen by the Mountain Pass military leader. If Lin Chen doesn't unleash at least 70 to 80% of the Black Abyss's power, he won't be able to take on the role of Nightfire Army commander. This is a legion that emerged from the Long Night era. Lin Chen's focus right now shouldn't be on vying for the Nightfire Army commander position, but rather on the upcoming assessment. There were plenty of well-informed students within the bloodline of kings. The matter of the Long family suppressing Lin Chen had gradually spread. This entrance assessment for the Black Abyss successor was unlikely to go smoothly. The royal families are ruthless, their targeting is all interconnected. Long Qian is the tester, and he even found a genius from the Gu family as a comparison, intending to lower Lin Chen's outstanding level. Gu Sheng, this person is remarkable, only 17, and he's already so close to becoming a quasi-king. Lin Chen isn't much behind him. Achieving quasi-king status through martial arts means he would naturally be a bit older. Don't forget one thing, ability users become quasi-kings earlier. It's not a hard rule, but rather a trend where their potential and strength overall surpass that of pure martial artists. Offending the royal families has its repercussions. If Lin Chen wants to become a quasi-king in the bloodline of kings, it will probably take him much longer. The discussions were endless, voices loud, but suddenly, it quieted down quickly as gazes turned towards the entrance of the martial arts arena. The main character has arrived. Lin Chen stepped through the door, his expression calm, walking steadily towards the assessment area. Zhao Fulan followed beside him, casually surveying the surroundings. And when he met Long Qian's gaze, he smiled faintly and said nothing. It's about to start. Long Qian didn't say much, just reminded Gu Sheng, waiting patiently. Not long after, a young man with short hair leaped into the assessment area, landing lightly as if he were a falling leaf. He then looked around and smiled, saying, "Welcome everyone to come and watch the battle. Today, the bloodline of kings is rarely welcoming two new recruits, both quite extraordinary, each with the potential of a quasi-king. The upcoming assessment will naturally not be ordinary, but I ask all spectators to consciously maintain order and not disturb the assessment." Wang Gaohan, one of the 7-star radiants. Upon seeing this young man, Zhao Fulan briefly introduced he is mainly responsible for the various assessments in the bloodline of kings. The Long family probably made connections with him, which is why Long Qiyan became your tester. Lin Chen responded, raising his eyes to observe, seemingly deep in thought. Wang Gaohan then announced, today's assessment, due to ample time, will be held consecutively. The first group is the newcomer Gu Sheng against the quasi-king Wei Changkong, and the second group is the newcomer Lin Chen against the quasi-king Long Qiyan. Zhao Fulan crossed his arms and shouted, why isn't Lin Chen going first? He should have agreed to join the bloodline of kings long before this kid from the Gu family. Wang Gaohan remained calm, saying, Gu Sheng arrived earlier to register, so he is arranged in front. This has long been a habit of the Wang blood road. After all, some new students are several states away from the first holy city. We can't delay the assessment of other early arrivals just to wait for them. Got it. Zhao Fulan pretended to suddenly understand, but in his heart, he was clear that everything must have been arranged in advance. However, it didn't matter. Zhao Fulan glanced at the boy beside him and thought of a phrase often used to describe the king of stopping killings. Absolute martial power can suppress all schemes and tricks. The assessment begins. When the voice of the shining star Wang Gaohan announced, Gu Sheng soared into the air, directly using his supernatural ability, Holy Wings of Light. He was very imposing, with 6 golden wings extending from his back, shaking the air as he propelled himself forward like lightning, unafraid of the attacks launched by the quasi-king opposite him. Buzz! At the same time, a wisp of ghostly light swept across the red path directly in front of the martial arts arena, and an invisible wave seeped into the arena, covering the entire assessment area. Lin Chen's heart stirred, sensing something, some kind of probing method? Yes, Zhao Fulan affirmed, recalling and explaining, this path itself is a powerful super-energy device brought out by the king of stopping killings from deep within a life-restricted zone. It has various functions and can accurately capture combat fluctuations, later generating some data to evaluate performance in the assessment. Understood. Lin Chen casually nodded, his gaze falling on the battle in the assessment. Gu Sheng had indeed touched the threshold of the quasi-king. The Holy Wings of Light, this top-tier supernatural ability, was quite extraordinary. Whoosh! 12 heavenly gates surrounded him, and with golden 6 wings on his back, Gu Sheng moved nimbly and swiftly, like a streak of light darting through the air, effortlessly dodging multiple attacks from the testing quasi-king. I should also change my movement technique. A thought flashed through Lin Chen's mind as he pondered. As his strength grew, the Phantom 9 Shifts technique was gradually becoming insufficient. First, the inherent realms of heaven and earth contained only 2 types, and the upper limit was not high enough. Second, other martial arts that had undergone simplification at the innate level progressed too quickly, especially after obtaining the holy flame of the blazing heaven and the high-grade losteel, making it feel like he was advancing by leaps and bounds. Easy to solve. Just choose a movement technique with supporting resources in the Wang Blood Road. The entrance assessment only rewards military merits, but there's no need to purchase. With military merits, you can gain extra rewards by breaking through the questioning battle barriers and select supreme techniques. As Lin Chen's thoughts soared, the great battle of the assessment gradually approached a fever pitch. The student responsible for the testing was a quasi-king whose awakened supernatural ability had already manifested the true meaning of martial arts, and his overall strength was naturally far superior to Gu Sheng's, but for the assessment he needed to gradually increase his combat power. Boom! A heavy wave of earth and stone crashed down, covering the sky. Gu Sheng had nowhere to hide. Seeing this, his eyes narrowed, and the 2 golden wings behind him suddenly shot out, merging into one, transforming into a blazing giant blade that cleaved forward, creating a gap in the wave of earth and stone for him to pass through. Whoosh! Gu Sheng's figure flashed, darting through the wave of earth and stone, charging straight towards the quasi-king, wanting to engage in close combat. Behind him, the 2 golden wings that had shot out reformed, but then immediately fell into his hands, as golden light surged, coalescing into a shield and a spear, radiating a sharp brilliance. The quasi-king, who had just gained the upper hand, returned to a stalemate and had to continue to enhance his combat power. Such a prodigy from a royal family is still impressive, just entering the Wang Blood Road without practicing. For a day, he is almost a quasi-king. A student couldn't help but exclaim, feeling quite unsettled. Even in the Wang Blood Road, quasi-kings were still rare. Moreover, most of the quasi-kings among them had to undergo profound training in the Wang Blood Road to enter the Holy Summer Quasi-King sequence. Students who could come to the Wang Blood Road as quasi-kings were few and far between throughout the long history, as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Gu Sheng has enough heavenly gates. The main shortfall lies in the development of his abilities. Now he can manifest the initial fusion stage of the realm of heaven and earth, and the degree of mutual integration is quite high. It is estimated that he can enter the Saint Summer Quasi-King sequence without needing to develop to the level of anomalies. I heard. Gu Sheng is only 17. The merits he earned in this assessment will definitely exceed 1,000. With such a score, the pressure is on Lin Chen. If it were me, I would probably be panicking. Facing Gu Sheng's results, there's already a burden, and with Long Qiyan also playing some tricks during the test, the difficulty is even greater. While observing the battle, many students scrutinized Lin Chen, nodding to themselves. They noticed the calm expression on his face, as tranquil as water, revealing no signs of anxiety, tension, or panic. Clearly, his temperament is extraordinary. Being chosen by Guan Shan to become the new master of the Black Abyss is not just a stroke of luck. The dozen or so members of the Nightfire army present also did not forget to assess Lin Chen. They came specifically to gauge the level of this Black Abyss successor. One person commented, the Gu family has been on the rise in recent years, and now they are about to produce another Quasi-King who shares the same source of true realm power as Gu Rihu, making the potential quite high. As he spoke, he secretly transmitted a message, tinged with concern. Commander Jiang, according to the intelligence we received, when the Guan army master suppressed the Long family, Lin Chen only had 10 heavenly gates. He may still be in the accumulation stage, and during the upcoming assessment he will likely be heavily pressured. Commander Jiang narrowed his eyes and replied, achieving Quasi-King status in martial arts is inherently a later process. The path of cultivation is like a flowing river. One must strive to be ahead, but even more so, to be relentless. The Black Abyss successor chosen by the Guan army master will surely shine brighter than many Quasi-Kings. Having followed old Guan for many years, he was quite confident in Lin Chen. I understand, but the Guan army master's injuries are too severe. Lin Chen does not have ample time to grow. He needs to rise faster, and the overt and covert suppression from the Long family will undoubtedly delay this process. The Long family's kingship has passed, but as a family of merit, their influence is vast, which is quite troublesome. Commander Jiang shook his head inwardly but remained calm, instructing, after today, try to find some opportunities to assign Lin Chen some tasks to earn merits. The Guan army master personally visiting the Long family clearly indicates he does not see him as just a temporary successor. We still need to take care of him. As long as Lin Chen can become a Quasi-King, it will be much easier on the path of royal blood. Yes. This group of Nightfire army members pondered and discussed. Zhao Fulan, who had been observing the entire time, raised an eyebrow and said to Lin Chen, "You're up soon." Lin Chen responded, also noticing that Gu Shang had reached his limit, being pressed down by the testing Quasi-Kings. Bang! With a loud crash, Gu Shang's figure shook and flew out like a meteor, his 6 wings behind him shattered, unable to withstand the overwhelming force. I terminate the assessment. Gu Sheng exhaled deeply, no longer engaging in battle, and descended accordingly. He had already revealed all his combat power and characteristics. Continuing to fight would be meaningless. The purpose of the assessment was to test newcomers, and the testers were all Quasi-Kings with higher cultivation, which was inherently unfair, leaving no chance of victory. On the sidelines, dozens of evaluators held instruments, examining the data collected from the blood-red path and combined it with their observations to score. The royal blood path is self-governed by the students, but not everything should be left to them, as the core purpose is still to cultivate strong individuals. Each facility and department is equipped with professional personnel from the military to assist. The entrance assessment has been a regulation since the establishment of the royal blood path, with a fixed set of evaluation standards already in place, and the results were announced on the spot. Outstanding performance in the assessment, rewarded with 3,000 merit points. A satisfied smile appeared on Gu Shang's face. Previously, there had been members of the Gu family who entered the royal blood path under normal circumstances. After 3 rounds of bone tempering and opening all 9 heavenly gates, they would only earn around 300 to 500 merit points. Receiving 3,000 merit points from the entrance assessment is already exceptionally high. Some shining stars found it difficult to achieve this score when they first entered. Brother Gu, you've worked hard. Long Qiyan smiled slightly, equally satisfied with Gu Shang's performance. However, he didn't offer much in the way of congratulations and quickly entered the arena. He wanted to start the assessment of Lin Chen as soon as possible. The closer the 2 assessments were in time, the more the differences could be seen. Lin Chen, take the stage, prepare for the assessment. Wang Gaohan announced loudly. Gu Shang looked at Lin Chen striding over and recalled Zhao Fulan's earlier questioning of Wang Gaohan, and said lightly, "You really didn't need to rush the assessment earlier, it doesn't mean much. I just measured my combat power multiplier at the same level before leaving home, and while I didn't ask about the precision of the battle barrier, there wasn't much error. It was between 95 and 97. The 100 times combat power multiplier for a Quasi-King is based on the level of the anomaly. The fusion stage is somewhat lower. A combat power multiplier of 95 to 97 at the same level is basically the kind of power that only a Quasi-King possesses." Hearing Gu Shang's words, many nearby people showed expressions of surprise. However, what surprised Gu Shang was that Lin Chen remained unfazed, not even glancing at him, and directly stepped into the assessment area. Seeing this, Gu Sheng smiled faintly, a hint of sarcasm curling at the corners of his mouth. Immediately, a voice filled with obvious praise reached his ears. A combat power multiplier between 95 and 97 is indeed high. If I had encountered you during my assessment, I would have to marvel at your might. Zhao Fulan raised an eyebrow and smiled at Gu Sheng. But if you compare yourself to Lin Chen, then I can only say. Zhao Fulan raised a hand and pointed outside. See that? The door is over there, go out. Don't be angry, this is good for you, so you don't embarrass the Gu family later. Gu Sheng's eyes turned cold, piercing like a blade towards Zhao Fulan, but he didn't explode immediately. He had heard a bit about Zhao Fulan, known for his unruly style, adept at jesting and cursing, yet he was indeed outstanding, having defeated several peers from royal families, earning the attention of some high-ranking military officials. Rationally analyzing, such a person was unlikely to speak recklessly in the current situation. But to say that Lin Chen was better than him now, Gu Sheng also didn't believe it. He bore the Holy Wings of Light, a top-tier ability that shared the same origin as the Gu family's ancestor, with immense potential. At the same time, his martial arts talent was also quite impressive, having successfully broken limits 3 times, possessing 12 heavenly gates. Although Lin Chen had opened 10 heavenly gates for the first time, it had only happened recently, requiring more time to settle. Even if he opened another heavenly gate during this period, or even multiple, having 5 would still be quite remarkable. Without profound skills or powerful anomalies to support him, it was impossible for Lin Chen to surpass him, who had awakened the Holy Wings of Light. However, looking at the carefree smile on Zhao Fulan's face, Gu Sheng couldn't help but feel a hint of uncertainty. In his heart, he exhaled softly, calming himself, and shifted his gaze to the assessment area. There, Lin Chen and Long Qiyan had already taken their positions. According to the internal regulations of the Path of Royal Blood, I will emphasize the rules of combat assessment once again. Wang Gohan's official voice rang out. New students can attack freely, and the testers can retaliate strongly, but one thing must be noted: they must gradually increase their combat power and not exceed the students by too much. Especially crushing level strikes are strictly prohibited. Additionally, when a student feels they have done their best, they can call to terminate the assessment, and the tester must not strike again. Wang Gaohan didn't mention what would happen if it was too late to call out. It wasn't necessary. The powerful figures overseeing the assessment weren't blind. Even the boldest royal families wouldn't dare to bribe those responsible for the students' safety. The recruitment for the Path of Royal Blood is managed by the military department of the First Holy City, no longer limited to the personal guards of the King of Slaughter, but the ownership still belongs to the King of Slaughter. The royal blood that this holy summer king has stained his hands with does not only come from the Beast King. Lin Chen, if you feel you're about to be seriously injured, just admit defeat. With this rule in place, you should be able to assess with peace of mind. Long Qiyan smiled coldly, rising into the air. However, you came to the Path of Royal Blood to become a quasi-king, so you can't have any shortcomings. Just in time. I'll test your aerial combat skills. Through the energy of heaven and earth, the Tianmen warriors possess a certain level of aerial combat ability. However, they cannot be compared to those who have refined their true intent. For the latter, flying in the air is like an instinct. This is precisely why Long Qiyan wanted to be the tester. Although he had to follow the rules and gradually increase his combat power, as a tester, he could control some specific points and interfere with the new students' results. Let's begin the assessment, Lin Chen said directly, ignoring Long Qian's actions and glancing at Wang Gaohan. Alright. Wang Gaohan immediately retreated. He was under Long Qian's influence but clearly lacked the courage to violate the assessment rules. Lin Chen, are you in such a hurry? Long Qian looked down from above, suspended in mid-air, gaining the advantage of height. To become a quasi-king on the Path of Royal Blood, one must climb step by step, but moving too fast will lead to failure. In this battle, due to the oversight of a domain-level expert, he couldn't severely injure Lin Chen. But Long Qiyan had already made plans in his heart to make Lin Chen uncomfortable, as if he had fallen into a quagmire. To demonstrate the might of the Long family, the royal family must not be insulted, not even the successor of the Black Abyss. The assessment begins. As Gaohan's voice rang out, Long Qiyan was about to strike, but Lin Chen's attack had already formed. It's a simple truth. With greater strength, one naturally seizes the initiative more easily. Boom! A thunderous sound suddenly swept through, incredibly loud, as if it would shatter the heavens. Long Qiyan sensed a destructive force pouring down from above, sending chills through his body. He looked up, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Countless bolts of lightning intertwined to form a massive lightning pillar, unmatched in brilliance, as if light was traversing through space, piercing down in an instant. A strong sense of crisis surged in Long Qian's heart. He couldn't care less about the tester's requirement to gradually increase combat power and immediately used all his strength to resist. Crimson gold flames erupted, swirling around him, but in his haste, with a thud, he was crushed down by the lightning pillar, smashing heavily into the ground. What's going on? Even after hitting the ground, Long Qiyan was still a bit dazed. If it weren't for having seen Lin Chen unleashed the wrath of heaven in the secret training ground earlier. He would have thought that an outsider was interfering with the assessment and attacking him, but the current might, fluctuations, and power of the lightning were far beyond what the previous lightning could compare to. The onlookers outside the assessment area saw the full picture beyond the blazing lightning pillar. Above Lin Chen's location, energy fluctuations surged, with 24 Tianmen standing tall, all absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, making the fierce lightning pillar not only powerful and terrifying but also continuously replenished. How is this possible? Long Qian gritted his teeth, frantically urging the power of the flames to resist the onslaught of the blazing lightning pillar above him. Through the dispersing shattered lightning, he clearly saw the 24 Tianmen standing above Lin Chen. A sense of dread spread through Long Qian like a strong electric shock. Can a person open so many Tianmen? Swish! The 24 Tianmen simultaneously absorbed the energy of heaven and earth, triggering a qualitative change. Lin Chen didn't need to step on the ground for leverage, relying solely on the extremely vigorous energy of heaven and earth. He rose into the air with a thought, his long black hair flying in the wind. He hovered in the sky, looking down at Long Qian, who was struggling on the ground, his gaze cold, yet sharp and domineering. Who told you that I must climb step by step on the path of royal blood? The 24 Tianmen hovered in the air, enhancing the might of the lightning, terrifying and unmatched, continuously striking down like the heavens were annihilating the world. Long Qian's face turned red, desperately unleashing his combat power, trying to break through the fierce lightning pillar. Just before the assessment began, he had clearly stated that he wanted to test Lin Chen's aerial combat skills, and now he was pinned down by the fierce lightning pillar, struggling to breathe. This scene was somewhat ridiculous. Buzz! Long Qian's body trembled as he launched a frenzied charge, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet, facing the overwhelming pillars of thunder that evolved from the 24 heavenly gates, he felt an infinite pressure, reminiscent of an ant shaking a tree. In direct confrontation, he, whose realm far surpassed Lin Chen's, found himself unable to shatter the blazing thunder pillars. At that moment, the vast training ground was filled with the relentless sound of thunder. The crowd watching the battle fell into a stunned silence. Whether they were students, high-ranking military officials, or powerful figures overseeing the assessment, all eyes were fixed on Lin Chen, who was suppressing Long Qian with the 24 heavenly gates, as if they were made of clay. They could not fathom the scene before them. 24 heavenly gates. Is there someone who can open so many gates? The silence of the crowd did not last long, as a voice filled with disbelief broke through, igniting a powder keg of noise that quickly engulfed the entire arena as if it had exploded. Is there anyone familiar with martial arts history? Has there ever been a martial artist in the Holy Summer who opened so many heavenly gates? There might be. Whether there is or not doesn't affect Lin Chen's potential. He definitely meets the requirements of a quasi-king now. A quasi-king affirmed confidently. You don't even need to say it. Even a blind person can sense it. Long Qian is a quasi-king with true martial intent, while Lin Chen's understanding of the world is still at the control stage, yet he is suppressing Long Qian in direct confrontation. If he isn't a quasi-king, then no one on our royal blood path can be considered a super genius. The three types of world intent do not exist independently, their degree of fusion is not low, and there is a trend towards evolving into the true intent of annihilation. Even with further fusion, it's still at the control stage, and the enhancement from the 24 heavenly gates is terrifying. The discussions surged back and forth, incredibly intense. No one could remain calm, including Zhao Fulan, who felt the same. He knew that with the 24 heavenly gates, Lin Chen's combat power would surpass Long Qian's, but he never expected it to be this overwhelming. In their first clash, Lin Chen directly knocked Long Qian down from the sky, suppressing him head-on. Boom! Within the blazing thunder pillars, Long Qian looked at the continuously forming lightning, his heart hardened. He immediately restrained some of his power to propel his movement technique, swiftly darting sideways like a flash of lightning. Along the way, a streak of blood surged to his cheek, clearly indicating internal injury. But he understood that he could not remain in a stalemate any longer. A true intent realm expert could manipulate the energy of heaven and earth more freely, but Lin Chen's 24 heavenly gates were simultaneously absorbing the energy of heaven and earth like an endless ocean, far too vast. In a true battle of attrition, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Calm down. A quasi-king is no weakling. After the initial shock, Long Qian quickly suppressed the turmoil in his heart and calmly dealt with the fierce battle before him. We need to end this quickly, we can't drag this out with Lin Chen. Endless flames engulfed the sky as a round, crimson golden sun coalesced, unleashed by Long Qian using the blazing heaven technique, plummeting directly towards Lin Chen with immense ferocity, filling the entire space with heat. The blazing sun soared through the air. This was the strongest killing move of the blazing heaven technique. But to Lin Chen, there was no need to retreat. Facing the rapidly descending crimson golden sun, he drew the straight sword from his waist and slashed into the air. The main weapon customized for him by the Night Watch was still in the forging process. It was a straight sword selected from the super weapon vault at the headquarters in Lizhou. In terms of quality, it certainly could not compare to the main weapons customized for super tier Night Watchers. But in Lin Chen's hands, the power unleashed was vast as the sea. Boom! A blade of light burst forth, encircling the 24 heavenly gates, dominating and unparalleled, instantly extinguishing the surrounding heat, as if it could split heaven and earth. The ultimate strike. This spiritual weapon of Lin Chen's had, on the night he left the mountains and seas, fully upgraded the 3 types of world intent within it to the control stage. Dawn. In the next moment, the domineering blade of light cleaved into the crimson golden sun, resulting in a heavy clash that triggered a massive explosion. Flames splattered everywhere, along with shattered blade light, all bursting apart. Above Lin Chen, the dissipating flames were pressed down by the ultimate strike, flowing like a diverted waterfall, rampaging to both sides, with not a single wisp falling towards his position. But at the rear of the dispersing flames, a sudden twist surged up, and part of the blade light pierced through, resembling a silver moon, sending the newly airborne Long Qian crashing back down with a bang. Damn it! Long Qian gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Lin Chen's strength exceeded his expectations. Besides the 24 heavenly gates, the levels of martial arts from each gate were equally profound. Boom! Amidst the thunderous sound, Lin Chen charged in from the sky, striking directly at Long Qian, the straight blade in his hand once again radiating brilliance. Whoosh! Long Qian took a deep breath and immediately soared up to meet the attack. Lin Chen, after all, lacked true martial intent. His ability to fly relied on the energy of heaven and earth, not as free as Long Qian. Like a streak of light, Long Qian swiftly maneuvered, circling to Lin Chen's right rear. In the next moment, with a loud bang, before Long Qian could launch an attack, countless bolts of lightning descended, like the king of a secret realm, sealing off all directions. Lin Chen turned and slashed out with his blade, illuminating the world under the enhancement of his ultimate strike. Dawn! Long Qian could not evade the falling blade light, his body engulfed in raging flames, flying backward. What else do you want to test? Lin Chen said indifferently, mixed with an air of disregard. He wanted to keep Long Qian forever in this area. Lin Chen, this is just the beginning. Long Qian's gaze was cold and sharp. Don't get too complacent. He could not afford to lose to Lin Chen in this assessment. There were hardly any instances in the long history of the King Blood Path where an examiner was defeated by a newcomer. The key was that the two were not strangers. If he lost, the Long family, which had already suffered humiliation from the mountains and rivers, would face another disgrace. And he himself would become a stepping stone for Lin Chen. Absolutely not. Screech! The sharp, piercing cry ravaged the entire training ground as Long Qian unleashed his full power. Densely packed fire crows coalescing in the sky, filling it like an inverted sea of crimson gold, pouring down towards Lin Chen. Do you need to be proud against me? The scorching airflow lifted Lin Chen's black hair, a flash of lightning flickering in his eyes. As the wrath of heaven surged, a blazing bolt of lightning shot up into the sky, encircling a domineering blade light, clashing head-on. Boom boom boom! Explosions erupted continuously, thunder resonated, electric light burst forth, and the swarm of fire crows rapidly vanished. However, their numbers were indeed vast. Before the last of them disappeared, some fire crows broke through the lightning strikes, launching self-destructive assaults on Lin Chen. One by one, the fire crows exploded, their unleashed power crashing into Lin Chen, causing ripples to spread across the long night heavy armor covering him. Yet even as the last fire crow detonated in mid-air, it failed to tear apart the armor enveloping Lin Chen. On the other side, Lin Chen's attacks also pierced through the attacking swarm of fire crows, hitting Long Qian. Compared to Lin Chen's calm demeanor, Long Qian was in a dire situation. With a splutter, a mouthful of blood erupted from his mouth, and he was sent flying, blood staining the sky, his internal injuries deepening once again. And this was precisely the effect Lin Chen desired. Boom! Lin Chen darted out, pressing forward step by step, his attacks powerful, one move after another, not giving Long Qian a moment to catch his breath. Those watching could see that Lin Chen had a significant advantage, clearly dominating the fight. The key was that he had no apparent weaknesses. His offense was strong, his defense solid, and his movements agile. Only in the aspect of flying was he limited by his own realm, making him less flexible than Long Qian. But this slight gap was not enough to compensate for Long Qian's disadvantages in every other aspect. Finding an opportunity to turn the tide was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Not to mention, facing Lin Chen's powerful and relentless attacks, Long Qian was frequently injured. Once the damage accumulated, it would affect his combat power, leading to certain defeat. With this in mind, many found it hard to remain calm, their emotions surging. A quasi-king in the control stage was stronger than a quasi-king in the true intent realm. How exceptional must one be to achieve this? Is there really someone at their peak right from the start? It's not that Long Qian is weak, it's that Lin Chen is incredibly powerful, with 24 heavenly gates, over a dozen types of heavenly intense, and crucially, the degree of their integration is extremely high, enough to evolve into corresponding martial true intent in the future. This is indeed terrifying. The true meanings of annihilation and creation, though only 3 types, are all top-tier realms of heaven and earth, unlike the basic realms such as thick earth and spiritual wind. Compared to many martial arts true meanings constructed from 4 types of realms, they are only stronger, not weaker. Either the creation or annihilation true meaning combined with 10 heavenly gates is enough to enter the Saint Summer Quasi-King sequence. I have a crazy thought: the path of royal blood won't really produce a quasi-king that suppresses all geniuses, will it? Many students were calm, filled with emotions. Gu Sheng stood at the side, his lips tightly pressed, devoid of color. Since Lin Chen's assessment began, he had remained silent throughout. He understood that he could no longer refute Zhao Fulan's previous mocking words. Lin Chen was not just slightly stronger than him. He had merely touched the threshold of a quasi-king. He was not yet a quasi-king. Among his peers, Lin Chen had already become an exceptionally outstanding presence among quasi-kings. Gu Sheng felt an impulse to leave, recalling Lin Chen's indifference upon entering, which was not an act of bravado. He truly did not regard him, because there was no need. On another side, a dozen members of the Night Fire Army, watching the match, were all somewhat speechless. Just before the match, they had specifically discussed how to help Lin Chen become a quasi-king. After all, he was the chosen successor of the Black Abyss by the commander of the Guanshan army. They couldn't just stand by and had to lend a hand. But the reality was that Lin Chen was overpowering this quasi-king from the Long family. All I can say is, the commander's vision is far beyond what we can compare. Commander Jiang sighed with a complex mood. The commander is definitely formidable, but I have a thought: the commander at the same age should not be able to defeat Lin Chen, right? An elder's eyes flickered. He can't win. Commander Jiang nodded, his tone firm. I've seen the records. The commander entered the Saint Summer Quasi-King sequence at 18 years and 3 months, and at that time, his tested combat power multiplier was only around 100. Lin Chen's combat power multiplier at the same level is clearly aiming for over 200, so he would be completely dominated. Cough, it's not that I'm overstepping. The commander back then wouldn't mind us making some jokes. In terms of strength, he is inferior, but if we talk about excellence, the commander is still higher. After all, that's the true meaning of the Black Abyss. Indeed, this true meaning can be called the strongest. I want to mention that Lin Chen is the chosen successor of the commander of the Guanshan army. With so many heavenly gates opened and having comprehended so many realms of heaven and earth, he might even fully master the Black Abyss. I even suspect that the commander sent Lin Chen to the royal blood path without needing to specifically teach him how to mobilize the Black Abyss. So it seems Lin Chen is even more outstanding? This group from the Night Fire Army joked, feeling pleased. They naturally enjoyed seeing Lin Chen's strength and excellence. However, in the eyes of Long Qiyan, who was battling Lin Chen, it couldn't be worse. Boom! Lin Chen charged through the air, using the wrath of heaven to clear a path, destroying the incoming attacks with thunder, then employing the power of the giant whale to kick towards Long Qian's face, overwhelming him with heavy force and sending him flying. Whoosh! Long Qiyan rolled in the air, blood splattering along the way. Despite his best efforts to defend, he still ended up disfigured, blood streaming down his face. Lin Chen! Long Qiyan nearly roared, unable to accept being pushed back in such a humiliating manner. Whoosh! He retaliated in anger, scorching flames enveloping his body, transforming into a massive immortal bird, soaring into the air and pouncing towards Lin Chen. No one can humiliate me like this. Is he really that furious? Lin Chen sneered, evolving a blazing thunder pillar that descended from the sky, forcefully destroying the rapidly approaching immortal bird. Does the Long family want to suppress me? But can they? Boom! 24 heavenly gates shone simultaneously as Lin Chen advanced through the air, slashing down with a knife, the force immense, causing Long Qiyan to spit blood, his injuries worsening. With his strength, he was more than capable of subduing Long Qiyan. The problem was that the powerful overseers of the assessment would definitely intervene. He only had one chance to strike. To ensure a one-hit kill, the more severe Long Qian's injuries, the better. So, seizing the opportunity to showcase his combat power, he continuously drained blood from Long Qiyan, launching attacks laced with humiliation that made Long Qiyan feel embarrassed and unable to save face by admitting defeat. With a powerful expert in the area, no one expected him to harbor murderous intent towards Long Qiyan. Of course, the degree of this must be controlled appropriately. If Long Qiyan were too severely injured, even if he refused to admit defeat, the path of royal blood would be halted. Bang! Another clash. Long Qiyan was once again defeated, crashing into the ground, his combat suit in tatters, his teeth stained red with blood. Looking up at the suspended Lin Chen, Long Qian's face was grim. If his injuries worsened, it would affect his combat power. At that point, defeat would be inevitable. Although Lin Chen's cultivation was far inferior, he had no weaknesses, and even now, when he could unleash his full strength, it was difficult to find a flaw. As his combat power declined later, there would be no chance at all. Lin Chen, the honor of the royal family cannot be humiliated by anyone. Long Qiyan took a deep breath, determined, and shot up into the sky. Not even the successor of the Black Abyss. Dark red blood seeped from Long Qian's 7 orifices, looking terrifying, but his momentum soared. 10 flames appeared, hovering around Long Qiyan, massive like a giant mountain. Each flame contained different miraculous phenomena. Some were phoenixes, some were stars, some were fire giants. What was the same was the incredibly violent fluctuations. It seems Long Qiyan is really going all out. This move will damage his martial arts essence, right? Lord Mo Feng is overseeing the assessment area today. If he notices the injuries are too severe, he can provide timely assistance. With the Long family's foundation, it should be possible to heal with some time. I'm just afraid of accidents. There's no way around it. Lin Chen is not an ordinary person, and Long Qian cannot afford to lose. The crowd watching stirred in unrest. If there was a turning point in the battle, it was likely in this move. If that didn't work, Long Qian, the tester, would probably really be defeated by the newcomer Lin Chen. A glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he realized he could no longer delay. This assessment might soon be called off. It's about time. If Long Qian is really injured, to the point of affecting his combat power, Wang Gaohan might directly call off the assessment. After all, he has received benefits from the Long family. Now's the time. Lin Chen gathered his thoughts, made up his mind, and locked his gaze on Long Qian, indifferent and ruthless, a chilling killing intent flashing deep in his eyes. Lin Chen! Long Qian roared hoarsely, unleashing all his combat power, 10 massive flames soaring through the air, each containing different miraculous phenomena, unmatched in strength, heading straight for Lin Chen. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged as his consciousness delved into the blazing celestial flame he had refined within, resonating with it. In the next moment, he unleashed his strongest attack. Celestial technique. Boom! A round of crimson gold sun suddenly appeared, stretching across the sky, enormous beyond measure, even larger than the combined 10 massive flames Long Qian had unleashed, as if the real sun had fallen, an extreme heat sweeping the entire area, compressing it into a vacuum. The blazing sun spanned the sky. This was the most violent offensive move in this ultimate technique. Long Qian had used it before, but compared to the sun Lin Chen had condensed, whether in might or fluctuations, it was vastly inferior. Boom boom boom. The moment the 10 massive flames collided with the crimson gold sun, they all exploded, utterly destroyed. The crimson gold sun showed no signs of dissipating, its enormous size not affecting its lightning-fast speed. In the next instant, after obliterating the 10 massive flames, it surged towards Long Qian, ready to engulf him. Solar core phenomenon? Long Qian's eyes were filled with terror. He feared the death crisis brought by the crimson gold sun and was astonished that Lin Chen could wield power at the level of the solar core phenomenon. On the sidelines, the powerful expert overseeing this assessment also sensed the fluctuations of the solar core phenomenon, his expression suddenly changing. Earlier, he had seen Lin Chen open 24 heavenly gates. Although he was shocked, it was more about being amazed that Lin Chen could open so many gates. But now, facing the very power Lin Chen was wielding, he was utterly unable to remain calm. Solar core phenomenon, the upper limit of this power is enough to slay deities. Once achieved, it would significantly enhance the overall situation of the Holy Summer. The Holy Summer is vast, with countless people in any of the 33 states. There are always new candidates for kings each year, but geniuses who can comprehend the power to slay deities are exceedingly rare. Back when Guanshan was severely damaged by the descent of a deity, cutting off the path forward, the King's Council of the Holy Summer was infuriated to the extreme, especially the First Holy City, which dispatched multiple kings, staining over 100,000 miles of foreign lands with blood, and the Beast King killed more than one beast. If it weren't for the joint tremors of several life-restricted zones at the end, this matter would have been hard to settle. At the same time, deep within the First Holy City, in the place where the Supreme Ancient Core is located, a young man sitting cross-legged seemed to sense something and opened his eyes. He was very handsome, with an otherworldly charm. The pupils in his eyes formed rings, totaling 9 layers, as if they could devour the hearts of men. His name was Lu Yi. However, not many people called him that, including the Lord-level beasts and beast kings from foreign lands who could speak. They referred to him by another title. They called him the King of Slaughter. An extreme heat swept across the venue, terrifyingly powerful. Many students, far from the crimson golden sun, felt a mountain-like pressure, and a thought of helplessness rose in their hearts. Too powerful. Among the crowd, the high-ranking military officials, although not feeling pressure, were still shocked by the power contained within the crimson golden sun, just like Mo Feng, who was overseeing the assessment. The power to slay gods, even if it was only a future possibility, was rare throughout the Holy Summer. Otherwise, after Guanshan retreated to the mountains and seas, countless super geniuses wouldn't have rushed forward one after another, wanting to become the successor of the Black Abyss. The successor of the Black Abyss mastering the Sun Core phenomenon. This sounds unreasonable. Mo Feng found it absurd, but as the person in charge of the assessment area, he did not forget his responsibilities. Clang! A sharp sword pierced through, infused with the power of the domain, appearing like lightning before the crimson golden sun, pouring down sword light from the sky like a falling waterfall, spanning the vast sky. Boom! The crimson golden sun advanced, colliding with the waterfall of swordlight, erupting with earth-shattering sounds, countless flames bursting forth, illuminating the entire training ground with a change of color. The violent might surged forward, and Long Qian clearly sensed the power contained within the blazing sun, causing him to feel a wave of dread. This power was enough to destroy him. Lin Chen wants to kill me. A thought flashed through Long Qian's mind. He was not a fool. With such combat power, Lin Chen could have defeated him long ago. Even if it was to showcase his own characteristics, there was no need to drag it out for so long. His injuries had already become severe enough to affect his combat power. Deliberately hiding his killing move while also inflicting injuries was likely an attempt to catch him off guard when the domain expert on duty was unable to assist in time, trying to kill him. Lin Chen. Long Qian wanted to roar immediately, his eyes filled with anger, fear, and dread. As a quasi-king emerging from a royal family, he was closer to death than ever before. If it weren't for the supervision of a domain expert during the assessment, he would have already been killed. This matter absolutely could not be tolerated. However, before Long Qian could roar out Lin Chen's name, his movements suddenly froze. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Bright red light pierced through Long Qian's body, mixed with an extremely unstable fluctuation, continuously erupting. Deep within him, the sacred flame of the blazing heaven, inherited for many years, violently trembled, completely out of his control, exploding directly. Long Qian wanted to suppress it, but the power unleashed from the sacred flame of the blazing heaven was far beyond what he could resist. Not good. Mo Feng's gaze sharpened, instantly sensing Long Qian's anomaly. A beam of light swept out from behind the waterfall of swordlight, enveloping Long Qian's body, attempting to rescue him. However, the power unleashed after the sacred flame of the blazing heaven was ignited erupted from deep within Long Qian's body. Mo Feng needed to suppress it by channeling power into Long Qian's body. If the force was too intense, it would be an attack on Long Qian himself, enough to annihilate him. If you want peace, you must seep in delicately and slowly. Time is too slow. The true killing move of Lin Chen is to unleash the power of the holy flame of the sun. The earlier display of the blazing sun was more of a feint, meant to draw Mo Feng's attention. Lin Chen did not want to play out a scenario of failure at the last moment. Whoosh! More and brighter red light shot out. The vitality of Long Qian was rapidly extinguished. It was so fast that he felt no pain, but the crisis of death loomed, strong and swift, filling Long Qian's consciousness. Fear, panic, tension. Long Qian did not want to die, struggling desperately. But with his strength, combined with Mo Feng's slow infiltration, it was far from enough to suppress the power of the holy flame of the sun. In an instant, his consciousness began to dissipate. Just before death, a cold voice emerged in Long Qian's heart. Indeed, the holy summer is vast. The death of a quasi-king won't change anything. Long Qian realized that Lin Chen's response to his words was not a simple threat. Boom! In the next moment, Long Qian exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist, thick and bloody. All around the assessment area, the gazes of the onlookers were stunned. Long Qian is dead? Under the intervention of a domain expert, a quasi-king tester who had refined the true meaning of martial arts was actually killed? Excluding the extremely small probability of a strong person ambushing in the blood road of kings, there was only one possibility for Long Qian's death. Lin Chen, you killed Long Qian? Wang Gaohan, responsible for the entrance assessment, changed his expression dramatically. Is that not allowed? Lin Chen's response was unusually calm, raising his hand to press down. The distant dissipating holy flame of the sun was drawn in, gathering around him, incredibly stable. His control over the holy flame of the sun within Long Qian could only release a portion of its inherent power, not self-destruct. Otherwise, the commotion wouldn't be so small. The military high-ups on site were probably busy rescuing students at this moment. Is that not allowed? Wang Gaohan was almost laughing in anger at Lin Chen's response, sternly emphasizing, you killed a quasi-king. Lin Chen absorbed the surrounding holy flame of the sun, his tone still indifferent. I know. So which rule did I violate? Wang Gaohan's breath caught. Killing a quasi-king and still asking him which rule was violated? This successor of the Black Abyss truly did not know what fear was. But upon reflection, he fell silent for a moment. The Blood Road of Kings had been established for many years, with a few prodigies appearing, successfully defeating testers far superior in cultivation. But killing? Not a single case. Seeing Wang Gaohan silent, Mo Feng felt a slight headache. As a domain expert, he could extend the power of the domain to any corner of the training ground. With just a thought, let alone the smaller assessment area. Even if the red gold sun was much stronger, he believed he could still intercept it. But who would have thought that the holy flame of the sun from the Long family would explode within Long Qian? If it happened again, he still couldn't save him. Suddenly, an invisible voice came from afar, resonating in Mo Feng's heart. After listening, he immediately turned his gaze to Wang Gaohan and said solemnly, neither side in the assessment is at fault. The reason lies with me for not being able to rescue in time. I will take responsibility with the military department of the holy city later. Wang Gaohan exhaled lightly, reminding him, Long Qian is a quasi-king of the Long family. Anyone could see that Lin Chen killing Long Qian was intentional. The blazing sun in the sky, combined with the explosion of the holy flame of the sun, was clearly premeditated. What's wrong with the Long family? Can't someone die? Zhao Fulan's gaze turned cold, piercing Wang Gaohan. The Blood Road of Kings is not an academic institution. Risk is the main theme here. Even the Star of Glory was killed by the Beast King's offspring. Long Qian has been here for almost 4 years, and his achievements are Far from the star of glory, can't such a quasi-king die? What's so special about him? Or do you have some hidden dealings with Long Qian? Faced with Zhao Fulan's pointed questioning, Wang Gaohan quickly adjusted his mindset and calmly shook his head. I do not deny my friendship with Long Qian, but selecting him as the tester was done according to the process, meeting all the conditions for holding the assessment. With Long Qian's death, this matter had already escalated, and it was certainly not something that could be admitted. Then how did you conduct your work? Lin Chen said coldly, not getting entangled with Wang Gaohan on the topic of compliance in the assessment. If one really wanted to argue, it would be impossible to clarify. Can this tester you found assess my true level? Upon seeing this, many people's gazes flickered. The Long family wanted to suppress Lin Chen's growth, and they could all see it, with thoughts of fanning the flames in their hearts. After all, the Long family had operated in the military for many years. Selling a favor could exchange for considerable benefits. But now, before assisting the Long family, one must think about whether they could bear the cost. Lin Chen dared to openly kill Long Qian, a quasi-king from a royal family, and afterwards he did not play the game of seeing through but not saying it, being terrifyingly strong. Some things, you might be able to take, but it doesn't mean you can spend it. Zhao Fulan glanced around and nodded secretly. With this momentum, Lin Chen has firmly established himself in the Wang blood path. Strength is the foundation, and combined with enough ruthlessness, the deterrent. Power of the two together is enough to make many people dare not entertain thoughts of resistance. Wang Gaohan pursed his lips and remained silent, his expression not looking good. Choosing a quasi-king like Long Qian with such strength as the tester was not inherently problematic, so he was not afraid of Zhao Fulan's questioning and dared to refute it head-on. But with Long Qian being killed by Lin Chen during the assessment, and the two having had intense conflicts before, that made things serious. Even if Mo Feng, who presided over the assessment, took responsibility as the star who confirmed Long Qian's appearance, he would inevitably face trouble. This young successor of the Black Abyss was indeed too tricky. Whoosh! Mo Feng flashed to Lin Chen's side, pondering for a moment, and said, "Do you have any hidden means? If not, there's no need to hold another assessment. All the data has already been collected, and results can be issued. As for the specific upper limit of combat power, there should be slight discrepancies. You can ask about the battle assessment corrections later." There had been cases in the past where testers had lost in the Wang blood path, which could serve as a reference. Mo Feng proposed a plan. If you perform even better, exceeding the recognition of this assessment, we can supplement the corresponding merits later. How about that? Lin Chen thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Sure. He had already achieved both of his goals for participating in the assessment, to demonstrate outstanding performance and to kill Long Qian to establish his authority. After this, during his training in the Wang blood path, it seemed no one would dare to seek trouble with him again. The focus now could be on improving his strength. As long as he was strong enough, he need not worry about the consequences of killing Long Qian. Instead, it was the Long family that should be concerned. Old Guan could suppress Long City with the black sky. He could do the same. Let's ask about the battle assessment later. First, let's evaluate the results. Mo Feng instructed, glancing back at the still silent Wang Gaohan, organize the scoring. Wang Gaohan took a deep breath. All right. The evaluators on site were already eager to act, immediately getting to work. Previously, the various data displayed on the instruments during the assessment were absurdly high. Especially in the final stage, they were terrifyingly high. They had never encountered such levels of data in the entrance assessments for new students. The gazes of the surrounding students and military leaders all turned towards them. Clearly, results would soon be available, but the atmosphere on site was filled with intense anxiety. Lin Chen's performance exceeded their imagination. Initially, they wanted to see what results Lin Chen could achieve compared to Gu Shang, wondering if it would be too dim. But as soon as the assessment began, he directly overpowered Long Qian with sheer force. As the battle progressed, the momentum of victory was evident. However, during the process, Long Qian was still able to resist to some extent. Especially later, when he used forbidden techniques, there was even a feeling of being able to turn the tide of the battle unexpectedly. Lin Chen didn't use his full strength at all. With a single strike of the blazing sun, he forcefully crushed Long Qian. Mo Feng, a powerful figure in the realm, had to step in to intervene and provide assistance. The key point is that he still couldn't save him. If it weren't for witnessing it with his own eyes, it would truly be hard to believe. The sacred flame of the blazing heaven that killed this prospective king of the Long family must have been triggered by Lin Chen's sacred flame of the blazing heaven, with a pervasive connection of fluctuations. Some high-ranking military officials on site sensed the clues. After all, almost all the sacred flames of the blazing heaven have been inherited by Lin Chen, so it is indeed possible for some previously undiscovered abilities to emerge. Indeed, the solar core phenomenon contained within the blazing sun should be enhanced by the sacred flame of the blazing heaven. Lin Chen himself hasn't reached this level yet. A high-ranking official at the 7th realm of martial arts solemnly agreed, but immediately emphasized that Lin Chen's mastery of the ultimate technique of the blazing heaven was very profound. He has comprehended all 7 realms of heaven and earth contained within, and most importantly, they have already begun to merge with each other, which is approaching the solar core phenomenon and even the true meaning of the solar core. It's still too early to say. The 7 realms of heaven and earth are still in the triggering phase and have not yet merged with the heavenly gate. Someone nearby shook his head, but immediately, another high-ranking official disagreed with his view, pointing out the timeline. Lin Chen began practicing the blazing heaven technique only after opening the heavenly gate. It's only been a short time, and he has already ascended to the ultimate realm. I think the possibility of him achieving the solar core phenomenon, or even the true meaning of the solar core, is quite high. Even if he doesn't achieve it, it doesn't matter. Don't forget the sacred flame of the blazing heaven. Once refined, it acts like another form of nurturing the weapon with one's body, as if it were something innate, and will be regarded as a kind of potential. Lin Chen can definitely master the power at the level of the true meaning of the solar core. He also has the black abyss. I'm a bit anxious. Currently, there is only one king who possesses 2 types of god-slaying powers, and that's the king of stopping slaughter, right? Why do I suddenly feel that Lin Chen might be able to challenge the Beast King in the future? Don't say such frightening things casually. Faced with the noisy discussions around them, the dozen or so members of the Night Fire Army, led by Commander Jiang, exchanged glances, their feelings complex. They had just discussed Lin Chen's and the military leader's exceptional abilities. There was no need for debate now. Where on earth did the military leader find such a successor? A prodigy beyond measure. This is a good thing for the Night Fire Army. Commander Jiang smiled faintly, his gaze assessing Lin Chen, seemingly with deeper meaning. But the next moment, his heart suddenly tightened. A young man appeared out of nowhere beside Lin Chen, handsome and otherworldly, with his pupils divided into 9 layers. King of stopping slaughter. Mo Feng was equally startled. Previously, he had taken the initiative to take responsibility precisely because he received a message from this powerful king, informing him not to let the killing matter affect Lin Chen's cultivation on the path of royal blood. But unexpectedly, after giving instructions, the other party actually came in person. This was clearly not the king of stopping slaughter casually visiting the path of royal blood to offer a few pointers. He was obviously here for Lin Chen. No need. The king of stopping slaughter waved his hand, interrupting the crowd that hurriedly saluted, his 9-layered pupils continuously assessing Lin Chen. You're the one who obtained the sacred artifact left by Long Qi Tian. Your level of refinement is quite good. Zhao Fulan had mentioned Lin Chen to him once when reporting the anomalies in the void, but he hadn't paid much attention. It's true that most kings of the Holy Summer come from the ranks of prospective kings, but the proportion of those who can grow to significantly influence the Holy Summer's structure is very low. This young man before him, however, had that potential. As long as the realm of the blazing heaven technique is reached, refining the sacred flame of the blazing heaven won't be difficult. Lin Chen responded, also assessing the king of stopping slaughter. This was the first king he had seen with his own eyes, but he was far from ordinary. Based on Zhao Fulan's explanations and the Long family's attitude, it could be confirmed that the other party was also an extremely powerful presence among the kings of the Holy Summer, not weaker than Long Qi Tian, and perhaps even stronger. Report. Zhao Fulan stepped forward, speaking for Lin Chen. Lin Chen has only been practicing the blazing heaven technique for about 10 days. Since the king of stopping slaughter had come for Lin Chen, he had to seize the opportunity to introduce him and try to draw greater attention. However, Zhao Fulan did not deliberately exaggerate. The king of slaughter has keen insight and can judge accurately. He simply needs to describe the facts. As for Lin Chen's progress in practicing the blaze heaven technique, it is indeed remarkable. As expected, the king of slaughter nodded, his gaze fixed on Lin Chen, and said, "Your progress is rapid. If you encounter anything unclear in your cultivation in the future, feel free to come to my residence." Understood. Lin Chen replied with a smile, naturally not refusing the goodwill offered. Upon seeing this, the expressions of those around changed dramatically. The king of slaughter's willingness to provide guidance is no small matter. It is rare for a genius to receive such treatment. Of course, it wouldn't be like Guan Shan becoming Lin Chen's steadfast support. The military's power is vast, with constant games, competition, and confrontation. It is not solely the king of slaughter's domain. However, the king of slaughter's attitude is enough to indicate the importance he places on Lin Chen's cultivation. Long Qi Yen has died in vain. If the Long family dares to take advantage of this to further suppress Lin Chen's cultivation, it won't just be one quasi-king who dies. The king of slaughter did not stay long. After briefly inquiring about Lin Chen's cultivation, he vanished without a trace. At this moment, the judges on the sidelines had completed their scoring and calculated Lin Chen's assessment results. They exchanged glances, and without a word, began to verify the calculations. Once finished, they remained silent, their expressions complex, filled with hesitation and doubt, tinged with disbelief. This can't be wrong. But what's going on? Mo Feng noticed the judge's unusual behavior. Wasn't Lin Chen's performance at the supreme level? The supreme level is the highest evaluation. For newcomers, based on past experiences on the King Blood path, defeating the testers is always rated at this level. One judge nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is at the supreme level, but this merit, he paused before emphasizing, "It's too high." "How much?" Wang Gaohan approached a device, glancing up in shock, unable to believe it. "Is there a mistake in the calculation?" The judge shook his head, denying it. "No, we all have this number, and we even recalculated it once to confirm it is undoubtedly 300,000 points of merit." Upon hearing this number, Mo Fong was momentarily stunned, vaguely understanding why the judges displayed such expressions. The crowd around erupted in a commotion, disbelief echoing back and forth. 300,000 points of merit is simply terrifying. The current shining star of the King Blood Path usually has only 2 to 3 million points of merit. Lin Chen earned over 10% in just one assessment. It should be noted that the King Blood Path is a 4-year program, where the stronger one is, the easier it is to earn merit. Often, it is in the last 2 years or even the final year that one can efficiently accumulate merit. Lin Chen hasn't even attempted the challenge yet. This is at least a 200 times multiplier of combat power at the same level, which is another substantial merit. Don't tell me the King Blood Path is about to produce a 17-year-old shining star. It's only June, considering Lin Chen's strength and progress. It is indeed possible in the second half of the year. Many students engaged in heated discussions, unable to calm down. The highs and lows of data are always the most intuitive. The shining star at the pinnacle of the King Blood Path has simply appeared before Lin Chen, as if within reach. This young man is truly astonishing. Gu Sheng remained silent, momentarily blank in the face of Lin Chen's earned merit. He had previously been quite satisfied with his own assessment results. 3,000 points of merit, higher than many newcomers' shining stars, but compared to Lin Chen's 300,000 points, it could truly be described as a grain of rice against the bright moon. "Don't be upset," Zhao Fulan said to Gu Sheng, smiling sincerely. "The merit awarded for assessments will increase exponentially based on a person's performance. Although Lin Chen's merit is 100 times yours, it doesn't mean he is 100 times better than you. The gap between you isn't that large." Hearing Zhao Fulan's deliberate consolation, Gu Sheng's face twitched, and a thought flashed through his mind. To kill is to also strike at the heart. Gu Sheng turned and left without saying a word. He knew that if he wanted to surpass Lin Chen in this life, there was only one path left: to become a king. Crossing the chasm of the king's ascension, the number of those who can be considered quasi-kings is indeed few. Besides strength and talent, luck is also a significant factor. However, thinking of Lin Chen's performance, a hint of confusion appeared in Gu Sheng's eyes. Does he really still have a chance? The wide gate was passed through by Gu Sheng alone, while the other students and high-ranking military officials remained on site. They were reluctant to leave, eager to learn about Lin Chen's combat potential at the first opportunity. Fortunately, after confirming that Lin Chen was in good condition, Mo Fong announced that they could use the challenge gate for auxiliary testing. The group followed Lin Chen directly to the challenge gate. Since most of the students had come to watch Lin Chen's assessment, there was no one using the area, only a few supervising staff members. Lin Chen chose a nearby combat zone and stepped in. Whoosh, an invisible wave swept out, passing over Lin Chen and the straight sword hanging at his waist without any unusual occurrences. This was a monitoring mechanism to prevent students from using powerful super weapons. The straight sword Lin Chen brought was selected from the headquarters in Lizhou, primarily for its resilience, able to withstand the force he could exert, and it was not within the prohibited range of the challenge gate. If it were the Black Abyss, it would definitely not work. Mo Fong reminded him, the refined holy flame of the fiery heaven can be used in the challenge gate. Okay. Lin Chen was not too surprised. The holy flame of the fiery heaven did not fall under the category of super weapons. Before refinement, it could not be mobilized. After refinement, it completely belonged to him. Zhao Fulan had mentioned to him before that the upcoming competition for the young talents in the second half of the year also did not prohibit the use of such sacred items as the holy flame of the fiery heaven. The challenge begins. Lin Chen connected with the challenge gate through his thoughts, confirming the combat. Whoosh. In the next moment, Lin Chen felt as if he had traversed through space. The surrounding scenery changed dramatically, revealing a desolate wilderness beneath his feet filled with the roar of engines mixed with the sharp sound of piercing air. A dense cluster of tanks surrounded him, their barrels locking onto Lin Chen, ready to fire. Heavy warplanes swept overhead, fully loaded with firepower. In the distance, missiles simulated by the challenge gate were shot from afar, trailing bright tails of flame. Heavy artillery corps. Boom! Lin Chen's gaze remained calm. A thought flashed through him. And lightning, evolved from the wrath of heaven, covered the entire wilderness, instantly destroying all the tanks, warplanes, and missiles. Such firearms, even when combined with extraordinary power, could no longer harm him. Roar! Aang! Gur! The wilderness vanished, and the surrounding scene transformed into a primordial giant forest. Countless exotic beasts surged forward like a tide, attempting to engulf Lin Chen. But in the next moment, when the dazzling lightning illuminated the world, all the roars of the beasts disappeared, leaving only a ground of charred remains where the forest once stood. Level transition. The challenge mechanism of the challenge gate was flexible and variable, not following a fixed sequence. Upon sensing that Lin Chen's strength was too formidable, it directly invoked quasi-king level power in the Third challenge. Whoosh! Above the scorching desert, the power evolved by the challenge gate transformed into a robust man, not human, towering over 10 feet tall, with 2 black horns on his forehead, exuding a fierce aura. Beast King Air, Luo Wudo. This guy has comprehensive strength somewhat similar to Lin Chen, and is very difficult to deal with. Some newly promoted quasi-kings who are slightly careless will definitely suffer defeat. In the first test, invoking quasi-king level power across 3 challenges, Lin Chen's upper limit is probably not exaggerated. Boom! Lin Chen drew the straight sword from his waist, slashing horizontally, a domineering blade of light engulfing the approaching robust man, reducing him to dust. Facing a quasi-king of the same level, he still achieved a one-hit kill. The spectators exchanged silent glances, somewhat anticipating this outcome. After all, Long Qian, a quasi-king who grasped the true essence of martial arts, was not even Lin Chen's opponent. Quasi-kings of the same level were even less of a match. He could truly extinguish them with a snap of his fingers. Boom boom boom. Lin Chen continued to advance through the challenges, unmatched in strength, violently crushing the powers evolved by the challenge gate. After the third challenge, although he no longer achieved one-hit kills, he still displayed an overwhelming posture, pushing through with unstoppable momentum. Today, we will definitely witness the simulated young king of the challenge gate. To be honest, many peers can't compete with Lin Chen. There's no way around it. With 24 heavenly gates, Lin Chen's combat power multiplier at the same level feels like it could reach 200 without using the sacred flame of the fiery heavens. If he goes all out, who knows how much it could be. It might even approach 300. It's the 8th level. The combat power multiplier at this level will be above 200. The young king is coming. Whoosh! Across the vast sea, a young man appeared, sharp and flamboyant, with golden 6 wings sprouting from his back, quite similar to Gu Shang's holy wings, but with an even more intense aura, radiating a blazing brilliance, like a star. If Gu Shang were present, he would recognize this young man at a glance and even have to pay his respects. Gu family's ancestor. A powerful king who once suppressed the descent of deities. Gu Ryu. Incredible, the simulation is of the Gu family's king. The information displayed by the battle inquiry shows Gu Ryu at 18 years and 3 months. Lin Chen isn't even 17 and a half yet. This counts as being overage. If he can win at the 8th level, Lin Chen's combat power multiplier must be above 240. The spectators perked up, noticing that the battle had begun. Boom! Gu Ryu descended from the sky, attacking Lin Chen. Before he could get close, the 2 wings behind him shot out like heavenly blades, sweeping with a terrifying force that overwhelmed the entire sea, causing it to explode. Waves surged high, crashing against the clouds. Bang! Lin Chen swung his sword, meeting the attack head-on, using an extreme strike to push back the 2 wings that were assaulting him. But at that moment, Gu Ryu swooped in, already closing the distance. His entire body radiated light. The 6 wings reappeared, clearly accumulating an even more terrifying killing intent. Lin Chen remained calm and composed, his gaze sharpening as a blazing golden sun soared through the air, striking directly at Gu Ryu. Boom! With a deafening roar, a cataclysmic explosion erupted. Flames splattered everywhere, engulfing the sky. Amidst the shocked gazes, a figure was sent flying, blood staining the sky, with 6 wings sprouting from his back. It was the young King Gu Ryu. In a direct confrontation, he couldn't withstand Lin Chen's assault. Rumble! Lin Chen moved swiftly, launching another attack, transforming the wrath of heaven into a dense thunder prison, sealing off the area where Gu Ryu was located. The fiery heaven technique was his strongest attack, but other spiritual weapons were still useful to him. The endless thunder prison trapped Gu Ryu, and Lin Chen quickly gained the upper hand, using the fiery heaven technique as his main assault, incredibly powerful, forcing Gu Ryu to retreat step by step. Whoosh! Finally, Lin Chen unleashed a fiery hurricane, stretching over 10,000 meters, seemingly connecting the sea and sky, brutally strangling Gu Ryu to death, securing victory at the 8th level. Everyone understood that Lin Chen's combat power multiplier was definitely above 240 and likely exceeded that by a large margin. He defeated Gu Ryu with overwhelming strength. However, at the 9th level, Gu Ryu reappeared. The difference was that on either side, there was a young king. 3 kings attacking. Moreover, each of their strengths had increased compared to Gu Ryu from the previous level. The pressure on Lin Chen was greater, but he remained strong, with 24 heavenly gates standing tall in the sky, various realms of heaven and earth emerging one after another. Half an hour later, with a loud bang, a blazing golden sun shattered Gu Ryu's body. Following that, the second young king quickly followed, being struck down by Lin Chen in midair. In less than a minute, the last young king was also killed. The 9th level cleared. Mo Feng couldn't believe it. Forgetting to breathe, Lin Chen's combat power multiplier had already exceeded 270. The battle inquiry also assessed the endurance of the participants, not giving Lin Chen much time to rest before quickly starting the 10th level. Whoosh! A platform appeared beneath Lin Chen's feet. Seeing this scene, all the students familiar with the battle inquiry realized that the opponent at the 10th level would definitely have extremely high combat power, as there was no need to assess the terrain anymore. The next moment, Lin Chen saw his opponent, a handsome young man whose features seemed familiar, especially his eyes, which left a deep impression on him, having seen them not long ago, containing 9 layers of pupils. Lu Yi. At this age, he hadn't yet become a king and was not yet called the king of stopping killings. The king of stopping killings. Seeing the young, the crowd erupted as if a pot had boiled over. No one could remain calm. According to the setting, the simulated in the must possess at least 300 times the combat power of the challengers at the same level, so strong that it could be considered invincible among peers. Throughout history, there have been very few students from thee who have fought against thee, so few that it's pitiful. Boom! Lin Chen was equally surprised and curious about the young, but sensing the rising momentum of his opponent, he decisively struck first, unleashing a blazing sun, evolving into a round of crimson gold sun, vast and overwhelming, descending to suppress. The extreme heat swept over, and Lu Yi remained expressionless, forming hand seals, choosing to confront head-on. Shishish. Countless sharp swords pierced through, exuding a fierce aura, overwhelming like an endless storm of destruction, all pouring towards the breaking crimson gold sun. Boom! In the next moment, the blazing sun and the rain of swords clashed, causing a tremendous explosion, the momentum terrifying, with shattered flames and blades everywhere. It's a fight. A dragon and tiger contest. Is Lin Chen a bit too strong? I read in the historical records that he was conscripted at 12, ascending to in his youth, overshadowing all the geniuses of that era, yet he can't suppress Lin Chen in a direct confrontation? Not to mention, the two are quite similar, since his youth he has had numerous methods, with no weaknesses. To defeat him, one must have a significantly higher combat power. Lin Chen is the same. The key is that Lin Chen doesn't even have any special abilities. Everything is purely martial arts techniques. The discussions rose and fell, particularly noisy. Everyone was focused on this great battle, tension flickering in their gazes. The martial path is a long journey. A momentary lead does not guarantee eternal precedence. Throughout history has had outstanding who could surpass of the same age or even the same realm. But the is different. Since his rise in youth, he is pushed through, almost invincible, regarded as a monument in martial arts by many and even foreign beast kings. Screech. 24 heavenly gates stood tall in the sky, and flames surged around Lin Chen, transforming into a brilliant immortal bird, flapping its wings to withstand the rain of swords, rapidly charging towards the Shishish. The sharp swords continued to rain down, flames splattering everywhere, the immortal bird's size rapidly shrinking, but before it vanished, it tore apart all the sharp swords blocking the Lin Chen closed in. His gaze was sharp as he swung the straight knife in his hand, swirling with the remaining flames fierce and domineering, slashing towards the clang. 10 sharp swords suddenly appeared, crossing in front of the two, form a shield, blocking the incoming blade light and flames. In the next moment, with a loud bang, the 10 swords exploded, unable to withstand the force of the clash. However, it bought thee a moment of time. A rich bloodlight erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely, timely blocking Lin Chen's attack. Buzz! The entire mass of bloodlight trembled violently, rippling in layers, dissipating the incoming force. The S body also retreated, further dissipating the force. The crowd was exceptionally shocked in this exchange, although they successfully diffused the danger. Lin Chen clearly held the upper hand. Rumbling! Before the bloodlight could settle, while he was still retreating, a massive, thunderous sound pierced his ears, dense lightning streaking across the sky, intertwining to form a cage that blocked out the sun, sealing off the entire area. Within the thunder prison, the temperature surged again. Between the arena and the sky, a firestorm over 10,000 meters gradually condensed, aiming to engulf the entire. The young of the 8th level died from this very move of Lin Chen, being literally strangled to death. His eyes narrowed, his 9-layered pupils either expanding or contracting, alternating between the two, eerie and terrifying. Whoosh! 2 dark cold lights pierced through, like ancient flying swords imbued with rapid power, fast to the point of horror. Over here, just as the thunder prison tore a gap along with the flame hurricane, in the next moment, it appeared right in front of Lin Chen, merely a hair's breadth away. Bang! A mass of black light rose into the air just in time, deep and heavy, radiating the fluctuations of the long nights. Heavy armor, blocking the lethal cold light aimed at him. Just before it exploded, it bought Lin Chen the time to dodge, allowing him to narrowly escape this deadly move. So fast! Lin Chen's gaze flickered as he stared directly into the 9-layered pupils of the Killing King. 9 hells of darkness. He had heard Zhao Fulan mention it once. This was an innate eye ability of the Killing King, containing the complete embryonic form of a domain, constructed from 7 kinds of heavenly and earthly realms, reaching the strongest level. In ancient times, a deity was suppressed by the Killing King during its descent, falling victim to the 9 hells of darkness. Of course, at that time, the 9 hells of darkness was no longer considered a mere ability. It had been sublimated by the Killing King, breaking the shackles of the domain, ranking it the level of the true realm. But this precisely indicated that the 9 hells of darkness possessed the potential to slay gods, standing on the same level as the Sun Core and the Black Abyss. You can't suppress me. Lin Chen was unafraid, launching a powerful counterattack. A massive fire giant coalesced, strong and domineering, striding through the sky, surrounded by the lightning of heavenly wrath, ready to completely engulf the Killing King. The Killing King did not retreat either, unleashing a rain of swords, cold and dark, executing various lethal strikes. Boom, boom, boom. The two figures clashed across the sky, engaged in an intense and fierce battle. However, as the fight grew increasingly heated, Lin Chen began to gain a significant upper hand, pressing the Killing King on the offensive. Neither he nor the Killing King had any weaknesses, but his overall strength was a notch higher, allowing him to gradually accumulate advantages, turning them into chips for victory until he delivered the final decisive blow. Boom! The towering fire giant's hands transformed into hammers, swinging down fiercely, striking the unprepared Killing King and smashing him from the sky into the arena. Bang! Amidst the deafening crash, before the Killing King could rise, the fire giant collapsed entirely, transforming into a sea of flames that poured down from the sky, engulfing his body and unleashing a continuous barrage of lethal strikes. In an instant, the arena, already reduced to ruins, vanished, revealing the initial battleground of the challenge. Lin Chen defeated the young Killing King, securing victory in the 10th round. Huff! Lin Chen gasped for breath, immediately sitting down to recover. The Killing King was indeed difficult to kill. He had to maintain his peak combat power throughout the entire fight. Although he had 24 heavenly gates absorbing the energy of heaven and earth together, it still couldn't keep up with the consumption, placing a heavy burden on him. Lin Chen's breath was heavy, sweat pouring down like rain. But no one thought he looked disheveled. The crowd watching was silent, their emotions surging within, shocked to the point of speechlessness. The young Killing King was defeated. Lin Chen's combat power multiplier at the same level was still above 300. It was simply astonishing. It should be noted that this combat power multiplier is not a linear relationship. It has a tendency to evolve exponentially. It can be said that, in front of Lin Chen, a quasi-king with a combat power multiplier of around 100 is not comparable to an ordinary martial artist of the same level in the eyes of a quasi-king. Shortly after, the 11th round began. The opponent was still the Killing King. His strength remained unchanged, but the number had skyrocketed, far exceeding the 3 King siege in the 9th round. A full 10 Killing Kings. Lin Chen could not clear the round again. After a tough struggle, he ultimately ended the test. Combat power multiplier 313. A line of data appeared, displaying Lin Chen's final score. A combat power multiplier of 313. Is this a number that a human can achieve? Many students found it hard to believe. No one on the King blood path can compare now. Historically, there have been a few who also surpassed 300, either awakening to the strongest abilities or mastering phenomena of the same level, but their cultivation was all higher than Lin Chen's. An instructor from the King blood path provided examples, further highlighting Lin Chen's excellence and strength. If this momentum continues, if he can become a king in the future, he will be an invincible existence capable of slaying gods. It's too early to talk about becoming a king now, but it is certain that the King blood path will definitely produce a shining star at the age of 17. I even think that we might see Lin Chen ascend to the position of Radiant Star in the first half of the year, without even needing the second half. Now that we are already in mid-June, in less than 20 days, well, I also think it's possible. After all, I originally thought Lin Chen was still far from being a quasi-king, but it turns out that to him, a quasi-king is not much different from an ordinary person. Whether he can become a Radiant Star or not, in the upcoming competition of prodigies in the second half of the year, at the age of 17, Lin Chen will probably make the quasi-kings of the 33 states feel desperate. A quasi-king without a supreme ability is definitely not enough to compete. The atmosphere on site was lively, and everyone's gaze was fixed on Lin Chen. In the foreseeable future, this young man is destined for greatness. At this moment, another piece of information appeared, calculating Lin Chen's rewards from the challenge gate. Merit, 201368. Level 2 Resource, 1. Piece. The entrance assessment still involved human participation. The data from the challenge gate, which is king, would calculate based on the age, cultivation level, and combat power of the participants, using a fixed formula. The discussions on site suddenly quieted down. A merit reward of around 200,000 points. Adding the 300,000 points from the entrance assessment, it has already exceeded 500,000, including Zhao Fulan. The other students found it absurd. Lin Chen had been on the path of royal blood for less than a day and had already taken a big step towards the position of Radiant Star. It's possible that in June he could really replace a Radiant Star. And that's not all. Someone realized that Lin Chen did not have his combat power limit measured during the entrance assessment, and there would be some compensation based on his performance. In the challenge gate, a combat power of 313 times his level would definitely not be less. Wait a moment. Mo Feng saw Lin Chen walking out of the testing area and signaled to the evaluators who were calculating the results, "It'll be ready soon, just a few minutes." Okay. Lin Chen was not in a hurry, standing at the side to adjust his state, and thought for a moment. A level 2 resource can be exchanged for a supreme skill, right? Of course, no problem. Mo Fong replied confidently, there will also be top-notch supporting resources. He pointed out that level 2 resources are extremely precious. How much can I get approximately? Lin Chen further inquired, as he still had 4 uses of the basic level simplification left, and 1 supreme skill would definitely not be enough. The quantity is not fixed, it depends on the quality of the supreme skill and the price of the supporting resources, mainly considering these 2 aspects. Zhao Fulan's voice rang out as he stepped forward to take over Mo Feng's explanation. For example, your ultimate blade, which contains the true meaning of opening heaven, and the supreme skill of the opening heaven realm, you could probably exchange for 2 or 3 skills. Moreover, the supporting resources can help you cultivate the corresponding phenomena. Of course, it was just support. Whether one could cultivate the phenomena still depended on oneself. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. That's really quite a lot. Zhao Fulan smiled and said, if it's a top-tier supreme skill that contains the true realm of supreme strength, along with supporting resources that are also very rare, it will be significantly less. Lin Chen thought for a moment and asked for confirmation. The Fiery Heaven Technique? The Fiery Heaven Technique falls under the category of top-tier supreme skills, but the supporting resources are not particularly rare. Zhao Fulan shook his head with a smile, casually thinking, the supreme skills with the highest learning costs usually belong to solid-type high techniques or some special abilities of extraordinary arts. Zhao Fulan gave an example. You actually just encountered one, the 9 Nether Dark Abyss of the Slaughter King. Lin Chen exclaimed, isn't that the ability of the Slaughter King? It used to be, but later the Slaughter King used the 9 Nether Dark Abyss to become a king, sublimating this ability and creating a supreme eye technique that perfectly replicates the power of the 9 Nether Dark Abyss. Zhao Fulan explained, shrugging, it's just a pity that the difficulty is too high. Most of the time, it's used as a reference by kings, and it's rare for a genius to successfully cultivate it, let alone master the true meaning of the nether. Understood. Lin Chen nodded lightly, deep in thought. Zhao Fulan didn't think much and directly said, you don't need to worry about supreme skills or supporting resources right now. Not to mention that there's still a level 2 resource from the royal blood path. Even without it, isn't 50 or so thousand merits enough for you to spend? That's not all. Mo Fong raised his hand to take the instrument handed over by a reviewer, his gaze fixed on Lin Chen, taking a deep breath. The compensation merit from the previous assessment is 120,000. This compensation amount indicated that Long Qiyan had not pushed Lin Chen to his limit in combat power. The previous assessment was essentially Lin Chen demonstrating his martial arts level. Zhao Fulan tugged at the corner of his mouth, about 620,000 merits. The students present calculated this number as well, feeling nothing but shock and envy. Jealousy was out of the question. The gap was too vast. Some students who were slower to become quasi-kings would not earn this much merit even by the time they graduated, and the quasi-king status was the ceiling among students on the king's blood path, not to mention the non-quasi-king students. The holy summer was vast, and there were always prodigies that astonished the world, starting from a point higher than the limits of countless dreams. Let's go. Seeing the complex gazes directed at him, Lin Chen shook his head inwardly, said a word to Zhao Fulan, and turned to leave. Zhao Fulan turned to follow. Do you want to take a look around the first holy city? Let's talk about it later when I have time. I want to reflect on today's battle. Then take out your communicator. The king's blood path should have sent you a message. Your performance was so outstanding that your residence will definitely be upgraded to the level of a starry candidate. Alright. The two passed through the gate of the questioning battle pass and were about to move away when they were stopped by the Night Fire Army catching up from behind. Hello, I am Jiang Ming from the Night Fire Army. Captain. Jiang introduced himself with a smile. One of the vice-captains of the Night Fire Army. Zhao Fulan, familiar with him, added, the first time I met you, I handed a segment of the life vine to old Guan, which was sent by Captain Jiang and the others. Also, the reason we were trapped in the Long family before, scaring the Long family's elder, was also proposed by them. Lin Chen's heart stirred, and he nodded towards Captain Jiang, introducing himself as well. Hello, I am Lin Chen. Captain Jiang then smiled and said, you just arrived at the king's blood path and received so many rewards, you will definitely need some time to digest it. I won't invite you to visit the Night Fire Army today, but when you have free time in the future, you can come to the headquarters, which is in the northern part of the first holy city. Okay. Lin Chen nodded with a smile, knowing that if he visited the Night Fire Army, it would be of much greater significance. Captain Jiang's most outstanding pair of children are also on the king's blood path. You might have a chance to meet them in the future. A member of the Night Fire Army smiled and introduced to Lin Chen. One has already become a starry candidate, and the other is a few years younger, with hopes of challenging for Quasi-King in the future. Lin Chen's thoughts flashed, recalling the current highest merit starry candidate, Zhang Yinian. Yes. Zhao Fulan casually continued, this is the elder sister. She has a younger brother named Jiang Shanghai, who is a few months younger than you. Captain Jiang nodded with a smile, saying, you are all young people, and being on the king's blood path, you will have opportunities to interact in the future. Before Lin Chen could respond, Zhao Fulan raised an eyebrow and teased, "I'm not sure what attitude Enian has, but that kid Shanghai publicly declared before that he wanted to try the Black Abyss. Moreover, if his qualifications in this aspect are excellent, and Lin Chen is not too capable, he is even preparing to write a self-recommendation letter suggesting that the Holy Summer King's Council try to use resources to exchange for the Black Abyss. We can't let this divine killing weapon gather dust." Zhao Fulan couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Captain Zhang's face twitched slightly, feeling a bit awkward, and said to Lin Chen, "Enian is currently at an ancient battlefield in the western part of the Holy City, too busy to care about this brat. His personality is a bit erratic, but he's not a bad person and has no malice. He probably wouldn't dare to be erratic now." Zhao Fulan chuckled, pointing at the gate of the questioning battle pass. "He's probably afraid you'll beat him up, and by now he has already run to the innermost area, pretending to challenge the pass." Lin Chen glanced around and saw a boy with a buzz cut in the depths of the questioning battle pass, clearly distracted, occasionally glancing towards the gate. After making eye contact with their group, he hurriedly turned his face away. Lin Chen shook his head secretly and ignored it. Old Guan's initial attempt to release the quota for the Black Abyss was, on one hand, to attract various super geniuses to spar with him, and on the other hand, to earn some resources. However, his growth rate was too fast. Since defeating Mu Changsheng, it hadn't been long, yet he was already a quasi-king with a combat power multiplier of 313 at the same level. Peers who had become kings were no match for him. With such strength, it would be difficult to find challengers in the future. Lin Chen didn't take it to heart. Ever since he was promoted to a super-tier night watchman, he basically no longer lacked money to spend, and not being able to earn the registration fee had little impact on him. He didn't chat long with Commander Jiang and the Night Fire Army, quickly parting ways and returning to the residence arranged for him on the King's Blood Road. The bustling challenge arena quickly quieted down, no longer echoing with the noise of Lin Chen breaking through the challenges. However, the impact caused by Lin Chen was just beginning. Many students witnessed it firsthand. The King's Blood Road was destined to be anything but peaceful. Outside the King's Blood Road, as high-ranking military officials and civil servants continued to leave, it felt like a massive earthquake had erupted, shaking the entire holy city. Anyone who heard the news was shocked. Winning the entrance assessment, mastering the solar core anomaly, attracting the attention of kings, defeating several young kings, including the king of stopping killings, a combat power multiplier of 313 at the same level. Each achievement shone like the sun in the sky, brilliant and dazzling, stirring waves in the hearts of many high-ranking officials. Previously, they focused on Lin Chen primarily because of his identity as the successor of the Black Abyss. This was a power that held promise against the divine, certainly worthy of attention. But now, they suddenly realized that the identity of the Black Abyss successor seemed to pale in comparison to the brilliance of the young man himself. Our previous judgment was wrong. Guan Shan suddenly unsealed the Black Abyss, not because of issues between him and the Black Abyss, but perhaps he was moved by Lin Chen's potential, believing this young man could replicate the might of the Black Abyss. Could it be that the Night Fire Army is about to welcome a true military leader? Even if Lin Chen doesn't join the Night Fire Army, his future is still bright. Based on today's performance, it can almost be concluded that his future on the King's Blood Road will surely be glorious, and he may even become the undisputed strongest. Many high-ranking officials reached a consensus that in the not-so-distant future, the Holy Summer would have another martial arts powerhouse. King's Blood Road, Lin Chen's residence. This was a standalone villa, 3 stories high, with a courtyard, and crucially, connected to the Blood Red Road, containing an independent space that was incredibly vast. The training room alone spanned 10,000 meters, allowing for unrestricted bursts of combat power to test one's own methods. Only a few quasi-kings could obtain such a residence, and they had basically been studying on the King's Blood Road for over 2 years, with powerful strength and immense potential, almost seen as the next shining star. However, no student could contest Lin Chen obtaining it early. A combat power multiplier of 313 at the same level was the most compelling evidence, enough to silence all doubts. Whoosh! 24 heavenly gates stood tall in the sky as Lin Chen adjusted his state while reflecting on the previous battle. Of course, this did not include the entrance assessment. Long Qian posed no pressure on him and was unlikely to cause any effective threat. The focus was still on the young kings simulated in the later stages of the challenge arena, each of whom was extraordinary, especially the king of stopping killings, who was truly powerful. Without going all out, he couldn't be defeated. There were no obvious mistakes during the battle. There are a few counter techniques that could be slightly adjusted, but their impact on the final score is negligible. Lin Chen's thoughts soared. A combat power multiplier of 313 is my current limit. Even if I try again, I still can't reach 314. However, this was only limited to the current stage. Lin Chen was very certain that a combat power multiplier of 313 was still far from his limit. Moreover, he didn't need a higher cultivation level. He was already at the control stage. The The 7 realms of heaven and earth contained within his sacred flame technique had yet to complete the induction stage. Once he broke through, he would definitely become significantly stronger. His heavenly gates had not yet fully opened, let alone the possibility of breaking limits afterward. I don't need to worry about the former, I just need to maintain my observation of the sacred flame of heaven, and I can definitely advance to the control stage in 10 days to half a month. Lin Shen was clear about the path ahead. My heavenly gate can also be opened quickly. Although the Beast King's essence blood here is not an unlimited supply, there is still a large stock. 2,000 merit points can exchange for a vial. I have over 600,000 merit points. Opening multiple extreme heavenly gates shouldn't be too difficult. Defeating the 10 young Kill Kings won't take long. And there's the ultimate skill. Lin Shen didn't forget to ask about the additional rewards for the battle, a secondary resource. As long as there are matching resources, I can quickly draw upon the corresponding heavenly and earthly realms to enhance my strength. The key is that I can learn multiple skills. I still have 4 uses of the instinct level simplification left. Lin Shen had already decided to choose 3 ultimate skills and use all instinct level simplifications. He needed to leave a spot for the Black Abyss ability later to avoid delaying his progress. After all, the higher his cultivation, the more heavenly gates he had, and the faster he could cultivate martial arts at the instinct level. Perhaps before entering the fusion stage, he would awaken the Black Abyss ability. Moreover, selecting 4 ultimate skills at once, along with the matching resources, would likely consume a significant amount of merit points. He needed to quickly open all the heavenly gates, focusing on the Beast King's essence blood. The first skill is the body technique. This was something Lin Shen had long decided. The ultimate body technique, as long as the realm is profound enough, can generally grant the martial artist the ability to fly freely. The second ultimate skill. Lin Shen had already made up his mind while chatting with Zhao Fulan. I choose the 9 nether dark underworld created by the Kill King. Lin Shen had just fought against the young Kill King and was deeply impressed by the 9 nether dark underworld. This kind of power that could slay gods was undoubtedly formidable. The key lay in its emphasis on speed, possessing great penetrating power, and also a kind of hidden strangeness. This complemented his Blaze Heaven technique perfectly, as they did not overlap. The resources for the Blaze Heaven technique are relatively expensive, and with the other 2 ultimate skills and their matching resources, a secondary resource might not be enough, but I can use merit points to supplement part of it. Lin Shen nodded to himself. I can buy 200 or 300 vials of the Beast King's essence blood, which will last for a while. During this time, the realms of the 3 ultimate skills will improve, and I can also earn merit points as rewards. The path of the royal blood offers various ways to earn merit points, which is not difficult for him. Lin Shen focused his thoughts on the 3rd ultimate skill he needed to choose. Unlike the first 2 ultimate skills, he had not yet determined the type of the 3rd one. A solid type defensive ultimate skill, or a sword technique ultimate skill, or perhaps an ultimate skill focused on control. Lin Shen found it hard to decide for a moment. During the previous battle at the 10th gate, his long night heavy armor could not completely block the young Kill King's 9 nether dark underworld, but that was mainly due to his insufficient realm, still in the drawing phase. The path of royal blood had the matching resources for this spiritual weapon, which could accelerate his cultivation speed. However, the upper limit of defensive ultimate skills was definitely higher. This thought tempted him. The sword technique is the same. The Extreme 1 blade is very strong, but it ultimately belongs to spiritual weapons and cannot be compared to powerful ultimate skills. The Black Abyss is also a sword-type killing weapon, and the inherent domain power must be carried by the sword body. Mastering a powerful sword technique ultimate skill would allow for more freedom in utilizing the Black Abyss in the future. An ultimate skill focused on control can enhance my means of trapping enemies, leaving them nowhere to escape, forcing them to take my attacks head-on. The 3 types of ultimate skills Lin Shen wanted to choose each had their own needs. Shaking his head, Lin Shen didn't dwell on it for too long. Let's take a look at the specific martial arts. I'll choose the one I want the most, and the other 2 types can be selected later. His current instinct level simplification was 4 times, and after a while, any heavenly and earthly realm that began to merge with the heavenly gate could grant him 3 more uses, which would be enough for him. Meanwhile, on the path of royal blood, ultimate skills and their matching resources could all be exchanged for merit points. This was not a problem for him. After all, on the first day of joining, he had already earned over 600,000 merit points, covering about 30% of the journey towards the Shining Star. First, let's choose the specific body technique. Lin Shen raised his hand and spun it, taking out the identity card for the path of royal blood. This card integrated a networking function and could be controlled by thought alone, but it was expensive and currently could not be widely promoted. Let me take a look. With a thought, Lin Shen opened the many unique skills recorded in the path of royal blood and searched for a movement technique. Endless Journey, a unique skill created by the Saint Summer King Du Ryu, contains the power of the true realm, sublimated from the essence of illusionary light, with a total of 4 types of heavenly and earthly realms. As its foundation, Void Mystic 9 Steps, a prehistoric unique skill. The specific era is untraceable. Chaos Space High Dimensional Wings, a unique skill from the second prehistoric era, can distort space when in motion, allowing for traversal and jumping, and can conceal itself when still, releasing various auras into other dimensions. Before long, Lin Chen finished browsing and had already determined which movement technique to choose. Chaos Space High Dimensional Wings. This unique skill had immense potential. At the ultimate realm, one could comprehend 5 types of heavenly and earthly realms, each of which was top-notch. The key was the space-dimensional true essence constructed together, or rather, the further developed space-dimensional true realm, which was extremely suitable for creating movement techniques. A martial art's true essence or true realm could create more than one martial art. How exactly depended on its inherent characteristics. The Sun Core true realm could also be used to create movement techniques, but the effect would certainly be far inferior to the Blazing Heaven technique, not qualifying as a top-notch unique skill. At the same time, the difficulty of cultivation was even higher. After all, it was not suitable and hard to comprehend. This movement technique has a high ceiling, enough for me to use, and the Path of Royal Blood also has supporting resources. Lin Chen was certain and then searched for other unique skills. The second unique skill must be the 9 Nether Dark Abyss. The power described in the introduction is truly strong, surpassing several top prehistoric I-type unique skills. The third unique skill. As he browsed, Lin Chen's eyes lit up, attracted by a defensive unique skill. Indestructible Body. One of the abilities of this unique skill was immensely appealing to Lin Chen. It could store the injuries sustained in battle, equivalent to a temporary detachment, which could later be released back to the body when there was time, with the degree of release being controllable. Lin Chen thought of the infinite healing of the Black Abyss. Combined with this ability, it would have a synergistic effect, even achieving true indestructibility. Even when faced with a lethal strike, one could remain unscathed during the release process. No need to be limited to being unscathed. With injuries, the Black Abyss could enhance combat power. And through the detachment and release control of the indestructible body, a constant level of injury could be maintained for a long time. In extreme cases, one could even remain in a near-death state, and the power increase gained from that. Lin Chen felt that facing such an opponent would likely unbalance his mindset. It was utterly unreasonable. If Old Guan had this unique skill back then, a thought flashed through his mind. And Lin Chen shook his head inwardly. Old Guan was the commander of the Night Fire Army, and learning the indestructible body would have been simple. However, no matter how powerful the unique skill, without the support of a realm, it was mere talk. With Old Guan's strength, he would need to elevate the martial art's true essence contained within the indestructible body to the 7th realm, or even break through to the domain for it to be effective. This step was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. No matter how outstanding the talent, there are always limitations in what one is not good at. Over 90% of kings only mastered one true realm. I don't have this problem. Lin Chan's eyes brightened. With the ability to simplify, unique skills were not difficult for him. Once he applied a simplification at the instinct level, theoretically, before the heavenly and earthly realms contained within the unique skill reached the fusion stage, he wouldn't need to intervene at all. At most, he would buy some supporting resources to speed up the process. In the subsequent fusion stage, since it required him to integrate the heavenly and earthly realms with the heavenly gate, he would need to control it. But with his martial arts comprehension, Lin Chen couldn't imagine the possibility of failure. Cultivation was as easy as flipping a hand. Then, Lin Chen controlled the identity card and applied to learn these 3 unique skills along with the supporting resources. This was mainly a procedural step to allow the staff at the armory to prepare in advance. They wouldn't really refuse or reject him. Sure enough, in less than a minute, Lin Chen received a message that he could inherit, and he headed to the armory for the inheritance. After completing it, he used the instinct level simplification. As before, it was all about the instinct to grow stronger just by being alive. Lin Chen was not surprised, he had anticipated this. However, in the atmosphere that had yet to settle in the King Blood Road and the First Holy City Military Department due to Lin Chen's performance, this news spread like wildfire, stirring up countless waves once again. Choosing 3 supreme skills at once, and all different types, must provide a lot of cross-referencing opportunities. It shouldn't just be for cross-referencing. Selecting top-tier supporting resources just for a bit of insight is too extravagant. Even Yao Xing wouldn't waste resources like that. Haven't you seen the supreme skill of 9 Nether Dark Abyss? Aside from the borrowed king-level experts, no one has successfully cultivated it for many years, at most, reaching 2 or 3 layers of the pupil. Lin Chen is unpredictable. His Blaze Heaven technique has only been inherited for a short time, yet he can utilize the true meaning of the Sun Core with the help of the Blaze Heaven Sacred Flame. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, otherwise, wouldn't our Holy Summer King be omnipotent? I can't quite guess what he intends to do. The impact of Lin Chen's arrival at the King Blood Road was still strong, and he was now under intense scrutiny, with countless people paying attention to him. Suddenly choosing 3 supreme skills at once made people take notice, eager to analyze the truth behind it. The specific progress depends on the effectiveness of the supporting resources. In the armory, Lin Chen's thought soared. If it's like the Blaze Heaven Sacred Flame, with the chaotic sky-high dimensional wings and the undying body, I could comprehend the corresponding heavenly and earthly realms in less than a week. Only 9 Nether Dark Abyss might take a bit longer, but it should still be faster than the Blaze Heaven technique. After all, my martial arts cultivation and the number of heavenly gates have improved significantly compared to when I first came into contact with the Blaze Heaven technique. Thinking this, Lin Chen looked at a person in charge of the armory and asked, "When can I get the supporting resources for the 3 supreme skills?" "Tonight." The other party replied affirmatively. The ring pupil stones needed for 9 Nether Dark Abyss and the void dimensional spirits required for chaotic sky high dimensional wings are available in the King Blood Road and are currently being unsealed. The black bone wind needed for the undying body has been approved for application to the Holy City Military Department and will be delivered before 7 tonight. All right, Lin Chen thought. For a moment, is the supporting resource for the heavy armored breaking army body fixed? It needs to be movable and delivered to my residence. His cultivation was progressing in multiple directions, making it unsuitable to share with other students. No problem, the person in charge readily agreed, explaining. With a smile, all the spiritual weapons created by the Killing King have supporting resources in the King Blood Road, of various kinds. You are currently a preparatory student for the promotion to Yaoxing, and we can set it up for you at your residence for free. Of course, the resources themselves still needed to be purchased with merit points. Lin Chen took out his identity card and made the payment again. The 3 supreme skills he chose were all powerful, and the corresponding resources were equally expensive. A single level 2 resource was not enough to cover it all. Plus, with the resources needed for the heavy armored breaking army body, he had to pay an additional nearly 200,000 merit points. With his merit points, he could afford it. There are still over 400,000 merit points left, enough to buy more than 200 bottles of Beast King Essence Blood. Lin Chen thought clearly, there's no need to buy so much right away, I'll see how things go later. He currently had 24 heavenly gates, and even the normal heavenly gates had not been fully opened. Lin Chen was also unsure how many heavenly gates he could open, but it should be completed soon. Besides the Beast King Essence Blood, he could focus on opening the heavenly gates before merging with various realms. The progress couldn't be slow. The more, the better. Lin Chen smiled and left the armory. Before returning, he took a detour and bought 30 bottles of Beast King Essence Blood. Upon arriving at his residence, he headed straight to the spacious training room, opened the 24 heavenly gates, and began his cultivation. As he consumed 8 bottles of Beast King Essence Blood, the medicinal effects spread, and the originally blurred fluctuations of the heavenly gates quickly became clear in Lin Chen's perception. I can open them within a day or two. Lin Chen focused on exploring, still multiple gates, but 2 fewer, a total of 4. He had a premonition that after opening this batch of heavenly gates, he could continue. 28 heavenly gates were not his limit. I hope I can break through a few more limits. A hint of anticipation rose in Lin Chen's heart. The heavenly gate was different from the realms of heaven and earth and the true essence of martial arts. The latter often had a higher comprehension difficulty with greater potential. Therefore, his peer, Old Guan, was no match for Lin Chen, and it took him longer to enter the Holy Summer's Quasi-King sequence. However, the heavenly gate was a pathway connecting heaven and earth, and there was no such thing as too much. The more, the better. The more, the stronger. The qualitative change brought about by the accumulation of quantity would evolve into an exponential surge. Previously, without using the blaze technique, Lin Chen had directly suppressed the powerful true essence of the dragon red flame with the anger of heaven at the control stage, thanks to the enhancement of the 24 heavenly gates, which was a manifestation of the qualitative change produced by their number. Cultivate. Lin Chen closed his eyes and operated the Great Sun Gene technique, continuously impacting the heavenly gates deep within his body. That night, all 4 types of resources were delivered to his residence. After testing their effects, Lin Chen's already joyful mood became even happier. These resources were no less effective for martial arts than the Blaze Sacred Flame. In other words, within a week, all 3 ultimate techniques could invoke the realms of heaven and earth. The realms of heaven and earth contained within the 3 ultimate techniques. 1 out of 17 types, I have already mastered 1. After a week, I can have 16 more realms of heaven and earth. I must hurry to open the heavenly gates, otherwise, the number of realms of heaven and earth will surpass the heavenly gates. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. The next day, around 3:30 in the afternoon, 4 more heavenly gates appeared around Lin Chen. His focus turned inward, and sure enough, he could still sense the fluctuations of the heavenly gates. Even if faint, it indicated that they could be opened. Lin Chen opened the Beast King's Essence Blood and began to consume it. After using 20 vials, the fluctuations of the heavenly gates became exceptionally clear. Still 1 to 2 days before I can open them. But now there are 2 fewer, Lin Chen pondered and analyzed. With only 2 left, I fear I am nearing my limit. Another day passed, and late at night, the 3 silver moons of the foreign realm hung high. Lin Chen completed this opening, with 30 heavenly gates suspended above him, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, incredibly violent, shaking the heavens. Lin Chen divided his mind to probe within, and there were no more fluctuations of the heavenly gates. He had guessed correctly yesterday. 30 heavenly gates were indeed the limit. However, Lin Chen could vaguely sense that deep within his body lay a hidden heavenly gate existing between the substantial and the illusory, like a crescent moon in water, untouchable. Limitless heavenly gate, Lin Chen deduced, and after sensing for a while, he took out the identity card for the path of the king's blood and placed an order for new beast. King's essence blood. His progress in martial arts was astonishing, and he didn't want to waste time. Before long, the beast king's essence blood was delivered, and Lin Chen began to consume it. As the medicinal power accumulated, the illusory feeling of this limitless heavenly gate gradually disappeared, and its substantiality increased continuously. After downing 30 vials of Beast King's essence blood, this limitless heavenly gate became completely solidified. In just over 10 hours, it can be opened. This speed was even faster than the normal opening of a heavenly gate, but the consumption was also high. Normally, a quasi-king would need about 18 to 20 vials of Beast King's essence blood to open the 10th heavenly gate, which is a bit less than I need, but this is my 31st, so it's normal for the consumption to be higher, Lin Chen anticipated. The enhancement effect of the 31st heavenly gate would be greater than that of the 10th. However, Lin Chen couldn't understand one thing. Why was it so easy for him to open the limitless heavenly gate? Whether it was what he heard from Old Guan or Zhao Fulan, or the theories in books, all pointed out that opening a limitless heavenly gate involved enormous risks. A moment's inattention could lead to failure. Forcing it open could even result in death. Yet Lin Chen genuinely felt it was simple. After consuming 30 vials of Beast King's essence blood, it opened as if it were a natural process. There was no danger to life, and it was not difficult at all. The lower the difficulty of breaking the limit, theoretically, the more times it can be done. I can't possibly stop at just 10 times, right? Lin Chen's eyes sparkled. A night passed. The next morning, as the sun rose in the foreign realm, Lin Chen successfully opened this limitless heavenly gate and then consumed the Beast King's essence blood. He knew that the more times he broke the limit, the higher the difficulty. What? Does it mean that I only needed one more vial of Beast King's essence blood than the first time? Lin Chen was both surprised and delighted. After drinking the 31st bottle of Beast King's essence blood, his second extreme heaven gate solidified completely. Just like the first extreme heaven gate, after practicing for more than 10 hours, it could be opened. Now I can draw a conclusion. Lin Chen nodded to himself. 200 bottles of Beast King's essence blood are not enough for me, but no need to panic. The 3 newly learned ultimate skills are not far from comprehending the realm of heaven and earth, and by then, I will have new merits. The Blaze Heaven technique is also viable. Once I use up my merits, I should be able to reach the end of the induction stage. I want to see how many limits I can break. Lin Chen continued his training. 3rd limit break, 4th limit break, 5th limit break. At the same time, his martial arts realm was also advancing rapidly. The newly learned chaotic space high-dimensional wings and indestructible body both ascended to the ultimate realm. The 9 nether dark abyss realm was independent, divided into 9 layers, with each layer corresponding to a layer of pupils. Due to its immense power, the progress was slightly slower. Currently, Lin Chen could fully activate it, forming 8 layers of pupils in his eyes. He was very close to inducing the realm of heaven and earth. If he hurried, it would only take half a day. Once the 9 nether dark abyss induces the realm of heaven and earth, I'll go for the assessment and collect the merits together to save time. Lin Chen remained patient, focusing on his training. Meanwhile, in the outside world, discussions about Lin Chen had not cooled down due to his few days of absence. Instead, they were further escalating, especially regarding his simultaneous selection of 3 ultimate skills along with top-tier supporting resources, which truly piqued curiosity. I heard an analysis from a star analyst. Lin Chen definitely didn't choose the ultimate skills randomly because he couldn't use up his merits. He bought over 200 bottles of Beast King's essence blood these days, estimating that his merits are almost depleted. Why buy so much Beast King's essence blood? Can so much be used to break through the extreme heaven gate? Not sure. This person is completely inscrutable. The higher-ups in the holy city are astonished by his actions. If we were to state the simplest reason, choosing ultimate skills is for cultivation, but can he really practice all 3 at once? Not to mention one of them is the god-slaying ultimate skill from the Killing King. My mindset is a bit broken. I'm somewhat of a quasi-king, yet I feel like Lin Chen is looking at me like an ordinary person. Don't say such blunt truths. It's not beneficial for the unity of all humanity in the holy summer. Similar discussions were everywhere along the King's Blood Road, becoming the hottest topic of casual conversation. Zhao Fulan naturally heard about it, too. One day, he called Jiang Shanghai and headed to Lin Chen's residence. He was preparing to break through to the true intent realm and wanted to inform Lin Chen before closing his door, while also inquiring about Lin Chen's recent situation. With so many students discussing it, he felt a bit uncertain and worried that something might go wrong. Brother Lun, do you think if I sincerely apologize to Lin Chen, this matter will just blow over? As they approached Lin Chen's residence, Jiang Shanghai coughed, feeling somewhat nervous. He won't give me a hard time in the future, right? I still want to further my studies in the Night Fire Army, and Lin Chen might become my dad's superior. Zhao Fulan glanced at him, teasingly mocking, now you're scared? Who knew he was such a strong quasi-king? The young killing king was subdued, and they only won in the end with 10 against 1. Jiang Xinghai's thick black eyebrows drooped as he spoke, looking quite helpless. My dad scolded me that day until my rank was lowered a level, but can I be blamed for that? Did you expect to guess his strength before Lin Chen made a move? Alright. Zhao Fulan shrugged and smiled, I didn't either. Exactly, even if I've seen Lin Chen make a move, who knows what he intends to do with the 3 ultimate skills he chose, and why he used so much Beast King's essence blood? This person simply cannot be measured by common sense. Jiang Shanghai nodded vigorously. Zhao Fulan's eyes flickered, I have some thoughts, but I'm not too sure because it doesn't make sense. What is it? Let's talk about it when we see Lin Chen. The two arrived in front of Lin Chen's residence, and behind the gate of the courtyard there was an intelligent butler. Zhao Fulan directly instructed, inform Lin Chen, is he free now? Tell him Zhao Fulan is visiting. He and Lin Chen were somewhat familiar, but barging in would be quite impolite and might disturb his training. Come in. Before the intelligent housekeeper could respond, Lin Chen's voice came from within the courtyard, come directly to the training room. If you're not in a hurry, help me verify a few new skills I've learned. Jiang Shanghai was taken aback. What does this mean? You've learned them? Zhao Fulan let out a light breath. The guess has come true, it really can't be measured by common sense. Let's go in together and see what level he's reached. Let's go. Zhao Fulan collected his thoughts and led Jiang Shanghai into Lin Chen's residence. Before long, they arrived at the training room. It was a vast independent space. About 100 meters from the entrance, a row of high-quality law tablets stood neatly, along with various resources for auxiliary martial arts training, radiating various mysterious fluctuations, all in an activated state. However, after a glance, the two did not see Lin Chen's figure. How about trying to force me out? Lin Chen's voice echoed, as if traversing through space, elusive and unpredictable. A level of concealment, huh? A glint flashed in Zhao Fulan's eyes, no problem. Saying this, he focused his mind and began to sense. Jiang Shanghai stood by, curiously trying to explore, but after a round of probing, he shook his head and gave up directly. There was absolutely no trace of a third person in the entire area. This should be a capability of the Chaos Space High-Dimensional Wing, allowing the practitioner to hide within space and diffuse various fluctuations into other dimensions. Jiang Shanghai pondered and analyzed. Right, Zhao Fulan casually agreed, his expression gradually becoming serious as he concentrated all his energy on sensing. After a rough probe, he found nothing at all. He couldn't even determine which direction Lin Chen was in. Lin Chen's mastery of the Chaos Space High-Dimensional Wing was undoubtedly profound. Jiang Shanghai noticed Zhao Fulan's unusual demeanor, somewhat unexpected, and tentatively said, is it because you two are too far apart? The independent space here is nearly 10,000 meters in length, width, and height. Jiang Shanghai looked around and offered his opinion. Lin Chen also possesses 24 heavenly gates, which can further enhance the power of the Chaos Space High-Dimensional Wing. Not that far. Zhao Fulan shook his head. My and Lin Chen's attacks are enough to cover this training room. Concealment within this range is normal. Otherwise, it would allow the concealed person to seize the initiative and even launch unexpected attacks. That said, he strained to sense, probing repeatedly, but still found nothing. No good. Zhao Fulan exhaled deeply, choosing to give up, and candidly said, Lin Chen, you're too far from me. Come a bit closer. Actually, I'm quite close. Lin Chen's voice came from behind the two. Ha? Where? Zhao Fulan and Jiang Shanghai quickly turned around one after the other. Right at the front door. Upon hearing this answer, the expressions on both their faces were surprisingly uniform, a mix of astonishment and shock. After entering the training room, they had come straight to this row of law tablets, less than 100 meters from the entrance. For a martial artist with true intent combat power, at this distance, an attack could reach in an instant, like teleportation. If one were to ambush and attack, not to mention a guaranteed kill, severely injuring the opponent would be no problem. Langu, something's not right. Jiang Shanghai swallowed hard, his emotions surging even more intensely. I still can't find where Lin Chen is. This was terrifying. Targeted probing was much simpler than aimless searching. However, Zhao Fulan, whose strength significantly exceeded Jiang Shanghai's, fixed his gaze on the entrance, only able to sense the void, and similarly could not detect Lin Chen's whereabouts. This level of concealment had reached a frightening stage. Step aside. Zhao Fulan took a deep breath, signaling Jiang Shanghai to retreat. The next moment, his full head of black hair turned silver-white, and his eyes became completely black, his aura surging dramatically. Zhao Fulan was appropriately activating the power of the Starfire to enhance his probing level. Of course, he had no intention of drawing out this ancient sword. It was just an experiment, not worth it. Simply enhancing his sensing power. 3 meters to the lower right of the front door, Zhao Fulan's gaze sharpened as he drew the sword from his waist, thrusting it forward. A beam of sword light shot out, rapidly approaching the area he had mentioned. There, the smooth space suddenly trembled, rippling. Buzz, a pale hand emerged from within, facing the incoming sword light without any energy covering, directly meeting it head-on. Boom! The sword light unleashed its full power, wild and fierce, quite extraordinary. Yet, that hand remained as before, pale as jade. Even the palm, which bore the brunt of the force, showed no marks. Hiss! Then, suddenly, two dark cold lights shot out from above that hand, moving at incredible speed, as if piercing through space. Zhao Fulan barely sensed it before he saw the two dark cold lights almost within reach. Clang! Clang! The sounds of their collision rang out simultaneously, like the clash of metal. Zhao Fulan raised his sharp sword to block the attack of the cold lights, but in the clash, the overwhelming penetrating force surged forth, causing the sword to fly from his grip, and he staggered back, unable to maintain his balance. This, compared to the power of the dark cold lights, Zhao Fulan was more concerned about the underlying fluctuations. His current strength was indeed inferior to Lin Chen's, so it was normal that he couldn't block it, but the problem was that this move felt too familiar. Nine Nether Dark Abyss? Zhao Fulan couldn't believe it, his gaze fixed on Lin Chen, who was gradually revealing himself from the space. When he saw Lin Chen's eyes, his heart skipped a beat. Your Nine Nether Dark Abyss has reached the 8th layer? Yes. Lin Chen nodded with a smile, his pupils displaying 8 layers, either expanding or contracting, eerie and terrifying. How did you do it? Jiang Shanghai voiced the question that echoed Zhao Fulan's thoughts. The upper limit of Nine Nether Dark Abyss could slay gods. No one could resist the temptation to master it. When it first appeared in the world, it caused a frenzy, but under the almost impossible difficulty, there were very few super geniuses who could refine 3 layers of pupils. Now, on the path of royal blood, several quasi-kings had succumbed to temptation and attempted it, including Zhang Yinian, the current top achiever. In the end, without exception, they all gave up. The progress was too slow, especially after the 3rd layer, where every step felt like hitting a bottleneck, making it hard to draw parallels. Yet Lin Chen was at the 8th layer. The most critical point was time. He had been on the royal blood path for less than a week. Zhao Fulan's voice was dry as he looked at Lin Chen, struggling to find words. Your progress. Lin Chen chuckled, teasing, it's a bit slower than the other 2 ultimate skills. After all, the difficulty is higher and requires more time to cultivate. Zhao Fulan and Jiang Shanghai exchanged glances, both falling into silence. Martial arts are simple, hence fast. Martial arts are difficult, naturally slow. This irrefutable reason applied to Lin Chen seemed unreasonable from any angle. Jiang Shanghai tugged at the corner of his mouth, forcing a laugh as he agreed. The chaotic high-dimensional wings of the ultimate realm, no wonder the concealment ability is so strong. Zhao Fulan, being more familiar with Lin Chen, was more direct, his words firing off like a machine gun. I can barely accept your progress in the Blaze Heaven technique. After all, geniuses always have areas they excel in. Xingxia has produced its share of young kings, but your terrifying progress in both Nine Nether Dark Abyss and the chaotic high-dimensional wings is just too against the heavens. Don't you feel the difficulty in cultivating martial arts? Zhao Fulan couldn't help but retort, unable to suppress his emotions. But that's an ultimate skill. It's not too bad. Lin Chen shook his head with a smile, and as he spoke, he heard a prompt sound in his mind, his brows slightly raising. But, to be honest, it really isn't that difficult. Look, I've just broken through. In the astonished gazes of Zhao Fulan and Jiang Shanghai, Lin Chen's pupils each added another layer, reaching 9 layers, looking no different from the Killing King, exuding a chilling aura. The two fell silent once more, the time stretching longer. Can one really capture the opportunity for a breakthrough while chatting? Lin Chen was not lying. Cultivation really wasn't that difficult. Zhao Fulan let out a long breath, raising his hand to rub his brow forcefully. If I'm not mistaken, your undying body can already resonate with the will of heaven and earth? Yes, Lin Chen smiled, lifting his right hand, which had previously taken Zhao Fulan's sword light head-on. His fingers spread wide, and a blood-red hue appeared in his palm, as if it were about to crack open. Then, it quickly returned to normal. In the next moment, the blood-red hue emerged again, only to heal once more. This repeated several times, and the injuries from the sword light healed effortlessly. Through the undying body's separation and release of injuries, Lin Chen could remain unscathed solely relying on his body's self-healing ability. Jiang Shanghai watched in a daze, finally understanding, murmuring to himself, you chose 3 ultimate skills in one breath, and all for cultivation? Lin Chen had been diligently cultivating at his residence these past few days and was unaware of the situation outside. He shrugged and replied, what else would I choose ultimate skills for? My merits aren't so abundant that I can't spend them all. Zhao Fulan glanced at him, filled with emotion. I initially thought that you gained fame on the path of royal blood by collaborating with me to take down a shining star or eliminate a beast prince heir, but it seems that since you entered the path of royal blood, it has never been peaceful here. By the time you go to assess the realms of these ultimate skills, the already unstable path of royal blood will explode again, and the first holy city will be blown up by you. Lin Chen chuckled lightly, not paying much attention to that aspect, and instead asked, how much merit can I earn after assessing these 3 ultimate skills? Upon hearing This question, Zhao Fulan was quite surprised and curiously asked, "Have you used up your 600,000 merits?" Brother Lin Chen, cough. Brother Ran bought over 200 vials of Beast King's essence blood. Zhang Shanghai quickly changed his words, feeling that one should be more polite in social interactions. "I know, I've heard people mention it." Zhao Fulan nodded directly, still astonished as he looked at Lin Chen. "You haven't used up all the Beast King's essence blood you bought, have you?" Lin Chen casually replied, "Yeah, I want to open the heavenly gates as soon as possible, and the medicine is quite potent." Zhao Fulan couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. How many heavenly gates have you opened again?" 12, Lin Chen replied calmly. 6 normal heavenly gates, and 6 extreme heavenly gates. He was also planning to challenge the battle inquiry pass, so there was no need to hide it. The battle inquiry pass didn't require a first-time achievement to earn merit. As long as one performed better each time, they could receive corresponding rewards. Zhang Xinghai's mouth twitched slightly. "Considering the time, you've only been on the path of royal blood for 6 days, averaging 2 heavenly gates opened per day." Lin Chen smiled faintly. "You can't calculate it that way. Opening extreme heavenly gates later is a bit more difficult. Let's not explain such trivial matters without adding time constraints. Just breaking the limit 6 times is already a rare feat." Zhao Fulan's emotions fluctuated and he took several deep breaths to calm himself down. "You asked how much merit, which means you still want to buy Beast King's essence blood. How did it feel to open the extreme heavenly gates these past few times?" Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, "It was okay, not too difficult." He knew that this level of statement was still modest. The reality was that as long as there was enough Beast King's essence blood, one could open an extreme heavenly gate halfway through the day. Even without medicine, spending a bit more time and doing some grinding could achieve the same result. Lin Chen added, "Breaking the limit 3 more times shouldn't be a problem, but how the 10th time goes will depend on how the 9th extreme heavenly gate opening turns out. Isn't the 10th supposed to be a chasm?" He personally felt it shouldn't be too difficult, as it was currently too easy. The 2 people across from him fell silent, once again left speechless. Zhao Fulan was well aware of how difficult his 4 limit breaks were, especially the last 3, which were achieved only after nurturing his weapon with his body, essentially equivalent to passing through a near-death experience to succeed. Zhang Shanghai had only opened 10 heavenly gates so far, attempting 3 times for the first extreme heavenly gate. If it weren't for having a father who served as the deputy commander of the Night Fire Army, the injuries he sustained would have likely affected his martial arts foundation. But looking at Lin Chen's tone, it seemed that 9 limit breaks could be achieved with just a thought. Considering the previous mastery progress, is martial arts really that simple and easy for him? Zhao Fulan shook his head, suppressing the complex emotions, and answered the previous question. With the combination of the chaos void, high-dimensional wings and the indestructible body, you can probably earn over 100,000 merit points. The 9 Nether Dark Abyss, due to its uniqueness in being a supreme skill created by the Killing King, could yield anywhere from 20 to 30,000 merit points, or even a bit more. I can only estimate roughly. Zhang Shanghai concluded in shock. At least 400,000, and with the original 620,000 merit points, that exceeds 1 million. It had been less than a week since joining the Blood of Kings, and there was still half the distance to the Radiant Star seat. Previously, someone suggested that Lin Chen might ascend to the Radiant Star in June, and now it seemed that was not a bold guess at all. Plus over 200 vials of Beast King's essence blood, along with the merit points from breaking through the questioning battle, there could be even more. Lin Chen was somewhat satisfied, but he still couldn't determine how many limits he could break. After thinking for a moment, he asked again, besides assessing martial arts realms and breaking through the questioning battle, what are other efficient ways to earn merit points? It was always good to gather more merit points. Even if he couldn't use them all to open the heavenly gate, he could still provide a wave of resources for other martial arts updates. The effects of high-grade law tablets were clearly not comparable to the top resources of the Blood of Kings. That's not enough. How many heavenly gates can you actually open? Zhao Fulan couldn't help but shake his head, then pondered Lin Chen's question. You could execute tasks issued by the military department. Given your situation, you can do it quickly. As long as you express your need for merit points, the Nightfire Army or the Holy City Military Department will likely arrange some easy tasks for you to earn merit points, at most facing some criticism. Talents always enjoy privileges, and the Blood of Kings was no exception. The territory occupied by the Holy City was in a different realm, and the military department needed strong individuals. Understood. Lin Chen nodded. There was no need to rush on this front. Just within the Blood of Kings, he could earn a large amount of merit points and digest that. First, Rangu, if you want to earn merit points, you can actually do it faster. Going through the military department to earn merit points requires you to take on tasks yourself. How troublesome. Zhang Shanghai rubbed his chin, his eyes brightening as if he thought of a method. Zhao Fulan shot him a sideways glance. You brat, don't keep us in suspense. It's very simple. Zhang Shanghai looked directly at Lin Chen. By using the identity of the Black Abyss successor, Rangu, if I'm not mistaken. Jiang Shanghai reined in his smile, his tone carrying a significant weight. You came to the blood of kings to grow faster, not out of fear of the long family's accountability. At the very least, that's not the main factor. Jiang Shanghai's gaze was intense, full of confidence, especially since you hold the Black Abyss. It won't be affected by your arrival at the blood of kings. Your talent for the Black Abyss must have been verified in some way, and the results are certainly excellent. The threshold for the blood of kings is super genius. Among the students who can enter, no one is a fool. From Lin Chen's performance on the first day, many people already understood that even if Guanshan passed away, the Long family would still find it hard to suppress him. Today, Jiang Shanghai witnessed Lin Chen's martial arts talent again, and he was certain of one thing: the new master of the Black Abyss, besides Lin Chen, would be no one else. He would definitely be able to take charge of the Black Abyss. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lin Chen nod slightly and say, "Go on." "All right, Jiang." Shanghai took a deep breath and candidly shared his idea. "Since you will be in charge of the Black Abyss in the future, that makes it easier. Let's set up a bet on how much power of the Black Abyss can be utilized in the upcoming period. If it can't be done, the martial artists participating in the bet can test their talent for mastering the Black Abyss." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen secretly nodded, feeling it was a good idea. Previously, others wanted to test the Black Abyss. They needed to battle him first. As he grew, this path was essentially a dead end. Regardless of age or rank, there was simply no competition. He could crush any young king into despair. Even the talented scions of wealthy families wouldn't want to spend money just to be beaten. Now, changing to use his own performance as the condition for passing, the attraction will definitely be much greater. That's a good idea. Zhao Fulan nodded in agreement, his gaze turning to Lin Chen as he pondered. If you dare to make a bet, anyone would guess that you have confidence in achieving it, and the probability will be quite high. But as long as it's not 100% certain, there will always be someone with a lucky mindset trying their luck. The rewards are proportional to the risks. The upper limit of the Black Abyss can contend with deities, and its value is sky high. A single testing quota is enough to attract many geniuses. This is similar to Jiang Shanghai's earlier idea of trying out the Black Abyss. If Lin Chen cannot showcase the power of the Black Abyss well in the future, Saint Summer will most likely not allow this divine killing weapon to gather dust. Of course, outright forceful acquisition is out of the question. Lin Chen is the chosen successor of Elder Guan, just like the direct descendants of the Long family back then, belonging to the meritorious descendants. The most likely way is through trade, to buy the Black Abyss from Lin Chen. As for whether Lin Chen is willing and how many resources it would take, that is a concern for the Saint Summer King Council. As long as they can successfully take control of the Black Abyss, the difference between simple usage rights and ownership is negligible. To some extent, this is a public strategy. Jiang Shanghai raised an eyebrow. It's like the martial arts lottery issued by Saint Summer. The probability of winning is extremely low, yet the audience is still very broad. Compared to the generous prize, a few bucks for the purchase really isn't much. The same goes for the quasi-kings on the path of royal blood. Some merits compared to the Black Abyss are equivalent to buying a lottery ticket for a few bucks. Jiang Shanghai confidently pointed out that the merits Lin Chen could obtain through this are definitely not a small amount. Indeed. Zhao Fulan raised his hand to stroke his chin and said, "If it weren't for the merits obtained through such transactions, you could only buy resources. Who knows, you might be able to ascend to the Radiant Star this week." Radiant Star, and later graduating from the path of royal blood to serve in various departments. The required merits must be obtained through assessments, battle inquiries, and executing military tasks. Merits obtained through trade do not count. This is a strict rule enforced by the First Holy City Military Department after taking over the path of royal blood, to prevent the power of noble families from excessively expanding within the military. Lin Chen didn't care much. Becoming Radiant Star isn't difficult. Testing the levels of several unique skills, accumulating merits will definitely exceed 1,000,000. He can also challenge the battle inquiries later. The merits obtained can be used to purchase the blood of beast kings, further enhancing his strength. Then he can challenge the battle inquiries again, focusing on a positive feedback loop for merit accumulation. However, Lin Chen also understands that this method has its limits. As long as he can purchase the blood of beast kings, it doesn't matter to him. Lin Chen looked at the two and asked, "How much merit do you think the bet on the Black Abyss should be set at for one person?" "Well, that's hard to say." Jiang Shanghai scratched his head and tentatively analyzed. 10,000 points should be fine. If it were me, I would definitely be willing to take a gamble, but my acceptance doesn't mean other quasi-kings won't have objections. We need to consider how to maximize the benefits. His father, Jiang Ming, is the deputy commander of the Night Fire Army, and in terms of background, he is quite prominent in the path of royal blood. A balance needs to be found between unit price and audience. Simple. Zhao Fulan raised an eyebrow and smiled. At this time, the identity of the Stop Killing King's envoy will come into play. He explained, "I'll go to the Stop Killing King's residence shortly and ask his think tank members to analyze it. We can calculate the result today. Thank you for the trouble. Lin Chen sincerely expressed his gratitude. Zhao Fulan had helped him a lot. It's just a small effort. Zhao Fulan waved his hand, a carefree smile on his lips. The stronger you are, the better. The scene I joked about before might really come true as long as you take me to the capital's ascension platform to challenge the world's talents, and hopefully we can achieve the title of #1 in the world. Ascension platform, #1 in the world. Jiang Shanghai tugged at the corner of his mouth. Lan Gu, you really dare to dream. That being said, his eyes sparkled and he quickly added, how about you take me along? I'll be going home in a couple of days to pressure my dad. Before the Tianjiao competition starts in the second half of the year, I should be able to enter the ranks of the Saint Summer's prospective kings. No need to disturb Commander Jiang, just come along. It's perfect to have my Starfire as a sword attendant. It adds a touch of class. Zhao Fulan's smile widened. Jiang Shanghai was left speechless, wanting to roll his eyes. Zhao Fulan stopped teasing and turned to Lin Chen, returning to the main topic. The stakes can be handled by the think tank members, but the criteria for winning or losing will depend on how long you can wield the power of the abyss. Jiang Shanghai nodded, reminding him, the power of the abyss can be appropriately reduced. The time should be as short as possible. The shorter the process to learn the results, the more impulsive people will be to take a gamble. Lin Chen agreed with his point, pondered for a moment, and said, then let's say 1 month. Before Lin Chen could specify the extent of the abyss's mobilization, 2 astonished voices almost simultaneously interrupted him. You've only been on the king's blood path for 6 days, not even a week. You should just collect the stakes and go back. Rangu, don't joke around, that time is way too short. It will definitely be seen as suspicious. At the very least, it should be half a year. Zhao Fulan and Jiang Shanghai were somewhat shocked by the time Lin Chen proposed, finding it absurd. Alright then. Lin Chen shrugged helplessly. A month was already ample time for him, including the day and night spent on the aerial warplane. He would leave Shanghai exactly a week later. Meanwhile, with the current burden of 36 heavenly gates, his martial arts instinct was advancing rapidly. It was estimated that in about 2 weeks he would awaken the powers of the abyss. However, Jiang Shanghai was right, others didn't know his situation. Setting a time frame that was too short to control the abyss would only raise suspicions, which would not be beneficial for expanding the audience. Lin Chen stopped overthinking and directly said to Zhao Fulan, let the think tank members of the Killing King decide. From the perspective of maximizing benefits, I'm fine with anything on my end. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fulan and Jiang Shanghai exchanged glances, their expressions changing. They both understood that Lin Chen would be able to control the abyss in the future. However, controlling the abyss and fully manifesting the abyss's domain were 2 different concepts. Being able to mobilize around 70% of its power would be impressive enough to firmly establish his identity as the controller. But judging by Lin Chen's tone, it seemed he could fully control it. But why should he? The 2 of them simultaneously recalled a consensus reached among many students on the king's blood path in recent days. This genius was unfathomable. The 3 continued to discuss and finalize some details of the stakes. After finishing, Lin Chen didn't forget that the 2 had come to visit him, saying, by the way, what did you want to talk to me about? Jiang Shanghai's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, Rangu, I have something important to discuss. I've talked it over with my dad, and we firmly support you as the new commander of the Nightfire Army. The Jiang family is willing to go through fire and water for this. Through the previous verification of the ultimate skill and the establishment of the bet, Jiang Shanghai felt that Lin Chen was easy to get along with, but before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted with a thud as Zhao Fulan flicked his forehead. You brat! Don't talk nonsense! Zhao Fulan lowered his raised hand. The Nightfire Army currently has an active commander. Jiang Shanghai seemed unconvinced, emphasizing, that person is just a commander, not the commander of the Nightfire Army. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's gaze flickered, clearly understanding the distinction. The commander, in essence, is still a leader due to their personal strength and attitude. Towards subordinates, they gradually conquered the entire army through repeated missions, commanding with absolute authority. A mere commander needs orders from the military department to mobilize the entire army. However, a commander does not require any formal documents. A few words will suffice. In fact, some exceptionally strong commanders lead their troops solely by their command, disregarding the king's orders. Zhao Fulan let out a light breath, reminding him, after all, it's the top position appointed by the Saint Summer Kings Council. Don't be too reckless. Jiang Shanghai curled his lips and said, I give him face, calling him commander, but if I don't give face. Come on. Zhao Fulan interrupted irritably. Tell me, what can you do? Jiang Shanghai cleared his throat and said, I just won't call him commander. If there's something, I'll just shout report directly. Zhao Fulan felt speechless, thought for a moment, and reminded, still, pay attention, Lin Chen isn't in charge of the Black Abyss at this stage, and in the future, it's not certain he has to join the Nightfire Army. However, Zhao Fulan knew in his heart that Lin Chen's chances of replacing the current commander were much higher than others, and many core members of the Nightfire army would firmly support him. As long as his strength was sufficient, it wouldn't be a difficult task. If he could fully take control of the Black Abyss, no need. Zhao Fulan shook his head inwardly. With his power reaching 90%, there was no need for any covert games or direct confrontations. If the current commander wanted to exit gracefully, he would have to take the initiative to vacate his position. Gathering his wandering thoughts, Zhao Fulan looked at Lin Chen and said directly, Zhang Shanghai came to find you mainly because of the previous matter. He wants to apologize and get to know you a bit. Zhang Shanghai averted his gaze, raised his hand to scratch his head, looking quite awkward. Lin Chen smiled casually, no longer looking at him, and asked Zhao Fulan, what about you? I came to say goodbye. I'll be entering seclusion starting tomorrow to try and refine the true meaning of martial arts. A serious look appeared in Zhao Fulan's eyes. The power struggles among the higher-ups of the Holy Summer are becoming increasingly intense, and there are already kings who have clearly expressed their dissatisfaction. I estimate that this summer, the quasi-kings representing various interests will take to the battlefield. Lin Chen nodded calmly and said, I have no problem on my end. Do you have enough time? Aren't you supposed to be challenging the Radiant Star? About that, Zhao Fulan pondered. Before answering, in the ancient battlefield of the Xian Formation 009 in the western part of the Holy City, there have been sightings of Beast King's offspring, and several battles have already erupted. If this isn't resolved soon, the path of royal blood should summon quasi-kings for suppression. Zhang Shanghai raised his hand to signal, my sister is there. She has defeated several Beast King's offspring, but unfortunately, she couldn't kill them. Zhao Fulan thought for a moment and analyzed, if I succeed in breaking through this time, I will enter the summoning team. You will definitely be the same. After all, you have surpassed the young Kill King. Zhao Fulan suggested to Lin Chen, at that time, we can join forces and try to take down one or two powerful Beast King's offspring. If we succeed, reaching the Radiant Star won't be difficult. All right. Lin Chen agreed directly. Soon after, the three stopped talking, and Zhao Fulan and Zhang Shanghai took their leave. About 2 hours later, Zhao Fulan returned alone, having obtained the data calculated by the Kill King's think tank. Each person needed 18,000 merit points. Lin Chen had to successfully mobilize 30% of the Black Abyss's power within 6 months. If he failed, the other party could test his talent using the Black Abyss. This, after hearing the conditions Zhao Fulan laid out, Lin Chen pursed his lips, feeling that if he were petty, he would see it as an insult. 30% in 6 months? He didn't even need to awaken the Black Abyss's abilities. Relying solely on the current repaired embryonic form of the Black Abyss's true meaning would be enough to easily achieve it. However, as long as he could gain more merit points, Lin Chen had no objections. Let's go to the administrative building for notarization. No problem, I've already had someone prepare the documents and contracts. Lin Chen and Zhao Fulan left their residence and headed to an administrative building. After finding the relevant department, as soon as they stated their request, the staff were left dumbfounded. This shocking news had already spread like wildfire through the royal blood path while Lin Chen was still filling out forms, sweeping through in a very short time, like a violent storm. Am I crazy, or is Lin Chen crazy? Using the Black Abyss as a bet? Even if it's just a test quota, the implications are profound. It could cause Lin Chen to lose the Black Abyss. Lin Chen is too confident, right? Mobilizing 30% of the Black Abyss's power in 6 months is enough to kill a Lord-level beast that can speak. The win-lose standards set by the Kill King's think tank were extremely harsh, prompting many students to analyze whether it was worth a try. How can Lin Chen attract bets if there's no difficulty, with nearly 20,000 merit points on the line? No one is a fool. If he dares to announce it publicly, it means he must have great confidence. Only with great confidence. Is it normal? If it were too difficult, how could it only be 1 or 2,000 merit points? The power contained within the Black Abyss can withstand the descent of deities. I'm tempted. Let's do it. Even if we have to borrow merit points, let's take a gamble. The students on the path of royal blood could basically see Lin Chen's plan to make a profit through the Black Abyss. If they placed bets, it was highly likely they would end up with nothing and miss the chance to test. But, as Zhang Shanghai said, this is a public scheme. As long as the benefits are substantial, there's no worry about no one biting the hook. Lin Chen completed the notarization and had not yet left the administrative building when he ran into Wang Gaohan and several members of the Radiant Stars, clearly coming together for the bet. The Radiant Stars hold the highest authority on the path of royal blood and were the first to hear the news, rushing over as soon as they learned the divine killing weapon was simply irresistible. Zhao Fulan raised an eyebrow and called out, Wang Gaohan, do you also want to test the Black Abyss? Wang Gaohan remained unfazed, his gaze shifting to Lin Chen. Can't the Radiant Stars participate in the bet? Lin Chen continued walking, directly bypassing him. The contract is on the 18th floor. Go submit your merit points to retrieve it yourself. There was no reason to refuse merit points that were offered. Wang Gohan's eyes flickered, revealing a faint smile. Half a year isn't too long, but I still hope it goes by quickly. Zhao Fulan smiled without speaking and stepped up to follow Lin Chen as they left together. Half a year? Too long. That was the timeframe set by the think tank to expand their audience. By the time Lin Chen assessed the progress of those three ultimate skills, Wang Gaohan and the other students who placed bets would realize that their gamble against Lin Chen was destined to fail from the very beginning. What seemed like a slim chance of victory was, in fact, a dead end. On the way back, Lin Chen took out his identity card to check his merit points balance, which had already started to receive transfers. Besides the few radiant stars he encountered in the administrative building, there were quite a few other students, more than 10 in total. Among them was a name he recognized, Gu Shang. Students who had not yet entered the ranks of the Saints Summer Quasi-Kings dared to come and sign up to bet against him. The audience is indeed quite large. A smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. The merit points he would gain from this bet would definitely be considerable. Then, with a thought, Lin Chen manipulated his identity card to open the Martial drugstore on the path of royal blood and ordered a batch of Beast King Essence blood. As long as this resource was adequately supplied, he could quickly unlock the extreme heavenly gate without any difficulty. At least, it should be like this before the 10th limit breaking. On the morning 2 days later, with a loud boom, another heavenly gate appeared among the 38 surrounding Lin Chen. His total number of heavenly gates reached 39. With the power of 40 bottles of Beast King Essence blood, Lin Chen successfully completed 9 limit breaks. For each additional limit break, he only needed to expend about 1 more bottle of Beast King Essence blood. To be honest, this increase was somewhat pitifully low. It's a good thing for me. Lin Chen was unsure where his limit for the heavenly gates lay. His gaze fell on the medicine box in front of him, which was more than half empty. There are still a dozen bottles of Beast King Essence blood left, not enough to support the 10th limit break. Lin Chen could sense the 10th extreme heavenly gate within him, its essence of illusion becoming even stronger. 10 limit breaks are indeed a threshold. Lin Chen remained unhurried, raised his hand to flip it over, took out his identity card, and before ordering more Beast King Essence blood, checked his merit points balance, which had already exceeded 1 million points due to the bet. This is about the right amount. His gamble with the Black Abyss had drawn widespread attention and quickly spread throughout the path of royal blood. Over 95% of the 1 million merit points were earned on the first day. It would only decrease from there. By the time he assessed the levels of several ultimate skills, it was likely no one would bet anymore. It doesn't matter, I've already secured the big share. Lin Chen was unconcerned. After ordering a new batch of Beast King Essence blood, he put away his identity card and began to comprehend the 10th extreme heavenly gate deep within him. After a thorough investigation, Lin Chen raised his hand to stroke his chin, feeling somewhat astonished. This extreme heavenly gate only had a slightly stronger illusionary quality. Aside from that, it seemed there was nothing particularly profound about it. Theoretically, this kind of illusion could be continuously worn down by operating the genetic method, which essentially was just a time-consuming grind. Lin Chen raised his hand in a gesture of focus, took the remaining Beast King's Essence blood from the medicine box, and after consuming all the dozen or so vials, he genuinely felt that his perception was correct. Let's take another look. After all, the 10th extreme heavenly gate was regarded as an insurmountable chasm. When the ordered Beast King's Essence blood arrived, Lin Chen immediately opened it for consumption, embarking on further verification. Not long after, Lin Chen set down an empty vial, his expression slightly complex. The difficulty of breaking through 10 times had indeed increased. To some extent, it could be said to have doubled. But Lin Chen sensed the 10th extreme heavenly gate deep within him, now devoid of any illusionary quality, and for a moment felt at a loss. Based on his experience, under this state, after practicing for more than 10 hours, it would surely open officially. However, he had only refined the power of 80 vials of Beast King's Essence blood. I haven't finished the 80th vial of Beast King's Essence, there's still a couple of sips left. If nothing unexpected happened, his 10th breakthrough would be different from the previous 9 only in the quantity of Beast King's Essence blood. Compared to solidifying the 9th extreme heavenly gate, it had doubled, with about 40 more vials. As for any life-threatening dangers or damage to his martial foundation, there were no signs whatsoever. Is it that my martial foundation is too solid? Lin Chen's thoughts soared as he analyzed quietly, causing me to become a martial anomaly at the heavenly gate level. Or, is it the influence of the 3 rounds of blood sun that merged deep within my body still continuing? Lin Chen did not forget the 3 rounds of blood sun he had condensed at the advanced martial artist level. It was truly extraordinary. It could directly and forcefully kill 5th level destructive beasts. Old Guan had analyzed for him that this enhancement of the blood sun could be reflected at higher levels. Lin Chen did not think for too long. Regardless of the reason, it was a good thing. A high upper limit for the heavenly gate made it easier to open. If he spoke of it, even young kings would probably envy him green with jealousy. That night, with a loud bang, Lin Chen completed his 10th breakthrough, bringing the total number of heavenly gates to 40. He continued his training and consumed more Beast King's essence. Blood. After drinking 85 vials, the 11th extreme heavenly gate became completely solidified. The increase has improved, but it's average, acceptable. Lin Chen nodded to himself. At this level, the merits he currently held could support him in opening 44 heavenly gates. Of course, the premise was that the upper limit was that high. If it exceeds, it can be resolved easily just after using up the merits. I can investigate the realms of a few ultimate skills. At that time, it would definitely be more than Zhao Fulan's previous estimate, not just 400,000 merits. Lin Chen was certain in his heart. The 3 ultimate skills he newly selected on the path of royal blood had been deepening in level and improving rapidly. Opening 4 more heavenly gates will take more than 2 days, and I can still strengthen further. Additionally, the 7 realms of heaven and earth contained within the sacred flame can complete the induction phase tonight. With my current martial comprehension, it shouldn't be a problem to advance to the control phase before the investigation. By then, it will be another substantial amount of merits. Lin Chen was not worried about running out of merits. He still had an ultimate skill, the gene sublimation technique. This ultimate skill had a restrained power, not easy to showcase. However, as long as he awakened the abyssal power, it could cause a stir throughout the entire sacred summer. The inherent god-slaying limit of this power was secondary. After all, it might not necessarily be developed to its fullest. And like the Killing King, sublimating to the true realm level was even more rare. But with the abyssal power, it meant he could perfectly master the abyss. In other words, Lin Chen could single-handedly suppress a divine descent. Such strength could not be overlooked by anyone, no matter how intense the power struggles. Among the upper echelons of sacred summer, the resources belonging to the master of the abyss would all be sent to him. There's no rush. The awakening of the Black Abyss ability will be in early July. Let's take it step by step. Lin Chen maintained a calm mindset and diligently practiced. For the next 2 days, he stayed in the training room, opening one heavenly gate after another. However, this tranquility left the others on the King's Blood Path puzzled. Clearly, he had made a shocking bet with the Black Abyss, yet it seemed as if nothing had happened. He returned to his previous rhythm of life, staying indoors, with only the occasional staff member delivering Beast King blood in and out. I just don't understand, why does Lin Chen need so much Beast King blood, sending box after box to his residence? Isn't 1,000,000 merit points a bit excessive? This resource is primarily used to open the extreme heavenly gate. Of course I know that, but does it really require so much to open the extreme talent? Don't we need other medicinal aids? Isn't there a need for guidance from domain experts? Where do we find the breakthrough opportunity that sparks inspiration? Can one really just stay indoors and cultivate hard? This person is inscrutable. Just like before, no one can explain why he chose 3 ultimate skills along with top-tier supporting resources. Indeed, many students now feel that Lin Chen is truly suited to take charge of the Black Abyss, as he seems like an abyss in the dark, impossible to observe. The discussions surrounding Lin Chen grew increasingly heated, with no other topic able to compare. So, when noon arrived on the first day of late June, under the blazing sun, several students walking on the blood-red path encountered Lin Chen, filled with astonishment. What they didn't know was that a group of well-informed students and the shining stars of the King's Blood Path had put down their tasks and quickly rushed to the martial arts arena. Lin Chen's application to assess the realm of ultimate skills had already been approved. This stunning successor of the Black Abyss, after achieving brilliant results on his first day, had remained reclusive, not having made a move until today. At the martial arts arena, the noise was deafening, with figures darting about, creating a lively atmosphere. Some battling students caught sight of the hurried crowd and couldn't help but feel confused. The King's Blood Path was filled with geniuses, and it was rare for anything to attract so much attention. However, once they learned the reason, they all stopped their battles and blended into the crowd, arriving at an area designated for assessing ultimate skills. Lin Chen was impossible to ignore. Upon reaching the sidelines, many students were astonished to see not only them but also several shining stars who had arrived early at the King's Blood Path. Wang Gaohan was relatively calm, as he was responsible for this aspect of work. As long as he wasn't busy, he would generally make an appearance in front of the outstanding prospective kings. But for Bai Cong, Hu Yuanji, and other shining stars to arrive at this time indicated that they must have made prior arrangements, particularly paying attention to Lin Chen. Moreover, they had rushed over as soon as they received the news. The level of attention was undeniably high. This also suggested that if Zhang Yinian and other shining stars who were out were also on the King's Blood Path, they would likely come as well. I've been here for almost 4 years, and I've never seen a student garner as much attention as Lin Chen. The results of being too outstanding. Don't forget he cultivated the Blaze Heaven technique, advancing to the ultimate realm within 10 days, and now another 10 days have passed. How far can he go? Aren't you curious? I must admit, I really want to know how far the 7 types of heavenly intent contained within the Blaze Heaven technique have progressed in the induction stage, and how well they integrate it's too difficult for outsiders to analyze. In any case, he's very strong. I'm certain that Lin Chen's combat power at the same level can still increase even if he can't defeat 10 joint-killing kings. He will definitely surpass 313. The discussions rose and fell, and suddenly, at a certain moment, they all fell silent in unison. All eyes turned towards the entrance of the martial arts arena. There, a boy dressed in a black combat uniform stepped in, tall and steady, exuding an unshakable presence like an abyss or a mountain. It was the main figure of this ultimate skills assessment, Lin Chen. The crowd blocking the assessment area spontaneously parted to let him through. Are you ready? The examiner was a domain expert Lin Chen had met before, Mo Feng, who had presided over the entrance assessment last time. No problem. Lin Chen's voice was unusually calm. It's about to begin. Mo Feng exhaled lightly. The assessment of the ultimate skill has 2 levels. One is me, as the examiner, and the other is the blood-red path outside to prevent any mistakes. Understood. Lin Chen nodded casually. Mo Feng took up the instrument and immediately began to operate it, activating the probing power of the blood-red path. He also wanted to know what level Lin Chen's Blaze Heaven technique had reached. On the sidelines, Baitsong withdrew his gaze. This shining star from the western part of Xingxia, with a typical tall frame over 2 meters, now wore a rugged smile on his face. Wang Gaohan, the assessment results will be out soon. Are you nervous? Nervous about what? Wang Gaohan remained unfazed. Baitsong raised his thick black eyebrows and bluntly pointed out, Lin Chen has an extremely high adaptability to the Blaze Heaven technique. Coupled with his outstanding personal talent, his progress will definitely be rapid. The induction phase won't be able to stop him. This ultimate skill contains 7 realms of heaven and earth, and it's likely that he has already completed part of the induction phase, or even all of it. Wang Gaohan glanced at him and replied indifferently, I've been on the Wang blood path for over 3 years now, and in more than half a month I will leave. Even if Lin Chen becomes a shining star this month, his achievements will still be above his combat power level. Can he really suppress me? I'm not the lowest ranking shining star in terms of achievements. Moreover, I've already received an invitation from the 9th Holy City Military Department. After I leave, I will be directly appointed as the King Commander by Gu Ryu. Even if Lin Chen joins the military, he will most likely be deepening his studies in the Night Fire Army, and there will be few opportunities for interaction in the future. Wang Gohan's thoughts were clear, and his gaze fell on Lin Chen in the arena as he said nonchalantly, furthermore, the stronger Lin Chen's assessment of the Blaze Heaven technique, the higher his talent, which is not good for you and me. Don't you want to see if you can take control of the abyss? Baitsong raised his hand to stroke his chin and smiled slightly. That's not necessarily the case. It's basically impossible for a person to excel in 2 types of god-slaying powers. There can only be one king of stopping killings. The higher Lin Chen's adaptability to the Blaze Heaven technique, the lower the probability of him using 30% of the abyss's power within 6 months. Wang Gaohan analyzed briefly, his eyes flickering, and said, let's wait and see. Swish. During the conversation between the 2 shining stars, a flash of light passed through the blood-red path outside the martial arts arena, and an invisible force swept over, permeating the space and covering the area where everyone was watching. Let's begin. Mo Feng looked at Lin Chen and reminded him, remember to practice from multiple angles, showcasing all the attacks that the Blaze Heaven technique can evolve into. You can control the intensity freely, there are no extra requirements. The assessment of the ultimate skill is about the realm, so the fluctuations of the inner realms must be externalized. Okay. Lin Chen raised his hand, and a round of crimson gold sun emerged, which then transformed into an immortal bird, swooping down fiercely. In the next moment, it exploded, and the scattered flames intertwined and spiraled, forming a fiery hurricane. Numerous forms changed in succession. Throughout the process, the fluctuations of the realm that spread out were incredibly clear. For a moment, the originally restless and noisy crowd fell silent. The entire venue was as quiet as a grave. And then, like a bomb being detonated, it sparked a heated discussion that shot up to the sky. Under Lin Chen's deliberate display, even non-king level students like Zhang Shunhai and Gu Sheng could clearly perceive it. The 7 realms of heaven and earth contained within the Blaze Heaven technique had all reached the control stage. However, on the first day Lin Chen entered, when he attempted to break through the battle barrier, the level of this ultimate skill had not yet progressed far in the ultimate realm. In just about 10 days, he had actually improved by a whole realm. The key is the degree of integration. It's too high, right? At this rate, once the integration is complete, won't he definitely be able to cultivate the Sun Core phenomenon? Lin Chen also has the Blaze Sacred Flame. Once he cultivates the Sun Core phenomenon himself, he will definitely be able to mobilize the power at the level of the true meaning of the Sun Core, and the degree will be very high. Even Quasi-Kings develop their own abilities this quickly. Who exactly is taking the shortcut? Why do I feel like Lin Chen will directly become the leader of an army after leaving the path of royal blood? There's real hope. This inspection will definitely earn him a significant amount of merit. The crowd watching was like a surging tide, difficult to calm. It wasn't that these students lacked experience. As super geniuses, each of them had remarkable backgrounds. It was just that Lin Chen's progress was too exaggerated. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Even Mo Feng, a powerful figure in the field, was stunned, his gaze fixed on the ever-changing flames in Lin Chen's hand filled with unrest. That's enough. Mo Feng took a deep breath, calling off Lin Chen's demonstration, then turned slightly to look at Wang Gaohan, who had fallen silent at the side. Arrange for the judges to score. Calculate the merit. Okay. Wang Gaohan responded, coming back to his senses, his expression particularly complex. Beside him, Bei Song withdrew his gaze from Lin Chen, feeling a bit sour. Just as he had expected, Lin Chen's level of the fiery heaven technique was indeed very high. It was just too high. Not to mention the specific adaptability, just the overall martial arts talent was enough to further reduce the chances for many betting students to try out the Black Abyss. What if, in less than half a year, there's still hope? Bei Song suppressed his emotions, revealing a teasing smile as he faced Wang Gaohan, who was instructing the judges, and joked, "Aren't you nervous yet?" Wang Gaohan ignored him, seemingly oblivious, but in his heart, his thoughts were restless. He vaguely regretted offending Lin Chen for the sake of a favor to the Wang family. Looking at it now, it was not worth it at all. If Lin Chen really knocked him off the position of radiant star on the path of royal blood, all his future plans would collapse. It won't happen. Wang Gaohan secretly exhaled. Adjusting his mindset, Lin Chen's fiery heaven technique has just entered the control stage. The next phase is a period of stable cultivation, with no opportunity for a qualitative leap. I graduated from the path of royal blood less than 20 days ago. This time isn't enough for him to surpass me. Not to mention, to knock me off the radiant star position, he needs to have significantly higher combat power than me. In his thoughts, Wang Gaohan pursed his lips. He suddenly realized that a young quasi-king still in the heavenly gate realm could make him feel flustered. Soon, the judges completed their scoring and handed a device to Wang Gaohan. He took it and squinted slightly. "Lord Mo Feng, please check if the data is incorrect." Wang Gaohan walked directly to the center of the arena and handed over the device. "No." Mo Feng shook his head, his tone firm. "The level assessment of the fiery heaven technique is the same as mine." Upon hearing this, Wang Gaohan looked at Lin Chen and directly announced, "The assessment of the fiery heaven technique is concluded. A reward of 300,000 merit points." Hearing this figure, the commotion in the crowd grew even louder, boiling over. Adding to the merit Lin Chen had previously earned, the total was already approaching 1,000,000. However, the students present were not particularly surprised that Lin Chen could earn 300,000 merit points. In the assessment of ultimate techniques, the most important factor was the efficiency of progress. And in this regard, Lin Chen's performance was unparalleled. If you have any objections to this result, you can file a complaint within 24 hours, and there will be inspectors from the First Holy City Military Department to come and recheck. Wang Gaohan didn't want to deal with Lin Chen, but due to the rules of the Path of Royal Blood, he could only read it out as usual. "If you have no objections, I will upload the results, and the 300,000 merit points can be credited immediately." "Dear Lord Wang Gaohan, why are you in such a hurry?" Zhang Shenghai's voice rang out, clear and powerful, as he also arrived at the training ground. "Who said that Rangu is only assessing the fiery heaven technique?" In an instant, the previously noisy training ground fell into a deathly silence. The meaning behind Zhang Shenghai's last words was very clear. Lin Chen still had other ultimate techniques to assess. The onlooking students inevitably thought of the 3 ultimate techniques Lin Chen had newly selected. It had sparked huge controversy at the time. Even to this day, it had not calmed down, and many were still analyzing it. Mo Feng stared at Lin Chen in shock, a long-lost sense of tension rising in his heart, and said, "You still want to assess other ultimate skills?" "Yes," Lin Chen admitted. "Directly, let's start with the Chaos Space High-Dimensional Wings." "Ha!" Upon hearing this answer, Mo Feng's heart raced. Lin Chen not only wanted to assess the Chaos Space High-Dimensional Wings, but there were also other ultimate skills to follow. But Lin Chen only had a few ultimate skills in total. The realm, the key is the realm. Mo Feng calmed himself down. For Lin Chen, entering the 9 nether Dark Abyss is not difficult at all. He looked at Lin Chen and said, "Let's begin." "Okay." With a thought, Lin Chen sprouted a pair of enormous wings behind him, nearly transparent, filled with the fluctuations of space. Whoosh! In the next moment, the transparent wings silently flapped, and Lin Chen merged into the space, disappearing from sight as if he were continuously flashing in and out, appearing in various places in the arena. The ultimate realm of the Chaos Space High-Dimensional Wings? Mo Feng's pupils slightly constricted. Unable to believe it, the 5 kinds of cosmic realms contained within have advanced far in the induction phase. The degree of fusion among them is also extremely high, showing a trend towards evolving into the true essence of space. This aspect shocked Mo Feng the most, because it was truly difficult to achieve. The many students on the sidelines, whose perception was not as clear as Mo Fang's, could still judge the general level of the chaos space high-dimensional wings, which was enough. Why is it so strong? Lin Chen still has to focus on cultivating the blaze heaven technique. Not just that, Lin Chen has other ultimate skills to follow. Could it still be the ultimate realm? Is there really no field that Lin Chen is not good at? Saying Lin Chen is like an abyss in the dark is not just a description. How can he be so unfathomable? Among the crowd watching, whether they were aspiring kings or instructors of the true, intense seventh realm, no one could have predicted the scene before them. Lin Chen not only mastered the chaos space high-dimensional wings, but his level was also frighteningly high. Whoosh! Seeing Mo Fong wave his hand, signaling the end of the demonstration, Lin Chen's figure flashed and returned to his original position, extending a hand and saying, "This ultimate skill is the indestructible body." As he spoke, his palm gently trembled as if composed of extremely tiny particles gradually dispersing and rising in a swirling manner. Does the indestructible body require practical training to detach injuries? Lin Chen asked. No need. Mo Fong came back to his senses and shook his head. The external manifestation of its power is enough, mainly to showcase the fluctuations of the realm's power. All right. Lin Chen continued to demonstrate, revealing all the fluctuations. That's enough. Mo Fong raised his hand to stop Lin Chen, his gaze scanning him up and down, filled with undisguised astonishment. The level of the indestructible body is slightly stronger than your chaos space high-dimensional wings. Yes, the difficulty of the indestructible body is relatively lower. Lin Chen responded briefly, then informed there is also a third ultimate skill. Mo Fong immediately held his breath, too nervous, his Adam's apple visibly bobbing. The 9 nether dark abyss you chose at that time? Yes. Seeing Mo Feng's expression, Lin Chen smiled. The difficulty of the 9 nether dark abyss is significantly higher than that of the indestructible body and the chaos space high-dimensional wings. The progress is slower, and its level is not as high as the first 2 ultimate skills. Before Mo Fong could ask how much lower, he froze on the spot, his scalp tingling. He saw Lin Chen's eyes, where 9 layers of pupils appeared successively, either contracting or expanding, eerie and terrifying. As the 9 layers of pupils changed, 7 kinds of fused cosmic realms surged from Lin Chen's eyes, sweeping across the arena like a raging tide. This degree of fusion already showed a trend towards evolving into the true essence of the nether. And this martial art's true essence could be called the strongest. Once sublimated into the true realm, it would be enough to slay gods. How can he do this? Mo Fong was not the only one who couldn't understand. At this moment, in the vast training ground, a pin drop could be heard. P.S. For the sake of narrative continuity, this chapter does not separate the crowd. It was silent, with no one able to speak, all staring fixedly at Lin Chen, like a group of frozen clay sculptures. The appearance of the 9 layers of pupils in Lin Chen's eyes was too shocking to the soul. The impact of this scene on them was akin to detonating a supermassive nuclear bomb in their hearts. The ultimate realm of the 9 nether dark abyss. Moreover, it wasn't just an entry level understanding, it was at a remarkably high level. So high that one could say Lin Chen was likely to master this god-slaying power in the future. Of course, likely does not mean absolute. There were many who had comprehended the 9 nether dark abyss to the level of a king, and some had even cultivated to the 9th level of the pupil, but most stopped there. Those who could take it a step further and refine the true meaning of the nether were few and far between. As for the subsequent nether domain, the highly sublimated nether true realm, it had never been achieved before. But what insights did the king-level powerhouses possess in martial arts, and what insights did Lin Chen have? The difficulty of cultivating their ultimate skills was not even comparable. Most importantly, Lin Chen's progress was not necessarily slower than that of the king-level powerhouses. In fact, it might even surpass it. And this was still the second type of god-slaying power that Lin Chen had mastered. While comprehending this, he also balanced another god-slaying ultimate skill, the blazing heaven technique, along with the extremely difficult skills of the chaotic space high-dimensional wings and the indestructible body. To everyone, there seemed to be too many limiting conditions. How is this possible? The silence in the venue continued, with gazes focused on one spot, like nails driven into Lin Chen, filled with shock, confusion, and bewilderment. They truly couldn't understand. Do you want to continue the demonstration? Lin Chen looked at the stunned Mo Fong, who showed no signs of speaking for a long time, and could only remind him, the 9 nether dark abyss is the last ultimate skill to be assessed. No, that's enough. Mo Feng's voice was hoarse as he pressed his lips together, forcibly suppressing his turbulent emotions, and turned his gaze to the equally silent Wang Gaohan, saying, the assessment of these 3 ultimate skills is over. Arrange for the jury members to score. Upon hearing this, Wang Gaohan merely nodded, facing this domain powerhouse who guarded the path of the royal blood without any mood for pleasantries. Lin Chen's performance had utterly shattered his expectations. The other party's path of growth was not limited to just one blazing heaven technique. The chaotic space high-dimensional wings, the indestructible body, and the 9 nether dark abyss, which was not inferior to the blazing heaven technique. If calculated according to the progress of the Blazing Heaven technique, the levels of these 3 ultimate skills in the next 10 days would not be worse than the current Blazing Heaven technique. By then, to what extent would the Blazing Heaven technique have improved? Those boxes of Beast King blood continuously sent to his residence could not possibly be without purpose. This star's heart could not remain calm. If I stay on the royal blood path for another 10 days, I can graduate as a shining star. Such a short time will pass in the blink of an eye, and there won't be any accidents. Wang Gaohan comforted himself, trying to calm down, but the restless emotions were like wild grass that could not be burned away in his heart, sprouting one after another. Soon, the merits from the ultimate skill assessment were calculated. The merits for the chaotic space high-dimensional wings and the indestructible body were nearly the same, totaling 200,000. The 9 Nether Dark Abyss was the highest, earning 360,000 merits on its own. Adding the merits from the Blazing Heaven technique, the total came to 860,000. For this level of reward, everyone was not too surprised. Given Lin Chen's performance in this assessment, it was well deserved. However, to the students, instructors, evaluators, and even MO the examiner present, Lin Chen's displayed progress in ultimate skills was so high that they found it hard to comprehend, even difficult to accept. For ultimate skills, all achieving a qualitative leap, they had initially come to observe the assessment just to see how far Lin Chen's Blazing Heaven technique had progressed in the induction phase. The result was a leap to a higher realm. Before they could calm their emotions, he subsequently revealed 3 more ultimate skills, especially the 9 Nether Dark Abyss. This god-slaying pupil technique, which had not been cultivated by anyone for many years, as soon as Lin Chen made his move, all 9 levels of the pupil were displayed. One could say that since Lin Chen arrived at the martial arts arena, they had never been calm, their hearts like the waves of a sea in a typhoon, one wave after another rising. After completing the assessment, Lin Chen did not linger and stepped away. The merits had already been credited, and he could efficiently open the heavenly gate. Rango, wait for me. Jiang Shanghai came back to his senses, raised his hand to greet him, and quickly followed. He had seen Lin Chen showcase the 3 newly selected unique skills in advance, but seeing it again today was still shocking. Compared to a few days ago, his level had improved significantly. The progress was so fast it was almost absurd. He also had unique skills to cultivate, so why did it feel as difficult as climbing to the sky? With Lin Chen's departure, the silence at the scene was shattered, and the heated discussions erupted almost instantaneously, like the sweltering heat waves of a midsummer noon. As the crowd began to regain their senses and reflect, the emotions in their hearts surged even more. With such talent, why bother with compatibility for the Black Abyss? Just forcefully take control. It can already be concluded that Lin Chen is bound to be the master of the Black Abyss. Considering the progress of several unique skills, there's basically no chance of failure in activating 30% of the Black Abyss's power in half a year. Those dozens of students who placed bets are going to cry. Crying might be an exaggeration, but their mindset is definitely a bit shaken. I knew the odds of winning were slim, but who would have thought this gamble would turn out to be a game of rock, paper, scissors, with the rule that Lin Chen goes last? Don't be too sad, you only lost 18,000 merit points. What Lin Chen lost, however, is the trouble of not having enough merit points to spend. The discussions continued endlessly, and the students gradually left the training ground, still discussing in small groups. They could all see that Lin Chen would surely master the Black Abyss in the future. Naturally, many high-ranking officials in the First Holy City could deduce the same. Under careful observation, even before Lin Chen had left the training ground, related news had already appeared on several desks. Each of them felt a ripple in their hearts: shock, amazement, astonishment. Compared to the relatively young students, they saw even deeper. If Lin Chen could fully master the Black Abyss in the future, he would be even more terrifying than Guan Shan. The true essence of the Black Abyss, unlike the 2 true essences of the Sun Core and the Nether, which excel in offense and killing, is more focused on support. However, being ranked among the strongest levels makes it seem equally powerful according to external standards. Despite its lack of offensive prowess, Guan Shan would need to rely on prolonged battles to kill a deity or beast king, making him relatively passive. Lin Chen, on the other hand, was expected to overcome this shortcoming and further elevate himself, transforming into a forceful presence. In the best-case scenario, if Lin Chen refines all the sacred flames of the Blazing Heaven and fully masters the Black Abyss, he could definitely slay gods. I wonder if he can catch up with the establishment of the 10th Holy City. We can be optimistic, but not too much. Just fully mastering the Black Abyss is already quite difficult. Regardless, Lin Chen is bound to grow into a significant figure in the Holy Summer, with a high degree of certainty. The upcoming heroic competition in the second half of the year might become his opportunity to rise to the top. If Lin Chen can make it to the king's platform in the royal city and leverage the momentum to join the Nightfire army, his future won't just be about leading. The Holy Summer will have another Nightfire army master. Guan Shan found a good successor. For a moment, the upper echelons of the First Holy City were closely connected, with currents flowing beneath the surface. They understood that Lin Chen could not be viewed merely as a simple prospective king. The potential limit he could reach was high enough to influence the entire Holy Summer landscape. The impact of this unique skill assessment would not be confined to the first holy city, it would cover the entire holy summer and the other 8 holy cities. The capital royal city and various prominent families would all learn of it. The path of royal blood. Lin Chen walked along the blood-red road, calm and composed, preparing to buy some Beast King's essence before returning home. He knew that the storm caused by this assessment would not be small, but he was unsure of the exact extent. However, it was certain that the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. The holy summer was unprecedentedly powerful, with a rich foundation, revealing advantages would allow for faster growth, even for someone like Zhao Fulan, who tempered his sword and built momentum, needing to let the outside world know. Zhang Shanghai walked beside him, observing Lin Chen closely. He had nothing to say, simply stunned by the previous unique skill assessment. Rangu, how could you perform so well? Zhang Shanghai exclaimed sincerely. Lin Chen glanced at him, smiled, and said, is it because the progress of several unique skills is relatively fast? Zhang Shanghai, that answer was really good, except it was exactly the same as not answering at all. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, speechlessly retorting, Rangu, think about it, I ask you how to earn $1 million a year, and you tell me I need to earn at least $1 million a year. That's a good analogy. Lin Chen shook his head and chuckled. Zhang Shanghai didn't ask further. The experience of a top student was useless to him, as he was also a super genius, well aware of this principle. Previously, during his time in the Night Fire Army Reserves, the same spiritual martial arts seemed to him, with just a little thought, to progress rapidly, but for other reserve members, after days of hard training, the improvement was barely noticeable. Rangu, your progress in this ultimate skill is faster than my spiritual martial arts. Zhang Shanghai sighed, but he wasn't frustrated. It wasn't just him who couldn't compare to Lin Chen. My sister is a shining star, her talent goes without saying. After Lan Gu completed his body cultivation with tools, according to my dad, he might even be better than my sister. However, their progress in ultimate skills is on a completely different level from yours. Zhang Shanghai said seriously. Lin Chen smiled slightly and casually mentioned Zhao Fuyan, saying he still needs a few more days before he can emerge. About a week to 10 days. Zhang Shanghai pondered and analyzed. Lan Ji's desire to refine the true meaning of martial arts is very strong. Even with a solid foundation, it's still not easy. I hope he can succeed, and then he can slay a beast prince to show his sword. Zhang Shanghai swung his arm fiercely. Lin Chen felt a slight stir in his heart and asked, is the conflict on the ancient battlefield still escalating? Yes, it's already turned into real fire. Zhang Shanghai's smile faded. A shining star reserve student on the path of royal blood was severely injured, almost crippled. My sister nearly killed a beast prince. This matter is probably hard to settle. I've heard that the Holy City Military Department is planning to mobilize a super legion to take command. Lin Chen pondered, Night Fire Army? Zhang Shanghai shook his head, not sure. My dad wouldn't tell me about such military secrets. However, a large-scale war is unlikely. That would require the emergence of deities from the life-restricted zones. Currently, it seems only one Beast King has shown up, and the first holy city hasn't allowed the Killing King to appear. Lin Chen nodded inwardly, gaining some understanding. The kingship against Beast Kings, or the holy city against deities, could easily lead to massive casualties. Neither side had a guaranteed victory. However, localized conflicts occurred frequently and continuously. It wasn't just the foreign realms initiating trouble. Xingxia was the same. It was both a training exercise and a form of deterrence. Zhang Shanghai continued, that ancient battlefield is very valuable. It has been fought over for many years. Lan Ji's judgment is very accurate. Soon, the path of royal blood will definitely summon quasi-kings to battle. With my strength, I probably wouldn't stand a chance, but you and Rangu will almost certainly be selected. Zhang Shanghai's tone carried a hint of envy. Xingxia cultivates geniuses primarily to counter the foreign realms. If they could kill a beast prince, the glory, merit, and support from the higher-ups, the benefits are numerous. Of course, the beasts also want to eliminate Xingxia's quasi-kings. Rangu, I can understand your anticipation, but why are you not nervous at all? Zhang Shanghai noticed that Lin Chen's expression hadn't changed a bit. Haven't you killed a beast prince before? Lin Chen shrugged and truthfully replied, no. He just didn't know how strong he was. Right now, the ultimate skill assessment only measured realms. Relying solely on data couldn't deduce his true limits. However, there was no need to rush into battle inquiries now. Once measured, it wouldn't be just a day. His heavenly gate limit was not just 44. With 860,000 merits credited, his strength could surge dramatically. How many heavenly gates can you actually open? Zhang Shanghai looked at Lin Chen with suspicion. I think Rangu, you've already broken the historical record for heavenly gates in Xingxia. When they first met, Lin Chen had told him and Zhao Fulian that he had already opened 36 heavenly gates. He didn't know how many he had now. The previous ultimate skill assessment mainly showcased realms, requiring only a small portion of power, without needing to fully activate all heavenly gates, but Zhang Shanghai could be sure that Lin Chen's number of heavenly gates was definitely above 36. I'll tell you in a few days. Lin Chen walked into the resource department building of the King Blood Road, leaving behind a voice tinged with a faint smile. It's not allowed to say it now. Zhang Shanghai blinked in surprise. Huh? The Beast King's Essence Blood costs 2,000 merit points per bottle, and with 860,000 merit points, he could purchase 430 bottles. Lin Chen did not buy them all. Based on the increase after his 10 limit breaks, 430 bottles of Beast King Essence Blood would allow him to open 4 more extreme heavenly gates without much issue. However, Lin Chen was unsure if he could bear so many heavenly gates. During his cultivation, these past few days, he had looked up some secret histories of martial arts. The current 44 heavenly gates seemed to be the upper limit of the entire holy summer. In fact, it could be said without hesitation. After all, he had now become a quasi-king with further increased authority, and there should be no secrets in martial arts. According to the information he found, the previous martial artist with the most heavenly gates dated back to before the new era. That person achieved exceptional results in the heavenly gate realm, opening a total of 38 heavenly gates. The condensed true meaning of martial arts was equally powerful, although it did not reach the supreme level. It was constructed from 5 kinds of heavenly and earthly realms. Unfortunately, his experience was somewhat similar to that of Elder Guan. Stuck at the domain level for many years, he had never been able to break through the chasm of the true realm. In the end, he unfortunately died in a divine calamity. The deity at the pinnacle of martial arts. Lin Chen's gaze flickered. The gods of other realms could be killed, but that did not mean that Holy Summer could ignore the threats posed by deities. Over 4,000 years ago, Long Qi Tian, who became a king in the supreme true realm, still died in a divine war. For Holy Summer, the danger of deities has never dissipated from ancient times to the present, and currently, there is no hope of a complete resolution. Establishing the 10th Holy City was more about wanting to further stabilize the situation, taking it slow. This level is still very far from me. Lin Chen gently shook his head, calming his fluctuating state of mind. However, with the ability to simplify, I might still reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Step by step, upwards. Compared to the day I first heard of the deities, I have already become much stronger. Next, I will open all the extreme heavenly gates. Thanks to everyone for the gifts these past few days, especially to the boss Chen Shirawan, the Navigation King, for the divine certification, and the Gift King paving the way. More updates. Definitely more updates. But, well, I can't add more today, it's too late. Old friends know that formaldehyde is usually quite virtual. Occasionally, when there are 3 updates, it often leads to a single update later. How about this? The upcoming updates will be completed before Mother's Day. Thanks again to all the book friends in the training room. Lin Chen continuously consumed the Beast King Essence Blood, and as the medicinal power dissolved, the 45th heavenly gate deep within his body gradually shed its illusory nature and became completely solid. Based on past experience, he only needed to cultivate for another 10 hours or so to open it. The difficulty of Lin Chen's limit breaking itself had not increased significantly. This time, the 15th extreme heavenly gate, compared to the first limit break, only added about 10 more minutes of time. The impact was negligible. With 44 heavenly gates standing tall in the sky, Lin Chen efficiently opened the heavenly gates while also dividing a strand of his mind to probe the sacred flame of the fiery heaven within his body. The 7 kinds of heavenly and earthly realms contained in the fiery heaven technique had reached the control stage, allowing him to refine a considerable amount of sacred flame of the fiery heaven. Before setting off to investigate the ultimate skills, he also conducted a simple test. The enhanced fiery heaven technique, with its inherent power of the realms, was still at the level of anomalies. Of course, the power had significantly increased. The anomalies completely fused the heavenly and earthly realms with the condensed true meaning of martial arts, providing vast room for growth. To utilize the true meaning of the Sun Core, I estimate I need to reach the fusion stage. This level should suffice, and there's no need to achieve the Sun Core anomaly. After all, the amount of sacred flame of the fiery heaven I inherited is right here. Lin Chen's thoughts soared as he casually analyzed, without delving too deeply into specific details. There was no need. Based on the current progress of the fiery heaven technique, the inherent heavenly and earthly realms would reach the fusion stage in less than a month. His heavenly gate could still be opened, and his understanding of martial arts was continuously rising. In reality, the time would only become shorter. At this stage, Lin Chen was more concerned about the changes in his control over the sacred flame of the blazing heaven. Previously, he was able to kill the dragon red flame by refining the sacred flame of the blazing heaven, resonating with all the sacred flames of the blazing heaven, and detonating the sacred flame inherited from the dragon red flame in a manner similar to a mother controlling her offspring. Now, the degree of this detonation, after the elevation of the control phase of the heavenly art contained within the sacred flame, or rather, with the increase in the refined sacred flames of the blazing heaven, could be applied to the sacred flame of the blazing heaven he inherited. Whoosh! With a thought, a ball of sacred flame of the blazing heaven appeared, and the next moment, with a loud bang, it exploded, releasing terrifying power that rampaged everywhere, covering the entire training room. Seeing this, Lin Chen shook his head inwardly. From his perspective, the level of lethality was average. This instantaneous detonation is not as powerful as amplifying the heavenly art. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint flashing through, but this detonation excels In not being limited to the instantaneous, it can accumulate power over time. Whoosh! Another ball of sacred flame of the blazing heaven appeared, gradually enlarging under Lin Chen's manipulation, slowly and steadily, until it enveloped his entire body. A hidden fluctuation was concealed within, very restrained and difficult to perceive. However, Lin Chen, located inside this ball of sacred flame, could clearly sense it. This restrained fluctuation was incredibly violent, making him feel an extreme sense of danger. Once detonated, it would surely shake the heavens and the earth. Lin Chen mused that even with the long night heavy armor and the undying body enhancing him, it was highly likely he wouldn't be able to withstand it. The lethality was far too high. This was astonishing. It should be noted that after refining the sacred flame of the blazing heaven, his offensive capabilities were clearly higher than his defense, but that didn't mean his defense was weak. When he fought against the dragon red flame back then, he hadn't even learned the undying body yet, and he could still withstand the dragon red flame's attacks. Ha! Lin Chen exhaled lightly, dispersing the sacred flame of the blazing heaven around him, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The charging time is too long to be used for direct combat, but it's perfect as an ambush tactic or to set a trap. It can enrich my methods. Moreover, this should be a form of attack inherent to the sacred flame of the blazing heaven. It's just that my current mastery of the heavenly art isn't sufficient. As my level continues to rise, the charging speed will definitely become faster, and I might even be able to detonate all the power in an instant. While pondering, Lin Chen's strength rapidly increased. More than 10 hours passed. In the early morning, before the white blazing sun of the foreign realm had risen above the horizon, Lin Chen successfully opened the 45th heavenly gate. After a brief inspection, Lin Chen smiled, took out the identity card for the path of the king's blood, and ordered a batch of Beast King's essence blood. A new extreme heavenly gate appeared within his perception. More than 10 hours later, with a loud bang, Lin Chen completed another breakthrough, standing tall in the sky as the heavenly gate reached 46. At the same time, he sensed another new extreme heavenly gate. Lin Chen couldn't hide his smile, took out the identity card, and as usual, ordered the Beast King's essence blood. After consuming it, he practiced for more than 10 hours and smoothly opened the 47th extreme heavenly gate as if it were a natural progression. I won't have to rely on the merits from breaking through the challenge gates to open all the heavenly gates, will I? Lin Chen couldn't help but smile as he raised his hand to spin and took out the identity card again. He had already sensed the 18th extreme heavenly gate within him. Once opened, it would become his 48th heavenly gate. His current merits should be enough to open this heavenly gate, but 48 may not be my limit. Lin Chen smiled brightly. Now, the 47 extreme heavenly gates absorbing energy were already ridiculously strong. If it were to go higher, what level could it reach? On the other hand, during these 2 days of Lin Chen's joyful cultivation, the outside world was in complete uproar. Upon learning that box after box of Beast King's essence blood was being sent to Lin Chen's residence, from the Shining Stars and Domain Guardians to ordinary students and assisting officers, no one could remain calm. Through the last assessment of the ultimate skills, they have realized that since Lin Chen shows the ultimate skills for cultivation, purchasing the Beast King's essence must also be the simplest reasoning. Open the heavenly gate. I'm not sure how Lin Chen can continuously open the heavenly gate, but I want to. No one thing, how many heavenly gates has this guy opened now? Definitely a lot. I heard from the resource department that Lin Chen's spending on the Beast King's essence has already equaled the worth of a shining star. It can't break our Holy Summer's historical record, right? I specifically checked, and the current record for the number of heavenly gates was set in the old calendar era, where someone opened 38 heavenly gates. Who knows? There's an analysis post on the forum by a shining star from Tsangbei. The current record holder also opened 3 gates at first, just like many other quasi-kings, but he achieved exceptional results at this level, with more potential. Lin Chen has a terrifying foundation laid down in the advanced warrior stage, starting with 10 opened heavenly gates, and he indeed has a chance to challenge the record of 38 heavenly gates. So many heavenly gates, combined with high-level ultimate skills, it's unimaginable how strong that is. The topic of Lin Chen's heavenly gates has become the hottest topic. On the path of the king's blood, whether in online forums, chat groups, or places like the Battle Inquiry and Martial Arts Arena, crowds can be seen discussing it everywhere. No one wants to miss out on knowing how many heavenly gates Lin Chen can open with over 2 million merits spent. Not just the students, but also the high-ranking military officials of the First Holy City feel the same way. In the military headquarters of the First Holy City, in a certain high-level operations room, at a large conference table, all 4 shining stars remaining on the path of the king's blood are present, sitting up straight. Mo Foam, the guardian of the domain, has also followed along. At the head of the table, a robust military official sits, exuding an imposing aura, presiding over the meeting. Scanning the gazes directed at him, he speaks in a deep voice. The conflict at the ancient battlefield of Xian Formation 009 has intensified. With the death of a Beast King's offspring, the foreign side will surely strengthen their counterattack. The deployment of outstanding Quasi-kings on the path of the king's blood can be put on the agenda, expected to depart in a week to further suppress the beast king's offspring. The specific list has already been drafted. Baitsong, who is mainly responsible for this aspect, speaks first, introducing, in addition to us Shining Stars, the next Shining Star students like Zhang Hao, Xiao, Shangyue, etc., are also on the list. Lin Chen is included too. Baitsong specifically reminds. The other party has only recently arrived on the path of the king's blood, but his performance is such that no student would regard him as a newcomer. The robust official nods, his imposing aura slightly softening as he reveals a gentle smile, saying, Lin Chen is indeed suitable. With such exaggerated combat power at the same level, once he arrives, just blocking the door and challenging will be enough to suppress the four insides. Arrogance. As he speaks, he curiously asks, how many heavenly gates has Lin Chen opened now? A shining star glances around and replies, I'm not sure. Just using the data on the Beast King's essence alone makes it hard to deduce the specific number of heavenly gates. Lin Chen's starting point has no comparable case, and there may also be failures in breaking limits during the process, wasting the efficacy of the medicine. There are too many uncertain factors. We'll know soon. Mo Feng reminds, according to the resource department's data records, Lin Chen's merits in his account have run out today. If he wants to gain merits, he will most likely go to challenge the battle inquiry, which should happen in the next couple of days. Indeed. Baitsong agrees, glancing at Wang Gaohan beside him, adding, even if Lin Chen's heavenly gates haven't increased, the progress from a few ultimate skills is still significant, and he can't possibly have no new heavenly gates open. He will definitely go further. The last 10th level had 10 stop killing kings. Keep an eye on it, the robust official particularly instructs. Then, the group further discusses the deployment of outstanding quasi-kings on the path of the king's blood, hammering out the details. Not long after, the meeting concludes. Baitsong follows Wang Gaohan as they leave, and just before exiting, he smirks teasingly, are you relieved now? Wang Gaohan shoots him a sharp glance, fully aware of Baitsong's meaning. In the upcoming confrontation with the foreign realm, achievements can be earned through battle results. In this regard, Lin Chen's potential and innate advantages were leveled out. However, he could quickly accumulate merits with his stronger abilities. As long as he had enough merits, Lin Chen's influence would not affect his status as a shining star. But don't be too careless. Baitsong's smile remained undiminished, ignoring Wang Gaohan's gaze. If Lin Chen's heavenly gates reach 40, considering the progress of those few ultimate skills, he could really catch up to you and me quickly. Who knows, before you graduate, you might get beaten up by the new students. Wang Gaohan frowned, snorted coldly, but ultimately did not refute. He knew that the current record for the number of heavenly gates had not been updated for over 4,000 years, and breaking it would certainly be incredibly difficult. However, considering Lin Chen's performance, he truly felt uncertain. Boom! In the training room of Lin Chen's residence, suddenly, the energy fluctuations became intense. A new heavenly gate materialized, swirling around Lin Chen along with the other heavenly gates, suspended in the air. A total of 48. Lin Chen did not rush to comprehend the power of the 48 heavenly gates. Instead, he calmed his mind and, after a thorough inspection, his eyes flickered. His previous expectations had come true. His limit for heavenly gates was not just 48. Lin Chen sensed another ultimate heavenly gate deep within him. However, this ultimate heavenly gate would be the last one he could open. Lin Chen was very certain of this, because, as he explored this ultimate heavenly gate, a clear feeling arose in his heart. His limit was 49 heavenly gates, just like the previous 3 rounds of blood and energy. Pretty good. Lin Chen smiled slightly. This number was quite substantial, enough to satisfy him. But to be honest, when he had opened them consecutively before, due to the simplicity, he couldn't help but doubt whether there was really no limit to the number of his heavenly gates. Lin Chen further sensed this final ultimate heavenly gate. It was entirely illusory, without any tangible feeling. Besides that, it was no different, in essence, from the previous ultimate heavenly gates. There's a bit of a special aspect, but just a little. Lin Chen's smile deepened, take more of the Beast King's essence. Blood. The 18th ultimate heavenly gate that just broke the limit also had just a little tangible feeling at the beginning. This last ultimate heavenly gate will require at most 150 bottles of Beast King's essence blood. Based on the price of the blood of kings, it would need 300,000 merits. This was not a small amount for a shining star. Gathering it would take quite some time. Lin Chen was not worried at all. Just break through the challenge of the question and battle. Lin Chen was certain in his heart. It wasn't arrogance. His current strength was indeed somewhat terrifying. Lin Chen looked up and surveyed the 48 heavenly gates suspended in the air, the energy of heaven and earth they exhaled, like an endless ocean. The level of energy enhancement was already quite significant, akin to overpowering 10 with 1. It can be even stronger. Opening the 49th heavenly gate should elevate it further. But I wonder if there will be a sudden surge. Normally, there shouldn't be, but the 49 heavenly gates might represent the common limit of humanity and martial arts. Perhaps there will be unexpected enhancements. Lin Chen felt a bit of anticipation, not thinking too long, as the 48 heavenly gates dissipated and he left the training room heading straight for the question and battle challenge. Whether or not there would be a surge, there was no need to dwell on it. After this challenge, in just over 10 hours, he would know. Outside, the 3 rounds of silver moon hung high. It was already deep night. On the blood-red road, there was a serene quiet, but when Lin Chen walked into the question and battle challenge, the sounds of fierce collisions surged like waves. Many students were challenging themselves, either honing their combat skills or testing their battle limits. The competition on the Blood of King's path was fierce, and it was rare for students to slack off. Each one was terrifyingly driven. Unless it was a matter of great significance, they wouldn't take the time to pay attention. Generally, the sparring battles among shining stars only attracted a portion of students. However, like Lin Chen's previous situation, causing a widespread sensation was extremely rare. Lin Chen is here. Suddenly, someone shouted, and all the students still in the challenge were drawn to attention. Is that really Lin Chen? Is he here to test his limit battle power? The current battle power multiplier at the same level must be even higher. In an instant, the atmosphere inside the challenge of war became lively, all eyes on Lin Chen. An outgoing student took a deep breath and asked, "Are you here to challenge the war gate too?" A brief response fell, and the scene fell silent in an instant. The students in the war gate seemed to share a tacit understanding, all halting their tests, gathering around, unable to hide their curiosity. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then his brows slightly raised, involuntarily recalling a remark Xiao Fulan had made to him before. Ever since he came to the path of royal blood, there had been no peace here. It seemed that was indeed the case. After this challenge, a significant upheaval was surely unavoidable. Lin Chen, over here. A nearby student waved, pointing to the testing area he had exited. "This one is ready and activated, you can start any time." "Thanks." Lin Chen stepped forward. The student smiled brightly. "No problem, no need to be polite." He felt he was even more eager than Lin Chen to know the outcome of this assessment. After all, Lin Chen must have a rough estimate of his own battle power. Outsiders, however, were unaware. Eyes followed Lin Chen as he moved into the testing area. Whether it was the number of heavenly gates or the specific battle power, they were curious to know. Just understanding the realm of ultimate skills was not enough to gauge battle power. Lin Chen's situation was too unique to be compared with other quasi-kings. The challenge begins. With the merciless prompt, the scene where Lin Chen stood suddenly changed. The air became extremely dry, and a storm of yellow sand swirled around, countless insect beasts crawling from all directions, rushing towards the center where Lin Chen stood. A tide of insect-like beasts. The transformations of the Wargate's slaughter were ever-changing. Unless at an extremely high level, it would not be the same each time. Lin Chen remembered that during his last challenge, the first stage was covered by heavy firepower, and only in the second stage did the beast tide appear, but it wasn't insect-like beasts. He glanced around and immediately assessed that the intensity of this insect tide was comparable to the previous firepower coverage. It's normal for the initial intensity to be the same. I'm still in the control phase, not yet entering the fusion phase of the heavenly and earthly intent. Lin Chen thought casually, and a thought flashed through his mind, as endless, brilliant thunder poured down, covering the entire desert, annihilating all the insect beasts from all directions. A single strike, instant kill. Just like last time. But different. Last time there were 24 visible heavenly gates. This time it's controlling the heavenly and earthly energy internally, which is more difficult. Not surprising. Lin Chen must have opened new heavenly gates. Yeah, the realm of this spirit weapon is also deeper than before, with 3 kinds of heavenly and earthly intents contained within. Not far from the fusion stage. The Wargate doesn't simulate the battle power of Quasi-Kings at the same level, so it probably can't let Lin Chen reveal his heavenly gates. The students exchanged thoughts, not too surprised, as they had anticipated the situation in the first stage. However, when the slaughter of the second stage evolved, the atmosphere among the crowd quickly became agitated. A young man with short hair appeared, his features familiar, strikingly similar to the domain expert Mophone stationed at the Path of Royal Blood. It was indeed the simulated youth Mophone from the Wargate. His appearance itself was not surprising, many Quasi-King students had encountered him. The key was that the simulated youth Mophone possessed battle power at the same level as a Quasi-King. This was only the second stage, directly evolving into the slaughter at the Quasi-King level. Many students changed their expressions. Lin Chen's true battle power, compared to last time, was definitely on a whole new level. Boom! The young Mophone erupted with immense power right from the start, transforming into a massive swordlight tearing through the heavens and earth, aiming to cleave Lin Chen in midair. Whoosh! In the next moment, 2 dark cold lights flashed into existence, intertwining, one horizontal and one vertical, the slaughter astonishing as shocked gazes watched, easily piercing through the massive swordlight, slicing the young Mophone inside into 4 pieces, which then fell from the sky. This, at the entrance of the Wens Hangwen, Mophone, who had just rushed over, was stunned by the scene before him. The simulated version of himself in Wenshangwen was instantly killed. The one who struck, Lin Chen, had 9-layered pupils swirling in his eyes, both eerie and terrifying. What unsettled Mo Fong the most was that there were no heavenly gates surrounding Lin Chen. Not a single one. Aside from the possibility of advancing to the true intent realm, there was only one explanation left. The simulation in Wenshangwen produced a version of himself with the combat power of a quasi-king of the same rank, which was not worthy of Lin Chen's external heavenly gate. If possible, Mo Fong would rather believe in the former, it made more sense. But the reality was the latter. Am I hallucinating? Instantly. Killing a quasi-king of the same rank without externalizing the heavenly gate? How many heavenly gates has Lin Chen opened? The energy from the heavenly gates in his body can only utilize a small portion of the world's energy. Isn't it too outrageous to instantly kill a quasi-king of the same rank with just a slight move? The heated discussions surged like waves, and the onlookers were all shaken. In this quiet night, more and more students rushed to Wenshangwen. A few members of the Yaoxing heard the news and also came, even using their movement techniques to hurry. However, before they could arrive, Lin Chen broke through 3 more levels, all with the same instant kills, still without externalizing the heavenly gates. The crowd's discussions were like a raging torrent, one wave after another, incredibly noisy. They had all realized that Lin Chen's combat power at the same rank, without externalizing the heavenly gates, absolutely exceeded 200 times. A quasi-king of this level could be considered astonishing, capable of directly battling a young king. However, in Lin Chen's case, he hadn't even used his true strength. Wenshangwen was highly intelligent and also assessed Lin Chen's strength, directly deploying a young king. At the 6th level, whoosh! A young man appeared at the mountain peak dressed in white, very handsome, but the aura he exuded was not in line with his appearance, domineering and violent, shaking the mountains, causing rocks to roll and leaves to scatter. Yun Changxian, the young king, our powerful king from the First Holy City Military Department has directly slain the Beast King from another realm. This young king at this level is not weaker than the previous Yungu family king, and due to his profound speed, he will be even more troublesome. I don't believe Lin Chen still hasn't externalized the heavenly gates. Amidst the noisy discussions, the great battle at the 6th level officially began. Whoosh! The young Yun Changxian stepped forward, charging out like a spear piercing the air, directly aimed at Lin Chen, incredibly powerful. Lin Chen stood his ground, with no intention of dodging. 9-layered pupils appeared in his eyes, and as they swirled, 2 dark cold lights shot out, akin to ancient flying swords containing incredible speed, piercing through the air in an instant. Whoosh! The young Yun Changshuan's figure flickered, dodging one dark cold light's attack, but facing the other that appeared before him, he had no room to evade and could only strike back. With a thud, he shattered the dark cold light. However, his figure also staggered back, clearly at a disadvantage in the clash. Whoosh! Before the young Yun Changxian could stabilize his footing, waves of heat surged around him, the mountain beneath his feet transforming into lava, and a massive fire whirlwind suddenly formed, trapping him within and unleashing a terrifying strangulation. Many recognized at a glance that this was a killing move evolved by Lin Chen using the blaze technique. Moreover, he hadn't even used the blaze sacred flame to enhance its power. The pervasive fluctuations of intent did not reach the level of an anomaly and were still in the control phase. However, Yun Changxian, a young king known for his speed, struck out in all directions, exerting his full power, yet he could not break free. Within a few breaths, he was reduced to a pile of ashes in the strangulation of the fire whirlwind. The originally noisy crowd fell into a deathly silence as this battle came to an end. Without the blaze sacred flame, without externalizing the heavenly gates, he crushed and killed a young king, including Mo Fong, a powerful figure in the realm. An uncontrollable sense of dread rose in everyone's hearts. Lin Chen's upper limit of combat power was absolutely astonishingly high. Then, Wenshangwen's killing power surged dramatically, confirming their speculations. Whoosh! The young king, stationed at the next level, appeared, cold and eerie, with 9 layers of pupils swirling in his eyes. Lu Yi, the young king of slaughter. His combat power at the same level exceeded 300, a significant leap compared to the previous young man, Yun Changxian. Hiss! The young king of slaughter's gaze sharpened, locking onto Lin Chen's figure, directly employing the 9 nether dark abyss, evolving 2 dark cold lights that shot forth at high speed. Lin Chen calmly observed, his 9-layered pupils swirling, and through the operation of the 9 nether dark abyss, he also condensed 2 dark cold lights to meet the attack head-on. The difference was that the former was a supernatural ability, while the latter was a supreme skill. But the core essence was the same. Boom! The 4 dark cold lights collided in midair with immense intensity, 3 of them exploding simultaneously, scattering everywhere. The 2 dark cold lights condensed by Lin Chen only replaced one of the young kings, while the other was barely weakened. The realm of 9 nether dark abyss surpasses mine, and the timing of its use is more subtle. No wonder it is a supernatural ability he was born with, worthy of learning a thing or two. Watching the dark cold lights shooting towards him, Lin Chen's gaze remained calm and composed, with thoughts analyzing the situation. Boom boom boom. In the next moment, a series of heavenly gates unfolded around him, continuously appearing, reaching a total of 30. The energy of the entire area surged, as if boiling. The 9-layered pupils in Lin Chan's eyes grew even deeper, evolving into a mist that was faint yet impenetrable, cold and eerie, silently devouring the incoming dark cold lights without stirring a ripple. The external heavenly gates have appeared. My goodness, a total of 30. I guessed right, it's definitely more than 20. It's more than 3 times mine. Where exactly is the definition of this? Super genius? It hasn't broken the record of Saint Summer, but it's terrifying enough. The quiet crowd stirred once more, rising and falling in excitement, particularly noisy. Everyone's attention was entirely focused on the 30 heavenly gates standing tall in the sky. The enhancement provided by the heavenly gates to martial artists is not a linear relationship. Some, similar to combat power at the same level, exhibit an exponential increase. 30 heavenly gates, compared to the quasi-kings on the King Blood Road, are not even 3 times. But in terms of actual combat power, the difference is like heaven and earth, not on the same level. Who says the use of heavenly gates is the limit? A calm voice swept through, immediately drawing the attention of those around. Nearby students noticed that it was Jiang Shanghai who spoke. He had also come to the challenge gate, now standing, with his arms crossed, pointing his chin towards the testing area, saying, "My brother Ran used 30 heavenly gates just because the external manifestation of 30 heavenly gates is enough to suppress the young king of slaughter simulated by the challenge gate. He should be verifying the 9 nether dark abyss, can't you see that?" Upon hearing this, everyone turned back to the testing area. When their focus shifted from the 30 heavenly gates to the battle itself, their expressions changed completely. Jiang Shanghai was not pretending to be mysterious. Lin Chen remained in place, using the 9 nether dark abyss to firmly suppress the young king of slaughter, forcing the latter to rely more on the 9 nether dark abyss in battle. The degree of superiority was not an exaggeration to say it was crushing. Jiang Shanghai, how many heavenly gates does Lin Chen have? A student couldn't help but ask, causing everyone to perk up. How would I know? But Jiang Shanghai raised an eyebrow, deliberately elongating his tone. My brother Rant's number of heavenly gates is more than 3 times that of many quasi-kings here. In fact, it could be more than 3 times that of all quasi-kings on the King Blood Road, including the 7 shining stars. As soon as these words were spoken, incredulous expressions appeared one after another on the faces of those looking at Lin Chen. The record for heavenly gates in Saint Summer is only 38. In the testing area, Lin Chen focused on operating the 9 nether dark abyss, quickly completing his learning and acquiring some techniques for its use. Almost there. Lin Chen nodded to himself, no longer verifying, and with a thought flashing through his mind, he once again manifested 6 heavenly gates. Under the combined enhancement of 36 heavenly gates, the power of the 9 nether dark abyss that Lin Chen operated surged dramatically. A dark, cold light shattered all obstacles before the young king of slaughter, and another followed closely behind, slicing through the young king's neck and beheading him on the spot. 36 heavenly gates. So many it makes me feel scared. Only 2 away from the Holy Summer record. The second person in history. In terms of overall talent, Lin Chen is still stronger. The emotions of the crowd surged, growing more intense with the appearance of the 36 heavenly gates. In the long history of the King of Blood's path, it would be hard to find anyone better than Lin Chen. But the next moment, when Jiang Shanghai's voice rang out, they realized they had still underestimated him. Don't make a fuss, did you forget what I said? Just because you use a certain number of heavenly gates doesn't mean it's the limit? In my view, adding 6 more is simply because the 36 heavenly gates are enough to annihilate the young king of slaughter. The onlookers saw Lin Chen, who had passed the 7th gate, not refuting Jiang Shanghai's statement. Moreover, without taking a moment to rest, he directly opened the 8th gate. Clearly, the previous kill had been very easy, not affecting his state at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On the vast arena, 10 young kings of slaughter appeared. Together, their might overwhelming. Last time, Lin Chen had stopped here, severely outmatched by the 10 kings of slaughter working together, only holding on for a moment. The crowd held their breath, their eyes tense as they watched the testing area. If the 10 young kings of slaughter couldn't provoke Lin Chen's full combat power, they would truly go mad. The next moment, just as the 10 kings of slaughter were about to strike together, a hint of color appeared in their cold gazes, and they all came to a halt. One of them spoke gently. Lin Chen, your progress in the 9 nether dark abyss is quite fast, which surprises me. Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but be taken aback. The opponents simulated in the questioning battle were intelligent only in combat and wouldn't communicate with the challengers. Mo Feng was the first to react, his heart racing as he reminded, "Don't panic, the king of slaughter is controlling the questioning battle." Hearing this, many students understood, in the face of the arriving king of slaughter, they needed to remain quiet, but as they exchanged glances, their eyes were filled with unusual colors. The king of slaughter wanted to communicate with Lin Chen. There was no need to go through the questioning battle. Unless Lin Chen looked directly at the young king of slaughter who had spoken. The resources for the 9 nether dark abyss are quite good and can significantly enhance the speed of comprehension. The King of Slaughter smiled faintly. It's good to be modest, but if the resources were that effective, there wouldn't be so few people trying. The 9 Nether Dark Abyss. Saying this, he directly stated his intention. I will use the power I control in the questioning battle to spar with you. Upon hearing this, the observing crowd couldn't help but stir. Just as they thought, the King of Slaughter was going to take action personally. It seemed that Lin Chen's strength was even more impressive than they had anticipated. Alright. Lin Chen agreed directly, his gaze sweeping over the 10 young kings of slaughter, truthfully informing them, however, the power evolving in the questioning battle right now isn't quite enough. He didn't add qualifiers like should or probably. The strength of the young kings of slaughter in this round was the same as the previous one, the difference lay in the number. 10 were definitely not enough for him to fight. But to the crowd, it sounded so shocking that they stared in disbelief, questioning whether they were hearing things. The questioning battle was currently being controlled by the King of Slaughter himself. Did Lin Chen know what he was saying? Mo Fangs. Adam's apple visibly bobbed as he took a deep breath and explained, Lin Chen, the King of Slaughter controlling the questioning battle, while the power remains unchanged, is still the same as this round. It can draw upon their martial comprehension and combat experience, allowing for an explosive actual combat power akin to a qualitative change. Of course, this method wouldn't affect the judgment of combat power multiples at the same level. The King of Slaughter was keenly observant and could analyze more accurately. The King of Slaughter looked at Lin Chen, seemingly pondering, and said, It seems you understand this principle. Yes. Lin Chen nodded slightly, acknowledging calmly. So, you think you can defeat 10 with 1? The King of Slaughter's gaze flickered. Let's have a spar and see. Good. As a cold voice swept through, Lin Chen fully opened the heavenly gate, causing the energy of the entire area to tremble violently as if it were about to explode. Everyone watching, whether students or instructors, froze in place like statues. 48. Heavenly gates unfolded, suspended in the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. Same tier combat power multiplier 536. A line of information projected out, the numbers displayed, making all the students feel unfamiliar. They could still look up the 3-digit combat power starting with 3, but starting with 5 they had truly never seen before. Here's a terrifying thought, Lin Chen's same tier combat power multiplier can still increase. The 3 newly selected ultimate skills, with their inherent understanding of the world, haven't even reached the mastery stage yet. Once he levels up, it will be even longer. Now with a 536 times same tier combat power, when he reaches the fusion stage, or even the anomaly level, the gap will widen further. Won't it be several hundred, or even over 1,000? Over 1,000. When this concept of combat power was first established, was there any consideration for 4-digit numbers? The same tier combat power multiplier indeed shows a trend of exponential evolution. The already noisy crowd grew even more agitated as the results came in. But immediately after, when the reward information projected out, it was like throwing a bomb into the crowd. 600,000 merit points? Don't forget the secondary resources, this time there are 2 full portions. Is that the key? Lin Chen's total merit points are now nearly 2.1 million, and he has already been promoted to Radiant Star. Someone emphasized, their voice trembling from the overwhelming excitement. A 17-year-old Radiant Star has appeared in the history of the King Blood path, but there has never been a pure martial artist who became a quasi-king. Without exception, all of them possessed the strongest extraordinary abilities. The key is that those Radiant Stars arrived at the King Blood path at 16 or even earlier. Lin Chen is the first new student to ascend to Radiant Star. Without doing tasks, just relying on talent. Rewards within the King Blood path, one can become a Radiant Star? Looking at it this way, Lin Chen's lead in talent is clear at a glance. I have no objections to Lin Chen becoming a Radiant Star, but I still want to say, isn't it too easy? The discussions rose and fell, echoing far in the open arena, particularly fervent. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling surprised about ascending to Radiant Star tonight. He hadn't expected to earn 600,000 merit points in one go. After all, he had received additional rewards, 2 portions of secondary resources, doubling what he got last time. According to his original plan, he thought he would have to wait a few more days until the 3 ultimate skills like 9 Nether Dark Abyss reached the mastery stage before he could accumulate enough merit points. Perhaps because it came too easily, Lin Chen didn't feel much excitement about suddenly becoming one of the current Radiant Stars. In fact, his pleasant mood stemmed more from the rewards of this challenge. With 600,000 merit points credited, he could definitely access the last heavenly gate. 2 portions of secondary resources were also enough to select 3 top-tier ultimate skills and supporting resources. Whether it was his Wrath of Heaven or the Radiant Sky technique, the inherent understanding of the world was steadily advancing towards the fusion stage. Once promoted, he could gain 3 more instinct-level simplifications. Brother Ran, defying the heavens. Zhang Shanghai's heartfelt exclamation interrupted Lin Chen's thoughts. He smiled slightly, chatted casually with Zhang Shanghai for a few moments, then decided not to linger and stepped away from the arena. At this time, the night was nearing its end, the sky gradually brightening, and a hint of fish belly white appeared on the distant horizon. The 3 silver moons were about to disappear, and the white blazing sun from another realm began to rise towards the horizon. Lin Chen returned to his residence, not in a hurry to practice, sitting under a tree in the villa courtyard, recovering his state while analyzing the recent battle. Thanks to the practical experience with the Killing King, he had gained quite a bit. With my current strength, I am far from reaching the level of control over power that the Killing King has. The Killing King is too precise. Saying it is perfect would not be an exaggeration. Lin Chen's thoughts soared. This is the crushing pressure brought by the comprehension of martial arts. Just go with the flow. The more you pursue it, the easier it is to fall into a dead end. On the path of martial arts, one can pursue limits, but it must also suit oneself. My main advantage right now is still the heavenly gate, or rather, the energy of heaven and earth. Lin Chen was clear in his heart that if he only had the normal number of heavenly gates for a king, he definitely wouldn't be able to unleash such strong combat power. In fact, even missing 1 or 2, he would still be defeated when facing the siege of 48 killing kings. However, my advantages won't diminish, they can still be further expanded. On the way back, he bought a batch of Beast King blood from the resource department, and in just over 10 hours, he could open another extreme heavenly gate. The intensity of the energy of heaven and earth can still rise a notch. I hope 49 heavenly gates is the limit for the human body in martial arts. If that's the case, the subsequent increase can be even higher. If it's not the limit, it won't have too much impact. In the subsequent fusion stage, the realm of heaven and earth and the heavenly gate will merge into one, and there will also be a certain enhancement. With the number of my realms of heaven and earth, obtaining a qualitative leap should not be difficult. Lin Chen smiled, feeling a bit of anticipation. After this battle, he had a clearer understanding of the enhancement brought by the heavenly gate. Just as he was thinking, Lin Chen's gaze flickered, and he saw a young man appear in the courtyard before him. Very handsome, with 9 layers of pupils in his eyes. I've met the Killing King. Lin Chen stood up. The Killing King nodded, very straightforwardly, raised his hand and tossed out a spherical crystal. This is for you. Is this related to the 9 Nether Dark Abyss? Lin Chen took it and examined it, making some guesses. The spherical crystal in his hand resembled an eye, with the key being the 9 layers of pupils contained within. Yes, the Killing King replied, affirming Lin Chen's statement, and then briefly explained. The spherical crystal, named the Eye of the Dark Abyss, was something he found in a prehistoric site of a mechanical civilization when he was young. The Killing King said, it can appropriately amplify the power of the 9 Nether Dark Abyss, but it can't compare to the sacred flame of the sun. Its main function is still to assist in cultivating the true meaning of the Dark Abyss, and it will be effective before advancing to the realm. Lin Chen exhaled lightly and said, this value is extraordinarily high. The Killing King was unconcerned. As long as you can condense the true meaning of the Dark Abyss, it's worth it. If you can take it a step further and cultivate the Dark Abyss realm, it would be a blessing for the Holy Summer. Thank you, sir. Try out the effect. The Killing King said no more and directly informed him of the refining method. Lin Chen followed the instructions, and after completing it, the Eye of the Dark Abyss in his hand trembled gently, as if melting, penetrating his skin and appearing deep within his body. Like the sacred flame of the sun, it can be stored within the body. Lin Chen's eyes flickered. The Killing King casually responded, yes, this way, your comprehension of the 9 Nether Dark Abyss can be more convenient. Lin Chen smiled in agreement. It is indeed more convenient. Especially for him. The Killing King thought for a moment and reminded him, didn't you just obtain 2 pieces of secondary resources? You can take one out to exchange for a spatial treasure like the dimensional foil, which can compress resources like the lost steel into your body for easier use. Lin Chen nodded gently. I did pay attention to that before. The Killing King didn't elaborate on this matter, saying, try the effect of the Eye of the Dark Abyss. Okay. Lin Chen split off a strand of his consciousness, and as soon as he used it, his brows raised in surprise, saying, the effect is even stronger than the sacred flame of the sun. The Killing King had anticipated this, smiling faintly. The sacred flame of the sun is a remnant of the dragon red flame. Its essence is his sun core true realm, mainly hoping that future generations will master this power. The core of the Eye of the Dark Abyss is a cultivation resource, focusing more on assisting comprehension. The Killing King pointed out the difference. Very good. Lin Chan's lips curled into a pleasant arc. However, he was now somewhat unclear about which of the first phenomena he had cultivated was the true manifestation of the heavenly fury's world-destroying phenomenon, the sun core phenomenon of the sacred flame, or the later emerging Dark Abyss phenomenon, the Killing King informed some details before leaving the courtyard, disappearing from sight. Lin Chen no longer lingered and walked straight to the training room. Opened the last heavenly gate. Today around 6,500 words. Finally, an extra chapter added. In the early morning, the sun rose, marking the arrival of a new day. Lin Chen calmed his mind, sitting cross-legged in midair, surrounded by 48 heavenly gates, practicing. For him, last night's challenge was mainly about gaining merit. However, the impact of this event was immense, like the sea, and had begun to affect the entire Holy Summer. A battle power of 536 times at the same level. A 17-year-old rising star. breaking records with 48 heavenly gates. Each achievement was brilliant and dazzling, incredibly glorious. Just one of them was enough to make countless geniuses look up in admiration. When focused on one person, it was even more. Like the sun at noon, impossible to ignore. Various documents related to Lin Chen were continuously presented to the kings of Holy Summer, marked with a red stamp of special attention. Liao Province, Shanghai City. The sea, under the sunlight, was blue and clear, crashing against the golden beach, creating waves of white foam. Old Guan no longer looked at the sea, his gaze fell on Long Kor, occasionally offering pointers. This child possessed an exceptionally strong ability, with immense potential. Anyone with slightly higher cultivation talent would surely become a quasi-king in the future. However, thinking of the successor he had chosen for the Black Abyss, Old Guan shook his head inwardly. The two were not comparable. The sense of amazement Long Kor gave him was far less than that of Lin Chen. If Long Kor had been brought by Yi Tingyan back then, the Black Abyss would still be sealed. In the lighthouse, Old Guan. Amidst the sound of urgent brakes, Yi Tingyun strode in, his expression quite unsettled. My comrade in the first Holy City sent me news about Lin Chen. This kid's growth is unreasonable. Aside from this description, Yi Tingyun couldn't think of a second one. Old Guan smiled and said, it seems he has made significant progress. Uncle Yi. Long Kor greeted him. They had met a few times recently and were somewhat familiar. Curiously, she asked, how many heavenly gates has Brother Lin opened this time? I'll give you a hint. Yi Tingyun didn't say directly, raising a finger. Take a guess? It can't be just one, that's too few for Brother Lin. Long Kor confidently speculated, it must be 10. Old Guan had the same guess. Wrong. Yi Tingyun shook his head, no longer keeping it a secret, and said directly, it doubled. Lin Chen now possesses 48 heavenly gates. Moreover, Lin Chen fought last night and entered the path of royal blood as a rising star. Yi Tingyun's tone was complex. Even at this moment, he still felt that this number was like a dream. Long Kor was stunned. On the spot, Old Guan's pupils suddenly constricted, unable to hide his astonishment. When Lin Chen left, he had made calculations, predicting that Lin Chen's rise would exceed his expectations. But he never imagined that this young man's growth would directly surpass his limits of imagination. Yi Tingyun took a deep breath, looking at the bright sunlight, smiling with a pointed meaning. The summer days are getting hotter. Boom! In the independent space of the training room, a violent wave suddenly surged, and another heavenly gate appeared around Lin Chen. The 49th. At this moment, all of Lin Chen's heavenly gates were opened. With the manifestation of the last heavenly gate, the already vast and magnificent energy of the world became even more violent. The intensity of the refined world energy has increased by a full 30%. Lin Chen opened his eyes, shining with brilliance. This increase was based on the 48 heavenly gates. The actual level of improvement was quite remarkable. The effect of qualitative change may not be significant, but the intensity of the increase is indeed higher than that of the previous 48 heavenly gates. The upper limit of the number of heavenly gates for the human body or martial arts might just be 49. Lin Chen pondered, exploring the 49 heavenly gates, sensing more changes. In the next moment, as his consciousness delved deep into the heavenly gates, a look of astonishment crept across his face, mixed with a hint of uncertainty. Deep within his heavenly gate, a layer of golden patterns unfurled, resembling the great sun diagram, with some fluctuations that were completely consistent with the previous Qi and Blood Great Sun. The growth potential of the Qi and Blood Great Sun. Lin Chen's heartbeat quickened slightly as he recalled Elder Guan's previous analysis. The influence brought by the 3 rounds of Qi and Blood Great Sun might not be limited to the realm of advanced martial artists, and it was expected to manifest at even higher levels. When he first opened the heavenly gate, the 3 rounds of Qi and Blood Great Sun melted and seeped deep into his body. This made the energy of heaven and earth he refined exceptionally powerful, starting at a level higher than the normal 10 heavenly gates. Lin Chen initially thought this was the effect of the Qi and Blood Great Sun at the heavenly gate level, perhaps only to be revealed again at the level of extraordinary phenomena. Now it seemed that this inference had certain errors. At the very least, the influence of the Qi and Blood Great Sun on the heavenly gate realm was not limited to this. There is also a sense of inherent growth. Lin Chen looked inward at the golden patterns, scrutinizing them before his gaze sharpened as he attempted to materialize them. Boom! In an instant, the energy of the entire area violently trembled, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. The 49 suspended heavenly gates all manifested a layer of golden patterns, emerging from within, as if born as one, peculiar and profound. The key was that the energy emitted by the heavenly gates received a terrifying amplification. The specific strength reached 3 times the original. Whoosh! In the next moment, the golden patterns silently vanished, and the 49 heavenly gates returned to normal. Huff! Lin Chen was in poor condition, gasping heavily, his breath rough and chaotic. Forcing the materialization of the golden patterns was too much of a burden for him. However, in Lin Chen's eyes, there was a bright gleam. The enhancement of the golden patterns was indeed immense. It should be noted that last night, when he broke through, the energy emitted from all 48 heavenly gates was already strong enough to astonish the Killing King, who acknowledged its effect of one force overcoming 10. Today, opening the last heavenly gate was another 30% stronger. Then there was this foundation multiplied by 3. Lin Chen exhaled lightly, unable to suppress the curve of his lips, thinking to himself that it was not an exaggeration to say it was against the heavens. With 49 heavenly gates emitting the energy of heaven and earth, normal cultivation can achieve the materialization of the golden patterns, but the progress is too slow. It might take several years of hard training. 3 to 5 years is not considered a long time in the realm of heavenly gates. However, compared to Lin Chen's past progress, it would be fair to say it was slow. Lin Chen thought for a moment, took out a bottle of opening heaven pills he had received at the headquarters in Lizhou and swallowed it to refine the medicinal power. Indeed, it has a certain effect, but not high. Lin Chen's heart stirred as he raised his hand to press, bringing over a dozen bottles of Beast King blood that he hadn't finished using. Previously, he had calculated the usage and deliberately bought a bit more, intending to use it to consolidate the heavenly gate, and now it was just right to test the effect. After drinking a bottle and dissolving the medicinal power, a broader smile appeared on his face. It works. The effect is excellent, far surpassing the opening heaven pills. As long as I refine the medicinal power, I can achieve the enhancement of inherent growth. Lin Chen consumed all the remaining Beast King blood. Immediately, the fluctuations of the golden patterns increased. The rise was not high. It required special perception to notice the progress. Lin Chen was not too surprised. After all, once the golden patterns were materialized, they directly reached 3 times the current level. He had consumed 142 bottles of Beast King blood to open the last heavenly gate. As long as I can quickly complete the inherent growth, the Beast King blood is not a problem. Lin Chen's expression was calm, showing no concern. He had been on the path of royal blood for less than 2 weeks, and the merits he had gained exceeded 2 million. Throughout the process, there were no elements of luck involved. This was the inevitable result of steadily and rapidly increasing strength. Now, with his strength even greater, earning merits would be even more convenient. It won't take long. According to Lin Chen's estimation, if all went well, he could fully materialize the golden patterns in less than a week. If it took longer, it probably wouldn't exceed 10 days. I have less than 300,000 merits left, which can buy about 140 bottles of Beast King blood, not enough to achieve the inherent growth of the golden patterns. Lin Chen calmly analyzed and quickly made a decision: sell a portion of second level resources to exchange for Beast King blood. He hasn't yet reached the fusion stage of the heaven and earth realm, and the remaining instinct level simplification is reserved for the awakened Black Abyss ability. There's no rush to select a new ultimate skill right now. The market price for a secondary resource is about 2 to 300,000 merit points. If a suitable buyer is found, it can be sold at a premium of 30 to 50%. Plus, with my current merit points, it's unlikely to fully nurture the golden patterns, but manifesting them for a while shouldn't be a problem. Lin Chen understood that this way, he not only had an extra trump card, but his actual combat power would also be stronger. When executing tasks outside, the efficiency will be higher. Lin Chen already had an idea to take on some tasks to speed up earning merit points. Over at the ancient battlefield, there were occasional clashes between the Saint Summer Quasi-King and the Beast King Heir, providing him with room to showcase his abilities. Therefore, he planned to use another secondary resource to exchange for a high-dimensional foil. This spatial treasure had been mentioned by the Killing King. It could manifest high-grade law tablets and other resources within the body, making it convenient for comprehension and cultivation. For him, its effect was even better, as it could continuously accelerate the instinct-level cultivation of other martial arts, just like the Holy Flame of the Seraph and the Eye of the Nether. Even when going out to earn merit points, it wouldn't delay his cultivation. Later, when he returned to the Bloodline of Kings, he could still obtain substantial rewards through assessments of ultimate skills and breaking through battle checkpoints. I'll finish using the merit points in hand before taking on new tasks. Lin Chen took out the identity card for the Bloodline of Kings and placed an order for new Beast King blood. Then, he thought for a moment and dialed a signal. Rangu? On the blood-red road under the setting sun, Jiang Shanghai suddenly stopped, staring at the name displayed on the screen, utterly surprised. The last time he visited Lin Chen with Zhao Fulan, he had shamelessly exchanged contact information, but he never expected the other party would take the initiative to reach out. It's me. Lin Chen's voice came through. Are you free now? I have something to ask you. I'm free. Jiang Shanghai nodded rapidly, feeling quite flattered by Lin Chen's proactive inquiry. I just finished breaking through a battle checkpoint and am heading back to the accommodation area. We can talk face to face. Hearing Jiang Shanghai's enthusiasm, Lin Chen smiled and casually asked, how did you do in the checkpoint? Pretty good. I'm close to the threshold of a Quasi-King, especially significantly higher than you, Rangu. Jiang Shanghai deliberately elongated his tone, teasing a bit. Your combat power multiplier at the same level. Lin Chen chuckled and said, come over. Alright. Jiang Shanghai hung up the communication and headed straight over. When he arrived, he saw a hovering vehicle descending, marked with the emblem of the resource department. A staff member carefully took out a medicine box containing over 100 bottles of Beast King blood and handed it to the intelligent butler who came forward to receive it. Jiang Shanghai was momentarily stunned, then quickly entered the residence. Upon seeing Lin Chen, he exclaimed in surprise, "Rangu, you're still buying Beast King blood? You haven't finished opening the heavenly gate yet, have you?" Lin Chen smiled and replied, "It's for another purpose, beneficial for strength." Seeing him stop there, Jiang Shanghai didn't pry further and instead said, "Rangu, what do you need me for? Just say it, as long as I can do it, I won't refuse. It's not a big deal." Lin Chen directly informed him, "I want to sell a secondary resource. I can settle it with merit points or Beast King blood. Do you have a suitable buyer?" As the son of the deputy commander of the Night Fire Army and a super genius with hopes of entering the Saint Summer Quasi-King ranks, Jiang Shanghai was quite prominent among the various second-generation elites in the Holy City. With his help, it would be easier to sell at a high price. He needed to execute tasks later, and having the golden patterns for a longer time would be more secure. "This is easy to solve," Jiang Shanghai confidently replied. "There are quite a few things that can be exchanged for secondary resources, which are quite rare. Purchasing with merit points usually requires advance reservations, and it's common to wait for years. It can be sold at a premium." Jiang Shanghai pondered and said, "The Night Fire Army just left the city recently. I'll ask my dad first to see if I can get in touch with him. If we can get in touch with him, we can find someone in the Night Fire Army to sell it, and we might even be able to sell a favor. If you join the Night Fire Army in the future, it would be a bit of help, wouldn't it? If we can't get in touch, I have friends in other legions as well. Anyway, it's not a problem to make a move. I will definitely sell it for a high price." Jiang Shanghai stroked his chin, detailing his plans. After listening, Lin Chen thought for a moment and focused on the Night Fire Army. Is Commander Jiang going to take charge at the Xianjin 009 ancient battlefield? The identity card of the Blood King Road has a built-in communicator function, and every time he orders Beast King blood, he can see the trending news. Among them are not few reports related to the ancient battlefield. "Yes." Jiang Shanghai nodded affirmatively and said in a deep voice, "Our conflicts with the foreign realms have intensified severely. It's basically hopeless for reconciliation." After saying that, he thought for a moment and added, "My sister has already killed a Beast King heir." Lin Chen nodded slightly. "I saw information about this on the Blood King Road before." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shanghai was quite excited, his eyebrows dancing. That Beast King heir was incredibly powerful. He had previously driven away several quasi-kings from the Blood King Road, but in the end, he was still subdued by my sister. Without any extra rewards, my sister earned 500,000 merit points. Jiang Shanghai spread his arms wide, forcefully extending them to the sides, and said, "Do you know how significant this merit is?" Realizing this, he coughed lightly. "It's my fault for getting carried away. However, you must know, but I'm not exaggerating, it's far more difficult for other shining stars to earn merit. A one-time 500,000 merit is indeed extremely rare. Because of this merit, my sister is expected to graduate with over 3 million merit points, which ranks among the top in the history of shining stars." Jiang Shanghai emphasized with a heavier tone. "Indeed." Lin Chen agreed, recalling when he first entered the Blood King Road, he saw the stone tablets on both sides of the Blood Red Road. The vast majority of shining stars have their merits concentrated between 2 to 3 million. That being said, killing a Beast King heir is quite challenging. Lin Chen analyzed. Absolutely, not all descendants of Beast Kings can be called Beast King heirs. They must have the potential to grow into Lord-level exotic beasts, comparable to the quasi-kings of the Holy Summer. Jiang Shanghai explained, "In the ancient battlefield, they coordinate their actions. It's not just about being stronger to kill. Of course, we are the same." Jiang Shanghai pointed out that the current ancient battlefield is covered by both the Holy City's kings and the true realms of foreign Beast Kings, mainly involving the quasi-kings of Holy Summer and the Beast King heirs in combat. These talented individuals have various means and timely rescues, making it difficult to achieve effective kills. However, Brother Ran, you are now incredibly strong. Once Brother Lan breaks through and refines the true meaning of martial arts, when you two join forces, there is indeed hope to kill some outstanding Beast King heirs. Jiang Shanghai's expression was filled with anticipation. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and said, "I should go over early to test the waters." Jiang Shanghai's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but feel a bit startled, guessing that Lin Chen's Beast King blood might not be enough, wanting to earn merit through killing Beast King heirs. But what method could possibly consume so much Beast King blood? Jiang Shanghai suppressed his curiosity and chatted for a few more moments before taking his leave. Lin Chen did not return to the training room but opened the Beast King blood in the medicine box in the courtyard and consumed it continuously. The cultivation of the golden patterns was even simpler than opening the heavenly gate. He just needed to dissolve the medicinal power directly. Soon, all the hundreds of bottles of Beast King blood in the medicine box were emptied. Lin Chen raised his eyes to survey the night sky. 3 silver moons hung high, bright and clear, exuding a cold aura. However, Lin Chen had no mood to admire the moon. He even fantasized that if a Beast King corpse could just plop down in front of him, at this moment, that would be great. Lin Chen knew that with his speed of earning merit, it wouldn't take long before he could fully manifest the golden patterns. However, manifesting the golden patterns was really not difficult. If he had enough Beast King blood, it might not even take an hour. Even though Lin Chen maintained a calm demeanor, facing the formidable power within reach inevitably stirred a sense of urgency within him. After all, it's 3 times the energy intensity. Since he was soon to head to the ancient battlefield, Lin Chen had already made up his mind and began to review the relevant information. The value of that area was indeed extremely high. Not only had it produced precious items such as ultimate skills, divine weapons, and mechas, but most importantly, several ancient cores had also been found in the present world. Of course, they did not reach the supreme ancient core level of the 9 holy cities. However, their quality was still very high, sufficient to be used for constructing the outer city beyond the holy city. Through the resonance of the ancient cores, it could draw on the power of the supreme ancient cores. The outer city could further expand the radiation range of the holy city. In fact, on a larger scale, this was compressing the activity space of the foreign gods. The key to this was, of course, the high-quality ancient cores. It was rumored that the confrontation between the Holy Summer and the foreign realms in the ancient battlefield was indeed related to the ancient cores. However, no definitive clues had been found so far. It was only known that initially, several beast royal heirs frequently appeared, and after being expelled, they not only did not retreat, but instead increased their strength. Naturally, the first holy city dispatched a group of royal bloodline members to counteract. With each confrontation, the conflict inevitably intensified. However, whether it is Holy Summer or the foreign realms, neither side wants to ignite a large-scale war at this stage, Lin Chen pondered quietly. Currently, the Xian Formation 009 ancient battlefield has been covered by the true realms of both sides' royal-level beings standing in a standoff, fully monitoring each other. The main forces truly engaging in combat are basically the young quasi-kings of Holy Summer and the beast royal heirs fighting fiercely while investigating the clues of the ancient cores. For me, the environment of the ancient battlefield is quite suitable right now. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, glimmering. According to Jiang Shanghai, there were 2 main reasons why the beast royal heirs were difficult to kill. First, they coordinated their actions and provided timely rescue. Second, their individual strength was formidable, with various means to preserve their lives. To kill them, it needs to be done in a short time, even with a single strike. Lin Chen contemplated, analyzing the situation. His strength had been continuously increasing, and there were several opportunities for explosive growth recently. The key was the means. One could say, no one had more than him. If he could restrain the opponent's life-saving trump cards, the possibility of killing them would naturally be higher. Strength is also very important. Lin Chen's thoughts were clear, and he had a plan. Once Jiang Shanghai returns, I'll exchange this secondary resource for beast royal blood. I'll digest it first, then apply for an ultimate skill assessment, use up my merits, and challenge the question battle again. The latter 2 combined would amount to hundreds of thousands of merits, which is unlikely given the short time. But purchasing dozens or even hundreds of bottles of beast royal blood shouldn't be a problem. After completing all this, the time for forcibly manifesting the golden patterns, at least a few breaths, should be enough to break through the individual beast royal heir's life-saving means. At that time, I'll set off for the Xian Formation 009 ancient battlefield. Lin Chen thought for a moment. If Jiang Shanghai could find a buyer quickly, they would likely be able to set off by tomorrow morning. He gazed at the light and shadow projected by his identity card, then checked the information. The Xian Formation 009 ancient battlefield was often used as a training ground for quasi-kings of the royal bloodline, and there were many professional posts on the internal forum. Nowadays, due to the escalating conflict between Holy Summer and the foreign realms, related posts were very popular. However, they still could not compare to the topics involving Lin Chen. Lin Chen opened the forum with his mind and saw that among the 10 hottest posts, 8 were related to him, while the remaining 2 were about the ancient battlefield. One post reported Jiang Yinyan's successful kill of a beast royal heir. The other reported that the Super Army Night Fire Legion was stationed at the ancient battlefield to resist the foreign realms. As soon as the situation escalated, Lin Chen noticed that the hottest post had almost as many comments as the total of the other 9 posts combined. Does the newly promoted Shining Star Lin Chen possess Shining Star level combat power? Shining Star status is judged based on merits. In the royal bloodline path, in most cases, the more merits one has, the stronger their combat power. The most accomplished star is often the current top fighter. However, this relationship is not absolute. This is also the reason why this post has emerged and gained such high popularity. Lin Chen felt a bit curious, clicked in, and browsed casually. Inside, there was a voting option, with supporters and opponents evenly split. The comments below were fiercely debated, but it was clear that everyone was analyzing seriously. Lin Chen is definitely still lacking the entrance Assessment for the Blood King path, the battle inquiry, and the examination of unique skills will all consider the age and potential of the candidates, which will provide some advantages. If Lin Chen were 71 this year and had achieved such accomplishments, he might not even have a third of them. Among peers, Lin Chen is undoubtedly invincible. But the 7 stars, including Hu Yuanji, who he has pushed down, are generally 3 to 4 years older than Lin Chen and are mostly at the third realm of martial arts. True meaning. Even with the support of the sacred flame, the power Lin Chen can currently wield is still at the level of anomalies. These are several mainstream opposing viewpoints, based on talent and realm, which received the most likes. However, the supporters also rebutted point by point. The bonus from potential and talent is certainly there, and it won't be small, but the key lies in time. If Lin Chen took 2 years to accumulate this much merit on the Blood King path, there would inevitably be a gap in strength. But Lin Chen has spent less than 2 weeks. How could he not have the strength of a star? The power multiplier among peers tends to increase exponentially, defeating a quasi-king across several major realms at a level above 500 is not surprising. I just want to ask those who say Lin Chen is not capable, did you see the battle at the inquiry last night? Which star currently thinks they can defeat 48 young stop-killing kings? Comments asserting that Lin Chen possesses the strength of a star are also well-reasoned and appropriately analyzed. Both sides have their merits, and naturally, neither can persuade the other. Lin Chen flipped through casually, not paying much attention, and turned to look at the hardcore posts about the ancient battlefield. Before officially engaging with other stars, he was also unclear about who was stronger or weaker. However, whether he is slightly weaker or slightly stronger now holds little significance for contemplation. At this moment, compared to himself tomorrow morning, he possesses 2 different strengths. Based on his merits, before leaving the Blood King path, no star would be able to become his opponent. On the contrary, Zhao Fulan might be worth my attention. Lin Chen had slightly experienced the might of the ancient sword within Zhao Fulan, which was indeed extraordinary. As the 3 rounds of Silver Moon gradually rose, Lin Chen's understanding of the ancient battlefield deepened continuously. Just past 5 in the morning, the sky began to brighten, and Jiang Shanghai strode back. Accompanying him was a guardian of the Blood King path, a domain-level warrior, Mo Feng. Rangu, good news and bad news, which one do you want to hear first? Jiang Shanghai raised an eyebrow and smiled. Lin Chen felt a bit helpless and casually said, the good news. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shanghai shook his head rapidly, grinning. That won't do, it has to be combined with the bad news. The bad news is that because I know too many people, I haven't found the highest bidder yet. The good news is that my dad got back to me and told me to tell you that you don't need to sell second-level resources anymore. Jiang Shanghai no longer kept it a secret and said frankly, my dad wants you to go to the Nightfire Army's base. He said something quite grand, that the Beast King's essence blood he prepared for you will let you drink to your fill. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling surprised by Jiang Shanghai's words. Beast King's essence blood that would let him drink to his fill? The Nightfire Army, as a super army of the Holy Summer, has this kind of foundation, which is not surprising. But the problem is, the Nightfire Army is not a private army of any one person. When the resources mobilized reach a certain scale, they must report upwards. Moreover, Commander Jiang is only one of the deputy commanders of the Nightfire Army, not the top leader appointed by the Holy Summer's King Council. What do you mean? Lin Chen asked directly. Custom mission, Jiang Shanghai smiled as he explained. This is a common training path on the King's Blood Road, aimed at accelerating the growth of outstanding talents. My dad applied for the transfer of students from the King's Blood Road under the name of the Nightfire Army to assist, and the military department of the First Holy City naturally agreed since they saw you were lacking the blood essence of a Beast King. Mo Feng stood beside him, facing Lin Chen, and pondered. Are you aware of Zhang Yinyan's killing of the Beast King's offspring? Lin Chen nodded. I've seen related reports. Mo Feng continued. The retaliation from the other realm has come. They sent a Beast King's offspring named Tu Yuan to challenge us, at the manifestation level, demanding a battle of the same realm. His strength is formidable. It said he has received guidance from a deity. Mo Feng's expression turned serious. Several quasi-kings stationed at the ancient battlefield have been defeated. He is not an opponent. Jiang Shanghai added, the task my dad issued is precisely for you, Rangu, to defeat that guy and challenge the other realm, to suppress their momentum. Although this task was prepared for Lin Chen, the customization mainly reflected in the rewards. The student most qualified to receive the task was Lin Chen himself. Lin Chen realized this and thought for a moment, can the reward for a task be this substantial? From what Jiang Shanghai conveyed, the Beast King blood essence he could obtain was worth more than 1,000,000 merits. It varies from person to person. Jiang Shanghai raised an eyebrow and smiled, especially for this task, which concerns the face of the holy city and has requirements for combat power, so they are paying you the reward in advance. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's heart stirred. This could save him a lot of effort. Mo Feng exhaled lightly, reminding Lin Chen, customized tasks are a form of indirect targeted training. To maintain fair competition on the King's Blood Road, they are all approved by the higher-ups of the First Holy City Military Department. As he spoke, he gave an example: if you were replaced by Jiang Shanghai, even if the Nightfire Army commander applied, it would still be rejected. Understood. Lin Chen was clear in his heart that if such targeted training were not strictly limited, it would inevitably become a means for the higher-ups to exploit their power for personal gain. Meanwhile, Jiang Shanghai's smile froze on his face as he shrugged and complained, I'm not that bad, right? By the old calendar's standards, I would at least be considered a half-step quasi-king. Relatively speaking, you should work hard and strive to enter the quasi-king ranks in the second half of the year. Mo Feng lightly coughed, timely changing the subject, and looked directly at Lin Chen. There's no time to waste, we should set off as soon as possible. No problem, I'll make a trip to the resource department and then set off immediately. Before long, Lin Chen exchanged for the high-dimensional foil, and in the dim light, boarded a sky warplane, quickly disappearing. The effect of the high-dimensional foil met his expectations, completely not affecting his cultivation. Lin Chen sat by the cabin's window, observing the various resources he had collected while reviewing information about the ancient battlefield. Mo Feng sat opposite him, accompanying Lin Chen as his guardian. The King's Blood Road has always been thorough in protecting talents like Lin Chen. When the unique white blazing sun of the other realm fully rose, the sky warplane departed from the first holy city. Lin Chen looked through the window, seeing the sprawling fields and forests below, lush and vast. However, there were rarely any exotic beasts. Here, to some extent, it still counted as a controlled area of the holy summer. The first holy city was on the side of the other realm, with a total of 30 surrounding cities, collectively presenting a fan shape pushing outward. Most of the internal areas, although not within the radiation range of the Supreme Ancient Core, were under a level of control far exceeding that of the other realm. Through mutual cooperation, surrounding city, Lin Chen shifted his gaze from the materials he was reviewing to the distant horizon, where the outline of a city gradually appeared. Seeing his movement, Mo Feng began to introduce, that is Cloud City. Under the jurisdiction of King Yun Changxian, guarded by his private army. Lin Chen listened quietly. The 9 holy cities were uniformly managed by Holy Summer. Most of the surrounding cities belonged to prominent families, serving as a form of fiefdom. There is definitely a danger. After all, we have to face foreign lands directly, but also because of the geographical location. We can obtain various resources that Xingxia does not have, which are extremely valuable. Whoosh! As the aerospace fighter entered the city ring, an invisible wave swept over Lin Chen's entire body, mysterious and ethereal, impossible to capture. Lin Chen raised a hand and squeezed it, saying strangely, it feels just like the supreme ancient core of the holy city. Indeed. The same. Mo Feng's eyes flickered, surprised by Lin Chen's perception. The cloud layer is one of the 3 city rings of the first layer, constantly connecting to the probing mechanism of the first holy city. Essentially it is the supreme ancient core probing us. No wonder. Lin Chen echoed. Mo Feng looked down at the city and said, even without the first holy city, the ancient core suppression in Cloud City is very strong. Let's put it this way, within Cloud City, the king of Cloud Changxian can forcefully kill a beast king of the same strength. The advantage is great. Lin Chen pondered and said, it is said that the competition in the ancient battlefield of the Xian Formation 009 was triggered by the ancient core. Currently, there is no definitive evidence, but based on a series of intelligence gathered by frontline spies, we can basically infer that the ancient battlefield will have the ancient core manifest. Mo Feng explained in detail the understanding of the ancient battlefield. On the foreign side naturally exceeds that of Xingxia as an outsider. Once the ancient core really appears, the scramble for the ancient battlefield will inevitably be extremely fierce. If the quality is still very high, it is likely to trigger a large-scale war. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly and said, so we need to mobilize the Nightfire Army in advance. The current goal is still to stabilize the situation, just in case. Mo Feng took a deep breath, whether it is us or the foreign side. We do not want to trigger a pointless war. Before the ancient core truly manifests, we still want to keep the conflict within a controllable range. Lin Chen understood the reason. Large-scale wars are brutal and bloody, like a machine that grinds life to pieces. When caught in it, without sufficient strength, an individual is just a number. Mo Feng looked at Lin Chen and warned solemnly, regardless of whether war breaks out or not, as long as clues about the ancient core appear, the confrontation between the Xingxia Quasi-Kings and the Beast King's heirs will inevitably become more intense. Understood. Lin Chen replied calmly, gazing towards the direction of the ancient battlefield, his eyes dark and tranquil. He was unafraid of the competition. The third resurrection match has returned. Formaldehyde apologizes to everyone for the recent hiatus. It may be due to my mindset, or perhaps related to my health, but writing this book has always been exhausting. When there is no creative desire, even typing a single word feels incredibly painful. Writing does not bring me joy or a sense of accomplishment, only increasing anxiety, whether about the plot direction, the reader's pursuit, or the novel's income. When I can't bear it, formaldehyde can only escape for a while. Fortunately, I have adjusted once again. The aerospace fighter sped along, approaching the Xian Formation 009 ancient battlefield around 10 in the morning. At this time, a round white sun hung high, but the vast expanse of the ancient battlefield was devoid of sunlight pouring down, various lights intertwined and merged, obscuring the sky, covering the heavens, exuding a vast majesty that filled every corner of the space. The true realms of the Xingxia kings and the foreign beast kings unfolded here, under comprehensive surveillance. Over the long years, countless wars have erupted between the two sides, and trust has long since vanished. The Nightfire army stationed at the ancient battlefield is also on guard against the foreign side. Near the edge of the first holy city, a temporary base has been set up, and soldiers can be seen passing by from time to time. At this moment, in an airport in the central area, it was somewhat noisy as a group of dozens arrived in succession, their steps steady and their presence heavy, led by Commander Jiang, mostly the core backbone of the Nightfire army. 48 gates. To heaven, the first since ancient times. Combat power far surpassing that of the same tier young kings. I hope his heart can be a bit better. Do you need to worry about that? Being recognized by the military leader definitely means he is not a bad person. I originally wanted to find someone to look after him, but half a month has passed and he has become a shining star. The topics of discussion among the crowd all revolved around Lin Chen. After all, they had gathered at the airport during their break on the front lines specifically for him. Sometimes, a simple act of picking someone up can say a lot. He's here. Commander Zhang's eyes flickered. As a powerful figure in the field, he was the first to notice the aerial combat aircraft at the horizon. Beside him stood a cool, composed woman in her 20s. Her posture straight, with a symbol on her left chest representing the royal bloodline, ranking among the shining stars. Jiang Yinian. As a child of Commander Jiang, Zhang Shanghai, who prided himself on being a half-step quasi-king, was far less dazzling than his sister. Her achievements had long kept her in first place, and recently, after killing a powerful beast king's offspring, her total score had approached 3 million, significantly surpassing the second place. Zhang Yinian gazed into the distant sky and said, "Dad, I heard from Xiaohai that you met Lin Chen." "Only once," Commander Zhang nodded. "On the first day he joined the royal bloodline." Zhang Yinian thought for a moment and asked, "What do you think of him?" Commander Jiang took a deep breath, a hint of unsettled memory showing in his eyes, and said, "Stronger than I could have imagined, and still is." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yinian pursed her lips, not feeling it was an exaggeration. During her downtime, she had paid attention to the royal bloodline. Various reports about Lin Chen were overwhelming. It was hard not to see them. Especially after the results of the recent challenge were released, the buzz exploded, with many students regarding him as the first person in the history of the royal bloodline. 48 heavenly gates. Zhang Yinian murmured softly. Even though she was already certain, it still felt dreamlike. There might be other changes. Commander Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly. When he contacted his son last night, he had asked in detail and learned that Lin Chen's heavenly gates had fully opened, but Lin Chen's collection of Beast King's blood was indeed for cultivation. The effect of Beast King's blood on comprehending the realm is minimal. For Lin Chen, its impact is probably still reflected in his cultivation level. Before long, the murmurs quickly faded, and the crowd quieted down, watching the aerial combat aircraft land smoothly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures darted out from the open hatch. The crowd's gaze was primarily focused on the overly young figure, each assessing him. Faced with the locked eyes of the crowd, the other maintained calm, showing no signs of tension or panic except for a fleeting look of surprise. "Lin Chen, Commander." Zhang smiled slightly and stepped forward. Lin Chen nodded with a smile and greeted, "Commander Jiang, long time no see." Commander Jiang replied with a hint of helplessness, "About half a month, really. Not that long. Your appearance hasn't changed, but if we measure by strength, it indeed feels like a world of difference." "You're overpraising me," Lin Chen chuckled, exchanging pleasantries. "The royal bloodline is a good place." Commander Jiang then turned to the side and looked at Mo Feng. "Instructor Mo, you've worked hard all the way here, but I still want to ask, how can the training effect of the royal bloodline be so good?" Mo Feng shrugged and said, "The royal bloodline is student-led. The Shining Stars certainly understand the training level better than I do as a tool." He exchanged a few brief pleasantries, and then handed the conversation over to Lin Chen. Commander Jiang brought several core members of the Nightfire army to pick him up, which was not a treatment that Shining Stars could enjoy. "Lin Chen, may I introduce you?" Commander Jiang raised his hand to indicate the group of officers behind him. Seeing this, Lin Chen felt a stir in his heart, and after a brief pause, he directly said, "Sorry for the trouble." Commander Zhang's smile widened as he pointed to a nearby person, saying, "This is Hu Minji, currently serving as the chief of staff of the Nightfire army. He wanted to watch your newcomer assessment last time, but was delayed by a duty at the military headquarters." Lin Chen, "Hello, nice to meet you." "Hello, Minister Hu. This is Elder Chu, who used to be the personal guard of the Guan Army's commander, and is now responsible for the Special Operations Department of the Nightfire Army." "Lin Chen, I've heard so much about you. It's great to finally meet you in person." "Elder Chu, you're too kind." Commander Jiang quickly finished the introduction and then said no more. At this stage, just the introduction was enough. Too much is as bad as too little. Commander Jiang then mentioned the task, saying, "Mo Commander has probably told you the specifics, right?" "Yes. Then I won't waste my breath. The challenge from Tu Yuan could come at any time. I'll take you to use the Beast King's blood. Okay. The group left the airport and swiftly headed to a nearby building, which was heavily guarded with several layers of energy shields operating at all times. On the way, Lin Chen didn't pretend to be polite. Glancing sideways at Commander Jiang, he asked, "How much Beast King's blood is the reward for this mission?" "1 barrel. Commander Jiang chuckled teasingly, raising an eyebrow. "The exact amount depends on whether it's a big barrel or a small barrel. Anyway, the resource expenditure data for the Night Fire Army is filled out as 1 barrel. Someone next to them explained, "According to the analysis from the general staff, your chances of defeating Tu Yuan are quite high. The key to this mission lies in the latter part, challenging the Beast King's offspring. The specific achievements in this regard are hard to measure, so the Night Fire Army will bear a bit more of the reward, and the first military department won't refuse." Lin Chen exhaled lightly, saying, "Thank you. No need to be polite." Upon arriving at the building, Commander Jiang led Lin Chen inside, while the other officers dispersed and left. After all, being on the front lines meant that various tasks were particularly busy. If it weren't for Lin Chen, other shining stars from the Blood of Kings would only have the corresponding department heads to liaise with. Emo Feng waited outside, his gaze falling on Zhang Yinian, who also hadn't left. After a moment of thought, he said, "Your father's actions this time, to those with ulterior motives, are quite significant." Zhang Yinian remained unfazed, replying, "Long before Lin Chen joined the Blood of Kings and showed his potential, all factions were already aware that as long as Lin Chen was willing, he could definitely gain the support of the elders of the Night Fire Army to challenge for the new commander, or even the military leader." Emo Feng nodded, understanding as well. "I thought the Night Fire Army would act only after Lin Chen reached a certain level of control over the Black Abyss." Zhang Yinian, having a deeper understanding of the Night Fire Army, said, "The Black Abyss holds symbolic significance for my father and his people, but more importantly, controlling the Black Abyss represents powerful combat strength. With the potential and limits Lin Chen has shown now, the Black Abyss is an added bonus for him, not a necessity." Emo Feng's eyes flickered as he pondered. "That's true. The higher-ups of the first military department have discussed that even if Lin Chen is blocked under the chasm of the true realm in the future and cannot become a king, his theoretical combat growth limit is still higher than that of the mountain pass military leader." Zhang Yinian couldn't help but shake her head. Even if it was just a discussion, it was enough to prove the high-ups' optimism about Lin Chen. No wonder Minister who had his civil officials record the title of Lin Chen's visit today. "It's quite alarming," saying it might be useful in the future. "What title?" Emo Feng asked, slightly curious. Zhang Yinian looked up at the sky. Nearing noon, the future's strongest military leader arrives today at his loyal Night Fire Army. Lin Chen followed Commander Jiang, moving quickly to the depths of the building. The Night Fire Army was indeed attentive to him, having prepared an empty room in advance for him to use the Beast King's blood. Buzz. As he watched the gradually opening metal door, Lin Chen's eyes flickered and his brows involuntarily raised. A barrel of Beast King's blood was openly placed on the cultivation platform. The barrel was made of a transparent material, likely some special glass capable of preserving the medicinal properties, and it was filled to the brim with Beast King's blood. As for the size of the barrel, Lin Chen was genuinely taken aback. He had never seen a barrel of mineral water in supermarkets that was this large. Commander Zhang's earlier remark about Jiang Shanghai now seemed not exaggerated at all. He couldn't consume it all even if he tried. "This is really a lot." Lin Chen shook his head lightly, expressing genuine astonishment. The Beast King's blood he had used in the past was worth around 3 million merit points, but even when combined, it wouldn't fill this barrel. And it was still far from it. Just in case, to avoid running out, Commander Jiang revealed a hint of a smile on his face. "If you can't use it all, you can find Xiaohai. Most of his friends are young and need the Beast King's blood to break through the extreme heaven gate." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen fell silent for a moment before expressing his gratitude again. The help the other party provided was substantial. He wasn't sure how much Beast King's blood was needed to fully materialize that layer of golden patterns, but he was certain of one thing: the weight of this barrel would definitely allow him to maintain 3 times the intensity of the heaven and earth energy for a long time. "It's mainly because you are outstanding, otherwise, the Holy City military department wouldn't agree." Commander Jiang smiled casually, not taking credit for himself. After a few brief words, he stopped discussing it further and signaled Lin Chen to focus on his training. The Tu Yuan had continuously defeated the Holy Summer Prince, and no one could rival him, frequently challenging others. Buzz. The alloy door steadily closed, and Lin Chen did not delay, sitting cross-legged on the training platform, beginning to consume the Beast King's blood for cultivation. Time passed, and the amount of Beast King's blood in the barrel steadily decreased, while the fluctuations of the golden patterns intensified. When Lin Chen had used about half of the Beast King's blood, a violent and vast momentum erupted within him with a loud bang. Above the 49 heaven gates, a layer of golden patterns emerged, amplifying the heaven and earth energy. The intensity reached 3 times, just like before. The difference this time was that there was no burden at all. As long as he had energy, he could maintain it indefinitely. Lin Chen successfully condensed this layer of golden patterns. However, at this moment, Lin Chen's attention was still focused deep within the heaven gate, making it hard for him to calm down. After completing the full manifestation of this layer of golden patterns, he sensed 2 new layers of uncondensed golden lines appearing. Lin Chen thought of the previous Qi Blood Great Sun, a total of 3 rounds. The golden patterns, which shared the same origin as the Qi Blood Great Sun, were surprisingly similar. What about the increase? Lin Chen's heartbeat quickened. He had already experienced the power of the Qi Blood Great Sunday. He adjusted his emotions, calming his mind, and continued to consume the Beast King's blood. As expected, the difficulty of condensing the second layer of golden patterns was similar to that of the Qi Blood Great Sun, clearly increasing. Fortunately, there was enough Beast King's blood. After the barrel was emptied, Lin Chen could materialize 2 layers of golden patterns for several minutes, which was not a problem for combat. Boom boom boom. The 49 heaven gates surrounded Lin Chen, and the emerging golden patterns became even denser. The key was that the heaven and earth energy surged again. The intensity reached 10 times that of the normal state. Lin Chen scanned the surrounding heaven and earth energy, his eyes bright and filled with excitement. This level of enhancement had already reached a qualitative change, enough to overpower others. Even the weakest understanding of heaven and earth could unleash terrifying power under such an enhancement of heaven and earth energy. Not to mention, the various powers of understanding he mastered were incredibly strong. It can undergo another qualitative change. The level will only be more astonishing. Lin Chen did not forget the 3rd layer of golden patterns deep within the heaven gate. According to this increase, how much could the amplification of heaven and earth energy reach if all 3 layers of golden patterns were materialized together? 30 times? 40 times? 49 times? Or even higher? After a while, Lin Chen finally calmed down and then stood up to leave. It wouldn't take long before he would know the results. Earning Beast King's blood was never a difficult task for him, especially after this training. His combat power had risen to another level. Finished? Commander Zhang's office was not far away. Noticing the sound of the alloy door opening, he quickly stepped over, his gaze assessing the increasingly heavy momentum of Lin Chen, and exclaimed, "So fast?" Lin Chen smiled slightly. There weren't any difficult points to comprehend, just refining the medicinal power. Commander Jiang stared intently at Lin Chen. "The enhancement effect is good?" His tone was affirmative, without a hint of doubt. There was no need for deliberate probing, just the basic perception had already allowed him to capture Lin Chen's significant progress in cultivation. Lin Chen nodded. After all, it's the Beast King's blood, measured in units of elevation. Commander Zhang's heart stirred. With a hint of disbelief, "It won't be insufficient, will it?" Lin Chen thought for a moment, nodded truthfully, and smiled as he admitted, "The upper limit exceeded my expectations. There should still be quite a bit missing." "Not enough?" Commander Zhang's breath caught, his eyes widening. Somewhat startled by Lin Chen's words, he was well aware of the weight of the Beast King's essence. The pressure he had endured to successfully apply for it was immense. If Lin Chen failed to complete the task excellently, he would face considerable constraints for a long time to come. "It's not too difficult. I have quite a few ways to gather enough Beast King's essence." Lin Chen maintained a calm demeanor. "This task is also an opportunity. The reward for defeating that beast prince named Tu Yuan should be fixed, but the subsequent challenges will definitely be linked to my performance. If I achieve a high enough battle record, the First Holy City military might even supplement my reward." Lin Chen analyzed with a smile. Indeed. Commander Zhang came back to his senses, affirming Lin Chen's view. "As long as your performance in this task matches the advance payment of the reward, the Night Fire Army can apply for a customized task focused on training for you later, which will be much more convenient." Just as he was speaking, Commander Zhang's expression stiffened, and he turned slightly to look out along the corridor. Lin Chen glanced at him and asked, "What's wrong? Is Tu Yuan here to challenge?" Commander Zhang shook his head. "Yao Yuanjun has arrived." Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He was not unfamiliar with this name. He had seen it often while reviewing materials related to the Night Fire Army. Yao Yuanjun, the current commander of the Night Fire Army. Lin Chen followed Commander Jiang through the corridor, pondering in his heart, guessing that Yao Yuanjun was likely here because of him. Outside the main door, he saw the current commander of the Night Fire Army. The man appeared middle-aged, with a well-proportioned figure, accompanied by only one civil official, who was chatting with Mo Fenghan. Noticing Lin Chen's arrival, he turned slightly, sizing him up. "This is the newly promoted shining star of the blood of kings, right?" Yao Yuanjun, dressed in comfortable military attire, wore a gentle smile, giving Lin Chen the impression of a government official who had immersed himself in the bureaucratic world for many years, lacking the martial aura exuded by Commander Jiang and others. "Yes," Mo Feng echoed, introducing Lin Chen. "This is Yao Yuanjun, the commander of the Night Fire Army." Commander Jiang should have mentioned it. Yao Yuanjun smiled, his gaze fixed on Lin Chen, speaking in a tone of praise. "Indeed, as the name suggests, traveling thousands of miles to arrive and immediately taking medicine to cultivate is admirable. No wonder you were chosen by Commander Guan. The might of the Black Abyss will soon reappear in the world. You're overpraising me. Lin Chen responded politely, naturally skeptical of such formalities. The military's orders must take precedence. Yao Yuanjuan's smile remained, and he continued, how is the effect of using the Beast King's essence? Commander Jiang is quite concerned about this matter. Commander Jiang looked directly at Yao Yuanjun and spoke plainly, the effect has met expectations, but the quantity is a bit low. Perhaps the commander should apply for another batch of Beast King's essence from the military. Yao Yuanjuan's expression remained unchanged as he waved his hand, saying, Commander Jiang is joking, I trust you to handle this matter. As he spoke, he turned to look at Lin Chen, saying, as long as the effect is good, I hope you can complete the task excellently. Tu Yuan's occasional challenges cannot be underestimated in terms of their impact on the holy city's morale. It needs to be resolved sooner rather than later. Lin Chen's eyes flickered as he caught the underlying meaning, saying, for this task the blood of kings already has a plan. Mo Feng nodded, speaking in a deep voice, I know Commander Yao does not wish to see foreign provocations, but currently, the main force against them is still the young generation of geniuses. Just leave it to Lin Chen, the shining star. This statement was not very polite. To put it bluntly, it meant that he should not concern himself with the task. After all, as the newly promoted shining star, Lin Chen was undoubtedly the face of the blood of kings, and he needed to be firmly supported. That's true, concern leads to chaos. Yao Yuanjun shrugged, feigning helplessness. If you need any assistance, you can inform the Night Fire Army. You can contact either Commander Jiang or me. After saying that, he no longer lingered and left with the civil official. Mo Feng watched his disappearing figure, feeling a bit emotional. This Commander Yao's methods are indeed more impressive than his combat power. Commander Jiang curled his lips into a sneer, a hint of coldness in his tone. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have held the position of commander for decades. Yao Yuanjuan's combat power barely meets the threshold for a Super Legion commander. Considering the uniqueness of the Nightfire Army, he actually falls short. Commander Jiang didn't say much more, glancing sideways at Lin Chen, and asked, what are your impressions from our first meeting? Lin Chen's expression was calm as he replied, similar to what Director Mo said. With Yao Yuanjuan's status, he could certainly access his detailed information. His initiative to come over this time was clearly not just to see him. Instead, it was under the pretext of supervising the mission, blocking Commander Jiang from using the resources of the Nightfire Army to assist him. If the mission wasn't completed, as the commander of the Nightfire Army, Yao Yuanjun would have every reason to refuse. If the mission execution wasn't outstanding, Yao Yuanjun could also use that as a reason to prevent Commander Jiang from applying for similar customized missions for him again. After all, the position of a Super Legion commander holds immense power and high status. It couldn't be handed over easily. However, using the mission as an excuse. A glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he faced Commander Jiang and directly asked, can we track down Tu Yuan's whereabouts? Jiang Yinian waved his hand, and a light screen appeared ahead, saying, the true realm of King Yin Shanshan now covers the ancient battlefield, constantly monitoring. Tu Yuan set off not long ago, and according to his trajectory, he is heading straight for the camp, clearly preparing to challenge us again. Mo Feng pondered, we can wait for Tu Yuan to come and challenge us before striking. That would better suppress the arrogance of the other realm. That works. Lin Chen had no objections. Commander Jiang looked at his daughter and said, Yinian has fought against Tu Yuan on the ancient battlefield before. Since we still have time, it's a good opportunity to discuss Tu Yuan's combat characteristics and the current confrontation situation. Sure. Jiang Yinian nodded in agreement, handling matters efficiently, and said to Lin Chen, let's talk while walking, and take a look at the base. We might be here for a while. Thank you. Lin Chen stepped forward. Commander Jiang was busy with official duties and turned back to the building. Mo Feng followed closely behind, just in case. The Nightfire Army's station location was undoubtedly safe, especially with King Yin Shanshan overseeing it, so there shouldn't be any trouble. However, as a fellow Shining Star, Lin Chen's potential was extraordinary. Even Jiang Yinian, the current highest-achieving Shining Star, couldn't compare. Have you watched the battle recordings of the few challenges Tu Yuan made? Jiang Yinian pondered. Lin Chen nodded. I watched it on the way here. His defense is very strong, his stamina is long-lasting, and he excels in prolonged combat. Exactly. Jiang Yinian affirmed with emphasis. Tu Yuan is a descendant of the Mingtao turtle, inheriting the bloodline of this beast king. It is said that he was further purified by a deity in the number 7 life forbidden zone, enhancing the potential of his bloodline. I encountered him twice on the ancient battlefield and couldn't gain the upper hand. Lin Chen contemplated, was there not enough time? Yes. Jiang Yinian looked up at the various lights in the sky above the ancient battlefield, her expression serious. The other realm also has the true realm monitoring of beast kings, always aware of the actions of the quasi-kings on the path of royal blood, making rescue very timely. Tu Yuan's defense is strong, and he excels at dragging out battles. As she spoke, she candidly admitted that if they were at the same level of anomaly, it would be difficult to break through Tu Yuan's defense. The two quasi-kings who were defeated before posed no threat to Tu Yuan throughout the entire process. The only one with strong offensive capabilities who could inflict injuries was also dragged down by Tu Yuan until exhausted and nearly captured. Jiang Yinian gently shook her head. Lin Chen had also watched that recording and said, a prolonged battle combined with high defense is indeed difficult to deal with. Jiang Yinian's gaze returned to Lin Chen, and she exhaled lightly, smiling faintly, but for you, it's not a problem. Tu Yuan's defense was strong, but Lin Chen's offense was even stronger. As for the prolonged stamina, let's not even mention whether Tu Yuan can hold on. Even if he can succeed, Lin Chen, with 48 heavenly gates on him, would only be better at prolonged battles than Tu Yuan. The two aspects that Tu Yuan prides himself on are both suppressed by Lin Chen. Therefore, the high-ranking officials in the military all agree that Lin Chen has a great chance of winning. Lin Chen is also clear about this and says the main focus of the mission is still on the subsequent challenge. Jiang Yinyan thinks for a moment and says, besides Tu Yuan, there are two other beast royal heirs at the anomaly level worth paying attention to. One is like me, skilled in speed, and the other is proficient in illusion, making him quite tricky. Lin Chen continues, what about the powerful beast royal heirs at the true meaning realm above the anomaly? Jiang Yinyan's eyes flash. Cross-border challenges? Lin Chen nods in acknowledgement. I have this plan. The military has paid a large sum in advance as part of their considerations. Jiang Yinyan ponders and says, currently, those beast royal heirs who dare to enter the ancient battlefield mostly possess true martial intent. The true meaning realm heirs Ba Qin, Shi Tsangqiu, and Mo Shan are all quite formidable. After saying this, she details the strengths of several beast royal heirs. Lin Chen listens patiently and then asks, what about the higher realm beast royal heirs? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yinyan can't help but glance at Lin Chen. The beast royal heirs of the true meaning second realm can almost approach the combat power of the radiant star, or even match it. Is Lin Chen just asking casually, or does he really have something in mind? Jiang Yinyan is momentarily uncertain. She has browsed through the internal forum post discussing whether Lin Chen possesses radiant star combat power and has some understanding. As the two converse, they also tour the equipment and buildings at the base. Some are newly constructed by the Night Fire Army, while many were already there. This place was originally a rest point for the first holy city to explore the ancient battlefield. Approaching the edge of the ancient battlefield, Lin Chen sees at the end of the road beneath him a black monument, massive and heavy, displaying various names and corresponding battle achievements. Jiang Yinyan's name is prominently featured on the monument, shining brightly and attracting attention. Jiang Yinyan, born in the year 4201 of the new calendar, hailing from the first holy city of eternal flame, killed the destruction-level beast Rage Mountain Flood Dragon at 18, in January of the following year, severely injured. The beast royal heir Tianyin Wolf King's offspring, at 21, killed the true meaning realm beast royal heir Aoshing on the ancient battlefield. Lin Chen gazes at it and says, this must be the achievement list established by the royal blood path. He had heard Mo Feng briefly mention it when they were nearing the ancient battlefield. Zhang Yi Nian replies, yes, the achievements are targeted at the foreign domain but are not limited to the students of the royal blood path. Talents from the first holy city and other holy cities will also be included as long as their achievements are sufficient. It's considered an honor. She continues to explain that recently updated achievements will keep names shining for a period. Of course, being on the achievement list also has many hidden benefits such as customized tasks during the training phase and significant influence on future promotions in the military. Jiang Yinyan candidly informs. Lin Chen is not surprised and says the biggest factor in the holy summer cultivating strong individuals is indeed to combat the foreign domain. Jiang Yinyan looks at Lin Chen and straightforwardly says, this ancient battlefield confrontation is an opportunity. Your name will likely be on the list very soon. Lin Chen smiles and says, thank you for your good wishes. As they speak, a powerful voice sweeps over from the ancient battlefield, sweeping across the area and echoing throughout the entire base. Tu Yuan, come again to challenge the holy summer. I will take on all martial artists below the true meaning. Here it comes. Jiang Yinyan turns to look, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Let's go. Lin Chen's expression remains calm as he steps forward, appearing even more composed than Jiang Yinyan as the challenger. The two use their movement techniques to quickly reach the main entrance. There are already many figures here. Besides the vigilant soldiers, most are high-ranking officials who have rushed over upon hearing the news, including Yao Yuanjun and Commander Jiang, both present. Their speed, of course, is much faster. Not far from the main entrance, two figures hover in the sky, and the young man in front is none other than Tu Yuan, whom Lin Chen had seen in the video. His physique was extremely robust, standing over 2 meters tall, with dark skin that shimmered with a metallic sheen. Lin Chen knew that the appearance of the Beast Prince's offspring was mostly like this, resembling humans. They manifested not in the form of exotic beasts but through the true realm power inherited in their bloodline. In fact, the children of the Holy Summer King had similar circumstances. Gu Shang, who had been crushed by Lin Chen in the entrance examination, was generations removed from the King Gu Ryu, yet he could still awaken the powerful shared ability of the Holy Wing of Light. Blood Lion King. Lin Chen was also observing the middle-aged man beside Tu Yuan, casually standing in the sky, his blood-red long hair dancing wildly in the wind, exuding an unrestrained wildness that was hard to ignore. This was a foreign beast king. Lin Chen had seen his information in the documents he was responsible for overseeing. This ancient battlefield, acting domineeringly, with formidable combat power, and held the command of the Holy Summer King. Since King Yin Changxian hasn't shown up, the blood Lion King who followed Tu Yuan should just be a projection of true realm power. As his thoughts soared, Lin Chen passed through the main gate, nodding to Commander Jiang, signaling that he was ready for battle. Beside him, a young man standing next to Yao Yuanjun saw Lin Chen emerge and rushed into the air, directly challenging Tu Yuan. First Holy City. Lu Bai, ready to engage. 12 heavenly gates materialized around the young man, swallowing and exhaling the energy of heaven and earth, grand and imposing. Tu Yuan, seeing this, was unfazed, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he said, "Let's see your strength before you introduce yourself. If you're too weak, I won't bother to remember." Arrogant. Lu Bai shouted coldly, shooting forward. Outside the main gate on the ground, Yao Yuanjun turned to look at Lin Chen, who was staring back, and said with a faint smile, "This is a talented descendant from my friend's family who has cultivated the dark wind phenomenon. His strength is quite good, and he arrived just a bit earlier than you this morning. I think it's perfect for him to spar with Tu Yuan, allowing you to understand Tu Yuan better and increase your chances of winning." Commander Jiang frowned at this, not believing that Yao Yuanjun would be so kind-hearted. Lin Chen remained unfazed, calmly withdrawing his gaze and observing the battle in the sky, choosing to watch the developments. With his powerful strength, he was unafraid of any changes caused by Yao Yuanjun's schemes. Whoosh! Tu Yuan launched a powerful attack, waves of energy filling the sky, resembling a storm-tossed sea, crashing down towards Lu Bai. Lu Bai did not back down, meeting the attack head-on, fully unleashing the power of the dark wind phenomenon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black winds raged forth, cold and sharp, striking against the incoming waves, erupting in a series of piercing sounds that tore through the air, extremely intense. The waves quickly dissipated, with some of the black winds tearing through, like dark clouds, threatening to engulf Tu Yuan. Tu Yuan did not dodge or evade. Before the black winds could close in, they exploded in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. A semi-transparent light appeared, forming a hexagon around Tu Yuan, protecting him. Any black wind that touched it was shattered, scattering everywhere. Clearly, this semi-transparent light, resembling a shield, had a certain rebound function. Lu Bai's gaze flickered, feeling unsettled. He had watched the recordings of Tu Yuan's previous battles. If he couldn't break through Tu Yuan's defense, there was basically no hope of victory. The key was that he had been instructed to fight to the end. How was he supposed to do that? Just as Lu Bai realized the trouble, Tu Yuan raised his hand and pressed down, launching another offensive. A flurry of semi-transparent light shot out, interlocking with each other, and in no time, Lu Bai was trapped. The formidable attacking power of the dark wind phenomenon could not shatter the light surrounding him. Instead, with each collision, it rebounded with considerable damage, compounded by Tu Yuan's wave attacks, making it difficult for Lu Bai to cope, facing perilous situations. As expected, another boring battle. Tu Yuan scoffed, a mocking smile on his face. With the intent to humiliate, he deliberately forced Lu Bai to flee in embarrassment, continuously spitting blood and retreating step by step. Finally, he seized a flaw, darted forward, and extended his sturdy palm, grabbing Lu Bai by the neck and lifting him up. Fragile human genius. The strength emanating from his 5 fingers was incredibly powerful, tightening the blood vessels and causing Lu Bai's veins to bulge, his face turning crimson. "Stop!" Yao Yuanjun shouted sternly, rising into the air, exuding a powerful aura. Tu Yuan raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile on his face, and said, "Rest assured, I understand the rules. It's not the first time I've issued a challenge. I won't deliberately kill your genius." If Xingxia considers this kind of person a genius. Despite saying this, Tu Yuan showed no signs of releasing his grip. With Lu Bai's cultivation level, he could sustain life without oxygen, but the immense force on his neck posed a risk of having his head twisted off. "Let him go." Yao Yuanjuan's expression was grim. Tu Yuan scoffed, saying, "Don't put on your commanding airs. Pay the ransom first, and then I'll release him." Outside the main entrance, Commander Jiang watched the two in conversation, his gaze turning icy. "Yao Yuanjun is truly ruthless. To create trouble for you, he doesn't hesitate to let a quasi-king risk being killed." Lin Chen vaguely sensed the underlying issue and asked, "So, I also need to capture Tu Yuan, right?" "Yes." Zhang Yinian took over, frowning. "Originally, if you defeated Tu Yuan, you would receive a high score in this segment, but now that the quasi-king Yao Yuanjun brought has been captured, your counter requirements will inevitably increase." Lin Chen understood and asked, "Is it not allowed to kill Tu Yuan?" Zhang Yinian pondered for a moment and said, "It is allowed, according to the rules. We have the right to deliberately kill the challenger, but in practice, it's very difficult." She explained that the challenger has the right to concede and can use the energy of heaven and earth to amplify their voice, which only takes a moment of thought. In all the challenges, whether it's us or the foreign realms, casualties are rare. Understood. Lin Chen nodded lightly, his gaze slightly deep, lost in thought. In the sky, the ransom exchange between Yao Yuanjun and Tu Yuan had been completed, trading a piece of heavy Xianjin for Lu Bai. Over the years, conflicts between Xingxia and the foreign realms had been constant, and challenges occurred frequently, inevitably, leading to some being captured. The approximate value of the ransom had already been categorized. Heavy Xianjin is very useful for developing the bloodline of the Ming Tao. Turtle, thank you very much this time. Tu Yuan played with the heavy Xianjin in his hand, his smile wild and triumphant. Please arrange more such battles in the future. Yao Yuanjun ignored him, lifting Lu Bai and returning to the main entrance. He immediately looked at Lin Chen, sighed lightly, and said, "My friend's junior is still far too inferior to Tu Yuan, with a fiery temperament, unwilling to concede to the foreign realms. Fortunately, he forced out Tu Yuan's main techniques, which can still be of some use." Lin Chen was too lazy to engage in pleasantries and said directly, "Commander Yao, you are interfering with the task of the bloodline of kings." "I meant, well." Yao Yuanjun shook his head, seemingly a bit helpless. "I was hoping to provide some assistance, hoping your chances of winning would be higher." Lin Chen glanced at him and said flatly, "As long as Commander Yao acknowledges it, it's not a big deal. Just write a letter of self-reproach and submit it to the bloodline of kings, explaining the situation." After saying that, Lin Chen stepped into the air, no longer engaging in conversation. Yao Yuanjuan's actions could at most be considered a minor mistake, and coupled with his identity as the commander of the Nightfire army, there would be no real punishment for pursuing the matter. By intervening through the bloodline of kings, he could give Yao Yuanjun some discomfort as a response. Silently suffering losses was not his character. Watching Lin Chen's figure as he prepared to fight, Yao Yuanjuan's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of mockery surfacing within. This time, allowing Lu Bai to be captured would surely bring him some criticism, but this action could affect Lin Chen's task evaluation, effectively reducing the tangible benefits Lin Chen could gain. He shared the view of other high-ranking military officials that Lin Chen was stronger than Tu Yuan and had a high probability of winning. However, the difficulty of capturing him alive was much greater than simply defeating him, especially since the Tu Yuan defense is strong and has great stamina. It is easier to persist until leaving the designated combat area. Lin Chen, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for getting involved with the Nightfire army. The commander of the Nightfire army can only be him. In the sky, Tu Yuan noticed Lin Chen ascending and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Is someone else making an appearance today? That's strange. Except for the first day when you sent two people to challenge, after losing one match, you all directly admitted defeat in the subsequent battles. The courage of Xingxia cannot be fathomed by beasts. Lin Chen stood suspended in the air, his gaze indifferent. How long do you need to rest? Rest? Tu Yuan put away the heavy Xianjin he was toying with. Are you talking about the battle just now? To you, it may have seemed like a great battle, but for me, it was just a warm-up before the fight. Tu Yuan was very arrogant, his scrutinizing gaze sizing up Lin Chen, saying, "A new face. Looks young, but speaks quite boldly. I haven't heard of anyone like you on the path of royal blood. Or are you a transferred from another holy city by Xingxia?" Lin Chen did not answer his question, directly stating, "Let's get started. Once we fight, you'll become familiar." The familiarity he referred to was limited to a physical sense. Tu Yuan scoffed, saying, "Don't try to build rapport yet. Whether I remember you or not depends on your performance. If it's similar to the last one, I won't bother to remember." Although Tu Yuan held himself in high regard, he did not underestimate his attack. A surging wave rose into the sky, coalescing into a gigantic hand, blocking out the sun, sweeping across the sky as if to cover the earth. He was preparing to gauge Lin Chen's level, but the next moment, Tu Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted, shock mixed with disbelief. In his line of sight, 49 heavenly gates materialized around the young, exuding a terrifying might, standing tall in the sky, shaking the earth. Even the previously silent Blood Lion King, watching from the sidelines, could not remain calm in the face of the 49 heavenly gates, his expression frozen. Before Tu Yuan could adjust his emotions, his heart jolted again. He saw that the young's eyes revealed 9 layers of pupils, either contracting or expanding. Eerie and terrifying. Whoosh! A ghostly flying sword shot out, sharp and terrifying, cutting through the intercepting wave-like giant hand without obstruction in just one encounter. It felt as if entering a no-man's land. The 9th dark abyss of the Killing King? Tu Yuan's scalp tingled. He was naturally familiar with this ultimate skill that had successfully slain gods. He desperately erupted, a series of hexagonal translucent lights appearing in front of him. Unlike the previous battle against Lu Bo, now they were stacked front and back, layer upon layer, enhancing the defense performance at a single point. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing formed a line, facing the ghostly flying sword's assault. The hexagonal translucent lights exploded one after another, unable to withstand it. In the blink of an eye, everything was destroyed. Until the last piece of light in front of Tu Yuan shattered, a trace of ghostly light still appeared in his line of sight. Sharp waves rushed towards him. Whoosh! A few strands of hair were severed midair, swept away by the wind, shaking violently. Tu Yuan swiftly moved sideways, taking advantage of the ghostly flying swords, diminishing power to dodge just in time. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged as he stepped forward, traversing space, closing in. In his eyes, the 9 layers of pupils changed again, unleashing a killing intent. Whoosh! Another ghostly flying sword shot out from the void, striking directly at Tu Yuan. Clang, clang, clang. Tu Yuan's attacks were not on the same level as Lin Chen's 9 nether dark abyss, unable to clash. He could only condense the hexagonal light for defense, buying time to evade. Whoosh! Blood splattered as a ghostly light grazed Tu Yuan's cheek, instantly slicing through flesh and revealing his white cheekbone, which was then covered by the gushing blood. This time, Tu Yuan could not completely evade. With the enhancement of the chaotic high-dimensional wings, Lin Chen continuously jumped through space, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, making his attacks even harder to withstand. Moreover, the distance between the two was closing, leaving Tu Yuan with less room to dodge. The pain in his cheek stimulated Tu Yuan's spirit, making him fully alert, not daring to be careless for a moment. He wanted to engage in a protracted battle, relying on the recovery abilities of the Ming Tao Gue clan to drag it out until victory. However, looking at the 49 heavenly gates looming above, Tu Yuan truly lacked confidence. Try your best. Tu Yuan suppressed the restless emotions within him, responding calmly, defending while dodging, gradually approaching the boundary of the designated battle area. If he ultimately could not win, he could still retreat in time to avoid capture. Lin Chen's 9-layered pupils shifted, perceiving Tu Yuan's intentions, but he paid no heed. What he wanted was not to capture Tu Yuan. The two engaged in a back and forth, one attacking and the other defending, clashing fiercely in the sky. The combat was intense, yet not desperate. Even the ordinary soldiers of the Nightfire army on duty could see that Lin Chen had a clear upper hand, continuously suppressing Tu Yuan. From time to time, the ethereal flying swords piercing through the void posed a tremendous threat to Tu Yuan. His injuries accumulated one after another, and the clothes he wore gradually became soaked with blood. The most severe wound was on Tu Yuan's left abdomen, where several ribs had been sliced by Lin Chen's 9 nether dark abyss, nearly resulting in him being cut in half. Is Lin Chen really this strong? Wasn't it said there were 48 heavenly gates? Why is there one more? It must have just opened, so he still needs to consume the Beast King's essence blood. Does one heavenly gate require this much? Don't look at me. Seeing the gazes of the Nightfire army soldiers directed at him, Mo Fong quickly shook his head. I'm not sure about this either. Lin Chen came over the day after he broke through the battle gate, but his mastery of several ultimate skills has indeed improved significantly. Can the Beast King's essence blood also assist in cultivating the realm? The crowd at the front gate was restless. They had anticipated Lin Chen's ability to suppress Tu Yuan, but now, this nonchalant demeanor was unexpected. The foreign realm did not understand Lin Chen, but they were clear that the opponent's strongest killing technique, the Fiery Heaven technique, had yet to be unleashed. Could it be? Watching the battle in the sky, Jiang Yinyan's heartbeat quickened. She recalled Lin Chen's earlier inquiry, which seemed not merely a question but held deeper meaning. Boom! A blazing pillar of lightning pierced through heaven and earth, evolving from the wrath of the heavens, domineering and fierce. Just as Tu Yuan had desperately avoided the ethereal flying sword's lethal strike, he had no room left to dodge and could only take it head-on. With a thud, he was smashed down from the sky during the clash, crashing heavily into the ground, stirring up dust, with fissures spreading out like a spider web, as if a meteor had fallen. It's about time. Lin Chen looked down at Tu Yuan, who was trapped in the pit, his 9-layered pupils shifting continuously, cold and eerie, with an unmasked killing intent. The injuries Tu Yuan had accumulated were already considerable. At the same time, Lin Chen was gradually understanding and familiarizing himself with Tu Yuan's defensive methods. Most importantly, he had been secretly accumulating the power of the Fiery Heaven technique using the hidden strength of the Chaos High-Dimensional Wings. This guy is a bit too strong. Tu Yuan leaped out of the pit, his expression grim. The realm power contained within the 9 nether dark abyss is clearly still far from the level of anomalies, yet it can tear apart my defenses. Tu Yuan glanced around, gritting his teeth, but Lin Chen's figure was no longer in sight. The opponent's spatial movement technique was indeed bizarre. Of course, what troubled him the most was still the 9 nether dark abyss. What is your relationship with the Killing King? Are you surnamed Lu? Does the descendant of the Killing King still need to hide? Tu Yuan gasped for breath, expanding his perception and vigilance while questioning. He wanted to buy himself some recovery time through dialogue. Under the immense pressure of attack, even prolonged stamina could not withstand the severe consumption. Whoosh! An ethereal flying sword pierced through from behind Tu Yuan, aimed at his back, shooting through the air. Tu Yuan, who had been on guard, quickly responded, condensing layers of hexagonal light to buy himself time to dodge. Clang! Clang clang! Amidst the dense sounds of collision, the power of this ethereal flying sword rapidly diminished, failing to penetrate the last few layers of hexagonal light. His stamina can't hold out anymore? Tu Yuan was momentarily filled with uncertainty. He felt both anticipation, believing victory was within reach, and vigilance, wary of a hidden ambush. The next moment, a calm voice rang in his ear. Mastering the 9 Nether Dark Abyss does not mean you are surnamed Lu, and likewise, those who can wield the Blazing Heaven technique are not necessarily surnamed Long. As this voice echoed, a thunderous sound erupted and an overwhelming force poured down from the sky, like a tidal wave of seawater, filling every corner of Tu Yuan's vision with dazzling firelight. The blazing sun hung in the sky. A massive golden sun plummeted down. No! Tu Yuan's shout was a silent cry within his heart. Under Lin Chen's long-planned sudden attack, he didn't even have time to concede, let alone dodge. The defense he took pride in crumbled before the falling golden sun, disintegrating at a touch. In Tu Yuan's eyes, the initial confidence and pride were replaced by panic and fear. He didn't want to die. Give him time, and he could rise again. Even if he couldn't become a beast king, he had a high probability of advancing to a lord-level beast in the future, and his combat power would be exceptional. In the next moment, Tu Yuan's thoughts vanished. From an outsider's perspective, as the golden sun exploded, Tu Yuan's entire body was torn apart, leaving only half of his head. I overestimated him. Lin Chen casually shook his head as he looked at Tu Yuan's shattered corpse. According to his expectations, Tu Yuan could have remained intact after this move, which was why he had previously mentioned being acquaintances. Fortunately, the power of the blazing sun, under his control, targeted only Tu Yuan himself. Lin Chen raised his hand and pressed, pulling the storage device Tu Yuan wore from the air. It was a bracelet. Not completely destroyed, still exhibiting spatial fluctuations, it should be possible to retrieve the items inside once repaired. Your name? A cold voice resonated through the sky, exuding royal might, terrifying and unmatched. The bloodthirsty Lion King had a blank expression, his cold eyes locked onto Lin Chen, his long hair swirling without wind. Lin Chen. In the high sky, Lin Chen met the bloodthirsty Lion King's gaze, unafraid of the other's icy stare. Tu Yuan was deliberately killed by him. The bloodthirsty Lion King, if not blind, would surely see that. But a kill was a kill. In the confrontation between the two worlds, let alone killing a beast king's offspring, if given the chance, one must strike hard against the beast king. Even if the beast king present today was the one who birthed Tu Yuan, the fate tortoise beast king, he would still be killed without hesitation. I will remember this name. The bloodthirsty Lion King's voice was cold. Saint Summer has nurtured an excellent genius. But be careful not to die on this ancient battlefield. A cold laugh immediately rang out in response to Lin Chen. After all, you are a beast king, threatening a young man. You really are regressing. The space beside Lin Chen trembled, rippling in layers, as a man in white stepped out, his eyes like stars, standing with his hands behind his back, handsome and carefree. There was a familiarity in his brows that reminded Lin Chen of a young man he had fought against in the Battle of Inquiry, who bore a striking resemblance to the newly crowned king. Saint Summer's newly crowned king, Yun Changxian. The true body descends. The bloodthirsty Lion King's gaze sharpened, sensing the vast aura emanating from Yun Changxian, and coldly said, I am the beast king of the divine realm. Wanting to kill a future domain powerhouse of your Saint Summer is only natural. Yun Changxian scoffed, directly pointing out the truth. Saying such righteous words still cannot hide your fear of Lin Chen challenging you from the other realm. There are many domain powerhouses of Saint Summer who have died at our hands. The bloodthirsty Lion King's expression remained unchanged, still imposing, but after finishing this sentence, he dissipated his projection. His threat to Lin Chen indeed had a coercive purpose. The explosive combat power that Lin Chen displayed in killing Tu Yuan was too overwhelming. Tu Yuan could withstand for a while, not because of comparable strength, but because Lin Chen aimed to kill in one blow, leaving no room for surrender, always waiting for an opportunity. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, a series of dense crashing sounds erupted as Tu Yuan's shattered corpse fell to the ground. The fate of those who challenge and are killed is extremely brutal, with no chance to be buried in their homeland. The corpse would become the spoils of the victor, especially for a beast king's offspring like Tu Yuan. The development value is very high, and it has not been uncommon for multiple research institutes to slice and analyze it. Yun Changxian, as a king, naturally wouldn't care about the corpse of a beast king's offspring. His gaze fell on Lin Chen, smiling as he praised, this battle was fought beautifully. You were patient, advancing step by step, and struck the final blow only at the end. Lin Chen could tell that Yun Changxian had likely been paying attention throughout the entire process, and he politely replied, I have met your majesty the king. This concerns the dignity of the holy summer and cannot afford any mistakes. However, Lin Chen knew in his heart that his margin for error was actually quite high. The golden patterns had not yet been activated. One layer could achieve 3 times the energy intensity. 2 layers would be 10 times. Although the energy of heaven and earth is just one aspect of a warrior's strength, such a significant increase is enough to trigger a qualitative change. However, a beast king's offspring at the level of an anomaly was not worth him using all his trump cards. This was merely the first phase of the task. The real highlight would be the challenge in the foreign realm afterward. Lin Chen thought for a moment and asked Yun Changxian, when will we go to challenge the beast king's offspring? Does the military have any new arrangements in this regard? If not, he could make his own arrangements. Yun Changxian glanced at Lin Chen, teasingly saying, "Why do I feel like you're more anxious than the military?" Lin Chen chuckled and replied, "The life threat from the foreign beast king has already been released, we must respond." "Well said." Yun Changchuan's smile widened. "We'll set off in 3 hours, I'll accompany you." Upon hearing this, several high-ranking members of the Night Fire Army who were rushing to the scene changed their expressions. Yao Yuanjun suppressed his rising agitation and directly asked, "Your Majesty Yun, are you really going in person?" The Blood Fury Lion King escorted Tu Yuan to challenge, but it was merely a projection of a clone using true realm power. It was more symbolic. After all, the Holy Summer and the Foreign Realm have been in conflict since ancient times, and there have long been various customary regulations regarding challenges. If Yun Changxian were to personally escort, it would indeed be very significant. Yes. Facing the gazes of several high-ranking members of the Night Fire Army, Yun Changxian nodded calmly. "We cannot trust the Foreign Realm too much. Long-distance true realm power can handle Lord-level alien beasts, but if the Blood Fury Lion King were to personally attack Lin Chen, it would be too difficult to retreat him. Even if the Holy Summer can retaliate doubly, killing more Beast King's offspring won't bring anyone back to life." Yun Changxian did not directly state Lin Chen's importance, but everyone could hear the implication. Lin Chen's talent could potentially lead the Foreign Realm to abandon their pride and break the long-standing rules of battle. Yao Yuanjun pursed his lips and asked, "What about the defense line of the ancient battlefield? Is the entire Night Fire Army preparing for battle next?" Yun Changxian had no such thoughts, saying, "No need, I will contact the First Holy City Military Department to send another king over to temporarily take command." Lin Chen looked at Yao Yuanjun and asked, "Since there is a king-level powerhouse in command, would Commander Yao like to go along and find a few more quasi-kings to support me?" Yao Yuanjun's expression stiffened for a moment, but he quickly adjusted, saying, "I still trust Lin Chen Yaoxing. The Night Fire Army needs me to oversee the entire army, so I won't go and cause trouble for your Majesty Yun." He spoke calmly, but his unseen emotions were incredibly complex. This time, the attempt to suppress Lin Chen to assert control over the Night Fire Army had ended in utter failure. Not only did it have no effect on Lin Chen, but the troubles behind him would also significantly escalate. If Lin Chen had only defeated Tu Yuan, he could still argue his case. Arranging for Lu Bai to take the stage early was meant to help Lin Chen understand Tu Yuan better, thus increasing the chances of capturing him alive. But now, Lin Chen had forcefully killed Tu Yuan. Therefore, the result of his previous arrangements was to tarnish the reputation of the First Holy City. Commander Jiang and the core members of the Night Fire Army had never respected him, and he also had rivals in the military if they united to attack him. Yao Yuanjun forced himself to maintain a dignified demeanor, and after Yun Changxian left, he nodded to Commander Jiang before turning back to the base. Commander Jiang glanced at him and said, "It seems we can expect some peace for a while." Lin Chen didn't pay much attention and said, "Being restless isn't a big deal." The power of the Super Legion's leadership was great, but it couldn't suppress his growth and rise. The Long family was an example. Lin Chen thought for a moment, raised his hand, and handed the storage ring of Tu Yuan to Commander Jiang, saying, "My last attack caused some damage to it. If we forcefully break it, it might lead to the collapse of the internal space." Commander Jiang inspected it briefly and smiled. "It's nothing serious. The Nightfire Army has technicians for this kind of thing. They should be able to retrieve the items inside in less than 10 minutes. As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Chen and said, "You want to use this storage ring to exchange for Beast King blood, right?" "Yes," Lin Chen nodded generously. "That's easy." Commander Jiang readily agreed. "The Nightfire Army has a market for selling it. Once the items are retrieved, I'll have someone send you a list and you can see which ones you can use. Anything you don't need will be converted into Beast King blood." "Do we still need Beast King blood?" Zhang Yinian, unaware of this news, was taken aback, her gaze flickering over the scattered corpses on the ground, reminding Tu Yuan, as a descendant inheriting the Beast King's bloodline power, can also extract Beast King blood. Lin Chen was surprised. Even the Beast King's descendants can do it? Zhang Yinian nodded, pointing out the key point. It requires inheriting the same source of true realm power. Commander Jiang smiled and said, "The Nightfire Army also has professionals in this area." Lin Chen's heart stirred. "I'll try it myself first." Saying this, he descended to the ground, raised his hand to press down, and activated the Qingming refining heaven technique. Immediately, Tu Yuan's flesh began to evolve into the form of the Ming Tao turtle. Commander Jiang and the others looked on in astonishment. The scene before them clearly indicated signs of bloodline power being stripped away. Lin Chen could indeed extract it. Moreover, not only did he succeed, but the extraction technique he used was profound and evidently reached a very high level. In the case of a tremendous improvement in combat power, he could still maintain the enhancement of these extraordinary methods, which was truly baffling. Before long, Lin Chen completed the extraction. A ball of Beast King blood appeared in his hand. Estimating its weight, it could fill about 100 bottles. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, satisfied. The role of the Beast King's descendants is indeed significant. The surroundings were exceptionally quiet, and Commander Jiang and the others were left speechless. The Beast King giving birth to descendants should not have been for this purpose. At the Nightfire Army's base, in a room, Lin Chen sat quietly, focusing on his cultivation. Around him were piles of empty bottles of Beast King blood scattered all over the ground. Just as Commander Jiang had speculated, the Nightfire Army's professionals took little time to open 2 Yuan's storage ring. Inside were many high-value treasures, and combined with the damaged storage ring itself, it was worth around 1,000,000 merit points, which altogether exchanged for over 500 bottles of Beast King blood. After consuming all of it, he advanced the progress of the second layer of golden patterns. To fully materialize, I still need at least several million worth of Beast King blood. As for the last layer of golden patterns, even if I can only initially materialize for a minute or two, it won't be less than 10 million merit points. Lin Chen opened his eyes, his gaze bright. He already had specific plans for how to earn Beast King blood. Next, he would go to the foreign realm to challenge them, where he could capture Beast King descendants alive through battle and demand Beast King blood. Of course, the foreign side wasn't foolish. At most, they would lose 2 or 3 matches before definitely refusing to fight. However, he could challenge them at a higher level and fight a few more matches. At the same time, a significant victory at a higher level could also improve his task rating, likely earning him additional rewards. Afterward, when the First Holy City assigned him this task, it was based on his previous battles with the 48 young Kill Kings. But in just a day or two, his strength had undergone a qualitative change. After completing the task, I can also hunt Beast King descendants on the ancient battlefield. They can extract Beast King blood themselves and might carry high-value storage devices. Killing them would also yield rich rewards on the path of royal blood. Before I leave the path of royal blood fully, materializing all the golden patterns shouldn't be difficult. However, Lin Chen definitely hopes for the sooner the better. This time, the challenge must be completed. Excellently. Calculating the time, Lin Chen arrived at the main entrance of the base. After a short wait, he saw Yun Changshuan's figure silently appear before him. Let's go. The earlier we leave, the earlier we return, Yun Changshuan said directly. Whether for Xingxia or the foreign realm, king-level combat power is a scarce resource, often requiring a presence in certain locations. All right, Lin Chen responded briskly. In the next moment, an unfathomable force enveloped him, and Yun Changshuan took Lin Chen soaring through the air, directly crossing the entire ancient battlefield. The true realm of the bloodthirsty Lion King covered the ancient battlefield immediately, detecting the movements of the two and monitoring comprehensively. Yun Changshuan sensed something but paid it no mind. The overwhelming kingly might swept forth, shaking the ancient battlefield. This was intentional on his part. Xingxia and the foreign realm were clashing on the ancient battlefield, and as a king-level powerhouse, if he bypassed the bloodthirsty Lion King's true realm surveillance and approached the foreign realm's base, it could easily trigger a large-scale war. Going openly was a form of prior notification. However, the overwhelming might of the kings was truly terrifying. The base on the foreign realm side fell into a state of agitation, with low, rumbling beast roars rising and falling, entering a state of battle readiness. Yun Changshuan's true realm captured their movements, and he was not overly concerned. He turned his face to Lin Chen and pondered, "Can you still open the heavenly gates again?" 49 heavenly gates is the limit. Lin Chen shook his head and replied, candidly. Yun Changshuan seemed to ponder this and asked, "Then when you consume the blood of the Beast King, is it to further develop the heavenly gates, or can it allow the heavenly gates to project, increasing their number in this alternative way?" Lin Chen's gaze froze, surprised. Someone from Xingxia has done that before? A few exceptional cases, and at most about 10 gates. I've never seen a warrior like you who can open 49 heavenly gates and still undergo further changes, opening more gates itself is already an exception, Yun Changshuan patiently explained. There are indeed some fragmented records and prehistoric relics, but it's hard to determine their authenticity. Lin Chen nodded and answered Yun Changshuan's earlier question. My situation should belong to the former, as a deeper development of the heavenly gates. That's about what I was thinking, Yun Changshuan said, his martial arts insights profound. The two methods, in essence, lead to the same result. They both deepen the connection to the heavens and earth, reflecting in external manifestations, namely enhancing the intensity of heavenly and earthly energy. I see, Lin Chen realized. Yun Changshuan's heart stirred. Did you use any additional energy intensity when you faced the battle diagram? Lin Chen smiled and replied honestly, no. Upon hearing this, Yun Changshuan was taken aback. It exceeded his expectations. He thought Lin Chen had used some, which led him to speculate that Lin Chen was further developing the heavenly gates. He gazed intently at Lin Chen, sighing, your combat power at the heavenly gate level will likely reach a level that no contemporary or historical warrior of the same rank can approach. Thank you for your kind words. Lin Chen did not overly humble himself and continued, so this time, the challenge against the foreign realm will likely involve cross-rank battles. That's fine, Yun Changshuan agreed wholeheartedly. The clash between the top talents of Xingxia and the foreign realm represented their respective honor. It was no small matter. He thought for a moment and advised, "You can be a bit more aggressive. This isn't just about 1 or 2 victories. It involves the ebb and flow of morale on both sides, especially if a major battle breaks out later. Your great victory in the challenge will serve as a stimulant for the entire army. I am prepared." Looking at the outline of the base appearing on the horizon, Lin Chen raised his hand and spun it, taking out the head of the battle diagram. Because he had been stripped of the Beast King's bloodline, it had regressed to the form of a life wave turtle. He had deliberately preserved it when extracting the Beast King's blood, not fully refining it. "I'll send a gift to the foreign realm later." Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with meaningful light. The scoring of the challenge task, the most important indicator, would definitely be the battle achievements. But the suppression of the foreign realm's momentum and the enhancement of his own side's morale were also a measure of standards to eye. In this regard, Lin Chen was equally skilled. His past experience in live streaming sales had equipped him with a wealth of knowledge. People really should learn more. You never know when it might come in handy. Lin Chen spread out his other hand, condensing a solid crimson gold spear, piercing through half of the head of the 2 Yuan. Watching his movements, Yun Changxian raised an eyebrow and suddenly smiled. "No wonder Guanshan chose you." Lin Chen raised the crimson gold spear high, beginning to gather power. In the distance, the outpost on the ancient battlefield of the foreign realm quickly became clear with the swift movements of Yun Changxian, who was known for his speed. Compared to the modern construction of Shengxia, the outpost of the foreign realm was particularly rugged. The walls were directly carved from the mountains, thick and heavy. The bloodthirsty Lion King manifested in human form, standing atop the high walls, surrounded by several lord-level beasts. Some were so large they were terrifying, their bodies floating at waist height, making it hard to see their full form from afar. Each exuded a fierce aura, standing ready for battle. The true realm emanating from the bloodthirsty Lion King clearly captured Yun Changxuan's trajectory, guessing he was there to escort Lin Chen. But no beast dared to be careless. The full-force explosion of a human king could devastate the world. All the beasts' gazes locked onto the 2 approaching figures, cold and merciless. Whoosh! Suddenly, a crimson gold spear shot out at high speed, piercing through half of the Mingtao turtle's head, striking the high wall where the beast stood. "Impudent!" A long, coiling giant snake spoke human words, its body thick and over 10,000 meters long. As it spoke, a torrent of dark green poison mist poured out, like a flood, trying to drown the crimson gold spear. In the next moment, an invisible force of the true realm pierced through the air, overwhelmingly powerful, and with a loud bang, it exploded the dark green poison mist, dissipating its residual power. Clang! The crimson gold spear, unaffected, pinned the half-head of Tu Yuan to the high wall, producing a sound of metal clashing, solid and unyielding. "Yun Changxian!" The bloodthirsty Lion King's voice turned cold, the kingly might erupting fully, sweeping in all directions, shaking the heavens and the earth. "Are you trying to provoke a war between the divine realm and Xingxia?" Yun Changxian, with Lin Chen, stopped in front of the high wall. Facing the bloodthirsty Lion King's question, he remained unconcerned, saying, "I am here to escort the King Blood's radiant star to challenge you." "What does it mean for your lord-level beasts to intervene?" The bloodthirsty Lion King, with a cold expression, replied, "Challenging without declaration is considered an assassination. No need to nitpick." Lin Chen interjected, looking directly at the bloodthirsty Lion King, "I give you foreign realm a chance. Anyone below the true realm who can defeat me can take back Tu Yuan's head and bury him in the foreign realm. Tu Yuan died at his hands, not as a deserter, and would not be seen as a disgrace by the foreign realm." The Mingtao turtle lineage, along with other Beast King forces, could not publicly abandon the chance to reclaim Tu Yuan's corpse. But the problem was, if Lin Chen's offered chance ended in total defeat, it would undoubtedly be a humiliation for the foreign realm. The bloodthirsty Lion King, having witnessed Lin Chen's combat power, understood the difficulty involved. "Your audacity is a bit too much." The bloodthirsty Lion King's tone was extremely cold. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged as he forcefully responded, "My audacity is only greater than you can imagine." The giant snake that had intercepted the crimson gold spear spoke again, its beastly eyes the size of lakes locking onto Lin Chen, bloody and ruthless. "How great can your audacity be? Do you wish to replicate the battle against Tu Yuan? If you dare, you will be buried. Here, even a human king's presence won't save you. I fight on behalf of Xingxia. I have my own dignity and do not need to exploit loopholes in these rules." Lin Chen's lips curled into a cold arc. "As for how great my audacity is, you will soon find out." His gaze remained fixed on the bloodthirsty Lion King. "One word, accept, or retreat?" The bloodthirsty Lion King could not refuse a challenge, coldly stating, "Fight." Whoosh! A female figure shot out, black wings sprouting from her back, a battle bow in hand, very decisive, silently confronting Lin Chen. Her speed was incredibly fast, almost instantaneously leaping into the sky, and the arrows shot from her bow were as swift as a ghost. The offspring of the Phantom Falcon King. Lin Chen recognized the Beast Prince who had made the move at a glance, having cultivated the Phantom Flash phenomenon, and was very powerful, daring to enter the ancient battlefield with such a level of manifestation. Zhang Yinian had specifically warned him that the Opponent excelled in speed faster than many quasi-kings who had mastered the true essence of martial arts. But Lin Chen unfurled the chaos high-dimensional wings behind him, and with a whoosh he vanished into the space, calmly evading the rapidly approaching arrows. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Chen leaped out of the space, and 49 heavenly gates unfolded, collapsing like a thunder pool, with endless lightning piercing the sky, densely packed, drowning the beast prince with the black wings. And bow! The many watching exotic beasts fell silent, their eyes flickering uncertainly in the reflection of the lightning. Previously, they had seen Lin Chen's battle with Tu Yuan through the light and shadow simulated by the Blood Lion King using the power of the true realm, and they knew that this young quasi-king bore 49 heavenly gates. But experiencing it firsthand was still hard to remain calm. It was simply too powerful. The thunder spirit weapon the opponent wielded, with its inherent cosmic intent, had not yet reached the fusion stage, far from being as strong as the phantom flash phenomenon, but with the support of the 49 heavenly gates, it significantly held the upper hand. Amidst the dense lightning, the beast prince with the black wings and bow struggled to dodge, visibly slowing down, and the battle bow in his hands was barely sufficient for self-defense, leaving little room to attack Lin Chen. Whoosh! A ghostly flying sword shot through the air, and in just one encounter, it pierced through the beast prince's wings, splattering blood. Lin Chen's eyes glowed with a 9-layered pupil, shifting between inner and outer realms, eerie and terrifying. Just the combination of the 9 nether dark abyss and the wrath of heaven directly crushed. Lin Chen is too strong. This level of combat power exceeds 1-for-1 above true essence, absolutely invincible below true essence. This beast prince is practically being toyed with. The scene of Lin Chen's battle, including the image of him pinning Tu Yuan's head with a spear, was simulated by Yun Changxian using the power of the true realm, displayed at the Night Fire Army's base, and quickly spread through recorded footage. This beast prince is actually not weaker than Tu Yuan. If both sides fought freely without restrictions, neither could do anything to the other. The key is that Lin Chen has no weaknesses and is strong in every aspect. After all, he bears 49 heavenly gates. Such abundant cosmic energy makes it worth consuming. Even more beast king blood. The warriors from the Holy Summerside, while watching the battle, did not forget to analyze various aspects, remaining very calm. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that there was no turning point in this battle. The beast prince with the black wings and bow had no chance of winning, unable to break through the 9 nether dark abyss and the wrath of heaven. Unless Lin Chen deliberately conceded, a complete victory was 100% guaranteed. Not long after, dark red blood stained the body of the beast prince with the black wings and bow, fully revealing the signs of defeat. Suddenly, a ghostly light pierced through the thunder-filled sky, rapidly expanding in her eyes. She desperately tried to speed up and move sideways, but just as she dodged, another ghostly light came from behind, slicing through her body and instantly severing her ribs, spraying out a large amount of blood. She nearly suffered a bisected fate. The severe injury caused the breath of the beast prince with the black wings and bow to rapidly weaken. Stop! The 10,000-meter giant snake shouted sternly, its pressure spreading, but before it could approach Lin Chen, it was crushed by Yun Changshuan's thought. Lin Chen ignored the giant snake's words, raised his hand, and the lightning fused into solid chains, sweeping through the air to bind the beast prince with the black wings and bow in the sky, unable to break free. Her figure was graceful, and as the thunder chains tightened, her feminine curves became more pronounced. But the features on her face were twisted in pain, even somewhat grotesque. The thunder chains were essentially a powerful killing force. Simply conceding won't do, Lin Chen said, hands behind his back, shaking his head lightly. According to the rules, first pay the ransom, and then I'll release you. The 10,000-meter giant snake could not hide its anger, its voice furious. What do you want? Saint Summer has been fighting against the foreign realms for many years, and the ransom amounts have long been established within a certain range. The 10,000-meter giant serpent is not worried about Lin Chen's asking price. Beast Kings. Essence Blood. Lin Chen faced the Blood Fury Lion King, a faint smile on his face, and as his next words fell, the entire venue fell into dead silence. As long as it's yours. Many exotic beasts were almost collectively stunned, the initial words of the young prince echoing in their minds. My courage will be greater than you can imagine. The high walls were thick and imposing, stretching across the land. In the presence of numerous powerful exotic beasts, the scene fell silent, the thunderous roars growing increasingly deafening, as the chains controlling the black-winged bow-wielding beast prince sparkled with electric light. Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on the Blood Fury Lion King, smiling with a hint of arrogance. In the next moment, a roar filled with rage swept across the sky, wild and unmatched, shaking the distant mountains and forests. The Prince of Saint Summer, are you provoking the dignity of the Beast King? A young man beside the Blood Fury Lion King spoke up, his blood-red hair dancing wildly. Lin Chen recognized the identity of the other person at a glance. He Yining, the biological son of the Blood Fury Lion King, a true martial intent of the Second Realm, one of the leading beast princes in this ancient battlefield confrontation, known for his offensive prowess, extremely terrifying. Just a few days ago, he had nearly killed a prince of Saint Summer of the same realm, and it was only thanks to Jiang Yinyan's timely arrival that the person was saved. Lin Chen's gaze swept past him, ignoring him, still locking onto the Blood Fury Lion King, questioning, "You don't want to pay the ransom?" The request he made was, theoretically, not high. Exotic beasts at the Lord level develop complete spiritual intelligence, not weaker than humans, but their understanding of the world still follows their beastly nature. Refining their own essence blood for their offspring is a common practice. In fact, some of the essence blood of beast kings circulating within Saint Summer was seized from some beast princes. Simply asking for the essence blood of the beast king as ransom is not considered deliberately difficult. However, demanding the essence blood of a beast king in front of him carries an arrogance that knows no bounds. Yun Chongxian listened to Lin Chen's words, feeling an impulse to cough lightly. He thought that the gun nail diagram was the peak. He didn't expect it to be just the beginning. The reminders along the way about Lin Chen being more forceful were indeed unnecessary. Putting oneself in another's shoes, if a beast prince treated her this way, her mood would certainly not be good. The Blood Fury Lion King had a blank expression, his cold eyes reflecting Lin Chen's figure, saying, "Do you know the consequences of doing this?" Lin Chen's smile did not fade, replying, "I know the consequences of you not paying the ransom. According to the rules of challenge, as long as the items corresponding to the ransom are not rare, the losing side cannot refuse." What if they refuse to pay? Boom! As Lin Chen's words fell, the thunderous sounds echoing in the sky intensified, and several thunder chains tightened simultaneously, constricting the expression of the black-winged bow-wielding beast prince into a grimace. "You're seeking death." He Yin Ying's killing intent was palpable, taking a step forward, ready to strike. The Blood Fury Lion King raised a hand to interrupt his action, speaking in a detached tone, "Give it to him." Seeing this, He Yanning pursed his lips, suppressing his rising anger and killing intent. The ancient core of the battlefield had not yet appeared, making it unsuitable to provoke war. He raised his hand, flipping it over to grasp an ancient stone vial, opening it to reveal the floating bright red essence blood of the Beast King. "Let go." He Yanning took out about 30% of the Beast King's essence blood, wrapped it in the energy of heaven and earth, and tossed it to Lin Chen. Worth about 500,000 merit points. Lin Chen glanced up, nodding slightly to himself. The weight of this essence blood met the requirements for the ransom of the Beast Prince at the level of anomalies. Jiang Yinyan had killed a Beast Prince of the True Intent realm, and the simple merit reward was about this much. But challenges are inherently more difficult, as they involve the best of the same realm. Moreover, the significance is far greater. However, for Lin Chen, this essence blood was far from enough. Fortunately, it can accumulate over time. Next one. Lin Chen smiled faintly, dissipating the thunder chains controlling the black-winged bow-wielding beast prince. "You still have this much essence blood left, so I suppose you can fight a few more rounds." The bloodthirsty Lion King did not respond, half turning his face, his gaze landing on a beast prince with 3 eyes. This was Lin Chen's first challenge. Taking on just one match would be too much of a show of weakness. Even if he knew he couldn't win, he had to fight again. "In this battle, I don't ask for your victory, just don't let Lin Chen capture you. On that basis, use illusion techniques to try to find his weaknesses," the bloodthirsty Lion King mentally reminded him. "Understood." The three-eyed youth exhaled lightly, easing the tension in his heart, and ascended forward. He was skilled in the art of illusion, having achieved multiple victories against stronger opponents. But looking at the human boy prince before him, the pressure enveloped him uncontrollably, heavy as a mountain. The opponent didn't even use the ultimate technique to kill the wall, casually suppressing the beast prince with the black wings and bow. No matter how adept he was at creating opportunities with illusions, it was still fundamentally martial arts, which had its limits. "Stay calm." The three-eyed youth suppressed his restless emotions. At the moment the battle began, the single eye on his forehead burst into light. Buzz. In the next moment, his body disintegrated, transforming into countless petals, pure white as snow, scattering everywhere. In Lin Chen's astonished gaze, each petal took on the appearance of the three-eyed youth, indistinguishable from one another, exuding the same aura, and quickly sprang into action. They either ascended, moved forward, or circled around, as if they were about to launch a siege on Lin Chen from all directions. Illusion. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, his 9-layered pupils shifting, evolving into a ghostly flying sword that shot out, slashing towards the three-eyed youths that were distancing themselves from him. Whoosh! A flash of ghostly light passed, incredibly sharp, neatly cutting through a dozen three-eyed youths. Their severed limbs and bodies fell from the sky, transforming into energy of heaven and earth, quickly vanishing from sight. Seeing this, a nearby three-eyed youth's heart raced. This was his true self. Lin Chen had nearly hit him among hundreds of thousands of clones, clearly not striking randomly. And the lethality of the ghostly flying sword was far beyond what he could confront head-on. The only good news was that Lin Chen should not have completely seen through the illusion he had evolved. Can't lock onto the true self. Lin Chen scanned his surroundings, looking at the many three-eyed youths, unable to perceive any specific differences, only vaguely sensing the direction of his true self. The world is filled with countless realms, each with different functions and characteristics. Even kings or deities cannot claim to understand them all. However, not being able to comprehend does not mean one cannot resolve it. Boom! With a thought, Lin Chen changed the colors of heaven and earth. Crimson golden flames mixed with heat waves filled the sky. Not good. The three-eyed youth's true self changed color. A great sun descended from the sky, radiating intense and unstable fluctuations, exploding with a bang. The overwhelming power wreaked havoc across the field, with Lin Chen at the center, the surrounding three-eyed youths collapsing one after another. In an instant, when the power of the heavenly fire technique was released, only one three-eyed youth remained in the sky, bloodied and flying sideways. Found you! Lin Chen's lips curled into a cold arc, and a pair of enormous transparent wings sprouted from his back, soaring forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Chen continuously flashed, traversing space, rapidly closing in. You can't escape. The three-eyed youth felt his scalp tingle as he watched the ghostly figure approaching. The previous beast prince had excelled in speed, yet he was still slower than Lin Chen, let alone himself. Buzz! The single eye on his forehead burst into light, and the three-eyed youth's form trembled, dispersing into a mass of white mist, quickly fading, as if disappearing. Too slow. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, unleashing an attack with the nine-nether dark abyss, a ghostly flying sword piercing into the white mist, weaving back and forth, attacking fiercely. Suddenly, with a splat, dark red blood gushed from the white mist, splattering rapidly. Then, the three-eyed youth's form appeared, a blood hole in his chest, transparent from front to back. One could see that part of his heart inside had been obliterated. Such an injury, even for a beast prince with vigorous life force, was a severe blow. The three-eyed youth hurriedly suppressed his injury, still unable to stop the bleeding, when a thunderous boom resonated in his ears. A blazing pillar of lightning tore through the sky, engulfing him and hurling his entire body toward the ground. Boom! With a deafening sound, the earth shook and the heavy walls trembled. Dust swirled as the three-eyed youth lay in a charred pit, his breath weak, gazing up at Lin Chen, wanting to struggle to his feet, but the severity of his injuries rendered him nearly immobile. When the illusion he took pride in was violently shattered, his performance was even worse than that of the beast prince with the black wings and 2 yuan. In fact, for Lin Chen, among the 3 beast princes of the anomaly level he had defeated, the strongest was still 2 yuan. His attacks were comprehensive, and with high defense and thick blood, 2 yuan could withstand longer. The 2 beast princes behind him were easier to deal with, one more so than the other. In this battle, you win. As the voice of the 10,000-meter giant snake acknowledged defeat, the three-eyed youth weakly closed his eyes, a trace of despair inevitably rising in his heart. Does this human genius really have a weakness? Yan Ying's face was grim, silent as he took out 3 portions of Beast King's blood from the stone vial. This crushing defeat, which fell apart at the first touch, was hard for many beasts, including him, to accept. The so-called unpredictable illusion not only failed to force out Lin Chen's weakness, but throughout the entire encounter, it didn't even touch Lin Chen once. Lin Chen caught the flying Beast King's blood, his gaze falling on the stone vial in Yan Ying's hand, and said in a commenting tone, "Not bad, still about 40% left. You can redeem another Beast Prince." On the other side, the 10,000-meter giant snake had just rescued the three-eyed youth and, upon hearing this, its eyes turned cold, its enormous beastly pupils locking onto Lin Chen. After a while, it spoke, "In today's challenge, you of the Holy Summer have won, but this matter has just begun. We will dispatch even more powerful beast princes to repay you double." 2 Yuan and the other beast princes were indeed strong, but compared to the vast territories beyond the Holy Summer, they could not be deemed invincible. In those foreign lands, there were also beast princes who had achieved the strongest anomalies, primarily residing deep within the life-forbidden zones following the divine for cultivation. Even, the 10,000-meter giant snake suppressed its restless unwillingness and said coldly, "Next time, you won't have another chance to win." Lin Chen shook his head, half regretful and half frivolous, saying, "Is it already time to avoid battle? After just 2 rounds? Let me warm up a bit." The coldness in the giant snake's eyes intensified. Such sarcastic words are meaningless. You of the Holy Summer have also lost before, not to mention, just the day before yesterday, facing 2 Yuan's challenge, you lost a match and directly avoided battle. Lin Chen revealed a cruel smile and said, "So, I killed 2 Yuan, letting him die before the formation. Only provoking can show that you fear stronger beast princes targeting you." Another lord-level beast voiced its dissatisfaction. Lin Chen smiled and shrugged, saying, "You misunderstand, I mentioned 2 Yuan simply because I think he's quite strong." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere atop the high walls became strange. 2 Yuan was undoubtedly a powerful beast prince, otherwise, he wouldn't have received guidance from the divine. But when Lin Chen said he was strong, it sounded off in every way. Then, Lin Chen's voice rang out again, "So, you still have the chance to bring back 2 Yuan's remains, or more. Precisely, half of his head. Beast princes of the true intent realm, if you have the courage, can come to battle, I will take them all." Lin Chen hovered in the air, his black hair flying behind him, 49 heavenly gates inhaling and exhaling the energy of heaven and earth, magnificent and unparalleled. Many beasts changed their expressions in succession, not expecting the young prince before them to dare challenge across borders. Indeed, the combat power displayed by the opponent was stronger than that of many beast princes in the true intent realm. However, among beast princes of the same realm, the gap could be as vast as a chasm. Coupled with the significant advantage of a higher realm, the increase in combat power was very notable. In fact, they were preparing to dispatch anomaly-level beast princes to suppress Lin Chen, but against the elite of the true intent realm here, victory was not guaranteed. Agreed. The bloodthirsty Lion King was the first to speak, accepting Lin Chen's challenge. He understood clearly that since Lin Chen dared to challenge across borders, he must have sufficient confidence. However, whether they were willing or not, they had to agree. In the long confrontation between the foreign lands and Xingxia, the worst was at least a stalemate, and for most of the time, it could be described as a history of invasion. If they were afraid to engage in battle across borders, it would severely damage morale. The ancient battlefield ahead could potentially erupt into war. Moreover, the bloodthirsty Lion King also felt this was an opportunity worth trying. As long as you dare to fight. Lin Chen nodded, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. But before we start, I have a question. Speak. The bloodthirsty Lion King's voice reverberated in all directions. Do you have enough blood essence reserves? Lin Chen's smile deepened, cold and chilling, his white teeth gleaming. The Beast King's blood in your son's stone bottle is not enough to redeem a true heir of the Beast King at the first realm. That's not something you need to worry about. The 10,000-meter giant snake interjected, its voice icy. The outcome of the next battle is an unknown for you. After saying that, the giant snake said no more and began selecting the Beast King heirs for battle. It had started to adapt to Lin Chen's audacious behavior. Among the talented individuals of Xingxia he had encountered, it was hard to say if this person's courage was the greatest, but he definitely ranked in the top 3. The giant snake lowered its enormous beastly eyes, scanning the Beast King heirs at the first realm, 3 of whom stepped forward to seek battle. After all, Lin Chen had killed 2 Yuan and won 2 consecutive matches. Defeating him would be a significant achievement. Soon, the giant snake selected its target, its gaze landing on a young man with dark green hair, and said in a deep voice, Shitsangju, you will fight. The other party was of the same clan, the youngest son of the leader of his tribe, the Mo Poison Snake King. The other 2 Beast King heirs who sought battle exchanged glances, remaining silent and saying nothing. Shitsangju's strength was not inferior to theirs, at the same level. The key was that he possessed 2 powerful martial arts true meanings, excelling in both ranged and close combat, making him more suitable to fight Lin Chen. The giant snake's voice became a whisper, secretly advising, in the battle, if you can surpass Lin Chen, that would be great, just secure the victory. If not, quickly figure out his trump card, then withdraw from the battle area. It did not mention a draw. There was no possibility of that. Once the battle reached a stalemate, even if Shitsangju had a higher cultivation level, it would still be too difficult to engage in a protracted battle with Lin Chen, who bore 49 heavenly gates. Shitsangju also understood this, taking a deep breath and looking up at the young prince at the center of the 49 heavenly gates. I will try to end it quickly. Shitsangju felt a certain confidence in securing victory in this battle. This was the powerful confidence brought by his strength. Since successfully condensing 2 types of martial arts true meanings, he had not lost against other Beast King heirs or in battles against the princes of Xingxia. Whoosh! Shitsangju's figure flashed, soaring into the sky, his right hand gathering into a fist, gripping a heavy spear, entirely white and emanating an astonishing aura of ferocity. This weapon was bestowed by his father, the Mo Poison Snake King, forged from one of his own fangs, making it very compatible with him. Let today's challenge end here. Shitsangju's gaze was sharp, like a flash of lightning, locking onto Lin Chen's figure. Don't set such high goals right from the start. Things should be done step by step. Lin Chen gently shook his head, a reckless smile blooming at the corners of his mouth. For example, my goal in this battle is to warm up. Anyone can talk big. Shitsangju snorted coldly, raising his spear to point directly at Lin Chen, decisively declaring, begin. After saying that, he wielded the spear with great ferocity, charging straight at Lin Chen. Lin Chen remained calm, a thought flashing through his mind, thunder resonating through the heavens, lightning sweeping across the sky, unleashing the wrath of heaven. Regarding Shitsangju, he had heard Jiang Yinian give a rough introduction, but he did not know him well. The specifics of his strength and characteristics needed to be verified in actual combat. Boom! The thunderclouds intertwined, merging into several heavy chains, resembling a group of gigantic thunder dragons pouncing towards Shitsangju, intent on devouring and destroying him. Seeing this, Shitsangju unleashed his battle power, choosing to confront it head-on. A dense, dark green mist spread out from his body, cold and boiling, allowing the violent lightning to penetrate within, welcoming all that came, giving the impression of a devouring process. The true essence of corrosion. This was the powerful essence inherited by Shitsangju from the Beast King bloodline. Zzz. The sound of corrosion was intense, almost forming a line. The dark green mist surged violently, continuously eroding the lightning within, rapidly decomposing it. The wrath of heaven's evolution could not penetrate this dark green mist. In the central area, Shi Sangju remained unharmed, unaffected. Moreover, under his control, a portion of the dark green mist surged out into the air, striking Lin Chen, launching a counterattack. The fluctuations of the true essence are constructed from 3 kinds of heavenly and earthly realms, similar to that Lord level. Giant Snake. In terms of potential, it is not as good as the world-destroying true essence contained within the Wrath of Heaven, but it mainly excels in its significantly advanced realm. Lin Chen remained very calm, analyzing the approaching dark green mist with enough focus. Whoosh! In the next moment, before the dark green mist could get close, crimson golden flames surged from the void, radiating the intense fluctuations of the sun's core phenomenon, particularly terrifying, and in the instant they appeared, they fiercely burned away this portion of the approaching dark green mist. A mountain fire igniting dry leaves, nothing could compare. Regarding this scene, Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged as he looked towards the center of the dark green mist where Shi Sangju was. As his gaze fell, a whole expanse of crimson golden flames spread out, combining with the lightning evolved from the Wrath of Heaven to attack together. Bang bang bang! In an instant, large swaths of dark green mist exploded, rapidly shrinking in size. The dark green mist surrounding Shi Sangju was still being replenished by him, yet it was still ineffective. Troublesome. Shi Sangju frowned, feeling the difficulty of facing Lin Chen's powerful assault. He had witnessed it from the sidelines before, but engaging in a real confrontation was another matter entirely. The extreme heat rolled in, as if striking his entire body. Shi Sangju dared not be careless and had to use his killing move in advance. Boom! Shi Sangju thrust out his spear, exuding a magnificent aura, merging body and weapon, condensing into a dark-colored giant dragon akin to a sharp spear that could tear apart heaven and earth, forcefully charging into the blazing layer of descending fire. Another kind of martial arts true essence. Lin Chen's eyes flashed as he sensed it. The killing intent is strong, surpassing the previous one, with the inner essence of 4 kinds of heavenly and earthly realms. Buzz! Shi Sangju's figure vanished, the entire layer of flames trembled violently, clearly engaged in fierce resistance. Then, with a loud bang, the flames exploded entirely, splattering everywhere, dyeing the sky with color. Shi Sangju emerged from the flames, his face blood-red, blood seeping from the tiger's mouth of his hands gripping the spear. As the outstanding heir of the Beast King, he was unafraid of battling strong opponents, and the moment he broke through the flames, he once again fixed his gaze on Lin Chen, gripping the sharp-toothed spear tightly, piercing through the air to strike. His condensed dragon-killing true essence was more suited for close combat. This true essence was even more formidable than the corrosive true essence in his bloodline. In the future, if he could become the Beast King with this, he would surpass his father and become the strongest among his kin. Kill! Shi Sangju's battle-intent sword. Compared to him, Lin Chen was much calmer, his dark eyes locking onto Shi Sangju, the 9 layers of his pupils shifting inside and out. Whoosh! A ghostly flying sword shot out, its killing intent sharp. Shi Sangju wanted to engage Lin Chen in close combat, showing no intention of dodging, swinging his hands to sweep out the sharp-toothed spear imbued with dragon-killing true essence, striking with a thud against the side blade of the ghostly flying sword, precise and swift. Swish! The trajectory of the ghostly flying sword was forced to change, grazing past Shi Sangju's head, leaving a faint line of blood just outside his ear. Opportunity. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Shi Sangju's eyes. He was skilled in combat, with profound techniques, not relying solely on brute force. This strike he had intentionally held back, allowing him to unleash an even stronger killing intent in the upcoming close-quarters battle. Lin Chen's figure was incredibly clear in his line of sight, already not far away. But in the next moment, looking into Lin Chen's deep eyes, Shi Sangju's breath hitched, a chilling sensation creeping up his heart. Not good. Behind Shi Sangju, the blazing layer of fire that he had just shattered did not dissipate the energy of heaven and earth. Instead, it gathered once more, sweeping towards him. At the same time, before his eyes, a raging inferno erupted, fierce and unyielding, connecting heaven and earth, cutting off the space between him and Lin Chen. Clearly, the distance was not far, yet at this moment, it felt to Shi Sangju like an insurmountable chasm. A massive firestorm took shape, formed by the connection of flames before and behind. Was Lin Chen just pretending to hold back to lure me in? A thought flashed through Shi Sangju's mind, leaving him incredulous. Is he worried that I would choose to retreat at the start of the battle? The boundary for challenging each other was defined by the center point before both sides made their moves. By not actively advancing, the distance required to retreat was naturally shorter. Boom! As the firestorm began to shred, Shi Sangju immediately realized that his thoughts were not wrong. The attacks coming from all directions were clearly stronger than the previous blazing layer of fire. The rapidly spinning crimson gold flames seemed intent on tearing him to shreds, burning every cell into ashes. Shi Sangju exerted all his strength, fully operating 2 martial arts truths, a dark green mist protecting his body, while his sharp spear desperately resisted, struggling against the onslaught of the firestorm. Ultimately, when he broke through, his armor was damaged, his body cracked inside, covered in charred marks, remnants of blood scorched by high temperatures. This injury was far more severe than the previous escape from the blazing layer of fire. Whoosh! Shi Sangju had no time to adjust. The void before him trembled, and Lin Chen's figure appeared, a pair of enormous transparent wings sprouting from his back, blocking Shi Sangju's path. Kill! Shi Sangju's eyes were fierce as he raised his hand to thrust the sharp spear, with immense force. His dragon-killing truth was powerful in close combat, perhaps offering a chance to turn the tide. Whoosh! Lin Chen's wings flapped, and just as the spear tip was about to strike him, his body completely merged into the space, vanishing from sight. Then, with a loud boom, the power within Shi Sangju's spear fell empty, causing a massive explosion in the air. Fierce and intense. You seem very eager to engage me in close combat? A cold voice rang out nearby, making Shi Sangju feel a sense of impending danger as Lin Chen flashed. Above him, nearly a meter away, his body's angle and posture clearly adjusted for maximum force. Boom! Lin Chen punched downward at an angle, the flames intense, like a great sun crossing the sky. The blazing heavenly technique, as a supreme skill for slaying gods, could naturally be used for close combat attacks. Bang! Shi Sangju hurriedly retracted his spear, using the shaft to block the punch, and with a loud crash, a large amount of blood splattered, a figure plummeting from the sky like a meteor, crashing into the ground. Bang! Another loud sound erupted, the earth cracking wide, broader than a valley, spreading into the distance. The high walls of the foreign outpost began to shake violently until radiant patterns appeared to dissipate the residual force, stabilizing it at last. Lin Chen hovered in the air, looking down at Shi Sangju, who was trapped at the bottom of the pit, his gaze icy and cold. He retracted his right fist, opened his 5 fingers, and pressed down into the air. Whoosh! Countless flames filled the sky, pouring down like a waterfall from the heavens, penetrating the pit just created. Shi Sangju's expression darkened as he was once again engulfed. The entire ground melted and flowed within the blink of an eye, emitting a blinding light like magma churning in a volcanic crater. Numerous exotic beasts remained silent. The atmosphere above the high walls tinged with oppression. If Lin Chen were to simply attack more fiercely, Shi Sangju could completely compensate with the profundities of his 2 truths. But the reality was that Shi Sangju was also severely suppressed in this regard. The outcome of this battle would likely end in a scene they did not wish to see. Crash! The magma lake suddenly erupted, releasing thin wisps of dark green mist. Shi Sangju, dragging his increasingly injured body, desperately charged out of the flames' assault. At that moment, a flicker of ghostly light flashed in his vision, rapidly approaching. Above, Lin Chen's 9-layered pupils shifted, the murderous intent of the 9-nether dark abyss evolving right behind it. The attack exceeds me by too much, there's little chance of turning the tide. Shi Sangju gritted his teeth, forced to admit that the hope of victory was slim. He changed his strategy, swinging his sharp spear in a rounded arc, striking the incoming ghostly light. Bang! Shi Sangju's body trembled, using the recoil to hasten his escape from the battle zone. Boom! A massive thunderclap exploded in his ears, bolts of lightning piercing the sky like a cage, disrupting his movement. Whoosh! Lin Chen's figure flickered, traversing the air, cutting off Shi Sangju's path. Endless flames erupted, transforming into a sun under the enhancement of 49 heavenly gates, exploding in the sky. Boom! Shi Sangju was sent flying. This time, he was not using force to distance himself, but had completely lost control of his body's balance. Still in midair, several long flames emerged from the magma lake below, resembling gigantic tentacles, wrapping around his body and dragging him back into the magma for another assault. The flames blazed fiercely, the thunder roared incessantly, and combined with the ghostly light that occasionally pierced the sky, they evolved into an endless cycle of slaughter. Shi Sangju found it hard to resist, his injuries rapidly worsening, and even escaping became a luxury. Lin Chen suppressed him from all angles, leaving no opportunity. Boom! Not long after, a giant fiery hand descended, heavy as a mountain, smashing the magma and sending it flying everywhere. Shi Sangju fell to the ground, unable to rise, his breath weak, no longer capable of fighting. The 10,000-meter giant snake watched with a complex mood, both angry and heavy-hearted. The true intent realm Shi Sangju performed better than the beast prince of the anomaly level, yet the outcome of the battle was still a crushing defeat. Lin Chen clapped his hands, his spirit soaring, showing no signs of fatigue, and smiled, time to pay the ransom. He Yen Ying's eyes were fierce, coldly saying, the Beast King's blood you want is temporarily insufficient. Pay a portion first, and the rest can be replaced with items of equal value, to be gathered within 7 days. Even if the items requested for the ransom were common, they might not be available at that moment. In this case, it was allowed to substitute with items of similar value, with a maximum of 7 days to gather before exchanging back. It seems you don't have much in storage, Lin Chen said with a hint of regret, knowing the other party's request was compliant and could not be refused. Bring everything from the ancient battlefield, otherwise, it might not be enough. As he spoke, he raised his eyebrows slightly, unexpectedly noticing the Blood Fury Lion King opening one hand, actually refining a ball of essence blood on the spot. Then, along with the Beast King's blood in He Yen Ying's stone bottle, it was all sent to him. The Blood Fury Lion King spoke indifferently, here you go, no one among the true intent realm geniuses here is your match. Upon hearing this, a stir arose atop the high wall. Openly admitting defeat was quite damaging to their morale. The true intent realm beast prince heirs exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion, surprise, or disbelief. Among them, there was no one who felt unconvinced. They truly could not win. The two beast prince heirs who had sought battle alongside Shi Tsinju earlier secretly felt a bit lucky. If they had gone up, they might have fared even worse. Lin Chen examined the Beast King's blood before him, saying, "Even if you want to avoid battle, there's no need to be so kind as to give it to me right away. Didn't your son say there was still some stock?" The Blood Fury Lion King got straight to the point. "If you seek battle again, it will be against the true intent second realm. If you can still capture it, I will give you double the Beast King's blood specified in the ransom." Double? Yun Changxian, who had been silently watching the battle, scoffed upon hearing this and immediately mocked. "With such a low premium, how can you, a Beast King, have the face to say that?" The Blood Fury Lion King glanced at him, fell silent for a moment and then said, "Triple the ransom, no need to capture, just win, and I'll give it to him on the spot." Yun Changxian felt a slight stir in his heart, and transmitted to Lin Chen, "This price is about right. Blood essence is a renewable resource for the Beast King, but refining so much at once is quite a burden for the Blood Fury Lion King. If you say too much, it will affect his combat power. If you are confident, you can agree to the battle." He was clear that Lin Chen's trump card had not yet been used. "If you don't accept, the challenge ends today and we will retreat." The voice of the Blood Fury Lion King was deafening. Lin Chen smiled coldly and said, "As long as you're not afraid of blood loss, I have no objections." Clearly, he agreed directly. Upon hearing this, He Yanning, who stood beside the Blood Fury Lion King, stepped forward without waiting for a designated opponent and soared into the air to engage in battle. The many powerful exotic beasts had no objections to this. Among the Beast King's offspring in the base, he was the strongest. "A human who hasn't even mastered true intent dares to provoke my father multiple times, truly. Thinking that the divine realm has no genius to suppress you?" He Ying's blood-red hair danced wildly as he charged straight at Lin Chen. "You Beast King's offspring. Let's not talk about anything else, but your arrogance is one greater than the other." Lin Chen's smile turned cold as he raised his hand, pressing down. The 49 heavenly gates swirling around him exhaled the energy of heaven and earth, transforming into a blazing golden sun that crashed down with a thunderous roar. He Yanning was very aggressive, facing the overwhelming heat head-on. He quickly formed seals with both hands, conjuring a massive blood-colored beast mouth that directly swallowed the blazing golden sun. "The humiliation suffered by the divine realm today, I will wash away with your blood." He Ying's momentum surged and his hand seals continued, aiming to completely suppress the blazing golden sun. "Wash away the humiliation?" A questioning voice emerged from Lin Chen, mixed with cold laughter and arrogance. "What will you use to accomplish that? Is it based on the current level of power?" As the last sentence fell, a terrifying force swept out, shaking the heavens and the earth. He Ying's pupils suddenly constricted. The 49 heavenly gates standing across the sky erupted with dazzling golden light, blindingly bright, like the newly born 49 sons of the holy summer in the alien sky. "What is this?" Beneath the brilliant 49 heavenly gates, a deep sense of gravity surged in He Ying's eyes. He had fought with several holy summer quasi-kings and was quite familiar with the heavenly gates, never expecting such a change. He had never seen or heard of it. But He Yanning was certain that this was not some feigned illusion. Besides the overwhelming terrifying force, he could clearly sense that the blazing golden sun swallowed by the blood-colored beast mouth was rapidly increasing in power to a degree that made his heart race. Zzzz. In just an instant, brilliant rays of blazing gold light projected from the surface of the blood-colored beast mouth, piercing in all directions. Continuously, it grew brighter and brighter. Boom! Following a massive explosion. It was as if a nuclear bomb had detonated. The enormous blood-colored beast mouth exploded in mid-air, shattering into pieces. Countless flames erupted, blocking out the sun and covering the sky, unleashing terrifying slaughter. Has the intensity increased this much? He Yanning could not withstand it, his body shook violently, and he flew out like a meteor. He struggled to counter the impact of the flames, his gaze fixed firmly on Lin Chen. Surrounding him were the 49 heavenly gates, standing across the sky, dazzling and blinding. The golden light, like the sun, emanated from a golden pattern that spread across the heavenly gates, intertwining in a peculiar and profound way, giving He Yanning a sense of vastness and desolation, as if it were unfathomable. "This is impossible." He Ying's expression changed dramatically. He had a similar experience before. It was deep within the life-forbidden zone, where the Blood Fury Lion King sought an opportunity for him, allowing him to follow a deity for training. During one guidance session, the deity transformed into his youthful self to battle him. The impression left on him at that time was unforgettable for a lifetime. That youthful deity, clearly at the same level as him, appeared to him like the vast universe or like the endless years, completely inscrutable. Now, a similar feeling unexpectedly reappeared in the young quasi-king before him. Woo! The heat wave surged like the sea, boiling and tumultuous. Lin Chen was unaware of what He Ying was thinking and launched another attack directly. A giant fiery hand coalesced and took shape, descending from the high sky, still far from the ground, above the clouds. The soil below quickly hardened and cracked, losing all its moisture. He Yanning suppressed his restless emotions and struck with all his might, conjuring a sea of blood, countering the incoming attack while swiftly maneuvering through the air, trying to distance himself from the center of destruction of the fiery hand. In the previous battle against Shitsangju, he had lost to this very move. If it were the same intensity as before, he would have definitely chosen to confront it head-on. But now, boom! The sea of blood exploded, shattering completely, blasted apart by the giant fiery hand. He Ying's figure leaped out from the flames, his movements somewhat unsteady. His once smooth blood-red hair was now disheveled and twisted, mixed with burnt strands, making him look disheveled. As he had anticipated, the power of the fiery hand was not suitable for a direct confrontation. The method Lin Chen employed was somewhat unreasonable in its strength. After the 49 heavenly gates revealed their golden patterns, the energy intensity they absorbed and refined directly reached 3 times the original. Whoosh! Lin Chen struck again, his eyes shifting between the 9 layers of pupils, eerie and terrifying, evolving into a ghostly flying sword that pierced through the sky, instantly catching up to Yi Yanning, appearing right before him, aimed directly at his brow. The speed was significantly faster than when he fought Shitsangju. Yi Yanning felt a chill in his heart and hurriedly struck out. With a palm, like a giant rock crossing the sky, thudding as it hit precisely. The ghostly flying sword rolled and flew out sideways, its sharp blade stained with blood, leaving a trail behind. A sword wound appeared in Yi Ying's palm, cut deep, exposing bone, with a segment also sliced off. Under the enhancement of 3 times the energy of heaven and earth, although the essence contained within the ghostly flying sword remained unchanged, the lethality it unleashed was significantly higher. 3 times, isn't that a bit too much? Yi Yanning gritted his teeth. In fact, not just him, even his father, the Blood Lion King, found it hard to accept when looking at the heavenly gates revealing their golden patterns. The Blood Lion King knew Lin Chen had his advantages but never expected it to be this strong. 3 times the energy. Intensity? Yun Changxian's eyes sparkled, equally astonished and shocked. He thought the energy intensity Lin Chen could enhance would be at most 30 to 50%. After all, the foundation laid by the 49 heavenly gates was too strong. On that basis, even a mere 10% increase would result in a rise exceeding that of an ordinary quasi-king opening all heavenly gates. The result? 3 times. No wonder he dared to challenge even knowing he would be fighting above his level. He indeed had the confidence to back it up. Can there still be changes after the 49 heavenly gates? This must be the reason Lin Chen consumed a large amount of Beast King's blood. I thought it was just to open the 49 heavenly gates. Who says it isn't? It's all the same, after all, Lin Chen with the 49 heavenly gates is already terrifyingly strong. The crowd of Shangxia watching the battle seemed to explode, a wave of excitement. The scenes they were witnessing were composed of light and shadow, unable to perceive the effects of the golden patterns, but through the situation of the battle, it was enough to determine that Lin Chen's combat power had significantly surged. Press Yi Yanning down. This level of combat power must reach the standard of a shining star. Pretty much, this guy Yi Yanning is very strong. Only a shining star can suppress him. Many quasi-kings in the truant and third realm would be overpowered by him. Thinking about Lin Chen's cultivation, my scalp is tingling. Too strong. The discussions were endless, echoing across many places. Even a powerful domain expert like Commander Jiang was not calm, his emotions surging.